Chapter 1, The Money Digger Regretted It Right After Being Dumped. Jinling University. There were no less than 1,000 people gathered downstairs of the boys' dormitory, and many girls were also present. Look, the goddess mayor is coming downstairs to the dormitory. Hey, are you looking for Yi Xian? Nonsense, who else should I look for if not him? The scene was bustling, and the balcony of the dormitory building was filled with people watching the show. People not far away were also watching the scene. Lu Mayer was one of the 4 campus beauties of Jinling University, which made many people envious. Looking at the thousands of people watching, Lu Mayer's lips curled up. She really enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. Because this will make her feel superior. At this moment, it was like the illusion that the queen was looking down on her adoring people, at least that was what Lu Mayer thought. What's up? Yi Xian frowned as he looked at his materialistic girlfriend in front of him. Just yesterday he discovered that Lu Mayer had cheated on him, which was undoubtedly something no boy could bear. But what I didn't expect was that he would dare to look for me in such a high-profile manner today. It was truly ridiculous. Yi Xian, let's break up. Wow. As the explosive news came out, thousands of people were discussing it heatedly, looking at the field in disbelief. They originally thought it was a scene of love, but they never expected it was a breakup. The sudden turn of events really made everyone prick up their ears and become onlookers. Oh shit. The goddess of beauty is here to break up. She ignored the explosions in the room, as she had expected all of this. She raised her mouth in disdain and said sarcastically, I was too naive before. Now I'm dating Wang Xiao. From now on, you and I are destined to be from 2 different worlds. It's your fault. You don't have the ability. Lu Mayer looked at Yi Xian with disdain. This guy was useless except for being handsome. It was still Wang Xiao who treated him well. Compared with herself, Wang Xiao, this guy was not even worthy of carrying her shoes. I didn't know why I fell in love with such a loser. I was really blind. Ding. Detecting that the host has been dumped by his gold-digging girlfriend, activating the godly rich system. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. System? 4 years. The system is finally activated. I just didn't expect it to be activated in this way. This system is really weird. Seeing Yi Xian in a daze, Lu Mayer raised her lips in a proud arc and looked at Yi Xian with contempt. This world is very realistic. You can't live a life that you work hard all your life, but others have it when they are born. That's the difference. These heart-piercing words undoubtedly trampled on Yi Xian's dignity. Good. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curved up. This woman was really stupid, but he still had to thank her. If this bitch hadn't broken up with him, he wouldn't have activated the system. Thinking of this, Yi Xian naturally would not refuse and went with the flow. I agree. Lu Mayer was stunned. Although she had cheated on Yi Xian, this guy's reaction was not right. Shouldn't the script be that the guy begged her to stay and be her backup? The host was detected and his gold-digging girlfriend disliked him, and he was given the Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1. Give away 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1. The host is short of money, so I will give him 10 billion renminbi and 10 times the rebate. Wow. Yi Xian was stunned by the system's words. What an operation. Awesome. House, car, money. For a moment, Yi Xian thanked Lu Mayer's ancestors for 18 generations. Ding. In order to make the host more pretentious, the system has equipped the host with a beautiful personal butler. The beautiful butler will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. A beautiful personal butler? The system's words made Yi Xian stunned. How could he reach the battlefield in just 5 seconds? Boom! At this moment, the sound of a beast supercar was heard, and then an extended version of Bugatti Veyron appeared in everyone's sight, followed by a BMW X5. The cool car model immediately caught everyone's attention. It was hard for such a super luxury car not to attract attention. Squeak! The car stopped in the middle of the field and I pushed the door open and got out. A girl wearing an OL uniform, with long light chestnut hair that looked even more hazy and beautiful against the golden sunlight, especially her face, which was far better than Lu Mayer's. In an instant, everyone's eyes were attracted to him, and the sound of swallowing saliva came from their throats. Seriously. At that moment, they even thought about their children. Master, Muyu is late. Her pretty face was full of apology as she spoke in a gentle and pleasant voice. Her eyes then fell on the confused Lou Meyer opposite her. Ms. Lou Meyer, you have not passed the family test and cannot become the young master's fiancée. Then, he took out the contract and car keys. Master, this is the DUN number 1 villa you just bought, and the 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron. With a respectful attitude, it was obvious that Su Muyue was speaking diligently. Yi Xian was stunned by this scene. Wow, the system had such a powerful start. What? Thousands of people around were instantly shocked, watching the turn of events in disbelief. My God, not even TV dramas dare to show it like this. WTF? What's going on? Yi Xian is actually a hidden rich man with a supercar worth 30 million and the Emperor Yuan number 1 villa. Seemingly. The market value of Emperor Yuan number 1 villa is 1 billion, and there is no demand for it. The beautiful goddess respectfully calls him young master, plus she has a luxury car and a mansion. How could this be possible for me? Lou Meyer was panicking. A test? Lou Meyer's mind went blank as she failed the test of the Yi Xian family and she completely lost the ability to think. How could this happen? Isn't Yi Xian a poor loser? She has been hinting at him for a long time over the past 3 years. She was filled with endless regret at this moment. Yi Xian. Actually, I still love you. Can I take back what I just said? Squeak. At this moment, another Lexus nanny car worth tens of millions appeared on the scene, once again attracting everyone's attention. The automatic door of the nanny car opened, and 2 little ones appeared on the scene. Daddy! I found my daddy! 2 cute little fairy-like kids appeared on the scene, and Dada took a step forward and hugged Yi Xian's thighs. Blanche! At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian again. Oh my God! Yi Xian actually has a child. Instantly, everyone was petrified on the spot. However, seeing this, Lou Meyer staggered and her pretty face turned pale. For a moment, she stood there like a clown. The scene in the field was like a slap in her face. She had just been complaining about Yi Xian for having no money, but now he had become a hidden rich man. Moreover, there are 2 fairy-like cute babies, who are actually Yi Xian's children. It feels good to slap someone in the face, it feels good to slap someone in the face all the time. Mr. Yi, the president has been a bit busy lately, so he asked you to take care of the 2 little ones for a few days. The secretary with a very good temperament said respectfully, the president said that Xinxin and Tongtong are both your daughters. If you don't believe it, you can do a paternity test. Detect the host and his daughter's first meeting and reward them with the highest level of beauty. As the voice fell, Yi Xian's appearance improved significantly, which made Su Muyue beside him exclaim lightly, and the young master felt he had become more handsome again. Oh my God, are these 2 little girls really my daughters? Replying to the host, it is true. The system continued to explain, 4 years ago, the host came to this parallel world. This system was afraid that the host would be lonely, so it rewarded you with a peerless beauty. After meeting her for 1 night, you had 2 daughters. Mr. Yi, the company is quite busy, so I'll leave first. Special Assistant Xiao Qian nodded politely to Su Muyue, turned around and drove away in the Lexus nanny car, leaving everyone in a mess in the air. Yi Xian came back to his senses after a while, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. What the hell, I already have a child, and they are twins. Chapter 2. Dad is so handsome, 10 times more handsome than in the photo. Daddy, hug me. The 2 little guys' pretty eyes were full of desire, which made Yi Xian's heart melt. Perhaps it was because of their blood relationship. I really am your daddy. Holding the 2 little guys, Yi Xian felt an unprecedented feeling in his heart. Of course. There's a photo of you in Mom's room. Xinxin Tongtong said 1 word at a time. Xinxin said angrily, it's just that Mommy doesn't let us find you, humph. Dad, Tongtong misses you so much. As she was talking, Tongtong gave her dad a moa kiss on his handsome face. Xinxin wants one too. Not wanting to be outdone, Xinxin also gave him a kiss. Jealousy was so intense that it made everyone around her envious. Master, you should go back and clean up the villa first. Su Muyue ate the dog food of the young master and the 2 young ladies, and asked with a smile on her face. If she stayed any longer, she might not even have dinner. Go ahead. Yi Xian waved his hand. With 2 little girls, a beautiful personal butler and a gold digger bitch, none of them mattered. Gurgle. At this moment, Xingxin Tongtong's little belly growled in protest, which made the 2 little ones pout in grievance. Daddy Xinxin is hungry. Yeah, Tongtong is hungry too. The two little guys knew they were going to see Daddy today, and they were so excited that they haven't even had breakfast yet. It was obvious that seeing Daddy was much more important than having breakfast. Walk. Yi Xian held the two little ones in his arms and walked towards the extended supercar. Daddy will take you to a feast. As the beast-like supercar rang its horn, it sped towards the school gate, leaving behind a cloud of smoke and a messy crowd. A breakup farce directed by Lu Mayer ended with a dramatic ending. For a moment, many girls looked at Lu Mayer with sympathy. If they were Goddess Mayer, they would have fainted in the toilet crying by now. It was so pitiful. The opportunity to marry into a wealthy family was missed just like that. Ding! Detecting the host's first time driving a supercar, granting God-level driving skills. Immediately afterwards, a warm current surged into Yi Xian's mind, and a lot of additional information emerged. Driving again, he felt more skilled than ever before. In terms of driving skills alone, Yi Xian is now at least equivalent to a driver with 30 or 40 years of experience. The feeling is surprisingly good. The system is really like that. It never misses any opportunity to give benefits. Dad, you're so handsome. Yeah, he's 10 times more handsome than in the photo. Zinx and Tongtong's voice came over at this time. After hearing it, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. That's right, you don't even care who I am, Daddy. He. The two little guys were giggling, their pretty big eyes curved into crescents, and from Yi Xian's perspective, they looked extremely cute. Soon, we arrived at one of the few top restaurants in Jinling. Sir, what would you like to order? In the box, the beautiful waitress asked in a pleasant voice. Seeing his handsome appearance, the beautiful girl blushed slightly. After all, the perfect appearance is not just talk. To be honest, it would be great if I could have a chance encounter with such a handsome guy. Xinxin, Tongtong, just order whatever you want to eat. Looking at the expectant eyes of the two little guys, he handed over the menu and said proudly that he also wanted to try out the effect of the consumption rebate. Really? Long live Dad. After ordering the dishes, Yi Xian glanced at the menu and said, Give me 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite to take away later. Yes, sir. The waitress took a breath when she heard the price of 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite. You have to know that 1 bottle costs 68,000 yuan, and 2 bottles cost 130,000 or 140,000 yuan, which is almost her annual salary. The host is dining in a restaurant, which is not up to the standard of the host. I will grant him God-level cooking skills. Well. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the voice ringing in his ears. Is this possible? Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent. Wealth, 10 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian curved his eyes. This feeling was quite good. It was indeed different with the support of the system. Seriously. If the system had come a few years earlier, he could have bought the whole world now. That's right. Do you have any photos of Mama? Yi Xian coughed dryly. Speaking of which, he only knew that the person he met 4 years ago was a very beautiful woman, but he only had a vague idea of her appearance at that time. Of course. Xinxin then took out her cell phone, fiddled with it, and handed it to her father. Dad, this is our mom. Isn't it beautiful? When he looked closely, he saw a girl in a red dress on the phone. She had a beautiful face, even better than his personal butler Su Muyue. As for their physique, you can imagine how smart and energetic they are to raise these two little ones. Yes, quite beautiful. Yi Xian coughed dryly. He never thought that he had slept with a beautiful fairy back then. After learning more about the situation, Yi Xian also knew that the mother of the two little ones was named Xiao Bingning. She now runs a Bingning high-end cosmetics company and is also the daughter of the Xiao Group, a well-known enterprise in Jinling. Of course Mama's beautiful, but she rarely has time to spend with us. Xinxin pouted when she said this. Tongtong on the side agreed and nodded her head. The two little guys were so cute that people liked them indescribably. Just kidding, no one can resist such cute kids. After finishing the meal, I went to the cashier. Sir, here are 2 bottles of 1982 Lafite for you. Your total consumption this time is 358,000. The lady at the cashier said with a blushing face that she felt like she saw the appearance of her future husband. Swipe the card. Yi Xian showed a charming curve, which almost made the receptionist fall in love with him. Oh my god, I feel like I have fallen in love with this handsome guy, what should I do? Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 358,000 renminbi and receiving a rebate of 3.58 million renminbi. I tried it out and it felt great. Detecting that the host's impression of the system has improved, 1 billion renminbi is given as a gift. If you have a good impression of the system, you can give money. It is worthy of being a super rich system. It is really unique to give 10 billion for a good impression. It is simply inhumane. After leaving the restaurant, we arrived at the Diyuan Villa complex in about a quarter of an hour. At this moment, Chen Tianhe, the head of the sales office, came with his subordinates to greet him in person. Just kidding, this is the tycoon who bought a building worth 1 billion, so they can't help but take him seriously. Welcome Mr. Yi to stay at Diyuan Villa. Chen Tianhe bowed to show his respect. Such a wealthy man was fully qualified to do so. Wow! Looking at the super beautiful Diyuan Villa, the two little ones, Xinxin and Tongtong, blinked their big eyes as if they could speak. Dad, is this our home? So beautiful. The two little ones fell in love with this place at the first sight. The saleswomen at the sales office loved it very much when they saw Xinxin and Tongtong. They also wanted one of these cute and pretty babies. Seeing the red banners, Yi Xian looked towards the sales office and had a bold idea. Manager Chen, besides Villa number 1, which one is the most expensive here? After looking at Chen Tianhe's name tag, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and asked. Mr. Yi, please follow me. Chen Tianhe personally led the way and then came to the front of the micro property. Apart from Villa number 1, the most expensive one is Villa number 8. It is the best choice in terms of lighting, location, and layout. The price is 800 million renminbi. 800 million. Hearing the price, Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Here came another chance to make money. Chapter 3, what does it mean to earn 30 billion in a second? I want it. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, and Chen Xianghe almost choked on his own saliva. Mr. Yi, do you want to buy Villa number 8? In fact, this information made them a little confused. That was 800 million yuan. As for the salesman, they looked at Yi Xian with great admiration. It would be great if he was their boyfriend. They would definitely work less for 20 years. Is it not possible? Looking at Chen Xianghe's reaction, Yi Xian frowned slightly. Okay. Of course. Chen Xianghe suppressed his shock and ordered his men apply for the sale contract of Villa number 8 for Mr. Yi. Not long after, a beautiful female saleswoman came over with a sales contract. She even unbuttoned the top button of her shirt, revealing the beautiful view of the mountains. It was obvious that if she tried her best, she might become the stepmother of two little fairies. After signing the contract, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Swipe the card. The sales office is very efficient and the transaction is completed with a card swipe with a beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 800 million renminbi and gaining a fortune of 8 billion renminbi. As expected, the consumer rebate increased tenfold and reached 8 billion, which made Yi Xian in a very good mood. Better. Yi Xian looked at the miniature villa complex and pondered for a moment. Manager Chen, how many villas does Diyuan have left now? This. Chen Xianghe was stunned for a moment, then took out his mobile phone and logged into the property sales website. Ahem, Mr. Yi, there are still more than 40 Diyuan villas left, totaling nearly 3 billion. 3 billion. Hearing this number, if the rebate is 10 times the consumption, that is 30 billion. Thinking of this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If not now, when would he make money? Good. Yi Xian looked at the miniature villa and said without much thought, I want them all. Puff. Chen Xianghe was so numb that he almost fell to his knees. His eyes widened. Mr. Yi, are you sure you want to buy all the villas in Diyuan? Yi Xian waved his hand and took out his bank card. Swipe the card first, and I'll send you villa number 1 after you get the real estate certificate. Hiss. Everyone in the sales office took a deep breath and their eyes changed when they looked at Yi Xian, becoming arrogant. Too arrogant. Are all rich people so willful? 3 billion, a huge sum of money, and he didn't even blink an eye. He. Dad is so handsome. When Xinxin and Tongtong saw their father taking the spotlight, their faces were filled with happiness and admiration. Beep. A beating heart, trembling hands. After Chen Changhe swiped his card, his mind went blank as he watched the 3 billion yuan arrive in his account. It seemed as unreal as a dream. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 3 billion renminbi and gaining a fortune of 30 billion renminbi. As expected, Yixian once again made a tenfold profit and earned 30 billion. This money was not too easy to earn. Big and small horses are just younger brothers in front of him. Just ask yourself, what does it mean to make 30 billion in seconds? I guess they have never experienced it. Mr. Yi, take care. Manager Chen and a group of sales staff bowed 90 degrees to send the goods off. Are you kidding? They dare not neglect such a big boss in the slightest. Quick! Everyone stop what you are doing and handle Mr. Yi's real estate matters. Chen Changhe took a deep breath, then waved his hand and said, after we're done, I'll treat you to a celebration banquet. Also, this month's bonus will be tripled, no, quintupled. Long live the director. The sales staff and the sales office are extremely excited. My God, the bonus has increased fivefold. Everyone can get at least over 100,000 yuan. It's so cool. Squeak. On the other side, the car stopped in front of Diyuan No. 1 villa with the sound of brakes. The stunning personal housekeeper Su Muyue, along with 8 beautiful girls dressed as maids, had been waiting for a long time. Welcome home, master. Su Muyue bowed and said, and the 8 maids behind her bowed together, and a sweet voice rang in her ears, Master. Wow. Xinxin Tongtong saw so many beautiful maids, and her eyes sparkled with stars, so many beautiful maids. Yeah, Mama feels like there are a lot more rivals in love. Tongtong nodded in agreement. Yi Xian smiled bitterly. He obviously didn't expect Su Muyue to be so dedicated. She was very pleasing to the eye just by looking at her. The days ahead are truly more and more exciting. The young master is so handsome. The maids secretly glanced at their young master. His looks and temperament were exactly like that of their Prince Charming. They will have a treat for their taste buds, oh no, a treat for their eyes, in the future. Muyue, take Xinxin and Tongtong to visit the villa. Yes, master. Su Muyue's sweet voice came out, and her eyes fell on the beautiful maids. Each of them had a better look and figure than Lu Meier. Half an hour later, Su Muyue came to the balcony. Master, you called me. Su Muyue looked at the handsome and domineering young master in front of her, her face flushed. She was really afraid that she would lose control of herself and lose her composure. But, the young master is really handsome. Yi Xian looked at Su Muyue beside him. It would be a pity not to use such a tool. By the way, how much are you and the maids paid? This. Su Muyue didn't expect the young master to ask her this question, and continued, Master, Muyue's annual salary is 5 million, and the maid's annual salary is 1 million. I see. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and Su Muyue panicked, thinking that the young master thought the salary was too high. Master, if you feel the salary is too high, I can reduce it by 3 million and the maid's salary to 500,000. It was not for any other reason, but because she really didn't want to find another partner for such a handsome young master. At first, she thought he was a greasy old man. Give me your card number. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said. Su Muyue's face turned red, and she took out a bank card. She was very nervous, thinking that the young master would not fire her. What should I do? I don't want to leave such a handsome young master. Ding dong. Just then, Su Muyue received a text message on her mobile phone. Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 3284 received 130 million renminbi on March 8, 2024. Please check it. CCB. Looking at the text message on the mobile phone, Su Muyue's beautiful eyes paused, full of disbelief. Is this a scam? No, it is officially issued by CCB. Muyu, this is your and the maid's salary for the next 10 years. Ah. When Su Muyue heard what her young master said, she opened her mouth in surprise, and the excitement on her face was not concealed at all. It's not because she was given 10 years' salary, but because she can stay with the young master. Thank you, master. Su Muyue's face flushed with excitement. If possible, she really wanted to go up and kiss the young master. Then she said, I'll go and give it to the maids right away. If they knew, they would be very happy. Go ahead. Yi Xian smiled slightly. The beautiful housekeeper tool was quite good after a try. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 130 million renminbi and gaining a fortune of 1.3 billion renminbi. Listening to the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth. If this trend continues, it won't be long before he can buy the whole world. Chapter 4. This is the cousin of my gold digger girlfriend and her father. Dad, where are we going? Xin and Tongtong got in the car, asking about their daddy expectantly, and felt that even the air was sweet when they were with their daddy. Century City, let's go shopping. Really? When they heard about going to the mall to buy things, the two little ones had stars in their eyes. It turns out that shopping is a girl's instinct and has nothing to do with age. Of course. Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Jinling's Century City. He heard the maid's farewell voices from behind him. Goodbye, master. As the sweet voice reached his ears, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. This kind of visual and auditory enjoyment, coupled with his beautiful wife and two super cute little ones, was the peak of his life. And he knows that this is just the beginning. Soon, Jinling's Century City. After parking the car, I took the two little ones into Century City and headed straight for the luxury goods. Make money. Natural luxury goods should be the first choice. Welcome. Arriving at a high-end luxury flagship store, the two little ones looked around with great curiosity, especially the shiny things that made them very interested. Wow. Daddy, look, that bag is so beautiful. As soon as I entered the store, I saw the bag placed in the most eye-catching position. It will be super beautiful if Mom wears it. Yo. At this moment, an inappropriate joke came over. Isn't this the campus hunk of Jinling University? Taking a closer look, Yi Xian recognized the person as Lu Chenner, the cousin of his materialistic ex-girlfriend Lu Mayer. Her reputation was no less than Lu Mayer's, and she was also a member of the materialistic family. Mr. Xiao, this is the boyfriend my beautiful cousin found blindly. He glanced at Yi Xian and then said arrogantly, but now Mayer has dumped him. Oh. Hearing Lu Chenner's words, the middle-aged man's eyes fell on Yi Xian. Boy, you turned out to be a college student. I am the director of Dingxing Group. Do you want me to introduce you to a job? The mocking look on his face was not concealed at all. Naturally, the middle-aged man would not take a young boy seriously. Moreover, he had to maintain his face in front of his woman. Even though it's just for fun, you should also show your chauvinism. Dad, who are they? Xin and Tongtong looked at the two people who appeared curiously. She felt that they were unfriendly to her father and must be bad people. Oh. Yi Xian glanced at them and said, this is the cousin and father of my gold digger girlfriend. Puff. The middle-aged man was almost furious. Lu Chenner's pretty face turned pale. That boy was really hateful. For a moment, the two of them looked like they had eaten a fly. Mr. Xiao, this bag is so beautiful, I want it. Lu Chenner rubbed the middle-aged man's arm, which made the middle-aged man's eyes burn. This woman had worked hard yesterday, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to give her some benefits. 300,000? Seeing the price of the bag, the middle-aged man was stunned. You know, his annual salary is only 1.5 million, so he naturally would not buy such an expensive bag for a woman who was just playing around. At least in his opinion, it is not worth it. Chenner, what's so good about this bag? There's this year's latest model next to it. Yi Xian curled the corner of his mouth, naturally seeing the middle-aged man's thoughts. The relationship between the two was clear from the moment they met. After all, the man could be Lu Chenner's father. I want this bag. Lu Chenner had not walked a few steps when she heard a familiar voice. She turned around and found that the person who spoke was Yi Xian. How is that possible? That guy is just a poor loser. How can he afford a bag worth 300,000? Yes, sir. The waiter in the store nodded respectfully and then asked, by the way, we also have this bag in black and red. I don't know, would you like to choose one? No, I want them all. Ha! The middle-aged man's eyes widened. That boy took them all. Xin Tongtong, just buy whatever you like. Xin Tongtong then selected hairpins, bracelets, perfumes. Sir, your total purchase is 1.2 million. Would you like to pay by cash or card? After scanning the code, the beautiful receptionist asked. Swipe the card. After taking the bank card, Yi Xian heard the sound of rebate. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1.2 million renminbi and gaining a fortune of 12 million renminbi. What? Watching Yi Xian and the other two leave, Lu Chenner was full of disbelief. 1.2 million was spent so easily. Could it be that the guy was not being kept by someone, but was a rich second generation? Detect the host and slap the money-worshipping girlfriend's cousin in the face, and give her 1 billion renminbi. As soon as he left the store, Yi Xian was stunned. Not only did he get a tenfold rebate and earn 12 million, but he could also trigger rewards by slapping his materialistic girlfriend and cousin in the face. This system was pretty good. Let's go to the next one. Yi Xian, in a good mood, took the two little ones to the luxury shoes and clothing area. The more good opportunities to make money, the better. Dad, this dress is so beautiful. Purchase. Dad, look at these shoes. Purchase. Buy. Buy. Yi Xian said this without even thinking. His arrogance made the sales staff envious. How could he be so doting on his daughter? I like it so much, and he is so handsome. They even want to be the daughters of handsome guys, boo-hoo. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 2.1 million renminbi and gaining a fortune of 21 million renminbi. After leaving, he visited several luxury goods areas in succession and spent nearly tens of millions of dollars in total. If outsiders knew about this, they would be shocked. Oh my god, this is the rhythm that interprets arrogance to the extreme. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Xinxin's cell phone rang. It turned out that Xiao was calling her via video. Click connect. Mom. Xinxin's sweet voice was heard, and Tongtong came over, obviously missing her very much after not seeing her for a day. Xinxin, Tongtong, do you miss your mom? The beautiful girl opposite asked lovingly with a smile on her pretty face. For some reason, Yi Xian thought of the scenes of their first encounter, which made him frown. What's going on? Are you sick? Mom, we are in Century City. Dad bought us a lot of things. Tongtong said excitedly, and then insisted, Daddy, come quickly, Mommy called. Well. After hearing this, Yi Xian coughed dryly and looked at the stunning girl opposite him. Hello. Come to Kowloon Villa tonight and meet me. Taking a deep breath, Xiao said, after all, they would see each other sooner or later, and she could see that the two little ones were very happy to be with that guy. Good. When Yi Xian saw the beautiful girl, he nodded in agreement, but he didn't expect that their first meeting after many years would be in this way. Soon, he hung up the phone. The other side. Ding dong. The middle-aged man received a message from his friend, Yi Xian, 23 years old, lives in the Duyuan No. 1 villa, drives a 30 million extended version supercar, and is suspected to be the fiancé of Xiao, the daughter of Xiao Group. What? Seeing this, Mr. Zhao felt a chill down his spine. His good friend was an expert hacker, and his achievements today were largely due to his friend's financial support. However, this piece of information almost scared him to death. By all the villas in Duyuan, Xiao fiancé. He swallowed his saliva. He didn't expect that Lu Qianer's cousin's ex-boyfriend was actually a hidden rich man. Brother Xiao, what's wrong? Pa. As soon as Lu Qianer finished speaking, she was knocked to the ground by the middle-aged man, who then took out a stack of banknotes from his wallet and sprinkled them on her. He did it with great skill, as if he had done it countless times. Damn it, you almost killed me. After getting into the car, the middle-aged man glared at Lu Qianer and said, Bitch, let's break up. Brother Xiao, you. Before Lu Qianer could finish her words, the car had already driven away. She had just said that she would take good care of herself at night. How could this happen? Chapter 5 Mom, you can't steal Daddy from us, okay? Are you happy? Back in the car, Yi Xian curled the corners of his mouth in a doting manner. Although they had been together for a short time, he enjoyed this feeling more and more. Aha! The two little ones, Xinxin and Tongtong, pecked at the rice and nodded their heads, responding in cute voices, We are so happy. Thank you, Daddy. Moo-ah. The two little guys gave their dad a happy kiss from the left and right, which made Yi Xian feel as if he was being scratched by a kitten. So, this is the feeling of being a father, so wonderful. This feeling cannot be described in words at all, it can only be said to be inexpressible. Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator and enjoyed the quite good feeling of being pushed on his back. If so, it would be better if this supercar could be more comfortable. For a moment, Yi Xian thought to himself. Detecting that the host is dissatisfied with supercars, I will give him a Lamborghini Devil's Son. Oh shit. After a little complaint, the system directly gifted him a Lamborghini Demon's Son. He had heard of this supercar. It was said to be a private customized version worth 100 million yuan. Half an hour later, Kowloon Villa. Wow. Let's go back to Mama's house. When Xinxin and Tongtong saw the familiar villa in front of them, they chattered excitedly and called for their mother. Mom, come out quickly. We are back. The two little guys, wearing nice clothes, ran into the villa. Looking at the elegant layout of the villa, it can be seen that Xiaobingning is a very self-disciplined person. The delicious aroma of food wafting from the kitchen shows that her cooking skills are quite good. That girl, can she cook? Just then, a pretty girl in a red dress and apron came out of the kitchen carrying dishes. You're here. Xiaobingning's face flushed for a moment. Although she was the president of a high-end cosmetics company, her love life ended with that chance encounter 4 years ago. Seeing Yi Xian staring at her with fiery eyes, Xiaobingning's face turned even redder. What are you looking at? Ahem, I didn't expect you could cook. Xiaobingning rolled her eyes at Yi Xian and said unhappily, otherwise, I'm worried about leaving the two little ones in the care of the nanny. Sorry. Yi Xian coughed dryly and looked at the beautiful girl in front of him. You must have suffered a lot in the past 4 years. Xiaobingning felt inexplicably sad, then smiled and said, it's okay, it's all over. Detect that Xiaobingning's favorability towards the host has increased, and grant the ability of immersive sound. Yi Xian was stunned after hearing this. Favorability improved, that's all. Dad, come and try it, Mommy's cooking skills are amazing. Xinxin and Tongtong were standing aside, talking while enjoying the show. Good. He took a bite of the dish and savored the flavor. He had to say it tasted very good. Of course, it couldn't be compared with his god-level cooking skills, but it was already amazing compared to ordinary people. Then, Xiaobingning took out a contract from the side. Yi Xian, this is the marriage agreement I drafted. Xiaobingning's face was slightly dizzy. If there is no problem, then sign it. Marriage agreement. Yi Xian was stunned after hearing this, then his eyes fell on the contract, and then the voice of a beautiful woman sounded in his ears. As compensation, I will give you 10 million every month. Also, I can be your girlfriend and meet your friends and relatives. Having said that, Xiaobingning clenched her slender hands tightly, trying her best to ensure that the two little ones would not lack fatherly love. And she. However, she didn't know that Yi Xian was richer than Xia Group at the moment, at least she didn't know it now. It was this meeting that caused the two people's life trajectories to quietly intertwine again, but of course, this is all a story for later. After dinner, it was already late at night. Ahem, well, why don't you let me go back first? Glancing out the window, Yi Xian coughed dryly and said, after all, it was the first time they met, so it was a bit awkward. Dad, no. Please don't leave. When Xinxin and Tongtong heard this, their faces were filled with nervousness. They hurriedly grabbed their father's hand to stop him from leaving, fearing that what they experienced during the day was just a dream. It's getting late. Xiaobingning felt sorry for the two little guys when she saw their appearance. She said, why don't you just live here? She breathed a sigh of relief. Sooner or later, they would be living together anyway, so it would be good to adapt to the situation in advance. However, Xiaobingning herself didn't realize that her heart was already in turmoil. Xiaobingning thought so. I'll go wash the dishes. Xiaobingning noticed that the atmosphere was a little weird, and she went into the kitchen in a panic. She did not show the aura of a domineering president at all, and her heart was beating violently. Yi Xian, you will sleep in the second bedroom tonight. After washing the dishes, Xiaobingning looked towards the guest room and spoke, but before she could finish, the two little ones became unhappy. It was so hard for mom and dad to be together, how could they not sleep together? No. We want mommy and daddy to sleep together. Xinxin Tongtong shook Xiaobingning's slender hand pitifully, please, mommy. Seeing her acting cute and coquettish, Yi Xian's lips curled up. She is indeed his little cotton-padded jacket. However, even a god might not be able to stand such a sugar-coated bullet. You guys, Obviously, the two little guys have their mom under their thumb, knowing that this is the most effective way. The two little guys pushed and shoved each other into the master bedroom. Yi Xian, take a look. Xiaobingning's heartbeat suddenly quickened. She had never been so close to a boy before, except for that encounter 4 years ago. I'm going to take a shower. Grabbing a change of pajamas, I went into the bathroom. Hee, I can sleep with my parents at night. Yeah, so happy. Xinxin and Tongtong were chirping on the side, unconsciously giving their parents a great assist. The bedroom was tidy and clean, with the same pleasant fragrance as Xiaobingning's. Crash. Soon, Xiaobingning came and dressed. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him, Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and stood there in a daze. Xiao Bingning felt the burning gaze and her face turned red. What are you looking at? Wife, you are so beautiful. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh, and continued, it's hard to imagine how lucky I was 4 years ago. Put. Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at him, but strangely, she didn't feel disgusted by him looking at her. I didn't expect you to be so smooth talking. How could that be? Yi Xian said solemnly, I swear, you are the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Cut. The two little ones felt neglected at this time, and their cheeks were puffed up with anger, saying that their mom was so bad to snatch their poop from them. Dad, I want to hear a story. Yeah, me too. Xinxin and Tongtong chattered and pulled Daddy, then looked at Mama warily. Mom, you can't snatch Daddy from us, okay? Xiao Bingning. Hearing this, Xiao Bingning's beautiful eyes widened and her face turned red. Who would snatch that thing from them? What nonsense is this? But. She didn't say it because she was afraid it would backfire. Poof. Xinxin and Tongtong glanced at their mother as if to tell them not to fool them. This made Xiao Bingning's mouth twitch. Are these two little guys crazy? Detect that the host is protected by 2 daughters, and reward 1 billion renminbi. Phew. The system's sudden words made Yi Xian laugh, but Xiao Bingning's face turned even redder, thinking that the guy was making fun of her. Hateful. What are these 3 doing? They let that guy stay overnight. Is that really right? Chapter 6, You stinky mom is still quibbling. We all heard you call Daddy hubby. That guy. He glared at Yi Xian. He was already going crazy after just their first meeting. What would happen if they were to be together for a long time? Let me tell you a story about the ugly duckling. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian said, after a swan egg was hatched by a mother duck in a duck nest, it was regarded as an ugly duckling because of its unique appearance. Therefore, since it crawled out of the eggshell, it has been beaten, excluded, and ridiculed everywhere, not only in the duck group, but also in the chicken group. With the help of the immersive sound capability, the 2 little guys seemed to have walked into the world of the ugly duckling, and even Xiao Bingning, who was standing beside them, was stunned. That guy's voice is so magical. She even had a vision of the world of the ugly duckling, a swan egg that was ostracized after being hatched by the mother duck and then laughed at by other animals. No wonder the 2 little guys liked him so much in such a short time. I have to admit, this story is much better than what she told. As the story progressed, the 2 little ones blinked their eyes expectantly, and quietly admired their dad even more. It turned out that their dad was so good at telling stories. Soon, the story ends. Wow. Daddy, the ugly duckling is so brave. Zinx and Tontong chirped excitedly, those animals are so abominable. Hee hee, it turns out the ugly duckling is a white swan. Seeing the 2 little guys excited, Xiao Bingning looked at Yi Xian meaningfully. Although this was just a fairy tale, she drew positive energy from it and her impression of him changed slightly. Stay true to yourself and don't give up on your dreams. It sounds great. Daddy, can I have another one? Seeing her acting cute and coquettish, Yi Xian was extremely happy and even more satisfied with the operation of the system. The immersive sound system was simply a magical tool. Good. Then, I will tell you the story of Little Red Riding Hood. With a light cough, the sound immersion was strengthened again, and then under Yi Xian's narration, the 2 little guys entered the world of Little Red Riding Hood. At the beginning, Little Red Riding Hood met the Big Bad Wolf, and then the Big Bad Wolf ate her grandmother in Little Red Riding Hood, and then they were rescued by the hunter. One thrilling scene after another, it seems as if the Little Red Riding Hood is themselves. In this way, Yi Xian continued to tell stories about Snow White, Little Pea, the Little Match Girl. As the wonderful fairy tales were told, the 2 little guys fell asleep at one point. I didn't expect you to be quite good at telling fairy tales. Xiao Bingning looked at the 2 little guys sleeping soundly. Telling stories at night was always her biggest headache, but it seemed quite easy for this guy. That's right, your man is amazing in many ways. Looking at the absolutely gorgeous girl in front of him, Yi Xian acted arrogantly, which made Xiao Bingning chuckle. This guy seemed a little different from what she had imagined. It's getting late, go to bed. Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at Yi Xian, and quietly their relationship became much closer. At least that guy was much better than her at taking care of children. Good night. Yi Xian curled the corners of his mouth and fell asleep like this. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun poured into the room. Xiao Bingning, with her beautiful face, struggled for a moment before opening her eyes. She found that Yi Xian was no longer beside her. Her heart subconsciously tightened. What's wrong with me? Xiao Bingning frowned, but she felt uneasy in her heart. Was she afraid that the guy would leave? Day. Xiao Bingning faintly heard the sound of cooking downstairs and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Then she thought to herself that it was unbelievable that she had listened to fairy tales all night yesterday. That guy isn't he cooking? Thinking of this, Xiao Bingning got up carefully, afraid of waking up the two little guys. Oh. As soon as she opened the door, a fragrance came straight from downstairs. Xiao Bingning couldn't help but perk up, and the only trace of sleepiness disappeared. What is that guy doing? It smells so good. Gulp. I couldn't help swallowing my saliva, and even my lower abdomen growled in protest. I walked downstairs and saw a big bowl of noodle soup on the dining table. It's actually noodle soup. Xiao Bingning looked at the noodle soup on the table in disbelief. She obviously didn't expect that such a plain noodle soup could be so delicious. She didn't expect that guy was so skilled. Wife, you're awake. Seeing the dazed Xiao Bingning, Yi Xian curled the corners of his mouth. It would be a pity if he didn't get such a kind-hearted and beautiful wife. Freshly made noodle soup, let's try your man's cooking skills. Hello. Xiao Bingning, whose taste buds were aroused, was too lazy to care about someone's words of taking advantage of her. She was humming in her heart that this guy actually called her his man. Slurp. After taking a bite of the noodle soup, Xiao Bingning's beautiful eyes lit up. Yi Xian, you are such a good cook. Of course. After hearing this, Yi Xian said proudly, I am my Bingning's man. What are you talking about? Xiao Bingning's face turned red, but it did not stop her from eating the noodle soup. Her heart was beating violently. That guy was getting bolder and bolder, but why didn't she feel disgusted at all? I am a domineering female CEO, why, can't I be tough? How strange. I feel like we might actually become a couple in the future. Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at Yi Xian and her face turned red, but she didn't say anything else. After all, she had thought about this possibility before. Nature. I gave you this opportunity when I signed the contract with you. At this point, Xiao Bingning continued, however, if we have no feelings for each other before the marriage agreement ends, we will still separate. So what? Xiao Bingning pursed her red lips. Hubby, oh no, Yi Xian, can I have another bowl? Xiao Bingning's face flushed red all the way to the back of her ears due to a slip of the tongue. Oh my god. Just now, I actually called him hubby. I guess that guy didn't hear that. What did you call me? Yi Xian was quite stunned, and looked at Xiao Bingning in disbelief. Husband, don't say one bowl, 100 bowls are no problem. Stinky mama. Just then, Xing Tong Tong came downstairs and said angrily, you are trying to steal our poop again. Poof. A minute ago, they woke up and found that their daddy was missing. They hurriedly got out of bed and followed the smell of noodle soup to downstairs. Sure enough, they saw their mom snatching daddy from them. So angry. Mom is so abominable, how can you treat them like this? Go away. Xiao Bingning glared at the two little guys, what nonsense are you talking about? Stink Ma is still making excuses. We just heard you calling daddy husband and even begging for another bowl. Xiao Bingning. How could you eavesdrop on me? Xiao Bingning was really embarrassed. She didn't expect that the embarrassing scene was seen by these two little guys. Xing Tong Tong, come and eat noodles. Yi Xian tried to smooth things over and said that if this continued his wife would find a hole to crawl into. Wow. Sure enough, the temptation of the noodle soup successfully diverted the attention of the two little guys. Dad, is this the noodles you cooked? It smells so good. Soon, the two little guys were captured by the noodle soup and successfully gained two little fans. As for Xiao Bingning, she was also eating the noodle soup in the bowl. Eating two big bowls in the morning should not affect her weight loss. Chapter 7, 3.8 billion? Is the young master a bit of a spendthrift? Hiccup. Xiao Bingning burped without any image. She had two big bowls of noodle soup, breaking her own record. So angry. What if I get fat? It's all that guy's fault for making the noodle soup so delicious. I'm going to the company first. Feeling Yi Xian's gaze, and the two little guys were just being aggressive, the best strategy was to run away. Poof. Dad, Mom is so mean that she actually tried to steal you from us. Xinxin and Tongtong are obviously very holding a grudge and complaining about their mothers. It is obvious that their mothers are no longer nice to them after seeing their fathers. Alright. Why would mommy fight with you guys for daddy? Yi Xian's mouth showed an intriguing arc, and then said, "Come on, daddy will take you to a good place today." Okay. Xinxin and Tongtong were excited as they helped their father clean up the dishes. They couldn't bear to see their father working alone. If Xiao saw the scene, she would be extremely jealous. She had been cooking for the two little ones for more than 3 years, but she had never received such treatment. Leaving the villa, we came to the largest market in Jinling. Before, he wouldn't come here because he had no money, but it's different now. The moment Yi Xian left the villa, a figure in the dark narrowed his eyes. "Hello, Mr. Zhang." There was a boy who spent a night in Xiaobingning's villa, and he seemed to have a very good relationship with Xiaobingning's two daughters. Hearing this person's words, a cold voice came from the other side. "What did you say? Keep a close watch on him and find out the identity of that guy." "Yes, Mr. Zhang." The man raised his lips when he heard this, and then looked in the direction where Yi Xian disappeared. That kid is in trouble. Xiaobingning is not someone that anyone can mess with. Treasure Pavilion. He came here with a clear purpose. In the past 4 years, he knew very well that 10 out of 10 antiques here are fake, so there is no need to worry about the integrity. Ding. Detect the host entering the antique shop and grant him god-level treasure appraisal ability. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the voice ringing in his ears. God-level treasure appraisal? This ability is good. Is the system worried that he will be deceived? Although he doesn't care about this. Because being cheated will only make him more money. Then Yi Xian's eyes fell on a white jade bowl in the store. On it was a string of information: Han Dynasty White Jade Bowl, authentic Han Dynasty product. The jade bowl is slightly bluish white, with paper-thin walls, round, open-mouthed, ring-footed, and plain inside and outside. Appraisal price, 300,000 renminbi. My friend, how can I help you? At this time, a middle-aged man came up to him, looked at the jade bowl in his hand, and said with a smile, "My friend, you have a good eye. This is a white jade bowl from the Han Dynasty. It is considered a medium-priced jade. I think you have a good relationship with it. How about 400,000? Oh." Hearing the boss's words, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. No wonder the system gave him the god-level treasure appraisal ability. It would be really disgusting if he became such a sucker. "Boss, although there are no fakes in the treasure pavilion, this jade bowl is worth at most 300,000. Ahem. Zhao Tianlai coughed dryly and his old face turned red. He said ashamedly, "It seems that you are an expert. However, how about letting our store earn some 310,000 yuan? 300,000. A calm voice said, "I bought more than one item today." Good. Zhao Tianlai gritted his teeth and set the price at 300,000. The boss is a straightforward person. In this case, I want all the antiques in your store. Zhao Tianlai. My friend, are you sure? Xinxin and Tongtong laughed when they saw the boss's appearance. Although they didn't know what he was doing, they felt that their father was super awesome. Half an hour later, Zhao Tianlai summarized the prices and took a deep breath. There are 328 antiques in our store now, totaling 150 million. Swipe the card. Yi Xian took out the bank card and handed it to Zhao Tianlai, and Zhao Tianlai's eyelids jumped. He must have met a big client today. Beep. After swiping the card, Yi Xian called Su Muyue. "Muyue, I bought some antiques from the treasure pavilion in Jinling Market. You can take them back to decorate your villa." "Okay, master." A sweet voice came out, and Su Muyue didn't dare to delay at all. That dude is so arrogant. All the employees of Jinbao Pavilion looked at Yi Xian with changed eyes, as if they didn't even blink. Ding. Congratulations to the host for spending 150 million renminbi and gaining a fortune of 1.5 billion renminbi. Yi Xian's mouth curled up when he heard the voice. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son. Wealth, 41.8 billion renminbi. Walk. Dad will take you to buy something else. Under the astonished gaze of the owner of the treasure pavilion, the three of them left the store, leaving everyone disheveled in the wind. The world of the rich is really exciting. On the other side, DUN number 1 villa. Excuse me, are you Miss Su? Chen Changhe arrived in front of the villa and greeted Su Muyue respectfully. After all, she was Yi Xian's confidant. Oh. Su Muyue frowned when she saw the person coming. Who are you? Miss Su, I'm Chen Changhe, the head of the DUN sales office. This is my business card. Chen Changhe handed the business card in his hand to Su Muyue, and then asked his men to open the car door. A box of property certificates suddenly appeared. This is the certificate that Mr. Yi bought from DUN for all the villas. Including number 8, there are 45 villas in total, worth 3.8 billion renminbi. What? After these words were spoken, Su Muyue looked at the box of property certificates again and she became uneasy. This young master, did he buy all the villas in the DUN villa complex? The maids gasped, making sure they were not dreaming. 3.8 billion. Is the young master a bit of a spendthrift? Time passed quickly and night fell. Let's go home. Yi Xian drove towards home, and Xinxin and Tongtong nodded repeatedly. Hee, I'm so happy today. Thinking about the many things they bought, the two little guys chattered. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Yi Xian received a call from Xiaobingning. Hey, wife, you miss your man so soon. There was some joking laughter when the phone was connected, and Xiaobingning blushed when she heard it. You, who is your wife? Xiaobingning looked at the employees working outside the office with a guilty conscience and breathed a sigh of relief. She had been struggling for a long time before making this call. Because, ever since I ate that guy's noodle soup in the morning, I have no appetite for other meals. Seriously. Come to the villa. I'll take a day off tomorrow and take Xinxin and Tongtong out to play. As she spoke, Xiaobingning's face turned red. It was the first time she lied, but she couldn't help but drool when she thought of that guy's delicious cooking skills. That's okay. Yi Xian agreed without much thought, with a smile on his face. Xiaobingning had just hung up the phone when her special assistant Xiao Chen came to the office. Mr. Xia, there are several important meetings tomorrow. What do you think? Take them all away. Xiaobingning rejected it immediately, which made Xiao Chen stunned. She confirmed in disbelief, reject all of them. President Xia, are you sure? Chapter 8 Wife, my mother-in-law is here? Kowloon Villa. Wow. Come on, Daddy, you're awesome. The two little ones looked at their daddy, who was a superb cook in the kitchen. Their eyes were full of stars. Click. Just then, Xiaobingning came to the villa and happened to hear the two little guys' exclamations, and couldn't help but look over. Hand shadows were flying and swords were dancing. Beautiful radish flowers appeared on the plate, and even 5-star chefs would feel ashamed of themselves here. Obviously, in order to make delicious food for the two little ones, Yi Xian, a crazy daughter-doting man, also tried his best. That guy, his cooking skills are better than I thought. Xiaobingning also came over and watched quietly. From her perspective, Yi Xian was super handsome, and he was very charming when he was serious. Good job. Fortunately, I came early today, otherwise I wouldn't have discovered his amazing cooking skills. Ding. Detecting my wife Xiaobingning's admiration, and giving her the title of martial arts master. While Yi Xian was busy, a lot of information suddenly appeared in his head. His boxing, palm techniques, knife techniques, and sword techniques had all reached the master level, which surprised Yi Xian. He even felt that he could kill a cow with one punch. Soon, a large table of dishes appeared on the table. Gulp. Gulp. The two little guys swallowed their saliva involuntarily. Their daddy is so handsome. That's great. Let's eat together. Seeing Xiaobingning coming out of the shower, Yi Xian put the last dish on the table and said with a smile. Good. Xiaobingning, who had wanted to remain reserved, swallowed the words she was about to say when she saw the tempting food that was so delicious. Wow, the poop is so delicious. Xinxin and Tongtong ate the delicious food with their eyes full of joy. Then I'm welcome. Xiaobingning had been planning for such a long time, all for this moment. She had not eaten much at noon, and her appetite suddenly increased when she saw Yi Xian's food. Come on, eat more. Yi Xian picked up a few pieces of meat for Xiaobingning and said softly, but Xiaobingning blushed, thank you. A quarter of an hour later, Xiaobingning finished a bowl of rice without feeling anything. I will go get another bowl of rice. She looked a little embarrassed and stood up in a panic. Ah! One of them screamed because she couldn't stand firmly. Yi Xianqian reacted immediately and held her slender waist. It felt great. It hurts. Xiao Bingning wanted to stand firm, but her ankle hurt and she fell into Yi Xian's arms again. Her hair even touched Yi Xian's arm, which made her face turn red. Don't move. You seem to have sprained your ankle. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Bingning's ankle. Wait, I'll go get the medicine box. Slow down, hiss. After coming back, Yi Xian applied an ice pack to his ankle and massaged it at the same time. If an ankle sprain like this is not treated in time, it is likely to cause problems. Xiao Bingning's heart was moved by the gentle words. It was the first time that a man cared about her like this. All right. After a while, Yi Xian stood up and supported Xiao Bingning's shoulders. Get up and walk a few steps. Xiao Bingning felt the intimate gesture, her face turned even redder, and she hummed as softly as a mosquito. She quite enjoyed this feeling. That's great. Xiao Bingning took 2 steps, her face full of disbelief. I didn't expect that, Yi Xian, you are so good at massage. Daddy is great. Xinxin and Tongtong clapped their hands. It turned out that Daddy knew so many things. That's right. Dad, what were you looking at just now? Xinxin was thinking about her father's serious look just now and asked doubtfully. I'm looking at the white landscape. Hey, nothing. Yi Xian, who was always talking nonsense, quickly changed his words, which made Xiao Bingning frown. White scenery? What is that? Hurry up and eat, honey, I'll help you serve the rice. Thanks. Hearing that guy calling her his wife, Xiao Bingning thanked him in a sweet voice. For some reason, she felt that Yi Xian's back was a little embarrassed. White scenery, white. Could it be that what he just saw? Thinking of this, Xiao Bingning's face turned red. The next day, early morning. Ding-a-ling. As the sun rose, Xiao Bingning was awakened by the ringing of her cell phone. She answered it and said, Hello, Mom. What did you say? Hearing the words coming from the other side, Xiao Bingning sat up suddenly, all sleepiness disappeared. You came to Jiulong Villa, and now you are in front of the villa. Why are you making such a loud noise? Open the door quickly. Mother Xiao's voice came from the other side, and at this time Yi Xian also woke up slowly. Yi Xian, get up quickly. My mom is here. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard it, and was also a little confused. My mother-in-law is here. Xiao Bingning, hurry up. He rolled his eyes at Yi Xian. This guy was still taking advantage of him at this time. Ahem, okay. Yi Xian coughed dryly. His disheveled clothes were indeed a bit inappropriate at the moment. The 2 little guys were also woken up by the conversation. Dad, Mom, is our grandma here? There was a sudden chaos in the room. 5 or 6 minutes later. Snap. When I opened the door, I saw a middle-aged woman, but she was well-maintained and looked to be around 30 years old at most. When Yi Xian saw the person coming, he looked at Xiao Bingning in surprise. Wife, are you sure this is your aunt, not your sister? Xiao Bingning. You are crazy. Xiao Bingning heard the way that guy addressed her, calling her his wife in front of her mother. Was this guy seeking death? Ha, you must be Xiao Yi, you are quite good at talking. When Xiao's mother heard this, a smile appeared on her face. Judging from the way she addressed her daughter, it seemed that she got along well with her daughter. Ahem, are you really an aunt? Yi Xian coughed dryly. Well, you look so young, I thought you were Sister Bingning, sorry auntie. Hey, what's this? Mother Xiao waved her hand and came into the villa. Many people have this misunderstanding. After all, there is no woman who doesn't like to be praised for her youth, and for a moment, her impression of Yi Xian improved a lot. Auntie, you haven't eaten yet, right? Yi Xian looked at the current time and continued, you guys chat, I'll go make breakfast. Oh. Seeing the figure entering the kitchen and busying herself with skill, Mother Xiao narrowed her eyes and said, Bingning, Xiaoye, can also cook. Yeah, of course. Xinxin Tongtong never missed any opportunity for her dad to show off. Daddy's cooking is so delicious. Soon, the aroma of egg-fried rice wafted from the kitchen. Mother Xiao's eyes lit up. This Xiaoye, her cooking skills are not simple. Chapter 9 Bingning, I didn't realize Xiaoye is quite good at pampering people. Kowloon Villa, dining table. Wow. After eating a bite of egg-fried rice, Xiao's mother praised it and gave a thumbs up. Xiaoye, you are amazing. Men who can cook are very family-oriented. Xiao is handsome, a good cook, and the biological father of 2 little ones. It would be a perfect match for him if he could be with my daughter. But we still need to observe first, after all, it concerns my daughter's lifelong affairs. Soon, breakfast was over. Aunt, I heard that the Jinling Ancient Street District is quite lively, why don't we go there to have fun? Thinking about making money, Yi Xian suggested that there was no reason not to go if he could make money and win over his mother-in-law at the same time. Oh. Mother Xiao was stunned when she heard this, then said, okay. Mother Xiao agreed that this opportunity could also be used to observe the future son-in-law. As they were talking, they arrived outside the villa. But, are we going to take 2 cars? Xiao Bingning frowned as she spoke. After all, she and her mother both drove supercars, and in the past she always asked Xiao Qian to take the 2 little ones out. Be mine. Yi Xian curled the corners of his mouth and pressed the car key. The cool extended version of the Bugatti Veyron's lights lit up. The system obviously had foresight. Bugatti Veyron Extended Edition. Mother Xiao looked at Yi Xian in surprise. Xiao Yi, this car, is it yours? In fact, Xiao's mother found it a little hard to believe. According to the information she had received, Yi Xian should be a student and came from an ordinary family. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said with a smile, I did business during college and made some money. A little money? Xiao Bingning glanced at the extended version of the supercar. It was said to be worth 30 million yuan. How about asking for some money? Come to the car. Mom, look at the bag Dad bought you. Xing Tong Tong saw the bag in the car and spoke in an assisting manner. This bag, isn't it a limited edition? It costs 300,000 each. Buy 3 at once. Xiao's mother was also stunned. It was a big deal for other people to buy 1 bag for their girlfriends, but her future son-in-law directly bought 3 for her daughter. Why buy it so expensive? Xiao Bingning blushed slightly, and Yi Xian waved his hand, it's a small amount of money. I'll buy it if it looks good. Bingning, I didn't realize Xiao Ye is quite good at pampering people. Mom. Hearing what her mother said, Xiao Bingning glared at her. What do you mean by spoiling her? Ancient neighborhood. Auntie, buy whatever you want today. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled, saying that such a good opportunity to make money should not be missed. Dad, we want it too. The 2 little ones were chirping and acting coquettishly at this time. Xiao Bingning chuckled. No one could snatch the daddy from these 2 little ones. Soon, we arrived at the luxury goods area. Welcome, how can I help you? The pretty waitress has dimples on her lips, giving people the friendly feeling of a girl next door. Grandma, that dress is so beautiful. Xingxin Tong Tong blinked her sparkling eyes and said, you 2 little beauties, you have great taste. This is the latest model in our store this year. It is a Yunjin Chongsam designed by a well-known designer. It took half a year from production to completion. The craftsmanship is extremely complicated, so the price is quite expensive, costing 3 million renminbi. Auntie, I think this dress suits your temperament. Pack it up for me. Mother Xiao was stunned when she heard this, isn't this a bit expensive? It's okay. Good things can only show their value when they are worn by Auntie. After hearing this, Xiao Bingning couldn't help but roll her eyes. Is this guy really sweet? By the way, this shawl is nice too. Yi Xian said this as he looked at a shawl that matched the Chongsam very well. Sir, this is a brocade shawl, 300,000 renminbi each. After a pause, the salesperson continued, we have 6 models in total. Which color do you need, sir? 6. Listening to the salesperson's words, Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then I'll take them all. It just so happens that Auntie and Bingning each have 3. Ahem. Xiao Bingning was stunned when she heard this. Buying 6 K-size shawls at once, is he crazy? Yes, sir? The saleswoman looked at Xiao Bingning enviously, Miss, your husband is so generous. He and I. Xiao Bingning wanted to say something, but when she saw the 2 little guys, she finally sighed. Dad, look at this dress, it's so pretty. Purchase. Seeing the 2 little guys wearing Tang Dynasty costumes, it turned out to be a luxury item. After a while, he bought a bunch of things. The salesperson at the cashier said sweetly, Sir, the total consumption is 6.8 million renminbi. Xiao Bingning, Yi Xian, isn't this too much? In fact, Xiao Bingning didn't expect these clothes to cost so much money. Swipe the card. Yi Xian shook his head slightly and said nonchalantly, "It is my honor to spend money on auntie and you three." "Ha, Xiao made you spend money." Xiao's mother accepted it calmly, because this would make her daughter or her future son-in-law more false. The more the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law, the more satisfied she was. "It's okay. Auntie's happiness is the most important thing." Yi Xian said this with a smile, and the sales clerk's eyes were full of stars. Oh my god, they really wanted a boyfriend like this. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 6.8 million renminbi and gaining a fortune of 68 million renminbi. 2 hours later. As they left the luxury goods area with bags of all sizes, Xiaobing looked at Yi Xian with a complicated expression. The expenditure this time alone was more than 10 million. That guy, is he really just a student? Wow. Shortly after leaving the luxury store, the group arrived at a quite lively place. "Dad, look at the bracelets on the stage, they are so beautiful." Xan Tong Tong looked at the stage with excitement and said with a grin, "It will look really good if I wear it." "Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to challenge me?" At this time, the host on the stage said with a smile, "Today is the last day of the poetry competition. The one with the highest score will receive a hibiscus jadeite worth 500,000 yuan. Don't miss this opportunity." Poetry contest? Yi Xian was stunned when he saw it, and seriously doubted whether this was a deliberate arrangement by the system. "Daddy will win it for you, okay?" "Okay." When Xin and Tong Tong heard what her father said, they blinked their crescent-shaped eyes in anticipation. "Come on, Daddy." The two little ones raised their pink fists to cheer for their dad. Xiaobingning was startled. What was that guy doing again? A poetry contest? Oh. Mother Xiao's eyes sparkled as she asked her daughter, "Bingning, Xiaoye can also write poetry?" "This, I don't know either." With a dry cough, Yi Xian had already come to the stage. The host saw the handsome guy and said, "Applause to encourage this handsome guy." Several judges also looked over at this moment. They held the poetry competition to promote Chinese traditional culture. This poem is called Song of Everlasting Regret. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, trying his best to win the prize for the two little guys. The Emperor of Han was obsessed with beauty and wanted to conquer the country, but he could not get it after ruling the country for many years. The Yang family has a daughter who has just grown up, but she is kept in the inner chamber and unknown to the world. It is hard to give up one's natural beauty. Once chosen, one will be by the king's side. One smile makes all the beauties in the palace pale in comparison. Under the effect of immersive sound, everyone seemed to have traveled back to the era of Emperor Minghuang of Tang and Yang Yuhuan. A scene appeared before his eyes, in which Emperor Minghuang of Tang dynasty selected beauties from all over the world. He set his eyes on Yang Yuhuan, the daughter of the Yang family. In the end, she was always by the emperor's side. He even saw the stunningly beautiful Yang Guifei looking back at him, which made all the beauties in the harem pale in comparison. Kaiyuan prosperous era, eternal love. Mother Xia felt the extremely shocking poem, her face full of shock. "Bingning, Xiaoye, your literary talent is so high." Chapter 10 Yi Xian, tell me clearly, who is your wife? It's okay. Xiaobingning looked at Yi Xian, breathed a sigh of relief, and there was something strange in her eyes. It was obvious that the guy's talent surprised her. Mom is lying. That's right, Dad is so awesome. Xin and Tong Tong were unhappy and looked at their mother angrily. Although they couldn't understand what their father was chanting, it must be very impressive. The crowd watching was also stunned at this moment. This poem was much better than the previous ones, and the artistic conception was so magical that it seemed like they were experiencing it in person. This guy is awesome. So handsome and talented. It would be great if Appa was my boyfriend. Damn it, if I had this talent, I could win the goddess in a minute. Good job, handsome guy. What should I do if I like him so much? The crowd in the venue was discussing enthusiastically, and the girls were looking at the stage with admiration and worship. It would be hard not to like such a handsome and talented boy. In the cold spring, I was granted a bath and watching pool, where the hot spring water washed my skin. The maid helped her up, weak and feeble, and it was the beginning of her new grace. The hair is like clouds, the face is like flowers, and the golden hairpin is like a step-shaking ornament. The hibiscus tent is warm and the spring night is spent. The spring night is short and the sun rises high. From now on, the king will not hold court early. There is no time to spare for entertaining guests and banquets, and every night I go on spring outings. There are 3,000 beauties in the harem, and all of them are favored by the emperor. The poem gradually got better and better, and the judges were also amazed. Their eyes changed as they looked around the field. Good. What a short spring night. The sun rises high in the sky. From now on, the king will not hold court early in the morning. Wonderful. The judges were amazed. They couldn't imagine that a young man could have such literary attainments. They had to say that this was the most talented young man they had ever seen. They had never thought that there would be young people with such high literary attainments at present. Poetry, artistic conception, charm. In particular, the immersive feeling makes people indulge in it and unable to extricate themselves. Pa 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 pa. When the poem was finished, the 4 judges stood up and applauded generously to express their admiration. They had to admire the artist's level. The artist was truly amazing. When the crowd came back to their senses, they burst into warm applause. So talented, handsome guy, I love you. My male god, stop reciting poems and come home with me, okay? I will give you all 5 gold mines in my house. Many girls have expressed their love boldly. Perhaps they can attract the attention of the male god. If they can meet him, they can accept any result. Hee hee, daddy is awesome. The 2 little guys clapped excitedly, their eyes full of admiration and love. Daddy is so great. Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes and snorted, what's the matter? You just want to show off. This girl. When Mother Xiao saw her daughter's appearance, she smiled faintly. Could it be she was jealous? As a person who has experienced this, Xiao's mother murmured meaningfully, it seems that this girl has fallen for her future son-in-law little by little. To test if my wife Xiao Bingning is jealous, I will give her 2 billion renminbi. Yi Xian was stunned when he came to the stage. His wife was jealous? 2 billion? I couldn't help but look at Xiao Bingning and saw her mumbling. Ahem. I didn't expect that girl would be jealous, but this feeling is pretty good. If he couldn't get such a beautiful wife, he might as well kill himself with a piece of tofu. The system is getting better and better at gaming. You can earn 2 billion just by being jealous. Ball. Yi Xian gave the 2 brocade boxes to Xinxin and Tongtong. Daddy has one. Wow, thanks daddy. Love you so much, Mua. The 2 little guys were kissing their daddy, one on the left and one on the right. The people around them were extremely envious. Damn, they also wanted to be kissed by the 2 cute little guys. What should they do, woo-woo? Snap. When the girls saw the scene, their hearts were broken and their pretty faces looked lost. Ah, this. How could it be that handsome guy is so young? How come he is married and has a child? Why do I feel so sad? The love ends before it even begins, woo-woo. How about it, your man is awesome, isn't he? Seeing his jealous beautiful wife, Yi Xian joked. When Xiao Bingning heard this, her face flushed. What are you talking about? After stealing a glance at her mother, Xiao Bingning really wanted to strangle someone to death. She was crazy to say that she was her man in front of her mother. I pinched someone's soft spot without leaving any trace, but this action made the girls around me envious. My god, it's so sweet, so jealous. After walking around for a while, we came to a Chinese restaurant. Mom, look how beautiful it is. Xinxin and Tongtong were showing off the hibiscus bracelets, which were won by their father for them. Xiao Bingning. Are these 2 little guys trying to provoke her? I'm so angry. I feel like I've wasted my love for them for more than 3 years. What is it? Xiao Bingning was not used to it and rolled her eyes. It's not like I don't have one. Auntie, eat something. Seeing the mother and her 2 children muttering, Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth and asked inquiringly. I'm fine with that. Just freeze it. Mother Xia felt her daughter was feeling jealous and tried to comfort her. After ordering the dishes, I watched the waiter leave. At a certain moment, Xiao Bingning's gaze fell on the booth not far away. Zhang Xiaotian? Obviously, he was one of the people pursuing her, but at this moment he was staring at Yi Xian with a bad look, which made her pretty face turn cold. I'm going to the bathroom. After getting up, Xiao Bingning came to the restaurant corridor. Bingning, what a coincidence. Zhang Xiaotian coughed dryly and spoke with a guilty conscience. Zhang Xiaotian. Xiao Bing's eyes narrowed sharply. I'm warning you, Yi Xian is my boyfriend. If you dare to attack him, I will make the Zhang family disappear from Jinling. Bingning, you. Zhang Xiaotian's eyelids twitched wildly. He knew that Xiao Bingning was not joking, and she had the ability to do so. After all, the Xiao group was behind her. And The Xiao group has only one daughter, Xiao Bingning. Even if she has broken up with her father now, it is only temporary. Roll. Before Zhang Xiaotian could finish his words, Xiao Bingning scolded him, "Don't challenge my patience." Gulp. Zhang Xiaotian swallowed his saliva and wanted to kill Yi Xian, but he dared not disobey Xiao Bingning's warning. Hateful. Zhang Xiaotian punched the wall with an unhappy look on his face. That Yi Xian, what kind of shit luck did he have to let Xiao Bingning do this for him? Xiao group can only be mine. With a click of his fists, Zhang Xiaotian's eyes were filled with heat. Neither Xiao Bingning nor the Xiao group could be lost. Since that kid was looking for death, he would grant his wish. Bingning, what are you doing here? Yi Xian's suspicious voice came from behind, and Xiao Bingning, whose pretty face was cold, immediately blushed. Yi Xian, why did you come out? Xiao Bingning glanced at the direction where Zhang Xiaotian left and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaotian had left. Aren't I worried? What if such a beautiful wife is kidnapped? Puff. Hearing what someone said, Xiao Bingning couldn't help but laugh out loud and rolled her eyes at him. Kidnapped? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Wrong. You, who is your wife, huh? Xiao Bingning glared at Yi Xian, then turned and walked towards the restaurant. She said this but felt sweet in her heart. Not only was she not disgusted by the guy's address, she actually enjoyed it. Ha, this girl. Seeing Xiao Bingning's pretty back, Yi Xian smiled like an uncle. It's getting more and more interesting. Returning to the dining table, Xiao's mother glanced at her daughter, whose face was slightly dizzy. The young girl was really full of energy. Xiaoyi, I think you should find a time to get the certificate. Mother Xia thought for a moment and continued, Xinxin and Tongtong are already this old. After getting the marriage certificate, you can legitimately take care of them. Pft, cough cough. Xiao Bingning, who was trying to calm down, spat out all the tea after hearing this. She looked at her mother in disbelief. Mom, what are you talking about? Get the marriage certificate. Chapter 11 Bingning, my dear wife, can I say that you hold the book upside down? After dinner. Hiccup. The two little guys burped, and Mother Xia and Xiao Bingning had smiles on their faces. Obviously they were very satisfied with the dinner. By the way, Xiaoye. Mother Xia thought of something, looked at Yi Xian and asked with a smile, where do you live now? My residence. Yi Xian did not hide it and said the truth, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa. Well. Xiao Bingning was stunned when she heard this, and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. That building worth 1 billion yuan, Emperor Yuan Villa. Of course she knew about Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa. It was almost the most expensive villa in Jinling, and even if you had money, you might not be able to buy it. Ahem, is that so? Xiao's mother was stunned. She obviously didn't expect that the villa her future son-in-law would live in was so expensive. You know, Xiao's father also wanted to buy it at the beginning, but he was reluctant to do so, and secondly, the villa was not for sale to the public, so the deal was left unresolved. Unexpectedly, it was bought by Xiaoye. For a moment, Xiao's mother looked at her son-in-law with more satisfaction. Not only was he a good cook, he was also so rich, and most importantly, he was super handsome. Isn't that infuriating? Such a son-in-law is hard to find even with a lantern, and my daughter has really found a very good potential stock. Certainly. If Xiao Bingning knew what her mother was thinking, I wonder how she would react. After chatting for a while, the two little guys yawned. Xinxin Tongtong, let's go back to the room with Grandma and go to sleep. Mother Xiao was very perceptive and helpful. After all, she would not let go of such a good opportunity for the young couple to be alone together. Maybe next year she would even be able to hold a big fat grandson in her arms. For a moment, Xiao's mother couldn't help but smile as she thought about it. The scene was exciting enough just by thinking about it. Okay. Xinxin and Tongtong tilted their heads and followed their grandma to the second bedroom, seemingly understanding. They looked very cooperative. Although I don't know why Grandma did this, it feels very funny. Mom, you guys. Bang. Before Xiao Bingning could finish her words, the sound of a door closing was heard, leaving Xiao Bingning standing there in a daze. The atmosphere suddenly became charming, which made the beautiful lady blush uncontrollably. Especially, it looked particularly charming under the light of the living room, which made Yi Xian swallow his saliva involuntarily. Half an hour later. When I arrived at the room, Xiao Bingning was sitting on the bed reading a book. Yes, reading a book. He was still very serious, he just held the book upside down, which was not a big problem. You're here. Xiao Bingning glanced at Yi Xian secretly, pretending to be calm, but she was actually very panicked. The two-dimensional scenes of what might happen next appeared in her head. I don't know why, the more I think about it, the faster my heart beats. This has never happened before. My Bingning is really hardworking. Smiling at the beautiful CEO, Xiao Bingning was arrogant and obviously didn't know her situation. Of course, I'm the boss of a billion-dollar company. Yeah. Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth, glanced at the book his wife was holding upside down, and said jokingly, "But my wife Bingning, can I say that you held the book upside down?" Yeah. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiao Bingning looked at the cover of the book and her face turned red. Indeed, just one sentence broke our ice goddess's power. At that moment, Xiao Bingning wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She was so embarrassed and careless. How could such a low-level mistake happen? Why wasn't she more careful just now? So angry. But that guy is too abominable. He just knocked the book over. Why did he say it out loud? I really want to beat him to death. What should I do? All right. Don't be so reserved, I won't do anything to you. He rolled his eyes at Xiao Bingning. He was not that impatient yet, even though the stunning beauty was very pretty. However, these words made him feel somewhat relieved but also a little disappointed. His mood was very complicated. At this moment he didn't know whether he should be happy or sad. Is it that I am not charming enough? You must have been tired after a long day. Yi Xian looked at the beautiful CEO who looked a little tired. Let me give you a massage. This is not. Before Xiao Bingning finished speaking, Yi Xian had already placed his big hand on her shoulder. Well, okay. Because Xiao Bingning found that the massage given by that guy was quite comfortable. Test the host for massaging my wife Xiao Bingning, and give her unlimited physical enhancement liquid and a box of Indian magic oil. Yi Xian was stunned by the voice of the system. He could understand the physical enhancement liquid, which should be used to improve physical fitness, but what the hell was the Indian god oil? Return a box for yourself? I don't know how long it took. Xiao Bingning fell into a sweet sleep. Under the light, her beautiful face became even more charming. Yi Xian couldn't help but want to kiss her. But at this moment, the corners of Xiao Bingning's mouth curved up, and she was so beautiful at that moment, like a ray of sunshine pouring into Yi Xian's heart. Just watching quietly like this, at this moment Xiao Bingning was like a water lotus that grew out of the mud without being stained, so Yi Xian could only watch from afar and dared not disturb her at all. Everything was quiet and beautiful. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun poured into the room, shining on a handsome profile, making his already super high looks even more handsome, beating those young handsome guys by at least 18 streets. After struggling to clear his sleepy eyes, Yi Xian woke up from his dream. What came into his sight was a beautiful face. Against the backdrop of golden sunlight, the surrounding light seemed dim. Gulp. Looking at Xiao Bingning's incredibly beautiful face, Yi Xian couldn't help but murmur, so beautiful. Then he flipped his right hand, took out a bottle of physical enhancement liquid and drank it. The next moment, a warm current filled my whole body, as if I was baptized. The feeling was indescribable. This is such a wonderful feeling? Detection host using physical enhancement fluid, realm raised to martial arts master perfection. Buzz. An invisible aura spread out with Yi Xian as the center, and Xiao Bingning woke up because of it, and it just happened that Yi Xian had a reaction. Xiao Bingning's heart beat faster in an instant. Just because she had no experience in love didn't mean she was a novice. His gaze fell on the extremely beautiful face again, with heat surging in Yi Xian's eyes. He kissed Xiao Bingning's red lips as if possessed by a demon. Everything was self-evident. Chapter 12, My man, if anyone dares to say bad things about him, Xiao Bingning, will destroy him. You guys are awake. When I came out of the room, I smelled the fragrance of breakfast downstairs. Xin and Tong Tong were eating. Here, eat it while it's hot. Mother Xia smiled slightly. Xiao Yi, Auntie's cooking skills are not better than yours. No, Auntie's cooking skills are already very good. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said that he was not lying. Xiao's mother's cooking skills were at least 10 times better than before he acquired the god-level cooking skills. Xiao Ye. Have some chicken soup to replenish yourself. You must have been exhausted yesterday. Mother Xia carefully filled a bowl for Yi Xian. Young people are full of energy, but they should also be restrained. Puff. When Xiao Bingning heard what her mother said, her face flushed and spread to her neck. Mom, What are you talking about? Are you crazy? Xia Bingning was not stupid. Of course she understood what her mother meant and couldn't help but think of the massage yesterday. Ahem, well, Mom, yesterday we. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Xia's mother. Okay, Mom is an experienced person. I understand. Xia Bingning. What? I understand. They just had a massage yesterday. Mom wouldn't misunderstand me, right? Finished. Now I can't explain myself even if I jumped into the Yellow River. It's all that guy's fault. Who made him such a good massage master? After breakfast. Bingning, I'm taking Xinxin and Tongtong to the playground today. Mother Xia had already thought of a plan. She took the two little ones away from the villa, leaving Xia Bingning disheveled in the wind. What was her mother doing? What is that? As soon as Mom and the two little ones left, the atmosphere became noticeably awkward. Xia Bingning coughed dryly and said, Do you have anything to do today? If you don't, come with me to the charity party. Oh? Hearing Xia Bingning's words, Yi Xian thought for a moment and agreed, okay. After all, charity galas are a great place to make money. Soon, they arrived outside the villa. Xia Bingning pressed the car key because Yi Xian's car was driven away by her mother. Wife, drive my new car. Yi Xian took out the car key and pressed a button. The next moment, an extremely cool supercar was parked not far away. Lamborghini Devil's Son. Seeing the car, Xia Bingning's mouth twitched. Yi Xian, this car, did you buy it recently? Are you crazy? Of course she knew this car. When it was first put up for sale, it caused quite a stir on the internet. After all, it was one of the few cars worth hundreds of millions. I've already told you that this is small change for your man. Yi Xian raised his head and smiled slightly. Come on, husband will take you for a ride. You, Xia Bingning wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. Although she didn't know how rich that guy was, from the current situation, he was probably at least richer than her, but she didn't know how that guy did it. You must know. Before, she could have bought the Bugatti Veyron if she had gritted her teeth, but she couldn't even think about buying the Lamborghini Demon's Son. It's such a waste. After getting into the car and sitting down, Xia Bingning felt distressed, as if it was her money that was being spent. Boom! The roar of the beast sounded, and the next moment, the Lamborghini Devil's Son turned into black light and rushed out more than 10 meters away, giving a strong feeling of being pushed on the back. It's true, you get what you pay for. Xia Bingning felt the comfortable backrest and the luxurious interior, every detail of which exuded a sense of luxury. Yi Xian, you. After a pause, Xia Bingning bit her lip and said, Can you tell me next time you spend money? I'll give you some advice. Okay, my dear wife. Yi Xian was stunned after hearing this, then nodded. Xia Bingning blushed, but did not refute anything. After all, the two have already agreed to their marriage and all they need is to get the marriage certificate, so there is nothing wrong with calling them that. Soon, we arrived at the Charity Gala Hotel. Squeak! The car drifted accurately and parked in a parking space, which shocked many car owners around. Oh shit! Lamborghini Devil's Son. Indeed, such a cool shape made everyone envious. They actually saw the legendary supercar worth hundreds of millions. Let's go! Pushing the door and getting out of the car, Yi Xian felt not surprised to feel everyone's envy. You knew this would happen. Xia Bingning's face flushed slightly, but she still held Yi Xian's arm, and the two of them entered the charity party. Xia Bingning also made her and Yi Xian's identities public. As soon as I entered the charity party, a woman looked over and said, Xia Bingning. That bitch is here as expected. Xiao's face was filled with jealousy. That bitch had gotten pregnant and given birth to 2 children before marriage, but her fame was still higher than hers, which made her feel very unbalanced. When they were in school, Xia Bingning was superior to her, both in appearance and ability. Originally, she was angry when she learned that Xia Bingning was pregnant, but she didn't expect that it would not affect her charm and there were still many people pursuing her. Xue, I didn't expect Xia Bingning to be here too. Wang Zitian narrowed his eyes, and a flash of heat flashed in his eyes. Once upon a time, he was one of Xia Bingning's suitors, but because of a family marriage, he got together with Xue. It is said that women will become less beautiful after giving birth, but this seems to have no effect on Xia Bingning at all. Not only has her charm not diminished, but she is even more beautiful than before. That boy next to her, could he be her boyfriend? Wang Zitian looked at Yi Xian in surprise. This was the first time he saw Xiao Bingning holding the arm of a man like this. How could that boy be so worthy of her? Oh. When Xiao Shui heard Wang Zitian's words, she turned her attention to Yi Xian. However, when she saw his handsome appearance, she was immediately filled with jealousy. Hateful. Why, that bitch could find such a handsome boy, and more importantly, she even gave birth to a child. In an instant, she lost miserably. Oof. I didn't expect that bitch to have a gigolo. Xiao Shui smiled coldly, and then said with a joking laugh, "Hey, isn't this our female president Bing Ning? Why, you're keeping a gigolo so soon after giving birth to a child?" Bang! Before Xiao Shui finished speaking, Xiao Bingning's pretty face turned cold, and she slapped her directly, with a fierce light in her eyes. "Xiao Shui, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. You dare to hit me?" Xiao Shui covered her face and looked at Xiao Bingning in disbelief. "You little white face, you dare." Bang! Xiao Bingning directly defended her child in a domineering manner. "If you say one more word, I will make sure that your Xin family has no place to stand in Jinling." You. There were 2 slap marks on Xiao Shui's face, which made Wang Zitian even more jealous. That Xiao Bingning actually beat Xiao Shui for that boy. Although the Xin family is not as good as the Xiao family, it should not be underestimated. Bingning, long time no see. Wang Zitian's eyes fell on Xiao Bingning and he finally sighed. However, he didn't understand why Xiao Bingning, who looked down on any man, would defend this man so much. Wang Zitian. Xiao Bingning frowned. "Why, do you want to get back the face for Xiao Shui? He is my man. If anyone dares to say something bad about him, I, Xiao Bingning, will destroy him." Wow. Yi Xian was shocked by the sudden scene. He didn't expect this girl to be so powerful when she was angry. However, it felt good to be protected by his beautiful wife. Chapter 13, Don't even mention 200 million, I'll find a way to get you even the stars in the sky. Everyone took their seats. Xiao Bingning blushed slightly. "Yi Xian, you won't mind, right?" But she knew that many men were most afraid of girls who were stronger than them. It was just that Xiao Shui said that she was fine, but she could not slander Yi Xian. How could that be? Yi Xian looked at the beautiful woman beside him and said, "To be honest, I quite like the feeling of being a gigolo." Put. Xiao Bingning heard someone joking. "What nonsense are you talking about? You live in a $1 billion villa and drive a $1 billion supercar, but you still need to eat my food?" Obviously, she knows someone's background very well. "Of course I will." Yi Xian smiled indifferently and said, "The important thing is that I can get close to my wife Bing Ning." Oof. When Xiao Bingning heard Yi Xian's words, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up, which made Xiao Shui on the side so angry that her teeth itched, and Wang Zitian also narrowed his eyes. That kid, what virtue and ability! Seeing the woman he had originally chosen chatting and laughing with another man, Wang Zitian naturally felt unfair. Next, please welcome the first auction item. At this time, a woman wearing a slit cheongsam appeared on the stage, and then a beautiful necklace appeared. This item is called the Heart of the Ocean, designed by the internationally renowned gem designer Ms. Joel. The starting price is 10 million. All the funds raised from this auction will be used for charity. Wow! As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. It was obvious that the Heart of the Ocean was worth much more than this price. "Master Wang, this necklace is nice." Xiao Shui looked at the field, glared at Xiao Bingning and said, "Then I'll take the photo for you as an apology for not standing up for you just now." Wang Zitian breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the two were now in a romantic relationship, even though it was a family marriage. "Xiao Shui doesn't blame you." Xiao Shui looked at Xiao Bingning fiercely. "It's all because the Xin family is weak and can't compare to the Xiao family. Rest assured." Wang Zitian smiled slightly and looked at Xiao Bingning meaningfully. "After our two families get married, the Wang family's influence will surely increase greatly. It is not impossible for it to swallow up the Xiao family by then." As the two were talking, the bidding had reached 15 million. 20 million. Wang Zitian raised his number plate to bid. The sudden scene made all the bidders retreat. After all, the Wang family of Jinling was the same as the Xiao family where Xiao Bingning belonged. Xiao Shui looked at Xiao Bingning arrogantly. He was just a pretty boy who looked good but was useless. How could he compare to her future man, Wang Xiao? Oh. Listening to the bidding, Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth and continued to make an offer. 50 million. A dull voice pierced the charity auction hall. Everyone looked towards the source in an uproar. When it landed on Yi Xian, they couldn't help but be stunned. He was the boyfriend of the daughter of the Xiao family in Jinling. What? When Xiao heard the bidding, her face turned cold. It's that pretty boy again. Yi Xian, you. Xia Bingning was stunned. That guy was crazy. He actually bid for such a necklace, even though it was very beautiful. No problem. Yi Xian held Xia Bingning's slender hand and glanced at Wang Zitian inconspicuously. The guy seemed to be quite hostile. This gift is a token of love for you. That kid. Upon hearing this, Wang Zitian clenched his teeth and his eyes flashed fiercely. Xia Bingning was the woman he originally pursued, so he couldn't help but frown. 60 million. This price is almost the upper limit of the heart of the ocean, and this is also a test from Wang Zitian. Master Wang, that kid actually competed with you for something. Xiao narrowed her eyes and smiled coldly. She might not dare to be too presumptuous towards Xia Bingning, but it was different for Wang Xiao. After all, they were of equal status. Of course, I want to have the same concerns as her. Ha, I want to see how brave he is. Wang Zitian smiled meaningfully. There were not many people in Jinling who dared to openly snatch things from him like this. 100 million. The flat voice sounded again. Wang Zitian narrowed his eyes, and Xiao's smile became even brighter. This kid really doesn't know how to write the word death. 110 million. Wang Zitian was already slightly unhappy, and Xia Bingning naturally noticed this and was about to remind him. 200 million. Yi Xian had already called out a price, which made Xia Bingning secretly feel that something was not right. Yi Xian, you are too high. Xia Bingning frowned. On the one hand, she felt sorry for the money, but on the other hand, she didn't want to offend Wang Zitian because of this. Fine. Yi Xian scratched Xia Bingning's nose lovingly and said, don't even mention 200 million. I can even get you the stars in the sky. This kid is really rich and powerful. Wang Zitian smiled coldly. It was not that he could not afford 200 million, but it was not cost-effective to use it to buy such a necklace. Bingning, your boyfriend looks quite rich. Wang Zitian said with a smile, and continued, in this case, I will help you achieve your goal. He. When Xiao saw this, instead of getting angry, a smile appeared on his face, because he knew that Wang Xiao was angry. That pretty boy really thought he could do whatever he wanted with Xia Bingning's protection. In Jinling, the upper-class society is not as simple as imagined. Well, congratulations to this gentleman for winning the heart of the ocean for 200 million. Yi Xian took the necklace and then handed the bank card to the staff. Beep. As the card was swiped successfully, Yi Xian looked at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, Wife Bingning, come here, I'll help you put it on. You. When Xia Bingning reacted, Yi Xian had already put the heart of the ocean around her neck. Especially when his fingers touched her skin, she felt like an electric current was flowing. As the red glow rose, the sweet dog food poured out all over the place, centered around the two of them. Asshole. Xiao's face turned extremely pale. That pretty boy, I'd like to see how long you can be so proud. You are looking for death. Wang Zitian really had murderous intentions at this moment. Even though he would not have any relationship with Xia Bingning, she was not someone that a pretty boy could provoke. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 200 million renminbi and gaining a fortune of 2 billion renminbi. After putting on the necklace, Yi Xian heard the system voice in his ears. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Martial Arts Grandmaster Perfection. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian magic oil. Wealth, 45.9 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian bent his body. Such a handsome scene made Xiao envious and jealous. Hateful. Why, all the good things belong to Xia Bingning. Xiao, don't accept it. Master Wang. Xiao's face was icy, and her eyes fell on Yi Xian. Why not find a chance to kill that pretty boy in secret? There's no rush for this. Wang Zitian glanced at Yi Xian, who was not far away. After all, this is about Bingning, so we need to think about it carefully. At least, that kid's death cannot have anything to do with us. quietly, a plan emerged in Wang Zitian's mind. No matter for public or private reasons, that boy must die. Chapter 14 Bing Ning, if you need money, I have some. I listened to Master Wang. When Xiao Shui heard Wang Zitian's words, she nodded heavily. As long as she had the intention to kill that pretty boy, it would be fine. When the time comes. I used a strong drug to make that guy sleep with me, and then recorded it as a video and saved it. Xiao Bingning, I will let you know how it feels to be cheated on. Let's go. Wang Zitian glanced at Yi Xian and left with Xiao Shui. Yi Xian didn't know about this. After all, he wouldn't waste time on people who posed no threat. Yi Xian, I'm going to the bathroom. During the charity gala, Xiao Bingning said with a slightly red face, I originally just wanted to attend the gala, but this guy spent so much money on me. Toilet. Seeing the beautiful woman, Yi Xian smiled and said, do you want to come together? You, tut. You wish. Rolling her eyes at someone, Xiao Bingning stood up and walked towards the bathroom. Mr. Yi Xian. Just then, a waiter came up and said, someone in the backstage box wants to see you. Oh. Hearing the waiter's words, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, okay, lead the way. Soon, we arrived at the box. Bang! As soon as I arrived at the box, the door was locked, and then 5 or 6 men appeared in the room. Judging from their aura, they were all martial artists. In the box, sitting on the booth was a young man, Zhang Xiaotian. Yi Xian. Zhang Xiaotian saw his target coming and stood up. I came here to tell you that Xiao Bingning is me, Zhang Xiaotian. Stay away from her. Otherwise. At this point, 5 or 6 men surrounded him. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes flashed with a fierce light. This young master, I want you to disappear. Yeah. Yi Xian looked at Zhang Xiaotian in front of him. Although he had never seen him before, he should be Xiao Bingning's suitor, but who do you think you are? Presumptuous. How do you talk to my young master? One man was furious and was about to slap him. Bang! Before the man could get close, Yi Xian slapped him down with his palm, and the man flew 7 or 8 meters away and fell to the ground with a thud, his life or death unknown. How brave of you to destroy him! Seeing that Yi Xian dared to touch his man, Zhang Xiaotian gave an order and the rest of his men rushed forward, because they knew that this boy was very powerful. Papa. After a few slaps, all the men were knocked down. Zhang Xiaotian's eyes widened and he looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. How is it possible? These people are all good fighters of the Zhang family, but they couldn't even survive a single move in his hands. You, what are you going to do? I'm warning you, I'm the eldest son of the Zhang family, if you dare to touch me. Bang! With a backhand slap, Zhang Xiaotian was knocked unconscious, and his body fell to the ground with a thud. Detecting the host's first murder, I will give him 10,000 copies of bone-eating powder, a corpse-destroying artifact. Beat to death? Yi Xian glanced at Zhang Xiaotian, that fellow is so weak. Bone-eating powder? Corpse-destroying artifact? With a flip of his right hand, several black light balls suddenly penetrated into Zhang Xiaotian and his group, and then a magical scene appeared. Sizzle. In less than 3 seconds, everyone including Zhang Xiaotian turned into ashes and evaporated from the face of the earth. Good fellow. Looking at the empty box, Yi Xian was shocked. It is indeed a corpse-destroying artifact. It is absolutely necessary for killing people and robbing goods. And 10,000 portions of bone-eating powder, does that mean it is enough for him to kill 10,000 people? It feels good. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then left the box and walked away. When we returned to the charity dinner, Xiao Bingning had already returned from the bathroom. Where have you been? Xiao Bingning asked Yi Xian. She had been back for quite some time. Oh, nothing. Yi Xian waved his hand and continued, just now, a man named Zhang Xiaotian came to me and told me to leave you, otherwise I would regret coming to this world. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiao Bingning's pretty face turned cold. That Zhang Xiaotian is looking for you. And I'm threatening you. Xiao Bing narrowed her eyes. She had warned Zhang Xiaotian before, but it seemed that he did not take her words to heart. Do you really think you have broken up with your father and dare to do this? Ding-a-ling. Just then, Xiao Bingning's cell phone rang. Hey, Akane. After answering the phone, Xiao Bingning frowned. She had told her not to contact her unless it was something important. What? Is there a problem with the company's capital chain? I see. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bingning's pretty face changed slightly. Yi Xian, I may have to go back to the company. Let's go together. When Yi Xian saw Xiao Bingning's expression, it seemed that his wife's company had financial problems, and this was a good opportunity to make money. That's okay. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Bingning nodded. The company would know about their relationship sooner or later. Half an hour later. Bingning Cosmetics Company, President's Office. Xiao Qian, what's going on? After arriving at the office, Xiao Bingning asked the special assistant Xiao Qian, and Xiao Qian nodded to Yi Xian. Boss Xia, half an hour ago, all the companies in various fields that were cooperating with us broke their contracts. After Xiao Qian's words, Xiao Bingning pondered for a moment. It seems that someone is targeting the company behind the scenes. So, the PR department should do emergency PR. Everything is operating as usual in all departments. After a pause, Xiao Bingning continued, I'll take care of the money issue. She gave orders one after another in an orderly manner, showing her strong woman side to the fullest, which made Yi Xian slightly stunned. He had to say that Xiao Bingning was very charming at this time. Wait a moment. Xiao Qian was about to leave when Yi Xian stopped her. Bingning, if you need money, I have some. As he spoke, Yi Xian fiddled with his phone and transferred some money to Xiao Bingning. If not now, when would he do it? Ding dong. Xiao Bingning then received information about the funds arriving on her mobile phone. Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 3258 received 1 billion renminbi on March 12, 2024. Please check it. CCB. Seeing the sound of funds arriving on her phone, Xiao Bingning, who had been trying to raise money, was stunned. 1 billion. Yi Xian, are you crazy? What? When Xiao Qian heard what her CEO said, she looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. No way, Mr. Yi transferred 1 billion to the CEO. Ahem, is the father of these two young ladies so rich? Take this money for emergency use first. He rubbed Xiao Bingning's head lovingly, which made Xiao Qian's eyes widen. What did I see? I hope I won't be killed to silence you. You? Xiao Bingning blushed. She knew Xiao Qian was there too. Thank you. However, this 1 billion will be regarded as your investment in the company. According to the proportion, you can get 40% of the shares. With Xiao Bingning's insistence, Yi Xian became the second boss of Bingning Cosmetics Company, but this was not what Yi Xian was concerned about. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 1 billion renminbi and gaining a fortune of 10 billion renminbi. As expected, when Yi Xian heard the system gain 10 billion, the corner of his mouth curled up. This time, Bingning's wife's company trip was not in vain. Ahem. Seeing this, Xiao Qian coughed dryly. A charming atmosphere quietly arose. Should she find a reason to leave? Chapter 15. My name is Yi Xian, your CEO's fiancé. Walk. Xiao Bingning obviously also sensed that the atmosphere was not right. Her face slightly reddened. I'll take you to meet the employees. After all, you are the boss of the company now. Ha! After hearing what her CEO said, Xiao Qian breathed a sigh of relief and finally got through it. If she stayed any longer, she felt like she was going crazy. Indeed. The dog food was too sweet. She felt that her existence was redundant. If possible, she really wanted to disappear from the world. Mr. Xia, Mr. Yi, please. Xiao Qian, who was very observant, pushed open the door and said jokingly, these were her two immediate superiors, how dare she slack off? Compared to ending the atmosphere just now, the current situation was not a big deal at all. Came outside the office. Pay attention. Xiao Qian's powerful female voice rang out, attracting everyone's attention. Boss Xia has instructions. Xiao Bingning was not surprised by this, as it was obviously the case with her normally. As expected, these words attracted everyone's attention, and everyone looked over. Let me introduce you to everyone. This is the second boss of the company. Looking at Yi Xian, Xiao Bingning said with a smile. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on Yi Xian, and they were immediately attracted by his handsome appearance. Boss Xia, what is the name of our new boss? Business Department Director Lin Mengyan narrowed her eyes and asked. Not only her, but other colleagues as well, especially the girls, were concerned. Seeing this, Yi Xian, to everyone's shock, put his big hands around Xiao Bingning's slender waist. Hello everyone, my name is Yi Xian, your CEO's fiancé. The arc of his faint smile was super handsome, and Xiao Qian's face flushed red. She felt that Mr. Yi was much more handsome than when they first met. But, so domineering. I guess Mr. Yi is the only one who dares to treat his own CEO like this. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was stunned and looked at the aloof goddess President Xiao in disbelief. Then seeing her slightly blushing face, it said it all. Is it fake? President Bingning, she has a boyfriend. No. How could this happen? I'm so sad. Xiao Bingning glared at Yi Xian. Obviously, she didn't expect this guy to be so bold as to directly reveal their identities. But she didn't stop them. After all, it was better this way. After all, they would know it sooner or later. Keep working. Xiao Bingning felt the burning gazes of the crowd, and pulled Yi Xian away in embarrassment, feeling a little uncomfortable for a moment. Oh my god. Boss Xia, what is this? Hiss. Looking at her gorgeous CEO, with a hint of a little woman in her eyes, her eyelids twitched wildly. Gulp. Lin Mengyan couldn't help swallowing her saliva. She had originally been thinking about having some chance encounters with her new boss, but now it seemed that she was just wishful thinking. All right. Xiao Qian naturally knew what many female employees in the company were thinking, and smiled, and said, the company's funding chain problem has been solved, thanks to the 1 billion yuan invested by Mr. Yi. From now on, Mr. Xiao's fiancé, Mr. Yi Xian, will own 40% of the company's shares. What? Hearing this, the employees were shocked again. What the hell? Mr. Yi spent 1 billion to help Mr. Xia overcome difficulties. Isn't this too much of a favor? Oh my god, I'm so envious. What should I do? Whoa. On the other side, in the supercar. You're crazy. Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at someone and took a deep breath. Are you afraid that others don't know our relationship? She said this with a snort, but there was no sign of anger on her smiling face. Can you blame me for this? Yi Xianhan didn't care and continued, I'm not declaring my sovereignty so as to avoid others' worries. After all, who made you so beautiful? Although Yi Xian didn't know how many people in the company had a crush on Bingning's wife, it was definitely quite a few. You mean, I am to blame for being beautiful? Xiao Bingning looked at someone unconvincedly. It was obvious that the relationship between the two had warmed up a lot. Of course. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said, however, this also helps to dispel the company's improper thoughts about your man. You have some conscience. Xiao Bingning nodded in satisfaction, but then blushed, but, who is your man? I don't know. As he spoke, his heartbeat suddenly quickened. Soon, Diyuan Villa appeared in front of them. Yeah. Finally we're at Daddy's house. At the same time, Xinxin Tongtong arrived in front of the villa first. Hello, Madame Xia. A sweet voice sounded. Mother Xia, who had just gotten off the car, looked over after hearing the voice and was stunned. This is such a beautiful maid. Xiao Yi, you really know how to enjoy yourself. If it weren't for her daughter's extremely good looks, Xia's mother would be worried that she would not be able to compete. Hello, Madame Xia. At this time, Su Muyue bowed respectfully, which made Xia's mother's eyes light up. This girl is more beautiful. I'm the housekeeper hired by the young master, Su Muyue. In a gentle and respectful voice, he continued, you can call me Muyu or Xiao Su. Haha, okay. Mother Xia then looked around the beautiful villa that combined Chinese and Western styles. Just looking at it was a visual enjoyment. It was indeed the best villa complex in Jinling. Boom! At this moment, the roar of the beast came from far away, followed by the sound of brakes and stopped in front of the villa, and a cool supercar appeared in front of everyone. Yes, Mom and Dad are back. When Xinxin and Tongtong saw people getting off the car, they ran over with their little feet. This is Lamborghini Devil's Son. Mother Xiao looked at the supercar not far away in disbelief, her eyelids twitching wildly. Wow, this supercar is said to be worth hundreds of millions. What? Hearing what Mother Xiao said, the maids all took a deep breath. My god, it's worth hundreds of millions. Even gold isn't that expensive. How? Master, this is so luxurious. Wow. When Xinxin and Tongtong saw the supercar, their eyes were full of stars. Daddy, this car is so beautiful. After some time of cuddling together, the two little guys were excited. Auntie, come into the villa for a visit. Yi Xian smiled slightly and led his mother-in-law into the villa. Xiao Bingning smiled bitterly when she saw this, and it really caused another disturbance. Look, that's the young lady. So beautiful, no wonder the little lady is so cute. Yes, I wish I could be 1/10 as pretty as the young lady. Xiao Bingning blushed when she heard the chattering of the maids. She hadn't expected that there were so many people in that guy's villa. Of course, the most important thing was that they called her young madam.
From now on, this is my home.
Ugh, Xiaobingning, what are you thinking about? Sharp. On the other side, after visiting for a while, Xiao's mother was amazed. It is indeed a villa worth 1 billion. The design and lighting layout are impeccable. At this time, Su Muyue came over with 2 maids, carrying a box. Master. Su Muyue bowed respectfully. This is the property certificate sent by the Diyuan sales office. He said that you bought all the villas in Diyuan, a total of 45 sets, worth 3.8 billion renminbi.
Please count them.
Puff. Xiaobingning spat out a mouthful of tea when she heard Su Muyue's words, and her beautiful eyes were filled with astonishment. Yi Xian, you are crazy. You bought all the villas of Emperor Yuan for 3.8 billion. Chapter 16, they are hugging each other, so it's normal to have a passionate kiss. Jinling, Zhang family villa. What? Zhang Jinlai's face darkened when he heard the report from his men. Xiaotian is missing and we haven't been able to contact him yet. Master. Zhang Jinlai's trusted subordinate Duing exuded an extremely strong aura and was obviously a first-class master. Master, it is very likely that he will be killed. According to the information we received, the young master last appeared at a charity party. Poison Shadow's words caused Zhang Jinlai's expression to change. Poison Shadow continued, moreover, he was able to wipe out the young master and the family masters silently.
His strength is probably not inferior to mine.
Check. Zhang Jinlai's face was filled with ferocity. Seal off the venue of the charity party, and dig deep to find Xiaotian. No matter who it is, I will grind them to dust. Yes, sir. Duing responded solemnly, but the two of them did not know that Zhang Xiaotian and his group they were talking about had already disappeared. Crash. On the other side, the bathroom door opened. A beautiful woman appeared in the room, and Xiaobingning's face flushed slightly, which made Yi Xian stunned.
Come. Wife Bingning, come to your husband's arms.
Seeing the extremely beautiful lady in front of him, Yi Xian grabbed her slender hand, causing Xiaobingning to let out a soft moan.
You, don't move. Xiaobingning's heartbeat quickened and she glared at him as she spoke.
Good. Smelling the pleasant scent of Bingning's wife, this was their first time of such close contact, and it felt pretty good. Yi Xian, thank you today. Thinking about today's scenes, especially the heart of the ocean she was carrying now, that guy had spent more than 1 billion on her today.
What are you thanking me for?
Yi Xian dotingly pinched Bingning's wife's face and said with a smile, if your husband doesn't spend money on you, who will he spend it on? Xiao Bingning was enjoying someone's pampering and couldn't help but put her arms around Yi Xian, not caring at all about the 2 bears that had already been deformed.
Then, shall we go get the certificate tomorrow?
After enjoying the tenderness for a while, Xiao Bingning raised her swan-like neck and spoke. Gulp. Under the light, Xiao Bingning's stunning face was extremely beautiful at this moment.
Yi Xian, you.
Feeling someone's burning gaze, Xiao Bingning's red lips were kissed before she could even utter a word.
In an instant,
Xiao Bingning stared at someone with eyes wide open, incredulously. That guy. A little, lips apart. You, don't get up yet. Xiao Bingning's face turned red all the way to her neck. What just happened seemed like a century, as if it was frozen in her mind. Ahem, my wife Bingning is so beautiful that I couldn't help myself. After a dry cough, he continued, we are already hugging each other, so a passionate kiss is normal. It's normal, you big head ghost. Xiao Bingning wanted to beat up someone for taking advantage of someone and still being so righteous. I have tested my wife Xiao Bingning's favorability and have given her 2 billion renminbi as a gift. During the quarrel, Yi Xian was startled by the system voice. The sudden increase in favorability means that everyone has money, which is really good.
Then call up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Martial Arts Grandmaster Perfection.
Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian magic oil.
Wealth, 57 billion renminbi. Wife, it's getting late.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian was in a good mood. He held the beauty in his arms and sniffed greedily, husband will hold you to sleep. Poof. Xiao Bingning listened to the guy coaxing 2 little ones and couldn't help but think to herself, it feels pretty good to be spoiled like a daughter. Thinking of this, her face suddenly turned red.
The next day. Goodbye, Auntie. After breakfast, Xiao's mother left the UN villa.
After all, it was not good to always be a light bulb here.
Dad, you have to come back soon.
Xin Tongtong stared at her father with pitiful eyes and said, during breakfast, Mom said she was going to the company.
Don't worry.
Yi Xian rubbed the little guy's head lovingly. Xiaobingning, who was standing next to him, saw the familiar scene from last night and her face turned red.
Bye, Mommy.
Waving goodbye, Yi Xian looked at the charming face of the co-pilot bathed in the golden sunlight, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up.
What are you laughing at?
When Xiaobingning saw a guy laughing foolishly, she couldn't help but give him a blank look.
Nothing.
Yi Xian held his wife Bingning's slender hand, which felt great, and said with emotion, just looking at my beautiful wife Bingning, every day feels like a dream.
Put. I wouldn't believe you.
Xiaobingning looked down at the white bag, which contained both of their ID cards and household registration books. She wondered if she had fallen in love with him so quickly. Soon, the Jinling Civil Affairs Bureau was in sight. Yi Xian, I'm a little nervous. When they arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiaobingning's heart beat faster, as if it was about to jump out at any time.
What's there to be nervous about?
Yi Xian glanced at the Civil Affairs Bureau and continued, it's just a piece of paper, and Xin Tongtong is already this big.
Well.
Listening to someone's words, Xiaobingning glared at him.
What was he talking about? This was her first time getting a marriage certificate. Let's go.
Yi Xian held Xiaobingning's jade hand, which made her relax a little. She thought that if there was any procedure, she could just let him take care of it.
Xiaobingning responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito.
If Xiao's father knew about this scene, she wondered if he would pick up a machete and fight Yi Xian to the death. Even though he and his daughter broke up, it was too much to not let his father-in-law know about the marriage certificate.
Finished.
As soon as she entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, Xiaobingning's heart beat faster.
Yi Xian could clearly feel Xiaobingning's nervousness with his hearing. Is this girl really that nervous? Relax. Come, husband, give me a kiss.
In order to let her relax, Yi Xian showed off his love and kissed Xiaobingning affectionately in front of many couples at the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Wow. Oh my God. This dog food is so sweet, and that handsome guy is so handsome. You. Xiaobingning sensed someone's bold move, and her charming eyes widened. Crazy. You kissed me in front of so many people.
However, Xiaobingning became less nervous due to her embarrassment.
Number 36.
At this moment, a call came from the hall. Yi Xian glanced at the number on Xiaobingning's hand and said, it's our turn. Holding Xiaobingning's hand, the two came to the marriage registration office. Bring your marriage certificate and household registration booklet. The girl who was registering the marriage looked across while speaking and was immediately attracted by Xiaobingning's beautiful face. This girl is so beautiful. Not much, when his eyes fell on the boy, his pupils trembled. Cousin, why is it you?
Cousin.
When Yi Xian heard the familiar voice, he was confused because the person who registered their marriage was none other than his cousin Lin Zian from his aunt's family.
I knocked, now. I'm afraid I can't hide it anymore. Chapter 17, A Trial, Shinaoshua dies. Cousin.
Xiaobingning was already nervous and her face turned even redder. She didn't expect to meet Yi Xian's relatives in this way.
Hello, cousin. After all, she is a gorgeous CEO.
I took a deep breath, smiled and greeted her, trying to show my best side.
Really?
Lin Zian looked at her cousin meaningfully and said with a smile, Xiaoxian, you are quite avant-garde.
I don't think your aunt knows this. But your partner is pretty enough.
They quickly and skillfully operated, and with the help of their cousin, they completed all the procedures in less than a minute. Under the seal, the two of them became a legal couple, and the speed of obtaining the certificate was amazingly fast. After all, such a beautiful sister-in-law must be grasped.
You know.
As a marriage registrar, she knows very well how difficult it is to find a wife nowadays. There are too many men and too little women, and there is nothing that can be done about it, especially when the girl is so beautiful. Xiaoxian, I still have work to do, so I won't send you off. Lin Zian then looked at Xiaobingning and said, Bingning, I'll give you the money when I have time. No need, cousin. After a few simple words, Yi Xian took Xiaobingning away, and was just seen by Sun Minghai, director of the Civil Affairs Bureau.
Isn't that girl the daughter of Jinling Xiao Group? Seeing the handsome man and beautiful woman, Sun Minghai narrowed his eyes and realized something. Could it be that Xiao Bingning, the daughter of the Xiao family, is here to register? Deputy Section Chief Lin, those two people just now.
Sun Minghai came to Lin Zian and asked this new colleague who had been transferred from Yangcheng just a few days ago.
They seemed to be having a good chat just now. Could it be that Lin Zian knew the daughter of the Xiao family? Oh.
Lin Zian smiled slightly and continued, Director Sun, you may not believe it when I tell you.
That boy is my cousin.
He brought his girlfriend to register.
What?
As soon as these words came out, Sun Minghai's mind suddenly buzzed.
Oh shit. Deputy Section Chief Chen's cousin turned out to be the Xiao family's daughter's fiancé.
No, he should be her husband now. For a moment, Sun Minghai felt like he had discovered a new world.
Deputy Section Chief Lin.
After hesitating for a moment, Sun Minghai made up his mind that this relationship must be maintained. After discussion within the bureau, in view of your outstanding ability, you will be promoted to Section Chief.
Section Chief, this.
Lin Zian was stunned when she heard this, but when she learned the reason, she looked in the direction her cousin left in disbelief.
Xiao Bingning, the daughter of Jinling Xiao Group.
Soon, Lin Zian asked a colleague to take over her job and continued the investigation.
A little. You don't know until you check, and you'll be shocked when you do. Hiss.
Lin Zian took a breath of cold air. Xiao Bingning, 25 years old, double master's degree from MIT, daughter of Xiao Group, has two twin daughters.
Soon, Lin Zian realized something. Twin daughters. Lin Zian's mouth twitched. That brat is crazy, he actually wants to be someone else's scapegoat. Oh my god.
Lin Zian swallowed her saliva, her eyelids twitching wildly. If my aunt knew that I arranged a marriage for my cousin with a girl with two children, I'm afraid she would kill me.
No, inform my aunt immediately.
Lin Zian immediately called her aunt, and after some explanation she hung up the phone and breathed a sigh of relief. It was obvious that in order to protect herself she had no choice but to ruthlessly sell out her little cousin.
The other side. Bingning, my wife, give your husband a kiss.
Arriving downstairs at the company, Yi Xian looked at the two red books in the car and smiled. Until now, it seemed as unreal to Yi Xian as if he were dreaming, yet the two of them had obtained their marriage certificate.
You. Xiao Bingning blushed, but she still kissed someone on the cheek. Alright, I'll go up first. Day. He took a step forward and went into the office building in a panic.
Just kidding, it would be bad if people in the company saw this. Hey, this girl is pretty good. Looking at Xiao Bingning's departing back, he was shocked inside, thinking that it would be even better if he could capture her.
Buzz.
He stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the villa. After all, the two little guys were waiting for him to come back, and he didn't want to waste time on the road.
But soon, Yi Xian frowned and realized that there were several cars following him from behind, which made him stunned. Targeting me?
Detecting that the host is about to be assassinated, I will give you 99 God-destroying needles.
Note, God-destroying needles destroy the soul and kill people invisibly.
It is more effective when used with bone-eating powder.
Assassination? God-killing needle?
Before Yi Xian could think about it, the voice of the system suddenly came to his ears, which made Yi Xian stunned.
My goodness. This system is so cruel. Killing without form, combined with bone-eating powder, annihilate both body and soul?
Then he looked at the cars behind him again, with a mysterious smile on his face, and thought, let me practice on these people.
Squeak.
A quarter of an hour later, a huge rock blocked the way and the son of demon slammed on the brakes and stopped in the middle of the field. It was obvious that this was the place where the opponent was ambushing. Yi Xian smiled but said nothing. You can't blame him for what happens next, it's their fault for coming after him.
Get started.
Immediately afterwards, more than 10 figures rushed out from the surroundings, and 2 cars blocked the road from behind, which was obviously a long-planned move.
These people really want to be test subjects.
Looking at more than 10 figures, it was obvious that the outcome was determined when the other party took action.
Boy, long time no see.
At this moment, a familiar voice came into my ears, and a beautiful figure suddenly appeared not far away. This person was Shen Aoxue from the Shen family in Jinling, but at this moment, there was an intriguing smile on her face like a big bad wolf.
Shen Aoxue?
When Yi Xian saw the person coming, he was stunned. He didn't expect that the person who attacked was her. But if you attack him, you will die.
Good. Xiao looked at Yi Xian with disdain, her eyes twisted and hot. You are so handsome, you will definitely satisfy me later. Yi Xian, right? Before I die, I will make you happy. Superior. With a cold smile, Xiao continued, kill him, leaving him with enough breath to use the strong medicine. Go to hell, kid. Dozens of people rushed forward. Even if their target this time was just an ordinary person, after all, it was difficult to make a fourth move with 2 fists. Even if these people were top-notch masters, they would still suffer defeat. Yeah. Looking at the dozen or so killers around, the weakest of them were second-rate masters. It was obvious that Xiao had spent a lot of money to take revenge on Xiaobingning, but that was all. Poof. Later, I will let you know how powerful I am. When he thought of her cheating on Xiaobingning, his eyes flashed with pleasure and cruelty. When he thought of that bitch seeing the video he recorded, he couldn't stop getting excited. Sniff. Before he could think about it, golden light flashed by, and the next moment, sharp screams filled the entire place. More than a dozen masters died on the spot, which was extremely strange. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen corpses turned into ashes at a visible speed. Oh. Is the amount of bone-eating powder too little? Listening to the screams before death, if the dosage was doubled, he would have died instantly. WH. What? Looking at the strange scene in the field, Xiao fell to the ground with a puddle of water in front of her. It was obvious that she was scared to death by the miserable scene. How is it possible? Among the assassins she hired, there were several first-rate assassins and more than a dozen second-rate assassins, but they were not able to survive a single move by her. The scene before her eyes was truly beyond her cognition. With this little ability, you want to kill people like others. Duh. He walked towards Xiao. At this moment, Xiao's face was full of horror. It was obvious that she was really scared. She looked at Yi Xian with fear in her eyes. You can't kill me. I am the daughter of the Shen family in Jinling. As long as you don't kill me, I can do anything for you, including myself. Sniff. Before he could continue, a golden needle pierced into his forehead, and then he fell to the ground with a plop, and turned into a corpse. 3 seconds later, he turned into ashes and drifted away with the wind. You are so attractive with your looks, but you are far inferior to my wife Bing Ning. With a wave of his hand, a burst of energy blew away dozens of handfuls of flying ashes. I've wasted so much time with you rubbish. The 2 little guys are getting impatient. Chapter 18. If your dad knew you were the scapegoat, he would break your legs. But... Looking around, Yi Xian murmured, if a relative encounters this situation. The host is concerned about the safety of his relatives, so I give them the 72 divine guards. The system voice rang in his ears, and Yi Xian's eyes narrowed. 72 divine guards? This system can make up for whatever you worry about. Not bad, it's very good. For a moment, Yi Xian had a better impression of the system. I just don't know how strong the 72 divine guards are. As he murmured, Yi Xian's mind moved. The next moment. In the field, 72 figures suddenly appeared. They were the 72 divine guards bestowed by the system. They were 100% loyal to Yi Xian. This was the most basic requirement for being a product of the system. Even at this moment. If Yi Xian asked them to commit suicide, they would do it without any hesitation. After all, any hesitation would be unworthy of the title of super rich. Boom! 72 people knelt on the ground together, and each figure had an extremely strong aura. Subordinate, meet the master. The roars were heard, shaking the whole area. If outsiders knew about it, it would definitely turn the whole of Jinling upside down. Because the leader had a very strong aura, like a martial arts master. Good. That's right, a martial arts master who surpasses the top masters. This realm is enough to surpass Jinling. Also, there are also 9 top masters, who are the top 10 divine guards, and the rest are all first-rate masters. It's no exaggeration to say. Such a lineup is enough to defeat any force in Jinling. Good fellow. Yi Xian looked at the masters in front of him, his eyes narrowed. With these men, the whole Jinling and even China can walk sideways. Get up. Yi Xian raised his hand slightly, and the 72 divine guards stood up respectfully. They dared not disobey their master's orders. From now on, just call me Master Yi. Yes, Master. The divine guards responded respectfully, and then Yi Xian said, Shinsher, you take 20 people to protect Emperor Yuan's villa. Yes, Master Yi.
Shinshi bowed solemnly, and he was surprisingly one of the 9 top masters, while Shen Yi was a martial arts master.
Let's go.
With a wave of his hand, Shen Yi and others disappeared on the spot in a flash.
If he had such powerful subordinates just now,
any one person can be wiped out.
Emperor Yuan number 1 villa. Daddy is back.
As soon as Xinxin and Tongtong heard about Xiao Pao, they came out of the villa and threw themselves into their father's arms affectionately. Although they had not seen each other for a short time, it felt like they had been separated for several months.
Master. The maids looked on enviously and greeted each other.
It would be strange if they were not envious of such a dog food scene.
No girl could bear to watch this scene. I like it so much, I really want a little lady too.
Yeah, it would be great if I could have the young master's genes. The young master is so handsome, has a super doting wife, and is extremely rich.
He is simply the perfect man.
Su Muyue listened to what the maid said and shook her head helplessly.
But,
speaking of which, the young master is really very charming, there is no doubt about that.
Ding-a-ling.
When I arrived at the villa, my cell phone rang. I couldn't help but smile bitterly when I saw the incoming call.
Hello, Mom.
As soon as I answered the phone, I heard my mother's roaring voice from the other end, "You little bastard, you've grown wings." Obviously, Yi Xian had the foresight to hold the phone far away. It was obvious that his cousin would tell her mother after knowing it. He had thought of this a long time ago. Your cousin said that you actually got married to a woman with twin children.
Are you crazy?
If your dad knew you were the scapegoat, he would break your legs. After venting her anger, it was obvious how angry Ye's mother was. Although their Yi family was not a prominent family, they would never allow younger generations to take over.
Ahem, Mom, are you done? Yi Xian coughed dryly and continued, do you understand the situation? Are you the one who takes over?
The story begins 4 years ago, during the college entrance examination. Listening to the explanation, Ye's mother on the opposite side was stunned for a moment, especially after the paternity test. She spoke. You are just like your father. Mother Yi held it in for a long time before finally uttering something, but this sentence almost made Yi Xian laugh out loud. Good. Back then, Ye's father got a certificate and started working in advance, but he was already in college at that time, so he was a little more reliable in comparison.
This brat. The disciple is better than the master. Hey, isn't this what my dad taught me?
Yi Xian chuckled and continued, besides, haven't you and my dad long wanted me to get married and give birth to your grandchildren? Now, not only that, but we also have twin granddaughters.
Shut up.
Mother Yi rolled her eyes. She knew her son's character very well and changed the subject. Quick, start the video call, let me see my granddaughter. Soon, Yi Xian received a video call from Ye's mother on his phone.
Xinxin Tongtong, come and meet your grandma. Grandmother.
The 2 little guys took steps forward and blinked their curious eyes, and then the video was connected.
Wow.
You little brat, are these my 2 granddaughters? When Ye's mother saw the 2 fairy-like granddaughters, she loved them so much that she no longer cared about her own son and devoted all her attention to them.
Grandmother.
Xinxin Tongtong called out in a sweet voice, and Ye's mother's heart melted when she heard it. Hey! For a moment, her mouth was smiling all the way to her ears, and she swore that she had not been so happy even when her son was born.
Hey, I can see that you look a lot like you when you were a kid. Mother Yi smiled.
Her son was very handsome when he was young and many people wanted to get engaged to him. Fortunately, she did not agree, otherwise she would not have such a lovely granddaughter now.
Right now.
My son is also a handsome guy in the surrounding villages. Every spring festival, the door of his house is always crowded with people.
By the way, where's my daughter-in-law?
Mother Yi only saw the 2 little ones and didn't see her own daughter-in-law, so she asked curiously.
After all,
my daughter-in-law must have suffered a lot over the years. When I was still a university graduate, she almost broke off relations with her parents. Hey! It brings tears to my eyes, but luckily everything is over.
Bing Ning went to the company.
Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, Mom, your daughter-in-law is a great beauty.
Haha, I can see that.
Mother Yi could guess a little from the looks of the 2 little ones. But you are quite good. I told you that there was a period of time 4 years ago when you lost your appetite. After chatting for a while, Ye's mother continued, by the way, if your father knew this news, he would be so happy.
If you have time tomorrow, go home. Tomorrow? Hearing his mother's words, Yi Xian was stunned. Aren't you and my dad going to work tomorrow? Fart.
Upon hearing this, Ye's mother glared at her son and said, My daughter-in-law and granddaughter are coming.
Even God has to make way for us. If the boss doesn't approve, I'll fire him. Ahem.
His mother's words caused Yi Xian to cough dryly, because he knew his mother could do it.
It should be fine.
Yi Xian smiled slightly and nodded in agreement.
Good.
Mother Yi nodded heavily, and her eyes fell on the two little ones. Xing Xing Tong Tong, Grandma will make delicious food for you tomorrow.
Thank you, Grandma.
Tian Tian spoke in a sweet and polite voice, and Ye's mother saw it and felt happy in her heart.
At the same time, Bingning Cosmetics Company is not far away. Get started.
A commercial vehicle quickly kidnapped Xiao Bingning in no more than 3 seconds without alerting anyone.
TSK, what a beauty.
In the business car, several men had greedy eyes. At this moment, Xiao Bingning had already passed out.
Unfortunately, this is the person the master wants. Several people took a deep breath.
They are none other than the masters of the Zheng family of Jinling. During this period of time, Zhang Jinlai investigated what happened on the night of the charity gala, and his final target was Xiao Bingning.
After all, that Yi Xian is a pretty boy. At least that was the case in his opinion, so kidnapping Xiao Bingning was the first step. Next, he would grind the two of them to dust to accompany his son. Chapter 19, Meeting Auntie, ISNT this a little too fast. Ding dong.
Not long after hanging up the phone, Yi Xian received a text message, I don't want Xiao Bingning to die, so I came to the abandoned factory in the suburbs alone.
Next, there is a photo. Surprisingly, Xiao Bingning was knocked unconscious, and her eyes were blurry. Snap.
The teacup in Yi Xian's hand shattered.
It was obvious that Xiao Bingning had been drugged. You're looking for death. Swish. With a flash of his figure, Yi Xian disappeared in the villa. Faster.
The son of demon Supercar was speeding under Yi Xian's feet, and a huge rage was surging.
The murderous intent is overwhelming. The god who was following secretly had a solemn expression on his face. Who made his master so angry?
Soon, an abandoned factory in the suburbs of Jinling.
Squeak.
The car stopped in the middle of the field with the sound of sudden brakes, and Yi Xian got out of the car with a cold face.
Master, that kid is here.
A confidant of the Zheng family had a cold look on his face, and next to Zheng Jinlai was the Zheng family's only first-rate master, Duing, who had handled many shameful matters for the Zheng family over the years.
On the side.
Surprisingly, it was Xiao Bingning who had been drugged, and her condition was obviously quite abnormal at the moment.
You are Yi Xian.
Zheng Jinlai looked at the boy who was not far away, suppressing the endless anger in his heart. The hundreds of Zheng family masters around him all had sharp eyes, but after looking at Xiao Bingning, their eyes were full of heat.
Because. Next, they can all have some soup.
Yi Xian's gaze fell on Xiao Bingning, whose eyes were blurred, and his murderous intent became even stronger.
These people were looking for death. Kill them all, leaving no one alive. Shoo.
Poison Shadow smiled cruelly, boy, you still don't understand the situation. Next, you will see a fierce battle between the daughter of the Xiao family and a group of heroes.
Puff puff puff.
Before Duing could even smile, streaks of blood spurted out, and in an instant, hundreds of masters of the Zheng family were killed, including more than a dozen second-rate masters. The strong smell of blood instantly filled the field.
What?
Du Ying's face changed drastically, and a strong sense of danger emerged in his heart. He raised his hand and shot Yi Xian in the middle of his eyebrows, because only by killing this kid as quickly as possible could he feel at ease.
Buzz. An invisible aura blocked the fast-flying bullet. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Poison Shadow's pupils suddenly shrank. What? Body-protecting chi, you are a martial arts master. Zheng Jinlai couldn't believe it. How could a 23-year-old martial arts master be possible? Martial arts master.
That is an existence beyond ordinary people. How could the pretty boy next to Xiao Bingning be such a strong person?
Whoosh!
A bullet pierced his forehead. The poisonous shadow turned into a corpse and fell to the ground, with a look of shock on his face. It can be seen how fast the bullet thrown by Yi Xian was. If the outside world saw this scene, it would surely shock many people.
Who are you?
Zhang Jinlai's expression changed drastically, and Yi Xian looked at the man who looked similar to him and understood something. You are Zhang Xiaotian's father, right?
Zhang Xiaotian, I killed him. Sniff.
A soul-destroying needle pierced into Zhang Jinlai's heart, and only 1/10 of the bone-eating powder's medicinal power was used, which was exactly what Yi Xian wanted. After all, he would not let Zhang Jinlai die so easily. From the moment he attacked his woman, he was doomed to have a bad ending. Ah! A shrill scream came out of his mouth. Zhang Jinlai's internal organs were corroded and turned into blood, and the effect of the medicine spread. Boy, you will die a miserable death. Then, all the bones and tendons turned into meat paste, and the scene was horrific. Zhang family, damn it! A cold voice was heard. Yi Xian held Xiao Bingning in his arms, and his figure flashed and then disappeared in the field. In the room of Dun Villa. Detect the host and save my wife Xiao Bingning, and I will give you 100% of the shares of Zhang Group. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the voice next to him. 100% of the shares of Zhang Group? There is actually this benefit, but it is obvious that Yi Xian's attention is not on this at the moment. At some point, there was a surge of cold air in Xiao Bingning's Dantian area, which made Yi Xian stunned. This chill. Before Yi Xian could think about it, the system voice rang in his ears again. Detection of host's contact with icy air, realm race to martial arts grandmaster. A breakthrough in realm? Yi Xian was a little confused. In Jinling, the martial arts master was already the strongest. Perhaps the only force that could surpass the martial arts master was the imperial capital. Grandmaster of martial arts. This girl seems to be no simple matter. But for now, it is better to remove the effect of the medicine. If nothing unexpected happens, a battle is inevitable. 40,000 words omitted here. The next day, early morning. The golden sun rose. Although Yi Xian had fought all night, he was still energetic because of his breakthrough. The beauty in his arms opened her beautiful eyes. Me, yesterday. Xiao Bingning thought about how she was kidnapped yesterday, and then, after a few words of nonsense, Yi Xian got to the point. That's right. Holding the beauty in his arms, they met again after 4 years, and it was obvious that their relationship had become much closer. Today my mother said she wanted to see her wife. It's also my cousin's fault. Ah. Xiao Bingning's face turned even redder when she heard this. Auntie, isn't this a little too fast? In fact, Xiao Bingning is not ready yet. What's the hurry? I've already got the certificate, but it's not normal to meet my parents. Yi Xian waved his hand nonchalantly, and he had already bought the plane ticket. My parents took a day off today just to see you. Or, I said you don't have time. When Xiao Bingning heard this, she rolled her eyes at him. He didn't have time to meet the parents for the first time. What was this guy thinking? If so, how can we get along in the future? It's all his fault. Bingning, my wife, I want to ask you something. Thinking about the chill, do you often feel cold, especially during your period? Xiao Bingning looked at Yi Xian in disbelief, her pretty face full of surprise. How do you know? That's a girl's little secret, this guy. On the other side, Guishu Village, Jiangchang. Exquisite bamboo house. Puff. Yi Zhanghua had just returned from a business trip. When he heard what Ye's mother had said, he spat out all the tea in his mouth. What did you say? That bastard slept with our daughter-in-law 4 years ago and had twin daughters. This. After being stunned for a long time, Yi Zhanghua burst into laughter. Okay? As expected of my son, Yi Zhanghua, you have quite a bit of your father's demeanor. Upon hearing this, Ye's mother glanced at him, then handed over the photos of her daughter-in-law and the 2 little ones. Ouch. These are my 2 granddaughters, hee hee. Father Yi smiled foolishly for a moment, then his eyes fell on the photo of his daughter-in-law. That boy has a good taste. Just like I did back then. Chapter 20 Yi Xian returns. All the dogs in the village are startled. Jinling, Shen family. What? When Shen Zirong heard what his subordinates said, his expression changed drastically and he stood up from his seat. Aoshue can't be contacted now. Aoshue? A young man opposite had a hidden fierce light in his eyes, followed by a hint of viciousness. Uncle Shen, after we parted last time, I seem to have heard Aoshue say that she wanted to find someone to teach Xiao Bingning's boyfriend a lesson. Yi Xian, the student from Jinling University. Of course he knew something about the person next to Xiao Bingning. That means Yi Xian was the last person to see Aoshue. Thanks for the information, Zitian. This young man was none other than Wang Zitian from the Wang family of Jinling. As for Shen Aoshue, she was just a chess piece of his from the beginning to the end. No problem,
I also want to know what happened to Xiao. Wang Zitian looked worried. No one knew that he was just pretending. He had gained a lot from using Xiao over the years, but outsiders didn't know about it. Master.
Soon, one of Shen Zirong's trusted men came up and reported solemnly, "We found out that Yi Xianzheng and Xiao Bingning took a plane to Jiangchang. And Yi Xian happens to be from Jiangchang. If nothing unexpected happens, he should have gone home to meet Yi Xian's parents."
Snap.
Shen Zirong heard this, his face turned cold. "Bring your people and follow me to Jiangchang. An assassination centered on Yi Xian is taking place from this moment on, and no one knows what will happen next."
Jiangchang Airport. An airplane landed slowly and came down the gangway. Wow.
Dad, this is Jiangcheng. Xinxin and Tongtong just got off the plane, and their eyes were full of joy as they smelled the pleasant fragrance. It was obvious that they really liked this place which they visited for the first time.
"Master Yi, your car."
As soon as I got out of the airport, I saw an extended version of Rolls-Royce waiting for a long time, with a man next to it.
This person.
It is none other than the 72 Divine Guards, Divine 9.
Fuck, who is that guy? He actually has a stretched Rolls-Royce. Goddess of Celebration, my favorite. Who is that girl? I'm so envious.
Amidst the envious chatter, Yi Xian stepped on the accelerator and drove towards Guishu village.
This lineup.
The old man and mother should be very proud. You know, let alone a Rolls-Royce, even ordinary Mercedes-Benz and Audi are very rare. Yi Xian, how much did you spend on this car? Looking at the luxurious interior of the car, Xiao Bingning looked at someone and knew that he was spending money recklessly.
After all, they were a couple now. About 30 million.
Yi Xian casually said a number. After all, this extended version of the supercar was given by the system before he got off the plane.
30 million?
When Xiao Bingning heard this number, she really wanted to beat someone to death. "If you buy a cheap one, you will die."
It's okay. Your man doesn't need this little money.
I don't know how much time has passed.
Xinxin Tongtong sniffed the pleasant aroma in the air outside the car. "Daddy, what is this smell?"
It smells so good.
Ha, you can smell it, this is my dad's hometown.
Yi Xian looked towards Guishu village, his lips curled up, and he smiled proudly. "In my father's hometown, Guishu village, there is a 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree. Now it is the blooming season, so it is normal for the fragrance to spread 10 miles away.
Thousands of years old laurel tree."
Xiao Bingning sniffed the sweet-scented osmanthus fragrance lingering in her nose and had already begun to like this place. After all, there would be few people who would not like such a picturesque and paradise-like place.
Good.
Yi Xian looked at his beautiful wife and continued, "The osmanthus tree at the head of our village is said to be 1,500 years old. It is 30 meters tall and 5 meters in circumference. The crown was measured 3 years ago and it was about 800 square meters.
Is it as exaggerated as you say?" Xiao Bingning looked at someone suspiciously.
She originally came to meet that guy's parents, but she felt like she was just relaxing and having fun. As they got closer to Guishu village, the fragrance of osmanthus became stronger and stronger.
The mother and her 2 daughters greedily enjoyed the aroma.
Even Yi Xian was filled with emotion when he smelled the long-lost fragrance.
It was finally back. "Daddy, it smells so good. I'm really looking forward to it, hee."
The 2 little guys looked out the window excitedly and felt great.
This feeling, it would be nice to live in this environment for the rest of my life.
Xiao Bingning looked at the person driving the car, and her mind flashed with the image of their happy pastoral life.
Her face couldn't help but blush. That scene must have been extremely happy. At some point. Squeak. As the supercar turned a corner, we arrived at the entrance of Guishu village.
It was afternoon at that moment, and many old men in the village were drinking tea and playing chess under the trees, looking very comfortable. "Village chief, look." At this moment, a shirtless teenager pointed at the distance and shouted, obviously seeing something extremely shocking.
Immediately following,
it attracted a group of old men sitting under the 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree, including the village chief Wang Songrong.
Where did this rich second generation come from? That car logo looks like the Rolls-Royce from TV, right?
Our village is remote, I didn't expect to attract such a rich man.
The old men were chattering about it.
After all, it was rare for such luxury cars to come to their remote mountain village. They pushed the door open and got out.
Woof woof woof.
At this moment, a loud dog bark echoed throughout the village, followed by a dark shadow rushing out of the village, and then all the dogs in the village were in an uproar.
The sudden scene shocked everyone. That's the black dragon that the Yi family kid brought in from outside 4 years ago. All the dogs in the village were alarmed. Could it be that?
Looking at the familiar scene, there was probably only one person who could be treated like this. Suddenly a figure appeared in their minds, and then they looked in that direction. That young man is really a boy from the Yi family. The old men stood up one after another because they just happened to see the figure getting out of the supercar, and who else could it be but Yi Xian? Woof! The first thing the black dragon did was to rush to Yi Xian, wagging its tail, and excitedly circled around Yi Xian to express its happiness. Dozens of dogs not far away were also wagging their tails, not daring to move forward or overstep the mark. The black dragon is obviously their boss. Go ahead. Yi Xian patted the black dragon on the head, and then the black dragon excitedly jumped back to the village, followed by dozens of dogs. The scene was quite spectacular for a while.
Xiao Bingning, ahem. This welcome is quite unique. Wow.
Xingxin and Tongtong came back to their senses and looked at the canopy of the laurel tree that blocked out the sun. It immediately attracted their attention and their faces were full of surprise. What a big tree!
Mom, look!
Just as the mother and her 2 daughters were looking around, the village chief and a group of old men all came over.
Village chief, long time no see.
Seeing the familiar face, Yi Xian smiled slightly. He remembered that the first person he met when he came to this parallel world 4 years ago was the village chief. At that time, he had just woken up from the rocking chair under the osmanthus tree.
Xiao Yi, it's really you.
Although it had been confirmed, the scene before him made him a little unbelievable. He really didn't expect that the boy from the Yi family would drive such a luxurious car.
Of course it's me.
Yi Xian said with a smile, and then introduced, Village chief, please introduce me. This is my adopted daughter-in-law Bingning, and these 2 are my daughters.
What?
As soon as these words came out, the other old men behind the village chief were all stunned. The young man from the Yi family brought his wife and 2 children. You are awesome, boy. The village chief looked at Yi Xian with satisfaction. He was the most promising young man in their Guishu village. These old men had watched him grow up. Young people were truly to be feared. The old men looked at Xiao Bingning and nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, the Yi family boy is very good. Chapter 21 You little bastard, you have deceived me for so many years. In front of the exquisite bamboo house, a Rolls-Royce supercar stopped in front of the door. Yi Xian curled his lips at the familiar scene, as if everything happened just yesterday. Olji, my son is back. Seeing the figure getting off the car, Yi's mother's face lit up with joy and she shouted towards the exquisite bamboo house.
Wow! Grandpa and Grandma's house is so beautiful.
Xingxin and Tongtong were excited as they looked at the exquisite bamboo house in front of them. Xiao Bingning was also quite surprised. It was fashionable yet elegant, and the design alone must have taken a lot of thought. It has to be said that this is exactly the life she dreams of living.
Woof woof. The black dragon came back after a stroll, wagging its tail in the yard.
The scene was very warm. In the past, it had the best relationship with Yi Xian, and he had made great contributions to making the black dragon the boss. Of course, that is all past, so let us not talk about it anymore.
Grandpa, Grandma.
The sweetest voices came out from the mouths of the 2 little ones, which were very charming. Their cute looks and voices could completely melt everything in the world.
Haha, okay.
Yi's father and mother showed happy smiles on their faces. They also have granddaughters, and they are twins.
TSK. Uncle, hello auntie.
Xiao Bingning greeted them with a slightly red face. It was her first time meeting that guy's parents, and she couldn't let the elders speak, so she was obviously a little reserved.
Bingning, come in and sit down.
When Yi's mother saw her daughter-in-law's stunning appearance, her eyes lit up. She was much prettier than in the photo. The brat had quite good taste. Auntie, this is a gift for you. Father Yi looked at the car outside the bamboo house and was stunned, that is, an extended version of Rolls-Royce. Our boss wanted to buy one but couldn't bear to do so.
He. Grandpa, isn't Daddy's car beautiful?
Xingxin Tongtong was laughing happily. Father Yi was stunned when he heard it. He looked at Yi Xian in astonishment. Smelly boy, is that car yours?
Obviously.
Father Yi realized something.
He originally thought it belonged to his daughter-in-law. A little. After Xiaobingning's explanation, Ye's father and mother looked at their son with changed eyes. Okay. Okay. Originally, they were worried that their son was not worthy of the daughter of the Xiao group. Now that their son is so outstanding, they naturally feel relieved. Gurgle.
As she was speaking, Xinxin Tongtong's stomach growled in protest.
Dad, we are hungry.
The two little guys stared at their father with pitiful eyes.
Mother Yi smiled slightly. Xinxin Tongtong, you are hungry.
Just then the village chief's family sent over a suckling pig, so I cooked it for you.
Really?
When Xinxin and Tongtong heard this, their eyes sparkled, but they soon looked at their father. But Grandma, we want to eat the food cooked by our father. What should we do?
Puff. Xiaobingning couldn't help but smile charmingly when she heard what the two little guys said. Dad will make it for you.
Yi Xian rubbed the two little guys' heads lovingly. Since we have suckling pig, why don't we eat roasted suckling pig?
Great. Long live Daddy. Hearing about Daddy's roasted suckling pig, Xinxin and Tongtong couldn't help swallowing their saliva.
They knew Daddy's cooking skills too well and felt even hungrier.
I'll help.
At this time, Ye's father volunteered to step forward. Although he never cooked, he had to leave a good impression on his daughter-in-law when she came.
Obviously, he was trying his best for his son's lifelong happiness. Need not.
Yi Xian smiled slightly, holding the suckling pig in one hand and walked towards the water basin with very skillful movements.
The blade flashed and the hands flew.
This brat has such fast knife skills. When Ye's mother saw her son's operation, which was much more skillful than those who killed the fish, her eyes lit up. She didn't expect that this brat had such skills. Soon, the internal organs were removed, various seasonings were added and the fish was grilled on the grill.
Not long.
The tempting aroma wafted into the air, and Heilong sat on the ground drooling as he stared at the roasted suckling pig on the fire.
It kept barking, obviously it was very greedy. Ahem, this kid is hiding deep enough.
Looking at the roasted suckling pig in front of me, it is better than that of a 5-star chef.
Sniffing the aroma makes my taste buds awaken.
Just kidding, who can resist such delicious roasted pig?
All right.
After the barbecue was over, Yi Xian cut the roast suckling pig into pieces and handed them to the two little guys. Here, eat.
Hee, thank you, Daddy.
Xinxin's face curved into a crescent shape when she smiled, and Muwa kissed her father on the side of his face.
This kind of dog food.
Seeing this, Ye's father and mother just smiled without saying anything. It can be seen that the three of them have a very good relationship.
Here, honey, this is yours.
Then Yi Xian handed a plate of roast pork to Xiaobingning, which made her face blush.
This guy.
She actually called me her wife in front of her uncle and aunt.
I am dying. Thanks.
Seeing this, Ye's father and mother felt more relieved, knowing that their son was fully capable of controlling their beautiful daughter-in-law.
Mom and Dad, this is for you.
Yi Xian served the old couple, then gave all the remaining roast suckling pig to Black Dragon, and then gave him 2 portions of physical enhancement liquid to drink as water.
Black Dragon, this is yours.
Detect the host and share the dog's food, and give him the god-level beast controlling ability. The system voice rang in his ears at this time, and Yi Xian was stunned.
Taming beasts? Woof woof.
The black dragon excitedly wagged its tail and barked, and Yi Xian heard what it said.
Thanks, boss.
Yi Xian was stunned.
Boss? Eat it.
Yi Xian was a little bit unbelievable.
This system was really amazing. Could he understand animal language? AMU.
Black Dragon started eating immediately, and while doing so he drank the diluted physical enhancement liquid beside him from time to time.
Oh.
At this moment, Ye's mother also took a bite of the roast suckling pig. It tasted delicious and left a long aftertaste. You little bastard, you have deceived me for so many years. Looking at the roasted suckling pig in front of her, Ye's mother thought that she had lost a lot of money by cooking for the father and son over the years.
No.
You'll have to make it up to me later, little brat. Mother Yi glared at her son and said this while she was thinking in her heart that she must learn a few tricks from her son so that she could get closer to her daughter-in-law in the future.
That's right.
Thinking of this, Mother Yi coughed dryly and said, "Write me a recipe for today's roast suckling pig." After eating the roast suckling pig, Ye's mother squeezed a few glasses of juice from the room.
Then, you can relax in the courtyard and bask in the warm sunshine. Aside.
The two little guys chased the black dragon, giggling from time to time.
Woof woof. The dog barked and Black Dragon looked at Yi Xian for help. Boss, help me.
Yi Xian chose to ignore this.
All right. Seeing the resentful look on Black Dragon's face as he was ravaged by the two little guys, Yi Xian stood up and said, "Come on, I'll take you around the village." Woo. The Black Dragon howled and jumped up. He was really played badly by Xinxin and Tongtong. Great. When the two little guys saw that there was something interesting to do again, they naturally would no longer focus their attention on the Black Dragon. Ding Ning, let's go together. Mother Yi and Father Yi looked at each other and said, "It just so happens that your uncle and I are going to the mall." Xiao Bingning spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito, feeling relieved in her heart. This counted as meeting the parents. Next, leave the bamboo house and stroll along the country trails. Smelling the sweet osmanthus fragrance, quiet and beautiful, Yi Xian in a moment held the jade hand that was as elastic as jelly. Xiao Bingning's face flushed for a moment, and she let him hold her hand. Not far away, the two little guys and the Black Dragon were chasing each other. He couldn't help but curl his lips, looking at the beautiful woman beside him. It was very pleasing to the eyes. God really treated him well. Chapter 22. That guy, actually, kissed her here. Guishu village, by the river. Wow. Xian Tongtong looked at the blue sky and white clouds, the clear water, and smelled the fragrance. Mom, it's so beautiful here. Be careful. Yi Xian reminded that Guishu village was adjacent to an endless jungle, where some wild animals would appear from time to time. Woof woof. The Black Dragon stretched out its limbs and chased after them. Boss, I will protect them. This little black one. Yi Xian glanced at the energetic Xiao He. After drinking 2 doses of physical enhancement liquid, Xiao He had obviously undergone some changes. His teeth and claws were sharper and his strength was greater. Ha, little black mud winds. When the two little guys saw Xiao He chasing after them, they splashed water and played around from time to time. When Xiao He saw the splash, he moved left and right to avoid it. Two little guys, this is going to be fun. Xiao Bingning looked at the two little guys playing happily. A charming smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and she turned her head to say something to Yi Xian. But saw someone. He stared at her intently, his face flushed. What are you looking at, Before she could finish her words, Xiao Bingning's red lips were blocked, and then her eyes widened. That guy, actually, kissed her here? Is he crazy? Wow. When Xinxin and Tongtong saw their parents kissing each other, they hurriedly covered their eyes, but they were actually watching their parents kissing each other through their fingers. Feel. This is quite interesting. If Xiao Bingning knew about this, I wonder if she would strangle someone to death. Woof woof. After the passionate kiss, Xiao Bingning glared at someone fiercely, and the roar of the Black Dragon interrupted the atmosphere between the two. Hiss. Looking over there, Xiao Bingning's pretty face changed drastically, because she saw a giant python about 5 or 6 meters long swimming out of the jungle. So exquisite and delicious. When the giant python saw the two little guys, its eyes sparkled and saliva flowed from its mouth. Master Dog will destroy you. With a whoosh, the Black Dragon rushed straight towards the giant python, its speed much faster than before. Yeah. Xiao He is back. When Xinxin Tongtong saw Xiao He running towards the giant python, her pretty face changed. Bang! The giant python looked at the tiny Black Dragon, sneered, and opened its mouth to bite it to death. However, the Black Dragon pressed it to the ground with one claw, and its 7-inch body instantly turned into a ball of meat paste. The giant python's pupils suddenly shrank. Before he could react, the Black Dragon used its other claw to slam the giant python's head into the ground, and the poor giant python didn't even have time to react before it became a corpse. This is... Xiao Bingning, who was hugging Xian Xintong, was worried and surprised. The Black Dragon is so powerful. That 5 or 6 meter long python was killed instantly? Yi Xian, this. The scene before my eyes was indeed too shocking. According to common sense, the one that could destroy everything in its path should be the giant python. This little black one. Yi Xian coughed dryly. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. Woof woof. Black Dragon called out twice as if to ask for credit and came to Yi Xian. Boss, I'm awesome, right? Not bad. He unnoticedly fed the Black Dragon another dose of physical enhancement liquid, and the Black Dragon's eyes sparkled. I'll give you a chicken drumstick as a reward tonight. Looking at Yi Xian talking to Black Dragon, Xiao Bingning shook his head. It seemed like this guy and Black Dragon could understand what he was saying. You know. With 3 consecutive doses of physical enhancement liquid, even a loser can become a genius, not to mention that Black Dragon is the dog king of Guishu village. It's no exaggeration to say. With the current combat power of Black Dragon, it is estimated that he will have no problem facing top masters. I think we should go back. After the thrilling scene just now, Xiao was still terrified. Okay. Yi Xian glanced in the direction of the giant python. Although he could crush it with just a thought, it was better not to expose his strength now. When we returned to the bamboo house, night had already fallen. Zinx and Tongtong, come quickly. Look what Grandpa and Grandma bought for you. When I arrived at the living room of the exquisite bamboo house, I was shocked to see that Mr. and Mrs. Yi's items were full of items. These things cost them more than 100,000 yuan. Clothes, shoes, toys, snacks. Wow! Long live Grandpa and Grandma. Looking at so many things, the 2 little guys were extremely happy. Dad, Mom, there's no need to spend so much money. Xiao Bingning was talking nonsense for a while, and his father and mother were shocked when they heard it. Bingning, what did you call me just now? Xiao Bingning realized something and her face turned red. She didn't know why she just called out. Ahem, Bingning, can you call me Mom again? For a moment, Xiao Bingning's heartbeat accelerated, but when she met Ye's mother's expectant eyes, she finally gritted her teeth and said sweetly with a red face, Mom. Hey at. Ye's mother was really elated by being called Mom and responded happily. Bingning, you don't know. Mother Yi held Xiao Bingning's hand and said, the biggest regret your uncle and I have in this life is that we didn't have a daughter. You have fulfilled our greatest wish. Hey, since you've already called me that, why not change your words? Infected by Ye's mother's enthusiasm, Xiao Bingning nodded with a red face, which made Ye's father so happy that he almost slapped his thigh. That's right. Yi Xian thought of something, then took out a card and handed it to his mother. Mom, here are 3 million, you can spend it as you like. Yi Xian said as he swiped the money. Originally he wanted to give the old couple 100 million, but he was afraid that their hearts could not bear it. What? Hearing her son's words, Ye's mother's face straightened. Son, what are you doing? Your father and I are not short of money. Dad. Yi Xian looked at the old man, and Father Yi coughed dryly. Well, I will accept your kindness. Besides, my son doesn't need this little money. You old man. Ye's mother rolled her eyes at Ye's father, and Xiao Bingning also agreed. Only then did Ye's mother accept it, feeling very relieved. Ding! The host spent 3 million renminbi and gained 30 million renminbi. Hearing the sound of 10 times rebate ringing in his ears, Yi Xian smiled slightly. He was no longer surprised. To be honest, this was just a drop in the bucket. After dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Yi took their 2 granddaughters back to their room to foster their relationship. In Yi Xian's room, the sound of dripping water stopped, the bathroom door opened, and a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. TSK, my wife is still the most beautiful. Looking at the absolutely beautiful lady, Yi Xian was amazed and thought that he must be the happiest man in the world. Tisk. Virtue. She couldn't help but roll her eyes, but it sounded like a seductive look, which made Yi Xian's blood boil. Hey, you must be exhausted. Yi Xian smiled and looked at his wife's perfect figure. Husband will give you a full body massage. Chapter 23, Stop giving me rewards. Can you please go home with me, Mr. Fuchen? Under the super powerful technique, Xiao Bingning couldn't help but make a sound. You. Xiao Bingning turned over and was about to speak, but she found that Yi Xian was less than 3 centimeters away from her. The staring at each other at such a close distance seemed like a century. Gulp. He swallowed, looked at the beautiful face under the light, and kissed her. Yi Xian, you. After a few symbolic struggles, Xiao Bingning closed her eyes with a red face, and that was it. It seems like I will be doomed to fail in his hands in this life. I don't know how much time has passed. Yi Xian held the girl who was sleeping beautifully in his arms, and the scene just now replayed in front of him. He didn't expect that this girl looked like a beautiful female CEO when she was dressed, and a real fairy when she was undressed. Detect the host and bring his wife Xiao Bingning to meet his parents, and give him 3 billion renminbi. Meet the parents? 3 billion reward? Yi Xian's mouth curled up as he thought about his soaring wealth. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Grandmaster of Martial Arts. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to Tomato Reader.
Abilities: God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming. Items: Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian magic oil, 99 god-killing needles, 100% shares of Xiang Group.
Wealth: 60 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, I feel pretty good. Ding dong.
However, before Yi Xian could think about it, his mobile phone received a push message.
This is Xiao's girl playing PK with others live.
After seeing the push message, Yi Xian pondered for a moment and thought that this was a good opportunity to make money.
At this time, the PK is nearing its end. It looks like we're going to lose.
Before the live broadcast, Chen Sueki pouted her lips, and she looked like a real beauty. At this moment, she was in the dormitory of Jinling No. 1 Middle School with 5 roommates. Xiao, I have already provided half a month's living expenses. You've only been playing shark fighting for 2 days, it's normal that you can't compete with the big internet celebrity. The classmates in the dormitory all tried to comfort her, saying that there were only a few hundred people in Chen Sueki's live broadcast room at the moment, while the internet celebrity Tuanzi on the opposite side had more than 20,000 people.
Yishifuchen rewards 10 cute girls carnivals. Yishifuchen rewards the cute girl carnival X20. Yishifuchen rewards the cute girl carnival X30.
At this moment, a wave of carnival rewards suddenly appeared in Chen Sueki's live broadcast room.
Ah!
Chen Sueki, who was preparing to lose, stood up from her seat with an expression of disbelief on her pretty face. Oh my god, Master Yishifuchen gave me 30 carnivals.
What?
After hearing this, the roommates looked towards the screen.
Yishifuchen rewards the cute girl carnival X100.
When they looked towards the live broadcast room, the number of carnivals had soared to 100, which stunned them all. Oh my god, a super rich man suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room of a super cute girl.
100 carnivals, 300,000 rewards.
Although I can't compare to the goddess Tuanzi, I still have an honor in defeat. Of course, come on, super cute girl. Chen Sueki stared at the screen, her whole body was not calm. After 100 carnivals, she had only been a shark for a few days and had received 300,000 rewards. After deducting half of the platform's share, she can still get 150,000. On the other side, the princes in Tuanzi's live broadcast room all took action. After all, what they wanted was to defeat the new anchor in a crushing manner. The original reward of 1 million directly soared to 5 million, and Chen Sueki's health bar was instantly wiped out.
However, the happiness only lasted a second. Yishifuchen rewards the cute girl carnival X300. Yishifuchen rewards the super cute girl carnival X500. Yishifuchen rewards the super cute girl carnival X800.
Just like that, in front of everyone's shocked gazes, Carnival's number exceeded 1,000 and the health bar reached 3 million, leaving everyone dumbfounded.
This. Chen Sueki's roommate was shocked. Oh my god, who is Sueki in this life? Why would I give you a reward of 3 million? I don't know.
Chen Sueki was completely confused, and there were only 5 seconds left before the end of the PK. The health bar continued to push forward in a crushing manner, and finally Chen Sueki fought back and won the PK. Hiss. The students in the dormitory all gasped. Wow, Sueki actually defeated the internet celebrity Tuanzi, who was guarded by more than 10 princes.
Crazy. Who am I and where am I? Make sure I'm not dreaming. Look, Sueki's Fuchin boss's reward hasn't ended yet.
A classmate looked at the live broadcast room on his mobile phone with a look of disbelief on his face.
What?
Then everyone looked in the direction of the scene and saw a scene that they would never forget. Yishifuchen rewards the cute girl carnival X3455. Yishifuchen rewards the cute girl carnival X3456. Yishifuchen rewards the cute girl carnival X3457. The sky-high rewards really blinded everyone's eyes. Even the PK opponent Tuanzi entered the live broadcast room of the super cute girl.
The reward has exceeded 10 million. The internet celebrity Tuanzi was shocked.
This wave of comments directly made Yishifuchen the emperor of the super cute beautiful girl's live broadcast room.
Ahem, awesome. The power of the godly tycoon is so terrifying.
Oh my god, the reward has exceeded 10 million, the super cute girl is making a lot of money.
Boss Fuchin, do you need any accessories for your waist? Don't give me any more rewards.
Master Fuchin, please come home with me, lowly. In a short period of time, the number of followers of Yi Xian Yishir Fu Chen's account directly exceeded 100,000.
Ding dong.
Yi Xian soon received private messages from fans, all of whom wanted to add his contact information, even the previous PK with the internet celebrity Tuanzi.
Compared with Big Boss Fuchen, her dozen or so Prince fans suddenly seem less attractive. Tuanzi, Boss Fuchen, can we start a video chat? I'll have a one-on-one chat with you.
Looking at Tuanzi's private message, Yi Xian smiled slightly. The beauty in his arms was 10 times worse than her. Looking at the private message sent by his cousin, Yi Xian smiled and replied, "Little money, use it to buy candy."
Then he quit Dosha Live. Ding. The host spent 12 million renminbi and gained 120 million renminbi.
Listening to the voice coming from his ears, Yi Xian smiled slightly.
He was already used to it. Detection host's first reward to cousin's live broadcast, gift 1 billion renminbi.
Before Yi Xian could think about it, the voice of the money-delivering voice system rang again, and the first number was 10 billion.
This system is amazing. Yi Xian was stunned by the unexpected surprise. Buy some candy? Chen Sueki looked at the private message from Big Boss Fuchen and couldn't help but frown. Big Boss Fuchen, why does the reply feel so familiar? Cousin Yi Xian used to say that often before. However, Boss Fuchen divided the money into 6 million to buy candy. Is he trying to make himself too sweet? Chapter 24. What bad intentions could your husband have? Ding dong. Soon, Yi Xian received a message from his cousin. Cousin Yi Xian, are you asleep? Q.jpg.
Boss Fuchen gave a generous reward, and Chen Sueki felt that the tone of his voice was quite familiar. The first person she guessed was her cousin, and it was obvious that he was trying to test the waters.
Just about to go to bed. He glanced at the gorgeous woman next to him and took a photo in a playful mood. It was a picture of him hugging his wife Bingning, and she was sleeping soundly. Under the warm yellow light, her beautiful face was very charming. On the other side, in the dormitory. Ah, this what? Chen Sueki screamed in disbelief and sat up from the bed, staring at the screen with eyes wide open. Cousin Yi Xian, he actually has a girlfriend. What? After hearing what Chen Sueki said, the girls in the dormitory were shocked and found it hard to believe. After all, they knew that Sueki's cousin was very handsome and they had been thinking about him for a long time. How could it be? Sueki, you promised to introduce your cousin to us. With a clatter, 5 beautiful girls in pajamas surrounded her. Their reactions were more serious than when Chen Sueki lost the live PK. Chen Sueki rolled her eyes at the scene. Oh my god, Sueki, your cousin's girlfriend is so beautiful. Originally, I thought I could have a chance, but when I saw the stunning girl Xiao Bingning in the photo, my pretty face turned pale and I felt that my confidence suffered a devastating blow at that moment. Zundu is fake. I'm so sad to break up before it even started. I don't care, little rich girl Sueki, you have to compensate my handsome cousin woo woo woo. For a moment, Chen Sueki felt resentful by the beautiful girls and really regretted telling them. But ahem, it seems that the Fuchen boss is not Yi Xian's cousin, because she didn't notice anything unusual just now. Nightfall. It's a dark and windy night, a good time to kill someone. In the boundless jungle of Guishu village, with a swish, no less than 100 people appeared on the scene, and they were heading towards the exquisite bamboo house, and an assassination was quietly taking place. Master, the Yi Xian family is ahead. A confidant reported respectfully, looking towards the direction of the exquisite bamboo house with disdain. The strongest person in the Shin family on this trip is a top master. His name is Zhao Zhong. Shin Zirong saved his life more than 10 years ago, so he devoted himself to serving the Shin family. Shin Zirong narrowed his eyes and nodded, then bowed to the old man beside him. Mr. Xiao, I need you to pay attention to the dark places this time. We just need to stop the Xia family masters who might appear to protect Xia Bingning. Good. Zhao Zhongjing nodded. After all, this incident was very likely to affect the Xia family in Jinling, so he had to take it seriously. The Xia family is different from the Shin family. The Xia family has 3 top masters alone, and the number of first-rate masters is more than twice that of the Shin family. This is why Shanaoxua does not dare to be tough in front of Xia Bingning. After all, the Xia family really has the ability to destroy the Shin family. Who? At a certain moment, Zhao Zhong looked somewhere, and then, more than 20 figures appeared in the field. The leader was Shin Ba, and the others were naturally the 72 divine guards. 1 top expert and more than 20 first-rate experts.
Zhao Zhong's face was solemn, because he felt extreme danger from Shenba, and a strong sense of uneasiness immediately surged into his heart.
Kill them all, leaving no one alive.
As Shenba's voice fell, more than 20 divine guards took action together, transforming into gods of death to reap the lives of Shen family masters.
Arrogant.
Zhao Zhong snorted coldly. Although the Shen family was no match for the Jinling Xiao family, they had more than 30 first-rate masters, which was completely incomparable to the Zhang family. Although the person in front of them was strong, they were not afraid.
Sniff.
The blade flashed, and the next moment, Zhao Zhong covered his neck, blood oozing out, his pupils widened. You, half-step martial arts master, how is it possible? Before he died, Zhao Zhong couldn't believe that the person opposite him was actually one step away from becoming a martial arts master.
Puff puff puff.
On the other side, before the Shen family's masters could come to their senses, they were all killed by more than 20 divine guards, and Shen Zirong was the only one alive.
Plop. Shen Zirong was completely stunned. His feet went limp and he fell to the ground. He looked at the opposite side with a face full of shock. You are not from the Jinling Xia family. Joke? The Jinling Xia family is definitely not that strong.
I'm afraid only the 4 major families can have such a lineup.
That's why.
He was extremely curious about the identities of this group of people, but unfortunately he would never know in his lifetime.
Kill him. He glanced at Shen Zirong.
He had no interest in attacking this kind of ant. If this matter did not concern his master, he would not have the qualifications to take action.
You dare to touch me?
I am the patriarch of the Jinling Shen family. With a puff, Shen Zirong's heart was pierced before he could finish his words. He fell to the ground dead with a strong sense of unwillingness.
It was so quick and clean. Don't leak a single bit while cleaning the field.
After destroying the bodies, Shenba left with the divine guards, and the scene returned to calm as if nothing had happened.
The next day, early morning.
The golden morning sun was shining, and Yi Xian woke up from his sleep. The beauty in his arms was still sleeping soundly, and she was leaning on her side.
She must have been very tired last night.
Detect the host and kill the Shen family, and give him a mysterious treasure chest.
Mysterious treasure chest?
Hearing the sound of the system ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was stunned.
This is a good thing. Open the treasure chest.
Yi Xian didn't think much about it and opened the treasure chest with a thought.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for winning 3 billion renminbi.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Kato finger long-lasting experience. 2 voices rang in his ears in succession, but Yi Xian frowned.
He could understand 3 billion, but what about the Kato finger? Still lasting experience? Could it be that the system has gone crazy?
In other words, with this ability, his fingers have built-in black cheats, and they seem to be specially prepared for Xiaobingning.
Damn, the system is getting better and better. You can try it when you have time. I think the effect should be good.
At this moment, the beautiful woman in his arms woke up, just in time to meet the smirk on a guy's face, while at this moment the guy's big hands were still tightly holding the 2 bears.
Put. What are you thinking about so early in the morning?
With a light spit, Xiaobingning glared at someone, and seeing the beauty waking up, Yi Xian looked forward to taking a sip of his wife's red lips. What bad intentions can your husband have?
He is just thinking about my wife Bingning's conscience. 8,000 words omitted here.
It seems like I can't escape from this guy's grasp in this lifetime. For some reason, after a while of tenderness, he felt more and more inseparable from this guy. What should he do?
Humph, it's all your fault. Xiaobingning glared at someone.
If it weren't for him, he would have gotten up long ago. Chapter 25, Xiao Xian, where did you get so much money?
Come to the living room.
You guys are up. Mother Yi prepared a large table of breakfast and said to her daughter-in-law with a smile, Bingning, I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made something of everything.
Mom, you call this casual?
Yi Xian looked at the table full of breakfast and couldn't help complaining as he thought it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to finish it.
Shut up.
Mother Yi glared at her son, then said unhappily, Why, you have a problem with me making breakfast for my daughter-in-law.
Thank you, Mom.
Xiaobingning was quite moved when she heard the mother and son bickering. Hey, what's the big deal? Hearing the sweet voice of Mom, let alone 2 or 3 hours, even staying up all night is fine. By the way, there is also chicken soup.
Yi Xian,
This operation was something he and the old man had never received before.
Ding-a-ling.
When the chicken soup was served on the table, Ye's mother's cell phone rang and she answered it.
Hello, Dad. A family dinner at noon, right? Okay. Yes, I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Ye's mother's eyes fell on Xiao Bingning, and she couldn't help but smile. By the way, Bingning, Xiaoshuan's grandfather said that the family will get together tonight, why don't you come with us?
It just so happens that I'll introduce you to Grandpa and the others.
Thinking that he had such a beautiful daughter-in-law, he would be very proud if his father and two sisters saw her.
How could he miss such a good opportunity? This is not good? After hearing this, Xiao Bingning's face turned red.
She had originally thought of meeting Yi Xian's parents and then going back, but she had never expected to catch up with his grandfather's family dinner. She was just so nervous.
Nothing bad.
Mother Yi smiled slightly and continued, Grandpa Xiaoxian is very kind, and you are so outstanding that he must like you very much.
Half a day later.
Jiangcheng, Kunpeng Hotel. As the best hotel in Jiangcheng, Grandpa Yi Xian would let his three daughters get together every month, which would help maintain their relationships better. This is also the reason why Grandpa Yi Xian's family has such harmonious relationships.
Arrive.
The extended version of Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Kunpeng Hotel, and the parking attendant hurried forward. After all, such an important person cannot be neglected.
It's indeed a luxury car. It's comfortable enough. Father Yi recalled the feeling along the way with some nostalgia.
Compared with this car, his car was a complete torture.
It is true that there is no harm without comparison. After entering the hotel, I walked to the reserved box with ease. The door opened. Grandpa.
When he arrived at the box, he saw a kind old man, who was Yi Xian's grandfather Tang Roman.
Xiaoxian, you're back? Seeing Yi Xian, Tang Rongan was quite surprised and a smile appeared on his face.
He had liked this grandson since he was a child.
Yi Xian nodded, then pulled the hand of the nervous Xiao Bingning and introduced her. Bingning, this is my grandpa.
Hello, Grandpa.
Xiao Bingning's voice was like a clear spring, which startled Yi Xian's grandfather.
Her beauty, generosity and politeness made Tang Roman very satisfied.
Xingxing Tong Tong, come on, call the foreigner Grandpa. Hello, foreigner.
The two cute little guys made Tang Rongan come to his senses a little.
Okay.
Tang Rongan smiled happily, while Ye's mother rolled her eyes at her son. Dad, it was all this brat's fault.
4 years ago.
After roughly understanding the situation back then, Tang Rongan looked at his granddaughter-in-law with a soft gaze. Bingning, you have suffered for the past 4 years.
It's okay, Grandpa. Xiao Bingning's eyes flickered with ripples.
When she was a child, her grandfather loved her the most. If her grandfather were still alive, her father would never have dared to push her like that 4 years ago. So Xiao Bingning, who was originally nervous, now became much more natural.
Oh, what a kind girl. Tang Rongan sighed.
He had been teaching for a lifetime and could tell Xiao Bingning's character at a glance. Xiaoxian, you must treat others well in the future. As they were talking, the door of the box opened.
Second aunt.
Seeing the person coming, Yi Xian greeted her. The person was none other than his second aunt Tang Xiaoxian.
Hello, second aunt, second uncle. Hello, cousin.
After some introductions, they were all stunned to learn that Xiao Bingning and Yi Xian had already registered and had a child.
Wow.
At this time, his cousin Chen Xiaoyang patted Yi Xian on the shoulder and said, You are awesome, boy.
Hello, Uncle Yi Xian.
Hello, beautiful sister.
My cousin Chen Xiaoyang's daughter, Chen Xiaoxiao, is now in junior high school. Puff.
When Yi Xian heard this, he almost choked on his saliva.
Is this little girl trying to cause trouble? Thank you, pretty girl. Xiao Bingning rarely saw someone in such a mess, so she patted Chen Xiaoxiao's head and said, Then tell me what your name is?
Sister, my name is Chen Xiaoxiao.
Wow. Soon, Chen Xiaoxiao's eyes fell on Xingxing Tongtong. What a beautiful little sister.
Xiao, if you continue like this, your uncle won't give you any New Year's money. Yi Xuanhu had a stern face and called himself uncle and Bingning's sister.
Isn't this a generation difference? It's okay. I feel fine.
Xiao Bingning's eyes were full of smiles, which made Yi Xian pause. What did this girl want to do by letting an old man like her eat young grass?
Dad, what's wrong?
When Chen Xiaoyang saw his father Chen Bingda coming in from outside the box, his face looked a little unhappy. Those people are here to collect debts again.
Debt?
When Ye's mother heard what her nephew said, she asked suspiciously.
That's right.
Second aunt sighed and said with a sad face, "The building materials industry is not doing well this year, and I have had some problems with my capital chain recently, so I borrowed some money."
Second uncle, how many people does your company need?
When Yi Xian heard this, he thought, here comes the chance to make money, and it can also help his second aunt's family, so when would he not take action? After hearing this, Chen Bing sighed, it's embarrassing to say that it's almost 20 million.
What? My grandfather was stunned when he heard this.
He didn't expect that the building materials market would be so difficult this year. His face looked heavy for a moment.
Second uncle, I do have some money.
I'll give it to you first. When Chen Bing heard that his nephew who was in college was making money for him, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Xiao Xian, you are still in school, and you have 2 children, this.
Ding dong.
Before he finished speaking, Chen Bing saw a message on his phone. Dear construction bank user, your account number ending in 3568 received 30 million renminbi on March 28, 2024. Please check it.
Construction bank.
This.
30 million. Seeing the message on his phone, Chen Bingda was incredulous. Chen Xiaoyang came over and said, "This is the remittance account, cousin."
Xiao Xian, where did you get so much money? The second aunt was really shocked. They have been worried about this debt recently, but she was more concerned about her nephew not doing anything illegal. After all, you can make a lot of money, but once you go astray, there is no turning back. Second sister, just keep it with confidence.
Ye's mother interrupted and continued, this kid is rich now.
You saw the extended version of the Rolls-Royce outside the hotel.
That's the guy. After learning about the situation, my second uncle was shocked.
Good boy. Taking a deep breath, Chen Bingda said, since you have money, I won't be polite to you, my second uncle.
Swish. Then, my second uncle wrote an IOU.
Brothers should settle accounts clearly.
Xiao Xian, keep this IOU.
Seeing this, Yi Xian smiled slightly, just give the IOU to my mother, as a token of my filial respect to her. When Ye's mother heard this, her eyes narrowed.
This kid really makes me proud.
Chapter 26, earn a small profit of 5 billion and get to know Qin Tianao, the abandoned son of the Qin family in Jinling.
Ding. The host spent 30 million renminbi and gained 300 million renminbi.
Having made a small profit, Yi Xian was in a good mood.
Unexpectedly. There is also a surprise. Ha, what are you talking about? It's so lively?
Just then, a loud voice rang out, and the people who came were none other than my aunt Tang Xiaoting and my uncle Lin Zhanghai.
Ahem, my brother-in-law is here.
When Chen Bingda saw the man cough dryly, he was really scared. After all, Lin Zhanghai was not only his brother-in-law, but also the vice president of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association.
Once upon a time, Lin Zhanghai single-handedly wiped out a group of bullies in Jiangcheng without any harm. Xiao Xian, I didn't expect you to come too.
Lin Zhanghai's eyes fell on Yi Xian. When we have time, let's practice together.
What nonsense are you talking about? The aunt glared at Lin Zhanghai.
This guy wanted to practice with his nephew as soon as he came in.
Is that polite? Uncle, it seems your strength has improved again.
Yi Xian naturally saw that Lin Zhanghai's strength was already that of a top master, and he was not far from becoming a martial arts master.
But,
logically speaking, such strength is enough to become the president of Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, or even the president of Jinling Martial Arts Association.
Ha, that's natural. Lin Zhanghai smiled.
He treated Yi Xian like his own son and trained him a lot over the years.
Please take a seat. While chatting, Lin Zhanghai glanced at his nephew. Unexpectedly, after not seeing him for 2 years, this kid is richer than Ziyan's second aunt's family.
You guys chat, I'm going to the bathroom. Yi Xian found a chance to leave the box, but of course he didn't go to the bathroom, but went to the cashier.
Box number 8, how much?
The beautiful girl at the cashier counter blushed when she saw Yi Xian's handsome face.
Sir, are you a member of our hotel?
I wanted to say a few more words to the beautiful girl at the cashier.
Member?
Yes, sir. As a member of our hotel, you can become a silver card member by recharging 1 million, and a gold card member by recharging 10 million.
Moreover, this card can be used to enjoy the same discount benefits in many industries under the Kunpeng Group. Would you like to apply for a card, sir?
Oh. Hearing what the little beauty said, Yi Xian became more interested. Let's do it. Yes, sir. The pretty lady at the cashier counter had a sweet voice and asked at the same time,
How much do you want to charge, sir? First, charge 100 million. When these words came out, the beautiful girl thought she had heard it wrong, because the most customers she had ever received were less than $1 million. Just then, a young man in a suit and tie happened to pass by and asked, "Sir, are you sure you want to top up 100 million?
This man's name is Qin Tianao, the young master of the third branch of the Qin family in Jinling. However, because his mother is a servant of the Qin family, he has always been ostracized by the other two branches. Therefore, he was assigned to develop in the small place of Jiangcheng. Now the old man of the Qin family, one of the four major families in Jinling, is in poor health. If he continues like this, he may not live for many more years.
If he dies, Qin Tianao will never get a penny.
Therefore, he has been accumulating connections over the years, hoping to return to Jinling one day, take back everything that belongs to him and his mother, and make those who bullied them pay the price."
Good.
Qin Tianao looked at the young man in front of him who was a few years younger than him, but he gave him a bottomless feeling.
"Sir, could you please move over for a moment?" A few minutes later. Kunpeng Hotel, office of the person in charge. "What is this gentleman's name?" Qin Tianao asked in a gentle voice. He would not miss any opportunity to accumulate connections. "Yi Xian." It turned out to be Mr. Yi. Qin Tianao pondered for a moment and took out a black and gold card from his pocket. "Mr. Yi, I have a Kunpeng Group Supreme Black Gold card, but..." After a pause, Qin Tianao continued, "To get this card, you must top up at least 300 million. Those who hold this card will be VIPs of Kunpeng Group and can enjoy a 50% discount on all its products. Also, you can ask the Jinling Qin family to help you once." "Yeah?"
Yi Xian was stunned when he heard Qin Tianao's words. He naturally knew the Jinling Qin family, which was one of the four major families in Jinling. It is no exaggeration to say that he is the overlord of Jinling.
"Okay, I did it."
Yi Xian agreed without much thought.
He certainly didn't care if the Jinling Qin family took action.
After all, even if the Jinling Qin family took action, he could destroy them with just a wave of his hand.
"But I don't want to charge 300 million, I want to charge 500 million. "Good."
After Qin Tianao heard this, his eyes sparkled and he spent 500 million. It seemed that this person's strength was far beyond his imagination, and it was worth it for him to use his only Supreme Black Gold card quota. For this Supreme Black Gold card, he knelt outside his father Qin Dingtian's room for 3 days and 3 nights. But he didn't care about these things. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he had to try his best and use all the means.
"Mr. Yi, walk slowly."
He personally escorted Yi Xian to the box, which was the lowest possible attitude.
Ding! The host spent 500 million renminbi and gained wealth of 5 billion renminbi.
Hearing the news of a huge sum of money being won, Yi Xian curled the corners of his mouth.
Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Grandmaster of Martial Arts. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader.
Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, Kato finger permanent experience. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian magic oil, 99 god-killing needles, 100% shares of Zhang Group.
Wealth, 68.3 billion renminbi.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh and thought, it would be great if I owned an industry like Kunpeng Group. Detect the host's intention to enter the business world, and give the handsome CEO Mu Hanxue and 100% of the shares of Xin Group.
This is a stunning president, plus absolute control of the Xin Group. The business empire is starting to rise like this.
As a president equipped with the system, he only needs to manipulate things behind the scenes.
What are you thinking, little brat?
Ye's mother looked at her son and rolled her eyes at him. It took you so long to go to the toilet.
Ha, let me settle the bill by the way. Yeah?
Hearing her son's words, Ye's mother's eyes turned satisfied.
This kid is getting better and better.
At the same time, in front of Jinling Xin Group.
Squeak.
A cool girl got out of a red Ferrari supercar and looked at the Xin Group building in front of her. Is this the first task given to me by Master Yi? Merge the Xin and Zhang clans to create the Dylan Group. He breathed a sigh of relief, narrowed his eyes and stepped into the Xin Group building. Don't worry, Master Yi, Han Shui will definitely live up to your expectations.
Half an hour later.
The Xin Group was in turmoil.
What? Our group was acquired? How is it possible? When did it happen? This must be a dream.
There was an uproar, and Wang Zitian's spies in the Xin group reported the matter immediately.
A hurricane was quietly unfolding in the Jinling business community. Chapter 27. Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? Jinling, Wang Zishan Villa.
At this moment, in the luxurious study, Wang Zitian is sipping strong coffee, savoring the aroma, just like his state of mind where he is in control of everything.
Ding-a-ling. A cell phone rang and Wang Zitian answered the call.
Hello. Because he was a spy for the Xin group, Wang Zitian was particularly concerned about it, especially at this time. Upon learning the information from his spy, Wang Zitian's pupils suddenly opened wide.
What did you say?
Xin group has been acquired by someone, and Xin Zirong has lost contact.
With a bang, Wang Zitian stood up from his seat. I don't know when the phone was hung up. How is it possible? After swallowing his saliva, Wang Zitian panicked. While the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it, he always thought that he was the oriole, but he didn't expect it. But he is the cicada. After spending so much effort, I ended up making things difficult for others? Bang! A priceless Yuan dynasty porcelain next to him was smashed to pieces. Damn it!
Wang Zitian always felt that there was a pair of eyes behind him, and even the eyes were aware of his presence.
Xiao family? The image of Xiao Bingning's father appeared in Wang Zitian's mind, and then he shook his head. Impossible, the Xiao family does not have this strength.
He managed to quietly make all of Xin Zirong's contacts go haywire, and he was able to take control of the Xin group in such a short period of time.
Could it be? Obviously, at this moment, for shadows emerged in Wang Zitian's mind, the four major families of Jinling. You know.
The four major families are the only ones, except for the Martial Arts Association, that have martial arts masters in charge. That insurmountable gap is totally incomparable to the Xiao family and their Wang family.
2 days later, in the exquisite bamboo house. Grandpa, Grandma, goodbye. Xin and Tongtong waved goodbye and headed towards Jiangcheng Airport. Ha!
Xiao Bingning, with a slightly red face, breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that it was finally over.
Daddy, when are we going to play again?
The two little ones asked with their eyes blinking expectantly, and it was obvious that they liked this place better than Jinling.
This, I have to ask your mom.
Xiao Bingning, who had just breathed a sigh of relief, couldn't help but glare at someone when she heard his words.
How could this guy be so shameless? Soon, we arrived at Jiangcheng Airport.
Bingning, take the two little ones to the VIP room.
I'm going to the bathroom. All right.
Xiao Bingning didn't think much about it and took the two little ones to the VIP room. Yi Xian glanced somewhere in the dark, then walked to the side.
You've been following me for so long, come out now.
Coming to an open place and standing still, Yi Xian's calm voice was heard. Swish. As the voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared on the scene.
Top Master.
At first glance, Yi Xian saw the man's strength, and the middle-aged man looked at Yi Xian in surprise. How could you find me?
It seems that he has some strength. Laugh.
Without hesitation, the middle-aged man attacked with lightning speed. But for this, Yi Xian had no intention of taking action and his expression remained calm.
Bang.
Just when the middle-aged man thought he had succeeded, a figure appeared in front of Yi Xian and slapped him with a palm, and the middle-aged man was slapped away.
You dare to attack Master Yi, you are seeking death.
Seeing that Xin Bao was about to chase after him, he was stopped by Yi Xian. Forget it, he has no hostility towards me, he is just testing me. Yi Xian didn't care. The man had been following them since they came to Jiangcheng Airport.
If he wanted to attack them, there would be many perfect opportunities to do so.
Moreover, his intuition told him that this person was a friend, not an enemy.
Yes, Master Yi. Xin Ba responded respectfully, then disappeared from the spot in a flash. Puff.
On the other side, the middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, obviously seriously injured. That kid. I didn't expect that he was actually guarded by a master who was one step away from being a martial arts master.
Daddy is back.
In the VIP room, Xin and Tongtong saw their father coming back, their faces full of excitement. It takes so long to go to the bathroom. Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at someone sourly. It was obvious that she had never seen two little guys being so close to her.
Of course. You know your man's storage. Xiao Bingning was stunned by what a certain guy said.
She glanced somewhere subconsciously and her face turned red. That aspect of storage, is that crazy? This guy is so shameless.
Put.
Only the devil knows. The more Xiao Bingning spoke, the redder her face became. She turned her head away and didn't look at that person. However, the other side of that guy kept coming to her mind, and her calm heart could no longer remain calm.
Dad, Mom, what are you talking about?
Xin Tongtong came over at this time, blinking her big curious eyes and asked.
Xiao Bingning,
The sudden question made Xiao Bingning at a loss for how to explain it for a moment. After all, she couldn't say that it was your dad who bullied Mom.
Oh, nothing.
Yi Xian smiled and waved his hands, saying lovingly, it's just me and your mom playing games.
Puff.
Xiao Bingning, who wanted to drink some water to calm down, was almost choked by the sudden words.
Hateful. Shameless, gadfly, scum.
Without leaving any trace, Xiao Bingning pinched someone hard to vent her dissatisfaction madness. Real. If it weren't for the two little guys in front of her, she would really fight this guy for 300 rounds.
Is that so? Xin Tongtong nodded as if she understood, and that ended the topic. Jinling, Xiao family villa. In the study.
A middle-aged man was writing calligraphy with his brush, and the aura of a master calligrapher was surging. This man was the chairman of Xiao Group, Xiao Guofeng. And he was Xiao Bingning's father. With the movement of the brush, two vigorous large characters appeared on the rice paper emitting a faint fragrance. They were the two characters Yi Xian.
Master, I found it.
Xiao family steward Fubo came to the study, looked at the calligraphy on the table, and sighed, as you expected, that Yi Xian is Xin Tongtong's biological father.
Yi Xian, from Guishu village in Jiangcheng, is a senior student at Jinling University. He currently lives in Villa number 1 of Dun. His most expensive car is a Lamborghini Devil's Son. He owns 40% of Miss Bingning's company shares.
Hearing Uncle Fu's words, Xiao Guofeng frowned. He had an ordinary status, but possessed wealth that did not match his status. It seemed that the boy was not as useless as he thought.
Ding-a-ling. Just then, Xiao Guofeng's cell phone rang.
He answered it immediately after seeing the caller ID.
Hey, Lao Chen.
What, you were seriously injured by one move?
Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Guofeng could no longer remain calm.
Seeing this scene, Uncle Fu frowned.
Master, what happened?
After a moment of shock, Xiao Guofeng said bitterly, Fu, that kid has a top expert by his side, and old Chen was severely injured by one move.
How is this possible?
After hearing this, Uncle Fu looked incredulously towards Jiang Chang. If this is true, he is really qualified to be the son-in-law of the Xiao family. Chapter 28, The Trip to Dylan Group, earning 30 billion.
Jinling, airport exit. Master, hello, madam. Hello, young lady.
Su Muyua's pleasant voice came out. She had been waiting here for a long time. After all, welcoming the young master was her greatest honor.
Yi Xian nodded slightly and rubbed the two little guys' heads lovingly. You two should go back to the villa with mommy and wait for daddy.
Daddy will go back after he takes care of something.
Oh.
Then daddy, you need to be faster. After saying that, the two little guys kissed each other reluctantly, which made everyone around them envious.
Oh my god, is it really okay to show off your love in public?
Hateful. They were tricked into giving birth to a daughter, but they didn't fall for it.
Daddy, as soon as possible.
The doting voice said this, and Xiao Bingning was a little touched by the sweetness of the dog food. Why are you being so sick of it?
It's not like he's gone. With a mutter, Xin and Tongtong stuck out their tongues, and the extended supercar drove towards Dun Villa.
Squeak. Not long after leaving, a supercar stopped in the middle of the field.
Master Yi, where are we going next?
The person driving the car exuded an extremely strong aura. This person was none other than Shenzhou 7, whose strength was even stronger than Shenzhou 8.
Emperor's Mansion.
Yi Xian looked towards the direction of the Dylan building and said that he wanted to meet Mu Hanxue, the president assigned by the system, and also to make some money and explain some things.
Yes, Master Yi.
After Shen Shi finished speaking, he drove his supercar and quickly arrived in front of the Dylan building. This was originally the Shin Group building, but now it is the headquarters of the Dylan Group, but that doesn't matter. A quarter of an hour later, the emperor arrived in front of the building.
Boss, please follow me.
As soon as I arrived at the lobby on the first floor of the building, a girl in a tight skirt came up to me. This person was Lily, the secretary specially recruited by Mu Hanxue. I have to say that she looked very good, very capable, and very beautiful. There was an immediate uproar in the lobby on the first floor because Secretary Lilith actually called the young man boss. Indeed. This is the first time they have seen it, but they didn't expect their boss to be so young. Yi Xian, why is it him? Lu Meier looked in disbelief at the person who was feared and treated respectfully by everyone in the company, Lilith. Her face turned pale in an instant and she almost fell to the ground. Mayor, do you know the boss of our Dylan group? Yes, if you really know Tangda in the future, don't forget us. Listening to the chattering sounds around her, Lu Meier's mind suddenly buzzed with an idea. The person who could make Secretary Lilith welcome her so respectfully in person must be the boss behind the Dylan group. There was endless regret in Lu Meier's eyes. She didn't expect Yi Xian to be so rich. He was actually the boss of Dylan Group. How could this be? You know. Just working at the Dylan Group now has taken a lot of effort from her lover, Mr. Wang. There is no harm without comparison. Now Yi Xian is hundreds of times stronger than Wang Xiao. No, at least 10,000 times. Did I make the wrong choice after all? At the same time, in the office of the president of Dylan Group. Master Yi, you are here. A super sweet voice was heard, and then Yi Xian looked over and saw a beautiful girl, who was none other than the gorgeous President Mu Hanxue assigned by the system. Although she is not as good as Xiao Bingning, she is still a stunning goddess. I have to say, the system is quite interesting. You are Mu Hanxue, very beautiful. Thank you for the compliment, Master Yi. Mu Hanxue was flattered for a moment when she heard Yi Xian's praise, and then looked at the special secretary. Lily, you can go out. No one is allowed to come in without my permission. Well. Special Secretary Lily was stunned when she heard this, and her face turned red. Could it be that President Mu wanted to do that with the boss? Okay, Mr. Mu. Although she thought so in her mind, she did not dare to slack off in her actions. After all, she had finally applied for this high-paying job, and she could also learn a lot. Click. The office door was closed, and Mu Hanxue became more respectful. After all, her loyalty to her master did not need to be tested. Very capable. It can be seen that Mu Hanxue has a high prestige and is very satisfied with the group's well-organized structure. Master Yi, why are you here? Mu Hanxue smiled gently. She didn't believe that young Master Yi was specifically looking at her. She had some self-awareness. Although she was not bad, the boss's woman was much more beautiful than her. Shunqi. He did not answer Mu Hanxue's words, but spoke with a smile. Swish. The next moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the room. This person was Xingxi. Master Yi. Hiss. Looking at the figure that seemed to appear suddenly, Mu Hanxue took a breath of cold air, and then looked at Yi Xian with even more respect. Young Master Yi actually has such a powerful subordinate. Hanxue, Xingxi will be your partner from now on. Yi Xian smiled at the shocked Mu Hanxue, looked out the large French window at the beautiful scenery of Jinling, and then said, I want you to develop the Dylan group into the #1 group in Jinling in the shortest possible time. If there is something that cannot be handled, Xingxi will fully cooperate with you. Jinling, the first group. Even Mu Hanxue was shocked. What did this mean? That was something that none of the 4 major families in Jinling dared to do. Her intuition told her that the world in Jinling was about to change. But, thinking of the strength of the 7 divine ghosts, he felt more confident. He took a deep breath and his eyes became determined. Ding dong. Just then, a cell phone message sounded, and Mu Hanxue clicked it and took a look. Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 3478 received 3 billion renminbi on March 30, 2024. Please check it. CCB. Looking at the message on the phone, Mu Hanxue was stunned. This is 3 billion. Mu Hanxue saw the transfer information and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Master Yi, what are you doing? These are my first working capital for supporting the Dylan group. Yi Xian said nonchalantly. He had already thought about this wave of money making. Ding. The host spent 3 billion renminbi and gained 30 billion renminbi in wealth. Hearing the sound of reward coming from his ears, Yi Xian was amazed. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Grandmaster of Martial Arts. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities: God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, Kato finger permanent experience. Items: Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian God oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group.
Wealth, 95.3 billion renminbi.
Looking at the wealth that soared from the system, Yi Xian was in a particularly good mood.
During this trip, Dylan Group made a huge profit of 30 billion. Ha!
Taking a deep breath, Mu Hanxue felt the trust and clenched her fists. Master Yi, don't worry.
Hanxue will definitely not let you down. After a brief greeting, Yi Xian left the Dylan Group.
Young Master Yi, walk slowly. In the lobby on the first floor, Mu Hanxue respectfully saw Yi Xian off.
This undoubtedly confirmed everyone's speculation.
For a moment, everyone's eyes changed as they looked in the direction Yi Xian was leaving.
This is indeed true.
With a thud, Lu Meier fell to the ground. The fact that President Mu personally saw her off said it all.
Pa!
At a certain moment, Lu Meier slapped herself hard. The clear pain made her face paler because she realized that this was all true.
Chapter 29 Yi Xian is the boss behind the Dylan Group. How so?
Lu Meier's face was full of regret. If she had known that Yi Xian was capable of establishing the Dylan Group, she would never have broken up with him even if she was beaten to death.
And
not only will she not break up, she will use all her tricks and techniques to firmly grasp his body and mind, and she is confident about this. But now, everything is too late.
I regret it so much, what should I do? Ding-a-ling.
At this moment, Lu Meier received a call from her cousin Lu Channer. She immediately broke down in tears. The call from her cousin was like the last straw that broke the camel's back.
Hey, cousin. Mayor, what's wrong with you?
Hearing that her cousin was not in good condition, Lu Channer was concerned. Her situation had not been good during this period. After all, without her sponsor, her source of funds would be cut off. Cousin, I regret so much. I regret not cherishing Yi Xian at the beginning. Do you know what just now?
Hearing her cousin's words, Lu Channer sat up from the sofa. What did you say? Yi Xian is the boss behind the Dylan Group. How is this possible? Young Master Yang. Outside the Emperor's building, Wang Zitian said to a young man respectfully, that man is Yi Xian.
Judging from Xiao Bingning's personality, this man is most likely the biological father of the two little evildoers.
After hearing this, Jin Tianyang narrowed his eyes.
He was one of the few rich young men in Jinling who pursued Xiao Bingning.
He almost got Xiao Bingning back then. And
he has another identity, that is, the second son of the second branch of the Qin family in Jinling. His identity is completely incomparable to Qin Tianao.
Young Master Yang, please take a look. Wang Zitian attentively took out a paternity test obtained by hackers. This is the paternity test of Yi Xian and his two little evildoers, 4 years ago. Snap. Listening to Wang Zitian's angry words, the teacup in Qin Tianyang's hand shattered, and this reaction made Wang Zitian happy, as this was exactly what he wanted. That kid is looking for death. Obviously, Wang Zitian's stimulation was successful. Qin Tianyang confessed to Xiao Bingning more than once, but was rejected every time. Qin Tianyang even thought about forcing her.
However, after weighing the pros and cons, he didn't use it in the end. After all, although the Xiao family was not as good as the 4 major families, he was only the second son of the second branch of the Qin family. If he really took action against Xiao Bingning, it might allow the people from the first branch to take advantage of the situation.
But, what right does this ant called Yi Xian have?
This kid must die. When Wang Zitian heard this, he smiled slightly and said, by the way, young Master Yang, I stopped this boy on his way back to the villa. Young Master Yang wants to do something, but he needs to do it as soon as possible.
Ha, you are thoughtful.
Qin Tianyang glanced at Wang Zitian, then said with satisfaction, once we kill this guy, I will cooperate with your Wang family on behalf of the Qin family.
Thank you, young Master Yang, for your support. Wang Zitian bowed and a cunning look flashed across his lips. So what if they are disciples of the 4 major families in Jinling?
They can still become pawns in his hands. Whether Yi Xian or Qin Tianyang dies this time, it is a good thing for him. However, it was obvious that Yang Xiao, a second-generation playboy, had no idea about Wang Zitian's plan.
Otherwise, there must be something hateful about pitiful people. Half an hour later.
Yi Xian stopped the car on a deserted street.
Boy, you are Yi Xian. Xiao, that bitch. Bang!
Before Qin Tianyang could finish his words, Yi Xian slapped him and sent him flying more than 10 meters away.
He was beaten into a pool of flesh without even a scream.
No one could react to this sudden scene.
In fact, it was too sudden.
The most important thing is that they never expected that Yi Xian would dare to kill their young master directly.
Young Master Yang. Asshole, kill him.
Looking at the 3 top masters and more than 10 first-rate masters who appeared like ghosts where Qin Tianyang was just now, they were obviously sent by the Qin family to protect Qin Tianyang.
Qin Tianyang was far inferior to this kind of treatment. Now, Qin Tianyang has been killed.
As his followers, if the news gets back to the master, he will definitely skin all of them alive.
Sniff.
More than 10 people rushed forward, and there were 3 top masters. The lineup was huge, and such power was enough to fight against a half-step martial arts master.
Bang!
With one slap, the 3 top masters were all knocked away, and the next moment they appeared in a mess 5 or 6 meters away. The 3 of them looked at the opposite side in disbelief.
Puff!
They each spat out a mouthful of blood, obviously seriously injured on the spot.
How could you?
Indeed, Yi Xian's strength far exceeded their expectations, master of martial arts.
You are a martial arts master.
Gulping their saliva, the 3 of them were filled with shock at seeing such a young martial arts master.
What?
As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the Qin family masters around them changed drastically, and they fled without even thinking.
Joke?
The martial arts master was a strength that only the strongest person in their Qin family possessed. With that level of strength, they would only end up dead.
Sniff.
Dozens of golden rays emerged, and then all the Qin family masters, including the 3 top masters, were covered with golden rays.
Then they turned into ashes.
The scene was extremely strange.
This.
Wang Zitian, who was secretly watching all this, had his pupils widened and his face was filled with horror. Retreat.
Yeah. I wonder where you want to go.
A ghostly voice rang in his ears, and Wang Zitian fell to the ground with a thud, because Yi Xian had appeared behind him without him knowing.
You can't kill me.
I am from the Wang family of Jinling.
The Wang family will control the future. I swear I will never do this to you. With a bang, Wang Zitian was knocked away by Yi Xian. His fate was even worse than Qin Tianyang's. He was directly beaten into a bloody mist.
In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies were in vain.
Jinling Wang family?
Yi Xian shook his head. Not to mention the Wang family, even if the 4 major families in Jinling took action at the same time, it would only take a slap from him.
DUN Villa, in the living room. Ding-a-ling.
After returning to the villa, Xiao Bingning received a call from her special assistant Xiao Qian, but she soon lost her composure.
Hey, Akane. What did you say? Zhang Group and Xin Group merged to become Dylan Group. Okay, I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bingning was a little confused.
How could this happen?
Originally, Xiao Bingning wanted someone to warn Zhang Xiaotian, but now not only the Zhang Group was acquired, but even the Shen family where her rival Shanaoshua lived was acquired.
What's wrong?
When he came to the living room, he saw Bingning's wife's surprised look and asked curiously. Yi Xian, a D-Lin group appeared in Jinling. It acquired the Zhang and Xin groups right after it was established.
Yeah.
Yi Xian smiled slightly, while Xiao Bingning nodded heavily, feeling worried.
You know. Even their Xiao family couldn't do it, unless it was the 4 major families in Jinling.
Of course, it could not be ruled out that it was done by forces outside Jinling.
But she didn't know it. The boss behind the Dylan Group is the man next to her. If she knew, I wonder how Xiao Bingning would react. After dinner, return to the room. Eh? As soon as she returned to the room, Xiao Bingning saw an exquisitely wrapped brocade box on the bed. What is this?
It's beautiful, a gift for you.
A gift for me. Xiao Bingning was stunned and became quite curious for a moment.
Why did that guy buy her a gift? But she was still quite looking forward to it. With a hint of curiosity, Xiao Bingning opened the brocade box, and the hollow transparent lace came into view. After seeing the item, Xiao Bingning's face flushed. Yi Xian, come here and see me or I will beat the shit out of you. Chapter 30. Sure enough, what the internet said was right, you men are all pigs. Crash. Under Yi Xian's instigation, Xiao Bingning came out of the bathroom after taking a shower with the mentality of not wasting anything. The stunning face, coupled with the interesting pajamas, especially the hollow lace, instantly added a touch of charm, which made Yi Xian's eyes light up.
Do you men like this kind of clothes?
When she came to the bedroom, Xiao Bingning blushed and glanced at someone. It was obvious that she was not used to wearing this kind of clothes.
Even. It felt like I was naked and being watched by that guy. Ahem, who said that?
Yi Xian coughed dryly, pulled his wife Bingning into his arms, and joked, "That would only look good if my wife Bingning is super beautiful."
Put. It turns out what they say on the internet is true. You men are all pigs. Xiao Bingning spat softly and rolled her eyes fiercely.
That touch of charm made Yi Xian's heart flutter. Such a great figure was just revealed in front of someone so cheaply. Holding the beauty in your arms, especially smelling the pleasant fragrance, is very comfortable.
Bingning, let me tell you a story.
It's a rare quiet time, so it's nice to listen to a few stories to liven up the atmosphere.
Story? Xiao Bingning glanced at someone suspiciously. You are not going to tell me a fairy tale. How could that be?
Yi Xian approached her lovingly and climbed up to her, which caused Xiao Bingning to roll her eyes.
However, she did not stop him.
After all, this was nothing compared to his previous excessive behavior. It is said that when Li Hongjiang went to a foreign country for negotiations, he wanted to go to the toilet during the negotiation. He then asked the service staff where the toilet was, but when he arrived at the toilet, he found that it was a new-style toilet. He simply fell into the wide cuffs and prepared to take it away after he was done. But at this moment, the service staff came in, and he hurriedly waved his sleeves to throw the feces to the ceiling, then took out a gold coin and handed it to the man, embarrassedly saying not to tell anyone about this. The service staff took out 10 gold coins and handed them to Li Hongjiang, and asked curiously, "I'll give you $10, can you tell me how you pulled it up?"
Puff.
As the sound made her feel so real, Xiao Bingning burst out laughing without realizing it.
But. Then he glared at someone fiercely. Yi Xian, you are crazy. Telling such a vulgar story.
After several stories, I don't know how long it has been. The four looked at each other, and a beautiful melody rose quietly in the room.
80,000 words omitted here. Nightfall. Ding-a-ling.
But at this moment, my second aunt Tang Xiaoxian called and I picked up the call.
Hey, Xiaoxian.
When the call was connected, the second aunt's apologetic voice came from the other end. "It's so late, I hope I didn't disturb you in Bingning's rest."
Ahem, what nonsense is second aunt talking about?
Yi Xian's old face turned red, and he felt as if he was being caught.
What's there to be embarrassed about?
Second aunt said nonchalantly, "Second aunt is an experienced person, and Bingning is so pretty, it's okay for you young people to do it more frequently."
That's right.
After a few words of small talk, the second aunt got to the point. "Tomorrow is the day of your cousin Sweki's parents' meeting, and your second uncle and I can't leave.
You happen to be in Jinling, why don't you take us there?" Sweki's parents' meeting?
When Yi Xian heard this, his cousin Shen Sweki from the live broadcast room came to his mind.
That girl used to follow him like a little puppy when she was a child. All right.
Yi Xian nodded in agreement. "I haven't seen that girl for a long time."
Thank you very much. The next day, early morning. A parents' meeting?
Leaning in Yi Xian's arms, Xiao Bingning was suspicious, but every time she thought of last night, her face turned red. Besides, I sent Sweki a photo of us sleeping before.
Xiao Bingning blushed when she heard this. Are you crazy about the photos of us sleeping? Which one? Let me see. Indeed, Xiao Bingning couldn't help but take it seriously. Here, this is it.
Looking over, Xiao Bingning's face turned even redder, especially when he saw her fair arms, delicate collarbones, and even the lingering red on her face.
You, how could you?
Poof.
Xiao Bingning glared at someone fiercely. How can I face your cousin in the future if you do this? It's so embarrassing. What's the matter?
Yi Xian said indifferently, "My cousin is a girl, and her dormitory is full of girls, I don't mind."
Xiao Bingning, what do you know? I won't argue with you anymore. You have to get my consent next time.
After a few words of bickering, they got up and left the room together. However, before leaving, Xiao Bingning hid her fun pajamas carefully, fearing that they would be found by the maids.
After all,
she could only wear that kind of thing in front of a guy.
After breakfast,
Yi Xian drove the car towards Jiling No. 1 Middle School. On the other side, in front of the school gate.
Sweki, what are you waiting for?
5 roommates in the dormitory walked together and gossiped about this girl, saying that she was the most beautiful girl in their Jinling #1 middle school.
Wait for my cousin.
Chen Shuiqi's face curved into a crescent shape with a smile, and her roommates all perked up after hearing it.
It can't be my idol cousin.
The 5 roommates were chattering. They had seen the photo of Shuiqi's cousin, and he was exactly the Prince Charming in their hearts.
Go away. Don't be a nympho, my cousin has a girlfriend. He rolled his eyes at a few people, and at this moment, a loud roar of a wild beast rang out.
Squeak! It stopped suddenly in front of Chen Shuiqi, and the 5 roommates paused at the sight.
It's a custom Lamborghini Devil's Son.
Oh my god, a few of them cost hundreds of millions.
Could it be that the rich second generation has taken a fancy to me?
Thinking of this, the girls blushed slightly, then the car windows rolled down, revealing their stunningly beautiful faces.
Ah!
Chen Shuiqi screamed, covering her mouth in disbelief as she looked at the figure in the supercar. Cousin!
Cousin! Boom! Chongni knocked Chen Shuiqi on the head and said with a smile, "What are you looking at? Don't you recognize me, your cousin? Get in the car."
Oh,
okay.
Chen Shuiqi got into the car in a daze, but the fans in the live broadcast room were gobsmacked.
What? Fuck, the cute girl cousin is so handsome. Love. Of course not.
He drives a supercar worth hundreds of millions and is a wealthy man.
It's over.
He's handsome, rich, and seems to be super doting on me.
I feel like I'm in love. What should I do?
There was a lot of heated discussion in the live broadcast room, and the number of fans soared from thousands at the beginning to tens of thousands. After a long while, Chen Shuiqi came back to her senses excitedly and looked at the luxurious interior. Cousin, you are so rich now, am I dreaming?
Chapter 31. Is that handsome guy the parent of Shuiqi, the school beauty? So handsome. Boom. Yi Xian didn't say anything, but just knocked on the head with a little force. What's up, are you dreaming?
Chen Shuiqi covered her forehead in pain, and finally came to her senses. Really?
Oh my god.
Cousin, is your car really worth 100 million? Although she was sitting in the car, Chen Shuiqi still couldn't believe it.
Was this still the cousin she knew? I think so.
Yi Xian waved his hand, then thought of something. By the way, there are clothes and bags that your sister-in-law bought for you in the back.
Really?
Long live sister-in-law. Chen Shuiqi naturally knew who her cousin's sister-in-law was, and she was extremely happy for a moment. The supercar sped along, attracting countless people's attention along the way. As the car drove to the playground, Chen Shuiqi's face flushed with excitement. It was so impressive that her cousin drove a supercar to attend the parent-teacher meeting today. Pushing the door and getting out of the car, 2 people suddenly appeared in the sight of many students' parents.
What? Shuiqi, the school beauty. Is that handsome guy the school beauty's parent? So handsome.
Obviously, not only classmates, but also many parents looked at Yi Xian with a little infatuation. After all, his perfect appearance has an eye-catching effect.
That guy just wants to be in the spotlight.
On the other side, Xiao Bingning, who followed her cousin Chen Shuiqi's account in the morning, sipped coffee and watched the live broadcast.
Obviously.
He didn't expect that Yi Xian would drive the son of demon to Jinling #1 middle school, which was a complete dimensional crushing defeat. But, don't say that from this angle, that guy is quite handsome. Thinking of this, Xiao Bingning's face turned slightly red, thinking that she had made a profit.
Chen Shuiqi's roommates hurried over. Hello, cousin.
The 5 beautiful girl roommates had pleasant voices, but when they looked at Yi Xian's flushed face, they looked really nervous and embarrassed.
Hello.
Yi Xian smiled slightly, then thought of something. I've always heard Shuiqi mention you guys before. Here are the jade bracelets that Sister Shuiqi chose for you.
They're for you.
This. When Chen Shuiqi's roommates saw this, they were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect that they would also get gifts.
This.
Chen Shuiqi was stunned for a moment.
This sister-in-law is so awesome. For a moment.
His impression of Xiao Bingning soared. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a high emotional intelligence.
Cousin, this is very valuable.
Although I don't know what kind of jade the bracelet is, it must be extraordinary judging from its appearance. It's normal, about 50,000 or 60,000 per string.
Chen Shuiqi.
50 or 60,000, 5 bracelets would be about 300,000, my sister-in-law is so generous. Oof. Watching Yixian's operation in the live broadcast room, Xiao Bingning nodded with satisfaction. You have a conscience and know to give your gifts to your cousins. These gifts were what he asked Xiao Qian to deliver to the villa early in the morning. In order to make a good impression in front of her cousin, she went to great lengths. Of course, this also indirectly proves that she cares a lot about her image in the eyes of Yixian's relatives.
66666, awesome. My cousin is awesome. He gave me a jade bracelet worth 50,000 or 60,000 right away. Oh my god, jealousy is tearing me apart. Is this the world of the rich? The gifts alone can buy a Mercedes-Benz or Audi. It's confirmed. I don't understand the happiness of rich people.
The live broadcast room was abuzz with discussion, and Chen Sueki's roommates were all very excited, stroking their beloved bracelets and saying, "Thank you, cousin." The sweet voice melted the hearts of fans in the live broadcast room.
He.
Chen Sueki raised her chin proudly and boasted, "You may not know this, but my cousin is a top student in the music department of Jinling University.
My cousin sings very well."
Detect that the cousin praised the host and gave him the ability to play music. Note, this ability allows the host to easily master any style of music. Listening to his cousins chattering and showing off, Yi Xian suddenly heard the sound of system rewards. He was already quite accustomed to this.
Really?
As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 pretty girls who were close friends in the dormitory glanced at Yi Xian with even more admiration in their eyes.
Wow. This is too good. Not only is he handsome and rich, but he can also sing? Certainly.
Cousin Chen Sueki wishes everyone in the world knew that she has a super awesome cousin.
That's right. Chen Sueki then looked at Yi Xian and said, "Cousin, how about you sing a song for us?" Sing.
Yi Xian rolled his eyes at his cousin. "Not good, this is your parents' meeting after all."
Hey, what's this?
Chen Sueki waved her hand, and then said proudly, "I, your cousin, am the president of the student union. I just need to say hello to the principal.
Do you guys want to hear my handsome cousin singing?" Think. There was an immediate commotion in the venue. The president nodded and smiled.
It was also good for the top students from Jinling University to liven up the atmosphere.
Yi
Xian knocked Chen Sueki on the head and it made her head burst.
This action made countless people envious. After all,
she is the most beautiful girl in Jinling No. 1 middle school. Even smiling at her is a luxury, let alone knocking her head off. Well, please play the accompaniment of Gardenia's Promise for me. After hearing Yi Xian's words, Chen Sueki and the other girls' eyes lit up, because this was the most popular song on the Dosha live streaming platform at the moment.
Fuck, this super cute girl cousin is awesome. Just sing the most popular song.
Hee, I'm really looking forward to it, cousin. The live broadcast room of the super cute beautiful girl is about to take off, and the number of users has reached 30,000. There were many comments.
Chen Sueki made an okay gesture with her slender hand and then made the arrangements.
After all, she is the campus beauty of Jinling No. 1 middle school and also the student union president.
Its reputation is naturally not low. Come on, cousin.
Chen Sueki raised her fist towards her cousin and cheered him on.
Sing?
On the other side, Xiao Bingning in the president's office watched the live broadcast with interest. Come to think of it, I haven't heard that guy sing yet. At this time, Yi Xian came to the stage.
Hello, parents and teachers. I am Chen Sueki's cousin.
I am going to sing the song The Promise of Gardenia to you all.
I hope that all students will have smooth sailing and achieve academic success. Pa 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 pa.
As the voice fell, thunderous applause broke out from the audience.
Sometimes appearance is really important. As the melody lingered, the immersive sound transformed into an invisible aura that enveloped the entire parent-teacher conference hall. The evening breeze blows gently.
You sing love songs in my ears. Seeing the gardenias blooming on the roadside. You said beautiful like me. The beautiful campus style of the song opens people's minds in a way that touches their hearts, especially with the blessing of immersive sound, making the artistic conception of the song seem as if you are there in person.
He.
Chen Sueki listened to the beautiful singing voice, and her face was full of admiration. Wow, I didn't expect my cousin to sing so well.
Chapter 32, Wang Zitian? I killed him. So handsome.
The song is so soulful, it feels even better than the original.
I love it so much. What should I do? My cute and beautiful cousin, I love you.
Woo woo, this is my Prince Charming. This song is so magical, cousin loves you. He's so handsome and sings so well, but what's annoying is that he's also so rich.
Fans were discussing the topic enthusiastically, with comments flooding the screen like snowflakes.
With everyone's attention, Yi Xian continued to sing. If you only love gardenias in your heart, why did you choose roses? Your love words are so fake. I can't bear to expose it.
If there is only me in your heart, how come I still fall in love with her in the end?
The singing was so powerful that all 5 of my cousin's roommates were stunned. It was like they were in love. Oh my god, Sweki, your cousin is so sweet.
Yeah, your sister-in-law must be the happiest woman in the world.
It's over, Sweki, I seem to like your cousin, what should I do? The 5 beautiful roommates and little fans clasped their hands together and stared at the handsome figure on the stage. It would be great if their boyfriends in the future could be as good as Sweki's cousin. In that case, they would be willing to live 10 years less.
Ahem, well, actually.
Chen Sweki looked at the stage and was also touched by her cousin's song. She couldn't resist this dog food. I didn't know my cousin was so good at singing this super popular song of Fighting Shark. It feels like it's way better than the original. The 5 pretty girl roommates nodded their heads like little chickens pecking at rice, and the audience of students, parents and teachers were all looking at the stage, with beautiful school memories emerging in their minds. It was really super beautiful to listen to.
The taste of first love is always so fascinating and unforgettable.
The number of fans in Chen Sweki's live broadcast room directly exceeded 100,000 at this moment. Such a speed really shocked many Dosha internet celebrities, and they all rushed in. Seeing this, I was really ruthlessly crushed.
Damn, is this super cute girl cousin a big singer?
The singing he did was so emotional.
Joke?
If they had this level of singing ability, it would not be an exaggeration to say that they could easily gain 1 million fans in a month.
Pity. The extremely cute girl is a super rich person.
The cars she drives are all worth hundreds of millions of dollars.
I guess she just sings for fun. They're just unbalanced.
Why, this guy is so rich and handsome, but he can sing so well, they admit they are jealous.
Don't be too outstanding, otherwise you will have no friends.
Jealousy has changed them beyond recognition.
Company, President's office. Puff.
Listening to the beautiful music, Xiao Bingning couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth and couldn't help laughing out loud. That guy sang so beautifully. When she returned home, she would definitely ask him to sing a song for her alone. No, at least 3 songs.
He.
Xiao Bingning showed a happy smile, and at this time Xiao Qian knocked on the door and came in. She was stunned when she saw the happy smile of her president who was in love with a little girl.
Oh my god, is this still my cool CEO? On the other side, bang 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 bang.
Waves of applause rang out from all directions, with confessions like, "Cousin, I love you" heard from time to time. Among them, there were also several fair-skinned and beautiful parents. It was obvious that Yi Xian had won over many fans with just one try.
Xiao Bingning also has countless rivals in love. If they were to see the scene, I wonder if they would pull someone away immediately. Cousin, so handsome.
Back in the stage, Chen Sweki gave her cousin a thumbs up. It would be a shame if her cousin didn't sing with such potential. If he did, he would definitely become a top singer within half a year.
It's okay, now I have some face.
Chen Sweki nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice, feeling proud. She was so happy and proud today. Today is the happiest day in her history, because her cousin is so cool.
Come on cousin, I'll show you around the school.
The cousin smiled and whispered in her cousin's ear, then laughed and said, "Don't worry, the principal has opened a back door for me."
Well.
Yi Xian was also stunned. He didn't expect that his cousin was so capable that she could even ask the principal to give her a back door for something like a parent-teacher meeting. Just like that, the two of them left the parent-teacher conference, and the principal smiled bitterly.
Is it okay for him not to use a back door?
Chen Sweki is not only a top student but also the president of the student union and a frequent champion in various competitions. To be honest, for such an outstanding student, it doesn't matter whether a parent-teacher meeting is held or not.
66666, my super cute girl is awesome. Asking the principal to use a backdoor, TSK, this is the first time I've heard of this. Hey, this super cute girl seems to be very capable. Super cute girl, can you give me the contact information of your 5 pretty roommates in the dormitory? My cousin is so handsome. I think it's not too much to have a baby with you.
More than 100,000 netizens in the live broadcast room were discussing it heatedly.
Chen Sueki took her cousin to visit the school.
She glanced at the live broadcast room and her smile deepened.
She said secretly, "Look, this beautiful girl is so envious of you. Cousin, see, this is our teaching building. And over there, the library is so grand."
Looking at Jingling No. 1 Middle School with its layout of pavilions and waterside terraces, I have to say that many universities do not have such a good configuration.
If you come here when you are tired of studying, you will definitely get the best education. Also, that's our restaurant. Cousin, let me tell you, the food in the restaurant is superb.
Half an hour later, Yi Xian, who was passing by the corridor, sensed hidden murderous intent in the darkness.
Sueki, let's stop here today.
Yi Xian's eyes narrowed with a barely perceptible sharpness. You go back first, I'm going to the toilet.
That's okay. Shen Sueki thought for a moment and nodded. Then cousin, I will go back first.
A little. Yi Xian was the only one left in the field, and he turned and walked towards the end of the corridor.
There are always some people who are looking for death. Come out.
After standing still, Yi Xian sneered and looked somewhere, and as Yi Xian's voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared in the scene from the darkness, and his hiding means were very clever.
Top Master. Seeing the person coming, Yi Xian sensed the aura of this person.
His strength was comparable to that of the top masters of the Xiao family.
If it were an ordinary person, he would surely die. Unfortunately, he met him. Oh. You actually knew I was following you.
Obviously, this top expert was quite surprised, and Yi Xian glanced at this person and said, if my estimation is correct, you should be from the Jinling Wang family.
What a perceptive boy. It seems that Zitian's disappearance must be related to you.
The top master narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian, ready to take action at any time.
Wang Zitian?
I was the one who killed him. The calm voice, like a thunderbolt from the blue sky, exploded in the ears of the top master. Boy, you are looking for death.
Sniff.
A sharp dagger attacked Yi Xian rapidly. It was obviously a fatal blow, and the attack was so tricky and ruthless. With a ding sound, when the top master of Wang family was about to attack, he was extremely shocked to find that Yi Xian opposite him actually blocked his full strength attack with just one finger. Just like that, an unbelievable scene appeared on the field. The Wang family's top master's full strength attack was actually blocked by a young man with just one finger, and it even made a metallic sound.
What? Before he could think about it, a terrifying force blew him away. With a puff, blood splattered and his face turned pale. The gap between the two of them was indeed too big.
It can be said that they are on a completely different level.
Master of martial arts.
Sensing the power far beyond his own, the top master of the Wang family's face changed. You are actually a martial arts master.
Shock.
The Wang family's top masters were shocked beyond belief, and could never have imagined that the target they wanted to assassinate was so strong.
A strong sense of uneasiness welled up in their hearts. Escape. Without hesitation, this top master turned around and was about to leave. Joke? How could he contend with such a being who could overthrow the Wang family?
It was obvious that he should not stay here for long, because he could not deal with this person.
Laugh.
A golden light flashed, and 3 seconds later the top master turned into ashes. He disappeared from the world without even having time to scream. The end of the Wang family was quietly approaching. If outsiders knew about this, they would be frightened to death on the spot.
Chapter 33, Opportunity of Divine Guard. Shin steps into half-step martial arts grandmaster. Top master.
Not to mention this level of strength, even a martial arts master cannot be defeated by him in a single move.
Jinling Wang family.
Yi Xian looked towards the Wang family. I wanted to let you go, but since you have taken action, then I will destroy you. Of course, he wouldn't waste his time on these people.
Shenzhou 6. A calm voice sounded, and then a figure suddenly appeared in the darkness. This person was Xin Lu. Master Yi, give your orders. Shenzhou 6 bent down and listened without any hesitation. Take your men and destroy the Jinling Wang family.
Yi Xian was thinking about the hidden danger of the Wang family. He always tried to root out the problem completely, otherwise there would be endless trouble. Then, he took out 72 doses of physical enhancement liquid. Before destroying the Wang family, take this liquid first, and give the rest to other divine guards.
Yes, Master Yi. Cousin, why did you come back just now?
A few minutes later, Chen Sueki breathed a sigh of relief when she saw her cousin coming back. She thought her cousin had left on his own, which would have been very embarrassing for her.
I'm here to attend the parents' meeting, why would I leave?
He knocked his head and looked at the parent-teacher conference that was still going on. The parent-teacher conference is over, how about you come with me to meet your sister-in-law?
Ah. Chen Suiki's eyes lit up when she heard this, really? Then I won't disturb you guys, right? Of course not.
As the two of them talked, the live broadcast room was filled with the sound of 66,666.
In this case, wouldn't they be able to meet their cousin's girlfriend, who is a very cute girl?
Thinking of this, netizens couldn't help but get excited. They also want to see what kind of girl can capture the heart of such an outstanding boy.
Jinling, Wang family villa.
There were no less than 30 guards standing around, and no less than 100 people secretly. After all, the Wang family was second only to the four major families in Jinling, and they were definitely first class in strength. Swish! Not far from the Wang family villa, dozens of figures appeared on the scene, led by the Shin Six who had arrived. He dare not slack off in the slightest on what young Master Yi has ordered.
This medicine. Shenlu looked at the medicine in his hand, thought for a moment and then drank it.
He was 100% loyal to Yi Xian and would not hesitate even if it meant his death. Buzz. As the medicine entered his body, Shenlu felt his blood flow several times faster and surging energy filled his body.
At some point,
his aura strengthened, and he suddenly became a top-notch martial arts master. The dozens of divine guards around him were all shocked.
This Master Shenlu is a martial arts master. Master Ye's medicine is so powerful.
At that moment, dozens of people drank the medicine without hesitation. Not long after, dozens of first-rate masters became top masters with such miraculous skills.
Really?
Shenlu looked at the god guards becoming stronger and couldn't help but take a breath. Young Master Yi has been so kind, so let's repay some of it with the Jinling Wang family.
Destroy the Wang family, leaving no one alive.
Yes, Master Shenlu. In an instant, dozens of top masters rushed up like tigers into a flock of sheep to kill.
Puff puff puff. In an instant, most of the Jinling Wang family's masters, both openly and secretly, were killed or injured, and the two remaining top masters suffered serious injuries.
Behind these people was the head of the Wang family, Wang Chongtian,
a martial arts master and dozens of top experts. Wang Chongtian looked at Shenlu and the others, his expression gloomy to the extreme. Aren't you from the four major families, forces outside Jinling? When did my Jinling Wang family offend you? Anger. Resentment. Ferocious.
Wang Chongtian wanted to tear everyone in front of him to pieces, but he knew very well that in front of such an existence, they were just ants.
Send someone to assassinate Master Yi. After today, there will be no Wang family in Jinling anymore.
Kill. Dozens of figures surrounded and attacked again, showing no mercy, but Wang Chongtian realized something. Young Master Yi, you are
Yi Xian's men. Phew. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Chongtian's head flew into the air.
Before he died, his eyes widened to the extreme.
He couldn't believe that a young boy could have such terrible subordinates.
If he could regret it, he would rather kill his son Wang Zitian with his own hands than let him offend such a ruthless person.
But now, it's too late. Phew. Phew. The two top masters of the Wang family who were severely injured were crushed to death by the divine guards. Is it a joke that more than 10 top masters from the four major families were just like this? Clean up the field, retreat.
Yes, Master Shenlu. More than a dozen divine guards responded respectfully, and then streams of bone-eating powder penetrated into the bodies of the Wang family masters.
In less than 10 seconds, all the Wang family masters, including Wang Chongtian, were reduced to ashes.
Swish. Shenzhou 6 and its crew left about a quarter of an hour later. Several figures appeared on the field, led by Xiao Guofeng, and beside him were two top masters.
The Wang family was wiped out. Xiao Guofeng looked at the Xiao family's decades-long enemy in disbelief, and then several of his men returned after investigating. Master, there is no body in the Wang family villa.
What? As soon as these words came out, Xiao Guofeng's face changed drastically. How is it possible? The Wang family has at least 200 masters, including 3 top masters, and none of them even have corpses.
Master.
At this time, the 2 top masters looked at each other with serious expressions. There is a very strong aura remaining in the air.
It is very likely that he is a martial arts master. Master of martial arts.
Xiao Guofeng's face was solemn. Could it be that it is the 4 great families of Jinling?
We can't stay here for long, retreat. The two top masters looked grim. If the martial arts master returned and was seen by them, it would be bad if he was killed to silence him. On the other side, Shenzhou 6 arrived at a villa in the suburbs of Jinling. Swish! He flashed to the center of the field, and at this moment Shen Yi and others were enjoying the tasting of red wine. Boss! At this moment, Shen Lu launched an attack, and Shen Yi raised his hand solemnly and slapped it back. Boom! With one palm strike, Shen Lu retreated several steps, and Shen Yi also retreated one step, but everyone in the field was confused. Fuck, Lao Lu, are you a martial arts master? Shen Er and others all gathered around, and when they saw that Shen Lu had the same aura as Shen Yi, they were filled with disbelief. How could this old six be like this? Ha, how about it, isn't it awesome? Shen Lu grinned, then placed the remaining physical enhancement liquid on the table. Here, this is the medicine the master gave me. Taking a deep breath, Shen Lu continued, it was because I drank this medicine that I became a martial arts master. This is a reward from the master. Swallowing their saliva, the 5 people of Shen Yi cast their fiery eyes on the medicine and opened one of them and drank it without hesitation. Joke. They are not stupid. With the example of Lao Lu in front of them, they dare not delay for even a moment. Buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Half an hour later, all 5 of them broke through the realm together. Shen Er and the others all became martial arts masters, and the aura of any one of them was 1 point stronger than Shen Lu. However, including Shenzhou 6, all eyes were on the boss Shenzhou I. Hey, what realm do you think the old man will break through to? This. I don't know, it must be much stronger than us. As they were discussing, Shen Yi opened his eyes, and a strong aura filled the air. Shen Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief. I am a half-step martial arts grandmaster. Chapter 34, I have no place to stand in Jinling, who do you think you are? Half-step to martial arts grandmaster. Shen Er and the others felt the powerful waves surging from the boss body and took a deep breath. Come on, all of you come together. Shen Yi narrowed his eyes, his fighting spirit high. Shen Er and the other 5 looked at each other. Then be careful, boss. Sniff. 5 martial arts masters turned into streams of light and attacked Shen Yi. Each of them tried their best because they knew that even so they could not hurt the boss at all. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. 5 embarrassed figures flew backwards one after another, and Shen Er and others looked at Shen Yi not far away in disbelief. This, the half-step martial arts grandmaster is so strong. On the other side, in the Devil's Son Supercar. Sweki, your cousin hasn't given you a gift yet. Just tell me what you want. Driving a supercar, Yi Xian asked his cousin beside him, it would be nice to attend the parent-teacher meeting and earn some money at the same time. Real? After hearing this, Chen Sweki blinked her beautiful eyes and said, cousin, any gift will do. Certainly. Yi Xian smiled slightly, you see, cousin, I am not short of money. Ha! Chen Sweki took a deep breath and rubbed her hands. Well, I want a supercar worth tens of millions, is that okay? Hiss. After hearing what the super cute girl said, the fans in the live broadcast room all took a deep breath. This super cute girl really wanted a very high price. Of course. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Let's go to Jinling Supercar Club now. I heard that they have imported a lot of new cars recently. Wow. After hearing this, Chen Sweki's face was full of excitement. Long live cousin. Cousin, I love you so much. If you weren't my cousin, I would definitely snatch you from my sister-in-law. Boom. When Yi Xian heard what his cousin said, he slammed his head and said, what nonsense are you talking about? If second aunt hears this, she will definitely hang you up and beat you. When the fans in the live broadcast room heard this, they exploded with envy. 66666, my cousin is so generous. Oh my god, give me a bunch of such arrogant cousins. This super cute girl is going to have a supercar worth tens of millions. I'm so envious. Cousin, stop showing off your wealth. Come home with me, wouldn't it be nice? I once had a friend who was as awesome as my cousin. Whenever he thought of his glorious past, he would get so excited that he would stand up from his wheelchair. Just like this, the number of fans in the live broadcast room exceeded 200,000. The envious fans were so happy that they really wanted to carry away the arrogant cousin. He gives away a supercar worth tens of millions as a present. Who wouldn't want such a generous cousin? Soon, Jinling Supercar Club. Cousin, did I really buy it? Chen Sweki asked for confirmation. After all,
this was a matter of tens of millions, even though her cousin was extremely rich.
Buy with confidence.
As they were talking, the two entered the Supercar club and saw Bentley, Porsche, Ferrari. All the famous supercars can be found here.
Mr. Yi.
Not long after arriving at the club, I heard a familiar voice, and then I saw Qin Tianao, the person in charge of Jiangcheng Kunpeng Hotel.
Haven't seen you for a long time. The two exchanged a few pleasantries, but at this moment, an inappropriate joke came from the side. Hey, isn't this brother Tianao? Then, a charming woman appeared in the scene.
Her name was Qin Muyue, the second daughter of the Qin family.
Qin Muyue.
When Qin Tianao saw the person coming, his face turned cold. This second young lady of the eldest house had bullied them mother and son since they were young.
Shoo. Qin Muyue glanced at Qin Tianao, and then her eyes fell on Yi Xian. Why, is this pretty boy your backer? Boy, I'm warning you.
Qin Muyue narrowed her eyes and looked at Yi Xian. Stay away from this rubbish, or I will make sure you have no place to stand in Jinling.
You.
Shen Sueki was immediately furious when she saw such a rude woman. Yi Xian stepped forward and said, I will have no place to stand in Jinling.
Who do you think you are? Bang!
A crisp sound was heard, and just when he was itching to hit someone came up to him and asked for a slap. With a bang, Qin Muyue was slapped several meters away, and a scarlet slap mark appeared on his face.
Asshole.
The Qin family's top masters who were protecting Qin Muyue's expressions changed drastically. The second young lady was beaten, and the eldest lady would definitely skin them alive when they returned.
Mr. Yi, you go first.
Qin Tianao saw the master who was protecting Qin Muyue, and he stood in front of Yi Xian to let him leave. After all, this matter was caused by him.
Qin Tianao, you traitor, I will destroy you.
The top master of the Qin family doesn't care who Qin Tianao is. After all, he knows his status very well. It can be said that Qin Tianao is not as important as Qin Muyue.
Bang!
Before Qin Tianao could react, the top master of the Qin family who was attacking him rapidly was hit hard by Yi Xian, who appeared in front of him out of nowhere and was seriously injured.
What? Seeing this, Qin Tianao was dumbfounded. Mr. Yi is so skilled. My cousin is awesome.
Watching her cousin displaying his prowess, Shen Sueki admired him from the side, and the fans in the live broadcast room were watching with great interest.
It was so exciting.
They didn't expect that the super cute and beautiful cousin was so skilled, but that woman just now really deserved a beating. With such an exciting scene, the number of fans in the live broadcast room soared by tens of thousands, and they were more excited than watching a blockbuster movie.
But. Cough cough.
The top expert of the Qin family spat out a mouthful of blood and glared at Yi Xian as he left in disgrace with Qin Muyue.
That guy was dead. To offend the Qin family in Jinling is as bad as to expose the truth.
Hey! Watching Qin Muyue leave, Qin Tianao sighed, and then his eyes were full of determination. Mr. Yi, can I have a word with you for a moment?
Oh. Listening to Qin Tianao's words, Yi Xian nodded. Sueki, take a look here first, I'll be back soon.
Soon, Qin Tianao and the other person arrived at a private box.
Mr. Yi, I'm sorry.
Qin Tianao's face was filled with guilt. Because of me, today you had a conflict with the Jinling Qin family. To be honest, Mr. Yi, I am actually the third son of the Qin family in Jinling. However, my mother was a maid in the Qin family and I was born in a humble family, so... Qin Tianao did not hide anything and told his situation. Besides, I gave Mr. Yi the supreme gold card before in order to win over Mr. Yi.
After a pause, Qin Tianao clenched his fists.
But rest assured, Mr. Yi, even if I break up with the first and second wives, I will still send you out of Jinling safely.
Yeah.
Seeing Qin Tianao change from his previous weak self, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Qin Tianao has a good character and will become a great man with a little polishing.
Qin Tianao, do you want to control the Qin family?
Hearing about controlling the Qin family, Qin Tianao's eyes sparkled, but he soon sighed. To be honest, Mr. Yi, I dream about it, but unfortunately the Qin family has a martial arts master, and that martial arts master is extremely partial to the first and second branches, so I have no chance at all.
Yeah.
Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then there was a cracking sound from the soles of his feet, and the next moment spider-web-like cracks spread throughout the room.
This is...
Qin Tianao noticed the unusual sound and looked at the cracked ground with an expression of disbelief. Mr. Yi, you are actually a martial arts master. Chapter 35, If the martial arts master dares to stop me, I will kill him.
Martial arts master.
When Qin Tianao saw this ability, which was a level that only a martial arts master could achieve, his eyes sparkled for a moment.
Plop. Thinking of this, Qin Tianao knelt on his knees without thinking twice.
Mr. Yi, no, sir. Please help me control the Qin family.
From now on, Tianao is willing to follow your orders.
Qin Tianao's intuition told him that this was most likely an opportunity to change his life and should not be missed.
And
this is most likely his only chance to turn things around.
This opportunity is fleeting.
Thinking about the situation of the Jinling Qin family, Qin Tianao did not dare to hesitate at all.
Get up.
Yi Xian nodded slightly. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Now it seemed that Qin Tianao was a smart man. You go back to the Qin family tonight, and I will have someone help you take control of the Qin family. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Qin Tianao's heart moved, but then he asked doubtfully, but, sir,
what if the martial arts master of the Qin family interferes? Undoubtedly, this is what Qin Tianao cares about most.
After all, if he wants to control the Jinling Qin family, that martial arts master is crucial. If he had not been afraid of the Qin family's martial arts master, he would not have been forced into this situation.
After all,
the martial arts master is a high and mighty being. In front of him, he is just an ant that can be crushed at any time.
No, not even an ant. Qin family martial arts master?
Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then said, if he obstructs me, I will kill him.
Yes, sir. Qin Tianao swallowed his saliva.
He naturally understood that the man in front of him was so young but had the strength of a martial arts master, and there must be an extremely extraordinary force behind him. If, in the future, I serve him, my control over the Qin family will be unshakable. The more I think about it, the more excited I become, and I even want to return to the Qin family immediately. After leaving the box, Qin Tianao looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of respect.
Mr. Yi, if you want to buy a car for your cousin, why don't I pay for it? Qin Tianao wanted to take the opportunity to repay Yi Xian for his kindness.
After all, compared to helping him control the Qin family, this little money was nothing. Not to mention a sports car, even if he gave half of the Qin family's assets to Yi Xian, it would not be able to express 1/10 of his gratitude.
Need not.
Yi Xian shook his head. He was still planning to make some money, so how could he let Qin Tianao pay for it? Obviously, it was impossible for him to make some money. As he spoke, Yi Xian looked around the club and at one point had a bold plan. That's right.
This club is great. I wonder if this Supercar club is for sale. I want to buy it. Buy the club?
Hearing this, Qin Tianao thought for a moment. I don't know about this either, but I can take you to talk to the person in charge of the club.
Okay.
Then, Qin Tianao led the three people to an office.
Uncle Wang.
When I arrived at the office, I saw a middle-aged man there. This man was none other than Wang Yuehan, the second master of the Wang family, a top-notch force in Jinling. Speaking of his fate with Qin Tianao, it started when he was nearly hunted down by his enemies and was rescued by Qin Tianao. It was then that he realized that this young master of the third branch of the Qin family, who seemed to be the least promising, had actually been enduring. Of course, that was several years ago.
Tianao, it's you. I just had another conflict with the eldest wife.
He knew a little about the Qin family's affairs, so he naturally knew that Qin Tianao was having a hard time.
That's a small matter. Qin Tianao waved his hand. After all, the first and second wives would soon be under his feet. He then introduced Uncle Wang. This is Mr. Yi. He plans to buy your Supercar club.
Wang Yuehan was stunned when he heard this, and then his eyes fell on Yi Xian. Little brother, do you want to buy my Supercar club?
Do you know how much my Supercar club is worth? 1 billion.
Yi Xian smiled and quoted a price.
Wang Yuehan was obviously not shaken and shook his head.
This price would naturally not make him give in, and this was exactly what Yi Xian wanted.
1.5 billion.
Yi Xian was delighted, thinking that he could make a lot of money today. Oh, it seems I underestimated your financial resources, but it still won't work.
2 billion. Hearing this number, Wang Yuehan was obviously tempted.
After all, the entire Supercar club was worth at most 1.7 billion or 1.8 billion, and the recent market conditions were not as good as before. Moreover, considering his relationship with Qin Tianao, he naturally wanted to help this younger generation who had endured humiliation.
Good.
After weighing the pros and cons, Wang Yuehan agreed, and Yi Xian then took out a card. With a beep, the card swiping is completed.
Qin Tianao's eyelids twitched wildly when he saw this.
He was indeed an adult, as he didn't even blink an eye when it came to the huge sum of 2 billion yuan.
This made Wang Yuehan's eyes narrow. And this. He became even more certain of his guess about Yi Xian's extraordinary identity.
Brother Yi, from now on, Jinling's Supercar Club will be yours. Wang Yuehan smiled heartily. Although he didn't know who Yi Xian was, judging from the handwriting here, he must be of extraordinary status. Moreover, he always believed in Qin Tianao's vision. Oh my god, did you hear 2 billion right? My super cute cousin actually bought the Jinling Supercar Club for 2 billion. Ahem, what an operation. I wanted to buy a car, but my cousin bought the Supercar Club. Too arrogant. Even the Fuchin boss who rewarded the super cute girl before is not good enough. Cousin, come home with me and give birth to a baby. I'll give you all the gold mines and villas. Fans in the live broadcast room were complaining excitedly, and Shen Sueki was also stunned. She was completely out of control. 2 billion. My cousin spent 2 billion to buy out the Supercar Club. Oh my god, are you sure I'm not dreaming? However, isn't this a bit too arrogant, cousin? Apart from anything else, the market value of the building materials company run by my family is only about 200 to 300 million yuan, and this cousin's expenses today alone are the equivalent of 6 or 7 of his own companies. There is no harm without comparison. I just don't know if my aunt and others know that my cousin is so arrogant. Sueki, pick whichever you want. Yi Xian waved his hands and spoke proudly. Seeing this scene, the fans in the live broadcast room were extremely envious. Why wasn't such a domineering cousin theirs? Let's be frank. They wanted a bunch of such a domineering cousin. This. In fact, Chen Sueki was a little slow to react. After a long while, she finally chose a red Ferrari supercar worth 13 million with excitement. Even so, Chen Sueki couldn't help but complain that she was too wasteful. Ding! Congratulations to the host for spending 2 billion renminbi and gaining a fortune of 20 billion renminbi. As expected, the sound of system rewards rang in my ears. It was obvious that the money was earned successfully, and a smile appeared on the corner of my mouth. Bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Grandmaster of Martial Arts. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian God oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group. Wealth, 115.3 billion renminbi. Looking at the hundreds of billions of wealth, and the system has only been in place for more than a month, the future is indeed promising. If the cute and beautiful cousin knew that her cousin made 20 billion, how would she feel? Mr. Yi, walk slowly. Qin Tianao respectfully sent Yi Xian, the man who changed his life, off, because tonight he was going to blow the lid off the Qin family. No matter for himself or his mother, anyone who stood in his way would die. This day is finally here. People from the first and second houses. Let's settle the new and old grudges tonight. Qin Tianao took a deep breath, then called the third wife of the Qin family and asked her to be prepared. He was going to give a big gift to the Jinling Qin family tonight, including his cold-blooded father. A plan to change the world was quietly taking place in the Qin family in Jinling. As for what would happen tonight, no one knew. Chapter 36, Changes in the Jinling Qin family. Qin Tianao finally takes revenge. Night falls at the Qin family manor in Jinling. In the villa. Treason. As soon as Qin Tianao entered the living room, an angry shout came, "Now you are so bold that you dare to attack your sister Muyu." Ahem. After saying that, a violent coughing sound came from the middle-aged man's mouth. This man was Qin Sihai, the head of the Jinling Qin family, and one of the people who disliked Qin Tianao the most. Qin Tianao was born because he got drunk one night and had sex with the Qin family's maid, which led to his birth. In a sense, Qin Sihai thinks Qin Tianao is the stain on his life. Father, don't be angry. It's okay for me to be beaten, but don't let that little beast get you mad at me. Qin Muyue supported Qin Sihai with a worried look on her face. Qin Tianao's heart sank when he saw her like that. This bitch was indeed the first to complain. Qin Muyue, you farted. It was you who threatened Mr. Yi that got you beaten. Bang. Before Qin Tianao could finish his words, Qin Sihai slapped him in the face, causing the corner of his mouth to tear. This instantly made the last bit of guilt Qin Tianao had feel disappeared.
It would be better not to have such a relative. Little beast, how dare you talk to your sister Muyu?
Everyone in the living room had mocking eyes, looking at Qin Tianao with eyes full of clowns. There was a huge difference in status between them.
Father.
At this time, Qin Beichen, the eldest son of the first house, looked at his sister being beaten and glanced at Qin Tianao coldly. Tianao, this little beast, may be pardoned for his death, but he cannot escape the punishment of life. You collude with outsiders to bully your own sister. You are unworthy of being a member of the Qin family in Jinling. I suggest expelling Qin Tianao and his mother from the Qin family. At this point, Qin Beichen's eyes flashed with ruthlessness, and he paused. I want this way, my grandfather won't blame me for our Qin family's incompetence.
Good.
At this time, the eldest son of the second house, Qin Longyang, also agreed. Father, if my uncle knew about this, I'm afraid he would look down on our Qin family. The two men sang in unison, and Qin Sihai's face turned alternately pale and blue. Qin Beichen's grandfather was from a first-rate family in the imperial capital, much stronger than their Qin family. Although his uncle Qin Longyang from the second house was not as good as his uncle from the first house, he was also the head of the Song family, one of the four major families in Jinling.
The power behind both of them is far greater than Qin Tianao's.
In addition, Qin Sihai is now ill, so he has already made up his mind. To protect the overall situation, Qin Sihai narrowed his eyes and said, in this case, Qin Tianao will be expelled from the Qin family from the inner three houses from today on, and will never be allowed to step into the Qin family again.
Father, wise. A triumphant smile appeared on Qin Muyue's lips. It was obvious to them that Qin Tianao had no feelings for them at all. Ah, it's really bloody, just like what I thought. Qin Tianao looked at the faces of the family and smiled coldly. My dear father, aren't you curious about why I came to the Qin family openly today? Could it be that I am here just to be humiliated by you?
Seeing how heartless you are, I won't have to worry about my conscience later. Taking a deep breath, Qin Tianao narrowed his eyes and said, having said that, let me be frank. From now on, the Jinling Qin family will be controlled by me.
Pfft, ha ha ha.
Qin Beichen and Qin Longyang looked at each other, both joking and sarcastic. You.
Get out of here, you little bastard. Qin Sihai's face was cold.
This son of the third room's servant only knew how to embarrass him.
Yeah. Qin Tianao raised his lips in an intriguing arc. Since you don't believe it, then do it.
Swish. At this moment, dozens of figures broke into the Qin family's living room, and they exuded murderous auras. Qin Tianao saw this and said, now the masters of the first and second houses should all be annihilated.
What?
Qin Beichen and Qin Longyang's faces changed drastically, and Qin Sihai's eyes were full of murderous intent. Beast, you actually let the wolf into the house, cripple him.
Sniff. Two figures attacked Qin Tianao from beside Qin Sihai.
Both of them were top masters, and were not far from being martial arts masters.
Bang!
Before the two men could get close, a figure slapped them away with a palm, and they died on the spot with their heads tilted.
Impossible. Two top masters were killed instantly. This is a martial arts master. Qin Tianao felt relieved.
He didn't expect that the adults had martial arts masters under their command. He was even more certain that his choice was correct.
Master Shenlu, I'm sorry to bother you with the next step. No problem.
Shenlu waved his hand slightly. Today is a good time to stretch my muscles. It seems that the Jinling Qin family has another martial arts master.
After watching for so long, isn't he planning to show up?
When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Sir, it's not good to interfere in the affairs of my Jinling Qin family like this. A figure suddenly appeared on the scene. It was an old man, and it was none other than Qin Lingyun, the martial arts master of the Jinling Qin family.
Qin Tianao will definitely be controlled by the Jinling Qin family. Whoever stands in his way will die.
Shenlu's unquestionable voice came out, and Qin Lingyun on the opposite side narrowed his eyes. I want to see who you can kill. Qin Lingyun's sudden attack might have seemed like a sneak attack, so Shenlu laughed sarcastically. He reached out and easily grabbed his neck, then twisted it with force, and the neck was cut off with a snap. You are just an early-stage martial arts master, you really think you are so great? Hiss. After instantly killing an early martial arts master, Qin Tianao took a deep breath, and then his heart was filled with joy. Now that all the martial arts masters of the Qin family have been killed, the remaining people can no longer make any waves, and the overall situation has been decided.
Little bastard, how could you possibly?
Qin Muyue was completely confused, but before she could continue speaking, she was slapped down by Qin Tianao. This was the first time he slapped that bitch with his own hands. Master Shenlu, please help me kill all the people from the first and second houses.
Rebellious son, how dare you?
With a wave of the hand of Shenlu, more than 10 divine guards directly killed all the people from Qin Beichen and Qin Longyang's families.
Qin Sihai's face turned pale. He couldn't believe that the evil son of the third branch, whom he had always looked down upon, actually had such ability.
Ha 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 ha. Seeing that all the people from the first and second houses who had bullied them were killed, Qin Tiana laughed up to the sky. This day has finally come.
Qin Sihai, do you know how my mother and I have been through these 20 years?
I have been planning for this day for 20 years. After a pause, Qin Tianao sneered, how does it feel to watch your proud children die in front of you?
Is it painful?
Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will imprison you in the manor and watch the Jinling Qin family prosper in my hands. If Qin Tianao's mother hadn't begged for mercy, he would never have let this old bastard go, but it seems that you don't have much time to live.
You, rebellious son.
Qin Sihai fainted on the spot as a mouthful of blood gushed out. Then, at the wave of Qin Tianao's hand, he was imprisoned in the dark depths of the manor by his confidant. At this point, the Qin family changed hands overnight, and Qin Tianao was the new controller of the Qin family.
Qin Tianao, take care of yourself.
Shenlu and others hid in the dark of the Qin family.
Obviously, according to the plan, they would protect Qin Tianao secretly here before he completely controlled the Qin family. Farewell, Master Shenlu.
Qin Tianao bowed respectfully until Shenlu and the others left, then he came back to his senses and looked towards the direction of Diyuan Villa. Young Master Yi, Tianao will definitely live up to your expectations.
Chapter 37. The Qin family's change is related to that brat? Jinling, Xiao family. In the study.
Master, something happened to the Qin family in Jinling.
Uncle Fu came in hurriedly from outside, took a deep breath and came to the scene with a serious face. Just now, Qin Tianao, the only son of the third branch of the Qin family, entered the Qin family and killed everyone in the first and second branches of the Qin family.
Qin Sihai was imprisoned, and even the Qin family's martial arts master was suspected to have been killed.
What?
When Xiao Guofeng heard what Uncle Fu said, he stood up from his seat with an expression of disbelief on his face. The situation in the Qin family has changed, and Qin Tianao, the third branch, has taken over. In fact, this news had a great impact on him. After all, such a change was too unexpected.
You know.
In everyone's opinion, Qin Tianao is very likely to be the first person to be eliminated, and the most important reason for this is that he has never been valued and even excluded by the first and second wives. Right now, the person who is least likely to control the Qin family has become the boss of the Qin family.
No one would believe that there is no trick in this. And,
having said that, thinking about what he said during the day, Uncle Fu hesitated to speak.
What's wrong? Xiao Guofeng looked at Uncle Fu suspiciously. What else?
Ahem, sir, during the day, Qin Muyue, the eldest wife of the Qin family, was beaten by Yi Xian. He coughed dryly, and dared not hide anything about his own brother-in-law, so he told him everything.
Yi Xian. Hearing this name, Xiao Guofeng's mouth twitched. You mean, the change in the Qin family is related to that brat? Uncertain.
After a pause, Uncle Fu continued, however, Qin Tianao and Yi Xian have been very close recently. Master, if Yi Xian really has the ability to destroy the Qin family, then you and Miss, maybe. Uncle Fu had watched Xia Bingning grow up since she was a child, so naturally he didn't want her to become a victim of a family marriage. Moreover, she had already given birth to twins. As for the future of the Xia family in Jinling, the best destination for them would be Yi Xian. Based on his observation of Yi Xian at this time, he thought that being the son-in-law of the Xia family was undoubtedly the most suitable person. After all, he and the young lady already had 2 twin children. If we can come together, it will definitely save us a lot of trouble.
Let's talk about it later. Xiao Guofeng got a headache just thinking about this.
He certainly didn't want his daughter to be alone with her 2 granddaughters for the rest of her life, but he still needed to investigate Yi Xian. That girl must have hated him a lot over the years.
She couldn't help but sigh. How could he not know the temper of his daughter, whom he was so proud of and doted on so much?
On the other side, DUN number 1 villa.
Wow. Chen Sueki pushed the door and got out of the car.
Her eyes were full of shock as she looked at the super luxurious villa. She said that she was shocked by the visual impact.
The appearance of the super luxurious villa is even more extravagant than what is shown on TV, and every detail is impeccable. Welcome home, master.
At this moment, Shinshir, who had already entered the stage of martial arts grandmaster, and many of the divine guards who were top masters, greeted them respectfully. Their increased strength was entirely a gift from their master.
Seeing their master returning, they naturally did not dare to be arrogant. This is a bodyguard.
Looking at the bodyguard standing straight, Chen Sueki swallowed her saliva, her head was confused, and suddenly there was a loud noise.
Cousin, the villa you live in is actually guarded by bodyguards. It's amazing, just like the blockbuster movies on TV.
For a moment, Chen Sueki's admiration for her cousin was like the endless flow of the river or the unstoppable flooding of the Yellow River.
She admired him too much. Daddy! Daddy!
Before Chen Sueki could sigh again, two sweet voices were heard from the villa.
It was Xin Ton Ton who came running towards them with her little feet. Just like that, she threw herself into Yi Xian's arms. Do you miss your dad? He picked up the two little ones and kissed their rosy cheeks left and right. The maids were extremely envious of this scene. Now they got to eat dog food from the young master and two young ladies again. Woo woo woo, what should I do? The dog food is so sweet, but I can't help but want to eat it. I miss you so much.
MUA kissed Daddy's cheek affectionately, which made Chen Sueki look confused, and her brain CPU burned out.
Who am I? Where am I? What is happening right now? Ahem, cousin, what are you doing? Your child with your sister-in-law.
Indeed, the sudden scene had a great impact on her. As for the possibility of someone taking over, given her cousin's personality and current status, such a possibility was totally non-existent.
Yi Xian put the two little guys down and rubbed their heads lovingly. Come, this is your Aunt Sueki. Hello, Aunt Sueki.
The sweet voice sounded, and Chen Sueki liked it very much.
After coming back to her senses, she coughed dryly and said, Hello.
Cousin, you have concealed this deeply. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared in the villa, which made Chen Sueki's eyes light up. The person was none other than the stunning goddess Xiao.
Oh my god. This is my sister-in-law.
Looking at her sister-in-law right in front of her, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva.
Chen Sueki was really amazed. Sister-in-law, you are much more beautiful than in the photo.
Indeed, with my sister-in-law's appearance, she is at least 18 streets ahead of those popular stars.
This beauty is definitely the most beautiful she has ever seen. She even can't help but like it. The sister-in-law is so attractive to both men and women. Thanks. Xiao glared at a certain guy. She knew what photos Chen Sueki was talking about.
That pighead could post any other photos, but had to post a photo of them sleeping.
How despicable. Look back and don't let him look good, hee hee. Oh, sister-in-law. Chen Sueki thought of something, and then said apologetically, Well, my cousin bought me a supercar worth more than 10 million yuan, do you have any objection? What?
Coming to the living room and looking at the luxurious decoration, Chen Sueki was nervous and tentative, but she shocked the maids around her.
The young master bought his cousin a supercar worth tens of millions? This is a bit too extravagant. Of course I have no objection. Xiao glanced at Yi Xian.
She didn't expect this guy to be so generous. However, if she knew that Yi Xian also bought the Jinling Supercar Club for 2 billion, she wondered if she would still be so calm.
Look.
Yi Xian rolled his eyes at Chen Sueki. I was wondering, how could the woman your cousin likes be stingy?
Wu Yue, take Sueki to visit the villa. Okay, master. Su Mu Yue's sweet voice sounded, and Chen Sueki was amazed.
Her cousin really knew how to enjoy himself, being surrounded by so many beauties.
But then again, isn't her sister-in-law so not jealous? Forget it. It's better for me to pay less attention to my cousin and sister-in-law's affairs. After all, it would be bad if I mean well but end up doing something bad.
Ms. Sueki, this way please. Then, Su Muyue introduced the villa to Chen Sueki, but after learning about the villa, Chen Sueki became restless.
Because
the cousin's villa is so luxurious, it can even be said that it is more luxurious than she could have imagined.
Butler Su, what did you say? My cousin's villa is worth 1 billion, and he also bought all the villas in the Dun Villa complex. Chen Sueki was in a daze for a long time and couldn't come back to her senses. Indeed.
This information was too shocking to her.
Did her cousin rob a bank? After dinner, in the room. You just know how to show off.
Back in the villa, Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes, but I didn't expect that you can sing so well.
Yeah.
Yi Xian didn't care and said with a smile, "You don't even care whose husband I am." But at this moment, the cold air in Xiaobingning's body surged again, and it was several times stronger than before. Fortunately, Yi Xian is now a martial arts grandmaster, otherwise he would have been frozen to death. Detection: the host has absorbed the icy energy again, and his realm has been raised to the perfection of the martial arts grandmaster.
The next day, early morning.
The first rays of morning sun poured into the room, dispelling the last trace of darkness. Yi Xian struggled to wake up with his sleepy eyes, and saw a charming face set off by the golden sunlight.
What a nice view. This was Yi Xian's first reaction.
Even the fairies in the sky looked no more beautiful than this. Soon the beautiful lady woke up.
Xiaobingning thought of something and continued, "I received an invitation from the Jinling auction yesterday. They said that there will be a large auction at the Kunpeng Hotel today." Kunpeng Hotel. Hearing Xiaobingning's words, Yi Xian was stunned. Isn't that the property of the Jinling Qin family? Of course, the most important thing is that this should be a good opportunity to make money. However, Xiaobingning didn't know that this auction would cause one of the 4 major families in Jinling to decline because of her man. Of course, this is a story for later. Chapter 38. Master, do you want me to tie Xiaobingning up?
Jinling, Kunpeng Hotel.
Squeak.
A supercar suddenly stopped in front of Kunpeng Hotel, and the 2 figures who got out of the car were Yi Xian and Xiaobingning. "Yi Xian, please keep a low profile at the auction."
Rest assured. Yi Xian put his arm around Xiaobingning's slender waist and said, "Is your man the kind of person who likes to show off?"
"I hope others don't cause me trouble." Xiaobingning rolled her eyes at someone and said, "I won't cause trouble for you."
This guy is really bold to say that. Master, Xiaobingning is here.
In the auction hall, a bodyguard was reporting to the young man in a suit.
Oh?
Hearing the bodyguard's words, the young man looked over with a gleam in his eyes. "The woman who almost became my daughter."
Who is that boy? Check it out.
The young man's name is Song Wenhao. He is the eldest son of the Song family, one of the 4 major families in Jinling. He is a playboy and will do anything to achieve his goals. He has now taken over the Song family affairs and will be in charge of the Song family in a year at most.
Master, do you want me to tie up Xiaobingning and bring her here?
The bodyguard next to Song Wenhao said with a sly smile, "Although Xiaobingning has given birth to a child and we haven't seen her for many years, her figure is more attractive than before."
Yeah.
Sizing up Xiaobingning's figure, Song Wenhao narrowed his eyes and said, "All right, let's consider it as a welcome gift for me when I return to Jinling." Next, the first lot is Guanin's tears. During the conspiracy, a string of pendants with excellent appearance appeared on the auction table, which had an extraordinary aura. According to the appraisal, this Guanin tears is enough to block 3 attacks from the top masters.
The reserve price for this item is 1 billion renminbi, and each bid must be no less than 100 million renminbi. The auction begins. 1 billion, I want it. As soon as the auction started, people began to bid. After all, it was enough to block 3 attacks from a top master. Such a good thing could not be measured by money. 2 billion.
But at this moment, a voice sounded from Xiaobingning's side. Looking over, Xiaobingning was stunned. "Yi Xian, you are crazy." Obviously, Xiaobingning didn't expect Yi Xian to take action, but how could he miss such a good opportunity to make money?
2.1 billion.
A voice was heard again. Xiaobingning looked over and her pretty face changed slightly. "Song Wenhao."
Why is it him?
Listening to Xiaobingning's explanation, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He almost proposed to his father-in-law back then. Oh, so this person is my love rival.
Put. What nonsense are you talking about? I have nothing to do with him. Xiaobingning glared at Yi Xian.
She had no good impression of such a scumbag.
3 billion.
Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued to make money, obviously not taking Song Wenhao seriously at all.
Interesting.
When Song Wenhao heard Yi Xian's bidding, his eyes narrowed.
However, everyone in the auction hall looked at Song Wenhao with fear and did not dare to bid. Joke?
Song Wenhao is the future master of the Song family. It is not wise to offend such a person.
3.1 billion. Song Wenhao bid again and his eyes fell on Yi Xian. 5 billion.
Yi Xianhan didn't care about bidding again, which made Song Wenhao even more murderous.
Master, don't be angry.
At this time, the top expert of the Song family beside him sneered, "This kid may have the chance to take the photo, but he may not have the chance to spend it." When the auction is over, I will kill that guy and bring you the guanine tears. Song Wenhao nodded slightly, thinking that with his status, there was really no reason for him to get entangled with an upstart. But, by the way, I'll kidnap Xiaobingning.
Yes, master. The top master bowed respectfully and naturally would not refute Song Wenhao's order. Ding dong.
At this time, the top expert of the Song family received a message. Master, the information of that kid has been found. Yi Xian, 23 years old, lives in Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, has an ordinary identity, has made a lot of money for some reasons, and is suspected to be the biological father of Xiaobingning's 2 daughters.
Snap.
The red wine glass in Song Wenhao's hand shattered, and he looked at Yi Xian with fierce eyes.
What did you say? That kid is the little bastard from 4 years ago. Obviously, Song Wenhao knew something about what happened 4 years ago.
At that time, Xiaobingning and her father were willing to sever their father-daughter relationship rather than tell her who made her pregnant. Such treatment undoubtedly made him jealous.
Master.
Although I can't be sure, it's more than 90% true. After a pause, the top expert of the Song family continued. Moreover, it was Xiaobingning who took the initiative to ask her 2 children to find this Yi Xian more than a month ago. At that time, the 2 children called Yi Xian daddy as soon as they opened their mouths.
In addition, in Xiaobingning's villa, I found that there were always photos of Yi Xian, as well as information from these years. Xiaobingning, you bitch, very good.
Song Wenhao was certain in his heart at this time that this Yi Xian was the guy who had intercepted Hu 4 years ago. If he had not gone abroad to gain experience, Xiaobingning would probably have been his woman by now.
Yi Xian, let's go back to the villa.
Knowing Song Wenhao's character well, Xiaobingning was worried and wanted to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible.
Okay.
Yi Xian nodded slightly. He naturally knew what Xiaobingning was worried about, although to him, Song Wenhao posed no threat to him at all.
Soon, outside Kunpeng Hotel. Master, they're gone.
The top master of the Song family narrowed his eyes.
The auction was over and a good show was about to begin. Go ahead.
Song Wenhao nodded slightly. Remember to do it cleanly, and send Xiaobingning to my suburban villa.
Okay, master. The top master said this respectfully, and then disappeared on the spot.
Seeing this, Song Wenhao smiled coldly. A young boy dares to go against me.
And that's Xiaobingning, I want to see how powerful you are tonight. After whispering, Song Wenhao drove towards his suburban villa. At the same time, on the way back to Diyuan Villa, someone secretly. Hey, I'm lucky tonight.
The top master of the Song family narrowed his eyes. After killing the boy, he used a strong drug to make Xiaobingning unconscious. It would not be too late to give her to the young master after having a taste of her beauty.
TSK, such a beauty, who?
Before the top master of the Song family could think about it, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around and saw a ghostly figure appear in the field without him noticing.
Who are you? The top masters of the Song family were all alert because this person posed an extremely strong danger to them. Whoever attacks the master will die.
The next moment, the top expert of the Song family was hit in the heart by a palm strike, and the heart exploded instantly. The top expert's face was full of disbelief. You, martial arts master.
With a puff, blood splattered, and he died unwillingly with endless fear.
Chapter 39. You clearly didn't say that just now, and you asked me to continue.
Jinling, Suburban Villa. Xia family, Xiaobingning.
Song Wenhao narrowed his eyes, showing an excited and fierce look. It's been 4 years since we last met.
Don't let me down with your performance tonight.
What a pity, 2 bastards were born. Thinking of this, Song Wenhao's eyes lit up even brighter. He would let her know the price of betraying him later, because he wanted to bring shame to the Xiao family.
Just wait, Bing Ning, I will definitely kill you tonight. Who?
A cold wind blew, and a figure appeared in the room. This person was the Shenzhou V that had arrived. But at this moment, Xinwu was holding a scarlet dagger in his hand, with drops of blood dripping from it. The strange thing was that there was not a single blood stain on Xinwu's body. Seeing this scene, how could Song Wenhao not know what had happened?
My feet staggered and a sense of uneasiness came over me.
2 top masters, the Song family values you very much.
Xinwu stepped towards Song Wenhao, which made Song Wenhao's legs weak.
He had never seen such a scene before. I warn you, I am the future controller of the Song family. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go.
Sniff.
Before Song Wenhao could finish his words, a blade flashed and the next moment Song Wenhao's body fell to the ground.
He didn't even have time to react. So far,
The eldest son of the Song family returned with great strength, but died before he could realize his ambitions.
and he,
Even until his death, he would not know who killed him. Jinling, Qin family manor.
ding-a-ling. Qin Tianao was sitting quietly in the study waiting for news. At one point his cell phone rang and he answered it immediately. What?
Someone attacked Song Wenhao's suburban villa. Everyone, including Song Wenhao and two top masters, was killed.
I see.
After hanging up the phone, Qin Tianao was in a trance for a long time before he came back to his senses. A mysterious master assassinated me, even the top masters are no match for him. With such strength, it seems that Master Yi has more than one martial arts master under his command.
Qin Tianao took a deep breath and then asked his subordinate to stop monitoring.
After all, Song Wenhao's death was a serious matter. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Tianao looked towards the direction of the Song family manor in Jinling and said, "Notify everyone that the Qin family should not cause any trouble recently and be cautious in everything they do."
Yes, Patriarch.
A confidant bowed in response, and Qin Tianao stood up and looked out the window at the beautiful scenery of Jinling in the distance. It seems that Jinling is going to be completely in chaos. Originally, the four major families were in name only, and now that young Master Yi has taken action, it will intensify the conflict.
Moreover, there are other forces outside Jinling who are eyeing them covetously.
It can be said that this is a turbulent time for Jinling.
And
his intuition told him that it would not be long before Jinling would see a major reshuffle of power, and the magnitude of this reshuffle would definitely be greater than ever before. On the other side, the Yuan Villa.
ding-a-ling. As the two were bickering, their relationship heated up and a cell phone rang.
Poof.
Xiao Bingning snorted softly, then glared at Yi Xian. "I'll deal with you later."
Hey, poetry. When Xiao Bingning answered the phone, her face lit up with joy because it was her best friend calling.
At the same time, in the Jinling Li family villa, a beautiful girl in pajamas was talking on the phone. "Bingning, do you miss me? I just returned to Jinling today. I think it's nice of me to call you first." "What?"
Xiao Bingning was stunned when she heard this, and then her pretty face was full of joy. "Shirqing, you are back in Jinling, that's great."
"Hey, I hope I didn't disturb your rest so late."
Li Shirqing said this with a chuckle, which made Xiao Bingning feel guilty, and she couldn't help but look at a certain guy, wondering whether she was disturbing him or being disturbed.
"No, I haven't." Xiao Bingning said this with a stiff upper lip, naturally not wanting to show her timidity. "How could that be? You are my most important best friend." "Hee, is that so?"
After hearing this, Li Shirqing on the other side felt surprisingly good, thinking to herself that she was worthy of being her best friend. Of course, if she knew what her best friend was like at the moment, I wonder how she would react.
Hum.
Xiao Bingning couldn't help but make a sound, and Li Shirqing frowned across from her. "Bingning, are you okay?"
"Ahem, I'm fine." Xiao Bingning coughed dryly.
That bastard was actually so.
"I'll go to your bar tomorrow to talk about poetry. I'm hanging up now." Beep beep.
Before Li Shirqing could reply, Xiao Bingning hung up the phone. "Yi Xian, I will make you suffer."
He.
"Ouch, I was wrong, husband. Please let me go." After a fight, Xiao Bingning begged for mercy. After all, she was no match for that guy even if they were 10 shameless. Damn it, it seemed she would never be able to escape from this guy's clutches in this lifetime.
That's right.
After making a fuss for a while, Xiao Bingning got to the point. "My best friend is back, come with me tomorrow."
And after a pause, Xiao Bingning said embarrassedly, "She doesn't even know about Xin Tong Tong yet." "Yeah."
Yi Xian lifted the beautiful lady's chin and said, "I didn't expect my wife Bingning is so good at keeping secrets."
"It's all your fault."
Xiao Bingning glared at someone fiercely. "If Shirqing knew that I was pregnant before marriage, she would turn Jinling upside down to find you.
Moreover, I will definitely turn you into ashes."
At this point, Xiao Bingning looked at someone proudly. She believed that her best friend could do this.
Ahem.
Listening to Xiao Bingning's words, Yi Xian coughed dryly. He didn't expect that he had brushed shoulders with death 4 years ago. "Is your best friend so cruel?" "Of course." Xiao Bingning continued, "Shirqing and I grew up together, and Shirqing's family is comparable to Song Wenhao's. Come to think of it, the two of them were engaged 4 years ago, and Shirqing chose to go abroad for that reason."
Song Wenhao's fiancé.
Yi Xian didn't expect that his wife Bingning's best friend and the young master of the Song family had such a past, but
Song Wonhao seemed to be dead, he thought. If the martial arts master takes action personally, does the kid from the Song family still have a chance to survive? Chapter 40 Bingning, when did you have a daughter and a husband? The next day, in the private room of Qianjun restaurant. Squeak. When I opened the door, I saw a pretty girl waiting in the box. This girl was none other than Li Shiqing from the Jinling Li family. She had fair skin, phoenix eyes, and cherry lips. She was definitely a beauty. It has to be said that birds of a feather flock together. Poetic. Xiao Bingning came to the box and hugged Li Shiqing warmly after seeing her. The two beauties hugged each other like this. Although Li Shiqing's appearance was not as good as Xiao Bingning's, she was also a rare beauty. The so-called school beauties are much inferior to her. After all, as the daughter of the Li family in Jinling, how could she be a mediocre woman? Bingning, I finally hugged you again. Li Shiqing hugged her best friend. Although they had made video calls from time to time before, it was completely different from meeting in real life. She was extremely excited. TSK. After hugging for a long time, Li Shiqing finally let go. Bingning, I didn't expect you to have such a good temperament now. You can pinch water out of your face. And the figure is much better than it was 4 years ago. Eh? At this moment, Li Shiqing saw Yixian not far away. This handsome guy is so handsome. Handsome guy, do you have WeChat? Li Shiqing came to Yixian's side with ease and said with shining eyes, I didn't expect there was such a handsome boy in Jinling. He is much better than Song Wonhao from the Song family. If I could get him to be my boyfriend, Song Wonhao would be so pissed off that he would die. Xiao Bingning, puff, cough cough. Seeing what her best friend did, Xiao Bingning almost choked to death on her saliva. She was so embarrassed that she pulled her best friend over and glared at her. This guy's temper hadn't changed at all. Shiqing, what nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Bingning wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into, and introduced him. Let me introduce you, this is my husband. The biological father of my 2 daughters. As she spoke, Xiao Bingning protectively held Yixian's arm, asserting her sovereignty, as if she was afraid that her best friend would steal her away. What? Li Shiqing was completely stunned, staring at her best friend with wide eyes. Is this true? This handsome guy is your husband and your daughter's biological father. Hey, you, when did you have a daughter and a husband? Indeed, this piece of information had a great impact on Li Shiqing. What on earth had happened in Jinling in the past 4 years? Her best friend actually got married, and when did it happen? I didn't even know it at all. My name is Yixian. Please give me your guidance. Yixian smiled slightly, and the handsome curve of his smile made Li Shiqing feel like she was dreaming. Such a handsome boy was exactly like the Prince Charming she longed for. Now, I didn't expect that he would become my best friend as husband. Hello. Out of politeness, Li Shiqing coughed dryly. Xiao Bingning sighed. She knew her best friend would find out about their relationship sooner or later, so she didn't intend to hide it. This is what happened. 4 years ago. Then, Xiao Bingning recounted her experiences over the past 4 years, and Li Shiqing was completely confused. Pregnant before marriage? 3-year-old twin daughters? This. Li Shiqing was stunned for a long time before she reacted. Bingning, you actually kept this secret from me for 4 years. Shiqing, you are going back to Jinling at this time, are you and Song Wonhao? Xiao Bingning naturally knew about the matter between her best friend and Song Wonhao, and could not help but ask with concern. However, she didn't know what her best friend's reaction would be if she knew that the Song Wonhao she was talking about had been dead for a long time. That dandy boy. Li Shiqing had a murderous look on her face, and Yixian was surprised to find that Li Shiqing was actually a first-class master. It seemed that his woman's best friend was not simple. My parents asked me to come here to fulfill the engagement we made 4 years ago. At this point, Li Shiqing smiled coldly and then looked determined, clenching her fists as if she had made some kind of resolution. I asked you to come here to help me contact someone. I want to sell Qianjun liquor store. Then, gather all the funds at home and abroad and fight to the death with my parents. After a pause, Li Shiqing said with determination, even if I die, I will never marry that scumbag Song Wonhao. Sold the Qianjun liquor house. Xiao Bingning was stunned when she heard this, and looked at her best friend in disbelief. You are crazy, this was your proudest achievement back then. Qianjun Tavern? Hearing this, Yixian narrowed his eyes slightly. The opportunity to make money had come. If he bought it, he would definitely make a lot of money. Ms. Li, I want to sell Chinjun Liquor House. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said in a shocking tone, how about selling it to me? After hearing this, Li Shiqing was surprised. You want to buy Chinjun Liquor Store? Yi Xian, stop talking nonsense. Xiao Bingning glared at Yi Xian, then added, Shiqing Chinjun Restaurant, although it is a hotel, is one of the best in Jinling, with a market value of 3.5 billion. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand slightly, not caring at all, I still have this little money. Ms. Li, how about I transfer 3.5 billion to you first, and we can handle the formalities later? Puff. Li Shiqing spit out a mouthful of tea and looked at her bestie in disbelief. The scene before her was indeed beyond her expectations. Bingning, can your man really buy Chinjun Winehouse? Xiao Bingning nodded slightly, her face flushed. What was wrong with this girl about her own man? And what about that guy who actually wanted to buy her best friend's Chinjun liquor store? Ding dong. At a certain moment, Li Shiqing received a huge sum of 3.5 billion yuan on his mobile phone. When he looked at Yi Xian again, his eyes changed. He didn't expect that this guy was not only handsome, but also so rich, and more importantly, so domineering. Joke? 3.5 billion is given without hesitation. It is hard for anyone not to like such a domineering and pampering guy, right? Ding. The host spent 3.5 billion renminbi and gained 35 billion renminbi. Triggering a tenfold rebate, I gained so much from my first meeting with Bingning's wife and best friend. It seems that I will have one more money-making tool in the future. This feels pretty good. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looks forward to the future even more. Chapter 41. Whether the master admits it or not, from now on you are the son-in-law of the Xiao family. Ms. Yuzhu, you can't go in. At a certain moment, there was a noise outside the box, and then a figure fell to the ground with a bang. This person was the staff member just now. Zhao Yuzhu, you are so bold. Li Shiqing saw the person's pretty face turn cold. This is her private property, how dare he do this? Poof. Li Shiqing, get out of here, you have nothing to do today. Zhao Yuzhu was not afraid of Li Shiqing. Her eyes fell on Xiao Bingning's face that made her jealous. Xiao Bingning, brother Wenhao will definitely look for you, a bitch. Bang. Before Zhao Yuzhu could finish her words, Li Shiqing slapped her and sent her flying. Zhao Yuzhu, try to slander Bingning again, believe it or not, I will tear your mouth apart. Li Shiqing, you dare to hit me. Zhao Yuzhu's face turned livid, her eyes full of resentment. Go ahead, kill her. Yes, miss. The two top masters of the Xiao family took action immediately. With a swish, a top master appeared next to Li Shiqing. It was the person sent by the Li family to protect him. Poof. Zhao Yuzhu sneered. Her original target was Xiao Bingning. Bang. A dull sound was heard, and at the critical moment a figure appeared in front of Xiao Bingning, and the Xiao family master was repelled. Uncle Fu, that's great. Li Shiqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Uncle Fu coming. Xiao family, you dare to stop me. Zhao Yuzhu narrowed her eyes. Their Xiao family was far from being comparable to the Xiao family. Ms. Yuzhu, you're going too far. Although the Xiao family is one of the four major families in Jinling, do you really think that the Xiao family can cover the sky with one hand? You. Zhao Yuzhu was stunned when she heard this, and glared at Xiao Bingning fiercely. Bitch, wait for me. Wait. At this moment, Yi Xian, who had been silent all this time, spoke, and everyone's eyes fell on him. What do you want? Zhao Yuzhu frowned, but then her face was full of sarcasm, while Yi Xian smiled slightly. Now Chinjun Winehouse is my property. You think I am your lord and I can come and go as I please? Bang. Without any warning, Yi Xian slapped her backhand and sent her flying 4 or 5 meters away, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. If you cause trouble for Bingning again, I'll kill you. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the expressions of the two top masters of the Xiao family became gloomy, because the two top masters on the opposite side were locking onto them. Wow. Li Shiqing looked at the field with an incredible look on her face. Bingning, your man is so powerful. I don't know. Xiao Bingning stared at Yi Xian in a daze. It seemed that this guy's skills were about the same as her best friend's, but the feeling of being protected was so strange. Walk. The two top masters had cold expressions and looked at Yi Xian meaningfully. That kid was crazy. Did he really think that he had the Xiao family or even the Jinling Li family's background behind him? Yi Xian, can you please lend me a hand to talk? Uncle Fu glanced at Zhao Yuzhu, who was leaving in a panic, and spoke. Uncle Fu, you. Xia Bingning was anxious. The fact that Uncle Fu was able to find this person was obviously because he was sent by her father himself. Did he finally know? Good. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then scratched her nose lovingly. Wait, my husband will be back soon. Xia Bingning responded in a little woman's manner, which made Li Shiqing's eyes widen. Was this still the reaction of the best friend she knew? Soon, in another box. Yi Xian, be careful. Uncle Fu warned him loudly, because he wanted to test him, and a lightning-like attack came, the intensity of which was far beyond the level of a first-class master. Testing? Yi Xian smiled slightly, knowing that this was a different kind of meeting with his father-in-law. In that case. Bang! With one punch, Uncle Fu was knocked 5 or 6 meters away. His breath was surging, and he looked at Yi Xian with disbelief on his face. Could you be a martial arts master? Shock. So shocking. Uncle Fu never expected that the guy who brought shame to the Xiao family 4 years ago would be so powerful. What does it mean that he is a 23-year-old martial arts master? Not to mention Jinling, even the imperial capital probably doesn't have it. Is the test over? Yi Xian raised his lips and continued, then please go back and tell my father-in-law, I hope this will only happen once. Ahem, the Xiao family doesn't dare. Uncle Fu coughed dryly and bent down. Yi Xian's strength alone was enough to make him do so. That's right. Yi Xian casually took out 3 doses of physical enhancement liquid. These 3 doses of liquid medicine should be the betrothal gifts. Bride price. Uncle Fu stared at his hands in a daze. He knew of course that Yi Xian and his young lady had already obtained their marriage certificate, otherwise Xia Bingning's father would not have sent him here in such a hurry. Uncle Fu can use 1 copy and know its wonderful use. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curved up. Naturally, he wanted to win the first battle with his father-in-law. Oh, okay. Uncle Fu pondered for a moment. He naturally knew that if Yi Xian wanted to harm him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Drink the medicine. Powerful energy surged in his body, and with a humming sound, at a certain moment, Uncle Fu's aura suddenly reached the level of a martial arts master, with strong energy surging around his body. This is a martial arts master. Feeling the surging power, Uncle Fu's face was full of disbelief, and then he looked at Yi Xian with a changed look in his eyes. Hello, son-in-law. Whether the master admits it or not, from now on you are the son-in-law of the Xiao family. Uncle Fu is not stupid. He naturally knows that in the future, the young lady will have such a powerful person protecting her and no one will be able to hurt her. This is what you deserve. I heard from Bingning that you have treated him like your own son since he was a child. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, I'm leaving first. I'll go back and tell my father-in-law to take care of himself. Farewell, uncle. The corners of Uncle Fu's mouth twitched and he bowed. At this moment, he dared not be rude at all. Ha! Uncle Fu heaved a sigh of relief only after Yi Xian left. But is my uncle really just a martial arts master? Why does he still feel unfathomable even after a breakthrough? Soon, Yi Xian came to the field. Yi Xian, are you okay? Xia Bingning naturally knew that Uncle Fu came with a mission for his father, and she hurried forward to show her concern, which made Li Shiqing on the side envious. If the rich young masters of Jinling knew about this, who knows what kind of disturbance it would cause? Fine. Fu Bolai told me that my father-in-law agreed that we should be together. Xia Bingning blushed, thinking of something. Really? Certainly. Xia Bingning's head was hit lovingly with a bang, and Li Shiqing was caught off guard by the wave of dog food. Don't worry, just stay here. Li Shiqing took a deep breath and waved her hands. I'm leaving first. I can't stand you guys showing off your affection. Shiqing, what are you talking about? Xia Bingning stamped her feet, glared at her best friend, then her eyes fell on Yi Xian and snorted, Look, it's all your fault for spreading dog food for no reason. Chapter 42 What dog food? Did we spread dog food? Dog food? Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. What dog food? Did we spread dog food? What else? Xia Bingning looked at her best friend running away in a panic, but shouldn't they have been arguing just now? Why did it become dog food? My Bingning wife, if this is really dog food, do you think I can spread it myself? Seeing the beautiful lady who was raising an army to bring charges against her, Yi Xian joked. You, ah. Xia Bingning wanted to say something, but was speechless for a moment. Yes, how can one person show off his love? Hateful. Why would I be so affectionate with this guy? This is not right. I clearly know my limits.
On the other side, in the nanny car.
Ding-a-ling. Li Shiqing's cell phone rang and she answered it. Hello, Dad. What did you say? Song Wenhao is dead. Okay, I got it.
In the black nanny car, Li Shiqing was stunned for a moment after hanging up the phone, and then laughed happily.
Miss, what are you doing? The top expert at the side was stunned, obviously not understanding why his lady was like this. Hey, that scumbag Song Wenhao was killed. How can I not be happy? What?
The Li family's top expert's expression changed drastically. Song Wenhao was killed.
How is this possible?
Indeed, this information had a great impact on the top masters of the Li family.
Nothing is impossible.
Li Shiqing waved her hands and said, My dad said that the person who attacked was most likely a martial arts master.
The two top masters of the Song family were killed instantly with one move. The Song family is in big trouble.
Li Shiqing thought of this, and a gleam flashed in the corners of her mouth and eyes. In other words, my engagement with that scumbag is invalid, hee hee. If you let me know who did this, I'll give you a large reward.
Ahem, miss, be careful with your words.
The eyelids of the top masters of the Li family were twitching wildly. If this news were to spread to the Song family now, it would probably cause a lot of trouble.
Jinling, Xiao family villa. In the study. Afu, how is it?
When Xiao Guofeng saw Uncle Fu returning, he asked him with concern.
Master, look.
Uncle Fu did not say anything, but released the aura around his body, and a surge of strong energy surged out.
Xiao Guofeng felt the fluctuation of Uncle Fu's aura. This is a martial arts master.
Afu, you have broken through to become a martial arts master.
For a moment, Xiao Guofeng's face was filled with joy.
You know, the martial arts master is the most top-notch existence in Jinling. With a martial arts master in charge, their Xiao family will definitely have more security.
Good.
Uncle Fu took a deep breath and looked towards the direction of the Yuan villa. I was able to break through, thanks to the gift of my son-in-law.
Uncle?
Xiao Guofeng was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Uncle Fu, whom he trusted the most, in disbelief. You mean?
Yi Xian.
There is no denying that after knowing that his daughter had obtained a marriage certificate with that guy, Xiao Guofeng had already acknowledged this bastard son-in-law who caused the breakup between him and his daughter.
Yes.
Thinking about what happened in the private room of Qianjun Tavern, Uncle Fu swallowed his saliva and continued, Master, you may not know that my son-in-law is already a martial arts master.
But. Cough cough.
After hearing this, Xiao Guofeng was stunned, and then his eyes widened. Master of martial arts, you mean that brat? 23-year-old martial arts master.
Xiao Guofeng almost choked to death with a mouthful of tea.
Uncle Fu was not surprised by this and said solemnly, Besides, even though I have become a martial arts master now, I still feel that my son-in-law is unfathomable. It is very likely that my uncle is in the middle or even late stage of martial arts master.
That kid.
Xiao Guofeng was shocked that his daughter had a relationship with such a genius 4 years ago. He knew what this meant even with his toes.
No wonder. Even Afu calls him son-in-law. With this strength, I'm afraid he is invincible in the entire Jinling. Besides.
Uncle Fu paused and continued, at Qianjun Tavern, Zhao Yuzhu from the Xiao family of one of the 4 great families slandered the young lady, and the son-in-law slapped her in the face.
My son-in-law will be in big trouble next.
As he spoke, Uncle Fu took out 2 doses of medicine. Master, this is the magical medicine that will allow me to break through to the Grandmaster level of martial arts.
With this, my Xiao family will be invincible in Jinling.
After a pause, Uncle Fu continued, Besides, the son-in-law said that this is a betrothal gift to the Xiao family.
Oh? Xiao Guofeng took one of the medicines with a bitter taste on his lips.
He didn't want to accept it, but the temptation was too great.
Gurgle.
After drinking the medicine, Xiao Guofeng was already 1 step away from becoming a top master. A superb aura surged out of him, and he was eventually promoted to a half-step martial arts master before he stopped.
Really?
Uncle Fu felt the fluctuations of Xiao Guofeng's aura and said, Congratulations, sir, for being promoted to a half-step martial arts master.
This medicine is so magical. Who is that brat? At this moment, Xiao Guofeng had to acknowledge the son-in-law.
After all, he even used the betrothal gift.
And
The other portion of medicine will most likely give the Xiao family another martial arts master. In this way, although their Jinling Xiao family is not one of the 4 major families, it has a strength that surpasses the 4 major families.
Ding dong. At this moment, Xiao Guofeng received a message on his mobile phone.
He lowered his eyebrows and his expression suddenly changed.
Master, what's wrong? When Uncle Fu saw Xiao Guofeng's expression, he couldn't help but frown.
He should be happy that his son-in-law is so powerful now.
Afyu, something happened. Xiao Guofeng handed the phone to Uncle Fu, who looked over and couldn't help but be incredulous after hearing the news. What, Song Wenhao, is dead? Moreover, the Song family has lost 3 top masters in a row. The martial arts master takes action? Uncle Fu pondered for a moment, then thought of the scumbag Song Wenhao from the Song family who had always coveted his young lady. Master, do you think it was not done by the son-in-law? Xiao Guofeng, Hearing this, Xiao Guofeng fell silent. If it were before, he would naturally not believe it, but now the brat himself is a martial arts master, and there is another martial arts master behind him. In terms of motives and possibilities, he is naturally the biggest suspect. Ha!
Taking a deep breath, Xiao Guofeng looked into the distance at Jinling and said, no matter who it is, let the Xiao family keep a low profile during this period of time.
I always feel like a storm is about to break out in Jinling.
Uncle Fu nodded silently when he heard this, and then looked quite hopeful. Master, I actually hope this person is my son-in-law. If that's the case, then the reshuffle in Jinling might help the Xiao family soar to the sky.
After a pause, Uncle Fu continued, Master, have you ever thought about it?
First it started with the Zhang family, the Shin family, the Qin family, and now the Song family. Behind all this, there is a hidden feud with my son-in-law.
Listening to Uncle Fu's words, Xiao Guofeng's eyes narrowed even more. If that was the case, then that kid would be too scary. Chapter 43 Song Wenhao, that scumbag was killed? Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa. Daddy! Daddy, Mommy is back.
Xin and Tong heard the sound of a supercar and ran over with their little feet.
Cousin, sister-in-law, you are back.
Chen Sueki laughed and was having a lot of fun playing with the 2 little guys.
Yi Xian nodded to his cousin, then carried Xin and Tong into the villa. Do you miss your daddy? Okay. I miss you so much. Xin Tong's Mua gave her dad a kiss.
The maids were extremely envious of this scene, while Xiao Bingning smiled bitterly.
After dinner, returned to the room. Crash.
The bathroom door opened, and the beautiful lady Xiao Bingning appeared in front of Yi Xian wrapped in a bath towel. Her delicate face looked even more beautiful under the warm yellow light.
I'm still watching it. I'm not tired of it. Xiao Bingning glared at Yi Xian.
This guy is always like this every time he comes out of the shower.
Hey. Of course I won't get tired of it.
I'll never get tired of watching it for the rest of my life. Yi Xian stood up and embraced the beautiful woman in his arms. Even though she was wrapped in a bath towel, it still couldn't hide her proud figure. When their eyes meet, they feel beautiful. I'm going to change my clothes, At a certain moment, Xiao Bingning, who was about to dodge, was covered by someone's lips before she could make any move, and a passionate kiss quietly started.
Wow. So sweet, damn, why can't I resist that guy much? I'm so angry.
I don't know how much time has passed. Their lips parted, and Xiao Bingning's face turned red all the way behind her ears. It was all because of that guy who never got enough of her.
That's right. Yi Xian then took out the guanine tears pendant that he had bought at the auction. Here, this is for you. Give me?
Seeing this guy's actions, Xiao Bingning was stunned.
This guy could block the attack of a top master. Certainly. Originally, my husband bought it for my wife Bingning. As he spoke, Yi Xian had already put the pendant on Xiao Bingning's neck.
He had forgotten about it yesterday because of the pink towel incident.
Since the host has given Bingning's wife guanine, I will give her 5 billion renminbi.
The sudden voice made Yi Xian stunned for a moment, and his mood improved a bit. Then, bring up the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian.
Realm, Grandmaster of Martial Arts.
Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader.
Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music. Items: Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian God oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group. Wealth: 197.8 billion renminbi. Seeing that the wealth value on the attribute panel had increased significantly, Yi Xian's mouth curved up.
Ding-a-ling.
But at this moment, Xiao Bingning's cell phone rang, and she saw it was her best friend calling.
Hey, poetry. What did you say? Song Wanhao is dead. Okay, I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bingning stood there in a daze, unable to come back to her senses for a long time.
What's wrong?
Seeing his beautiful wife in a daze, Yi Xian skillfully took off the bath towel and held the bears tightly. Xiao Bingning felt that someone was doing something excessive and slapped his big hand away. Yi Xian, Zhiqing just called and said that Song Wanhao was killed.
With Yi Xian's insight, he naturally heard the phone call just now, pretending to be surprised. Song Wanhao, that scumbag, was killed?
Xiao Bingning naturally didn't care about who someone called her. She took a deep breath and nodded. However, she felt relieved in her heart.
This was not a bad thing. After all, Yi Xian would not be in danger for the time being.
She knew Song Wanhao's character too well. However, Xiao Bingning didn't know that the person who killed Song Wanhao was the man sleeping next to her.
Jinling, Xia family. Xia Guofeng, come out here.
A loud voice echoed throughout the Xiao family villa, and then no less than 100 figures surrounded the dozen or so figures who had come forward. The leader was named Song Qingtian, the second master of the Jinling Song family. At the same time, he is also the vice president of Jinling Martial Arts Association.
The top aura surged out with Song Qingtian as the center.
He couldn't swallow this humiliation when he learned that his nephew was killed.
Song Qingtian, you are so outrageous. Xia Guofeng's face turned pale and he sighed in his heart.
The thing he least wanted to happen finally happened.
Oof. Song Qingtian is the second master of the Song family, and has a martial arts master behind him. How could he be afraid of the Xia family? When Hao was killed, your Xia family, give me a reasonable explanation.
Of course he had investigated. He had just had a conflict with Yi Xian at the auction, and then something happened. Based on his understanding of his nephew, he would definitely attack Xiao Bingning the first thing he saw. Therefore, the Xia family is naturally the first suspect. If you don't satisfy me today, I, Song Qingtian, will destroy your Xia family. The rage surged, and Xia Guofeng was under great pressure.
As Xia Guofeng weighed the pros and cons, his eyes became fierce. Song family, have you really treated me, Xia Guofeng, as a piece of clay all these years? Shoo. Song Qingtian sneered and looked at Xia Guofeng in surprise. It's been a while since we last met. Xia Guofeng, you've become much tougher. Let me see where you get the confidence from.
Back then, the Song family used their power to force Xiao Bingning to marry into the Song family. At that time, Xia Guofeng already hated the Song family to the core. Today he threatened to destroy the Xia family without any investigation, with new grudges and old grudges.
Bang!
Xia Guofeng punched out, and Song Qingtian, who was originally shouting, was directly knocked away 7 or 8 meters, spitting out a mouthful of blood, and his whole face turned pale.
Vice President Song.
The people from the Jinling Martial Arts Association were terrified and rushed forward to help.
But. Cough cough.
Song Qingtian steadied himself and spurted out another mouthful of blood, but he looked at the other side with a look of disbelief. Xia Guofeng, you are a half-step martial arts master. How could you possibly do that in just half a year?
Shock. Song Qingtian was so shocked.
Half a year ago, Xia Guofeng was not even a top master, but now he has become a half-step martial arts master.
How could he not be surprised? Song Qingtian. I'm warning you, if you dare to be so arrogant again, don't blame me for not giving face to your Song family.
If it was before, Xia Guofeng would naturally not dare to do so, but now their Xiao family already has 2 martial arts masters and 1 half-step martial arts master, so what does they have to fear even from the Jinling Song family?
You are good. Xia Guofeng, your Xia family is really surprising. Taking a deep breath, Song Qingtian knew that he had made a big mistake today. However, Xia Guofeng suddenly became so powerful. Could it be that he really killed Wanhao?
Regardless of whether it was his doing or not, the Xiao family must be wiped out, otherwise there will be endless troubles.
Chapter 44 Bingning, wife, why does your mother-in-law want to see you? Jinling, Zhao family manor. In the room. Asshole. Zhao Yuzhu looked at the scarlet palm mark in the mirror, her pretty face full of ferocity. Xiao Bingning, I want you to die. Shame. What a shame. As the jewel in the crown of one of the four major families in Jinling, Zhao Yuzhu had never been treated like this before. That pretty boy actually dared to hit him. Ding-a-ling. Just then, Zhao Yuzhu's cell phone rang and she saw the caller ID and answered it. Hey, uncle. Obviously, the caller was Song Qingtian, but when he learned the news, his expression changed drastically. Second uncle, what did you say? Brother Wenhao was killed. It's very likely related to Xia Bingning's mistress. Snap. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yuzhu crushed the phone into pieces. Although she was not as strong as Li Shiqing, she was also a second-rate expert. Now that she thought about it carefully, a certain figure emerged in her mind. It must be that boy. Zhao Yuzhu's face was icy cold. She was only a second-rate expert to begin with. When Xia Bingning's mistress hit her, she didn't even have a chance to react. That guy was at least a first-rate expert, or even stronger. At the same time, at the Song family manor. Xia family, you are finished. Song Qingtian narrowed his eyes, thinking about the humiliation of today. Now that I have dragged the Xiao family into this, you are still alive. Anyone who touches my Song family must die. For a time, the situation in Jinling was turbulent and no one knew what would happen next. The next day, early morning. Golden sunlight poured into the room, dispelling the last trace of darkness and making the beautiful face even more charming. From Yi Xian's perspective, it looked super beautiful. The tender and sweet atmosphere was interrupted by the ringing of a cell phone. Ding-a-ling. Seeing that it was her mother calling, Xia Bingning couldn't help but feel nervous. Hello, Mom. After answering the call, Xia Bingning gave someone a warning look. Obviously, that look said it all, telling him not to cause trouble. Hee, Bingning didn't disturb you in Xiaoye's rest, did she? No, oops, Mom, what are you talking about? Hi. Mother Xia smiled slightly and continued, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I'm an experienced person. Besides, my daughter is so beautiful. Xia Bingning, Mom, if you keep doing this, I'll die. In fact, Xia Bingning wanted to find a hole to crawl into after hearing her mother's words. Is it wrong for her to be beautiful? Is there any mother who would say this to her daughter? Ahem, I won't tease you anymore. Mother Xia coughed dryly, then got to the point and said with a smile, your father said that there will be a family dinner today, and asked you to bring Xiaoye, Xinxin, and Tongtong with you. Ah. After Xia Bingning heard this, her heart jumped to her throat. Mom, what did you say? My dad, she asked me to bring Yi Xian home for a family dinner. Then, Xia Bingning thought of what Yi Xian said yesterday that his father agreed to their marriage. That's settled. Beep beep. Before Xia Bingning could reply, her mother hung up the phone without giving her any chance to refuse. She knew her daughter too well. Xia Bingning suddenly panicked. It had been 4 years, and this was the first time her father had given in. He had never done that before. How could he suddenly change his mind? It was so strange. She naturally knew how much of an impact her pregnancy before marriage had on the Xia family 4 years ago. Because of her, the Xia family became the school belle of Jinling. Bingning, my wife, why does your mother-in-law want to see you? It's such a big reaction. Xia Bingning took a deep breath. My mother just called and said that my father asked me to take you back to the family banquet. Father-in-law's family dinner? Isn't this a good thing? Yi Xian said nonchalantly. After all, he won the first battle with his father-in-law. Ahem, be serious. Xia Bingning coughed dryly, you don't know the relationship between me and my father. In the past 4 years, he has never been like this. Aren't you afraid that he will eat you then? Xia Bingning was very curious. Was this guy really confident or just pretending? He was so sure that his father would treat him well. But he had no idea that the person sent by his old man was almost crippled by his own man. Eat me? Yi Xian smiled slightly and said domineeringly, just kidding, it's not that I look down on my father-in-law. I can knock him out with just one finger. Puff. Xia Bingning was amused when she saw the guy's shameless words. He knocked her father down with just one finger. This guy was really good at boasting. She was the most qualified person to say how powerful her father was. If you don't brag, you will die. However, it was this joke that made Xia Bingning no longer so nervous, but she didn't know whether what her man said was true. Knocking down his father-in-law with just one finger was an easy task for Yi Xian. That's right. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, I don't know what my father-in-law likes, I have to bring some gifts over. This. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Xiao Bingning nodded slightly. This sounded like human words. Well, my father usually likes to drink wine and tea. Oh. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. Drinking wine and tea, this father-in-law really had all the preferences of a man. The host wants to give a gift to his father-in-law. He is giving 10 kilograms of ambergris tea and 6 bottles of Islay limited edition whiskey. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the gift pushed by the system. Well, now I don't even need to give gifts. However, Yi Xian didn't know how precious these 2 gifts were. Each of them was in short supply. It was these 2 gifts that greatly changed Xiao's father's opinion of his son-in-law. Of course, this is a story for later. I've made a note of that. Yi Xian nodded and said this. Xiao Bingning sighed. For some reason she always felt like something was going to happen. Her father's behavior was too abnormal. Why did he suddenly ask them to go home for a family dinner? Is it because he has a change of heart and feels sorry for himself? Chapter 45, Extravagant Gifts Shocked My Father-in-Law's Family. Master, good morning, madam. When they arrived at the living room, the maids greeted them in a very sweet voice. Xiao Bingning's face was slightly flushed, obviously she had just finished a massage from someone. As for what happened, no one knows. Young madam seems to be in better spirits again. Yeah, I'm so envious. The maids were chattering, while Xinxin and Tongtong were playing with Chen Sueki on the lawn outside the villa. The scene was peaceful and beautiful under the golden sunshine. Daddy, Mommy. When Xinxin and Tongtong saw their parents got up, they ran over immediately. It was obvious that Aunt Sueki was no longer happy. Cousin, where are you going today? Chen Sueki was doing a live broadcast, recording a beautiful new day. Oh, I'm going to your sister-in-law's house to meet my father-in-law today. Chen Sueki. What, cousin, you're going to your sister-in-law's house to meet her parents? The fans in the live broadcast room were also excited at this moment. I knock, my cousin wants to meet my sister-in-law's parents, woo-woo. Sister-in-law is so beautiful, her family must be very rich. Cousin, are there any other sisters in my sister-in-law's family? Sister-in-law, I love you, moi. In just a short while, the number of fans in Chen Sueki's live broadcast room increased by several thousand. It was obvious that this gimmick was unprecedentedly strong. Mom, are we really going to Grandma's house? Xinxin Tongtong looked at her mom and said, we can see Grandpa again. The corner of Xiao Bingning's mouth twitched slightly. Although her father had a very strained relationship with her for the past 4 years, he was very kind to the 2 little ones. Perhaps it was because they were of different generations. Yes. Long live Mama. The 2 little guys were so excited, they had no idea what going to their grandmother's house meant to their mother. Soon, the Xiao family villa came closer. Hello, miss. When they arrived at the villa, all the maids were stunned. They obviously didn't expect the young lady to come to the villa. Xiao Bingning nodded slightly, and the family entered the villa. Bingning, Xiao Ye, you are here. Xiao's mother had already prepared food and had been waiting for a long time. Today was a great opportunity for her daughter to reconcile with her father, so she naturally took it seriously. Hey, Xiao Ye, you're here anyway, why buy me a gift? Mother Xiao waved her hand and said this, but still let Uncle Fu take it. At this time, Yi Xian saw a middle-aged man for the first time. It was Xia Guofeng, who was a half-step martial arts master. Dad. Xiao Bingning took a deep breath. After all, he knew that his father had shouldered a lot in the past 4 years. Xia Guofeng's mouth twitched. How could he really break off relations with his daughter? It's good to be back. At this time, Uncle Fu looked at the box of fine wine in his hand and couldn't help but be stunned. Son-in-law, this wine is a limited edition Islay whiskey. I used all my connections to buy it but still couldn't, and you just got 6 bottles. After hearing this, Xia Guofeng looked at the box of wine. It was the limited edition of Islay whiskey that he had been looking for. Master, look. As Uncle Fu was speaking, he took out a bottle of Islay whiskey. It had a luxurious and fashionable design, with 2 gold bars of the same size inlaid in the bottle, and even thousands of diamonds. The whole bottle was sparkling, and one sip of it was like buying a house. Is this a diamond? Mother Xiao looked at the luxurious bottle, which already indicated that the wine was extraordinary. Xiao Guofeng narrowed his eyes, while Uncle Fu sighed with emotion. Yes, ma'am.
It is said that this bottle costs $6 million, and there is still a shortage of people.
Converted into Chinese currency, it costs more than 40 million yuan.
These 6 bottles are probably worth at least 250 million.
Hiss. The maids in the Xiao family villa all gasped. 6 bottles of wine for 250 million.
In an instant, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at their brother-in-law.
Yi Xian, you.
Xiao Bingning didn't expect that the wine this guy bought was so extraordinary that even her father couldn't find it after searching for years.
This is too expensive.
Mother Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. Let alone the wine, even the bottle of wine could probably buy several villas.
Let's eat. Xiao Guofeng waved his hand and asked someone to keep it.
This was a good thing he had been longing for, so he certainly couldn't miss it.
That's right.
Yi Xian smiled slightly. I also bought some tea leaves for my father-in-law. Uncle Fu can brew some and try it.
Okay, uncle.
After hearing this, Uncle Fu took a deep breath and nodded. Since the master accepted the good wine, he naturally acknowledged his identity as the son-in-law.
This is...
But when he opened the tea leaves, Uncle Fu's mouth twitched. Master, the legendary ambergris tea.
What?
When Xiao Guofeng heard this, he lost all his composure and stood up from his seat. Ambergris, a top-grade tea said to cost tens of millions per pound.
Pft, cough cough. Xiao Bingning was stunned when she heard this. Mom, are you sure it costs tens of millions per pound?
These 10 kilograms in front of me are worth 200 million.
Maids, ah. Oh my god.
There are tea leaves worth 200 million and wine worth no less than 250 million.
This son-in-law spent 450 million. Is he crazy? Son-in-law, who is he? Ahem, how did you do this, uncle? Uncle Fu couldn't help but sip his lips.
This was such a stunning achievement, it was something money couldn't buy at all.
Xiao Yi, what can I say?
Mother Xiao naturally knew that Yi Xian did this to give a good impression to his father-in-law, but it was too expensive. For a moment, Xiao Guofeng looked at the guy who had teased his daughter 4 years ago, and his eyes changed. He thought that even the 4 major families in Jinling might not be able to do such a thing.
Affu, go make some tea. Mother Xiao smiled and said, let's talk while we eat. Yes, ma'am. Uncle Fu smiled and left. Xiao Bing was moved. Yi Xian, thank you. Why thank me? This is what your husband should do.
Yi Xian said nonchalantly. The two whispering to each other made Xiao's mother smile. The relationship between the young couple seemed to be quite good.
Eh?
Just then, the 2 little guys saw the pendant around Mama's neck and asked curiously, Mom, what you're wearing is so beautiful.
This is Guanin's tears.
When Mother Xiao saw the pendant around her daughter's neck, she was stunned. Bingning, why are you wearing this Guanin tears?
Mom, this is what Yi Xian bought at the last auction.
Then, Xiao Bingning recounted what happened at the last auction.
Everyone in the room was shocked, and Xiao Guofeng's expression was even more complicated.
It took Xiao's mother a long time to come back to her senses, her eyelids twitching. Ahem, this Guanin tears leaf.
I spent 5 billion to make it for you.
Father Xiao and Uncle Fu looked at each other and saw that the other was shocked. They had a strong feeling that the things that happened to the Zheng family, the Shin family, the Qin family, and the Song family in Jinling during this period were most likely done by this kid.
Grandma, even if you have money, you can't be so wasteful. Chapter 46, Son-in-law, you call 8 billion small money? Xiao Ye, come and eat.
Mother Xiao looked at Yi Xian, she was so satisfied. This son-in-law was extremely good to her daughter.
5 billion worth of Guanin tears, buy it now.
Although money cannot represent everything, it can sometimes explain a lot of things. At least, his daughter's position in his heart is far more important than 5 billion.
He. Daddy is great.
Although Xinxin and Tongtong don't know what exactly happened, they know that Daddy must be super awesome.
That must be the case. This tea tastes quite good.
Mother Xiao took a sip of the ambergris nectar and savored it. It is indeed worthy of being a tea worth tens of millions per kilogram.
Xiao Yi, come and have a couple of drinks with me. Xiao Guofeng no longer held it in his hand.
Uncle Fu smiled, opened a bottle of Islay whiskey and started drinking.
Good.
Yi Xian smiled slightly and drank with his father-in-law. There was no doubt that he had completely defeated his father-in-law in this confrontation.
After 3 rounds of meals, the atmosphere became harmonious. Ding-a-ling. Until one moment, Fubo's cell phone rang.
Hey, what's up? After answering the phone, Fubo's smiling face suddenly turned cold. What did you say?
Okay, I got it.
After hanging up the phone, Uncle Fu's face was solemn. Master, something happened to the group. Half an hour ago, several cooperating companies unilaterally terminated their contracts at the same time, and the group's capital chain gap reached 8 billion. After a pause, Uncle Fu continued, if we don't make up for it in time, the consequences will be disastrous.
What?
When Xia Guofeng heard this, his expression changed. It must be the Song family's doing.
Song Qingtian just suffered a great loss yesterday, and now something happened to the Xia group.
No fool would believe it if someone said it had nothing to do with the Song family. Master, not only the Song family, but also the Xiao family.
This. Xiao Bingning's pretty face turned pale when she heard this. Uncle Fu, the Xiao family and the Song family attacked the Xia family at the same time. How could this happen? There is a funding gap of 8 billion yuan. Where can we make up for it at this time?
Xiao's mother was also full of worry.
After all, if the Xia group was gone, the Xia family would be finished. Short of money?
When Yi Xian heard this, his eyes narrowed.
This was a good opportunity to make money. And
thinking of this, Yi Xian took out a card. As for money, I have some.
Uncle, there is exactly 8 billion in this card. Use it for emergencies first. Uncle, you.
When Uncle Fu heard this, he looked at the bank card on the table in disbelief. He really didn't expect his son-in-law to be like this.
Yi Xian, thank you. Xia Bingning was deeply moved.
This was undoubtedly the most dangerous time for the Xia family. The fact that he could help was enough to prove that his choice was the right one.
No.
Although Xiao's mother knew that Xiao's group was in urgent need of money, she still prioritized it. This is too much.
Besides, you've already spent enough on Bingning before. Fine.
Yi Xian waved his hand indifferently. I still have this little money.
Joke. How is it possible to take it back? There is no reason to take back the money that you have spent with great difficulty. Ahem, small money? Listening to their son-in-law's words, the maids' mouths twitched. 8 billion is a small amount of money. The password is Bingning's birthday.
Looking at the bank card on the table, Xia Guofeng didn't want it at first, but this was the life-saving money of the Xia group.
Hey.
With a sigh, Xia Guofeng continued, forget it, I'll take the money.
But
after pondering for a moment, Xia Guofeng made a decision. According to the share, you will have 20% of the shares of Xia Group in the future.
You print out the contract.
Xia Guofeng acted decisively, and Uncle Fu narrowed his eyes. It seemed that the master really accepted his son-in-law, which was a good thing for both the Xia family and Bingning.
Yes, sir. Uncle Fu responded and went to prepare the contract. Xia Guofeng looked at his son-in-law in front of him with mixed feelings. But at this moment, Xia Guofeng received a call.
Hey, Uncle Xia. After the call was connected, a voice came from the other end, which made Xia Guofeng stunned.
You are Qin Tianao. Hearing the familiar voice, Xia Guofeng was a little suspicious. What could he want from him at this moment? Yes, Uncle Xia still remembers me. Qin Tianao's attitude was very good. Without any hostility, Tianao called to cooperate with Xia Group in all aspects.
I don't know if Uncle Xia is willing.
Oh. After hearing this, Xia Guofeng narrowed his eyes. He naturally didn't believe that Qin Tianao was so easy to talk to.
You have to know that this kid had been patient for more than 20 years, and once he rose to power, he directly wiped out the first and second branches of the Qin family and even imprisoned his father. How could such a cruel person take the initiative to offend the Song and Zhao families at the same time?
Could it be that? Xia Guofeng thought of something, and his eyes fell on Yi Xian. Was it because of this guy?
Thinking about how Qin Tianao and Yi Xian had been quite close before, his guess was further confirmed. In other words, Qin Tianao was helping the Xia group because Yi Xian was helping him.
Ha!
Thinking of this, Xia Guofeng breathed a sigh of relief. The Xia group is naturally happy to cooperate with the Qin family.
Real. Qin Tianao on the opposite side was startled.
He was worried that he had no chance to repay young Master Yi. Now that the Xia group was in crisis, it was a perfect opportunity to repay young Master Yi. Not to mention confronting the Song and Zhao families, he wouldn't even blink an eye even if the Jinlingli family was added.
And
On the other hand, the Xiao family is the family of Yi Nun's wife. Maintaining this relationship will definitely bring many benefits to the Jinling Qin family in the future.
Xiao Yi, come to the study. I want to tell you something. Xia Guofeng thought for a moment, looked at Yi Xian and said, Dad, you.
Before Xiao Bingning could finish her words, she was stopped by Xiao's mother. The situation of the Xiao family was not good now. She vaguely guessed what Xiao's father said when they met alone.
Don't worry, since your dad has accepted Xiaoye, he won't do anything to him.
Mother Xiao looked towards the closed study room and continued, and Xiaoye is the benefactor of our Xiao family.
In the study. Xiao Yi, it's just you and me now.
Xiao Guofeng pondered for a moment and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for giving the Xiao family 3 doses of liquid medicine.
Xia Guofeng was very clear about this.
If it weren't for the 3 doses of medicine, the situation of the Xiao family would be worse than it is now, even devastating.
Uncle, you are too polite. The betrothal gift was originally intended for the Xiao family.
After a short chat, Xiao Guofeng got to the point. Xiao Yi, as Bingning's father, I have something to ask of you. If something happens to the Xiao family in the future, I want you to take Bingning and the other 2 away from Jinling as far as possible.
Obviously, what Xiao Guofeng is most worried about is his daughter Xiao Bingning.
I have detected that my father-in-law has a hidden disease and I will give him a gift of medical skills. When the system voice fell, Yi Xian clearly felt a lot of information in his mind. After sorting out the information, he looked at his father-in-law again and was stunned.
Cursed needle technique.
With Yi Xian's current level of medical skills, he looked at his father-in-law in disbelief that such a superb acupuncture technique actually contained a curse. Then Yi Xian's eyes fell on the jade pendant worn around his father-in-law's waist, which was obviously the source of the curse. Using this cursed needle technique to seal the dantian, this is the extremely vicious and insidious technique that will end your offspring, the Lokyang technique.
Chapter 47: A great opportunity for my father-in-law. The art of Lokyang.
That is right, this is the brutal technique that Yi Xian remembered after he obtained the medical immortal Saint hand. This technique requires the use of acupuncture as a guide and is sealed inside an object. The longer the holder wears it, the better the effect of the cursed needle technique will be. But who on earth would use such a vicious technique on my father-in-law's family?
Good.
Yi Xian nodded slightly and didn't take it to heart. After all, the probability of something happening to the Xiao family with him was smaller than the destruction of the world.
Thank you very much. Xia Guofeng breathed a sigh of relief.
Although the Xiao family now had 2 martial arts masters, plus him, a half-step martial arts master, they still did not have complete control over the current situation in Jinling. If forces outside of Jinling get involved, the outcome will be unpredictable, so this is the best way to be on the safe side.
That's right. Uncle, can you lend me this jade pendant?
While Yi Xian was speaking, his eyes fell on his father-in-law's jade pendant, because the words had already had a great impact on his father-in-law.
Jade pendant?
Listening to Yi Xian's words, Xiao Guofeng was startled and then his eyes fell on the jade pendant on his waist.
He thought for a moment and said, okay. This jade pendant is a keepsake of my Xiao family. Does Xiao Ye recognize it? Xia Guofeng asked suspiciously. This jade pendant was an heirloom of the Xiao family. It was said that holding this token would allow one to trace one's ancestry in the future. Of course, it was unknown whether it was true or not. He naturally didn't know that this jade pendant was a vicious conspiracy from the beginning.
After taking the cursed jade pendant, Yi Xian's whole body trembled, and the cursed needle technique immediately flowed into Yi Xian's dantian. This was because Yi Xian was skilled and courageous, otherwise ordinary people would definitely fall into the trap of the Lokyang technique. Yi Xian's eyes focused, and a strong aura spread out from him.
Snap.
The floor of the study room couldn't bear the weight and cracks appeared, then spread throughout the whole room. Rich aura surged around him, and the sudden scene really shocked Xiao Guofeng.
This is.
When Xiao Guofeng saw this scene, he looked at Yi Xian with a shocked expression. Master of martial arts. No, this is stronger than master of martial arts. Could it be that the martial arts master has reached the great perfection?
Indeed, Xiao Guofeng was shocked at this moment.
If this was the case, the crisis of their Xiao family would be unsolvable. After all, such strength was considered extremely powerful in the imperial capital.
But, how could this be? How old is this future son-in-law in front of me? Can he have the strength of a martial arts master?
Since the host has absorbed the curse technique, his realm has been raised to the early stage of martial spirit. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at his hands in disbelief. He originally wanted to solve the hidden danger for his father-in-law's family, but he never expected that he would directly break through to the perfection of the martial arts grandmaster. The early stage of martial spirit. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Yi Xian's strength has now increased at least several times. It can be seen that although there is a fine line between a martial arts grandmaster and an early martial spirit, the gap is as different as heaven and earth.
Xiao Yi, what exactly are your strengths? Xia Guofeng looked at Yi Xian in front of him in disbelief. The pressure from Yi Xian alone gave him an inexplicable fear. He had never had this feeling before. Ahem, I'm sorry, father-in-law.
Restraining his breath, Yi Xian coughed and said, well, my strength is about the same as that of a perfect martial arts master. It won't be a problem for me to fight against a half-step martial arts grandmaster.
Puff. Xia Guofeng almost choked on his own saliva.
Although Yi Xian's words were very conservative, he was still unprecedentedly shocked.
What?
Comparable to a half-step martial arts grandmaster. Although I don't know whether it's true or not, judging from the cracks all over the study and the pressure just now, it's almost certain.
Even all this is so hard to understand. Yes, uncle. Yi Xian then looked at his father-in-law's dantian, narrowed his eyes and said, does the dantian feel a sharp pain every once in a while? Boom.
As soon as these words came out, Xia Guofeng's mind buzzed, and his face was full of disbelief. How did you know that? Not only did he feel an unbearable stinging pain in his dantian, but his strength was also less than before each time. However, he had never mentioned this to outsiders, not even Xiao's mother knew about it, which made her look at her future son-in-law with a higher opinion of her.
My daughter has found a treasure. To be honest with you, uncle, you are cursed. Yi Xian did not hide anything and told the story of the jade pendant and the Lakyan technique.
After all, this matter was of great importance and he dared not hide anything. In this way, you can also enhance your own impression, so why not do it?
Dang. After hearing this, Xia Guofeng's jade pendant fell to the ground. At this moment, he could no longer remain calm. Extremely vicious, will he destroy my entire family lineage? Cursed needle technique blocks dantian.
Although I don't know what kind of magic this is, it is definitely extremely vicious, and a sharp light emerges from his eyes.
No wonder.
Xia Guofeng thought about his ancestors, his face turned pale. No wonder the inheritance of the Xiao family was almost cut off many times. It turned out to be because of this inheritance token. Uncle, the curse on the token has been removed, but the person who gave it to the Xiao family has ulterior motives.
Xia Guofeng heard this and nodded silently. Of course he knew this. If it weren't for luck, the Xiao family's inheritance would have been cut off long ago.
However, it must be extremely difficult for someone to create such a sinister thing.
At least, it is far from what the current Jinling Xiao family can compare to. Uncle has been wearing the jade pendant for a long time, and his dantian has long been invaded by the cursed needles. Otherwise. After a pause, Yi Xian said solemnly, Uncle, I'm afraid that the Xiao family inheritance will end with Bing Ning. What?
Yi Xian is now extremely powerful and can see the problem with the cursed jade pendant at a glance, which forces him to be serious. No wonder he has tried his best to pass on the incense for all these years but still has not been able to conceive a child. It turns out that the culprit of all this is because of this jade pendant.
But leave this to me.
Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, the cursed needle technique can remove it. I guarantee that your uncle will have a big fat boy within 3 years.
Sniff.
As the voice fell, Yi Xian took out the golden needle with his right hand, then wrapped it with physical enhancement liquid and inserted it into the acupuncture points of his father-in-law's dantian.
The strong energy also poured into it, absorbing all the remaining curses in it. Xia Guofeng was amazed by such means.
Buzz. At the moment when Xia Guofeng's curse was completely removed, the aura around him suddenly reached that of a martial arts master. Everything came naturally. Of course, it was also because of Yi Xian's use of the physical enhancement liquid. Quietly, Yi Xian also changed the fate of his father-in-law's family, and at the same time also fell into a larger vortex.
Ha!
Taking a deep breath, Xia Guofeng suddenly felt his breathing become smoother, and he felt much more relaxed than before, master of martial arts.
Xiao Yi, you. I have nothing to say.
I don't need to thank you for your kindness.
For a moment, Xia Guofeng was filled with gratitude.
If anyone competed with him for such a good son-in-law in the future, he, Xia Guofeng, would kill them all.
Chapter 48 My husband treats me well, is there anything wrong with me being proud? At this moment, Xia Guofeng was completely convinced.
If it weren't for Yi Xian, I'm afraid they wouldn't know what would happen to the Xiao family in the future.
Ding! The host spent 8 billion renminbi and gained 80 billion renminbi in wealth.
At this moment, Yi Xian heard the sound of system consumption rebate, which made him feel better. Then, bring up the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Realm, early stage of Wuling. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader.
Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical magic hands. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian God oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group.
Wealth, 271.6 billion renminbi.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curled up.
Then, Xiao Guofeng left the study with Yi Xian in a good mood. How could he not be happy that the Xiao family inheritance was expected to continue? And
the most important thing is that my daughter has found such a capable son-in-law, and the Xiao family will have more power to protect themselves in Jinling in the future.
This is...
Xiao Bingning looked at her happy father in bewilderment. She had never seen him so happy before.
That guy, how did he do that? Ahem, master. Uncle Fu came back with the contract and happened to see the scene.
Then he looked at Yi Xian meaningfully.
This son-in-law is really amazing.
I couldn't help but secretly give a thumbs up to my son-in-law. It has only been a short time and the master is already so happy being accompanied by his son-in-law.
This is not something that ordinary people can do. What's going on?
Mother Xiao was obviously stunned at this moment.
She knew Father Xiao's temper very well.
To be able to make him like this, it showed that her son-in-law was quite extraordinary. For a moment, the look that Xiao's mother gave Yi Xian was like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more satisfied she was.
After dinner, in Xiao Bingning's boudoir in the Xiao family villa. Thank you, husband.
After a while, Xiao Bingning said with emotion in her eyes that she was obviously the happiest person because her man could make her father so happy.
I already told you, I'm your husband.
He scratched the beautiful lady's nose lovingly and said lovingly, if your husband is not good to you, who will be good to you?
Besides.
He paused, dotingly pinched his beautiful wife's face, and threatened, if you are so polite to your man in the future, be careful, there will be punishment.
You.
Listening to someone's joke, Xiao Bingning's face flushed and she rolled her eyes. I'm not afraid.
Ding-a-ling.
While the couple was being affectionate, Xiao Bingning's cell phone rang. She saw it was a call from her best friend. Hey, poetry. After answering the phone, Xiao Bingning's face flushed as she spoke, as if she was seen being affectionate with her man by her best friend.
Bingning, I hope I didn't disturb you and your husband's rest. Xiao Bingning's face turned red after hearing these sudden words. That girl kept talking about things that were not related to the topic. Shirqing, what are you talking about? Xiao Bingning breathed a sigh of relief.
She felt that all the flirting just now was still unsatisfactory and sweet. It was over. Why did she have such a strange feeling? After talking for a while, Li Shirqing took a deep breath and got to the point. I heard that the Song and Zhao families have banned the Xiao family's business, and the Xiao group's capital chain has a big gap. I have some money here, about 500 million or 600 million. I'll transfer it to you for emergency use. After a pause, Li Shirqing apologized. The old man is a fox who was determined to sit on the mountain and watch the fight between the two tigers.
I'm sorry I can't help you too much.
This.
Xiao Bingning was inexplicably moved when she heard this.
This move by her best friend was undoubtedly a sign of breaking away from her family. Shirqing, that's not necessary. The money issue has been resolved.
Then, Xiao Bingning told Li Shirqing about Yi Xian's investment of 8 billion yuan in Xiao Group.
Li Shirqing was completely stunned after hearing this. Even through the screen, Xiao Bingning could imagine her best friend's expression. However, she certainly couldn't accept the money. After all, her best friend's situation was not easy either.
What?
Li Shirqing sat up from the quilt, her face full of disbelief. Bingning, your husband is so rich.
8 billion, I'll give it to you if you say so.
Bingning, I'm not saying this, but your husband dotes on you too much. For a moment, Li Shirqing was quite envious. Her best friend's husband was 10,000 times better than Song Wenhao. No, at least 100 million times better.
Certainly.
If Song Wenhao knew about this, I wonder if he would stand up and fight with Yi Xian.
Damn it, why must you be so cruel when I'm already offline? That is. After hearing this, Xiao Bingning said proudly without blushing, my husband, if he doesn't treat me well, who else can he treat well? She looked so proud, as if to say that my husband treats me well. Is there anything wrong with me being proud?
Yi Xian was stunned when he saw this suddenly.
When did this girl finally get the hang of it? Li Shiqing, ah. Your husband is rich and treats you well, you are awesome, okay.
For a moment, Li Shiqing was speechless and felt sour.
To be honest, no girl could refuse such a doting and domineering husband. Good job. During the time I was away from Jiling, how did my best friend discover such a potential stock? I am so envious. What should I do if I am too envious?
Hey. You two can go on flirting, my light bulb is out. Li Shiqing sighed and hung up the phone, leaving Xiao Bingning on the other side confused, staring at the phone in a daze. What kind of light bulb is this?
Did Shiqing misunderstand something? Chapter 49, That Guy, You Deserve It. The next day, early morning. Morning, miss. Good morning, uncle.
The maids spoke in sweet voices, but then they murmured softly.
Wow, miss looks better than yesterday.
I'm so envious, young lady, it's great that your uncle mentioned it.
You must have exercised a lot yesterday, you are so lucky, miss.
If my future boyfriend is half as good as my brother-in-law, I will wake up laughing in my dreams. Listening to the maid's mutterings, Xiao Bingning felt so embarrassed that she could dig out a 3-bedroom and 1-living-room house with her toes. To be honest, at that moment she had the urge to hang up these maids and beat them. I am the employer after all, it is too much to talk about the master like this.
But why am I not angry but feel sweet instead? It's so strange, how could this happen? Ha! After calming down, Xiao Bingning saw Uncle Fu and asked suspiciously, Uncle Fu, where are my parents? Oh.
Uncle Fu looked at his young lady and son-in-law meaningfully, and couldn't help but sigh that it was good to be young.
Obviously, he took it for granted and blindly guessed what happened last night.
After all, he was an experienced person, and everyone had been young.
Miss, the master and his wife took Xin and Tong out to play. After hearing this, Xiao Bingning glared at someone imperceptibly. Was she afraid of disturbing them?
At this moment, she had a strong urge to beat Yi Xian to death. Hateful. She was about to get up a long time ago, it was all because of this guy, so bad.
Uncle Fu, we're leaving first.
After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Xiao Bingning grabbed Yi Xian's hand and fled the scene in a panic. Of the 36 strategies, running away is the best.
Xiao Bingning didn't relax until she left the villa. Look at you.
Good job, they all misunderstood. Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes. If she had known yesterday, she would not have cooperated with that guy. Next time, she will be careful not to let him succeed.
Misunderstand?
No, you clearly said yesterday not to stop.
Xiao Bingning.
As they were talking, the two arrived at the Dylan group. Squeak. As the supercar stopped and Xiao Bingning pushed the door open to get out, she was stunned. Emperor Lin group.
What are you doing here?
Obviously, Yi Xian was going to reveal his identity to his wife next, and at the same time make money, an operation he had already mastered fluently.
Hello, boss.
The two entered the Dylan building, and the welcoming ladies on both sides bowed respectfully, but Xiao Bingning's mind suddenly buzzed when she heard these words, and her pretty face was full of surprise.
Old boss? What is going on? People from the Dylan group call this guy boss. This.
Entering the elevator, Xiao Bingning's beautiful face was full of disbelief. Yi Xian, you are the boss of Dylan group.
Good.
Yi Xian raised the corner of his mouth, then pinched the beautiful lady's face lovingly. How is it? Your man is awesome, isn't he?
Xiao Bingning's mind was in a daze.
She was extremely worried when she learned about the sudden rise of the Dylan group. Who would have thought that it belonged to her man? In fact, this news was too sudden for her, and the shock was not small.
Awesome, you big-headed ghost. I'm so mad. You actually kept it a secret from me for so long. Humph.
Xiao Bingning turned away with a puffed-up face, looking like, the baby is angry, you need to coax me.
If this action were known to the outside world, many people would be envious to death. Unfortunately, it only benefits one person now. Certainly. She was extremely shocked that the guy actually had such a big industry.
She couldn't help but feel proud. Her man was so capable, she had no reason to be happier.
Ding.
Just then, the elevator arrived at the top floor of Dylan Group.
Master Yi, you are here. Hello, madam.
The elevator door opened and a beautiful woman bowed respectfully.
This person was Mu Hanxue, the president of Dylan Group.
Upon learning that young Master Yi was coming, Mu Hanxue had been waiting for a long time.
Soon, we arrived at the president's office. Ding Ning, this is Mr. Mu, the president of Dihao Group.
Yi Xian introduced with a smile. As for Xiao Bingning's identity, Mu Hanxue naturally knew it long ago.
Mu Hanxue greeted her with a smile. Madam, you can call me Hanxue or Xiaomu. Mu Hanxue bowed with a very respectful attitude.
After all, this was young Master Yi's woman, and she didn't dare to act rashly in the slightest.
Besides,
Master Yi was very kind to her, and she didn't want to make Master Yi and the boss's wife unhappy because of her. After a few words, Yi Xian got down to business and took out 2 contracts. This is, the equity of Jinling Supercar Club and the equity of Tianjun Liquor Store. Looking at the wise and intelligent Mu Hanxue in front of him, Yi Xian nodded slightly. These 2 will be incorporated into the Dylan Group from now on.
Jinling, Supercar Club. Xiao Bingning looked at one of the contracts with an incredulous expression on her face. Yi Xian, last time you bought a supercar for your cousin, you didn't buy out the club, did you?
Obviously, Xiao Bingning realized something at this moment.
Yes. It's too troublesome to buy one by one. Yi Xian waved his hand, which made Mu Hanxue's mouth twitch. Wasn't this young Master Yi too generous? It was too troublesome to buy one car after another. It was true that she could not understand young Master Yi's happiness. Xiao Bingning. Too much trouble, is this guy crazy?
While he was in a daze, Yi Xian began to swipe the money, and then took out a bank card. Hanxue, the next task for the Dylan Group is to open a chain of Tianjun liquor stores. This 10 billion will be used as startup capital.
10 billion.
Xiao Bingning, who had not yet come to her senses, narrowed her beautiful eyes again and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. How much money did this guy have? Last night, I gave Xia Group 8 billion, and now I have to give them tens of billions. Tianjun liquor store chain, this guy is really bold. Not to mention his previous best friend, even the 4 major families in Jinling would not dare to make such a boast.
You know.
If one wants to create a top-level luxury wine shop chain like Tianjun Wine Shop, the capital required would be like a bottomless pit. However, Xiao Bingning didn't know that in just 1 year, Tianjun Liquor Store had flourished all over China and even other countries. Of course, this is a story for later. Chapter 50. I wanted to let you go, but you came here to seek death. Master Yi, this.
Mu Hanxue was also stunned. If the Tianjun Liquor Store chain could accomplish this, the Dylan Group would surely dominate Jinling.
Hanxue, I will definitely live up to Master Yi's trust. Taking a deep breath, Mu Hanxue clenched her fists and made up her mind secretly.
Bingning, you go tour the group. I'm going to the bathroom.
Good. Xiao Bingning was also very curious about her man's group. After all, the Dylan Group was now the biggest dark horse in Jinling's business world. Young madam, this way please. Mu Hanxue was very observant and led the way personally, and Yi Xian also walked towards the bathroom. But of course he wasn't going to the bathroom. A few minutes later, in a corridor on the top floor of the Emperor Lin building.
You've been here for so long, come out now.
Yi Xian's calm voice was heard in the venue, and about a dozen people suddenly appeared at both ends and blocked Yi Xian's way.
Pa pa pa.
Just then, applause broke out, and then a beautiful figure came closer. This person was Zhao Yuzhu.
Boy, we meet again. Zhao Yuzhu was watching the scene like a cat playing with a mouse.
It was obvious that she had Yi Xian in front of her in her grasp, at least in her opinion. Oh. When Yi Xian saw the person coming, he was stunned. It was Zhao Yuzhu who was beaten away by him in Tianjun Tavern before. Oof. Seeing Yi Xian's indifferent expression, a top expert beside Zhao Yuzhu said with a fierce look in his eyes, "Miss, I will meet him." Sniff. The figure flashed, and the next moment he punched Yi Xian hard at such a fast speed. Bang! Before the man could get close to Yi Xian, he was slapped away and fainted without even having time to scream. What? The other 2 top masters beside Zhao Yuzhu looked horrified and said, "Impossible. That boy is actually a martial arts master." They would not make any mistake about the fleeting energy just now. Master of martial arts. Zhao Yuzhu's pretty face changed, and then it became ferocious. It's you who killed my brother Wen Hao." She was just suspicious before,
but now she is absolutely sure. I guess so. Yi Xian glanced at Zhao Yuzhu. From the beginning to the end, he didn't care about this kind of person. Kill him for me. Zhao Yuzhu's face was full of resentment. The Xiao family's masters hesitated for a moment, gritted their teeth and rushed towards Yi Xian. But Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his fingers, dozens of god-killing needles pierced into everyone's eyebrows, followed by shrill screams that resounded throughout the place. Under Zhao Yuzhu's horrified gaze, all the members of the Xiao family, including the two top masters, turned to ashes. It was obvious that the god-destroying needle was tempered with bone-eating powder. Dozens of ashes fell and Zhao Yuzhu fell to the ground with a thud, her face full of fear. She looked at Yi Xian as if she was looking at a devil. How could you? At this moment, Zhao Yuzhu was scared, really scared. I wanted to let you go, but you came here to seek death. As he spoke, Yi Xian walked towards Zhao Yuzhu, and Zhao Yuzhu's heart rose to her throat, and her pupils shrank suddenly. What are you going to do? I warn you. I am the daughter of the Xiao family, one of the 4 major families in Jinling. Swish. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Zhao Yuzhu. Sir, you are going too far. Do you know the consequences of offending the Jinling Xiao family? Seeing the person coming, Zhao Yuzhu seemed to have grasped an opportunity. Give me money. Help me kill him. Bang. Before Qian Gongfeng appeared in front of Zhao Yuzhu, he could say anything before Yi Xian slapped him and turned him into a bloody mist. Yes, it was a bloody mist. Ah. A shrill scream was heard, because Qian Gongfeng's blood splattered all over Zhao Yuzhu, and she was shocked like never before. It's impossible, you are not a martial arts master. It is impossible for a martial arts master to beat the half-step martial arts master Qian Gongfeng into a bloody mist. Who are you? As soon as Zhao Yuzhu finished speaking, a golden light pierced through his brows and the terrifying corrosive power of the bone-eating powder burst out. Yi Xian never held back when dealing with his enemies, no matter how weak they were. Zhao Yuzhu, you shouldn't have offended me, and you shouldn't have had any bad intentions towards Bingning. Glancing at Zhao Yuzhu, who was on the verge of death, Yi Xianyun smiled calmly and said, But don't worry, the Xiao family will bury you soon. When the shrill sound ended, Zhao Yuzhu had already turned into a handful of ashes. Yi Xian was not at all disturbed by this, even though the half-step martial arts master was beaten into a bloody mist by him just now. After all, not to mention a half-step martial arts master, even a perfect martial arts master would only turn into blood mist in front of Yi Xian. Ding! The host spent 10 billion renminbi and gained 100 billion renminbi in wealth. With luck, an invisible aura dissipated the smell of blood mixed with ashes. The sound of 10 times the rebate suddenly came to his ears, and the smile on Yi Xian's mouth became even deeper. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, early stage of Wuling. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian God oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group. Wealth, 361.6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian was quite moved. The early stage of martial spirit? I'm afraid there isn't even a martial arts grandmaster in the entire Jinling, so you can imagine what kind of existence he is to Jinling. You can say that. All the families in Jinling combined are no match for Yi Xian in one move. However, martial arts grandmasters and even masters at the martial spirit level definitely exist. At least. The person who cast the spell that gave the jade pendant to the ancestor of the Xiao family was probably at least a martial spirit, or even higher, although that was hundreds of years ago. Owner. But at this moment, Xinqi appeared in the field and knelt on one knee. Long before his master came here, he had already cleared out the people in the Delin building. He naturally saw what happened just now, especially the scene where his master slapped the half-step martial arts master into a bloody mist with one slap, which made him even more shocked by the master's strength. Even the boss Xinqi can't do this. The master's strength must be at least a martial arts grandmaster. Looking at the seventh god in front of him, Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked towards the direction of the Xiao family in Jinling. Since Zhao Yuzhu was seeking her own death, then the Xiao family should be destroyed. Yes, master. Xinqi responded respectfully, then narrowed his eyes and said, I will contact Boss Shen immediately. Go ahead.
Yi Xian waved his hand, looked at the empty field, turned around and walked towards the president's office.
If he left for too long, his wife Bingning would probably get anxious. Farewell, master.
Shinshi bowed respectfully to see him off, and only came back to his senses when Yi Xian left his sight, his eyes full of passion. Master, you are truly an extraordinary person.
It looks like Jinling will become one of the 3 major families. Chapter 51, Bing Ning, my wife, what do you mean by I am awesome? Dylan Group, outside the president's office. Young Master Yi, walk slowly. Mu Hanxue bowed, and then stood up and took a deep breath.
She thought the president was handsome enough, but she didn't expect that Master Yi's woman was more beautiful than the president.
That's right. In the elevator, Xiao Bingning asked curiously, I just went to the bathroom. Why did it take so long? Yes. Yi Xian waved his hand without caring, and continued, don't you know how powerful your man's inventory is? Xiao Bingning,
Listening to what that guy said, Xiao Bingning blushed and glared at him.
Put. You want to die.
How dare you say such lewd words in such an occasion? Xiao Bingning's heart really skipped a beat. This guy really dared to say anything.
This moment.
Xiao Bingning had an unprecedentedly strong urge to bite him to death, but she knew that she absolutely could not do that in a place with surveillance cameras.
Tiger and wolf words? How could that be? I'm just stating the facts.
Yi Xian said it nonchalantly, which made Xiao Bingning frown.
You're awesome, okay.
Xiao Bingning was really scared and didn't dare to discuss this topic with this guy anymore, for fear that he would say something excessive again.
Bingning, my wife, what do you mean by I am awesome?
His big hands wrapped around her slender waist, and his magnetic voice whispered beside her delicate earlobe, tonight, your husband will show you how powerful your man is.
You hum.
Xiao Bingning pinched someone's soft spot with her slender hand, her face flushed red, and her mind flashed with scenes that might have happened that night. That scene was so beautiful.
That bastard, damn it.
You only know how to bully yourself, humph.
But, why am I still enjoying it so much? Xiao Bingning, are you sick? Jinling, Zhao family manor. What did you say?
In the villa, Zhao Tianlong, the head of the Xiao family, stood up with anger in his eyes, and the aura of a top master spread around him. Yuzhu took Qin Gongxing to the Dylan Group to seek revenge.
He hasn't returned yet, and even Qian Gongfeng can't contact him. How brave!
Zhao Tianlong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. In this land of Jinling, if you touch my daughter, you are courting death.
Yeah.
At this moment, a voice came from outside the villa, and then 5 figures appeared on the scene, led by Shenxi.
Puff.
A man covered in blood came in from outside the villa and fell down at Zhao Tianlong's feet.
Master, they are dead, all dead.
The top expert swallowed his saliva and looked at Shenxi and others in horror and fear. They killed all the masters of the Xiao family.
Boom.
Hearing this, Zhao Tianlong's mind buzzed.
What a joke.
As one of the 4 major families, their Jinling Zhao family has more than 300 second-rate masters and nearly 100 first-rate masters. 1 martial arts master, 4 half-step martial arts masters.
Feeling the aura of Shenxi and others, Zhao Tianlong's heart sank. This lineup was stronger than any of the 4 major families in Jinling.
More importantly, these people were only in their 30s at most.
Jinling Zhao family, blame your good daughter for offending my master. Owner? Zhao Tianlong's heart sank.
He was certainly not a fool since he had been in control of the Xiao family for decades. Now the martial arts master was respectfully calling him master, so that person must have a terrifyingly high background. Sir, please retreat now.
I will pretend that what happened today never happened. Master, we. Before the top master could finish his words, Zhao Tianlong glared at him and said, shut up.
Ha, you are a man of character who can bend and stretch. Shenxi narrowed his eyes slightly and continued, but, unfortunately, your master wants it.
Kill them all, leaving no one behind.
Yes, the 4 gods. 5 figures turned into streams of light and rushed towards Zhao Tianlong and the others, which made Zhao Tianlong's eyes full of fierceness. How dare you?
In that case, let's fight to the death.
Swish. As Zhao Tianlong's voice fell, a figure appeared beside him.
Zhao Tianlong bowed respectfully. Second uncle, thank you for your help. No problem. The Zhao family martial arts master's face was icy. Then let's fight.
The aura of a martial arts master filled the air, which made Zhao Tianlong feel at ease.
2 of the Xiao family's half-step martial arts masters nearby swallowed their saliva and forced themselves not to flee. A fight, you deserve it. Shensi glanced at the Xiao family's martial arts master, raised his hand and punched out at an extremely fast speed. Not good.
Before the Xiao family martial arts master could react, he was punched in the heart. His heart exploded on the spot, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Puff, you.
How is it possible to be a late-stage martial arts grandmaster?
With a strong sense of reluctance, the Xiao family's martial arts master turned into a corpse and was killed in one blow.
Second uncle.
Seeing the Xiao family martial arts master being killed, Zhao Tianlong's face was full of ferocity. Assholes, I will bury you with me. If you mess with my Zhao family, my son Yuyan will make you pay with blood. Kill. As soon as Zhao Tianlong made a move, a tang sword chopped off his head. The top master died instantly, and the one who made the move was one of the 72 divine guards.
Snort.
10 breaths later, all the members of the Xiao family were killed.
Looking at the fourth god in the field, he narrowed his eyes and said, Zhao Yuyun?
Master Shensi, Zhao Yuyun is the eldest son of the Xiao family and the inspector of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association.
Oh.
After hearing his subordinate's words, Shensi pondered for a moment. I didn't expect that the Xiao family is quite extraordinary.
Keep a close eye on Zhao Yuyun. Once found, kill on the spot. Shensi did not care about the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association at all.
Not to mention the inspector, even if the entire Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association offended the master, he would wipe it out without hesitation.
Yes, the 4 gods.
Then, Shensi and others left the scene, leaving behind a strong smell of blood that spread to all 4 corners of the world. Swish. Not long after the group left, a team of people appeared on the scene. If Xia Guofeng was here, he would definitely recognize that this person was Song Qingtian, the second master of the Song family who was trying to sow discord.
This is... Song Qingtian looked at the scene in disbelief, and soon his men said solemnly, Second master, the Xiao family has been destroyed.
The Xiao family's martial arts masters and half-step martial arts masters were all killed. Hiss. Song Qingtian sucked in a breath of cold air, and for a moment his calves were cramping, and cold sweat broke out on his back. What a cruel method. Jinling, it's really a troubled time. Song Qingtian naturally realized the seriousness of the matter. If he could wipe out the Zhao family with lightning speed, that would be enough to destroy their Song family. Retreat.
With a cold face, Song Qingtian didn't dare to delay for even a moment. If those lunatics came back, they would probably all die. However, he didn't know that the person who wiped out the Zhao family was the one he instigated to kill. If he knew, I wonder if he would still be so calm. Chapter 52, The Song Family's Ambition. Old Master Song appears. The Xiao family was destroyed, and Nanjing was shaken.
Soon after, the Xiao family's assets were devoured by various forces in Jinling, among which the Song family made the most profit, followed by the Dylan group.
Jinling, Song family manor. Brother, what are you doing? Song Qingtian looked at his elder brother Song Qingyang in astonishment, too high profile.
He never expected that after his eldest brother learned that the Xiao family was destroyed, he actually obtained nearly half of the Xiao family's assets in such a high-profile manner. If this were known by the forces that destroyed the Xiao family, the consequences would be disastrous.
You must know.
Although the Song family is a dominant force in Jinling, they are not so powerful that they can cover the sky with one hand. If they are attacked by various forces at this time, the Song family is likely to follow in the footsteps of the Xiao family.
High profile?
When Song Qingyang heard what his second brother said, he smiled slightly. Qingtian, this is nothing.
Now, there are some things you should know.
While Song Qingyang was speaking, he took his second brother to a secret room in the villa. Hearing his eldest brother's words, Song Qingtian frowned tightly, obviously not understanding what his eldest brother was up to. However, although he was suspicious, he still followed his elder brother. Entering the secret room, it was brightly lit. Father. Arriving at the secret room, Song Qingyang bowed respectfully, but Song Qingtian was shocked when he heard these words. He then looked at the old man sitting on the armchair in disbelief, his heart filled with shock.
Brother, father, is not dead. Song Qingtian's eyes widened, and he felt as if he was dreaming.
You know, in his cognition, his father had passed away for more than 20 years, and now he actually appeared before his eyes.
How can he remain calm? Qingtian, why don't you recognize your father? Song Qingtian was struck by lightning when he heard the familiar voice in his ears.
It was a long-lost name, which made him tearful.
Plop. Song Qingtian knelt on the ground with his hands and knees full of excitement. Father, I'm glad you didn't die.
Second brother, this is actually all arranged by father.
Song Qingyang looked at his second brother, who was full of excitement.
He was not surprised. After all, on the night of their father's death, he was more shocked than Song Qingtian was now, but that was all in the past. Because next, the time for their Song family to rise is coming. Back then, my father faked his death and made the Song family the weakest of the four major families. Listening to his elder brother's account of the plan back then, Song Qingtian took a deep breath and finally understood why his elder brother had suddenly become so high profile. The source of all this was obviously his father's existence. Father, you are already in the late stage of martial arts master. Besides you, the Song family has 2 other martial arts masters. Indeed, this information had a huge impact on him. With 3 martial arts masters and his father being a martial arts master in the late stage, he could destroy not only the Xiao family, but also the other 3 major families in Jinling. Very good. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became.
Song Qingtian even had a picture of the Song family unifying Jinling in his mind.
The thought of that scene made him extremely excited. What a pity!
Wen Hao was assassinated.
Old Master Song sighed, and Song Qingyang's face showed hatred. Father, I have checked during this period of time, and Wen Hao's death is most likely related to the Xiao family.
Good. Song Qingtian took a deep breath and said, Father, that Xiao Guofeng has actually become a half-step martial arts master. It is very likely that there is a martial arts master in their Xiao family.
Old Master Song waved his hands and naturally didn't take him seriously. After all, he could kill an ordinary martial arts master with just one move.
It doesn't matter. After thinking for a moment, Mr. Song continued, Next, the Song family's mission is to destroy the Xiao family and annex its assets.
But we have to do this at the lowest cost, Qingtian.
After a pause, Mr. Song narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the Xiao family. Bring Xiao Guofeng's daughter here. With her threat, there's no way Xiao Guofeng wouldn't react.
Old Master Song said so, and he also heard that Xiao Bingning became even more beautiful after giving birth to 2 evil children, and he would also like to enjoy them to his heart's content.
It can also be considered as a celebration of his return to Nanjing.
Yes, father. Song Qingtian's eyes sparkled as the graceful figure of the beautiful daughter of the Xiao family appeared in his mind. Naturally, he would not let such a person go. Mr. Song thought of something, and then said, To ensure everything is safe, I will let a martial arts master friend accompany you this time.
Real.
When Song Qingtian heard that there was a martial arts master coming to support him, his eyes became sharper. Thank you, father.
Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa. Daddy. Mom.
When Xinshin and Tongtong saw their parents coming back, they kissed them affectionately, and the maids were so envious of them that they all wanted to be the master's daughters if possible. Xinshin misses you guys so much.
Yeah, Tongtong too.
The 2 little guys were talking to each other, and Yi Xian carried one in each hand as they entered the villa.
Master, the meal is ready. Su Muyue's sweet voice sounded, which aroused people's imagination.
Such a scene was really enviable. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and the family enjoyed a quiet dinner. The giggles of the 2 little guys could be heard from the table from time to time, and the atmosphere was indescribably good.
After dinner, in the room. Come on, wife. Husband will give you a massage. You must be exhausted after a day. Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes and said, This guy's mouth is full of lies.
I don't know how long it took.
Only then did the fight stop. Xiao Bingning was completely exhausted and fell asleep soundly in someone's arms.
Or maybe it was because the beautiful wife was already a little sleepy.
But
at a certain moment, a barely perceptible murderous intent came from afar.
Although it was very faint, Yi Xian still sensed it.
After all, he was now a master in the realm of martial spirit. It seems, there is also a martial arts master. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's mouth curled up meaningfully. There are quite a few people who are looking for death recently. Since you're here, stay here forever. After carefully putting the beautiful woman away, Yi Xian put on his clothes and disappeared in the room like a ghost.
He had only one purpose for this trip, and that was to kill people.
However, Song Qingtian, who came with the martial arts master, had no idea what kind of nightmare was waiting for them next.
Chapter 53, Come on, block my attack and I'll spare your life. Behind the Diyuan villa, deep in the jungle.
Swish. One after another figures appeared in the field, and the leader was Song Qingtian, who had hurried over from the Song family manor. When he thought of Xiao Bingning's beautiful face and graceful figure, he wished he could make her surrender under him immediately.
Sir, thank you for your help this time. Song Qingtian took a deep breath and looked towards the direction of Di Yuan's villa with a hint of heat in his eyes. No problem.
The martial arts master waved his hand and continued, your father saved my life back then.
This is just a small matter and it's not worth mentioning.
Song Qingtian narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. It turned out that this was the reason why his father had been traveling all these years. The two martial arts masters seem to be the favors my father has accumulated over the years. I have to say that my father is really skilled.
Xia Bingning. Song Qingtian's eyes flashed fiercely, and he murmured, tonight, I will let you reach paradise. Who?
At this moment, the martial arts master looked somewhere as if he sensed something, and a person suddenly appeared in his field of vision.
Song Qingtian looked over and narrowed his eyes, Yi Xian, it's you.
Obviously, Song Qingtian knew Yi Xian in front of him. After all, he was the man Xiao Bingning loved, and he was very jealous.
That's right.
Because this boy had slept with such a beautiful woman countless times. When he thought of this, he wished he could tear this boy into pieces.
Oh.
Seeing the person in front of him, Yi Xian saw that his eyebrows were somewhat similar to Song Wenhao. You are from the Jinling Song family.
Poof. Song Qingtian smiled coldly, you have good eyesight. Tell me, did you kill Wenhao? Song Qingtian fixed his eyes on Yi Xian. This question was very important to him. Song Wenhao?
Yi Xian heard this and said calmly, how can I put it? I didn't kill him, but he died because of me.
Really? Song Qingtian was filled with murderous aura, die, boy. Kill him for me. Yes, second master. The Song family's masters all had icy expressions on their faces.
Hundreds of them rushed forward, and the weakest of them were all first-rate masters.
More than people?
Yi Xian smiled slightly, and the next moment, dozens of figures appeared on the scene like ghosts, slaughtering the Song family masters as if they were killing chickens and dogs.
In an instant,
more than 100 assassins of the Song family were all killed, and there were dozens of divine guards standing in the field, led by the martial arts master level Shinshi.
What? Song Qingtian was completely dumbfounded.
He looked at the other side in disbelief, his eyes widened to the extreme, more than 10 half-step martial arts masters.
Impossible. Escape.
The expressions of the 5 top masters of the Song family changed drastically.
What a joke.
Dozens of half-step martial arts masters.
They didn't have the courage to continue fighting. It's too late to escape.
A calm voice sounded, and with a flick of Yi Xian's fingers, 5 god-killing needles pierced into the brows of the 5 top masters.
Ah!
Sharp screams were heard, and under Song Qingtian's horrified gaze, the 5 top masters of the Song family were directly devoured by the bone-eating powder and turned into ashes.
Gulp! Song Qingtian swallowed his saliva, and at this moment his calves cramped. Damn, is that guy still human? Master of martial arts, huh?
Yi Xian looked calmly at the martial arts master beside Song Qingtian and said, go ahead.
Block my attack and I'll spare your life. Real.
The martial arts master's eyes sparkled. He naturally understood at this moment that this guy's methods were far beyond his imagination. After all, he was a martial arts master, so he naturally had some confidence.
Sniff.
As the voice fell, the martial arts master's killing move was already here, and a dagger carrying a strong energy attacked Yi Xian.
Bang!
Before the martial arts master could react, Yi Xian had already slapped him down, just like that. Song Qingtian's eyes were filled with horror as he saw that the martial arts master he admired was turned into a bloody mist by Yi Xian's slap, and even the dagger in his hand was knocked away. I didn't even have time to scream.
You. Fear. Boundless fear surged in his heart, and Song Qingtian couldn't speak clearly. What realm are you in? Joke?
A slap turned a martial arts master into a bloody mist.
What kind of power is this? Can a martial arts master do this? Stop kidding. Could it be that you have surpassed the martial arts master? You are a martial arts grandmaster.
Thinking of this, Song Qingtian's pupils suddenly shrank, and he swallowed his saliva. 23-year-old martial arts grandmaster.
Asshole, this can't exist even in the imperial capital.
Looking at the horrified Song Qingtian, Yi Xian remained calm. I wonder if you have ever experienced the feeling of being on the verge of death.
What are you going to do?
As soon as Song Qingtian finished speaking, a god-destroying needle pierced into his heart. Then, Song Qingtian looked at his chest with great pain. The next moment, he saw that his heart was corroded by the bone-eating powder. What was strange was that no blood flowed out, but the flesh and blood turned directly into ashes.
Yi Xian, you will die a miserable death. Song Qingtian finally understood what that bastard meant by the feeling of being on the verge of death. That guy was a devil. Yeah.
Yi Xian narrowed his eyes.
He would not hold back on the enemy. Then he flicked his finger and a portion of physical enhancement liquid entered into Song Qingtian's body.
The rich vitality repaired his injuries, but could not repair his flesh and blood, which turned into ashes. The most terrifying thing is, this makes Song Qingtian absolutely awake at all times.
Hiss.
Shenzhou Tan looked at the scene with his mouth twitching, and suddenly felt a chill on his back.
My damn master is too cruel.
That guy can't even hope for death now.
Kill me, Yi Xian, I beg you, kill me, ah.
After more than a minute, it seemed like a century to Song Qingtian. In the end, his head was swallowed by the bone-eating powder and turned into ashes, and he completely disappeared from the face of the earth.
If this scene were seen by the outside world, it would definitely turn the entire Jinling and even the imperial capital upside down. Let's go.
Yi Xian flashed away from the field, and even Xinshi didn't react.
Ahem, master, so strong.
Shenzhou Tan coughed dryly, and the scene that just happened appeared before his eyes like a movie. This will become an experience that he will never forget in his life.
Ding-a-ling.
Not long after Yi Xian left, he received a phone call.
Hey, Hanxue. Obviously, the person who called was Mu Hanxue, the president of Dylan Group. There must be something wrong when she called at this time. Master Yi, I'm sorry to bother you.
After a pause, Mu Hanxue continued, today, the Dylan Group received an invitation to the Jinling underground auction.
I wonder if you are interested in participating, Mr. Yi.
By then, Jinling estimates that all the top forces will be present.
Oh?
Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. An underground auction was a great opportunity to make money and it should not be missed. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curved up.
He just didn't know if anyone would be unlucky this time. Chapter 54 Underground Auction, a small profit of 150 billion. The next day, early morning. What?
In the secret room of the Song family manor in Jinling, Song Qingyang was incredulous. No one, including the second master, can be contacted.
Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingyang's face looked solemn. Father, this.
Before Song Qingyang could say anything, old Master Song raised his hand to stop him. I have tried to contact him, but I can't get in touch with the martial arts master who went to Qingtian. I'm afraid something bad has happened to them. Mr. Song's face was solemn, although he didn't want to admit it.
How is it possible?
Song Qingyang's eyes widened, filled with horror. Father, who could make a martial arts master meet with such misfortune?
If this is true, the Song family will probably be in big trouble.
Whether it's true or not, from now on, all the masters of the Song family will return to the manor, and no one is allowed to leave.
Yes, father. Song Qingyang's face was solemn.
He certainly knew what this matter meant.
At the same time as the Song family was shaken, there was an underground auction in Jinling.
Squeak. The son of demon stopped at the entrance of the auction, and Mu Hanxue had been waiting there for a long time.
Master Yi.
When seeing Yi Xian, Mu Hanxue bowed respectfully and did not dare to overstep the line in the slightest.
Let's go.
Then the two of them followed the staff's guidance to a private room and opened the door.
Master Yi.
A young man stood up from his seat tremblingly. This man was Qin Tianao, the current head of the Qin family. If the outside world knew Qin Tianao's attitude, they would be shocked.
How is the Qin family now?
Looking at Qin Tianao in front of him, Yi Xian smiled. Young Master Yi, everything in the Qin family is back on track. After a pause, Qin Tianao continued, moreover, the Qin family has established close cooperation with the Xiao family.
Well done.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, then took out 2 bottles of physical enhancement liquid. This is a reward for you.
Hanxue, you have one too. Thank you, Master Yi.
Mu Hanxue and the other person looked at each other and bowed respectfully, although they didn't know what this thing was.
You're lucky.
Xinlu glanced at the two of them and said, the master will not give such good things to anyone who is not trusted by the master.
Drink it, it has infinite benefits. After a little while. Buzz. Buzz.
Mu Hanxue and the other person both trembled, and then a wave emerged from their bodies.
This is a top-notch expert.
Qin Tianao's eyes sparkled, and the two of them took a deep breath and knelt on one knee on the ground. Young Master Yi's gift, we will never forget it.
Get up. Then the two of them stood up and stood beside Yi Xian, but they didn't dare to sit down arrogantly. Welcome everyone to the Jinling Underground Auction. The first lot to be auctioned is the Jinling number 1 plot of land. The auction reserve price is 2 billion renminbi, and each bid increase must be no less than 500 million renminbi. Wow. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, and everyone's eyes were fixed on the screen in the auction seat. What a generous deal. Jinling number 1 land is a fertile piece of land. Actually, it's Jinling number 1 land. Mu Hanshua's beautiful eyes were stunned. Young Master Yi, if the Dylan Group owns this land, it will be even more powerful. Yeah. Yi Xian smiled slightly and said meaningfully, then buy it. 3 billion. But at this moment, a familiar voice sounded in Qin Tianao's ears. Qin Tianao frowned and looked towards a certain box. Chen Xiaoqiu, is it him? Young Master Yi, that person is from the Chun family in the imperial capital, the mother's family of the Qin family's eldest branch. Oh. After hearing this, Yi Xian hesitated for a moment. He was afraid that the person coming to Jinling at this time might have bad intentions. 5 billion. However, this has nothing to do with him. It's best not to provoke him, otherwise he won't care about the Chun family in the imperial capital. Qin Tianao, Well, it seems that my reminder was completely unnecessary, but with Master Yi's methods, Chen Xiaoqiu would be in trouble, and even the Chen family might be in trouble. That boy is quite interesting. In the private room of the Chen family in the imperial capital, Chen Xiaoqiu looked towards the private room where Yi Xian was. At this moment, a martial arts master behind him frowned and said, Master, it seems that Qin Tianao is also in that private room. 6 billion. Hearing this, Chen Xiaoqiu narrowed his eyes. The reason he came to Jinling was to find a way to transfer the Qin family's assets to the Chen family. 10 billion. In the box, Yi Xian said that he didn't feel bad about bidding at all. After all, he would only earn more. I didn't expect there would be such a rich young man in Jinling. Chen Xiaoqiu played with the jade ring, 11 billion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. They knew that this person was from outside Jinling, but the ruthless boy from the third branch of the Qin family in Jinling was not an easy person to deal with. 15 billion. Mu Hanxue swallowed her saliva when she heard this. Yi Xiao was crazy. How could this Jinling number 1 land be worth so much money? It should not be more than 13 billion at most. The auctioneer's mouth twitched when he heard the price. Oh my god, that man is not Qin Tianao, but he is so arrogant. Ding! The host spent 15 billion renminbi and gained 150 billion renminbi. As the outside world was vibrating, the sound of rebates rang in Yi Xian's ears, which sounded very pleasant. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, early stage of Wuling. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan number 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian God oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group. Wealth, 496.6 billion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's smile became even wider. Perhaps it won't be long before he can become a trillionaire. The auction ended after about an hour. Master Yi, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Qin Tianao's face was gloomy. At this moment, Chen Xiaoqiu had obviously brought people to surround them. Hey, isn't this the useless third branch of the Qin family? Chen Xiaoqiu came to the field with a sarcasm on his face. At this moment, there were 2 martial arts masters behind him, which was obviously his confidence. I said that Qin Beichen's useless cousin was destroyed. It turns out that you hooked up with a pretty boy. Bang! Before Chen Xiaoqiu could finish his words, Qin Tianao slapped him and sent him flying. Even the 2 martial arts masters of the Chen family were not expecting such a sudden scene. Qin Tianao, you loser, how dare you hit me? Chen Xiaoqiu got up in a panic, his eyes full of disbelief, because he discovered that Qin Tianao was actually a first-class master. If you are disrespectful to Master Yi, I will kill you. Qin Tianao's eyes flashed coldly. He naturally knew why Chen Xiaoqiu did this. Since that was the case, he would strike first. Presumptuous.
A martial arts master from the Chun family had a cold expression on his face and was about to kill Qin Tianao with his hand. Bang! Before the martial arts master could get close, Yi Xian slapped him and turned him into a bloody mist. The other martial arts master of the Chun family who was about to take action had his eyelids twitching wildly. What? A martial arts master was slapped into a bloody mist. That guy, could he be a martial arts grandmaster? Sniff. The blade flashed, and before the shocked martial arts master could come to his senses, he was killed instantly by Shen Lu, with blood spurting from his neck. Shen Lu looked coldly at the martial arts master's corpse, his eyes full of contempt. What level of rank do you dare to attack the master? Chapter 55 Yi Xian, you are so bad. You. Chen Xiao looked at the scene, completely dumbfounded. Who are you guys? Horrible. So scary. As the eldest son of a first-rate family in the imperial capital, he had seen many masters. There were dozens of martial arts masters in the Chun family in the imperial capital, and his grandfather was even a half-step martial arts grandmaster. You don't deserve to know. There was a fierce light in Qin Tianao's eyes. He stepped forward with a dagger in his hand, his eyes full of murderous intent. Qin Tianao, what are you going to do? I'm warning you. I'm the eldest son of the Chun family in the imperial capital. My grandfather is a half-step martial arts grandmaster. If you dare to touch me, I will make the Qin family exterminate all 9 clans. Sniff. Qin Tianao did not hesitate at all, the knife flashed, and blood splattered. Chen Xiao's pupils suddenly widened, and he stared at Qin Tianao in disbelief. That waste whom he despised actually dared to kill him. Plop. Chen Xiao's body fell to the ground, and Qin Tianao seemed to have used up all his strength. At this moment, 3 black rays flashed and then bit the bones and scattered on the 3 people, sizzling. 3 seconds later, 3 handfuls of ashes appeared on the ground. Gulp. Mu Hanxue and the other person swallowed their saliva and looked at the scene with horror in their eyes. Yi Xiao's method was so cruel. Destroy the body and all traces, leaving nothing behind. I couldn't help but tremble all over. Damn it, if they betrayed me in the future, their fate would definitely be worse than that of Chen Xiao and his ilk, even though they had no intention of betraying me at all. Let's go. Looking at the 3 handfuls of flying ashes, Yi Xian spoke calmly. After all, this was not the first time he had destroyed a corpse, and it certainly would not be the last. As for who will be the next to receive this treatment, no one knows. In front of Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa. Squeak. The sound of the Devil's Son Supercar rang out, and Yi Xian returned to the villa near nightfall. Daddy! Daddy! Xinxin and Tongtong had been waiting for a long time because they called their father and knew he would be back soon, so they were waiting there. They are definitely 2 little cotton padded jackets, which makes the maids extremely envious. Even Xiao Bingning, who was standing by, felt jealous and angry. She didn't even get such treatment. Where have you been? Seeing the 2 little girls Mua kissing her man, Xiao Bingning said unhappily, it's been the whole day. Why, do you miss your husband? Seeing his beautiful wife's angry look in front of him, Yi Xian put down the 2 little guys and kissed her charming face. But this caused Xiao Bingning to roll her eyes and her face turned red. Is this guy crazy? He actually kissed her in front of the 2 little guys. My heart was beating so fast, how could this happen? I actually didn't resist at all. In fact, Xiao Bingning was stunned by her own reaction. Gurgle. The 2 little guys cried out in protest, then stared at Yi Xian with their big, beautiful eyes. Daddy, we want to eat the noodles you made. Haha, okay. He rubbed Xinxin's head lovingly and said with a smile, Daddy will make it for you right away. Undoubtedly, at this moment Yi Xian was a complete daughter slave, which made Xiao Bingning chuckle at the side. It was estimated that only the 2 little ancestors could make this guy like this. Of course, no one could believe that such a warm-hearted man had just beaten the martial arts master into a bloody mist. After dinner, the 2 little ones went back to their room with housekeeper Muyu to sleep. For a moment, Xiao Bingning's heart rose to her throat, as if she knew what kind of experience was waiting for her next, because this had been going on for more than just 1 or 2 days. Patter, patter, patter. After the sound of water, the beautiful Lady Furong appeared in the bedroom. Every time this girl appeared, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and today Xiao Bingning was wearing interesting pajamas. I have to say, it's even more charming. Hoof. Feeling the gaze of a certain guy, Xiao Bingning snorted softly. She certainly knew how attractive she was at the moment, but she herself didn't know why she felt this way. It was completely involuntary.
Maybe, she likes to see that guy being fascinated by her. Ding-a-ling.
At a certain moment, a video came in and was connected.
Mom.
When Xiao Bingning heard what that guy said, her face turned dizzy. That guy actually connected to the video call with his future mother-in-law.
He was crazy. Cough cough.
When Ye's mother saw her son and daughter-in-law sleeping in the video, she didn't see her granddaughter realize anything. In particular, when she saw her daughter-in-law's funny pajamas, she thought to herself that these young couple really know how to have fun.
But, this daughter-in-law is so beautiful.
After chatting for a while, Yi Xian knew the purpose of his mother's call.
She was obviously thinking about the two little ones. Real.
At a certain moment, Ye's mother heard her son's words and her face lit up with joy. You can bring Xinxin and Tongtong to Jiangqing tomorrow, that's great.
That's settled then.
I won't disturb your rest, please be restrained.
Beep beep.
After saying that, Ye's mother hung up the phone, but Xiao Bingning's face turned red.
What the hell, be more restrained. Isn't what the mother-in-law said too obvious?
Oof.
Look at you, you can't go to the balcony to answer your aunt's call.
After glaring at someone fiercely, Xiao Bingning realized something. Oh no, my aunt saw me wearing all my clothes just now.
What?
Yi Xian, you are so bad. Thinking of this, Xiao Bingning wished she could find a hole to crawl into. How would she face her mother-in-law in the future?
I really want to strangle him, what should I do?
Well. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. I won't take the blame for this.
You put on the clothes on your own initiative. You are naked,
Before he could finish his words, Xiao Bingning covered his mouth.
If you don't speak, you will die. I glared at someone fiercely. That guy was so mean and hateful. Couldn't he be more considerate to himself? Come on, wife, let your husband kiss you. I don't want to, ugh.
In this way, a period of warmth was inevitable, which then escalated into a tug of war. 100,000 words omitted here.
The next day, early morning.
The golden sunshine is pouring down, and it is another day full of vitality. The absolutely beautiful girl opens her beautiful eyes and stares at the handsome profile beside her. She can't help but curl the corners of her mouth into a charming arc that makes the bright sunshine dim.
At that moment, beauty reached its peak.
Humph, this bastard never gets enough of taking advantage.
Xiao Bingning's mind flashed through the scenes of last night like a movie.
Perhaps because she knew that she would be separated from this guy for a few days, she was very cooperative yesterday. It was the same, but someone took great advantage of her, although she didn't object. After breakfast, the two little guys packed their bags early.
I was so happy when I knew I was going to Grandma's house.
However, it would be better if we could reach Guishu village sooner, Yi Xian murmured as he looked into the distance. Detecting that the host is dissatisfied with the speed, I will give him 300 million thunder gunships.
Ding. Remind the host, the Thunderbolt-armed helicopter Shenwu V will arrive at the villa in 5 seconds, please be prepared. Damn.
Hearing the voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was stunned.
Damn, is this asking him to fly a helicopter home?
Chapter 56, As long as I am here, you will not die, uncle.
Huff.
At a certain moment, a helicopter came from a distance and stunned everyone at first.
Is this a helicopter? Su Muyue realized something and her mouth twitched slightly. Could it be that it was young Master Yi who called him? Master Yi.
After stopping, Shenwu came to the ground and bowed respectfully.
Xiao Bingning was stunned. Yi Xian, you are crazy. No problem, it doesn't cost much.
He waved his hand nonchalantly, which made Xiao Bingning roll her eyes.
It's just a matter of a few dollars, can't he be more low-key?
Wow. What a beautiful helicopter. Xinxin and Tongtong looked at the helicopter excitedly and clapped their hands, saying that Daddy was so awesome. Surprisingly, this time they flew a helicopter back to Grandma's house.
Daddy, great.
As they were talking, the two little guys had already boarded the helicopter.
Shenzhou V smiled slightly, thinking that their master doted on the two little masters too much. Bye, mommy.
The helicopter circled and took off. The Shenzhou V's piloting ability was excellent, better than those of top pilots.
Master, walk slowly.
The maids looked in the direction of the departing helicopter with eyes full of envy and admiration, seeing it off respectfully.
Do you like it?
Seeing the two little guys looking at the helicopter curiously, Yi Xian smiled. The two little chicks pecked at the rice and nodded their heads.
They loved it very much. Half a day later, at the entrance of Guishu village. Woof woof. There was a black dog, and opposite it was a group of 50 or 60 dogs. Boys, come on together. Black Dragon spoke in a domineering manner.
Dozens of dogs heard what their big brother said and rushed forward.
Their fighting power was far superior to that of ordinary dogs.
For a moment, dust was flying.
Aoo. Soon, in less than a minute, dozens of dogs were beaten down by the Black Dragon and wailed continuously. Brother is awesome. So awesome, I admire you. Dozens of dogs looked at Big Brother Black Dragon with admiration in their pupils. Huff.
But at this moment, the sound of a helicopter broke the silence.
Under the strong wind,
the dogs' eyes were full of vigilance, because this was their territory.
It's the boss.
The Black Dragon now has amazing eyesight, and it barks as it senses the familiar scent.
What the hell, the boss is back.
Dozens of dogs barked excitedly, which startled the village chief and others who were watching the dogs fight under the pavilion.
This scene was so familiar. Slowly descending, the storm subsided. Hee, did Xiao He miss us?
After getting off the helicopter, Xinshin and Tongtong looked at the majestic black dragon running over with its little feet.
Whoa.
When the black dragon saw the two little masters, his pupils suddenly shrank. Boss, help! It fled in a panic with a whoosh, as it didn't want to be caught by its little master.
Wow. It's really a Yi family kid. The village chief and others stood up in amazement.
He was driving a Rolls-Royce last time and a helicopter this time.
Moreover, the design of the helicopter looked very expensive.
After exchanging pleasantries, Yi Xian watched the two little guys chasing the black dragon in the direction of the super exquisite bamboo house.
Woof woof. Nearing the exquisite bamboo house, the black dragon attracted the attention of Ye's father and mother. Grandma.
Xinshin and Tongtong took their little feet and ran towards their grandma, and Heilong's happiness suddenly disappeared as if he had been pardoned.
You are quite prestigious, boy.
He touched the black dragon's head and fed it the physical enhancement liquid, which the black dragon swallowed.
Woof woof.
The black dragon shouted to thank the boss, and then a strong aura surged around its body. If an expert saw it, he would be shocked, because it was the protective chi.
Moreover, the strength of his chi is far beyond that of ordinary martial arts masters. Seeing that they didn't drive here, Ye's mother couldn't help but frown. How did you get here? Where's the car?
After confirming it several times, he asked doubtfully.
Grandma, you don't know that we are taking a helicopter this time.
The two little guys chattered and scared Ye's father and mother.
Pft, cough cough. Father Yi looked at his son in bewilderment. Smelly boy, you bought a helicopter, how much does it cost?
You know, in his impression, helicopters are standard equipment for super rich people.
Not much, probably tens of millions. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, but his father almost threw a shoehorn at him. Tens of millions? Not enough? Oh my god. Spendthrift. Damn it, is this still my son?
After talking for a while, Ye's mother prepared a table of dishes.
That's right.
Mother Yi thought of something and looked at her son. Xiao Shen, you and Xa and Tongtong are here just in time.
After dinner, let's go to Jiangcheng Hospital to see your uncle? Uncle?
Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. Others might not know, but he knew very well that his uncle was a half-step martial arts master.
He was as strong as an ox, so how could he get sick? This matter is not that simple. Mother Yi pondered for a moment, then continued, I don't know the specific reason, it seems to be a mission? In the afternoon, Jiangcheng Hospital. Intensive Care Unit. Ziyin, how is your father?
Ye's mother came to the hospital, sighed and asked. Her brother-in-law had been in the hospital for several days.
It's still the same. Lin Ziyin's eyes were red.
Her father was the pillar of the family. Soon, her Aunt Tang Xiaoting also came out of the ward with a worried look on her face.
Xiao Shen, you are here. Tang Xiaoting looked very haggard and had lost at least 10 pounds. Go see your uncle.
Tang Xiaoting sighed and said. Yi Xian nodded and then came to the ward.
Uncle. Yi Xian greeted him.
When Lin Zhanghai heard Yi Xian's voice, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Xiao Shen, you are here.
You.
After taking a closer look, Yi Xian's heart sank. What a vicious method, the 5 poisons of heavenly water. No wonder his uncle was like this. This was something that even a martial arts master could not withstand.
Shouting, you guys go out.
I'm having a conversation with Xiao Xian.
Tang Xiaoting saw her husband, sighed and nodded. She had liked Yi Xian since childhood, so she was not surprised by this. Brother-in-law, let's go out first. Ye's mother glanced at her son, obviously asking him to enlighten his uncle. Soon, there were only 2 people left in the ward. Xiao Xian, cough cough. Before he could say anything, Lin Zhanghai started coughing violently and his face became abnormally red. After a long pause, he finally spoke, I don't have much time left, so I asked you to come. After I die, you will help me take care of your cousin and her mother. Die? Hearing his uncle's words, Yi Xian raised a mysterious and profound expression, as long as I am here, you will not die, uncle. The 5 poisons heavenly water is extremely difficult to resolve, colorless and tasteless, and will eventually cause the internal organs to corrode and rot, leading to death. What? When Lin Zhanghai heard his nephew's words, his expression changed drastically. Wu du tian shui, xiao xian yu. Shock. Lin Zhanghai was too shocked, because he was told this name by the reclusive old man after he was poisoned, but Yi Xian could tell what kind of poison he was poisoned by at a glance, and did not say that he was sick. I can cure this poison. Yi Xian did not say much. He flipped his right hand and dozens of golden needles appeared in his hand. The next moment, they penetrated into the major acupuncture points on Lin Zhanghai's body. With him around, it would be difficult for his uncle to die. Chapter 57, The poison has entered the body, and he has reached the peak of martial spirit? Xiao Xian, you are so tricky. Lin Zhanghai was extremely shocked, because controlling dozens of golden needles at the same time to accurately pierce various acupuncture points was enough to explain everything. Uncle, take this medicine first. Yi Xian took out a dose of physical enhancement liquid. Lin Zhanghai looked at his nephew meaningfully, then nodded heavily, okay. Buzz. Just after taking the medicine, Lin Zhanghai's eyes sparkled, because under the stimulation of the golden needle, the poison in his body was actually gathering at a visible speed, and the damaged internal organs were also being nourished at a visible speed. Then, Yi Xian introduced the 5 poisonous heavenly water into his body. Detection of poison entering the host's body, the realm has been raised to the peak of martial spirit. Really? Feeling the strength that had increased by an unknown amount, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It was truly a pleasant surprise. However, Lin Zhanghai's face has regained its rosy color at this moment. This is a martial arts master. Lin Zhanghai was filled with astonishment and clenched his hands. Not only had he dissolved the 5 poisonous heavenly water, but his strength had actually reached that of a martial arts master. Even the hidden illness that had plagued me for years is gone. This method can be called a miracle. Snap. At this moment, a surge of energy broke out of his body, and cracks appeared on the ground under Yi Xian's feet, and then spread out. The energy is released, this. Lin Zhanghai looked at Yi Xian in shock. Xiao Xian, you are actually a martial arts master. Are you kidding? A 23-year-old martial arts master, my god, even the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association can't exist. Uncle, this is my biggest secret. 4 years ago, I became a disciple of a master. Yi Xian had already thought of an excuse as he explained, but it made Lin Zhanghai even more shocked. What? 4 years ago, my goodness, that means Yi Xian became a martial arts master in just 4 years. I see. After a long silence, Lin Zhanghai reluctantly accepted this information. Wu du tian shui, if it weren't for you, Xiao Xian, I would be in great danger this time. Lin Zhanghai smiled bitterly, and then continued, a month ago, I offended a big shot in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association and was poisoned by him. After listening to Lin Zhanghai's words, Yi Xian also understood. However, the big shot who has the 5 poisons heavenly water is probably stronger than a martial arts master. Of course, what Yi Xian didn't expect was that Lin Zhanghai was also the inspector of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association, and as for the vice president of the Jiangcheng Martial Arts Association, it was just a cover-up. I have to say, my uncle hid this very well. At a certain moment, Yi Xian sensed the murderous intent approaching rapidly from a distance, and it was not concealed at all. Uncle, it seems that even if you are poisoned, someone will kill you to silence you. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Zhanghai's eyes flashed coldly. Xiao Xian, you mean someone is coming to kill me? Jiangcheng Hospital, deep in the jungle behind the mountain. Swish. One after another figures appeared in the jungle. The leader was a young man with the aura of a half-step martial arts master, and there were also 2 martial arts masters beside him. Inspector Xiao. The hospital ahead is where Lin Zhanghai is.
One of the martial arts masters said respectfully that although Zhao Yuyun was only a half-step martial arts master, his master was the vice president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association and a martial arts grandmaster.
Very good.
Zhao Yuyun looked towards Jiangcheng Hospital and smiled coldly. I didn't expect that Lin Zhanghai was poisoned by Master's 5 poisons heavenly water, but he didn't die.
But that's fine. He paused for a moment, then said with a cold look in his eyes, let this inspector kill him with my own hands. Zhao Yuyun.
The sound of rage spread, and then Lin Zhanghai couldn't suppress his anger as he looked at the man in front of him. It was because he hurt this bastard that he was poisoned by the big shot of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. Seeing the person coming, Zhao Yuyun's face was full of disbelief. Lin Zhanghai, you are actually okay?
Shock.
Zhao Yuyun looked at the guy in front of him who seemed fine, and a huge wave of shock rose in his heart. How is it possible?
How can I be fine after being hit by the 5 poisons heavenly water?
However, when Yi Xian heard his uncle's words, he was stunned.
Zhao Yuyun?
As if thinking of something, Yi Xian continued, you are the elder brother of Zhao Yuzhu from Jinling, the one who slipped through the net of the Xiao family.
Boom.
After hearing this, Zhao Yuyun was shocked and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Who are you?
How do you know my identity?
The entire Zhao family was wiped out, and now he wants to kill Lin Zhanghai and then go to the Xiao family to avenge his clan.
Want to know?
Yi Xian raised his lips and said with a playful smile, I killed Zhao Yuzhu, and I also destroyed the Xiao family in Jinling.
Puff.
When Zhao Yuyun heard Yi Xian's words, he gushed out a mouthful of blood, and his face instantly became ferocious. You are the one who will destroy my entire Zhao family.
Die.
Zhao Yuyun's eyes were full of murderous intent, but Yi Xian ignored it at all. After all, the threat he posed to him was not even 100,000th of it. Uncle, I'll leave Zhao Yuyun to you. Then Yi Xian's eyes fell on the 2 martial arts masters. I'll take care of those 2 martial arts masters.
Snap.
As the aura surged, the ground beneath Yi Xian's feet cracked, causing the 2 martial arts masters to change their expressions.
Because
they felt an extremely strong threat from Yi Xian, which meant that this boy was stronger than them.
Die.
The 2 martial arts masters looked at each other and attacked Yi Xian with all their might. Their methods were extremely brutal. If they hit him, there would be no chance of survival.
Bang!
Zhao Yuyun sneered, and before the 2 martial arts masters could react, Yi Xian slapped them hard, turning them into a bloody mist. A strong smell of blood filled the entire place.
What? Lin Zhanghai was completely stunned and swallowed his saliva.
Xiao Xian, this is. He took a deep breath and stared at his nephew in shock. 2 martial arts masters were beaten into a bloody mist by one move.
What strength?
At this moment, Lin Zhanghai realized that his nephew was 10 times more powerful than he thought.
Ah!
Zhao Yuyun was completely dumbfounded, staring at Yi Xian in disbelief. The martial arts master was beaten into a bloody mist. Are you a martial arts grandmaster?
Poof.
Lin Zhanghai snorted coldly and walked towards Zhao Yuyun. His nephew was so awesome, he had to do something.
Lin Zhanghai, do you think you are my opponent?
Before he could finish his words, Zhao Yuyun spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he looked at his chest and felt his heart explode.
Master of martial arts.
Surrounded by the aura, Zhao Yuyun was filled with horror. Lin Zhanghai, you actually have become a martial arts master.
My master will not let you go.
With a strong sense of reluctance, Zhao Yuyun fell to the ground and turned into a cold corpse.
From then on, the Xiao family in Jinling was completely destroyed.
Chapter 58. I made my second uncle have no place to stand in Jiangcheng. Who do you think you are? Jiangcheng Hospital, Intensive Care Unit. Squeak. The door opened, and Yi Xian and Lin Zhanghai had returned a long time ago.
Room inspection. Chief Physician Lin Zhanghai came to make rounds with interns and nurses. After a little while.
Miss Tang, your father seems to have recovered from his illness. With a dry cough, Dr. Zhuang looked at Lin Zhanghai with a strange expression. Although he didn't know what had happened, he was indeed fine now.
What?
Hearing the attending doctor's words, cousin Chen Xian's pretty face was full of excitement. Dr. Zhuang, are you serious?
My dad is healed. Ahem.
Dr. Zhuang smiled awkwardly, because he had no idea what was going on, but the data would not lie. You can go through the discharge procedures today.
Very good.
My aunt cried with joy, and then went with the doctor to get a discharge form.
Rong Changkong, don't go too far. At this moment, the angry voice of my second uncle Chen Bingda was heard outside the intensive care unit. do you really think that I, Chen Bingda, am easy to bully? The worst that can happen is that both of us will die. After hanging up the phone, my second uncle's face turned pale. Seeing this, my second aunt said, "The Rong family is threatening you again." Second brother-in-law, what are you doing? When Ye's father saw his second brother-in-law's appearance, he was a little confused. It was the first time he saw him so angry. My cousin sighed, and after he explained it, everyone understood. Rong Group is actually trying to forcibly acquire your building materials company. Ye's mother's face was solemn. The Rong Group was the richest company in Zhangcheng. They are bullying others by taking advantage of their power. Do the Rong family really think they can cover the sky with one hand in Zhangcheng? In view of the threat to the host's relatives, a copy of the evidence of Rong Changkong's crime is presented to him. Oh? Hearing the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Oh my god, this guy is trying to make him the center of attention again. Moreover, you can also make a lot of money. Mom, don't worry. Yi Xian raised an imperceptible arc and continued, "Second uncle, cousin, I know a lot of people in Jinling. I'm going to meet Rong Changkong. Isn't this bad?" Chen Xiaoyang frowned. They already owed their cousin a great favor last time, and now they felt embarrassed to ask him for help again. Moreover, this matter was of no trivial matter. Xiao Xian, you. Lin Zian wanted to say something, but was stopped by her uncle. She looked at her nephew meaningfully. With his methods, even 10 Rong families would not be his match. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand, and Chen Bingda pondered for a moment. "That I'll trouble you, Xiao Xian." Watching the group of people leave, Ye's father and mother were unable to get a word in for a while. As for Lin Sunhai, his expression lit up. With Xiao Xuan's methods, the Rong family was probably finished. Half a day later, in front of Rong Group. Squeak! An extended version of Rolls-Royce stopped, and Yi Xian and the other two got out. The driver who was driving beside them was none other than Xinjiu, who was in charge of protecting his parents. Xiao Xian, what should we do next? Chen Bingda looked at the Rong Group building and felt uneasy. After all, this was the dominant company in Jiangqing's business world. Second uncle, leave the rest to me. Yi Xian's eyes fell on the Rong Group building. To treat evil people, you must be more evil than them. Hey, isn't this Mr. Chen? At the entrance to the first-floor lobby of Rong Group, a senior executive of the group said with a sarcasm on his face, "Why, you want to lick my face?" Bang! Before the executive could finish his words, he was beaten by Xinjiu beside him and flew 5 or 6 meters away, blood spurting out of his mouth. If he was not worried about the bad influence on his master, he would have been beaten into a bloody mist. Asshole! The executive had a ferocious face like a mad dog. He was Rong Changkong's confidant. "Security, kill them for me." How brave! At this time, more than 10 security guards surrounded Xinjiu and said, "Destroy them." With a loud clatter, more than a dozen security guards rushed forward, but the strongest among them was only a second-rate expert. Pa 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 pa. In an instant, more than a dozen security guards were killed, lying on the ground wailing in pain, leaving everyone in the Rong Group building dumbfounded. WTF. That guy is so awesome. Gulp. The second uncle and the other man looked in disbelief. This Xiao Xian actually has such a powerful subordinate. Walk. Yi Xian walked towards the elevator, and a corridor automatically appeared wherever he passed. Damn it, they dared not offend this evil star. Soon, in the office of the chairman of Rong Group. "I'm sorry, sir, you can't." With a bang, Xinjiu slapped the chairman's door directly, breaking it down, and then he stood guard outside the door. When Rong Changkong saw the special agent suddenly appear unconscious, anger flashed in his eyes. "Chen Bingda, you are so brave. Are you tired of living?" With a cold smile, Rong Changkong continued, "Now, you'd better merge your building materials company into my Rong Group immediately, otherwise I will make sure you have no place to stand in Jiangcheng." Ha, just a Rong family. Yi Xian looked at Rong Changkong, with a smile on his face. "You made my second uncle have no place to stand in Jiangcheng. Who do you think you are?" "You." Rong Changkong was furious and glared at Yi Xian. Bang! Without waiting for him to speak, Yi Xian placed a bank card on the table. "Here is 1 billion. Rong Group will belong to my second uncle from now on." Ha 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 ha. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Rong Changkong laughed angrily. "Boy, you are so arrogant." Although their Rong Group is not as good as Jinling, it also has a market value of 40 to 50 billion. It is obvious that they do not take Yi Xian seriously and think he is a fool. Yeah.
Yi Xian was not angry, but looked at Rong Changkong jokingly, and then took out a USB drive. I advise you to take a look at this first. It would be a pity if such a good tool was not put to good use.
Well, just watch it.
Rong Changkong smiled coldly. He wanted to see what tricks this kid could come up with. But soon, Rong Changkong stared at the computer in horror.
Impossible. How come you have these things? Evidence. That's right, that was enough evidence to get him shot 10 times. It was horrifying and unbelievable. Damn it.
If this evidence of his crime is made public, his life will be over.
Okay, you're so cruel.
He gritted his teeth. The evidence was overwhelming and there was no way he could not give in.
That bastard was so cruel, I admit defeat. 10 minutes later. Rong Changkong was dragged by the collar and thrown out of the chairman's office by Xiao.
Then, he looked at the whole place with his captivating eyes. From now on, Rong Group belongs to the Chen family.
Wow.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar, but seeing Rong Changkong leave in disgrace, he was shocked.
This.
Chen Bingda and his son looked at the equity transfer contract in their hands, as if they were dreaming. Rong Group has become their Chen family's property. Are you sure this is true?
Chapter 59. You are so bold to want to kill my master. Dramatic reversal. It took Chen Bingda and his son a long time to come back to their senses.
They looked at Yi Xian with changed eyes.
Is this still the Xiao Xian they knew? But, this gift is too expensive. Xiao Xian, you can't have my second uncle. Chen Bingda took a deep breath and said solemnly, I am very grateful that you can help me solve the crisis. This gift. Yes, Xiao Xian.
Chen Xiaoyang was also shocked. The information in front of him was indeed too much of an impact on him.
No problem.
Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, Second uncle, to be honest with you, I already have a company in Jinling. Besides, my parents are not interested in business. After a pause, Yi Xian continued, I think this is the way to go.
Second uncle, you can transfer 20% of the shares of Rong Group to my father's name.
I thought if I gave the money directly to my parents, they wouldn't accept it, but if I did it this way, they wouldn't have the final say.
This.
Chen Bingda pondered for a moment, still frowning, but Xiao Xian, this 20% is too little.
That's enough.
Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled, it's enough for my parents to support themselves in their old age. After some discussion, the second uncle finally agreed, but the cousin looked at Yi Xian with gratitude, because he knew very well what this meant.
Their Chen family will take off because of today. Shunjiu.
Thinking of something, Yi Xian looked at Xinjiu outside the door.
I'm here.
Xinjiu responded respectfully, and Yi Xian nodded slightly and continued, from now on, you will help my second uncle protect the Rong Group, oh no, the future Chen Group.
Yes, Master Yi. The pupils of Chen Bingda and his son were shocked. Xiao Xian was too thoughtful.
But this also gave them some confidence.
After all,
the size of Rong Group is more than 10 times that of their building materials company. Xiao Xian, your great kindness today will be remembered by your second uncle.
Chen Bingda took a deep breath.
He never expected that his Chen family would rise so fast because of his nephew.
He couldn't even imagine it. Ding. The host spent 1 billion renminbi and gained wealth of 10 billion renminbi.
After trying his hand at it, the tool man Rong Changkong was worth the money. Then, bring up the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian.
Realm, peak of martial spirit.
Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader.
Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, a box of Indian God oil, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder-armed helicopters.
Wealth, 505.6 billion renminbi.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curled up.
This feeling of becoming rich is really addictive. Second uncle, I'm going back first.
After the matter was done, he left, saying a few words, and left with the 20% group shares given by his second uncle.
I think my parents will like this gift.
I wonder how they will react when they see this equity contract.
Yi Xian rode very fast and headed towards the exquisite bamboo house. I left for a while, and the two little guys were getting impatient. The other side. Jiangcheng, Rong family manor. Bang. In the study, the exquisite teacup was smashed to pieces, and no one in the Rong family dared to speak loudly. Shan Bingda. Rong Changkong was extremely angry, his face full of ferocious hatred. And that kid, I will kill all of you. You think you can play with me just because you have evidence of my crime? With a cold smile, Rong Changkong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. As long as all of you die, then naturally no one will know the evidence of my crime. Soon, Rong Changkong arrived outside the villa. At this moment, no less than 300 Rong family masters have gathered in front of the villa, although the strongest are only top masters. Tonight, I will kill everyone related to Chen Bingda. Whoever stands in my way will be killed by me. Yes, sir. The 300 Rong family masters were filled with murderous intent. In Jiangcheng, no one dared to touch the Rong family like this. I want to kill someone. A huge rage rose up. Rong Changkong was angrier than ever before, and the only way to fill this immense rage was to use the other party's life. Yeah. But at this moment, a figure appeared on the scene, like a ghost. There were 10 people beside him. The leader was Shinba, and the others were none other than the divine guards. Rong Changkong, you are so bold to want to kill my master. Shinba looked at Rong Changkong with contempt, thinking that he dared to offend his master's authority with such a tiny strength. That kid's man. Rong Changkong naturally realized something, and in a rage he ordered his men, damn it, chop them into meat paste. Kill. Shenba didn't say much and didn't even show any intention of taking action. Sniff. The next moment, 10 divine guards took action, and in an instant all 300 Rong family masters were wiped out. It was a complete dimensional crushing defeat. What? The top expert of the Rong family swallowed his saliva and said, run. Joke? 10 half-step martial arts masters, damn it, killing any one of them would be as easy as crushing an ant. What a fight, no use. Bang. Shinba's figure flashed, and the next moment, the top expert of the Rong family was beaten into a bloody mist. Rong Changkong was horrified. The top expert was beaten into a bloody mist. Asshole, who are you? With a hiss, Rong Changkong's neck was cut, blood splattered, and he became a corpse with unwillingness. Shinba glanced at the numerous corpses in the Rong family manor and smiled coldly. No one dares to touch my master, not to mention Jiangcheng, even in Jiling. Clean up the field, retreat. 5 minutes later, the ashes all over the field were blown away by the cold night wind. All the masters of the Rong family, including Rong Changkong, disappeared. Their methods were extremely cruel. Certainly. The reason for this is that we don't want to cause trouble to the owner, although the possibility of trouble is very small. When the Rong family was destroyed, Yi Xian happened to return to the exquisite bamboo house. Ding dong. Looking at the message sent by the mobile phone, I clicked on it and saw, Master, the Rong family has been destroyed. After reading the message, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. It was just as he expected. However, it was better this way, so as to avoid trouble in the future. The richest man in Zhongchang? In the face of absolute strength, everything is false. It can be said that Rong Changkong was just a clown in Yi Xian's eyes from beginning to end. No, to be more precise, a joke. Even without the divine guards, he could kill 10 people like Rong Changkong with just a single hair. After deleting the message, Yi Xian looked towards Jinling and murmured, I'm not used to not having that girl around. Hey, it would be great if I could discuss some business with Bingning's wife Wensuan. Chapter 60, Boss, if you don't come back, I will be tortured to death by my little master. The exquisite bamboo house is brightly lit. Daddy. Daddy is back. Xinshin and Tongtong ran over with their little feet and kissed their daddy on the cheek. Black Dragon beside them barked around the courtyard to express his happiness. Boss, you're back. The Black Dragon wagged its tail excitedly. If you don't come back, I will be tortured to death by my little master. After a while of complaining, Yi Xian patted his head to comfort him. Although he didn't see it, he could imagine the scene of the two little guys abusing Xiao He. Xiao Xian, how is it? Mother Yi asked with concern. After all, this matter concerned her eldest sister and her family. Rong Group didn't make things difficult for you, did it? Hey. Yi Xian handed the contract in his hand to his mother, and then went into the bamboo house with the two little ones. As for what would happen next, it was not his concern. This is... Mother Yi came in with the contract and looked over. Rong Group was acquired, and 20% of the shares were given to your father. What? When Father Yi heard this and saw his name, he almost choked on his tea. Rong Group acquired the company and gave the shares to him?
Then, Yi Xian recounted what had happened in general, which made the old couple's eyelids twitch wildly.
1 billion. You kid. After a long pause, Father Yi looked at his son with eyes full of pride.
His son's excellence was beyond his imagination.
He, Daddy is great. The two little ones were smiling happily.
Although they didn't quite understand what was going on, they believed that their daddy must be super awesome.
You know.
In their opinion, Dad is the most powerful person in the world.
We've been tired all day. Xin Tong Tong, can you sleep with Grandpa and Grandma tonight?
The sweet little chick pecked at the rice and nodded its head. Yi Xian smiled slightly and returned to the room.
The next day, early morning.
Dad, this place is so beautiful.
Carrying the equipment, Yi Xian watched the two little guys enter the woods.
Bathed in the golden morning light, the entire jungle seemed to be covered with a layer of golden gauze. Obviously, he was going to take the two little guys for a walk in the jungle today. In particular, the fresh air lingering in the nose makes people feel refreshed. The air at this time is undoubtedly the best.
Puff.
About a quarter of an hour later, a figure rushed over from a distance, then spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person looked weak as if he had lost half his life.
Ah, Daddy.
There's an old man there, and he seems injured. Xingxin Tonton looked in one direction and chattered. Yi Xian looked over and narrowed his eyes, a martial arts master.
Obviously, that old man is not simple.
Whoosh. At one point, the black dragon leaped into the depths, and dozens of figures suddenly attacked from the opposite side and pounced on the dozens of people.
Woof woof. The black dragon yelled and pounced on the other side. Damn it, you dare to be so presumptuous in my territory.
With one bite, a top Fuso master died on the spot without even having the chance to scream.
The black dragon was really too fast.
You beast, you're looking for death. Then, a martial arts master from Fuso narrowed his eyes and rushed towards Black Dragon, wanting to avenge his men, but it was obvious that he underestimated Black Dragon's strength.
Bang!
Before it could get close, the Black Dragon slapped it with its claws, and in front of the incredulous gazes of all the Fuso people, their team's martial arts master captain was actually slapped away.
Phew!
Blood spurted out, his face turned pale, and the powerful Fusong martial arts master was full of disbelief. How is this possible?
How can I not be a match for a dog? Swish! At this moment, dozens of figures appeared on the scene, led by Shenba. Kill! Shenba makes a move and can sell it to you.
Before the Fuso martial arts master could react, he was hit in the heart and got a box lunch.
Hiss! The remaining dozen or so people in Fuso looked terrified and looked at Shenba in horror. How is it possible for this guy to kill a martial arts master in 1 second?
In a moment of confusion, more than 10 Fuso people died, and they didn't even know how they died.
Oh.
Black Dragon looked at the corpse of the Fusong martial arts master, his eyes full of joy. Master Go is so powerful now.
Then, he glanced at Shenba Black Dragon and turned away.
However, this scene made Shenba and others twitch their mouths.
That local dog was so strong.
My goodness, the pets of their owners are so awesome.
But. Cough cough.
On the other side, the seriously injured old man was pale and spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that he had suffered serious injuries. If he was not treated in time, he would probably become a disabled person even if he survived. Xin Tong Tong, play here with Black Dragon. Seeing that the two little guys were a little scared, Yi Xian frowned and took the seriously injured old man to the side, and soon disappeared from the scene.
Woof woof.
The Black Dragon wagged its tail and looked around cautiously. Don't worry, boss.
I will protect the two little masters. Thank you, my friend, for saving my life.
Feng Jiao did not see the Fusong master chasing after him, and he was obviously intercepted by someone. Ahem. While coughing violently, Feng Jiao took out a token from his arms. My friend, this is the Jinling Martial Arts Association token. With this order, you can ask Jinling Martial Arts Association to deploy to you unconditionally.
This is my way of repaying you, ha.
Before he could finish his words, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out again, and his breath was obviously weaker. Seeing this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. That's all. Seeing that this person was not a bad person, Yi Xian casually took out a portion of physical enhancement liquid. Drink the liquid next time, it can heal your injuries. Swish. He flipped his right hand and took out a dozen golden needles, then used a wonderful method to insert them into the major acupoints on Feng Jiuyo's body to stop his rapidly worsening injuries. Feng Jiuyo's eyes were so vicious, his eyes narrowed in full of shock. Okay? As Feng Jiuyo swallowed the medicine, the injuries in his body healed at a visible speed, which made him look incredible. In his cognition, this medicine was exactly the same as the divine liquid. After a little while, an aura spread out from Feng Jiuyo, and he opened his eyes and clenched his hands in disbelief. Am I a martial arts master? Excitement was evident on his face, and if this miraculous scene were known to the outside world, it would definitely turn the entire martial arts world upside down. Chapter 61 Yi Xian, how can you do this? Why don't you let me down? The martial arts master is perfect. That's right, feeling his own strength, Feng Jiuyo was stunned. My dear friend, thank you for your kindness. I will remember it. Ha! Shen heaved a sigh of relief, feeling that his condition was better than ever before, and then said, My benefactor, that token has infinite uses. It can even allow the benefactor to walk around in Jinling with impunity. While Feng Jiuyo was speaking, Yi Xian saw that the front of the token had Martial Arts Association Order written on it, and the back had the word Jinling written on it, but the material was very special. Yeah. Thank you. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then looked at Feng Jiuyo suspiciously. Are you from Jinling Martial Arts Association? Good. Feng Jiuyo coughed dryly and continued, To be honest, my name is Feng Jiuyo, and I am the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association. Oh. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect that when he returned to Guishu village this time, he accidentally saved the president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association. It turns out to be President Feng. I am so sorry. Yi Xian smiled slightly, but Feng Jiuyo did not dare to be arrogant, and said respectfully, Thank you for your praise, benefactor. I see that your aura is strong and your strength is definitely not inferior to mine. Could it be a half-step martial arts grandmaster? Yeah. Yi Xian was stunned. He had to admit that this old man was quite perceptive. If I say no, President Feng can be trusted. My benefactor, please don't tease me. After chatting for a few words, Yi Xian said goodbye and left. Goodbye, benefactor. Feng Jiuyo bowed slightly. His intuition told him that the young man in front of him was not simple. If he could make friends with him, he might gain unexpected benefits in the future. Mastering the martial arts mastery, this is like a dream. Feng Jiuyo smiled bitterly. You have to know that he was originally only in the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster, and even then he was still a long way from the late stage, let alone perfection. Swish. He flashed away and disappeared from the scene. However, Feng Jiuyo soon received a message. Yi Xian, 23 years old, lives in Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa, drives a Lamborghini worth hundreds of millions, the son of the devil, the fiancé of Xiao, the daughter of Xiao Group. What? After seeing the message, Feng Jiuyo looked towards Guishu village in disbelief. My benefactor is actually Yi Xian from Jinling. As the president of Jinling Martial Arts Association, Feng Jiuyo had naturally noticed Yi Xian, and he also had a lot of information about him. After all, in addition to being the president of Jinling Martial Arts Association, he was also the inspector general of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. It seems that the things that happened to the Zhang family, the Shen family, the Wang family, and even the Qin family and the Song family in Jinling during this period were probably all done by the benefactor. Think of this. Feng Jiuyo couldn't help but take a deep breath and murmured, If that's the case, then what on earth is the benefactor going to do? Hey! However, it may not be a bad thing if the benefactor can unify the various forces in Jinling. Half a day later, in front of the exquisite bamboo house. Huff! The thunder attack helicopter spun and the two little guys waved their hands. Grandpa, Grandma, goodbye. As the helicopter left, the old couple came back to their senses. The black dragon beside them was barking, as if it was also seeing off the eldest and two little masters. By the way, I think I've seen this helicopter somewhere. Father Yi frowned, looked at the departing helicopter, then started searching, and soon he was stunned. This. Looking at the introduction on the phone, Yi's father almost threw the phone away. The information on it was too shocking. What's wrong? Mother Yi looked at Father Yi suspiciously. Why was this old guy so jumpy? He was not like this even when that brat acquired Rong Group. Ahem, you may not believe it. Swallowing his saliva, Father Yi looked in the direction of the helicopter in shock. The helicopter that Xiao Xian bought is a thunder attack helicopter, worth 300 million. Puff. Ye's mother, who had just drunk a mouthful of water, spat it out directly, looking extremely embarrassed. What did you say?
That helicopter is worth 300 million.
Staring at the tiny piece of the helicopter left, Ye's mother snapped her fingers.
That brat was such a spendthrift. She really wanted to beat him up. What should she do? Are you happy?
Looking at the white clouds retreating outside the helicopter, he looked at the two little guys lovingly.
Aha! Very happy.
The Xinshin and Tongtong chicks pecked at the rice and nodded their heads. They were so happy to come to Grandma's house this time, especially Xiao, who was super fun.
That's right, Dad.
The two little guys looked at each other and curiously asked their dad, when is Xiao going to give birth to puppies?
Yes, it would be more fun if there were a lot of little black ones. Yeah.
After Yixian heard this, the shadow of the black dragon emerged in his mind, and then he said, next time I see the black dragon, I will ask for you. If the three of us were having this conversation, I wonder if Black Dragon would get furious if he heard it. I treat you as my little masters, but you actually want me to give birth to puppies for you to play with.
Really? Daddy, you must ask me, I really like so many little black ones.
If Black Dragon heard what his young master said, he would definitely doubt his life as a dog.
Jinling, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa. The master is back.
As night fell, the helicopter landed steadily on the lawn. In the strong breeze, the maid's clothes swayed in the wind, which was a beautiful sight.
Mom!
Xinshin and Tongtong hadn't seen their mom for 2 days and missed her mom a lot, so they threw themselves into Xiaobingning's arms.
You guys are back.
Holding the two little ones in her arms, her face turned slightly red, and she naturally felt quite guilty, as if she had teased someone yesterday.
Hee, Daddy, give Mama a hug.
Letting go of their mother, the two little ones chattered away, but they heard the maids looking over at them, thinking that the young lady was too sensible.
Go away, what nonsense are you talking about? Ah.
Before Xiaobingning could finish her words, she felt herself being picked up by someone like a princess and walked into the villa while the maids were stunned and envious.
Whoa!
So sweet, the dog food from the young master and the young mistress is so sweet.
How can the young master be so doting, boo-hoo?
I like you so much, young master.
What should I do?
If the young lady knew about this, I wonder if she would strip me naked and hang me up and beat me. The maids were chattering excitedly, but Su Muyue rolled her eyes. These girls were becoming more and more disrespectful.
Yi Xian, how can you do this? Why don't you let me down?
Xiaobingning's face turned red all the way to her ears.
He was so mean.
With so many people looking at him, he actually dared to give her a princess hug. Her heart was beating so fast. What should she do?
But why does it feel so exciting? Xiaobingning, are you crazy? Chapter 62 Mr. Yi, you must build land number 1 into Kuanping Financial City. After dinner, in the room.
Patter. Listening to the sound of water in the bathroom, Yi Xian smiled slightly and dialed Mu Hanshue's number.
Hey, Master Yi. Mu Hanshue spoke respectfully.
She dared not slack off in the slightest towards her boss. After all, she could be where she is today thanks to Yi Xiao's kindness. However, soon after learning of her boss's intentions, Mu Hanshue lost her composure.
Master Yi, you must build land number 1 into Kuanping Financial City. Indeed, this bold idea shocked Mu Hanshue. You know, even the 4 major families in Jinling don't dare to build a financial city. You know, it takes a huge investment to build a financial city.
Good. Naturally, he would not miss such a good opportunity to make money, and continued, I will transfer some startup funds to you later. After giving a few instructions, he hung up the phone.
Ding.
The host spent 20 billion renminbi and gained 200 billion renminbi in wealth. The transfer was completed, and the system sound rang in my ears, which made me feel better. Then, bring up the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian.
Realm, Peak of Martial Spirit.
Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to Tomato Reader.
Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopter.
Wealth, 685.6 billion renminbi.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mind was in an arc, and he didn't realize that he was not far from Wani. After all, for him, the money will only increase and he will never be able to spend it all. Crash. But at this moment, the bathroom door opened, and Xiao Bingning, wrapped in a bath towel, blushed and didn't dare to look at anyone. She completely lost the confidence to make the video call yesterday. Such a beautiful face made Yi Xian's eyes burn with passion. What are you looking at? Xiao Bingning glared at someone, completely unaware of how tempting she was. Of course I'm looking at my wife Bingning. He put his arms around her slender waist and said jokingly, Nizi, you were so arrogant when we were video chatting yesterday. You know, your man is going to reassert his authority tonight. With her beautiful chin raised, her face looks even more charming under the warm yellow light. Put. What nonsense are you talking about, Futsuna, you big head ghost, Jinling, Mu Hanshue's villa. After taking a shower, Mu Hanshue was still wearing pajamas, but it was still difficult to hide her proud figure. If outsiders saw it, many people would be envious to death, of course, except for tomato readers, who will not accept any rebuttal. Ding dong. While blow-drying her hair, Mu Hanshue received a message on her cell phone and looked at the message. Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 3478 received 20 billion renminbi on April 20, 2024. Please check it. CCB. This is. Seeing the transfer record, Mu Hanshue was stunned. No way, could it be that Master Yi transferred 20 billion startup funds to me? Hiss. Thinking of this, Mu Hanshue took a breath and was stunned for a moment before coming back to her senses. 20 billion. Oh my god, I was sure I was not dreaming and subconsciously pinched my fair skin. Hiss. The pain made Mu Hanshue's eyes tremble. Boss, you are too arrogant. The image of his own young Master Yi appeared in his mind. It would be great if his future partner was as outstanding as young Master Yi. Unfortunately, young Master Yi already had a partner. The next day, early morning. The golden morning sun poured down on a handsome face. When he opened his sleepy eyes, what came into view was a gorgeous face. The handsome boy was Yi Xian. This girl is so beautiful. She used her fingers to tuck her slightly messy hair behind her ears, and the light around her dimmed. Being able to have such a beauty and twin daughters makes me the happiest person in the world. For a moment, Yi Xian was quite emotional, but this state did not last long. Ding-a-ling. At a certain moment, Xiao Bingning had just woken up when her cell phone rang. At this moment, Xiao Bingning was also woken up and saw that the caller ID showed it was Xiao Qian. What should I do? Xiao Bingning's face turned unnatural, and then she glared at someone. It's all your fault. Isn't this simple? Yi Xian connected Xiao Bingning's phone and turned on the speakerphone. Hello, President Xia. The pleasant voice of Special Assistant Xiao Qian came from the other side. Yi Xian smiled and said, Xiao Qian, your CEO Xiao was too tired from exercise last night. You have a day off today. Just handle all the matters of the company, big or small. Ha! When Xiao Qian on the opposite side heard this, her face turned red. She looked at the time and saw that it was not even 7 o'clock in the morning. Oh my god, was she too tired from exercising? Could it be that Mr. Xia and Mr. Yi Xian did not sleep all night last night? Cough cough. No way, it's so serious that Mr. Xia can't even go to work. Chapter 63. Damn it, is it normal for my husband to treat me like a daughter? You're crazy. Xiao Bingning's face turned extremely red. Was she too tired from the exercise? Does he know what he is saying? If you say that, Xiao Qian will misunderstand me. How can I go to the company? The really beautiful lady was a little crazy. Damn it, she really wanted to strangle him to death. How could that guy do this? Isn't it? Holding the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian said nonchalantly, besides, Xiao Qian knows our relationship well, there is nothing to misunderstand. Xiao Bingning, you. Snort. She glared at someone fiercely and was speechless for a moment. Gurgle. Xiao Bingning wanted to say something, but her lower abdomen cried out in protest. However, Xiao Bingning's beautiful face was bitter. Look at you, how can I eat here? Thinking about being exposed while walking, Xiao Bingning was so angry that her teeth were itching. She estimated that it would take a while for her to recover. Come, let your husband carry you. As he was talking, Yi Xian carried Xiao Bingning out of the room.
When she came to her senses, she was already in the living room on the second floor. Ah, you! Yi Xian, put me down. How can you carry me like a princess to eat? What else? He rolled his eyes at the beautiful woman in his arms who looked nervous. Come down and walk. Xiao Bingning wanted to say something, but in the end she just snorted and said, let's go. Joke? Not to mention walking, she would probably have difficulty holding on to anything. Wow. When the maids saw the young master carrying the young mistress out, their eyes were filled with envy. Oh my god. Young master, he actually carried the young madam out with him. You are too doting on her. Humph, even if you dote on the young lady. I'm showing them some dog food early in the morning, so sweet. Feeling the maid's gazes, Xiao Bingning's face turned even redder. Thinking about what happened last night, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. But they can't find out. Master, what's this, madam? Su Muyua obviously noticed that something was wrong with her young mistress and asked with concern. Oh, nothing. Yi Xian smiled slightly and placed his beautiful wife next to the dining table. It's just, I sprained my ankle when I got up this morning. I was worried about the severity of her injuries, so I held her to eat. Xiao Bingning, what is a sprained ankle? This guy, he really speaks without blushing. It's obviously because of what he did last night. Oh, I see. When the maids heard this, they finally understood something, but they liked the young master even more, because he was so caring. AMU. Looking at the table full of sumptuous breakfast, Xiao Bingning, who couldn't wait any longer, had already eaten a sausage, but for some reason she always felt a little nauseous. It seemed that looking at the grilled sausage in front of him reminded him of certain scenes, but he was so hungry that he didn't think too much about it. Daddy, Mommy eats so much? Xin and Tongtong looked at their mother who had eaten a lot and felt that she had eaten a lot more than before. Of course. Yi Xian lovingly pinched the two little guys' cheeks and said, your mom was very tired yesterday, so it's normal for her to eat more to replenish her body. But. Cough cough. Xiao Bingning was really choked when she heard what someone said. That bastard, he still had the nerve to say that after being tired all day. Madam, are you okay? Su Muyue asked hurriedly and concernedly, while she had already filled a bowl of soup. Come, drink some chicken soup to calm down. Thanks. After saying thank you, he did not forget to glare at someone implicitly, as if to warn him not to talk nonsense again. The maids who were watching their wives from a distance were discussing the matter heatedly. I found it beautiful. Madam is so strange today. Her skin looks much better. Could it be that she is hugging you because of what happened between the young master and the young mistress last night? Go away, what nonsense are you talking about? Young master is not a man who is kind to women. That's right, didn't you say that the young lady sprained her ankle? The maids were chattering. If Xiao Bingning heard them, she would hang them all up and beat them, and tell them that your young master is a man who has no mercy on women. Dad, where are we going? After breakfast, Xiao Bingning rested for a long time. It was not until noon that she recovered some strength. In her heart, she was complaining about that guy like a dog. Hateful. It took me such a long rest to recover my strength. Well, I heard that the Jinling Lantern Festival starts today. How about we go to the Lantern Festival? Thinking about the video I saw online yesterday, it's been a while since I've spent full time with my two little ones. Really? Very good. When Xin and Tongtong heard that they were going to the Lantern Festival, their eyes were full of excitement. You know, their parents would accompany them today, and they were happy just thinking about it. Dad, let's go quickly. The two little guys urged them to drive the stretched supercar towards the Jinling Lantern Festival. Half an hour later, the lights will come on. Wow! When they arrived at the Lantern Festival, the two little ones looked at the endless colorful lanterns in the distance, their eyes sparkling. Daddy, look, they are so beautiful. As they spoke, the two little guys took a step and ran out. Xin, Tongtong, slow down. Seeing the two little ancestors having fun, Xiao Bingning chased after them worriedly. Look at you, hurry up. There are so many people here, don't get lost. Seeing that someone was not paying attention, the beautiful lady rolled her eyes at him. Haha, okay. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and the family of four walked around the Lantern Festival. The two little ones looked left and right and were very happy. Daddy, come quickly. Look, that Pikachu is so cute. Soon, Xin Tongtong came to the ring tossing stall and stopped. Her happy expression said it all. I like it. Dad will help you put it on.
Soon, Yi Xian had 10 rings in his hands, and many tourists around looked over.
Wow, what a handsome little brother.
As expected, the handsome Yi Xian immediately captured a wave of cute little beauties, but earned a cold eye roll from Xiao, who only knew how to flirt with other girls. Whoosh! 2 hoops flew out of his hands, and the next moment, they landed accurately on the 2 little picachos.
Fuck, that guy actually got it. And 2 at a time.
The people around were stunned, and their eyes changed when they looked at Yi Xian. If one of them was possible, it could be a coincidence, but the probability of hitting 2 at the same time was probably about the same as winning the lottery.
Yes. Daddy is great.
When the 2 little guys saw their daddy catch 2 picachos at the same time, they clapped their hands excitedly. They knew that their daddy was the best. At this time, the boss gave the 2 little picachos to the little guys. Yi Xian then glanced at the big picacho farther away and decided to give another one to his wife Bingning. Thinking of this, the boss' mouth twitched and he handed the big picacho to Yi Xian.
He was really panicked. Damn it, he met a master now.
Here, wife, this is for you. Xiao Bingning was listening to someone's words, but she noticed the envious gazes and her face turned red. You still have mine. At this moment, Xiao Bingning felt that the guy seemed to treat her like a daughter, but this feeling was quite good.
Chapter 64, I don't want to watch the sweet dog food, but what can I do if my eyes don't obey me? Honey, I want a big Pikachu too.
Seeing the Pikachu in Xiao Bingning's hand, the girls beside the ring urged their boyfriends one by one, but such a request made the boyfriends cough dryly. Damn it, it's not that they don't want to, but their strength doesn't allow it.
Let's go now.
Hearing the envious voice in her ears, Xiao Bingning's face turned even redder. She was really afraid that if she stayed any longer, this guy would do something to treat her like a daughter.
Mom is shy.
Xin and Tongtong were making good use of the situation at the side at this time, but Xiao Bingning glared at the 2 little ancestors. After walking for a while, I saw a singing host in a corner of the Lantern Festival surrounded by a lot of people. She was a beautiful girl in black stockings.
Dad, look, someone is live streaming.
Sister, you are so beautiful. The 2 little guys came closer and saw the beautiful little anchor singing a beautiful song.
Bingning, my wife, how about your husband giving you a song? Xiao Bingning's heart tightened. What was that guy going to do next?
Detect that the host sings for Bingning's wife and grants god-level magic abilities. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the system's voice. Various magic tricks beyond the comprehension of ordinary people appeared in his mind.
Tonzi was afraid that he would not be in the limelight enough. Yi Xian, you. Daddy, come on.
Before the beautiful lady could finish her words, she was interrupted by 2 little guys beside her.
Little beauty, can I borrow your live studio to sing a song?
A magnetic voice sounded, and the beautiful girl in black stockings looked over and saw a familiar figure. Oh, it's you, cousin Sweki.
After seeing Yi Xian, Lu Xiaoyan's face flushed. You know me?
Yi Xian, who wanted to sing for his wife, was stunned.
Lu Xiaoyan nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Yeah. Cousin, I'm Sweki's best friend, and I'm your fan.
After the conversation, Lu Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled, singing for my beautiful sister-in-law, of course it's good. Then, please play the accompaniment of It's Not My Choice for me.
Okay cousin.
Lu Xiaoyun played the accompaniment with anticipation, and the fans in the live broadcast room were stunned by the sudden scene.
Oh my god, this is Xiaoyun's wife's idol. So handsome, I really want to have a baby with him.
But at this moment, Yi Xian's eyes fell on the beautiful lady. The next song is dedicated to my wife, Ms. Xiao Bingning.
Wow.
When everyone around heard this, all their eyes fell on Xiao Bingning, which made Xiao Bingning blush. That guy was really causing trouble.
Bang!
But at this moment, Yi Xian snapped his fingers, and then, a dense rain of rose petals fell from the sky.
Wow,
Xin Tongtong sniffed the scent of the roses and looked up. Mom, look.
Petal rain, rose petal rain.
Listening to the words of the 2 little guys, Xiao Bingning looked up and saw a rain of rose petals covering the sky and the earth.
This. Could it be that the guy had planned this in advance? Gulp. Everyone around was excited, and for a moment, they looked at Yi Xian with fondness.
Oh my god, this handsome brother is so good at doting on people.
Oh my god.
Lu Xiaoyun was completely stunned. She put her hands together and placed them on the bear, her face full of confusion. Cousin, this is so romantic. The live broadcast room was full of heated discussions, and the number of fans soared.
I will never forget the first time I saw you. A pair of charming eyes. Your image in my mind. Can't go away. Hold your hands and feel your tenderness. It's really a bit suffocating. The perfect voice elevated the mood of the song to a new height.
For a moment, everyone seemed to be in a romantic fairy tale world of rose petals rain. His handsome face bathed in the rain of rose petals, especially the curve at the corners of his mouth, has charmed countless people.
Wow.
The two little ones looked at their daddy and found out that their daddy was even more powerful than they thought.
That guy. Xiao Bingning looked at someone and felt inexplicably moved.
The scene of their first meeting emerged in her mind, especially every beautiful night. Her face flushed involuntarily, and she didn't know what she was thinking about.
The audience around was extremely envious. That beautiful girl must be so lucky. She was so caring and so handsome. It's a pity, all the good men are from other families, woo-woo.
With everyone's attention, Yi Xian continued to sing. I'm just afraid that I'll fall in love with you.
Don't dare get too close. I'm afraid I don't have anything to give you.
Loving you also requires a lot of courage. I'm just afraid that I'll fall in love with you. Maybe one day I won't be able to help myself.
Puff.
Listening to someone singing, Xiao Bingning glared at him with tears in her eyes.
That guy was so bad. Is it really good for him to spoil me like that? Wow.
Lu Xiaoyun was so excited that her eyes were full of envy.
Oh my god, cousin Sweki is so awesome. It would be great if he was my boyfriend.
Detect the host's beautiful confession and reward him with a 500 million diamond ring, angel wings. At the end of the song, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Tongzi was going crazy. But, well, let's just consider it as making up for what happened to that girl over the years.
Today's experience should be a good memory.
Thinking of this, Yi Xian took a step forward and walked towards Xiao Bingning.
Rose petals fell like rain.
He looked at the absolutely beautiful woman in front of him, and with a flick of his right hand he performed a magic trick, and suddenly an exquisitely packaged brocade box appeared.
Then, the brocade box opened. This is a diamond ring.
No, that diamond ring, isn't it the angel's wings worth 500 million?
This design is exactly the same as the top luxury goods circulated on the internet.
The surrounding audience exploded instantly, and everyone in the live broadcast room was shocked.
It was too generous to give away a diamond ring worth 500 million yuan. Wife, this is for you.
He took the slender hand of the stunningly beautiful woman and put the diamond ring, angel wings, on her.
You just know how to show off. Xiao Bingning's face flushed. She was so moved that she hugged someone tightly. Give me a kiss. Give me a kiss. The people around were clapping and talking, recording videos on their phones and shouting excitedly, as if the person in the scene was not Yi Xian, but themselves. Look at you,
Xiao Bingning hadn't finished speaking yet, but under everyone's attention, her red lips were blocked and the French kiss started again.
Gulp. Everyone around swallowed their saliva. This dog food was so sweet.
Although they didn't want to look at it, their eyes were completely out of control.
They were so envious. Why? Oh my god, why is this arrogant, handsome, and doting man not mine?
Chapter 65, Killing a Martial Arts Master in Seconds, How is it possible?
A little, lips apart.
Xiao Bingning looked at a certain guy, her face flushed all the way down to her neck. That guy had been taken advantage of again, and in front of so many people.
Hateful. How could he do this? I really want to bite him to death. What should I do?
When everyone came back to their senses, they were already watching the backs of the family of four leaving in the rustling rain of rose petals, and they were instantly filled with emotion. That girl is so happy, but why is such a good boy not theirs?
Gurgle. Not long after visiting the Lantern Festival, Xin Tongtong's stomach couldn't stop growling in protest. Dad, I'm hungry. Yeah, Tongtong too.
It was their first time to come to a place like the Lantern Festival. It would be strange if they were not hungry after running for such a long time.
Okay, then, let's go eat first.
Soon, the family of four arrived at the restaurant, but Xiao Bingning had already put away the diamond ring, angel wings. After all, such a big diamond was too eye-catching. Soon after ordering, Yi Xian clearly noticed that many people were approaching, and their murderous intentions were not concealed at all.
Could it be that the person who was looking for death came again? Bingning, I'm going to the bathroom.
He rubbed the two little guys' heads lovingly and said with a smile. Xiao Bingning naturally didn't care, but the two little guys blinked their big eyes. Then Dad, you have to come back soon. The Lantern Festival is not far away, and the alleys are rarely visited by people.
Master, the Lantern Festival is ahead.
A top expert beside him looked into the distance and said, Yi Xian and his family are all here.
Very good.
Song Qingyang narrowed his eyes. Be careful and low-key this time. Before coming here, Song Qingyang did a lot of work to make sure that only his family of 4 came out before he decided to take the risk.
The hatred of killing his son was irreconcilable.
Even so, this time we dispatched a martial arts master, 3 half-step martial arts masters, and more than 20 top masters, most of whom were the strength accumulated by my father over the years.
With so many experts, I don't believe that guy is still alive.
With a cold smile, Song Qingyang had devoted a lot of effort to his son since he was a child. Now that his son was killed, how could he not be angry?
Not good.
But at this moment, the martial arts master of the Song family looked solemn. The next moment, more than a dozen figures appeared in various places in the alley, blocking all retreat routes.
The Song family is really haunting.
Yi Xian wanted to keep a low profile, but there were always people who were looking for death. Instead of going to the Song family, they came to him on their own.
Yi Xian, it's you.
After seeing who was coming, Song Qingyang's face was full of disbelief, because he found that the dozen people who suddenly appeared were very powerful.
You know, he is a top master himself, but each of these people made him nervous. Why, are you surprised to see me?
Looking at Song Qingyang, Yi Xian smiled and said, Come if you want revenge. I was the one who killed both your son and Song Qingtian.
Boom. As soon as these words came out, Song Qingyang was shocked, and then his face turned grim. It's you. Kill him.
With a snort, the martial arts master's attack arrived. Seeing this, Song Qingyang sneered, That kid is dead.
Bang.
Before the martial arts master could get close, a figure slapped him in the face, and the martial arts master that Song Qingyang was proud of became a corpse.
What? Behind Song Qingyang, the faces of the masters changed drastically. How is it possible to kill a martial arts master in seconds? You are not worthy of the master's action.
Shenxi looked at the martial arts master who was killed by him in an instant. Kill him, don't spare a single one.
Yes, the 4 gods.
In an instant, more than 10 divine guards killed all the people present, including Song Qingyang. Looking at the field, Yi Xian snapped his fingers and fired the bone-eating powder. Soon, more than 20 handfuls of flying ashes appeared in the field, and were blown away by the breeze and dissipated between heaven and earth.
Oh no. Shenxi looked at the dissipated ashes and looked in the direction of the Jinling Song family. How should the Song family deal with it? Let's destroy it.
Smelling the faint smell of blood, Yi Xian waved his hands.
Since they wanted to die, if he didn't help them, wouldn't it be a shame to their enthusiasm?
Yes, master. The 4th god bowed respectfully, then disappeared into the alley with more than a dozen divine guards, as if they had never appeared. Soon, we returned to the restaurant.
Dad is back. Xinxin and Tongtong were happy to see their father come back. Come, let's eat.
He rubbed the 2 little ones' heads lovingly and did not forget to give them a bite of their favorite braised pork. Thinking about what just happened, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. After all, he couldn't be with this girl all the time. The host is worried about the safety of Bing Ning's wife, so I give her the guanine tears to upgrade and seal her. Hearing the system voice next to him, Yi Xian was stunned and looked at Guanine Lei in surprise.
Because he realized that Guanine's tears were enough to block the attack of martial spirits, but as for the sealing technique? I can actually activate this girl's icy physique in advance. It is the Song family manor in Jinling. How could it be?
Mr. Song was full of disbelief. Qingyang is also missing. A bad feeling arose. The situation was exactly the same as last time. It's not a good place to stay for long. Thinking of this, Mr. Song was about to leave the Song family manor. It's too late to leave now, old man. With a swish, a person appeared next to Mr. Song.
This person was Shinsan. Who are you?
When he saw Shinsan, old man Song's heart tightened.
Then 3 half-step martial arts masters and no less than 50 top masters suddenly appeared on the scene.
Obviously, this is all Mr. Song's trump cards. After today, there will no longer be a Song family in Jinling. As Shinsan's voice fell, his figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, old Master Song was stabbed in the throat. Before he died, old Master Song's face was full of disbelief. You are a perfect martial arts master.
Shock. Old Master Song couldn't believe it.
In the small city of Jinling, there was actually someone who was stronger than him. Although the martial arts master was only one level higher than him, the difference in strength was like heaven and earth.
What?
As soon as these words came out, the faces of many masters around changed drastically. Mr. Song was killed in an instant and became a martial arts master.
Escape!
Without any hesitation, the 3 half-step martial arts masters turned around and left, and the rest of the top masters did the same.
Are they kidding? Even late-stage martial arts masters were killed instantly, so wouldn't they die even more miserably with their strength?
Kill! Shinsan glanced at the Song family.
A massacre was quietly taking place in the Song family manor.
This scene was very similar to what happened to the Xiao family in Jinling before.
A few minutes later, no one survived in the Song family manor.
The smell of blood filled the air, and another riot was about to take place in Jinling. As for the Song family, they were suddenly removed from Jinling.
Chapter 66, Activating My Wife's Mysterious Physique and Raising Her Realm to Martial King? Night falls. In the room of Dun Villa.
Yi Xian, what did you say?
Xiao Bingning was filled with disbelief when she heard Yi Xian's words. Is the coldness in my body due to my special constitution?
Good. Yi Xian was thinking about the forbidden technique, but he didn't expect Tongzi could even come up with this kind of forbidden technique.
Combined with acupuncture, it can activate your physical condition to a certain extent. Real.
Hearing her man's words, Xiao Bingning, who was wrapped in a bath towel, smiled happily, because this way she could do more things.
But what should I do?
Xiao Bingning knew that her best friend was a top-notch expert, and even in the Li family she had a very influential say, and she had also done a lot for the Li family. Now that she has the chance to have the same experience as her best friend, how can she not be excited?
Take off your coat and lie down. Hearing what someone said, Xiao Bingning's face flushed. She was wrapped in a bath towel. If she took it off, wouldn't it be? You better not lie to me.
After glaring at a certain guy, Xiao Bingning gritted her teeth, took off her coat and lay down. With such a perfect figure in front of him, Yi Xian's blood boiled.
It's not his fault. What could he do when such a beautiful woman is so pretty? Let's get started.
Xiao Bingning closed her beautiful eyes, and her rosy face looked even more charming under the warm yellow light, especially with her beautiful figure which made people fantasize.
Good.
Then, Yi Xian took out dozens of gold needles and inserted them into Xiao Bingning's various acupuncture points using mysterious acupuncture techniques, especially the dantian, which was surrounded by more than 20 gold needles. The sealing technique, when Yi Xian used 2 doses of physical fitness enhancement liquid, completely activated his beautiful wife's icy physique, but it was half sealed by the sealing technique.
Buzz.
As the sealing technique was successful, a chill spread out with Xiao Bingning as the center. The entire bedding was frozen into a layer of ice, and the temperature in the room dropped sharply.
My goodness. This girl's physique is probably even more extraordinary than I thought.
At a certain moment, as the icy air became thicker and thicker, Xiao Bingning's body was suddenly filled with strong energy.
That's right.
It's the Gang Qi, a standard feature only possessed by martial arts masters. Immediately afterwards, Han Bing became completely restrained, and Xiao Bingning, even her temperament and skin became much better than before.
This is a martial arts master.
Because of her best friend, Xiao Bingning obviously knew a lot. The protective qi on her body was the symbol of a martial arts master. Husband, I am a martial arts master?
In fact, Xiao Bingning was a little confused.
Her best friend had worked hard since she was young to become a first-class master, but she didn't do anything, but just a few touches from that guy made her become a martial arts master.
This guy is a bit too awesome.
You are still looking. Xiao Bingning wanted to say something, but she noticed the burning gaze of someone and her face turned red.
Hateful. That guy just stared at me like that. If there was a crack in the ground, I really wanted to crawl into it. Hee, my wife Bingning, who made you so beautiful?
And you finally let your husband enjoy himself.
Oof. Xiao Bingning glared at a certain guy and pouted. Don't think that you can do anything to me just because you helped me activate my physique.
Before she could finish her words, Xiao Bingning stared with her beautiful eyes wide open at someone taking advantage of her. She wanted to use force to break free, but found that it was completely useless.
How could that be?
I am now a martial arts master, but I don't have the slightest ability to resist him.
The next day, early morning.
When Yi Xian woke up, he saw the beautiful lady sleeping soundly.
Thinking about what happened last night, he couldn't help but sigh, this girl is amazing. It's different when you become a martial arts master. Your combat power in all aspects is several times stronger than before. TSK, if I knew this benefit, I would have activated it long ago. Thinking about it this way, I suffered a huge loss before. Since the host has activated his wife's mysterious physique, her realm has been raised to that of a martial king. Yi Xian was sighing when he heard the system voice. There is also this benefit. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, early stage of King Wu. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopter. Wealth, 690.6 billion renminbi. The energy in my body surged, and I could clearly feel my strength increased several times. You're awake. At this time, a pleasant voice came to my ears. It was from a beautiful lady, who was even more charming and attractive after a night of discussion. My wife is becoming more and more charming. Looking at the beautiful girl in front of him bathing in the golden morning sun, Yi Xian felt that he must be the happiest person in the world. Put. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Bingning glared at someone, but she was enjoying it in her heart. In addition, another good thing is that after she became a martial arts master, even though the battle last night was much more intense than before, she did not feel too tired. Humph, that guy wouldn't be helping me awaken my physique because he's not satisfied. Thinking of this, the beautiful lady's face flushed like a rosy cloud, and she knew that the bastard had bad intentions. That's right. She thought she was a martial arts master, but she couldn't resist that guy at all. Her face turned red and she said suspiciously, "What's your current strength? I feel like you're very powerful." Of course. Listening to her man's words, she brushed her big hand over Xiong Shang. Your husband is a martial arts master. Your man could be crushed to the ground with just one finger, even if all the people in Jinling were put together. Puff. The words of a certain guy caused Xiao Bingning to roll her eyes. Just brag. I've heard from my father that the martial arts grandmaster is a guest of honor in the 4 major families in the imperial capital. How can it be possible for you, a 23-year-old martial arts master? Obviously, Xiao Bingning didn't believe what someone said. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders, as if to say, there's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. No wonder. Although I didn't believe what that guy said, I understood why my father suddenly agreed to their deal. After all, with this guy's skills, even the entire Xiao family combined couldn't beat him. However, at the same time, a disaster happened in Jinling Li family. Chapter 67, Guanyan's tears show its power. The Chen family in the imperial capital has found a way to seek death. Jinling, Li family manor. Poof. The old man of the Li family vomited blood and died. Li Songrong's pupils shrank suddenly. Li Rangan, you beast actually colluded with outsiders to kill your father. Ah, my good brother. Li Rangan smiled coldly, looking at the old man lying on the ground with his eyes wide open. Bullshit, who told this old guy to pass the position of the head of the family to you? He's looking for death. After a pause, Li Rangan continued, but this old man's death is a worthy one as it can be connected to the Chen family in the capital. And of course, my beautiful niece. Plop. At this moment, a figure was thrown onto the field. This person was Xiao Bingning's best friend Li Shiqing. Poetic. Bang. Before Li Songrong could get close, he was kicked away by the half-step martial arts master Li Rangan. Brother, Shiqing is my gift to Master Chen. Li Rangan, you beast. Li Shiqing's face turned red with anger. She never expected that Li Rangan and his son would collude with the Chen family in the imperial capital to overthrow the Li family. Poof. Li Lingfeng smiled coldly and glared at Li Shiqing. You stinky bitch, if you weren't my cousin, do you think I would give you to Master Chen? I would have executed you on the spot a long time ago. Li Lingfeng's eyes were so fiery that Li Songrong was almost angry enough to faint. The father and son from the second house were worse than beasts. Lingfeng, go. Send the poem to Master Chen. With the support of the Chen family in the imperial capital, our Li family will surely become the #1 family in Jinling. Good.
A smile appeared on Li Lingfeng's lips, and then he drove towards Qingyu Villa with a group of masters from the Chun family in the imperial capital.
Li Rongan, I'm going to kill you. When his daughter was taken away, Li Songrong's face was full of ferocity. However, he was already seriously injured and was no match for Li Rongan. He was severely beaten and fell into coma in just a few hits. But it was in the dark place of Li family manor. What to do? Li Shiqing's maid was filled with anxiety, and then she thought of the call from the young lady's best friend. There must be a way to deal with Miss Bingning.
Bingning Cosmetics Company, President's Office. Ding-a-ling. Xiao Bingning was in a daze, as if in a dream, feeling the power surging in her body, when her cell phone rang.
Hey, Xiaoqing.
What did you say? Shiqing was taken away by Li Lingfeng from the second room.
Quiet villa. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bingning's face darkened.
She originally wanted to call Yi Xian, but then she thought that she was now a martial arts master, so she didn't contact him.
Boss Xia, are you going?
Xiao Qian saw her CEO leaving in a hurry, and from his expression, it seemed that something must have happened.
I'm going to Qingyu Villa and will be back soon.
After saying that, Xiao Bingning went to the villa, leaving Xiao Qian standing in a daze in the wind. After a while, Xiao Qian came back to her senses. However, she immediately called Yi Xian. After all, she was one of the few people who knew the relationship between her president and Mr. Yi Xian. Half an hour later, in Qingyu Villa.
But.
Cough cough. Li Shiqing, who had been injured long ago, was thrown to the ground with a pale face, and next to him was Li Lingfeng, who had brought a gift to Chen Tianxiong. Sir, my father specifically asked me to send Li Shiqing to you as a gift. At this moment, a middle-aged man was sitting in the main seat of the hall, and the aura of a mid-stage martial arts grandmaster was evidently emanating from his body. Oh? As soon as these words came out, Chen Tianxiong narrowed his eyes and looked over. This is Li Shiqing, who is famous in the Jinling Li family.
She is not bad. I'll accept the gift.
Then Ling Feng wishes you a pleasant meal. Li Lingfeng bowed, and then Chen Tianxiong waved his hand to let him leave. It was obvious that all his attention was on the beautiful Li Shiqing.
That's fine.
Chen Tianxiong looked at the graceful girl and said, then enjoy her first, and then go to the Qin family and kill Qin Tianao. I want to see who is behind this Qin Tianao, and how dare he touch my son, Chen Tianxiong. After a pause, Chen Tianxiong's eyes were burning. Someone, take her to my room. Yes, sir. Two top masters of the Chun family in the imperial capital were about to step forward. Li Shiqing's face was as pale as death. She could already predict what would happen next. The Chun family of the imperial capital, you will not have a good death. Li Shiqing's blood rushed to his heart and he spat out a mouthful of blood, becoming even weaker. Get lost. At this moment, two crisp sounds were heard, and then two top masters of the Chun family in the imperial capital were directly blown away. The strong cold air rushed into their bodies, and the two were seriously injured on the spot. However, he looked at the newcomer with a look of fear, master of martial arts. Swish. A graceful figure appeared in front of Li Shiqing. It was Xiao Bingning who came in a hurry. Bingning, you are actually a martial arts master. Li Shiqing was shocked. She had been practicing martial arts since she was young, and that was why she had become a top-notch master today. However, her best friend had never been interested in martial arts since she was young, but now she had become a martial arts master like the old man. Not good. Soon, she thought of something. Bingning, go away and don't worry about me. They are from the Chun family in the imperial capital.
You are no match for them.
However, at this time Chen Tianxiong suddenly noticed Xiao Bingning. I never thought that such a beauty would appear in such a small place like Jinling. God is really kind to me. He paused and narrowed his eyes, looking at Xiao Bingning. Today, no one can leave. Sniff.
Chen Tianxiong acted decisively and slapped Li Shiqing with a palm.
Under the terrifying force, ordinary martial arts masters would be seriously injured. The speed was so fast that Xiao Bingning, who had little combat experience, could not compare with it. Only. When Chen Tianxiong thought he had succeeded, an extremely powerful aura emerged from Guanin's tears and instantly blasted Chen Tianxiong away. There were countless crackling sounds of bones breaking, and these were just the remaining ones. That's good stuff. Even though Chen Tianxiong was seriously injured, his eyes were fixed on the pendant around Xiao Bingning's neck with burning passion. The energy there was at least that of a martial arts grandmaster, or even stronger. If they can get it, their Chen family in the imperial capital will surely rise in the imperial capital.
Uncle! Let me try. With a swish, a figure appeared on the scene. This person was none other than Wang Kuei, one of the few martial arts masters of the Chen family in the imperial capital. Uncle Kuei, be careful. However, before Wang Kuei could make a move, an angry voice resounded throughout the Qingyu villa: "If you touch my woman, you will die." The next moment, a person suddenly appeared in front of Xiao. It was Yi Xian. Yi Xian, it's actually him. Li Shiqing's face was full of disbelief, because she clearly felt a heart-pounding sense of oppression coming from Yi Xian, a feeling that was even stronger than that of her grandfather, a martial arts master. "Shensi, take them away." Yi Xian spoke calmly, not even looking at the dozens of Chen family masters around him. "Kill anyone who blocks us." "Master Kuei, we..." A martial arts master was about to speak, but was stopped by Wang Kuei. Chen Tianxiong was shocked. How could that boy make Uncle Kuei afraid? Chapter 68. Yi Xian surpassed the martial arts grandmaster? A quiet villa with the door closed. Chen Tianxiong coughed violently, stood up and took a deep breath. As a man in his early 20s, he had no choice but to do so in the face of the solemn presence of martial arts master Yuan Man Kuei Shu. The secret of this boy is much more important than those two women. With a wave of their hands, all the masters from the Chun family in the imperial capital surrounded Yi Xian so tightly that even a master of martial arts would be defeated by such a lineup. Detecting the host's raging anger, granting the sound isolation technique. Note, this technique can isolate any sound and fluctuations. Soundproofing? Hearing the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian's murderous intent became even stronger. At a certain moment, as the hands made hand seals, an invisible soundproof shield covered the entire quiet villa. Not to mention any action taken here, even if a nuclear explosion occurred, the outside world would not be able to detect the slightest movement. Kill. Chen Tianxiong did not hesitate and gave an order, obviously intending to use his men as cannon fodder. Dozens of top experts and half-step martial arts masters rushed forward, and it was obvious that they also realized that the person in front of them was extraordinary. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, put some force on his feet, and clicked. Spider web-like cracks spread from under his feet, and a huge amount of energy leaked out. Bang 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 bang. The cannon fodder that surrounded him were all covered in blood mist, which made Chen Tianxiong pale. He staggered back and looked at the opposite side in a ghostly manner. You, how is it possible? Scared. Chen Tianxiong was really scared. The pressure just now was even stronger than that from his father. You know. My father is already a half-step martial arts grandmaster, which means this person is a martial arts grandmaster, but how is it possible? This guy is obviously only in his early 20s. Let's go together and kill him. Wang Kuei's face was solemn. The three martial arts masters beside him took a deep breath and nodded. They knew there was no way out. Sniff. As the voice fell, Wang Kuei and three martial arts masters came to kill Yi Xian, but they quickly fled when they were close to Yi Xian. Uncle Kuei, you. Chen Tianxiong was completely dumbfounded. He never expected that Uncle Kuei would just run away, obviously without considering his situation at all. Bang! However, before Wang Kuei could leave, he was slapped away and finally fell at the feet of Chen Tianxiong, blood spurting out and his face turned as pale as paper. As for the other three martial arts masters, they were slapped in the face and turned into a bloody mist before they could even come to their senses. But. Cough cough. Wang Kuei stared at Yi Xian in horror, as if he was looking at a devil. Who are you? You are not an ordinary martial arts grandmaster. He did not care about his serious injury at all, but looked at Yi Xian in shock. He had seen martial arts masters before, but none of them were as strong as this guy. Don't worry, you won't die so easily. The god-destroying needle turned into a black light and sank into Wang Kuei's heart. It was then tempered with bone-eating powder, and at the same time a portion of physical fitness-enhancing liquid was injected into his body. Buzz. A terrifying vitality immediately led to his strength being promoted to the level of half-step martial arts grandmaster, and then, in front of Chen Tianxiong's shocked gaze, he reached the level of martial arts grandmaster. What, this? Chen Tianxiong was stunned on the spot, his eyes full of horror. Martial arts grandmaster. Looking at Wang Kuei, who was much stronger than his father, this scene was far beyond his cognition. Was that guy crazy? Ah! A shrill scream came from Wang Kuei's mouth, and then Chen Tianxiong was horrified to find that Wang Kuei, who had already become a martial arts grandmaster, had a hole corroded in his heart. What was strange was that no blood flowed out, but it turned directly into ashes. Gulp! Chen Tianxiong's face was filled with fear, and his calves were cramping. What strength do you have? Damn it! Chen Tianxiong is not stupid.
Now, a martial arts grandmaster has no ability to resist this guy.
Is he the perfect martial artist? No.
Although he had never seen a martial arts master, he definitely had no such terrifying strength.
Could it be that this person had surpassed the martial arts master? But how is it possible? A martial arts grandmaster is an absolutely top-notch existence in the 4 major families in the imperial capital. This kid is only in his early 20s, how can he have such powerful strength? Asshole, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Accompanied by a shrill scream, Wang Kuei turned into a pile of ashes and disappeared from the world. At this moment, the field was filled with a nauseating smell of blood, and Chen Tianxiong fell to his knees on the ground. Grown-ups! Let me go, I am the master of the Chun family in the imperial capital, I have a lot of money, and I can even help you control the Chun family in the imperial capital. With a flick of his fingers, the powerful energy entered Chen Tianxiong's body. The next moment, with a bang, Chen Tianxiong exploded like a balloon and turned into a bloody mist. In an instant, all the members of the Chun family in Qingyu Villa in the imperial capital were killed, and the strange thing was that there was not even a corpse. Kamiji. Looking at the field, Yi Xian spoke. Owner. With a swish, a person appeared in the field. This person was Shanair, and now Shanair had the strength of a half-step grandmaster. Then, Yi Xian took out a physical enhancement liquid, take it, and then go to the imperial capital to destroy the Chen family for me. This is master. When Shanair saw the physical enhancement liquid, his heart was shocked. If he took it again, he would probably at least become a martial arts grandmaster. Go ahead. With a wave of his hand, Yi Xian flashed away from the field, leaving Shanair in a daze. The Chen family in the imperial capital. Shanair murmured, looking towards the direction of the imperial capital, you shouldn't have offended the master. Buzz. After taking the physical enhancement liquid, Shanair's aura suddenly became stronger in a short while, and finally stopped when he entered the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster. So strong. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Shanair narrowed his eyes, the Chen family in the imperial capital must be destroyed this time. A quarter of an hour later. Swish. One figure after another appeared on the scene. If Yi Xian were here, he would definitely recognize the leader, Feng Zhuoyou, who was rescued from Guishu village before. This is a strong smell of blood. A vice president of a martial arts association said solemnly, President, there are at least dozens of casualties here. But, the strange thing is, there wasn't a single body. I'm afraid Chen Tianxiong and his people from the Chun family in the imperial capital are in great danger. Listening to his subordinate's words, Feng Zhuoyou narrowed his eyes. Before coming here, he had received news that there was a drastic change in the Jinlingli family tonight, and it seemed that the benefactor who saved him was also here? Could it be that everything in front of me was done by my benefactor? Thinking of this, Feng Zhuoyou felt that it was more and more possible. After all, his benefactor was so powerful that the strongest Chen Tianxiong on this trip was only a perfect martial arts master. Ding dong. But at this moment, Feng Zhuoyou received the message. After reading it, he narrowed his eyes and looked towards the direction of Diyuan Villa. Oh, the benefactor has returned to the villa? It seems that the Chun family in the imperial capital was most likely destroyed by their benefactor. But this method is not that of a half-step martial arts grandmaster. Could it be that his benefactor has already entered that realm? Thinking of this, Feng Zhuoyou's eyes sparkled and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chapter 69, My wife and best friend surrendered, and the system gave them billions of wealth, right? In the study room of Diyuan Villa. Plop. Li Shiqing knelt on the ground in joy, and in front of him was Yi Xian who had returned to the villa. Master Yi, please save my Li family. Biting her lips tightly, Li Shiqing knew that Yi Xian could escape safely from the Chun family in the imperial capital, and that he had the ability to save the Li family. From now on, Shiqing is willing to follow young Master Yi's lead. Get up. Yi Xian looked at his wife's best friend whom he met for the second time, and he should do something both publicly and privately. Next, take out a portion of physical enhancement liquid. Take it. Li Shiqing saw the medicine in the test tube and took it after a moment's hesitation. After all, if Yi Xian had any thoughts about her, there was no need to go through so much trouble. The next moment, Yi Xian flipped his right hand and dozens of golden needles penetrated into the major acupuncture points on Li Shiqing's body. Then the physical enhancement liquid was completely absorbed at an extremely fast speed. After a little while,
A faint aura lingered around Li Shiqing, and then he opened his eyes. This is a half martial arts master. No wonder my best friend has become a martial arts master in such a short time. It turns out it's all thanks to Yi Xian, oh no, Yi Xiao. Also, these are 2 doses of liquid medicine, which will allow the Li family to have 2 martial arts masters. Gulp. Looking at the 2 doses of physical enhancement liquid, Li Shiqing knelt on one knee. Master Yi, I will never forget your kindness. Gratitude. Li Shiqing knew that the 2 doses of genetic medicine in her hands were not only opportunities, but also the life-saving straw for the Li family. Go ahead. Yi Xian waved his hand. With 2 doses of medicine, it was not difficult for him to control the Li family today. Test the host's wife and bestie to surrender, and give them 10 billion renminbi. Listening to the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was no longer surprised. Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the caller ID, because it showed Jinling Martial Arts Association. Hey, benefactor. As soon as the call was connected, a very familiar voice came from the other end. Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, frowned and said, Are you, President Feng? My benefactor still remembers me. Feng Jiao took a deep breath and continued, That's right, benefactor. I wonder if you have time to come to the Jinling Martial Arts Association tomorrow. The Martial Arts Association is planning to set up a Chamber of Commerce. Chamber of Commerce? Hearing Feng Jiao's words, Yi Xian's heart moved. The opportunity to make money came again. Yeah. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian had already made a decision. Okay, I will go tomorrow. Real. Feng Jiao suppressed his excitement and said, Then I will welcome you at the Martial Arts Association. At the same time, at the Li family manor in Jinling. Deep inside the villa. Buzz. Buzz. The 2 auras surged, and in an instant, rich and dense energy lingered, and the aura of a martial arts master filled the air. This is a mid-stage martial arts grandmaster. Li Songrong looked at his hands in disbelief. Next to him was Uncle Ling, the person Li Songrong trusted the most. Uncle Ling had also watched Li Shiqing grow up and treated her as his own son. Sir, Yi Xian is truly a god. Uncle Ling feels that he has now become a martial arts master, and it feels like a dream to him until now. Shiqing, what do you want to do next? Li Songrong looked at his daughter, who was now half a step away from becoming a martial arts master. He never expected that the first wife still had a chance to fight back. Kill. Li Shiqing narrowed her eyes and looked at the brightly lit villa. Li Rangan and his son are so crazy that they colluded with the Chun family in the imperial capital to kill Grandpa. He deserves death. This. After hearing this, Li Songrong's eyes frowned, but he is your second uncle after all. What if outsiders knew that we wiped out the second branch? Master, great things are achieved without being particular about small details. Uncle Ling nodded with satisfaction. I think the young lady made the right decision. However, after all, the second branch is related to the master and the young lady by blood, so I will take care of the matter. Oh, okay. Li Songrong knew that he was indecisive. He looked at his daughter and said, After this, you will take control of the Li family. Compared to me, you are more suitable to manage the Li family. Father, I. Li Shiqing was stunned when she heard this. She never expected that her father would let her be in charge of the huge Li family. The best plan now is to eliminate the threat from the second house. Uncle Ling narrowed his eyes and looked at the now dilapidated Li family. I'm going to kill those 2 beasts, Li Rangan and his son first. As the voice fell, Uncle Ling disappeared from the spot. Fortunately, Uncle Ling was not there when the Li family experienced a drastic change, otherwise Uncle Ling would probably have met with an accident by now. Soon, Uncle Ling and his men arrived in front of the brightly lit villa. The second branch colluded with outsiders to kill the old man. Follow me to kill these 2 beasts. Kill. Taking the lead, Uncle Ling and his men rushed forward. Eagle, you are so outrageous. At this moment, Li Rangan came out of the villa, and next to him was Li Lingfeng. Both father and son had fierce looks in their eyes, and hundreds of people surrounded Uncle Ling. As long as they can eliminate this die-hard supporter of the first branch, the second branch will be able to completely control the Jinling Li family. You 2 are worse than beasts for colluding with outsiders to kill your father. Die. With a sneer, Uncle Ling was not in a good mood and took action directly and decisively. Bang. Without waiting for Li Rangan to react, he slapped him away with a palm. Rich internal energy lingered around him, and with a puff sound, Li Roman's face changed drastically.
What, you are actually a martial arts master? Stunned, Li Rongan looked at Uncle Ling in disbelief.
Even the men from the second room who were about to take action were stunned. Uncle Ling had actually reached the same level as the old man.
Phew. The next moment, blood spurted from Li Rongan's neck, and he looked at Uncle Ling in disbelief. Until his death, he couldn't believe that the diehard of the eldest wife dared to kill him. Master Lingfeng, it's your turn.
Uncle Ling smiled coldly. The dagger in his hand, still dripping with Li Rongan's blood, fell to the ground with a plop.
Plop. Li Lingfeng's face turned pale and he fell to the ground. You, Uncle Ling, you can't kill me. I am the only male of the younger generation of the Li family, you. With a sneer, Uncle Ling touched Li Lingfeng's neck before he could finish his words. The second family's beastly father and son are already dead, and you still want to resist? Dang.
All the masters of the second room changed their expressions, their weapons all fell to the ground, and they knelt on the ground with a plop. We dare not.
Snort.
With a cold smile, Uncle Ying's martial arts master's aura was fully revealed, intimidating the whole place. From now on, Mr. Qing is the new head of the Li family.
What?
Hearing Uncle Ying's words, everyone in the Li family was stunned.
Wasn't Mr. Qing taken to Qingyu Villa? Could it be that Miss was saved?
At this moment, Li Tsongrong came to the scene with a complicated expression, while Li Shiqing's eyes were full of determination. However, when everyone's eyes fell on their young lady, they couldn't help but be shocked. Miss Shiqing, actually, is a half-step martial arts master. With a thud, all the masters of the Li family knelt down.
Seeing this scene, Li Shiqing took a deep breath, clenched his fists and made a decision secretly. Don't worry, Yi Xiao, whoever dares to attack you in the future will be the enemy of Shiqing and the Jinling Li family. Chapter 70, My husband kisses my wife. Isn't that normal?
Patter. With a bang, the bathroom door opened and Yi Xian came into the room wrapped in a bath towel. Xiao Bingning's face flushed and she glared at someone, but she was not surprised by this and was obviously used to it.
Virtue.
Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes. Since that guy didn't want to listen, she just let him be. She leaned in her man's arms, feeling his strong heartbeat and feeling extremely at peace.
Thank you for today, honey.
Thinking about the scene of that guy protecting his child in a domineering manner today, Xiao Bingning had never seen him so domineering before.
Hey, what's that?
Holding the beauty in his arms, he could see most of the beautiful scenery of the two bears from this angle, and smelled the delicious fragrance. Whoever touches my wife Bingning, my husband will kill him.
Xiao
Bingning responded with a voice as soft as a mosquito's, her face full of happiness. At this moment, she realized that she liked this guy so much. Even though he is sometimes bad and always likes to take advantage of me, I still can't stop liking him.
The next day, early morning.
The golden morning sun poured through the window onto a beautiful face. Looking at the beauty bathed in the golden morning sun in his arms, Yi Xian couldn't help but lower his head and take a sip from her red lips. As if she realized she was being attacked, Xiao Bingning opened her beautiful eyes and saw the guy who had succeeded.
She couldn't help but glared at him. You are crazy.
After some joking, Xiao Bingning got down to business. By the way, Bingning Cosmetics Company has been merged into Xiao Group, and my dad asked me to be the president of Xiao Group.
Oh?
Hearing what his beautiful wife said, Yi Xian was stunned. Then congratulations, my wife, you've been promoted.
Humph, you're the only one who never gets enough of taking advantage.
Feeling the big hand of someone who was still doing evil, he rolled his eyes fiercely. It was obvious that in his opinion, Yi Xian was either taking advantage of him or on the way to taking advantage of him.
And
she was naturally very clear that although the Xiao Group was not small, it was not really in this guy's eyes.
After all, this guy's D-Lin Group alone is not comparable to the Xiao Group. Separat.
Mimi ate the lovingly prepared noodle soup made by her father. The two little ones burped and Yi Xian smiled dotingly because he had just put a portion of physical fitness enhancing liquid in them.
Daddy, why do I feel so hot? Xin and Tongtong reacted quickly.
After all, the two little ones were only 3 years old, so this was normal.
Xin, Tongtong, do you want to learn Tai Chi? Daddy will teach you.
He rubbed the two little guys' heads lovingly and used his internal strength to dissolve their energy. The strength of the two little guys quietly reached the level of second-rate masters. If outsiders knew about this, they would definitely be shocked.
Can you believe a 3-year-old second-rate master?
After breakfast, on the lawn outside the villa, Yi Xian brought the two little ones and practiced Tai Chi in an orderly manner under the golden sunlight.
Xiao Bingning's lips curved at their cute and serious looks. Wow, young lady is so happy. Yeah, you know what, you're pretty good at fighting. Yes, master, I feel super handsome, I like it so much. Honestly, if my future boyfriend had 1/10 of young master's looks, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Hearing the chattering sound, Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at someone in the audience. Although what they said was good, she still felt sour. This is so strange, I am not jealous, am I? Xiao Bingning realized something and looked at a guy in the field again with a red face. What good is that guy? Why is he jealous of him? Humph. Dad, Mom, goodbye.
Xinxin and Tongtong waved goodbye to their parents, because their grandparents were coming here to play with them today, and they felt super happy.
Goodbye. He waved to the two little guys, and then the supercar drove towards the Xiao group. Squeak.
The son of Demon stopped in front of Xiao group, attracting everyone's attention.
Morning, miss. Good morning, uncle.
When they entered the Xiao group, employees passing by bowed respectfully one after another. Xiao Bingning, who had wanted to keep a low profile, blushed.
The entire Xiao group knew about their relationship. Ahem, President Xiao.
Xiao Qian coughed dryly and looked at Yi Xian. Well, the chairman and his wife have already told the entire group about Mr. Ye's identity.
Xiao Bingning, Mom and Dad are crazy. Hearing Xiao Qian's words, Xiao Bingning's mouth twitched. She didn't know how to carry out her work in the future.
However, he saw a guy next to him with a smile on his face, and pinched his waist with his little hand. You, still laughing?
Soon, we arrived at the president's office. Mr. Xia, please chat. Xiao Qian left the room very attentively, which made Xiao Bingning realize something. She couldn't help but glare at someone. I think people misunderstood me.
It's all your fault. Thinking of what this guy said last time about being too tired from exercising at night, Xiao Bingning's pretty face couldn't help but turn red.
Misunderstand? No, I'm telling the truth,
Before Yi Xian could finish, Xiao Bingning covered his mouth and gave him a hateful look. You wanna die?
A little tenderness, an hour later. Mr. Yi, take care.
Xiao Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It took so long to end.
Could it be that President Xia and Mr. Yi were doing something just now? Ha!
Xiao Bingning closed the door and tidied her slightly messy clothes, thinking about what had just happened. That guy was so bold to talk business with her here.
Xiao Bingning couldn't help but look bitter on her beautiful face. Xiao Bingning, was that still you just now?
You have been led astray by your man.
Chapter 71, another 300 billion to become a trillionaire.
In front of Jinling Martial Arts Association.
Squeak.
The son of Demon stopped, pushed the door and got out of the car. It was Yi Xian. The reason I came to Jinling Martial Arts Association was, on the one hand, to look into the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce, and on the other hand, to transfer money.
Stop.
This is Jinling Martial Arts Association, no outsiders allowed. The two men guarding the gate of Jinling Martial Arts Association had the aura of first-rate masters all around them, and it was obvious that the Jinling Martial Arts Association was quite powerful. Yi Xian flipped his right hand and took out the Wu Association order.
This is a hello, sir.
The two top masters of the Martial Arts Association were shocked.
Of course they knew the Martial Arts Association's order.
The person holding this order was like the president himself.
Joke?
The existence of such a martial arts order is something that their presidents have to take seriously, so they naturally dare not slack off in the slightest.
Mr. Yi.
Our president has been waiting for a long time, please come this way. Entering the Martial Arts Association, an elite bowed and apologized. I just arrived, I hope Mr. Yi will not be offended.
No problem.
Yi Xian smiled slightly. After all, his purpose of coming here was just to make money. Soon, the two arrived at the Wushu Association meeting hall.
President, Mr. Yi is here.
The Martial Arts Association elite heaved a sigh of relief.
He was personally warned by the president not to offend him. Benefactor, you are here.
When Feng Jiuyo saw Yi Xian, he hurriedly stood up to greet him in person. The entire conference hall was shocked by such treatment.
Joke?
This was the first time they had seen President Feng treated them like this. Moreover, the president called him a benefactor, which meant that he had saved his own president.
After getting acquainted with each other for a while, Feng Jiuyo got to the point. My benefactor, do you have any suggestions for the Martial Arts Association to set up a Chamber of Commerce?
Such an attitude also attracted everyone's attention.
It's not even a suggestion.
Feeling everyone's attention, Yi Xian took out a card and said with a smile, "This says 30 billion, consider it as my support for the establishment of the Chamber of Commerce."
Pft, cough cough.
The high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Association, who had just taken a sip of tea, spat out all the tea and almost choked to death. They looked at Yi Xian in disbelief.
Did they hear it right? 30 billion.
Before they could react, Yi Xian continued, "In addition, I can let Jinling Qin family, Li family, Xiao family and Dylan group join and become the first batch of members of the Chamber of Commerce." Listening to Yi Xian's story, everyone gasped.
Oh shit. Everyone present here is not a fool.
The Qin family, the Li family and other forces in Jinling are now the four most prosperous forces in Jinling. Especially the Dylan group, it has already become the number one in Jinling's business world.
No. Soon, they realized something. Dylan Group?
This Yi Xian in front of him was able to get D-Lin Group to join.
Could it be that he is the mysterious boss behind D-Lin Group? It's terrifying when you think about it.
Moreover, we have to know that there are three other forces, including the Qin family.
I can't help but think of the dramatic changes in the Li family. Who is the mastermind behind all this? Then,
everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Xian. Oh my god, the person who destroyed Chen Tianxiong of the Chen family in the imperial capital couldn't be him.
You are so generous, why don't you become the president of the Chamber of Commerce? After a pause, Feng Zhuoyou looked at the field and asked, "What do you think?" I agree. I have no objection. Everyone in the conference hall echoed the sentiment. How dare they disagree?
Not only would they be going against the president, but they would also miss the opportunity to establish a relationship with this important person.
Of course, they were not stupid. Isn't this bad? Yi Xian was stunned and frowned.
Originally, he just wanted to make money, but who would have thought that he would be pushed to become the president of the Chamber of Commerce?
My benefactor, please don't refuse.
Feng Zhuoyou took a deep breath and continued, "Besides, the Chamber of Commerce might be able to help you a lot in the future."
Yes, Mr. Yi.
The top leaders of the Martial Arts Association are all old foxes. They naturally know the principle of leaning on a big tree for shade. Although they don't know Yi Xian's background, it is definitely far beyond their imagination.
A little.
After being persuaded by everyone, Yi Xian reluctantly agreed. After all, Jinling was where he cared a lot about. If he could completely control it, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future.
Okay.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Feng Zhuoyou's heart was shocked. Even the other people in the Martial Arts Association had bright eyes.
Very good. Feng Zhuoyou did not hide his joy at all, and continued, "By the way, benefactor, what name should we give to our Chamber of Commerce? Auction?"
Yi Xian pondered for a moment and looked into the distance. "Let's call it Wanjin Chamber of Commerce." Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. After mumbling for a while, Feng Zhuoyou nodded, "This is a good name. From now on, the Jinling Martial Arts Association will be the first member of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce."
Ding!
The host spent 30 billion renminbi and gained 300 billion renminbi in wealth. The name of the Chamber of Commerce was decided, and Yi Xian could hear the sound of wealth arriving into his account, which increased his financial strength. Then, bring up the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Realm, early stage of King Wu. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader.
Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopter.
Wealth, 1.06 trillion renminbi.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His wealth had exceeded 1 trillion.
Everyone, please disperse.
With a wave of Feng Zhuoyou's hand, everyone from the Martial Arts Association dispersed, and soon only Yi Xian and two others were left on the field.
Boom!
Without any warning, Feng Zhuoyou knelt on one knee on the ground. "Benefactor, please save my father's life."
Seeing Feng Zhuoyou's posture, Yi Xian was stunned. Your father? Obviously, Feng Zhuoyou's action made him frown. Feng Zhuoyou took a deep breath and said, "My benefactor, I will tell you the truth. I am from the Feng family in the imperial capital." 3 days ago, my father was severely injured by a master from the Zhang family, one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital. His life is still in danger. Listening to Feng Zhouyo's words, Yi Xian understood that Feng Zhouyo's identity was indeed not simple. After all, if he did not have a solid foundation, he would never have become a mid-stage martial arts master at his age. Ha! Feng Zhouyo took a deep breath and continued, if you can save my father, the Feng family is willing to serve you for the rest of our lives. Lead the way. Seeing the nervous Feng Zhouyo in front of him, Yi Xian raised his hand slightly, and with an irresistible force he lifted Feng Zhouyo up. This move made Feng Zhouyo tremble all over. His benefactor was so powerful. However, Feng Zhouyo did not know that his kneeling directly changed the fate of the Feng family in the imperial capital, and that is a story for later. Chapter 72. Sir, could it be that you had someone destroy the Chen family in the imperial capital? Jinling Martial Arts Association, deep in the courtyard. Squeak! The door opened, and Feng Zhouyo brought Yi Xian to the room. They were shocked to see an old man sitting in a wheelchair, barely breathing. This is, all the tendons and veins are broken, and the heart is severely damaged. Looking at the old man in front of him, Yi Xian couldn't help but be shocked. What a cruel method, Grandmaster of Martial Arts. No wonder it can hold on until now. Sensing the other party's aura, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh that Feng Zhouyo's background was much more powerful than he thought. But... cough cough. But at this moment, Feng Qiankuan coughed violently and a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face became even paler. Father, are you okay? Feng Zhouyo hurried forward, and the masters of Feng family made way with worried looks on their faces. The head of the family was the backbone of their Feng family, and if anything happened to him, the Feng family would be finished. Ahem, it's okay. Feng Qiankuan's mouth curled up palely, which made Feng Zhouyo's eyes turn red. The Zhang family of the imperial capital, they deserve to die. Who is this? Although Feng Qiankuan's life was in danger, his consciousness was still clear. Although Yi Xian was young, the fact that he could see his illness and strength at a glance was enough to show that he was extraordinary. That's right. Father, this is the savior I told you about. Feng Zhouyo took a deep breath and said excitedly, my benefactor has excellent medical skills, maybe he can save you. Save me? Feng Qiankuan smiled bitterly, I'm afraid it's difficult. I'm afraid I don't have much time left. Old man, you won't die as long as I'm here. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then said, President Feng, you get up first. I am now treating your father. As the voice fell, before Feng Zhouyo could react, dozens of golden needles suddenly penetrated into the major acupoints on Feng Qiankuan's body at a rapid speed. Even Feng Qiankuan was shocked by the speed. He felt that he might not be able to avoid it even in his heyday. Hey, what is this? Then, Feng Qiankuan discovered that his breathing was surprisingly smoother. Could it be that he could really be saved? Drink these 2 doses of medicine. As Feng Qiankuan was seriously injured, Yi Xian directly gave him 2 doses of physical enhancement liquid. After all, this thing was inexhaustible and it didn't matter to him. However, Feng Qiankuan was experiencing an unprecedented fortune. Boom! In an instant, after taking the medicine, Feng Qiankuan felt as if he was about to explode. Then, the extraordinary aura directly blew away the masters of Feng family and Feng Zhouyo. Only Yi Xian did not move at all. After all, he had already reached the realm of Martial King, and the mere aura at the moment was not even a tickle to him. The early stage of Grand Master. Mid Grandmaster. Late Grandmaster. After a quarter of an hour, Feng Qiankuan's aura reached its peak before it stabilized. At this moment, Feng Qiankuan's face was rosy, his tendons and veins had all recovered, and his heart injuries had all faded away. So strong. Feng Zhouyo swallowed his saliva and looked at his father in disbelief. Father, you actually broke through. Grandmaster of Martial Arts, late stage. Feng Qiankuan stood up, his eyes full of shock, and then he knelt down on the ground. The ground cracked and spread. Your Excellency's kindness, Feng Qiankuan will never forget it. Feng Qiankuan was extremely shocked. Of course, he now knew what he had been through. Such a great favor was as high as the sky. What? Feng Zhouyo was completely dumbfounded, his eyes widened to the extreme. Father, you said, you are in the late stage of martial arts grandmaster. Hiss. In an instant, Feng Zhouyo sucked in a breath of cold air, and the late stage martial arts grandmaster of the Feng family next to him almost bit off his tongue. Oh shit. That is the late stage of martial arts grandmaster. Even the strongest of the 4 major families in the imperial capital is only at the perfect stage of martial arts grandmaster. You can say that. Before, if the head of a family had the strength of a late-stage martial arts grandmaster, even the 4 major families would not dare to do so. Good. Feng Qianquan nodded heavily. He knew too well what this meant to the Feng family.
Yi Xian not only saved him, but also saved hundreds of lives of the Feng family in the imperial capital.
I can't thank you enough for your kindness. Feng Qianquan's eyes were full of determination. Sir, from now on, my life belongs to you. Get up.
Yi Xian raised his hand slightly, which shocked Feng Qianquan.
Sir, you have already surpassed the Grandmaster of Martial Arts, have you? Feng Jiuyo. Surpassing the Grandmaster of Martial Arts, this. Good.
Yi Xian did not hide it and nodded slightly, but the expert from Feng family was so shocked that his eyes widened.
Oh my god. To surpass the Grand Master of Martial Arts, wouldn't that be the legendary realm of martial spirit? But, the person in front of me is so young, maybe less than 30 years old? A powerful martial arts master under the age of 30. Feng Jiao swallowed his saliva when he saw this. My benefactor, is it possible that Chen Tianxiong of the Chun family in the imperial capital was destroyed by you? Feng Qianquan was stunned when he heard this. Chen Tianxiong from the Chun family in the imperial capital? They offended the adults.
Although the Chun family in the imperial capital could not compare to their Feng family, it was also a first-class family in the imperial capital that could not be underestimated, and it also had a half-step martial arts grandmaster in charge.
Father, this is it. Feng Jiao then recounted the story of Chen Tianxiong wreaking havoc on the Li family. However, Feng Qianquan's mouth twitched.
He was indeed a man of great skill and courage. If it had been someone else, they would have died hundreds of times already.
Sir, I wonder what your plan is next. Feng Qianquan pondered for a moment and looked towards the direction of the imperial capital.
It was obvious that keeping the Chen family was just a hidden danger.
Intend?
Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, since the old man's strength is even stronger than the peak, then let's return to the imperial capital and merge the Chen family's business in the imperial capital. I think the Chen family should be almost wiped out now. Feng Jiuyo's pupils were shocked when he heard this, and the Feng family master was even more stunned.
Destroyed?
Feng Qianquan obviously heard something and couldn't believe it. Sir, could it be that you had someone destroy the Chen family in the imperial capital? Yi Xian nodded slightly, without any fluctuation on his face. After all, for him, it was just a matter of a few words.
Only.
Feng Qianquan and others were like raging waves.
The Chun family in the imperial capital? What kind of existence is that?
With a half-step martial arts grandmaster in charge, even if the 4 major families in the imperial capital wanted to take action, they would have to plan for a long time. But the man in front of him could destroy someone at will.
Can do this.
In other words, the master has martial arts masters under his command, and the number and quality of martial arts masters far exceed that of the Chun family in the imperial capital. Otherwise, how can we talk about destroying the first-class family in the imperial capital?
Certainly.
The most important thing is that when the master said this, his mood did not fluctuate at all. This invisible self-confidence made him convinced.
Following such a great man, the Feng family will surely dominate the world in the future. Chapter 73, the capital city was in turmoil and the Chun family was brutally wiped out. Imperial capital, Chen family manor. What? We can't contact Tianxiong and the others.
The teacup in Chen Dingtian's hand shattered with a snap, and a powerful wave spread out. The ground under his feet also made a crackling sound, and cracks spread far away. If outsiders saw such a scene, they would be shocked, because such strength was too strong.
In fact, it has far exceeded the understanding of ordinary people. Late stage of martial arts grandmaster. This is Chen Dingtian's strength.
As the head of the Chen family, he is naturally strong. Especially since his second uncle is a half-step martial arts grandmaster, he is quite strong. Otherwise, how could their Chen family gain a foothold in such a great imperial capital?
Little Jinling, how dare you touch my Chen family? Whoever it is, must die. Indeed, Chen Dingtian was furious at this moment.
If this news were to spread, their Chen family would surely become the laughingstock of all major forces, and then their Chen family would lose all face.
That kind of result is something they cannot bear no matter what. Bang!
At a certain moment, the study was broken into, and a martial arts master of the Chen family said with a pale face, "Master, this is bad."
Chen Dingtian, who was already angry, saw his men panicking and was displeased. What's the matter? Why are you so panicked? Ahem. A powerful enemy is coming, suspected to be a martial arts grandmaster. Plop. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial arts master was killed by a ghostly figure. Then several figures appeared on the scene, led by Xiao. He acted so quickly that after all, his master had ordered him to do so and he dared not delay even a moment. And if this matter had nothing to do with the master, to be honest, the Chen family would not have the right to let him take action. Who are you? Chen Dingtian looked at the gloomy faces of Xiao and others opposite him, and felt something was wrong, because one of them was much stronger than his second uncle, and there were two more who were as strong as his second uncle. There were not many families in the entire imperial capital who could come up with such a lineup. One martial arts grandmaster, two martial arts grandmasters. Could it be someone from the four major families? This thought came to Chen Dingtian's mind. Only the four major families in the imperial capital could produce such a strong person. But why would such a being attack their Chen family? This was what puzzled him the most. And if these people are not the four major families of the imperial capital, then who could they be? Kill. He glanced at Chen Dingtian opposite him. At this moment, a group of masters from the Chen family rushed over. The weakest ones were all top masters, which showed how powerful the Chen family was. However, in front of the people headed by Xiao, it was obvious that the few people from the Chen family in the imperial capital were not enough. Dozens of divine guards gathered together and started a massacre in an instant. The energy flew everywhere and blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, the Chen family field in the imperial capital has turned into an azure hell. The scene is shocking. A strong smell of blood rose to the sky, like hell on earth. How brave! The Chen family's half-step martial arts grandmaster had a cold expression on his face, and suddenly launched a sneak attack, trying to severely injure Xiao, hoping to use this to carve out a chance of survival. Obviously at this moment, the strongest man of the Chen family took action. The target is directly aimed at God too, and he naturally knows that as long as he kills this person, the rest will fall apart on their own. Sniff. However, before the Chen family's half-step martial arts grandmaster could get close, Xiao snapped his fingers and a stream of energy instantly penetrated into his forehead at a rapid speed. It was obvious that he had overestimated his own strength. Puff! The Chen family's half-step martial arts grandmaster spat out blood and stopped where he was, his pupils widening in disbelief. You, a mid-stage martial arts grandmaster. How is it possible at such a young age? Plop. The Chen family's half-step martial arts grandmaster became a corpse just like that. As for the hundreds of masters of the Chen family, nearly half of them were also killed or injured. Such a scene brought the melee to a halt. Second uncle. When Chen Dingtian saw the strongest man of the Chen family being killed, his eyes were bloodshot and he looked at Xiao with hatred. I will kill you. Chen Dingtian dodged and was about to kill the second divine guard, but before he could make any move, he was killed instantly. With the help of the physical enhancement fluid, the strength of the 36 divine guards was now far beyond what it was before. However, Chen Dingtian was no match for Xiao and was blasted into a bloody mist at the first encounter. 10 minutes later, all the masters of the Chen family were killed, and the strong smell of blood made people nauseous. At this point, the Chen family in the imperial capital was tragically wiped out. As for the reason, it was because they offended someone they shouldn't have offended. Withdraw. The second god disappeared in a flash, followed by more than a dozen god guards who all left. Only the bloody smell of the Chen family manor lingered in the air, and it did not dissipate for a long time. About a quarter of an hour later. Swish. Dozens of figures appeared on the scene, led by a man who was extremely powerful and had the status of a martial arts grandmaster. This man was none other than Wan Xiaotian, the vice president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. He was also the master of Xiao Yuyun, the master of the Xiao family that was destroyed in Jinling. Vice President Wan. At this time, a martial arts master bowed respectfully and looked at the scene with a serious expression. No one in the Chen family survived, and they were tragically wiped out. After hearing this, Wan Xiaotian narrowed his eyes and flashed to the side of the Chen family's strongest man, a half-step martial arts grandmaster. What a decisive move! The person who made the move might be a martial arts grandmaster. What? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association changed their expressions. Vice President Wan, are you sure? That's right. Wan Xiaotian sensed the remaining aura and said solemnly, moreover, this person's strength is very likely above mine. Above you. Everyone's faces changed drastically when they heard this.
Perhaps only the 4 major families in the imperial capital could do such a thing, but they had no reason to make such a big fuss.
And the 4 major families in the imperial capital are not fools. To carry out such an open and above-board act of exterminating an entire family is simply asking for trouble.
Block the news and closely monitor the movements of the 4 major families.
Xiao took a deep breath.
He was just guessing. After all, in addition to the 4 major families in the imperial capital who had martial arts grandmasters, there were also other martial arts grandmasters hidden among them. You have to know that those hidden families are not vegetarians, and the so-called 4 major families in the imperial capital are just children playing house in front of those beings.
Only.
It would be best if they didn't do it, otherwise, the sky of the imperial capital would be about to collapse. This matter needs to be reported immediately, because it is no longer something he can handle. As for what the situation in the imperial capital will be like next, no one knows, but everyone is bound to be in danger. Chapter 74. If the Jinpeng group compares its wealth with your man, it is courting death.
Night falls, Xiao group. Squeak. Xiao Bingning had just arrived downstairs when she saw the Devil's Son Supercar approaching from afar and recognized the car from a distance. Shockingly,
it was hard for her to mistake that one-of-a-kind supercar.
Bingning, my wife, get in the car.
Listening to someone's words, Xiao Bingning's face turned red and she rolled her eyes.
Someone got into the car. This guy was so high profile, was he afraid that the group was not related to them? Damn it, is it really okay for this guy to be like this? So angry. I really want to bite him to death. How can I come to the company in the future? He is so mean. Can't you be more low-key?
He got into the car and rolled his eyes at someone. Although he said that, he felt sweet in his heart. This was the first time that guy came to pick him up and it felt pretty good.
Never mind. Since he's so thoughtful, just forgive him this time. Of course, the most important thing is that she doesn't hate it. Low-key? Why keep a low profile?
Yi Xian didn't care and rubbed the beautiful lady's head lovingly, smiling slightly, and said, "Our wife Bingning is so beautiful, what if her husband doesn't keep a close eye on her and she runs away with someone else?" He looked at the beauty in front of him jokingly, and carefully tucked her slightly messy hair behind her ears. His careful action made the beautiful woman's face blush, which looked very beautiful from Yi Xian's perspective.
Put. Run away, you big-headed ghost. Xiao Bingning didn't notice the look in someone's eyes. She glared at Yi Xian and muttered to herself, "What nonsense is this idiot talking about?" The first sentence was fine, but what's the second one? What's the point of running away with someone?
This guy starts to act frivolously after just a few words.
That's right.
After some flirting, Xiao Bingning thought about the serious business and breathed a sigh of relief to calm her mind.
Husband, I have something to tell you.
After sorting out her thoughts, Xiao Bingning hesitated and finally told the Xiao group about the current situation it was facing. After all, this matter was of no trivial matter.
Jinpeng Group? Malicious competition with Xiao Group, short of 2 billion?
Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. Yi Xian was stunned. Wow, there is someone who dares to set his sights on his woman.
Is this because you are tired of living? But it may not be a bad thing. After all,
anything that can be solved with money is not a problem for him, not to mention that there is such a good opportunity to make money. Without thinking much, he fiddled with his phone and transferred some money to his wife, but he added an extra zero. Obviously, he did it on purpose.
He couldn't afford to give his wife 2 billion yuan.
Naturally, he didn't believe that the malicious competition of Jinpeng Group was just a one-off. Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 3258 received 20 billion renminbi on April 25, 2024. Please check it.
CCB. Pft cough cough.
Xiao Bingning, who had just taken a sip of someone's milk tea, was caught off guard by the sudden message. A little milk tea seeped out from the corners of her mouth. The sudden message really made it impossible for her to remain calm. She even thought she had seen it wrong at one point, and looked at it several times before confirming it.
20 billion? Xiao Bingning's mouth twitched.
She was really shocked. She looked at her man beside her in disbelief. "Husband, you are crazy.
You know, that's 20 billion, not 200 yuan. It's too much of a joke. Even if
you don't have to pamper yourself like this, hum."
Well,
Seeing the transfer amount, Yi Xian pretended to be stunned and said calmly, "I didn't pay attention," and added an extra zero. "It's okay, just use this money for emergencies first, and tell me if it's not enough." Yi Xian smiled slightly and said, "Comparing their wealth to your man, the Jinpeng group is seeking death." Undoubtedly, at this moment Yi Xian's face looked very much like the legendary nouveau riche, but he was even more cruel and crazy than the nouveau riche.
"Husband, are you sure you want to give me 20 billion? In fact, Xiao Bingning was a little confused. 20 billion was an astronomical figure for her.
However, if she had this money, the threat posed by the Jinpeng group would be easily resolved, and she could even launch an all-round counterattack.
"Thank you, husband." Xiao Bingning was moved and took a sip of wine on her man's handsome cheek.
Her face turned slightly red, which was very charming, especially under the light. It looked super beautiful.
"But, this guy dotes on me so much, isn't he afraid of becoming proud? Although, I really like this feeling." "Yeah."
He sniffed the fragrance of his beautiful wife and looked her up and down. "If you really want to thank me, please serve me well tonight."
Xiao Bingning. "Yi Xian, you, shameless." Hearing what that guy said, Xiao Bingning's beautiful eyes widened. How could that bastard do this?
This guy was actually taking advantage of the situation.
She would not be fooled.
However, her face flushed, and all kinds of possible scenes appeared in her head, and her heart began to beat violently.
He
started to get frivolous after just a few words, "But since my husband has helped me so much, it should be normal for me to sleep with him, right?
But, that guy seems to be much stronger than before. What should I do if I'm a little scared?"
Put.
Thinking of this, Xiao Bingning's face flushed and spread to the back of her ears. Her heart beat faster and faster. "Xiao Bingning, how can you lose without a fight? You should restore your wife's authority, right?"
For a moment, the beautiful lady's heart was panicked.
Chapter 75. Silly girl, why are you being polite to me? Nizi, what are you thinking about?
Yi Xian looked at the beautiful woman beside him suspiciously, and just happened to see her expression as if she had secretly made some decision.
And nothing.
Xiao Bingning's face flushed with guilt, but certain images emerged in her mind. How could she possibly tell the truth to that guy?
Yeah.
Yi Xian looked at his wife and wondered, "It feels weird."
"What's wrong?" "Drive carefully."
Xiao Bingning changed the subject and breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she was not discovered by that guy, otherwise it would be so embarrassing.
Ding.
The host spent 20 billion renminbi and gained 200 billion renminbi in wealth. While the beauty was blushing, she heard the sound of rebate in her ears. As expected, he made a small profit, which made Yi Xian in a good mood.
Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang.
It was Feng Jiao, who had just parted ways with him.
"Hey, benefactor, oh no, president."
After answering the phone, Feng Jiao's voice came from the other end. "I just got the news that the Jinpeng group wants to target the Xiao group."
Behind the Jinpeng group is the Lu family, the #1 family in Shanghai. I wonder if they are putting pressure on them. Need not.
Yi Xian nodded and smiled in refusal. Just kidding, such a good money-making tool cannot be easily pressured, but find out why they took action.
Yes, President.
After Feng Jiao hung up the phone respectfully, he immediately made arrangements.
Who is it? Xiao Bingning looked at Yi Xian and asked curiously. Oh, nothing.
Something happened at the Dylan group. Yi Xian said casually, then thought of something and looked at the beautiful woman beside him jokingly. "Wife Bingning, do you want to spar with me?"
Xiao Bingning,
Put.
You wish. She glanced at a certain guy in reproach.
Of course she knew what that guy meant by full body massage, and she would not be easily fooled. As they were talking, the DUN #1 villa appeared before their eyes.
Daddy, Mommy.
Hearing the sound of the supercar, the two little guys ran out excitedly. Looking at the super luxurious villa, they were still a little dazed until now.
Muah.
Xiao Bingning kissed her parents affectionately on the face. Her face was slightly dizzy and she felt a little embarrassed. "Uncle, hello, Auntie."
Hey.
When Ye's mother heard her daughter-in-law's super sweet voice, her face was filled with joy. Ye's father also enjoyed it very much.
How could he not be happy that his son had such a beautiful wife? Mom and Dad, you guys chat. I'll prepare dinner.
Yi Xian rubbed the two little guys' heads lovingly and smiled.
Yes. I can eat the food made by my dad again. Sumu Yue and the maids couldn't help but smile as they listened to what the two young ladies said.
After a while, the enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen. Even though Sumu Yue had learned only 30% to 40% of the cooking skills, she couldn't help but sigh that the young master's cooking skills were indeed much better than theirs.
Mom, Dad, eat it while it's hot. Obviously, this meal was not simple.
The old couple were given each a portion of physical fitness enhancing liquid so that they could deal with some minor problems in the future. Of course, the physical fitness enhancing fluid has another benefit, which is that it can prolong life to a certain extent.
Haha, okay.
Ye's father and mother naturally didn't know about this and just used a portion of the physical enhancement liquid. Hiccup. After dinner, the two little ones burped, and Mr. and Mrs. Yi also felt very happy after eating.
I feel a little hot.
At one point, Ye's mother felt that the effect of the medicine was a little strange, as the temperature was obviously not that high.
Really? I thought it was just me. Father Ye's face also turned slightly red at this moment.
Yi Xian smiled and said, "It should be that you are not used to the local climate."
Mom and Dad, let me give you acupuncture. Acupuncture.
After hearing this, Ye's mother looked at her son suspiciously. "You also know acupuncture?" I learned a few moves from a master before." Yi Xian, who had thought of what to say, spoke up. Xiao Bingning, who was standing beside him, thought of the last time she had acupuncture with him, and her face flushed.
Uncle and Aunt, Yi Xian is quite good at acupuncture.
You kid, really? Father Yi looked at his son and didn't expect that he knew acupuncture. "Come, try it on me first." Obviously, Ye's mother wanted to be the first test subject for her son, so if she didn't feel good about it, she would naturally give up.
Good.
Yi Xian naturally didn't care about the order, and started acupuncture with dozens of golden needles. Naturally, this acupuncture was to help the old couple absorb the medicine better.
Soon, as the medicine was absorbed, Father Ye's spirits became much better.
Feeling refreshed, Father Yi looked at his son in surprise. "Smelly boy, your acupuncture is really good.
Xiao, come and try it. I don't feel hot anymore."
When Ye's mother heard what Ye's father said, she looked at her son suspiciously. "Is it true?"
"The effect is so good."
A quarter of an hour later, both Ye's father and mother absorbed the medicine and became first-rate masters.
Of course, the old couple didn't know it. In the bedroom of the villa. "Thank you, husband."
Nestled in the arms of the person she loves, Xiao Bingning's beautiful eyes were filled with emotion.
"Silly girl, why are you being so polite to me?"
Yi Xian rubbed the beautiful lady's face lovingly. "My husband's is my wife Bingning's."
Xiao Bingning's face flushed, and she hugged her man tightly. As for the twin bears, they had already changed shape. "Husband, you pamper me so much, aren't you afraid that I will become proud?" "Then, be proud."
He scratched the beautiful lady's nose and said domineeringly, "Besides, your man is not someone you can't afford to spoil."
Chapter 76. What nonsense are you talking about? Who is looking at you? Not far from the Jinling Martial Arts Association.
Swish. Many figures appeared in the field, and the one leading them was very powerful and had reached perfection in martial arts. His name was Yu Fugue.
"Sir, the Jinling Martial Arts Association is ahead."
One of the subordinates on this trip spoke respectfully to Yu Fugue. After all, Yu Fugue was not only a master of martial arts, but also the confidant of Vice President Wan.
"Yeah."
Yu Fugue looked at the wuxie and smiled coldly. "Feng Jiaoyou, blame it on the fact that you are from the Feng family."
Feng Jiaoyou must die this time. As Wan Xiaotian's confidant, he naturally knew more.
Vice President Wan was a worshipper of the Jiang family in the imperial capital, so he was naturally hostile to the Feng family.
Yu Fugue's purpose of coming here is to remove obstacles for the Jiang family.
A quarter of an hour later, Feng Jiaoyou left the Martial Arts Association and drove towards the distance, but came to a road where few people went.
Sniff.
An attack forced them back, and then dozens of figures appeared on the scene.
Feeling the other person's aura, someone from the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association?
You are so brave. Feng Jiaoyou was extremely surprised. After all, he was the chief inspector of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association.
Feng Jiaoyou, how are you?
Just then, a low voice was heard, and then Yu Fugue appeared.
Yu Fugue, Wan Xiaotian's running dog.
When Feng Jiaoyou saw the person coming, his heart sank. He had always been at odds with Wan Xiaotian. The reason was that Wan Xiaotian was actually a worshipper of the Jiang family in the imperial capital.
Snort. Yufukue smiled coldly. You have sharp teeth and sharp tongue, and you don't even know that you are about to die.
Sir, let me try him. At this time, a mid-stage martial arts grandmaster next to him smiled and rushed towards Feng Jiuyo like lightning. The speed is so fast that the attack arrives in an instant.
Bang!
Before this mid-stage martial arts grandmaster could come to his senses, Feng Jiuyo slapped him and he flew away, seriously injured on the spot.
Puff! Blood spurted out, and the middle-stage martial arts master was stunned. You have reached the peak of martial arts master.
Feng Jiuyo, I didn't expect you to reach this level. Yufugue's expression changed drastically, but even so, I will still die today.
Everyone, kill him. With a loud clatter, dozens of at least top masters rushed forward, including no less than 5 martial arts masters. Such a lineup was unprecedentedly strong. Court death.
Feng Jiuyo had a solemn expression on his face as he rushed towards Yufugue. As long as he killed Yufugue, there would be no need to worry about the others.
At least he would be safe.
A few minutes later, Feng Jiuyo spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale.
Obviously, he alone could not face so many enemies and opponents.
Go to hell. When he was about to be captured, Yufugue attacked Feng Jiuyo at high speed with a scimitar. All his men were overjoyed, and Feng Jiuyo was doomed.
Yeah.
But at this moment, when Yufugue's fatal blow was about to arrive, a ghostly figure appeared in front of Feng Jiuyo and reached out to grab the oncoming scimitar.
The person who came was Shini. Bang!
The terrifying energy spread out in all directions. Yufugue's face changed drastically, and everyone around him was in disbelief.
What? Dao Dao's eyes fell on the field.
The ground cracked as it could not bear the weight, and then cracks spread out. Deking Yu's fatal blow was actually taken by a man with bare hands.
You must know.
Even a half-step martial arts grandmaster wouldn't dare to resist such an attack.
This person's strength. So strong.
Feng Jiuyo swallowed his saliva and looked at the man who appeared in front of him. He even felt that this man was stronger than his father.
Snap.
However, before everyone could react, the scimitar made of black iron in Yufugue's hand was broken into pieces and scattered all over the ground.
Puff. Then, Yufugue was blown away by the terrifying energy, blood spurting out of his mouth, his face as pale as paper, but his eyes looked at the opposite side in disbelief. You.
How is it possible?
Who are you?
Shock.
So shocking.
Yufugue's eyes were filled with fear. You know, even Vice President Wan couldn't possess such combat power.
Kill them all, leaving no one alive.
Shini ignored it, and his calm voice echoed in the air.
Swish.
Then, more than a dozen figures appeared in the field. However, when Yufugue and his men sensed the aura of more than a dozen people, they were all dumbfounded.
Master of martial arts. Dozens of martial arts masters run away.
Without even thinking, everyone, including Yufugue, wanted to escape.
What a joke! How could they fight like this?
They were on a completely different level.
And
the scene of Shini crushing the black iron scimitar with his bare hands still made them feel frightened.
Puff. Ah.
You can't kill me, I'm the chief inspector of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. There were shrill screams, which lasted no more than a minute, and everyone, including the martial arts master Yuanman Yufugue, died.
Then,
dozens of bone-eating powders penetrated into the corpse and turned into handfuls of flying ashes.
Chapter 77. Feng Qianquan was furious and wanted to kill the Daidu Martial Arts Association? Gulp.
Feng Jiuyo saw this and his eyelids twitched wildly. It was such a cruel method to destroy the body and cover up all traces. However, it was impossible for such super strength to do so. These people were subordinates of the president's benefactor.
Thank you, sir, for your help. Feng Jiuyo took a deep breath and bowed his head.
Even though he had already reached the perfection of a martial arts master, there were still several auras that made him feel pressured. He was probably at least half a step away from being a martial arts grandmaster, or even a martial arts grandmaster.
No problem.
Shini waved his hand and then said with a smile, "We are here to protect the Chamber of Commerce."
This is our responsibility. Protecting the Chamber of Commerce?
Feng Jiuyo was stunned when he heard this, and then said, "Could it be the president's benefactor?"
Good.
Shini smiled slightly and looked at the field filled with a strong smell of blood.
Withdraw.
Then, the figure disappeared in a flash, as if nothing had happened.
Hiss.
Feng Jiao took a deep breath and looked at the dozens of ashes floating on the ground in the wind.
Everything seemed like a dream.
As for Yu Fugui, he could never have imagined that he originally came to Jinling to investigate the extermination of the Xiao family in Jinling and to look for the whereabouts of Xiao Yuyun. He never expected that he would fall into the hands of Feng Jiao before the mission even began.
Sure enough, it's the president's man.
After a while, Feng Jiao came back to his senses and looked towards the direction of the Yuan Villa. It's unbelievable that the president has at least a late-stage martial arts grandmaster under his command, and there are no less than dozens of martial arts grandmasters.
It really makes me curious, what kind of person is the president's benefactor?
While murmured, Feng Jiao thought of the scene when he first met Yi Xian, and was instantly filled with emotion.
Imperial capital, Feng family manor. Ding-a-ling. Feng Qiankuan, who was taking over the Chun family's business in the imperial capital, received a phone call.
Hello, father. After the call was connected, Feng Jiao's voice came from the other end.
What did you say? Yu Fugui brought people to surround and kill you, how bold.
Okay, I got it.
After hanging up the phone, Feng Qiankuan's face was gloomy, and then a murderous aura surged around him. Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association, Wan Xiaotian is so bold.
I dare not break with the Jiang family.
You are just a vice president of the Martial Arts Association. Do you think you are so important? Thinking about what the Jiang family had done, Feng Qiankuan was furious. In that case, I'll charge you some interest first.
Narrowing his eyes, Feng Qiankuan had the confidence because under the mysterious medicine given by the adults, their Feng family, in addition to him, still had 2 martial arts grandmasters, 5 half-step martial arts grandmasters, and no less than 10 perfect martial arts masters.
Such a lineup is not weaker than the 4 major families in the imperial capital.
Certainly. This is the biggest trump card of their Feng family, and he will not easily expose it unless it is absolutely necessary.
Someone come. Follow me to the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. I want to kill someone.
Although you cannot reveal your cards, revealing a little bit may bring unexpected gains.
Half a day later.
Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association, in front of the headquarters.
Wan Xiaotian, come out and die.
The sound of thunder resounded throughout the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. After years of forbearance, Feng Qiankuan was ready to draw his sword, and his target was the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, Wan Xiaotian. Swish! Then, no less than 1,000 figures appeared on the field. The weakest ones were all first-rate masters, among whom there were hundreds of top masters and dozens of martial arts masters.
The imperial capital is sealed.
It's actually Feng Qiankuan. Is that old guy crazy? This is the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association.
Everyone looked at Feng Qiankuan in disbelief.
Obviously, even though the Feng family was second only to the 4 major families, they were undoubtedly courting death by openly attacking the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association, at least in their opinion.
Seal the universe. Wan Xiaotian's face was gloomy.
He never expected that the Feng family would come to the headquarters of the Martial Arts Association to attack, and he did not expect that Feng Qiankuan was not hurt at all.
Wasn't he destroyed by the Jiang family's martial arts grandmaster? An inevitable feeling comes to mind. Wan Xiaotian, you are so brave. Feng Qiankuan smiled coldly and looked at Wan Xiaotian as if he were a dead man. You sent your confidant Yu Fugui to assassinate my son Zhouyo.
Even if we are enemies with the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association today, I will kill you here.
Wow.
As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place was in an uproar, and everyone looked at Wan Xiaotian in disbelief. Their vice president Wan actually sent someone to assassinate the head of the Feng family.
Feng Qiankuan, stop talking nonsense.
Wan Xiaotian's face was cold. If this matter was confirmed, he would probably be finished.
Today, I want to kill Wan Xiaotian.
Feng Qiankuan narrowed his eyes and looked around. Whoever dares to stop me will be the enemy of our Feng family.
Kill.
Behind Feng Qiankuan were 2 half-step grandmasters and 5 martial arts masters with their perfect aura fully released, shocking everyone at the moment. The Feng family actually has so many experts. Everyone in the Martial Arts Association's faces changed drastically. Such a lineup is probably far beyond the first-rate families. Although it is not as good as the 4 major families, it is already very powerful. What did you say? Wang Qianjue, the president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association, who was about to take action, heard the words of a vice president beside him and his face darkened. Yu Fugui really went to Jinling and attacked Feng Jiao.
Wan Xiaotian, this is courting your own destruction.
Wan Qianjue took a deep breath and looked at Feng Qiankuan. Feng Qianquan has a long-lasting aura, and his strength has probably improved a lot. Since Wan Xiaotian wants to become the sword of the Jiang family, let's wait and see what happens. As a martial arts grandmaster and a perfect expert, Wang Qianjue naturally has to consider the overall situation. It would not be a bad thing if the four major families could be weakened to weaken the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association.
Chapter 78 Husband, was it you who built the Kunping Financial City? Die.
Wan Xiaotian's face was icy cold, his eyes flashed with a sharp light and turned into a stream of light as he rushed towards Feng Qianquan. Killing him would be a great achievement.
This is a mid-stage grandmaster.
Everyone in the Martial Arts Association was shocked when they sensed the aura of Wan Xiaotian. With this strength, only an adult could suppress him.
President, this. Next to Wang Qianjue, a vice president said solemnly, Wan Xiaotian is hiding very well. Could it be that the Jiang family wants to control the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association? Sniff.
Feng Qianquan swung the black iron sword in his hand, and the next moment, Wan Xiaotian was slashed away in front of everyone, with blood gushing out from his neck.
You, impossible.
Covering his neck, Wan Xiaotian stared at Feng Qianquan opposite him with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Martial Arts Grandmaster late stage.
Plop.
As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Xiaotian fell to the ground like a corpse with a strong sense of unwillingness, and the scene was dead silent.
Gulp. The vice president next to Wang Qianjue couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Feng Qianquan, actually, a late grandmaster? With such strength, I'm afraid the four major families would not dare to break away from it completely.
Hearing this, Wang Qianjue looked at Feng Qianquan meaningfully. He had of course thought of this. Although the four major families were not afraid of the late grandmaster, they would have to pay an unbearable price to destroy him. Feng Qianquan, firstly for revenge, secondly, to make an example of someone else.
The Feng family has always been at odds with the Jiang family, one of the four major families.
Now that Feng Qianquan has become a late-stage grandmaster, it is undoubtedly the worst news for the Jiang family. Everyone in the Martial Arts Association looked at Feng Qianquan with changed eyes.
No one could stop the rise of the Feng family.
No wonder they had been so high-profile in annexing the Chen family's businesses in the imperial capital recently.
In the room of Dun Villa. Ding-a-ling.
While we were being bored, a phone call came in.
Hey, Master Yi.
After answering the phone, Mu Hanshua's voice came from the other end. For some reason, Xiao Bingning felt a little sour when she heard the sweet voice.
Damn it, am I jealous of that guy? Kunping Financial City is opening. Will Wanjin merchants hold an auction? Okay, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bingning frowned. Kunping Financial City? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Bingning looked at her husband in disbelief. Husband, did you build Kunping Financial City?
Indeed, the recent development of Jinling No. 1 land has shaken the entire business community.
Of course.
He doted on the beautiful lady's blushing face and said, the land at Jinling No. 1 was bought by your man.
What?
Hearing someone's words, Xiao Bingning's beautiful eyes suddenly paused. Jinling No. 1 land, you bought it, this. So you are the one who bought the No. 1 plot of land for 15 billion. At this moment, Xiao Bingning realized how much of a spendthrift this guy was behind her back.
How is it? Are you overwhelmed by your man's arrogance?
Looking at the stunned beautiful woman in front of me jokingly, to be honest, this feeling is quite good.
Pooh.
Dump you big head ghost, are you crazy?
I glared at someone fiercely. What a fool. He couldn't spend money like this. Is the Jinling No. 1 land really worth 15 billion?
Of course, the beautiful lady didn't know that her man had made 150 billion yuan without any hesitation. Who knows how she would react if she knew? 15 billion, not only can you get the Jinling No. 1 land, but you can also make a huge profit of 150 billion.
Only a fool would not bid. Hey, husband. After a while, Xiao Bingning sighed, can you discuss your spending with me in the future? If you continue like this, even if I have a mountain of gold, you will squander it all.
Now they are a couple, and this guy's money is not theirs. She felt really distressed to spend 15 billion at once.
Oh well.
Yi Xian smiled slightly, but of course he didn't take it to heart. After all, his money would only increase and he would never be able to spend it all.
Chapter 79 How dare you talk to Master Yi? Jinling, Kunping Financial City. Squeak.
The Devil's Son supercar stopped in front of the financial city, and Mu Hanxue had been waiting here for a long time.
Master Yi, you are here. He pushed the door open and got out of the car, nodded slightly and then looked at Feng Jiuyo. Vice President Feng is here too. Meet the president. Feng Jiuyo bowed slightly, not daring to be negligent in the slightest. After all, he had witnessed Yi Xian's strength with his own eyes, and there was also a master who was at least in the late stage of martial arts grandmaster. After a while, we arrived at the auction box. What? Feng Jiuyo looked at the extremely precious liquid medicine in his hand with horror in his eyes. President, you are going to auction this kind of thing? Yi Xian smiled and said indifferently, with this item, today's Wanjin auction will definitely be a big hit. This. Hearing what his president said, Feng Jiuyo waited for a moment and nodded heavily. Okay then. If this item is successfully auctioned, Wanjin Chamber of Commerce will definitely become famous in the auction world. Undoubtedly. This is the best publicity. Master Yi, what is this? Mu Hanxue swallowed her saliva. She had personally experienced the magical effect of the medicine, and she thought something big was going to happen at today's auction. After all, there were many forces from outside Jinling that came to participate, and Feng Jiuyo quickly returned to arrange the auction for the medicine. I am very glad that you all can come to participate in the first auction of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. A total of 72 items are prepared for auction today. I hope that everyone can return with a full load. As the auction progressed, a vice president of the Jinling Martial Arts Association served as the auctioneer and the response on site was quite good. Until, one moment. President, the auction of that liquid medicine is about to begin. In the box, Feng Jiuyo looked at the stage expectantly, and the vice president of the Martial Arts Association who was in charge of the auction heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, the next item is a big shot who has entrusted my auction house to auction. This mysterious liquid medicine has the effect of improving strength. The specific effect varies from person to person. It has a good effect even on martial arts masters. There is only one of this thing today, so don't miss it. As soon as these words were spoken, all eyes fell on the auction table. The mysterious medicine had a good effect on martial arts masters. This undoubtedly has a fatal attraction to everyone. After all, it concerns their respective power, status, and interests. Of course, if you find it not worth it after buying it, my auction house will unconditionally refund the bid amount. After a warm-up, the photographers who were originally hesitant also became interested. The auction reserve price is 100 million, and each bid increase must be no less than 10 million. The auction begins. With one blow of the hammer, various forces became active. 100 million. 200 million. Soon, the price exceeded 1 billion. After all, 1 billion was nothing to a martial arts master, not to mention that there were strong forces behind such a being. 2 billion. At this moment, a voice came from a box not far away. Feng Jiuyo narrowed his eyes after hearing it. President, the person in the box is Lu Jiuyang, the eldest son of the Zhonghai Liu family. Zhonghai Liu family? Hearing Feng Jiuyo's words, Yi Xian looked towards the box. The power behind the Jinpeng group? 3 billion. As the price climbed, Lu Jiuyang soon lost his patience and finally bid a whopping 10 billion yuan for the deal. Those who originally wanted to bid gave up after weighing the pros and cons. After all, it was not worth it to offend the number one family in Shanghai for a bottle of medicine. Is there a higher price than 10 billion? Well, that's the case. The auctioneer was quite excited. The medicine liquid that their Chamber of Commerce president had bought was sold at a sky-high price of 10 billion. Congratulations to young Master Lu of Zhonghai for winning the mysterious medicine liquid. Not long after, Lu Jiuyang got the mysterious medicine in his hand and a smile appeared on his face. As the number one family in Zhonghai, although they have tens of billions, it is nothing to him. Hiss. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room gasped and looked towards the box where Lu Jiuyang was with envy. They were worthy of being the number one family in Zhonghai. Such a move was not something that ordinary forces could match. Watching Lu Jiuyang take the medicine, Yi Xian smiled slightly, then took out a black card. Hanxue, this card has 30 billion, continue to develop land number 1. Ha! Looking at the black card in his hand, Mu Hanxue was stunned. Master Yi, there are only more than 1 billion left of the previous 10 billion funds. No problem. Mu Hanxue hadn't finished speaking when Yi Xian interrupted her and said, just save it for later use. Feng Jiuyo, Listening to the words of his own president, he waved his hand and gave away 30 billion. Even the descendants of the 4 major families in the imperial capital did not dare to do such a thing. The future of Jinling is really exciting. Oh well. Mu Hanxue nodded silently.
After all, it was estimated that the 30 billion yuan would not be enough to develop land number 1 in this place.
Ding!
The host spent 30 billion renminbi and gained 300 billion renminbi in wealth. As the auction was coming to an end, Yi Xian heard the sound of a huge profit of 300 billion. If the outside world knew about this speed of making money, even the world's richest man would be amazed. If Xiao Bingning saw Yi Xian squandering 30 billion yuan, I wonder if she would fight with him for 300 rounds to rectify her position as wife.
The auction ended and Lu Jiuyang came out of the box.
Boy, stop.
Seeing Yi Xian, Lu Jiuyang's eyes sparkled, and he walked over with 2 of his men. You are Xiao Bingning's pretty boy. Bang! Before Lu Jiuyang could finish his words, Mu Hanxue slapped him and knocked him out.
After all, Lu Jiuyang was just a first-rate master, while Mu Hanxue had already reached the peak of the first-rate master level.
Presumptuous. How do you talk to Master Yi? Lu Jiuyang's face was gloomy, and he looked at Mu Hanxue fiercely. Bitch, I will make your life worse than death. Sniff.
2 figures attacked Mu Hanxue, but they were slapped away by Feng Jiuyou twice, spitting blood. They looked at Feng Jiuyou in disbelief. Master of martial arts.
Asshole.
Lu Jiuyang's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Boy, wait for me.
Walk. After saying these harsh words, Lu Jiuyang left the auction venue with his 2 men.
He knew that the other party was guarded by a martial arts master and he would not get any advantage.
Ha!
When Mu Hanxue saw Lu Jiuyang and the others leave, she breathed a sigh of relief and said solemnly, Young Master Yi, it is impossible for Lu Jiuyang to bring only 2 half-step martial arts masters.
I'm afraid there will be trouble next. Fine.
Yi Xian waved his hand and looked in the direction where Lu Jiuyang and the other 2 were leaving. He didn't take it seriously at all. If this playboy from the Lu family dares to come, I can just catch all the Lu family members who come to Jinling Zhenghai in one fell swoop.
Oh. Hearing his own president's words, Feng Jiuyou narrowed his eyes, and then looked towards Zhenghai. President, is this going to take action against the Lu family of Zhenghai? You know. The president is a martial arts master.
The Lu family of Zhenghai is no match for him.
The Lu family is probably finished this time. Chapter 80, Lu Jiuyang's death, the mysterious person behind the Zhenghai Lu family? Outside the financial city, there is little traffic. Swish.
A figure appeared in the scene, and this person was Lu Jiuyang, who was slapped by Mu Hanxue.
What a magical medicine.
Lu Jiuyang narrowed his eyes, feeling the energy surging in his body. It was amazing that he was already half a step away from becoming a martial arts master.
A single portion of medicine could make him so extraordinary.
One could imagine how extraordinary the person who possessed this medicine was. Congratulations, young master, on your great increase in strength. A late-stage martial arts grandmaster beside Lu Jiuyang congratulated him with sparkling eyes. If he had this kind of medicine, he might be able to become a half-step martial arts grandmaster in one fell swoop. Uncle Quan, after we deal with this kid, come with me to the Sihai Chamber of Commerce.
Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Thinking of this, Lu Jiuyang's mouth curved up.
If they could get more medicinal liquid, their Zhenghai Lu family would surely soar to the sky, and they would not be afraid of even the 4 major families in the imperial capital.
Master, that boy is here.
At this time, the Lu family's half-step martial arts master's subordinate spoke up.
Oh.
After hearing this, Lu Jiuyang looked over and saw Yi Xian and Mu Hanxue walking towards him.
Get started. Lu Jiuyang smiled coldly.
Not only had he become a half-step martial arts master, he had also gathered all the masters of the Lu family in Jinling. That kid was doomed to die. However, if he knew that the mysterious medicine he just took was provided by Yi Xian, I wonder if he would still have the confidence.
Laugh.
A sand truck blocked the way of Yi Xian and the other man, and then more than 10 figures appeared on the scene. The weakest among them were all top masters, and there were 5 or 6 martial arts masters. Such a lineup is not inferior to the first-rate forces in the imperial capital. The strength of the Zhenghai Lu family is probably comparable to that of the Chen family in the imperial capital.
Boy. Lu Jiuyang looked at Yi Xian in front of him and smiled coldly. Wasn't he quite arrogant just now? Now that you don't have a martial arts master, I wonder who can save you.
Lu Jiuyang, who was already half a step away from becoming a martial arts master, had a mocking expression on his face, and he had no idea who the object of his mockery was.
Master, I'm here to destroy him.
The late-stage martial arts grandmaster of the Lu family gave a sinister smile. He was thinking of going to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce after finishing the job, and he had no time to waste on such a small character.
It's okay to blame you, you shouldn't have offended my young master.
The late-stage grandmaster of the Lu family punched Yi Xian in the heart with a brutal and ruthless move.
Lu Jiayan looked at Mu Hanxue, who had hit him before, and said, "Bitch, I will let you know how powerful I am later." Bang!
But at this moment, the late-stage grandmaster of the Lu family was slapped into a bloody mist by Yi Xian before he could even scream.
What? The sudden scene shocked everyone present. What did they see? A powerful late-stage martial arts grandmaster was actually turned into a bloody mist by that brat's palm? How is that possible?
You know, that's the late stage of martial arts grandmaster.
Even the half-step martial arts grandmaster of their Lu family can't do that. Is that possible? This kid is a martial arts grandmaster. You? Lu Jiayan was shocked and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Such a young martial arts master, this is impossible. Swish.
At this moment, several figures appeared on the scene, led by Shenqi.
Master, what should we do with these people?
When he arrived at the scene, Shenqi was not worried about his master's safety at all. After all, let alone Lu Jiayan and his ilk, even all the masters in the entire Zhanghai combined would not be a match for his master.
Kill him. Yi Xian glanced at Lu Jiayan and his group, then turned and left. Withdraw. Seeing that the other party was relaxed, Lu Jiayan made a decisive decision. Are you kidding?
It wasn't that he wanted to leave, but he could feel the aura of several people around him. Any one of them was as strong as a half-step martial arts grandmaster, plus what had just happened.
Lu Jiayan knew that the man in front of him was not someone he and the Lu family could afford to provoke.
Although their Zhanghai Lu family wanted to get in touch with that big shot, and this was also the reason why they took action against the Xiao group, but now they are afraid that something big will happen to the Xiao family.
Puff puff puff.
Not long after they left, Lu Jiayan and more than 10 others were all killed, and then turned into ashes under the control of the bone-eating powder. These people were the ones that the Lu family, who were behind the Jinpeng group, relied on.
Young Master Yi, walk slowly.
After visiting plot number 1, Yi Xian drove his supercar to the Xiao family villa because he was going to attend a family dinner at his father-in-law's house today.
Jinling, Xiao family manor. Hello, uncle.
Arriving at the villa, a group of maids came to greet them.
Xiao Yi, you're here.
When they arrived at the villa, Xiao's mother greeted them warmly.
Xiao's father looked at his son-in-law with a complicated expression.
He naturally understood that the reason why the Xiao family could become one of the 3 major families in Jinling was entirely because of him.
A small gift is not a sign of respect. Yi Xian handed the brocade box to Uncle Fu and said with a smile, and Uncle Fu opened it and took a look. Master, this is liquid medicine. Uncle Fu was shocked. Wow, there were 10 bottles of physical enhancement liquid in front of him. This gift is so precious. Ahem.
You are thoughtful, kid. Father Xiao coughed dryly, even though his heart was in turmoil.
If used well, their Xiao family could easily have dozens more martial arts masters. Moreover, if he takes another dose, he will most likely become a martial arts master in the late stage, or even higher. A little while later, in the study. Xiao Yi, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce.
Father Xiao pondered for a moment before asking, but when he learned that the members of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce were stunned.
What?
Hearing what his son-in-law said, Father Xiao looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. The Jinling Martial Arts Association has joined the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, and there are also the Jinling Qin family, the Li family, and the Dylan group.
It's terrifying when you think about it.
Father Xiao was completely upset at this moment. So many forces established the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, and this guy was the president. Xiao Shen, does that mean that the entire Jinling is yours now?
Gudu swallowed his saliva.
He was really shocked by his son-in-law's actions.
Uncle, I wonder if the Xiao group has offended anyone in Zhanghai recently. Zhanghai?
Hearing this, Father Xiao frowned and then shook his head. No, Xiao group has been developing in Jinling all these years.
Yeah.
After a pause, Yi Xian continued, Uncle, do you know that behind the recent competitor of Xiao's group, Jinpeng Group, is the Lu family, the first family in Zhanghai, and the Lu family's playboy Lu Jiayan has already come to Jinling?
Is this true? Apparently, Father Xiao didn't know, but he still frowned. The Zhanghai Lu family and the Xiao family have never had any intersection before? Ding dong.
At this moment, Yi Xian received a message, Master, the Zhanghai Lu family is targeting the Xiao group, most likely targeting Miss Bingning.
It seems that there are other people behind the Zhanghai Lu family. Court death.
With a snap, the phone was crushed into powder by Yi Xian, which shocked his father-in-law. My goodness, this kid seems to have become stronger again. Chapter 81 Xiao, I didn't expect your cooking skills to be so good. What? Hearing his son-in-law's words, Father Xiao's face changed drastically. Xiao Yi, are you saying that someone behind the Zhenghai family is eyeing Bing Ning? How is this possible? Father Xiao was obviously a little unconvinced. Their Xiao family had always been low-key, so how could they provoke an existence that the Lu family of Shanghai wanted to curry favor with? It is still unknown who it is. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian thought of something. Uncle, do you remember the cursed jade pendant? Jade pendant? Father Xiao is not a fool, so he naturally understood what he meant. Xiao Yi, you mean that the person behind the Zhenghai Lu family may be related to the person who cursed the jade pendant for my ancestor? It's just a guess. Yi Xian pondered and continued, but it's better to be careful recently. I will send some people to protect the Xiao family manor. This, thank you, Xiao Ye. After hearing this, Xiao's father's face was full of guilt, but he did not refuse. After all, he knew very well that although the Xiao family was much stronger now, it was still far behind the Zhenghai Lu family. After talking for a while, the two came out of the study. Daddy! Daddy! The two little girls, Xinxin and Tongtong, just came to the villa with Xiao Bingning at this time. They skillfully threw themselves into their daddy's arms, and were affectionate with each other. When Father Xiao saw this, a knowing smile appeared on his face, and he couldn't help but sigh. Thanks to Xiaoya, otherwise the Xiao family would have a hard time ahead. Soon, the tempting smell of rice came into the nose from the kitchen. Mother Xiao looked towards the kitchen in surprise. Xiao Yi, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Of course. When the two little guys heard what their grandmother said, they raised their chins proudly and said with a smile, Daddy is so awesome. Yeah, Mom knows best, right? After hearing this, Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at the two little guys, but then her face turned red, and no one knew what she was thinking about. The villa is brightly lit and the atmosphere is harmonious. Ugh. At one point, Mother Xiao couldn't help but dry heave, then ran to the side, and Xiao Bingning asked with concern, Mom, are you okay? No, it's been a few days. Mother Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the dining table. Yi Xian saw his mother-in-law's expression. Auntie, how about I take your pulse? Yes. After hearing this, Xiao Bingning said with concern, Mom, Yi Xian's acupuncture is pretty good. Is that so? Well, okay then. Thinking about the reactions of the past few days, Xiao's mother nodded. A little. Yi Xian looked strange. Seeing this, Xiao Bingning asked suspiciously, Yi Xian, how is it? Everyone else in the villa looked at their son-in-law, saying that their wife had been suffering from these symptoms for several days. Auntie, congratulations on your pregnancy. Ha! After hearing this, Xiao Bingning paused, and looked at her mother in surprise. Yi Xian, you didn't make a mistake, did you? My mom is pregnant? In fact, this information had a big impact on her. Her child with a certain pervert was already more than 3 years old, and she told her mother that she was pregnant. This, Xiao Ye is real. When Father Xiao heard this, his eyes sparkled. You know, this is very important to the Xiao family. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and continued, according to the pulse, it should be about a month. More than a month? Thinking of this, Father Xiao couldn't help but think of the time when he lifted the cursed jade pendant. It was exactly more than a month ago. Xiao Yi, I'm really pregnant. Mother Xiao was also a little confused, and her face flushed for a moment. After all, she knew very well how hard Father Xiao had worked during this period. If she had not already become a first-class master, she would have been tormented by him long ago. Yi Xian did not speak, but nodded slightly, then quickly wrote a prescription. Uncle, this prescription can be obtained by someone, it has a good effect on preserving the fetus. This, Xiao Ye, thank you uncle. With such good news, Xiao's father felt like he was 10 years younger. Maybe this was a big fat boy, and the Xiao family would have an heir. Wow. After hearing this, the two little guys blinked their curious eyes at their grandmother's belly, and then looked at their mother innocently. Mom, are we going to have a little uncle? Puff. Xiao Bingning, who was originally stunned, couldn't help laughing when she heard what the two little guys said. That should be it. Of course, Xiao Bingning knew that her father had always wanted a male heir to inherit the family business. Yes. Grandma is awesome. Xinxin and Tongtong came to Xiao's mother and looked at her curiously. Her mother blushed a little after hearing these words, and she glanced at Xiao's father, who was very happy without leaving a trace.
Oh my god, madam, is pregnant? No wonder madam likes sour food, it turns out it's a pregnancy reaction.
Hey, that's good now, our Xiao family is going to have a young master again.
Yeah, it's going to be lively again. I'm looking forward to it.
The maids were chattering, and Uncle Fu was surprised but also happy. The fact that the Xiao family had no young master was the master's biggest worry.
After dinner, in the room. Ha!
Xiao Bing concentrated and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking about the scene just now. My mother is actually pregnant, it feels like a dream?
That's right. Soon Xiao Bingning thought of something and said nervously, husband, are you sure? If it's just a false happiness. Boom!
Before she could finish, Yi Xian hit her on the head, causing Xiao Bingning to groan in pain.
Bingning, my wife, you don't believe in your husband's medical skills.
Then he looked at the beautiful lady meaningfully and said with a smile, don't wives know how powerful their husbands are?
There is nothing wrong with my mother-in-law getting pregnant, and it's a boy.
It won't be long before I have a brother-in-law. Thinking about the two little ones having an uncle who is younger than them, that scene is quite exciting. The host's mother-in-law was successfully found to be pregnant, and 20 billion renminbi will be awarded. While he was sighing, Yi Xian heard a system voice in his ears, which made him stunned.
What the hell? How can I give him 20 billion when my mother-in-law is pregnant?
It has to be said that the system's various ways of giving money are becoming more and more excessive. Then, bring up the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Realm, early stage of King Wu.
Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopter.
Wealth, 1.395 trillion renminbi.
Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curled up as he got further and further away on the road to becoming a trillionaire.
This feeling was really good. Chapter 82 Brother-in-law, how do you know my mother is pregnant with a son? Ding-a-ling.
Lin Ningxue had just returned to the room when Xiao Qian called. This Xiao Qian failed at the critical moment.
What nonsense are you talking about? Listening to someone's words, Xiao Bingning glared at him fiercely. Hello, President Xia.
After the call was connected, Xiao Qian's pleasant voice came from the other end, that Mr. Yi should be here too.
I'm sorry, Mr. Xia. I didn't mean to disturb you. Xiao Bingning, Hearing Xiao Qian's explicit words, Xiao Bingning's face turned red. No, what's going on?
He gave someone a warning look, asking him to calm down, and then started talking to Xiao Qian.
What?
Soon, Xiao Bingning sat up after hearing the news from Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian, you said that Jinpeng Group has withdrawn from Jinling. The news made Xiao Bingning extremely concerned.
How could it be?
Although the Jinpeng Group has only been in Jinling for a short time, it has invested at least tens of billions of dollars.
Now they are withdrawing their investment.
No one would believe it if they say nothing happened.
Why hasn't this been found out yet?
After a pause, Xiao Qian continued, however, according to rumors within the Jinpeng Group, it seems that something has happened to the person in charge of the Jinpeng Group.
Person in charge, something happened? Okay, I understand.
After hanging up the phone, Xiao Bingning frowned, obviously still confused.
Hubby, what do you think?
In fact, what happened here was beyond her expectations, so she asked her man.
Jinpeng Group is withdrawing its investment. Isn't this a bad thing?
He held the beauty in his arms and held the two bears again, which made the beauty give him a frown. It's a good opportunity to push Xia Group to Shanghai and establish a branch. Yi Xian naturally didn't care about this. After all, he was the instigator. Let alone Shanghai, even if he wanted to, it would only take a few minutes to bring the Xia Group into the imperial capital.
Creating a branch, are you crazy?
When Xiao Bingning heard a certain guy's idea, she was stunned. This guy actually wanted to open a branch of Xia Group in Shanghai.
What's the matter?
Yi Xian smiled slightly and said, your man is responsible for everything.
Besides, Xia Group has joined Wanjin Chamber of Commerce.
Your man is a founder of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce.
Tisk. Look at what you can do, virtue. Glancing at someone, Xiao said, but husband, are you really planning to let me open a branch in Zhonghai? Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly. The money-making tool of the Zhenghai Lu family has not yet been used, so how can he be taken offline? On the other hand, he also wanted to take the opportunity to see who was behind the Zhenghai Lu family targeting his woman. Thinking of this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Regardless of public or private reasons, Zhenghai was imperative. That's right. Yi Xian then took out a bank card and placed it on the double bears. Here is 30 billion, consider it as me funding my baby to establish a branch in Zhenghai. What? Husband, you. 30 billion. Xiao Bingning picked up the bank card, her pretty face full of disbelief. This is too much money. There is still a lot left from the 10 billion before. This is pocket money given by my husband. Just take it if you are asked to. The operation of swiping money cannot be vague, and as for taking it back, what a joke. He will only earn more, it is impossible to take it back. Pocket money? Hearing her man's words, Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at him. I will be proud if you spoil me so much. Then be proud. As he spoke, he put his arm around the beautiful woman's slender waist and said, your man is not short of money, so this can be considered as buying property for my future brother-in-law. Put. Xiao Bingning glared at someone. Brother-in-law, how do you know my mother is pregnant with a son? Certainly. Your man is very capable. At this time, the beautiful lady Shuang Xiong had already fallen for her. My wife Bingning should know this best. I don't know. Xiao Bingning's face turned extremely red, and she was really a little crazy. What should she do if she really wanted to beat that guy up? Ding. The host spent 30 billion renminbi and gained 300 billion renminbi in wealth. While flirting, Yi Xian heard the sound of the system, which made the corners of his mouth curve. If we talk about the beautiful woman in the arms of the money-making tool, she must be the first one. He. However, the wicked smile on his lips caused Xiao Bingning to roll her eyes. What bad things are you thinking of again, you guy? Tell the truth, otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. As she spoke, Xiao Bingning used a move that could cut off her offspring, which gave Yi Xian a startle. Bingning, my wife, you are asking for this. I hope your husband will not take charge of your position today. You, husband, I was wrong, Before the beautiful lady could finish her words, her red lips were blocked, but fortunately Yi Xian had the foresight to use the soundproofing technique. I don't know how much time has passed. Xiao Bingning snuggled in her man's arms. At this moment, she regretted letting that guy use the sealing technique. After fighting for such a long time, she didn't feel that tired at all. If this had happened before, I would have fallen asleep countless times. It's so difficult. Honey, are we really going to Zhonghai tomorrow? After hearing what her man said, Xiao Bingning felt unsure. Although this guy was rich and had the support of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, it was a bit too much of a stretch to set up a branch of the group so quickly. Of course. Yi Xian scratched the beautiful lady's face and said with a smile, this trip to Zhonghai, your husband will make all the arrangements for you. However, he did not know that once he went to Zhonghai, he would directly overturn the sky of Zhonghai. Of course, this is all a story for later. Chapter 83, Husband, I have a license, so I can kiss you anywhere. The next day, early morning. Wow. Dad, we are going to Zhonghai to play. After breakfast, Xinxin and Tongtong were extremely excited when they heard that they were going to Zhonghai. Xiao Bingning glared at someone, thinking that this guy might have an important position in the hearts of the two little ones. China overseas? Hearing this, Father Xia and Uncle Fu looked at each other. They talked a lot yesterday and vaguely guessed Yi Xian's intention of going to Zhonghai. Go to Zhonghai, it's a good place. After thinking for a moment, Mother Xia continued, by the way, Xiaoye, have you booked your tickets? I'll ask someone to help you book them? No, Auntie. The people who are picking us up should be here soon. Just as everyone arrived at the door of the villa, the sound of a helicopter was heard in the air. This is a thunder attack helicopter. When Uncle Fu saw the helicopter in the sky, he was shocked and whispered in Father Xiao's ear, Master, it is said that this helicopter is worth 300 million yuan. It will not be damaged even if it is hit by a shell. An armed helicopter worth 300 million. Father Xiao's mouth twitched as he looked at the landing helicopter. That brat was such a spendthrift. Wow, my uncle is so rich. Yeah, that's too arrogant. He just bought a helicopter. I'm so envious. The young lady and her two little ladies are so happy. Hearing the chattering of the maids, Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes. It was obvious that someone was letting him take the limelight again. Goodbye, Grandpa and Grandma. After getting on the helicopter, Xin and Tong waved goodbye and left the manor under the watchful eyes of her father-in-law and his entourage. It wasn't until he disappeared into the distance that everyone came back to their senses. Master, is it really okay for the son-in-law and the young lady to go to Shanghai like this? After pondering for a moment, Uncle Fu expressed his concerns. After all, the person behind the Shanghai Lu family was targeting his own young lady. No problem. Father Xiao pondered for a moment, then looked meaningfully in the direction where the helicopter disappeared. With Xiaoya here, no one in Shanghai can hurt Bingning even a hair. Perhaps, that kid wanted to use this to lure out the person behind the Shanghai Lu family. Father Xiao thought so, but he didn't know that taking Xiao Bingning to Shanghai was purely for them to travel and there was no bait at all. Half a day later. Shanghai, Shenzhen Wine House. Hello, Mr. Yi. Hello, madam. When the helicopter landed, the person who greeted them was Mu Hanxue, and unexpectedly, Feng Zhouyo as well. Vice President Feng, you're here too? After hearing this, Feng Zhouyo smiled and said, President, I am here to participate in the Shanghai martial arts auction. It is said that there will be many good things in this auction. I wonder if the president is interested in participating? Martial arts auction? Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It sounded like a high-end game. If he could participate, he would probably be able to make a lot of money. Okay. After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian agreed. Xiao Bingning couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This guy wanted to show off again. Really, that's great. After hearing this, Feng Zhouyo's face lit up. It just so happens that I can introduce a good friend to the president. Dad, I'm going too. And me. Xingxin and Tong were chirping, and Yi Xian rubbed the two little guys' heads lovingly. Okay, Daddy will take you with me. Night falls, Shanghai Ninth Heaven. Wow. Dad, it's so beautiful here. After getting off the car, the two little guys looked at the luxuriously built nine heavens with their eyes shining with excitement. Master Yi, you are here. At this moment, Mu Hanshua's voice rang out, and it was obvious that she had been waiting in front of the ninth heaven gate for a long time. More than 10 minutes later. Martial arts auction, in the box. Hello, President. Feng Zhouyo came to the box, solemnly and respectfully. Xiao Bingning frowned slightly, obviously hearing him call her man like that again, but she didn't ask due to the occasion. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and Mu Hanxue stood behind him and didn't dare to sit down. Well, I'm glad that you all took the time to attend the Shanghai Martial Arts Auction held every 3 years. This time, it is hosted by the Shanghai Martial Arts Association. Thank you for your continued support. Next, let's auction the first item, a mysterious ancient jade. After a pause, the auctioneer on the stage explained, this mysterious ancient jade was discovered by our Martial Arts Association by chance. It has the effect of warming the spirit and concealing the legendary martial spirit aura. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. To warm the spirit and conceal the breath? Oh. Hearing this, Yi Xian's heart moved. This is a good thing. The reserve price for this ancient jade is 1 billion renminbi. Each bid must be no less than 500 million renminbi. The bidding begins. With a bang and the hammer struck, the auction began. 1 billion. As soon as it fell, someone in the field started bidding. 2 billion. The photographers in the field took action one after another, while a man in another box took a deep breath. This man was none other than Shanghai No. 1 who lived in the Lu family, but his identity was not revealed at this moment. 5 billion. Lu Chongshan took a deep breath and quoted a price. He was Lu Jiuyong's second uncle. He narrowed his eyes and said, we must get this thing. With this thing, our Lu family will definitely be able to get in touch with that big shot. Only in this way can we make up for Jinling's mistakes and make that big shot unhappy. 10 billion. A voice came from another box, and Xiao Bingning was stunned when she heard the voice beside her. Is that guy crazy? He just came to the auction and made a move? Court death. Lu Chongshan's face was gloomy, and his fascinating eyes fell on the box where Yi Xian was. Ego, check who that boy in the box is for me. How dare you to steal things from my Shanghai Lu family? Chapter 84, Tongzi's transformation into a wealthy man, and his encounter with a mysterious little girl of forbidden body. 11 billion. Lu Chongshan's eyes flashed with fierceness.
If this wasn't a public place, he would have rushed over and killed him long ago.
20 billion.
A calm voice came from the box where Yi Xian was.
Gotcha.
Lu Chongshan exerted force with his hands, and cracks appeared on the agarwood chair immediately, which then spread to the entire chair. The aura of a late-stage martial arts grandmaster surged out, but was quickly restrained.
Master Yi, this. Mu Honshue's eyelids twitched when she heard this.
It was the first time she had seen such a bidding. Even Feng Jiuyo, who had seen a lot of things, was stunned.
President, this is really a waste of money. Could it be that this mysterious ancient jade is not simple? Thinking of this, Feng Jiuyo nodded secretly.
It seemed that this should be the case, but he had no idea that the fact was completely different. The reason why Yi Xian took action was very simple, just 2 words: making money. Hiss. The auctioneer at the auction table gasped.
Wow!
It was the first time he had seen such a domineering man. In his opinion, it was already very good that this ancient jade could be auctioned for 10 billion.
20 billion renminbi, is there any more? This item can help masters below the level of martial spirit to conceal their aura. Don't miss it.
The auctioneer shouted loudly, obviously wanting to get a higher price for this ancient jade. However, it was obvious that although the various forces were not short of money, they were not fools. In that case, 20 billion renminbi for the first time.
20 billion renminbi for the second time. 20 billion renminbi for the third time.
With a snap, the hammer was finalized, and the auctioneer breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations to this gentleman for buying the mysterious ancient jade for 20 billion renminbi. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar at the scene. For a moment, the eyes of those looking at the box where Yi Xian was changed. They looked so arrogant. No one knew who the big shot was in that box. Detect the mysterious ancient jade that the host has taken, and give the ancient jade to upgrade it to conceal the aura of the martial king. A voice suddenly sounded in his ears, which made Yi Xian stunned.
Concealing the aura of King Wu?
Wow, I didn't expect there would be an unexpected surprise.
So this ancient jade can allow me to perfectly hide my aura, wow.
Good job, this operation is very good. If this ability were known to everyone, I'm afraid that not only 20 billion, but even 30 billion, or even 50 billion, would be fought over.
President, could it be that this mysterious ancient jade is extraordinary?
Feng Jiuyo pondered for a moment and finally asked, after all, 20 billion is no small amount of money.
I guess so.
Yi Xian smiled slightly, then handed the ancient jade to Xiao. Come on, Nizi, this is for you.
Ha!
Hearing her man's words, Xiao was stunned. Give me this ancient jade. You know, the guanyin tear around her neck cost her a whopping 8 billion yuan, and now the mysterious ancient jade worth 20 billion yuan has been returned to me.
Even if she squanders her money, she doesn't have to drag me along.
Of course, otherwise why would my husband take pictures of it? Yi Xian raised his head in an expression of offering flowers to Buddha, but it made Mu Honshue's mouth twitch.
Young Master Yi was so domineering, and he doted on young madam very much.
If anyone dares to attack the young lady in the future, I'm afraid young Master Yi will definitely wipe out all 18 of their clans.
For a moment, Xiao was speechless.
When she reacted, the ancient jade was already on her waist. The moment she put it on, she felt her fatigue disappear. The effect of this jade is amazing. Of course, Xiao didn't know that with Tongzi's blessing, the effect of this ancient jade would be several times better. Although Xinxing Tongtong didn't know what happened, she also realized that her father must be super handsome.
Ding!
The host spent 20 billion renminbi and gained 200 billion renminbi in wealth. Hearing the system sound ringing in his ears again, Yi Xian's smile deepened. From Xiao perspective, he looked extremely handsome, making her heart beat fast. However, although 200 billion is not a small amount, I always feel a lack of satisfaction after 1 trillion. Detect that the host is dissatisfied with the speed of wealth increase. Increase the consumption rebate to 1,000 times permanent.
Cough.
After hearing the system's words, Yi Xian was really choked by Tongzi's sudden and outrageous operation. To be honest, he was a little confused at this moment.
1,000 times rebate, wow.
In other words, if the rebate is upgraded, the rebate of 20 billion will be 1,000 times that of 20 trillion.
So awesome.
Yi Xian was shocked.
Damn it.
At this moment, he felt like he was only a few auctions away from buying the entire world.
What is a super rich person?
At this moment, Yi Xian felt that Tongzi felt that these two words were well deserved. Compared to the 900 trillion dog gold and the invincible rich man in his previous life, they are completely not enough in front of Tongzi today, and he is defeated in seconds without leaving anything. It can be said that the word super rich was interpreted to the fullest by Tongzi.
Cool. This operation is so cool.
Detection of host satisfaction with the system has soared, and a gift of 500 billion renminbi.
Tongzi's words almost made Yi Xian choke and go to jail. This operation was unprecedentedly cool.
Damn it, 500 billion renminbi was given away just because the satisfaction level soared.
Is Tongzi going crazy? Yi Xian, are you okay?
Seeing her man being choked, Xiao Bingning hurriedly asked with concern.
Ahem, well, it's okay.
Yi Xian waved his hands. Even if he told the truth at this moment, he would probably be regarded as a hallucinogen by the beautiful woman.
Joke? If the person closest to you told you that he or she was given 500 billion, what would be your reaction? Yes, someone gave me some money.
Yi Xian breathed a sigh of relief and said casually.
Give you money? Xiao Bingning looked at her man suspiciously, obviously not understanding what this meant. The auction continues until it reaches the finale. Okay, let's move on to the last item.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to the auction table, because many of them came for this mysterious finale item.
Crash.
At this moment, a cage appeared on the auction table, and inside the cage was a little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, with disheveled hair and dirty face, but it still couldn't hide her pretty face. However, there was a faint murderous aura emanating from her, and the little girl was in a completely abnormal condition.
This is a forbidden body. When he saw Yi Xian on the auction stage, an expression of disbelief appeared on his face.
According to his knowledge of medical skills, this kind of physique was said to be envied by heaven and earth, or it could be said that this kind of existence should not appear in the world.
Wow, I have found a treasure.
On the auction stage, the auctioneer was full of fear, even though he was a martial arts master. He took a deep breath and said, I believe you all have sensed that this little girl's identity is mysterious. She was entrusted to me by a Miaojiang martial arts master to auction her.
Grandmaster of martial arts?
Wow, no wonder this little girl could be subdued.
But I'm afraid that this little girl will be photographed for an astronomical amount of money next. Chapter 85, Thousand-fold consumption rebate, making a profit of 30 trillion.
The auctioneer on the stage had a smile on his face. Next, the auction of the mysterious little girl with no reserve price begins. As the voice fell, the whole audience was stunned. It seemed that the auction with no reserve price was very confident about this item.
1 billion. 3 billion.
Various forces were bidding. The little girl in the cage had murderous intent and fear in her eyes. Even though she had a special physique, she was just a child.
Daddy, the little sister is so pitiful. Yeah, it must be so scary.
Xinxin Tongtong looked at the little girl in the cage, her eyes full of pity.
Ahem, President. Feng Zhouyo coughed dryly and continued, this little girl is not simple.
I'm afraid she will be auctioned for an unprecedented high price today.
10 billion.
As soon as Feng Zhouyo finished speaking, a voice came from Yi Xian's mouth. Xiao Bingning wanted to say something, but looking at the uneasy little girl at the auction table, she said nothing.
Wow.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes fell on the box where Yi Xian was, and the people in that box made another move.
15 billion.
But at the same time, a cold snort came from the box where Lu Chongshan was. This mysterious little girl was the main reason why he participated in the auction.
20 billion.
However, Yi Xian's calm voice was heard again, which made Lu Chongshan's eyes flash with murderous intent.
That kid was sincerely against him. 21 billion.
A hoarse old man's voice came from another box, which made Lu Chongshan's heart sink again. Although they were the #1 family in Shanghai, there were many people in China who could destroy their Lu family. That man gave him the feeling that he was most likely a martial arts grandmaster.
30 billion.
Yi Xian's voice sounded again, and everyone's eyes changed when they looked at his box. What a guy, he dared to bid even after the martial arts grandmaster made the move.
Is that guy crazy?
In the end, Yi Xian bought the mysterious little girl for 30 billion. Seeing this, Lu Chongshan narrowed his eyes flickered, and no one knew what he was thinking.
30 billion, Master Yi spent another 30 billion.
When Mu Hanxue saw this, she couldn't help but gasp. How rich is young Master Yi?
He spent a huge amount of 50 billion on this auction alone.
Soon, the mysterious little girl was brought to the box, but her hands and feet were chained. Although the little girl is not very strong, her attack power is not small. Hanxue, help her untie the chains. Looking at the little girl in front of him, Yi Xian smiled slightly, then threw a dose of physical enhancement liquid to the little girl. Drink it, it will help you. Crash. Mu Hanxue had already helped the little girl untie the chains. The mysterious little girl looked at Yi Xian warily, and then looked at the medicine in her hand. As if because of dry mouth, the little girl swallowed her saliva and then drank it. In an instant, the little girl felt that the injuries from being beaten by the man who captured her in Miaojiang were recovering at a visible speed, which made her look at Yi Xian in surprise. This adult seems to be different from the others. May I have your name? Yi Xian looked at the little girl in front of him and asked in a gentle voice, thinking that she must have experienced a lot of hardships at such a young age. My name is Meng Qianqiu. The little girl answered fearfully and nervously. After all, the so-called murderous aura was just the result of the forbidden body being unable to control itself, and she herself was only a child of 7 or 8 years old. It's a nice name. Yi Xian looked at Meng Qianqiu and said, how about being my disciple? With me here, no one can bully you from now on. Feng Zhouyo was stunned when he heard this. Is the president going to take this little guy as his disciple? Sir, you want to take me as your apprentice? Meng Qianqiu opened her eyes wide with ripples in them. She had no relatives since she was born. Ha, if you don't want to, forget it. Plop. Before Yi Xian finished speaking, he knelt on the ground with both knees. Qianqiu greets the master. Ahem, this little guy is quite clever. Feng Zhouyo coughed dryly. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that after this bow from the little girl, no one would dare to do anything bad to her in the future. Joke? This was how he treated a half-stranger, not to mention his own disciple. Get up. Yi Xian raised his hand slightly and rubbed Meng Qianqiu's head lovingly. From now on, if anyone dares to touch you, master will kill him. Meng Qianqiu raised her pretty face and smiled. It was obvious that she would be a beauty when she grew up. This is your master's wife, and they are your 2 younger sisters. Hello, master's wife. Hello, junior sister. Xiao Bingning was stunned when she heard this, but she looked at the pitiful Meng Qianqiu and said softly, from now on, we will be your relatives. Thank you, master's wife. Hearing Xiao Bingning's words, Meng Qianqiu couldn't stop crying, which made Xiao Bingning even more distressed. Little sister, don't cry, I'll give you my toys to play with. Yeah, I have a lot of candy. The 2 little ones were chirping, which made Meng Qianqiu peck at rice and nod his head. Seeing the scene, Feng Zhouyo sighed. Fortunately, the president took a picture of this little girl, otherwise her future and fate would be unpredictable. Ding! The host spent 30 billion renminbi and gained 30 trillion renminbi in wealth. Listening to the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that making money was a lot easier after the rebate upgrade. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, early stage of King Wu. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 1000 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopter. Wealth, 32.45 trillion renminbi. Looking at the attribute panel and thinking about the results of today's auction, it can be said that we have gained a lot and the future is really exciting. Master, thank you. Meng Qianqiu took a deep breath and looked at Yi Xian with gratitude. She knew that her master had given her a new life. What are you thanking me for? Yi Xian waved his hand, then smiled and said, no need to be restrained in front of master from now on. Meng Qianqiu's face showed a bright smile that she had never had before. She felt so happy that she was even grateful to the bad guy from Miaojiang for auctioning her off, otherwise she would not have met her master. This guy. Xiao Bingning saw what someone was doing and couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. Did this guy really accept a disciple instead of accepting a daughter? Chapter 86. President, Lu Zhouyang of the Lu family Wen Ti have been destroyed by you, right? The auction ended and all parties left. President. After thinking for a moment, Feng Jiuyo bowed slightly and said, I have a good friend who would like to introduce you to each other.
What do you think? Oh.
Hearing Feng Jiuyo's words, Yi Xian was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Bingning, you stay here for a while, I'll be back soon.
Good.
Xiao Bingning knew that her man was of extraordinary status and nodded.
Dad, you have to come back soon.
Xingxing Tongtong, who was whispering to her little sister, looked at her father and said. Yi Xian rubbed the two little guys' heads lovingly, and then left the field with Feng Jiuyo. Soon, they arrived at a room deep in the ninth heaven. Squeak! The door opened, and then there was a person waiting for a long time.
It was obvious that Feng Jiuyo had already informed everyone. Half-step to martial arts grandmaster?
Looking at the people in the room, Yi Xian felt their strength. It can be said that their strength is top-notch in Shanghai.
Brother Feng, long time no see.
Luo Tianhe greeted Feng Jiuyo when he saw him, and then his eyes fell on Yi Xian. This person should be the president of Wanjing Chamber of Commerce.
President.
Feng Jiuyo nodded slightly and introduced, This is my good friend, Luo Tianhe, the president of Shanghai Martial Arts Association.
Oh?
Hearing Feng Jiuyo's words, Yi Xian understood a little, but then he said meaningfully, So it's President Luo.
But? After a pause, Yi Xian continued, Has President Luo been seriously injured by a half-step martial arts master in his early years? What?
When Feng Jiuyo heard this, he was dumbfounded and looked at his friend in disbelief.
Is this half-step martial spirit master kidding? He has known Luo Tianhe for 10 years. Moreover, if someone else said this, he would naturally not believe it. But it is a different story for the president.
After all, the president is in existence beyond the Grand Master.
Hiss.
Even Luo Tianhe himself couldn't help but take a breath, and then looked at Yi Xian with a changed look. President Yi, you are indeed extraordinary.
To be honest, it is true. With a loud bang, Feng Jiuyo heard his friend admitted himself, and his pupils suddenly shrank. Brother Luo, you?
President Yi, I was indeed seriously injured by a half-step martial arts master 10 years ago, and that person is now. Speaking of this, Luo Tianhe's eyes flashed with murderous light. I'm afraid he is already a powerful martial spirit. Feng Jiuyo was extremely shocked and looked at his friend Luo Tianhe, who he had known for 10 years, in astonishment. He never expected that his friend of many years had such a secret.
Now, is it possible that the enemy has entered the realm of martial spirit? I am afraid. Only the president can compete with this kind of enemy. Certainly.
Feng Jiuyo didn't know that Yi Xian was already at the level of martial king.
He didn't know what his reaction would be if he knew. Martial spirit?
Yi Xian looked at Luo Tianhe opposite him.
He obviously didn't take it to heart.
Instead, he thought for a moment, Luo Tianhe, I'll give you a chance to serve me.
Do you want it? As a bonus, I can cure your hidden disease. Really?
After Luo Tianhe heard this, his heart was shocked, and he knelt on the ground without thinking. Sir, if you can cure Tianhe's hidden disease, my life will be yours from now on.
This.
When Feng Jiuyo saw this, he was stunned. Originally, he just wanted to introduce his good friend to the president and let the Wanjing Chamber of Commerce develop rapidly.
He never thought that things would turn out like this. Take this liquid medicine.
With a flip of his right hand, a bottle of physical enhancement liquid appeared.
Luo Tianhe hesitated for a moment and then took it.
Swish. Then, he flipped his right hand and dozens of golden needles suddenly appeared, which were then inserted into the major acupoints on Luo Tianhe's body with mysterious techniques. Although Feng Jiuyo didn't know medicine, he could see that this method was extraordinary. Soon, changes occurred on the field. I saw black gas surging above the golden needle, and when the black gas emerged in the air, it made a sizzling sound. It was obvious that the hidden disease mentioned by my president was not that simple.
Buzz. At this moment, Luo Tianhe's aura grew at a visible speed, and he naturally reached the realm of martial arts grandmaster. A few minutes later,
Luo Tianhe opened his eyes and felt the surging energy in his body. This is the middle stage of the martial arts grandmaster.
Thump.
Luo Tianhe knelt on his knees, his face full of excitement. My lord, I will never forget your grace.
Get up.
Yi Xian raised his hand slightly. It was not bad to have such a subordinate on this trip. From now on, don't call me sir.
Just call me president like Vice President Feng.
Yes, President. Luo Tianhe bowed respectfully and secretly decided that if he had the chance in the future, he would repay the kindness 100-fold.
Tianhe, I want to establish a branch of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in Zhanghai.
From now on, you will be the president of the Zhanghai branch. Thinking about the future of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, Yixian pondered for a moment and said, "The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce branch."
Hearing this, Feng Jiuyo's mouth twitched slightly. Wow, the president's action was at least 2 or 3 years earlier than he thought. That's right.
Luo Tianhe thought of something and bowed. "President, the one who had a conflict with you at the auction was actually Lu Chongshan, the second master of the Zhenghai Lu family."
What?
After hearing this, Feng Jiuyo narrowed his eyes and said, "It's the Zhenghai Lu family again. In Jinling, that kid from the Lu family targeted the wife of the guildmaster."
Is it true that enemies meet on a narrow road? When Luo Tianhe heard this, he thought of something. Madam President, could it be that? Obviously Luo Tianhe realized something. President, Lu Jiuyang of the Lu family was not destroyed by you, right? Ahem, Lu Jiuyang is dead. Feng Jiuyo almost choked on his saliva after hearing this.
My goodness, the president cut off the only child of the Lu family in Zhenghai without saying a word.
If the Lu family knew about this, I'm afraid the whole Zhenghai would be turned upside down. President, do you want me to have someone kill Lu Chongshan and the others?
Luo Tianhe pondered for a moment and said, he was worried about how to repay the president's great favor.
No, I'll come myself.
Yixian looked towards the ninth heaven in the distance and murmured.
Detecting the host's strong desire to destroy the enemy, I grant you the soul search technique.
Note, this technique can spy on all the memories of the person being cast.
Soul searching?
Hearing the voice of the system, Yixian narrowed his eyes. Having this technique would definitely save him a lot of trouble. Half a quarter of an hour later, in a dark place outside the ninth heaven.
What did you say?
Hearing his subordinate's words, Lu Chongshan was surprised. That boy is from Jinling, and the woman he was traveling with is Xiao, the one that the master wants to pay attention to.
It's really like searching for something without any effort. He paused, his eyes gleaming with sternness as he continued, if that's the case, then let's take them down together.
Yeah? At this moment, a voice came from the side.
The person who came was none other than Yixian.
From the moment he appeared, Lu Chongshan was doomed to die.
Chapter 87 An Unexpected Gain. My father-in-law's ancestors came from the secluded Xiao family. Zhenghai Lu family, what a big mouth.
The calm voice rang in the ears of Lu Chongshan and others, but they looked towards the opposite side in horror.
Second master, he is that kid. One of the Lu family's men was shocked and pointed at Yixian in disbelief. I can tell. The moment Yixian spoke, he recognized it.
Even if the voice turned into ashes, he would recognize it. After all, that kid was the first person who dared to disobey him like this in all these years. Then, two figures appeared beside Yixian. They were Feng Jiuyo and Luo Tianhe. As the mysterious president of Zhenghai, Luo Tianhe never shows up on weekdays, and Lu Chongshan did not recognize him. Of course, Luo Tianhe did this to avoid revenge. Good boy, how dare you steal things from my Zhenghai Lu family? With a cold smile, the martial arts master next to Lu Chongshan punched Yixian. Second master, I will destroy this kid first.
Sniff. The speed was so fast that Feng Jiuyo's face was full of ridicule. President, be careful.
Luo Tianhe looked serious and worried as he warned him, but Feng Jiuyo smiled and said, Brother Luo, don't worry. Even if this person is 10 times stronger, he is still no match for the president.
Arrogant.
The martial arts master of the Lu family snorted coldly. He was 10 times stronger.
Did that guy know what that meant?
But at this moment, Yixian bent his fingers and a ray of energy shot out.
Playing tricks.
Lu Chongshan looked at Yixian's actions with contempt.
Could it be that the boy was frightened silly? Didn't he know that the one who attacked him was a powerful martial arts master? Bang!
However, before Lu Chongshan had time to think about it, he stared at the scene with his eyes wide open. The Lu family's martial arts grandmaster, whom he was so proud of, actually exploded and died.
What? Lu Chongshan's eyelids were twitching wildly.
A master of martial arts, a perfect expert, was actually killed and turned into a bloody mist by that guy with a flick of his finger.
Damn it.
That guy, what's his strength?
Fuck.
Feng Jiuyo was dumbfounded when he saw his own president's operation. Master President, it turns out you were so powerful.
Could it be that this is the terrifying power of the legendary martial spirit masters? So strong.
Luo Tianhe swallowed his saliva, his heart was shocked beyond words. Even now that he was in the late stage of martial arts grandmaster, he was far from being able to do this. Even the great elder of the Xiao family who wiped out their entire Luo family back then might not be able to do this. A powerful martial spirit. Luo Tianhe narrowed his eyes, but he was shocked that the president was only in his early 20s, but he was actually stronger than the enemy who wiped out his family 10 years ago.
I am afraid. Even now, the enemy who destroyed their Luo family back then may not be a match for the president. Thinking of this, Luo Tianhe was extremely excited. Following this master, in the future, the Luo family's extermination will definitely be avenged.
Joke? A martial arts expert in his 20s. What does this mean?
It means he is absolutely invincible in the same level.
You can't be. Lu Chongshan's face was filled with disbelief, and he looked at Yi Xian in horror. Master of martial arts, how can you be so strong? Anyone who targets my woman deserves death. Yi Xian glanced at Lu Chongshan and smiled. If your Lu family was not still useful, your Lu family would have been destroyed the moment the Jinpeng group entered Jinling. After all, such a high-level money-making tool must squeeze out every last bit of value.
Jinpeng group, you.
When Lu Chongshan heard this, his eyes widened and he realized something. You killed Zhou Yang.
What are you going to do? Don't come over here.
I warn you that my Lu family is the #1 family in Zhanghai. If you dare to touch me, no, let me go. I promise that I will not pursue the matter of Zhou Yang anymore. Swish. Yi Xian's right hand fell on Lu Chongshan's forehead. A mysterious force wrapped around his head and even his whole body was restrained.
He couldn't even bite his tongue to commit suicide. Ah! What did you do to me?
Lu Chongshan had a splitting headache, and it felt like his soul was being torn apart. His shrill screams made people feel cold, but the next moment Yi Xian made a hand seal and the whole place was covered with soundproofing magic. Oh my goodness, the second master of the Lu family is so miserable. Feng Zhouyo swallowed his saliva and felt a chill all over his body. Damn it, what kind of cruel method did the president use to make the second master of the Lu family scream in such a way that he would rather die than live? After a while, plop. The second master of the Lu family died on the spot, and was slapped into a bloody mist by Yi Xian like slapping a fly. However, he frowned and said, the hidden Xiao family, my father-in-law's ancestors actually came from the hidden Xiao family. Kill all the remaining people from the Lu family. He frowned slightly, but then he stopped paying attention. Luo Tianhe, who had been waiting for a long time, hurriedly responded, yes, President. Sniff. The figure flashed, and the next moment more than a dozen people from the Lu family were killed instantly. After all, compared to Luo Tianhe's current strength as a mid-stage martial arts grandmaster, these people from the Lu family were really too weak. Lao Luo, you are too fast. Feng Zhouyo, who originally wanted to take action, looked at his friend with a complaint, at least to give him an apology. That's right. Thinking about what just happened, Feng Zhouyo swallowed his saliva. President, what method did you use just now? Hearing Feng Zhouyo's words, Luo Tianhe also looked over. Indeed, the scene just now was far beyond his understanding. Soul-searching technique. Yi Xian smiled indifferently. The effect was quite good, a magic that can search the memory of the person being cast. Oh my god. Feng Zhouyo gulped his saliva. Just hearing the name made him feel cold all over. Luo Tianhe, who was standing beside him, had a gleam in his eyes. He didn't expect that the president even had this kind of magic. It seems that the president's mystery is far beyond my imagination. I'm afraid, even a secluded family can't cultivate such an outstanding child. President, have you found out who is behind the Zhanghai Lu family? Luo Tianhe asked with concern. After all, this was a big matter concerning the president's wife, and it was also the quickest way for him to repay his gratitude. Got it. Yi Xian nodded and said without hiding anything, he is from the hidden Xiao family, and now he is one of the 4 heroes of the Xiao family, Xia Hichu. The hidden Xiao family. Hearing this name, a murderous light flashed in Luo Tianhe's eyes. Obviously, she never expected that the one who coveted the president's wife was actually one of the 4 heroes of the secluded Xiao family. The hidden Xiao family. Feng Zhouyo's expression changed drastically, his eyes full of disbelief. President, that hidden family is said to exist above the 4 major families in the imperial capital. Legend has it that every hidden family has the power to destroy the 4 major families in the imperial capital. Yi Xian nodded slightly and looked towards Jinling. Bingning's ancestors were from the secluded Xiao family. Hearing this, Feng Zhouyo's expression changed from gloomy to bright.
The hidden family went to such great lengths to target their secular branch, it seemed like there was something fishy going on. Thinking of the beautiful lady, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. If anyone dared to touch his woman, he would destroy them all regardless of their hidden family. Chapter 88, Bingning, my wife, are you jealous? Ninth Heaven, Private Box. Daddy. Daddy is back.
Xingqing Tongtong was excited when she saw her dad coming back, and then pouted cutely, it took so long.
Hee, we talked about something. She picked up the two little guys skillfully and doted on them. Do you miss Daddy?
Come and show Daddy how much you miss him.
Moo-ah. The two little ones were being affectionate.
Mu Hunshua's mouth curved up when she saw this. It was beyond words how doting Master Yi was on the two little ladies.
These three.
Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at the three of them. For some reason, she felt jealous.
Is it really okay to show off their love in front of so many people?
Meng Qianqiu stood aside, looking at his doting master and two little sisters, his eyes full of envy. After being intimate with each other, Yi Xian's gaze fell on Meng Qianqiu.
Chiaki. Master.
Hearing his master calling him, Meng Qianqiu responded hurriedly. Next, I will help you control your killing intent.
The process may be painful, so bear with it. Okay, master.
Meng Qianqiu was delighted when she heard this. She was regarded as an outlier because she had uncontrollable murderous intent. Thinking of her past experiences of inferiority, she bit her lip, determined to hold on no matter how painful it was. Swish. Then, Yi Xian used dozens of golden needles to penetrate into various major acupoints of Meng Qianqiu, especially the dantian area, which was pierced by dozens of golden needles.
This is...
Looking at the scene in front of her, Xiao Bingning was stunned, because this acupuncture method was the same as the one that sealed the coldness in her body before, but why didn't this guy let Qianqiu take off his clothes?
Could it be that the guy did it on purpose? Thinking of this, Xiao Bingning couldn't help but glare at a certain bad guy. How could that guy be like this?
However, she had wrongly blamed her own man. After all, that was the first time Yi Xian used the sealing technique, so naturally he did not have much confidence.
Buzz. Then, the murderous intent emanating from Meng Qianqiu was restrained at a visible speed, and a strong aura surged out.
This is a half-step martial arts master. Feng Jiuyo's eyes widened, and he looked at the president's new disciple with disbelief, a 7 or 8-year-old half-step martial arts master.
Master Yi, your acupuncture skills are amazing.
Mu Hanxue looked at the little girl in front of her with disbelief in her eyes. No wonder Yi Xiao spared no expense to take a picture of her. It turned out that she was so extraordinary.
Thank you, master.
Meng Qianqiu knelt on the ground with gratitude in her eyes, because she really had no murderous intention, and this was definitely the best gift for her.
Silly girl, what are you thanking me for?
Yi Xian helped Meng Qianqiu up, rubbed his head and said with a smile.
This made Meng Qianqiu's eyes ripple.
It turned out that this feeling was so comfortable. Upon sensing this, Yi Xian was shocked. Although this little guy was only a half-step martial arts master, with his emergency physique, it would not be a problem for him to kill a martial arts master.
He was completely a human killing machine.
Detect the host's forbidden body, and reward the forbidden power and realm to the middle stage of the martial king.
Note, the forbidden power is immune to all special physical damage and can imprison space.
This is... Listening to the voice coming from the system, Yi Xian was stunned.
Has his realm been broken through?
This voice has not been heard for a long time, but why is he only in the middle stage of martial king? Although the power of sealing is very powerful, his realm seems to be quite poor. According to past practice, he must be at least at the peak of martial king, right?
The host is detected to be dissatisfied with the system's realm improvement. The system is reflecting. Ding. The system has upgraded its wealth function.
From now on, the host can use wealth to improve his realm.
Note, there is no upper limit to the realm you can improve. Pft cough cough.
The sudden operation almost caused Yi Xian to twist his waist, and he sprayed out all the tea.
I knock. Wealth enhancement realm?
Moreover, the most important thing is that there is no upper limit, that is to say, as long as he has enough wealth, his realm can be elevated to heaven.
Master, are you okay?
When Meng Qianqiu saw his master being choked, he hurried forward, his eyes full of worry.
This girl?
Xiao Bingning looked at Meng Qianqiu and felt that this girl had more and more potential to be a good friend. What should she do? The two little guys already made her quite jealous, and now there was another one.
I couldn't even imagine the scene.
But, it's really hard to dislike this poor little guy.
President, take care.
Feng Jiao respectfully saw his president off and didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the stretched supercar disappeared.
The scene that just happened appeared before his eyes as if it was a movie. At night, in the hotel room. Look at you, you are satisfied now with having multiple daughters. The gorgeous lady came into the room wrapped in a bath towel.
She looked particularly charming under the warm yellow light.
She glared at someone and said, "How?"
He took the beauty in his arms and pinched her delicate face lovingly. Is my wife Bingning jealous?
Go away. Only ghosts are jealous, I'm not.
Xiao Bingning's face turned red when her thoughts were exposed. She was just a little bit envious, not jealous at all, just a little bit envious.
Yeah. Come, let your husband see if my wife Bingning is jealous.
I don't know how much time has passed. Xiao Bingning leaned in her man's arms, enjoying the quiet, beautiful warmth.
That's right.
Leaning in someone's arms, he rolled his eyes at the guy who was playing tricks on Shuangxiong. Why does that vice president phone call you the president?
Is he from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce?
Yi Xian nodded slightly and said indifferently, I am the president of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce.
What's wrong with him calling me the president? What did you say?
Xiao Bingning was stunned when she heard this, and looked at someone in surprise. President of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, so Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is yours?
I guess so.
Listening to what a certain guy said, Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at him. This guy was good for nothing except wasting money, although his level of spending money exceeded 99.9999999% of people. With a little tenderness, the beautiful woman fell into a drowsy dream.
That's right. Looking at the charming face, Yi Xian thought of something. Then let's try the effect of wealth in improving realm.
Detection host consumed 1 trillion renminbi, realm upgraded to the late stage of Martial King. The host's detection cost 10 trillion renminbi, and his realm was raised to the peak of the Martial King. As his wealth was consumed, an extremely strong aura surged around Yi Xian, the level of which was that of a peak Martial King. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely be shocked.
The peak of the Martial King?
Feeling the aura, Yi Xian was shocked inside. It was indeed a system of super rich people. Wealth could be played like this, but it seemed not bad.
Chapter 89 Cousin, you want to buy the whole building. The next day, early morning. Golden sunlight poured into the room and illuminated an incredibly beautiful face.
This stunning beauty who made the light dim was none other than Xiao Bingning. After struggling with her sleepy eyes, the beautiful girl finally woke up, and what she saw was the handsome face of her own man. That guy is actually the president of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. I wonder how much money he spent.
Thinking of this, Xiao Bingning couldn't help but sigh.
The more she interacted with him, she realized that the guy seemed to have endless money.
Ding-a-ling. Hey, Mr. Xia, are you awake yet?
As soon as the call was connected, Xiao Qian's pleasant voice came from the other end.
Xiao Bingning blushed when she heard it. Was it aroused? Was it aroused or not? Moreover, someone was holding her 2 bears in control. Not yet. What's going on? Xiao Bingning naturally didn't say much and went straight to the point.
You have to know that there was someone next to her, and who knows what kind of trouble he would cause over time.
It's like this, Mr. Xia.
I have checked the address of the branch of the group that you asked me to look up. After a pause, Xiao Qian on the other side continued, Zhenghai Chuangrong building was just launched a few days ago.
It is very suitable in terms of location and position.
Okay, thank you for your hard work. After chatting for a few words and hanging up the phone, she rolled her eyes at someone who had already woken up and said, Honey, I'm going to look at the site selection of the branch group today and I can't accompany you.
Selection of a location for a subgroup?
Hearing this, Yi Xian keenly sensed an opportunity to make money. How can I not have my husband accompany me on such an important matter?
My husband will go with you today. Xiao Bingning, You want to come with me? After a pause, Xiao Bingning frowned and said, What about those 2 little guys? This is easy. Isn't Qianqiu here?
She is now a half-step martial arts master, and Shenzhen Liquor House belongs to your husband.
Do you still need to worry about their safety? That is also true.
Xiao Bingning heard someone's words and nodded slightly.
That's right.
Yi Xian sensed the breath of the beauty in his arms. As expected of my Bingning, she is already in the late stage of martial arts master.
He. That's right, don't you even look at who I am.
Xiao Bingning said this proudly, wondering what Xiao's father would think if he knew the strength of his precious daughter at this moment. Oh, my wife Bingning is getting more and more powerful.
Half a day later. China Overseas Chuanrong Building, in front of the sales office. It's all your fault.
I almost missed the important task.
When she arrived at the sales office, Xiao Bingning glared at a guy.
Thinking about what happened in the morning, she wanted to beat him to death.
Blame me? Nizi, don't you feel guilty for saying this?
Yi Xian looked innocent and continued, I don't take the blame for this, but you asked me to continue and now you blame me.
Poof.
Xiao Bingning snorted, then got out of the car and ignored the person, because if she continued to investigate, she would really want to bite him to death.
Welcome, sir or madam, how may I help you?
Entering the sales hall, several receptionists spoke in sweet voices. After all, those who have the courage to enter their sales office are not ordinary people.
Cousin.
Just then, a familiar voice was heard, and then a beautiful figure appeared in front of him. It was his cousin Lu Sueki.
You are. Seeing my cousin wearing the clothes of the sales office, I couldn't help but be stunned. You are working part-time here. Hey, yeah. Chen Sueki smiled and posed. Looks great, isn't it, cousin? This is my first job during the holiday. Sister-in-law, you are more beautiful than last time. Chen Sueki then looked at her sister-in-law.
She didn't expect to meet her cousin and his wife in Shanghai.
The same to you.
Xiao Bingning looked at the quirky Chen Sueki in front of her with a charming smile, which made Chen Sueki very envious. She thought that she would be like her sister-in-law when she grew up, and she would wake up laughing in her dreams.
Yes, cousin. Why are you and sister-in-law here?
Chen Sueki continued to ask doubtfully. She certainly had no shortage of money, she came to work purely for the experience. I heard that Chuanrong building is open for sale. Your sister-in-law and I are planning to buy it and use it as a branch of Xiao Group.
Ha!
Chen Sueki was stunned when she heard her cousin's words. She knew that her sister-in-law was the daughter of the Xiao Group.
Sister-in-law's group is going to open a branch. That's great. But, cousin, this Chuanrong building is really expensive. Are you sure? Sueki.
At this time, the sales office manager came over, and Chen Sueki said, Manager Luo, this is my cousin.
He said he wanted to see the newly opened Chuanrong building. Oh. Hearing Chen Sueki's words, Manager Luo narrowed his eyes and said, it turns out to be Sueki's cousin.
It seems he is not an outsider.
I wonder if you want to rent or buy, sir. Purchase. Yi Xian didn't even think about it. How could he rent such a good opportunity to make money? Sure enough, Manager Luo's eyes lit up when he heard it. Real. Then I wonder how many floors you plan to buy. Manager Luo took a deep breath.
You know, a single floor would cost at least tens of millions, and some would cost hundreds of millions.
As China Overseas is located in a prime location, this price is already very fair. How many floors?
Yi Xian looked at the miniature sand table and stroked his chin. How much does one Chuanrong building cost?
Poof.
When the cousin heard what her cousin said, she almost choked on her own saliva, and Manager Luo's mouth twitched violently.
Cousin, you are going to buy the entire building. Chen Sueki swallowed her saliva and directly quoted the lowest internal price. The sales office of the entire building is estimated to cost 8.8 billion, which is an astronomical figure. Yes, sir. The lowest price for the entire Chuanrong building is indeed 8.8 billion. I think you should buy a few floors first.
Before Manager Luo finished speaking, Yi Xian immediately made the decision. It's only 8.8 billion.
I'll buy it. Sueki, help me swipe the card. Ah. Chen Sueki's eyes widened as she looked at her cousin in disbelief. Cousin, are you really going to buy the entire Chuanrong building? What?
Hearing Chen Sueki's scream, everyone in the sales hall looked over and then looked at Yi Xian with a different look in their eyes.
Damn, that guy, is he so willful? Chapter 90, 35 billion yuan to buy a million acres of land? Beep.
After swiping the card, Chen Sueki felt like she was dreaming.
Her cousin had bought the entire Chuanrong building, and he did it all on his own. You must know.
She estimated that the commission alone was tens of millions. Her cousin doted on his sister-in-law too much.
Look at you, can't you be more low-key? Feeling the center of attention, Xiao Bingning glared at someone. Buying the entire building for 8.8 billion, are you crazy? Fine.
He pinched the beautiful lady's face lovingly and said generously, my husband doesn't need this little money. Sweet dog food instantly filled every corner of the sales hall, especially the fair-skinned and beautiful young lady in the sales office, whose eyes were full of little stars.
Why are all the good men from other families? Ding! The host spent 8.8 billion renminbi and gained 8.8 trillion renminbi.
Taking the bank card, Yi Xian heard the sound of consumption rebates, and it was no surprise that he made a small profit.
A quarter of an hour later. Mr. Yi, here are the purchase contract and keys. Please keep them safe.
Manager Luo bowed respectfully. The man in front of him was their biggest customer, so he naturally didn't dare to offend him in the slightest. He took the contract and the key and handed them to Xiao Bingning, which made her cousin next to her extremely envious. If it weren't for work, she would really have broadcasted live as soon as possible so that her fans could witness this moment together.
That's right.
Manager Luo thought of something and asked tentatively, Mr. Yi, my boss has nearly 1 million acres of land for sale in the suburbs of Jinling.
Do you need it?
Oh. Hearing what Manager Luo said, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes.
1 million acres of land is amazing.
That is equivalent to the size of a small city.
If he can buy it, he will definitely make a lot of money.
Yi Xian, you. When Xiao Bingning saw her man's eyes lighting up, she felt something was wrong.
As expected.
Before Xiao Bingning had time to think about it, her husband had already made up his mind. 1 million acres, are you sure you want to sell them all?
Ahem, cousin, what are you doing?
Chen Sueki was stunned when she heard this.
Oh my god, my cousin wants to buy more? 1 million acres of land.
As the school beauty and top student of Jinling No. 1 Middle School, she certainly knew that it was an incredibly huge piece of land. Sueki, take your sister-in-law to visit Chuanrong Building. I'll go to the suburbs to take a look.
Xiao Bingning,
real. Without waiting for Xiao Bingning to speak, Manager Luo was so excited, Mr. Yi, I'll take you there right away.
Sueki, stay with Ms. Xia.
Boss, I. Before he could come to his senses, Manager Luo had already taken Yi Xian out of the sales office.
Sister-in-law, what about us?
Chen Sueki swallowed her saliva and looked at her sister-in-law in a daze.
Go see the building, don't worry about your cousin.
Xiao Bingning glanced at the direction where someone left and sighed. Since she couldn't do anything about it, she just let him be.
This is a Lamborghini, the son of the devil. On the other side, Manager Luo came to the front of the supercar and swallowed his saliva.
It was said that it was worth at least hundreds of millions, which was very arrogant.
Mr. Yi, please.
He opened the car door with great foresight and said, I'll drive.
Joke?
Of course I have to do this kind of hard work myself, after all, he is the one who can do big things. Buzz. When the accelerator was pressed, the sound of the engine made Manager Luo's heart surge. The super strong push on the back was very comfortable. It was worthy of being a luxury car worth hundreds of millions.
That's right. To avoid awkwardness, Manager Luo asked, Mr. Yi, what are you going to do with the 1 million acres of land you bought?
Nothing. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said casually, we will build a gambling stone field, with supporting shopping malls, accommodation, schools, and the like around it.
We will build whatever is needed. But. Cough cough. After hearing this, Manager Luo's mouth twitched. My goodness, this big guy is going to build a small city.
Really? As expected, he is the wealthy man who bought a building worth 8.8 billion without blinking an eye. At this moment, he even felt that the 1 million acres of land belonged to the big man in front of him. Soon, at a villa in the suburbs of Jinling.
Second Master, Manager Luo is here.
Inside the villa, an old man bowed and reported to the middle-aged man beside him, and the old man's aura revealed the strength of a martial arts grandmaster.
Oh.
The middle-aged man frowned slightly, and the aura emanating from his body was also extraordinary. He was half a step away from becoming a martial arts grandmaster.
His name was Ji Haotian, the second master of the Ji family, one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital.
Although the Zhanghailu family is the overlord of this area, it is only a matter of a word from Ji Haotian to destroy it. His status is also the reason why he can easily own millions of acres of land in the suburbs of Jinling.
Lamborghini Devil's son?
Ji Haotian looked at the screen and looked at Yi Xian meaningfully, this young man is not simple.
Uncle Lei, check him out. After a while, in the living room of the villa.
Boss.
Manager Luo bowed respectfully when he saw Ji Haotian.
He knew that his boss was very capable and was said to be a big shot in the imperial capital. Of course, who he was exactly was not something a small figure like him could know.
And he didn't dare to investigate privately.
After all, if his boss knew about it, he might not even know how he died.
In fact, the Zhonghai Lu family was nothing in front of his boss.
Yi Xian also realized that Ji Haotian and the other man were extraordinary, especially the old man next to them, who was actually a martial arts grandmaster, but this was not important to him. After hearing the explanation, Ji Haotian looked at Yi Xian and said, "My friend, you want to buy 1,000,000 acres of land in the suburbs?" Even Uncle Lei next to him had surprise in his eyes. After all, the 1,000,000 acres of land had been put up for sale for many days, but no one was interested. But it is understandable, after all, the suburbs are too remote.
My friend, if you really want to buy it, how about a price of 35 billion? Ji Haotian didn't say much and directly stated the lowest price he could afford.
After all, this piece of land was a bit useless in his hands. Manager Luo's mouth twitched when he heard this.
35 billion is enough to buy 4 Chuanrong buildings. Can.
Yi Xian smiled inwardly after hearing this. This amount of money seemed to be quite a fortune.
Ha, my friend seems to be a straightforward person. Ji Haotian was stunned.
Obviously, he didn't expect Yi Xian to agree without even thinking about it. But he had no idea that Yi Xian would get thousands of times more than him.
Beep.
Soon, the transfer was successful, and Ji Haotian looked at Yi Xian with a higher opinion, because he had not noticed any emotional fluctuations in his character from beginning to end.
In other words, his wealth is far more than this number. Happy trading, my friend.
Ji Haotian smiled slightly, while Manager Luo beside him was stunned.
Together with the 8.8 billion Chuanrong building, the big boss in front of them spent more than 43 billion in less than half a day. Mr. Yi, take care.
A little later, Manager Luo came to the villa to see off the sponsor respectfully. The shock in his eyes was not concealed at all.
The scene just now appeared in front of him like a movie. Damn it, the happiness of rich people.
It turned out that ordinary people like him could not understand. Chapter 91. The power of the ban was revealed, shocking the entire audience. In the suburbs, in a villa.
Second master, I found it.
The old man looked at the message on his phone and said, Yi Xian, 23 years old, lives in Emperor Yuan No. 1 villa, drives a Lamborghini worth hundreds of millions.
He is the son of the devil, the fiancé of Xiao Bingning, the daughter of Xiao Group.
His identity is mysterious. Anyone who has a conflict with him has either disappeared or is still alive or dead.
Oh.
When Ji Haotian heard the old man's words, his eyes narrowed even more. Interesting.
Ding-a-ling.
Before he could think about it, his cell phone rang.
He saw the caller ID and answered it. What did you say?
The Zhonghai Lu family has made some moves.
Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Ji Haotian couldn't help but smile. This is going to be a good show. Second master, what are you doing?
The old man was stunned after hearing this, obviously not understanding why his second master said that.
Ha, Uncle Lei.
Ji Haotian looked out the window and said, I just received news that Lu Chongtian, the head of the Zhonghai Lu family, is leading all the masters of the Lu family to the suburbs. The target is most likely this Yi Xian.
What?
When the old man Uncle Lei heard this, his face was filled with disbelief. All the people from the Zhonghai Lu family came to the suburbs just to deal with that kid.
Is the Lu family crazy? Shock.
The old man was really shocked, and couldn't understand what the Lu family wanted to do.
Crazy, maybe.
Ji Haotian pondered for a moment, his eyes flashing with wisdom. Uncle Lei, you may not know that just yesterday, Lu Chongshan, the second master of the Lu family, was killed at the Zhuchangshan auction house.
Well.
Lu Chongshan is dead, and now Lu Chongtian has gone crazy.
Could it be that? Good.
Before the old man finished speaking, Ji Haotian smiled meaningfully and said, as expected, the person Lu Chongshan had a conflict with in the ninth heaven was Yi Xian, and he should have been killed by that kid.
This.
Hearing what his second master said, the old man Uncle Lei was shocked. If that's the case, then that kid is too scary.
Yes. Ji Haotian smiled slightly, and Yi Xian's figure appeared in his mind, and his strength must be extraordinary. He is so generous.
Overall, that kid is very likely from a hidden family.
A hidden family? Hearing this, the old man's eyes became much more serious.
After all, that kind of existence was something that even the old patriarch was extremely wary of.
If that's the case, second master, should we take action? Need not.
Ji Haotian waved his hand slightly, then narrowed his eyes and said,
that boy is one of the few people I can't see through. I want to see how he will get through this. Well, all right. The old man smiled bitterly after hearing this. He naturally knew the second master's temper, so he didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, the suburbs are deserted en route. Ding! The host spent 35 billion renminbi and gained 35 trillion renminbi. The supercar was speeding, and Yi Xian listened to the sound coming from his ear, with a smile on his face. If the outside world knew about this damn money-making speed, he would be dragged out and shot. Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Peak of Martial King. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy, forbidden power. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 1000 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopter. Wealth, 65.45 trillion renminbi, level of advancement, unlimited. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian was filled with emotion. He thought that with 65 trillion wealth, it would not be a problem for him to break through to the peak of Martial King. However, his strength was more than enough to beat his opponent now, so there was no need to break through. If this thought were known by those old monsters who were immersed in the peak of Martial King, I wonder if they would get up and fight him to the death. Damn it, you can't be such a beast. Have you ever thought about our feelings? As the supercar sped along, at a certain moment, I sensed an undisguised murderous aura rapidly approaching from afar, and there were hundreds of them. Zhenghai, there are so many masters, could it be Zhenghai Lu family? Although they had never met, Yi Xian had already guessed the identity of the visitor. His eyes flickered and he grinned, that's good, let's use these people to test their current strength. A few minutes later. Swish! Figures appeared next to the son of the devil and intercepted all those who retreated. There were more than 500 of them, most of whom were first-rate masters, and there were more than 50 who were half-step martial arts masters. Yi Xian, come out and die. At this moment, a furious voice was heard, and then Lu Chongtian appeared on the scene, with the aura of a martial arts master surging out. The Lu family in Zhenghai has a big show. He pushed the door open and got out of the car, looking at the furious Lu Chongtian opposite him, but you were so slow, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. Hearing this, Lu Chongtian's face turned pale. It turned out that you killed Chongshan and the others. Master, I'll come and meet him. At this moment, a figure slashed towards Yi Xian's neck with a knife at extremely high speed, and the strength of a late martial arts master arrived in an instant. Hit! The late-stage martial arts grandmaster's face lit up with joy, as did the people from the Lu family around him. It turned out that the boy was a useless crayon head. Something's wrong. Lu Chongtian's face was gloomy because he felt an extremely dangerous aura coming from Yi Xian. What? The late-stage martial arts master's expression changed drastically. How is this possible? I can't even move. What kind of witchcraft is this? Fear. An unprecedented fear surged in his heart, and at this moment Yi Xian stretched out his index finger and pointed it at the dagger. The next moment, the late-stage martial arts grandmaster turned directly into ashes, including the dagger, and he didn't even have time to scream. Hiss! The strange scene stunned everyone. How could it be? Suddenly he stopped in mid-air, and with just one finger he turned a late-stage martial arts master into ashes. All the strong men of the Lu family stayed where they were. What the hell was going on? They were sure they were not dreaming. Yi Xian looked at the flying ashes in front of him and was shocked. Oh my god, what a domineering sealing power! Just a trace of it has such power. Impossible. Lu Chongtian clenched his fists. What had just happened was beyond his understanding. Everyone, come together and destroy him. Chapter 92, Sweeping the Lu family and killing Xiao, one of the 4 great men of the hidden Xiao family. Die. The masters of the Lu family rushed forward. Although the man was strong, he was only one person after all. It was obvious that they thought too naively. Pa! With a snap of the fingers, the next moment, a group of Lu family masters who were at the front were trapped in the air, and even Newton's coffin could not hold them down. The force of the seal imprisoned more than 10 people, and then they mysteriously turned into ashes in the air and dispersed with the wind. Gulp!
The powerful men of the Lu family who originally wanted to move forward all stopped and looked at Yi Xian as if they were looking at the devil.
Boy, you are so brave.
At this moment, a figure appeared in the field. The aura around him was enough to be at the level of a martial arts grandmaster, but he seemed a little weak, obviously having just broken through not long ago.
Father.
Seeing the person coming, Lu Chongtian bowed respectfully. The person coming was none other than Lu Qianrun, the previous head of the Lu family. Lu Qianrun nodded slightly, and then his eyes fell on Yi Xian. You are a heretic, and you dare to show off in front of me.
I'll give you a chance.
Cut off your hands and feet, and then use the magic I just used.
Lu Qianrun's eyes were shining and burning. If he had that kind of magic, ordinary martial arts masters would not be his match.
Stupid. Looking at Lu Qianrun opposite him, this old bastard's brain must have been stuck in the door.
He has lived for decades in vain.
What did you say? When Lu Qianrun heard this, he became furious. How could he establish his authority in the future if he didn't make him pay the price for speaking such vulgar words in front of everyone in the Lu family?
In that case, I will capture you and then torture you.
With a cold smile, Lu Qianrun's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yi Xian the next moment, reaching out his hand.
So fast. Lu Chongtian looked at his father's skills and was shocked. Father's strength is at least several times stronger than before.
He is worthy of being the hidden Xiao family.
That kid is dead.
Lu Chongtian's face was full of smiles, while the Lu family masters around him were all sarcastic.
Old patriarch, come on.
Seeing the Lu family masters cheering and admiring, Lu Qianrun's lips curved up. This was the scene he wanted to see. Then his eyes fell coldly on Yi Xian. Boy, open your eyes and behave yourself in your next life.
Don't worry, I will dig out all your secrets. Bang!
Just when the Lu family thought that Yi Xian would be seriously injured if not dead, a crisp slap was delivered, followed by a voice, Old bastard, are you a woman? Why are you so loud? With a bang, Lu Qianrun was turned into a bloody mist by Yi Xian before he could even react. This time he did not use the power of sealing, because turning him into a bloody mist could better express his mood at the moment.
No. Father. Lu Chongtian's eyes widened as he stared at the scene in disbelief.
There was no trace of his father in the blood mist. Old patriarch. The faces of many masters of the Lu family changed drastically.
Oh my god, what did I see?
That kid actually beat the old patriarch, a grandmaster of martial arts, into a bloody mist.
Fuck.
At the same time, Luo Tianhe, who had just arrived, cursed and happened to see the scene in which his president beat up the martial arts grandmaster Lu Qianrun.
Gulp.
When the masters of Shanghai Martial Arts Association saw this, those who were originally dissatisfied fell silent.
Damn, is that their future president? What an amazing skill. There is a martial arts grandmaster, and there can only be one president in the entire Shanghai Martial Arts Association.
However, such a person was killed instantly by the future president of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in one move. No, he was beaten into a bloody mist. Such strength is definitely beyond the realm of a martial arts grandmaster. Could it be that he is a martial arts spirit master?
It's terrifying when you think about it. If this is true, not to mention Shanghai, even the imperial capital would be able to walk sideways. Everyone couldn't help but look at their own president.
Damn it, President Luo's eyes were as vicious as ever.
Only. They didn't know that Luo Tianhe was extremely shocked at this moment. Presumptuous.
After Luo Tianhe came back to his senses, he took the lead and came to the center of the field to attack the president. The Shanghai Lu family is so bold.
Luo Tianhe, it's you.
Seeing the newcomer, Lu Chongtian was filled with disbelief, especially when he addressed Yi Xian. Originally, Luo Tianhe was the president of the Martial Arts Association, but he addressed Yi Xian as president.
Then, this kid's identity. It seems that I have more people.
They saw Luo Tianhe coming, and he brought with him thousands of masters from the Shanghai Martial Arts Association, and their lineup was obviously much stronger than that of the Lu family.
You.
Lu Chongtian's eyes were bloodshot, and he looked at Yi Xian with hatred. If you offend the big shots of the hidden family, you will die no matter how strong you are.
Yeah.
Yi Xian glanced at Lu Chongtian, then looked somewhere. Is he the hidden family you mentioned? Then, with a wave of his right hand, two figures were suddenly arrested from the darkness. They were the hidden masters of the Xiao family behind the Lu family. You bastard! The face of the late-stage martial arts grandmaster of the Xiao family changed drastically. If you become an enemy of the Xiao family, you will die.
Bang!
After a crisp sound, the martial arts master in the late stage turned into ashes on the spot, which made Lu Chongtian's pupils widen.
How is it possible?
The man next to Master Yu was a martial arts grandmaster in the late stage, but he was still no match for him in just one move.
Oh my goodness. Luo Tianha's eyelids were twitching wildly.
That man was stronger than himself, but he was still killed instantly.
No, he was directly turned into ashes. What kind of strength does the president have? And
the most important thing is, these people are all from the hidden Xiao family, the enemies who wanted to wipe out his entire family.
Boy, you dare to touch me, the people of the hidden Xiao family, you, he.
Before Xiao could finish his words, Yi Xian grabbed his throat and said, Xiao, one of the 4 heroes of the hidden Xiao family, you are so bold to touch my woman.
Let me see who is behind this.
Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and domineeringly broke through Xiaoyu's memory. A shrill scream came out of Xiaoyu's mouth. Seeing this scene, Lu Chongtian was stunned. That madman even dared to kill the young genius of the hidden family.
Isn't he afraid of revenge from the secluded Xiao family? Kill them all, leaving no one alive. Seeing the shocked Lu Chongtian, Luo Tianha directly gave an order that the Zhenghai Lu family must be destroyed today.
Yes, President. All the people from the Zhenghai Martial Arts Association turned into tigers and wolves and pounced on the Lu family's masters. In an instant, they killed all the people from the Lu family with a devastating force, including Lu Chongtian. After all, Luo Tianhai is already in the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster, and Lu Chongtian is really not good enough in front of him.
Plop.
At the same time, the body of Xiaoyu, one of the 4 heroes of the reclusive Xiao family, fell to the ground, and Yi Xian got his memory as he wished.
The reclusive Xiao family's ancestor gave the order. At this point, Yi Xian's gaze fell towards the direction of the secluded Xiao family. Could it be that the immortal who gave the ancestral jade pendant to my father-in-law is still alive? Chapter 93. Let me put it this way, the richest man in the world is just a little brother in front of your cousin. President.
Coming closer, Luo Tianha bowed respectfully, and thousands of elites from the Martial Arts Association behind him bowed solemnly. Greetings, President.
Having witnessed what just happened, they naturally did not dare to delay even a bit. No need to be so polite.
Looking at everyone in the field, his eyes fell on the Martial Arts Association elites.
Sniff.
With a flick of his fingers, dozens of powerful energies pierced through the eyebrows of the Martial Arts Association members, and then they turned into ashes on the spot without any warning, which was very strange.
This is the traitor of the Lu family in Zhenghai. Zhenghai will need to rely on you in the future.
What? When Luo Tianha heard this, his face changed drastically.
Is there a traitor in the Zhenghai Lu family?
There are actually dozens of them, the weakest of whom are top-notch masters. There are more than 10 half-step martial arts masters, and there is even a vice president who is a late-stage martial arts master. If the president had not come this time, the Martial Arts Association would have been invaded by the Lu family sooner or later.
However, the president's methods just now were truly terrifying.
A little. Only Luo Tianha and Yi Xian were left in the field. Yi Xian looked at Luo Tianha in front of him and said, President Luo, you are from the secluded Luo family.
President, do you know everything?
He had seen the president's methods before, and his method of detecting other people's memories was truly incredible. Yi Xian nodded slightly. 10 years ago, the secluded Luo family was wiped out, and the ancestors of the Luo family were poisoned and assassinated by the secluded Xiao family. Speaking of which, this Xiaoyu has a close relationship with you. He is the grandson of Xiao Wangua, the great elder of the Xiao family.
What?
Luo Tianha's pupils trembled when he heard this, and his face was full of disbelief. President, are you saying that Xiaoyu, one of the 4 heroes of the Xiao family, is the grandson of Xiao Wangua's old bastard?
Plop.
Luo Tianha immediately knelt on the ground with excitement. Thank you, President, for killing the enemy's descendants for Tianha. A villa in the suburbs of Jinling.
Swish.
A figure appeared on the scene. It was the old man Uncle Lei, but his face was full of complicated expressions at this moment.
Uncle Lei, how is it? Ji Haotian naturally noticed that the old man was strange and asked suspiciously.
Second Master, as you expected, Yi Xian is not a simple person. Thinking about the scene he just saw secretly, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, that Yi Xian is extremely powerful. You may not believe it if I tell you. With one palm strike, Lu Qianrun, who had already entered the realm of martial arts grandmaster, was beaten into a bloody mist. Speaking of this, the old man still feels scared.
What?
Ji Haotian's face became solemn when he heard this. He could no longer remain calm and stood up from his seat. One move turned the martial arts grandmaster into a bloody mist. Such strength, even a martial arts master cannot achieve perfection. Thinking of this, Ji Haoyan looked into the distance. Could it be that he is a martial spirit expert?
Only. How is it possible? Yi Xian is so young, a 23-year-old martial arts expert. That kid, is he really just a descendant of a hidden family? I'm afraid even a descendant of a hidden family can't be so evil.
As far as he knew, there were only a few elders who were strong martial spirits even in the hidden families.
Second master.
Although I don't want to admit it, I'm afraid it's true. The old man took a deep breath and thought about the scene at that time. Even if I am now a mid-stage martial arts grandmaster, I feel that I will be killed instantly in his hands.
So, I came back after seeing that scene. When I said this, my face turned red.
After all, this was not a glorious thing. After a pause, the old man looked into the distance and said that Yi Xian is definitely not just a disciple of a secluded family. He might be a disciple of a master who has never appeared in the world.
Ha! After analyzing, Ji Haoyan took a deep breath and said, if we can make friends with them, it will definitely benefit the Ji family in the imperial capital in the future. Second master is wise.
The old man bowed and nodded. If such a far-sighted vision could be realized, it would not be impossible for the family to soar to new heights.
Half a day later. A restaurant next to Chuanrong building.
How long does it take to go to the suburbs? While dining at a booth, Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at someone and said, she suddenly didn't realize what her man had just done. Not only did he destroy the Zhenghai Lu family, but he also killed one of the 4 heroes of the secluded Xiao family.
If they knew about this, I wonder if they would still take it for granted. Why, you miss your husband?
Looking at the gorgeous lady beside him, Chen Sueki, who was eating melon on the side, laughed out loud while joking.
Put. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Bingning's face turned red. This guy is really crazy. Doesn't he see that his cousin is still here? How dare he say that? Hey, cousin, since you dote on my sister-in-law so much, aren't you afraid that I, your cousin, will be overwhelmed by the sweetness of the dog food? Sueki.
Xiao Bingning's face turned even redder when she heard this. Why are you fooling around with him?
That's right.
After a few words, Chen Sueki looked at Yi Xian curiously. Cousin, how did the discussion about the 1 million acres of land go?
It's okay.
Yi Xian nodded slightly and said truthfully, I bought it for 35 billion. Xiao Bingning and her cousin both stood there in a daze, their pretty faces filled with shock.
What? Xiao Bingning seemed to be hallucinating and looked at her man to confirm, 35 billion? And you bought it?
Hiss. Chen Sueki took a breath of cold air. My god, my brother-in-law is teasing me and my sister-in-law.
35 billion. My cousin said he would buy it. You really? It took Xiao Bingning a while to come back to her senses. That guy spoke as if he knew what he was talking about. Too arrogant.
Chen Sueki swallowed her saliva and continued, originally, I was thinking of giving you a commission of tens of millions, but now it seems that it is not necessary.
But cousin. Chen Sueki blinked her eyes curiously, expectantly, how much money do you have? You spent more than 42 billion today alone, right? Put it this way.
Listening to his cousin's words, Yi Xian smiled and said, the richest man in the world is just a little brother in front of your cousin.
Ahem, cousin, you are so humorous. Chen Sueki coughed dryly.
The richest man in the world is just a younger brother in front of her cousin. Compared with this, she believes more that there are ghosts in the world.
This is too much exaggeration.
Of course, she had no idea that her cousin was already being modest.
Ding-a-ling.
Just then, Chen Sueki received a call.
Hello, Mom.
After answering the phone, Chen Sueki acted a little bit coquettishly, but soon her pretty face was full of shock. What did you say? Our family has become the richest man in Jiangcheng.
My cousin. Okay, I got it.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Sueki stood there in a daze as if struck by lightning. The information from her mother was truly too shocking.
Then,
the look in his eyes changed when he looked at his cousin. Wow, his cousin actually helped his dad acquire the Rong Group, which was the richest man in Jiangcheng before.
This move by his cousin is so cool. Chapter 94, It Feels Good. My baby is becoming more and more attractive. What's wrong, Sueki? Xiao Bingning saw her cousin's reaction and asked suspiciously. Ha!
After a long pause, Chen Sueki looked at her cousin and said, Sister-in-law, my mother just called.
He said that my cousin made my family the richest in Zhengqing some time ago. After saying that, he looked at Ji Xian with admiration. Cousin, you hit it too well. The richest man in Zhengqing?
After hearing what her cousin said, Xiao Bingning was stunned and then looked at a certain guy, wondering how many things he was hiding from her.
Cousin, sister-in-law, goodbye.
In front of the restaurant, Chen Sueki saw her cousin off and didn't come back to her senses until the supercar disappeared from her sight.
Sueki.
Just then, Manager Luo's voice came from the side.
Director.
When Chen Sueki saw the person coming, she was stunned. It should have been a while since she got off work at this time, but she didn't expect that Manager Luo hadn't left yet.
Come.
Manager Luo took out a card and said, "Here is the commission for selling Chuangrong building.
Check the amount when you have time." So fast.
Chen Sueki was stunned when she looked at the bank card in her hand.
Manager Luo coughed dryly. How could he dare not be happy?
The girl in front of him was the cousin of the wealthy sponsor who spent money like water.
That's right.
Manager Luo thought of something and continued, "Sueki, in view of your good performance recently, I would like to promote you to sales manager."
Sales manager? Chen Sueki looked at Manager Luo and said apologetically, "Manager, I'm afraid I'm not up to the task. I was planning to resign with you tomorrow." Resign?
Manager Luo was stunned when he heard this. This was the cousin of the sponsor, and it would be of great benefit to him if she could become the manager. Chen Sueki told the truth and said, "My family became the richest family in Jiangcheng, and my father asked me to inherit the family business while attending school."
Puff. Manager Luo felt extremely hurt after hearing these sudden words. WTF. This girl, she resigned and went home to inherit the family business, damn.
At that moment, he really wanted to ask if there was a father like this. He also wanted one.
Cough cough. With a dry cough, Manager Luo's mouth twitched as he was hit hard. Congratulations. Thank you, husband.
In the supercar, a beautiful lady gave me a kiss with a bow sound, and I expressed my gratitude with emotion.
It feels good. My baby is becoming more and more attractive.
Sniffing the pleasant aroma that remained in his nose, Yi Xian smiled.
Where? What nonsense are you talking about?
Hearing someone's ambiguous words, Xiao Bingning's face turned red and she glared at that person. Before she could think about it, her man's voice came into her ears again.
It would be even more fun to play a few rounds of poker with my baby. Pft, cough cough. Xiao Bingning, who was trying to calm herself by drinking water, was choked. That bastard was so mean. What a few rounds of poker? I don't know what you are talking about. Soon, Xianjun restaurant. Stinky poop. I'm only with mommy, I won't pay attention to you.
When the two little ones, Xinxin and Tongtong, saw that their parents were not home for a day, they turned their heads to the side as if to say, "Baby is angry, coax me quickly." Looking at the scene in front of him, Meng Qianqiu's lips curved up. Although he was young, he already had the potential to cause trouble. The two little sisters were so adorable.
Xia Bingning, what are you talking about? Mom and Dad are busy. Xia Bingning blushed. Why were these two little ancestors jealous?
She had eaten a lot of dog food when the three grandfathers showed off their love before.
Hoof.
The two little guys glanced at their mother and finally turned their heads away, but they looked at their own father in the afterglow to see if he came to coax them. Their cooperation was so tacit. "Then, if you let Daddy kiss us, I'll forgive you." Xinxin Tongtong said this proudly, and her expression of unable to hold back her laughter was so adorable that it was a little unbelievable.
"Look at you, I told you not to go, just keep raining."
Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at someone, and Yi Xian held the two little guys' heads lovingly. "Well, Daddy will tell you a fairy tale, okay?"
"Really? Oh well." The two little guys looked at each other, and the little chicken pecked at the rice and nodded, "We can only forgive you this time." The next day, early morning.
On the beach behind Xianjun restaurant, a gorgeous lady in a gauze skirt and swimsuit walked out of the restaurant. She was breathtakingly beautiful against the backdrop of the golden morning sun.
Wow!
Xinxin and Tongtong looked at their super beautiful mom, with little stars in their eyes. Meng Qianqiu looked at the field with envy on his face. "Master's wife, you are so beautiful."
Gulp.
Xiao Bingning appeared on the beach wearing a gauze skirt and swimsuit, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many boys opened the lid of the water and poured it onto the beach, swallowing saliva in their throats. Beautiful. So beautiful. The white gauze swimsuit perfectly shows her figure, slender legs and slim waist, which makes people can't help but look at her a few more times. Her hair flutters with the sea breeze, gently brushing against her white shoulders, exuding a charming fragrance.
Wow!
Yi Xian's eyes lit up at this outfit. He really didn't expect that such a beautiful lady would look so indescribably beautiful in a gauze skirt and swimsuit.
Her fairy-like appearance makes people want to encounter her.
My dear family, the swimsuit looks good on me today, isn't it? At this moment, a young and beautiful figure appeared in the field. She was broadcasting live outdoors with her mobile phone. I have to say that the girl had a great figure, at least 90 points, and she was my cousin Chen Sweki.
Oh my god, look, there's a fairy-like beauty.
Sweki, my wife, hurry up and move forward a little.
White gauze swimsuit, this figure is amazing.
Why does his profile look a little familiar? Looking at the comments on the screen, Chen Sweki frowned slightly. She was a beautiful girl, but instead of looking at her great figure, she was looking at others.
How beautiful can it be?
Before Chen Sweki finished speaking, her eyes fell on the beautiful girl in the gauze skirt and swimsuit. Oh my god, sister-in-law is too beautiful.
Aunt Sweki.
At this moment, Xinxin and Tongtong saw their Aunt Sweki wearing a swimsuit and greeted her excitedly. Xiao followed the reputation, and a beautiful face bathed in the golden morning sun instantly appeared in Chen Sweki's live broadcast room. Then, everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. That girl is actually my cousin's beautiful wife.
Chapter 95. Dad, don't bury our feet.
Cousin, this is my sister-in-law. Coming closer, Chen Sweki widened her eyes and said, she's so beautiful. Especially, with that devilish figure, other people's food crumbs would just fall on their feet, but my sister-in-law probably doesn't have that chance at all. It's just like the saying goes, a bear is so big that you can't catch it with one hand. Look at you, I said I wouldn't wear this. Listening to her cousin's words and the countless burning gazes around her, Xiao already knew everything, but she felt like she was seen through.
Nizi, I didn't expect you to look so good in a gauze swimsuit.
He looked the absolutely beautiful lady up and down, but someone rolled his eyes at him. It turned out that men all like to see things like this.
Only.
It's okay to let this guy see it, but other people will feel weird, although it is much better than the 3 small pieces of cloth.
Go away. You're not jealous when so many people are looking at your wife?
Xiao rolled her eyes, although she didn't know if that guy had looked at the beauty who was wearing much less than her.
My wife is so beautiful, it's nice to let them feast their eyes on her. After all, it's better to see her but not be able to eat her, right?
Put.
What nonsense are you talking about?
The two were flirting with each other, but all the fans in Chen Sweki's live broadcast room were excited.
I'm a big shot.
Don't do this, showing off your love so blatantly.
Cousin, have you ever considered the feelings of us single guys?
Yi Xian, what are you doing? Seeing a guy reaching out to her, that guy wouldn't be unable to control himself and kiss her passionately here.
Think of this. Xiao Bingning's face flushed, but
before she could think about it, Yi Xian flipped his right hand beside her delicate ear, and a bright and colorful rose appeared in his hand, and the pleasant rose fragrance filled her nose.
Here, my wife gives it to you.
Against the backdrop of the golden morning sun, from Xiao Bingning's perspective, her man looked super handsome. It turned out that the guy was not going to kiss her passionately, but was he performing a magic trick for her? The roses smelled so good.
This guy is quite romantic. Thank you.
Xiao Bingning's pretty face showed a beautiful curve, and that expression was extremely beautiful.
Wow, this is an amazing operation. Wow, my cousin can actually do magic, so cool.
Woo woo, this level is definitely the master of picking up girls. Master, please accept my disciples' greetings. Sweki, my dear wife, I seem to have fallen in love with your cousin.
What should I do?
When Xinxin Tongtong saw this, little stars appeared in her eyes. Daddy, we want one too.
Daddy is so partial, he only favors mommy. Xiao Bingning.
Listening to the innocent words of the two little guys, Xiao Bingning's face turned red and then spread to the back of her ears.
I don't know why.
When she heard what the two little ancestors said, she actually felt so sweet in her heart.
Bang!
With a snap of his fingers, 2 identical roses appeared in his hands, which calmed the jealousy of the two little guys.
Hee hee, Mom, we have it too.
Xinxin and Tongtong showed off the roses in their hands to their mother.
Chen Sweki burst out laughing when she saw this scene.
What a kid, he knows how to compete for favor at such a young age. What will he be like when he grows up?
Daddy, let's play castle building, okay? The two little guys looked at their daddy with expectant eyes. That clear and pure look was irresistible. Of course. Yi Xian rubbed the two little ones' heads lovingly. As a crazy daughter-doting man, he was naturally not spared. Oops. Daddy, don't bury our feet. Mom, help me. Looking at the three men making a fuss, Xiao Bingning watched quietly, with a happy arc on the corner of her mouth. She took pictures of the three men from time to time, and every moment was a beautiful picture. I'm so envious of Xinxing Tongtong, my cousin dotes on me so much. Shen Sueki was looking at the field, but she didn't seem to notice that she was slightly bent, which really brought a wave of benefits to the fans, and the fans wanted to get into the screen. Gurgle. At one point, the two little guys' stomachs growled in protest, and they looked at their dad eagerly. Daddy, we are hungry. Well, what do you want to eat? She washed the hands of the two little ones carefully, and the way she doted on her daughters made the tourists around her envious. The two little guys thought seriously, and at one point they agreed and said two words, grilled fish. Good. Dad will make grilled fish for you right away. As he was speaking, Yi Xian made a phone call to Qianjun restaurant, and soon, several staff members came with a barbecue grill and ingredients. Open the belly, light the fire, add seasoning. The series of movements flowed smoothly and it was a pleasure to watch. After all, Yi Xian's cooking skills were on par with those of a god. Soon, the tempting aroma of grilled fish spread out, attracting the attention of all tourists on the beach. Smells so good. This grilled fish is so good. Yes, I really want to have a bite. The sound of swallowing saliva could be heard from the crowd. Meng Qianqiu's eyes sparkled. Master's cooking skills were amazing. Ha! At this moment, a voice came from not far away. Friend Yi, is it really you? Are you, Boss Ji? When he saw the person coming, Yi Xian recognized him as the owner of 1 million acres of land in the suburbs of Shanghai. After the introduction, Shen Sueki looked at Ji Haotian. Cousin, he is the boss of the 1,000,000 acres of land you bought for 35 billion. Xiao Bingning's heart sank when she looked at Ji Haotian. After all, someone who could own millions of acres of land in the suburbs of Shanghai was definitely not an ordinary person. This must be Yi Xiaoyou's wife, she is indeed stunningly beautiful. Thanks. Xiao Bingning nodded politely, her face slightly flushed, because she could vaguely sense the innate nobility in the man in front of her. Oh shit. Shen Sueki's live broadcast room exploded at this moment. What the hell did they hear? Sueki's cousin actually bought 1,000,000 acres of land for 35 billion. Damn it. 1 million acres of land, how big is that? And they spent 35 billion, damn, it's definitely not 350 yuan? Wow. Ji Haotian took a bite of the grilled fish and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Friend Yi, your cooking skills are amazing. This is... The old man Uncle Lei was shocked, because he felt that after eating the grilled fish, his strength even improved a little. This grilled fish, could it be that something incredible was added to it? As expected, he was able to turn a martial arts grandmaster into a bloody mist with just one slap. His skill was truly amazing. Master, this grilled fish is so delicious. Meng Qianqiu's harmless smile was very contagious, and the two little guys nodded their heads in agreement. Of course, Daddy is the best. When the fans in the live broadcast room saw this, their saliva almost dried up. Compared with the cousin-esque grilled fish, the instant noodles in front of them suddenly didn't smell good anymore? Chapter 96. My grandfather is a perfect martial arts grandmaster, you dare to touch me. The atmosphere on the beach is harmonious. Hiccup. Shen Sueki burped beautifully, and her pretty face made people want to kiss her. It would be even better if they could have a chance encounter. My cousin's cooking skills are still so good. Giving thumbs up to his cousin, fans in the live broadcast room kept swallowing their saliva, not sure if they were greedy because of the grilled fish or because of Sueki's wife. Yoshi. At this moment, two people came over from a distance. One of the young men from Fusan looked at Xiao Bingning with a fiery look in his eyes. I didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful woman in such a small place. Hey, master, let me help you catch that girl. The late-stage martial arts grandmaster next to Beigong Musashi had a gleam in his eyes. He would not miss such a good opportunity to show off. Beigong Wuzong nodded slightly, and the scene of the girl's surrender appeared in his mind. Be careful, don't hurt the beauty. Sniff. The Fusang master acted decisively and went straight to Xiao Bingning. Miss, my young master likes you, come with me. Master's wife, be careful. When Meng Qianqiu saw someone doing harm to his master's wife,
his eyes turned red with murderous intent, and then he punched them with his pink fist. Bang! With a dull sound, Meng Qianxiu took several steps back and successfully stopped the Fuso master. However, what surprised him was that the 7 or 8-year-old girl took his attack without suffering any damage. This girl? Ji Haoyan was shocked. He could naturally see that the Fuso master was in the late stage of martial arts grandmaster, but the 7 or 8-year-old girl was only slightly weaker than him. At least at the level of a martial arts master, is this that kid's apprentice? It's so terrifying. It's quite interesting. The Fuso master wanted to attack again, but the old man Uncle Lei narrowed his eyes and slapped him. The next moment, the Fuso master was slapped and flew 5 or 6 meters away. Roll! With a cold snort, the Fusang master's eyes fell on the old man and his pupils suddenly shrank. Master, let's go. Without caring about his serious injuries, he fled the beach with Bei Gong Wushang in a panic, not daring to stay for a moment. What the hell? What just happened? That Fuso bastard actually coveted my cousin's wife. Ahem, but that little girl is so amazing, she actually managed to stop that old bastard from Fuso. As expected of my cousin's apprentice, awesome. There was a lot of heated discussion in the live broadcast room. Ji Haoyan and Uncle Lei looked at each other and saw that the other was shocked. The strength of that little girl might not be cultivated by even the hidden family. At the age of 7 or 8, his fighting power is comparable to that of a martial arts master. What does this mean? Qianxiu, you are so amazing. Chen Suiki looked at Meng Qianxiu in surprise. She knew, of course, that this was the disciple accepted by her cousin. So, didn't that mean her cousin was more powerful? Sister, great. Xinxin and Tongtong spoke in cute voices excitedly, and did not forget to clap their hands. They looked so adorable. Talk a little. Friend Yi, please stay. Ji Haoyan took the old man away, and the live broadcast room was filled with the screen. The scene of the old man Uncle Lei's attack just now appeared in front of their eyes like a movie. He is definitely a true master. Poof. On the other side, the Fuso master who had just left the beach was covered in blood, and his face was as pale as paper. Uncle Zhoujia, what are you doing? Bei Gong Wuzhan's face changed drastically. He was a playboy, but that didn't mean he was a fool. Uncle Zhoujia was a late-stage martial arts master. Grandmaster of martial arts. Zhoujia took a deep breath and looked towards Qianjun Tavern in fear. That old guy is a martial arts grandmaster, it's not advisable to stay here for long. Walk. At this moment, a figure appeared not far in front of the two of them. You covet the master's woman, can you leave? What? Zhoujia was shocked and looked forward in disbelief, because he had no idea when the other party appeared. Master, I'll stop him. You go. A strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart, and Zhoujia rushed towards the approaching person with a determined look in his eyes. Uncle Zhoujia, be careful, ah. Before Bei Gong Wuzhan could finish his words, he saw his uncle Zhoujia being slapped to death by that man. He fell to the ground with a thud, even though he had the strength of a half-step martial arts master. You, who are you? Bei Gong Wuzhan's calves were cramped and he couldn't even get up. I warn you, I am the grandson of the president of the Fuso Martial Arts Association. My grandfather is a perfect martial arts grandmaster. You dare to touch me? He. Before he finished speaking, Bei Gong Wuzhan covered his neck, blood still oozing out. His eyes widened. You dare to kill me? Plop. Bei Gong Wushan was filled with fear and disbelief, and the corpse hit the ground with a dull sound. Even until his death, he could not believe that after his grandfather, who was a martial arts master, was brought out, the martial artist still dared to attack him. Master of martial arts, great perfection? Shenwu snapped his fingers and 2 black rays of light fell on the bodies of Bei Gong Wushang and the other man, and then turned into 2 handfuls of flying ashes. Master is so powerful, even if he is a martial arts master, what can he do? With a cold smile, Shen Zhouvi disappeared on the spot, without disturbing anything, as if it had never appeared. Swish. Not long after, 2 figures appeared on the scene. They were Ji Haoyan and Uncle Lei. This is... The old man Uncle Lei narrowed his eyes and looked at the bloody field. The grandson of the Fusang Martial Arts Association, Bei Gong Musashi, and the other 2 are dead. What? After hearing this, Ji Haoyan took a deep breath and felt the remaining breath. With this kind of fluctuation, could it be a martial arts grandmaster? Second master, it is indeed. The old man looked towards the Shanghai Martial Arts Association with a serious look. It was definitely not Luo Tianhe who did it, which means that Yi Xian has other martial arts masters under his command. As they unraveled the mystery, they both felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. We should not stay here for long. After all, the president of the Fusang Martial Arts Association is a perfect martial arts grandmaster. Even the Ji family in the imperial capital would be wary of him. Withdraw. Ji Haoyan took a deep breath and then disappeared on the spot. Yes, second master. The old man Uncle Lei looked at the scene meaningfully and was quite shocked. But why, there is not even a corpse. Could it be that the boys' men directly made Bei Gong Wushang disappear from the face of the earth? But after a pause, the old man looked towards Fusang and said, Bei Gong Musashi was killed. Given his grandfather's protective nature, I'm afraid the Bei Gong family will be in big trouble. There's even the possibility of the whole family being wiped out. Thinking of this, the old man took a deep breath. Compared to this, he was more curious about how Yi Xian made a 7 or 8-year-old girl have the strength of a martial arts master. However, the two of them did not know that the countdown to the end of the Fuso Bei Gong family had quietly begun from this moment on. Chapter 97. My husband wants us to discuss some business in the evening. Night falls. At a certain moment, Mu Hanxue pushed a custom-made high rice cake into the center of the venue, and then the stage next to her lit up. Xinxin Tong Tong appeared on the stage, and this scene brought Xiao Bingning back to her senses. Next, this song is for Mom, Happy Birthday. The accompaniment sounded, and the two little guys' pleasant voices came out. The cute and sweet voices made Xiao Bingning's heart ripple. These two little guys, is today actually their birthday? Yi Xian, you guys, when did it happen? She obviously knew that this was a special gift given to her by the three of them. It would be a lie to say that she was not touched. Humph, these three of them were so despicable, hiding it so deeply. She didn't even notice it. Young madam. Master Yi, I was asked to prepare it a week ago. Mu Hanxue said enviously at this time, young Master Yi is so doting on her. He lets the two young ladies sing for the young mistress. How romantic. That's colorful bubbles. Mu Hanxue was about to say something, but then she saw bubbles falling from the sky above the stage, like those from a fairy tale world. Wow, this is my sister-in-law's birthday. Chen Sueki was also stunned. My cousin actually had an important event. Fortunately, she came today, otherwise she might have missed something. I knock. The fans in the live broadcast room were also stunned. Today is actually my cousin's wife's birthday. But this operation is a bit too pampering. Prepared it a week ago, I love this dog food. Do you want to do this, cousin? Why is my husband so handsome and doting on me? I love him so much. How is it, do you like it? Looking at the beautiful woman beside him, Yi Xian rubbed his head lovingly. Feeling the touch of a guy like he was caressing a daughter, Xiao Bingning's face suddenly turned red, and the redness spread to the back of her ears. To be honest, there is no girl who wouldn't like this kind of super doting scene. Detect the host's wife's emotions and give her a charming body. Note, the charming body can enhance the experience tenfold, with a lot of fun. Listening to the singing of the two little guys on the stage, Yi Xian was stunned. This is all possible. Enchanting body? And it enhances the experience tenfold? Are you crazy? You know, their current business experience has been quite good, and if it were to be improved tenfold, he would hardly be able to imagine it. Thank you. Xiao Bingning thanked him emotionally. It was obvious that this guy was the one who did everything that happened before her. Why thank me? This is what a husband should do. Holding the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian smiled dotingly. Give me a kiss. My cousin joined in the fun and made a noise, and then a uniform voice rang out in the venue. Wow. After Xinxin Tong Tong heard this, her eyes widened. Ha! Daddy and mommy give me a kiss. These two little guys, Before Xiao Bingning could finish her words, her red lips were blocked and her beautiful eyes widened. The effect of the tenfold experience enhancement can be imagined. And the experience was enhanced tenfold, not only Yi Xian, but also Xiao Bingning. Oh my god. Chen Sueki couldn't help swallowing her saliva as she watched her cousin and sister-in-law kissing each other. Is it really okay to show off their love like this? So sweet, but it's a pity that such a handsome guy isn't mine. Yeah, my future husband would wake up laughing in his dreams if he did this. French kiss, I really want to have one with this handsome guy. Everyone on the beach was talking about it, and looking at the passionate kissing scene, many girls put their hands together and stood on the two bears, their eyes full of envy. I don't know how much time has passed. After the passionate kiss, Xiao Bingning's face turned red to the roots behind her ears, and she struggled to get out of someone's arms. You, don't get up yet. Hateful. I just felt so strange, how could it be? I've never had a passionate kiss before, it makes me miss it so much. Thinking of this, Xiao Bingning's face turned even redder, and she was going crazy. Xiao Bingning, are you crazy? You actually lingered on that guy's passionate kiss. Is this still you? In fact, Xiao Bingning was frightened by her own thoughts. If that guy knew about this, he would definitely laugh at her to death. But, that feeling is really addictive. TSK, this feeling is really good. Yi Xian recalled the scene just now and couldn't help muttering, but this caused the beautiful woman to roll her eyes. You big-headed ghost. However, she naturally didn't know that this was entirely due to her charming body. If just a passionate kiss is so bad, then what if there are a few waves of business? What are you thinking about? When the beautiful lady saw the smirk on someone's face, she thought he was laughing at her and glared at him fiercely. Nothing. He took the beautiful woman in his arms and whispered, yes, my husband wanted us to discuss some business tonight. You, tisk. Listening to someone's words, Xiao Bingning's face fainted. I knew you couldn't hold it in. How could that be? Your man's stock is full and he is preparing to give it to you tonight. Listening to someone's suggestive words, Xiao Bingning snorted and turned her head to the side, no longer paying attention to him because she was afraid that she would not be able to control herself and bite him. Indeed, that person is so hateful. As for the inventory being full, she certainly knew what it meant. After all, this was not the first time for the two of them to do this. After being together for a while, the two of them really tortured the single guys around them. Even if envy could be tangible, they would have burst long ago. That's right, wife. Yi Xian thought of something and then smiled meaningfully. Husband will give you another gift. Gift? Hearing someone's words, especially that smile, made her feel unsure about what this guy was up to. Bang! With a crisp snap of fingers, gorgeous fireworks rose from afar with a whoosh, then bloomed in the air and finally turned into a string of words. Dear wife, happy birthday. Love your husband. Then above the font, there was a lover-esque kiss made up of fireworks, which looked very much like the two people just now. The gorgeous fireworks instantly illuminated the entire Qianjun restaurant and the beach as if it were daytime. Hiss. Such a scene made people around gasp. The special effects of these fireworks alone must have cost a lot of money. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of fireworks bloomed at the same time, each firework adding a touch of color to the night sky. Oh my god, this handsome guy is so romantic. Oh my god, I like it. Handsome guy, come home with me, please. How much does this grand fireworks cost? It feels like the sky is completely covered. This dog food caught me off guard, little beauty, sob. That girl is so happy. Jealousy is tearing me apart. Chen Sueki looked at the fireworks in the sky and was shocked. Cousin, are you going to envy me to death? You can die if you keep a low profile. Hee hee, let the storm come even harder. Chapter 98, The Body of Resonance and Charm, promoted to the early stage of Martial Emperor? That's weird. Xinxin Tongtong tilted her head. Mom, you seem to have become more beautiful again. Really? Chen Sueki looked at her sister-in-law with envy. Can her beauty still improve? Seeing this scene, Yi Xian smiled without saying a word, and this was naturally all due to his charming body. It's getting late, let's go back to the wine shop. Feeling everyone's attention, Xiao Bingning really couldn't bear it anymore, and the two little guys were also tired after playing for a whole day. After a while, returned to the hotel room. On the balcony. Buzz. At a certain moment, Xiao Bingning's delicate body trembled in the sound of the phoenix, and then a field of aura spread out, and the resonance of her charming body naturally entered the perfection of a martial arts master. I wonder what my father-in-law would think if he saw the scene. After all, he is only in the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster. Yi Xian stared at his wife in amazement. Is this girl so talented now? It has been detected that the host's wife's charming body has been fully developed, and her realm has been upgraded to the early stage of the martial emperor. At this moment, the system sound rang in his ears, which made Yi Xian stunned. This could break through his strength? Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Early Martial Emperor. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy, forbidden power. Items: Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 1000 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopter. Wealth: 65.45 trillion renminbi, level of advancement, unlimited. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian was quite moved. Although he didn't know what the martial emperor realm represented, it was definitely very awesome, even in the secluded families. After all, the maximum combat power of the four major families in the imperial capital is only the perfection of the Grand Master of Martial Arts, and above that there are two major realms, Martial Spirit and Martial King. The most important thing is, if the strength of a 23-year-old martial emperor were to be told to others, the hidden families would probably be turned upside down. At this moment, Yi Xian sensed a murderous intent coming from afar, and the direction was clearly towards Yi Xian. This breath. Having already entered the realm of Martial Emperor, Yi Xian's insight is more than 10 times stronger than before, martial arts grandmaster perfection. Such strength, and there are no less than 5 martial arts grandmasters. The hidden Xiao family. This was the first thought in Yi Xian's mind. Thinking of this, his eyes narrowed. I originally thought that the advancement to Martial Emperor was too fast, but now it seems not so bad. After all, the enemy is getting stronger and stronger. If I stay the same, I will be unworthy of my status. Since you have made the move, then leave them all behind. Swish. He disappeared from the spot in a flash, and the next moment, Yi Xian appeared in the woods in the distance outside Xianjun Tavern. Xianjun Tavern is located deep in the nearby jungle. Swish. One after another figures appeared on the scene. The one leading the group was extremely powerful. He was the perfect martial arts grandmaster that Yi Xian had discovered. In addition, there were 5 martial arts grandmasters beside him. 10th Elder, thank you for your help this time. One of them was a middle-stage martial arts grandmaster, who spoke apologetically to Xiao Yuanqi, who was a perfect martial arts grandmaster. This man was named Xiao Pingchuan, and he was the father of Xiao Xiaoyu, one of the 4 heroes of the reclusive Xiao family. No problem. Xiao Yuanqi smiled slightly, and did not become arrogant because he was the 10th elder of the secluded Xiao family. After all, Xiao Pingchuan's father, Xiao Wanhua, was the great elder of the secluded Xiao family. He had now entered the realm of martial spirit and his status was so superior that he could not compare to it at all. Xiaoyu's life or death is uncertain. I want to see what that kid named Yi Xian is capable of. He paused for a moment, then continued, besides, before coming here, the ancestor asked me to visit the Xiao family in Jinling. Although I don't know why the ancestor cares so much about the small family in the secular world. Oh? Hearing Xiao Yuanqi's words, Xiao Pingchuan was stunned, so the 10th elder came with a mission. Xiao Pingchuan understood all of a sudden. He said that the 10th elder would come in person this time. Did he want to steal his father's credit, get the old ancestor's guidance, and enter the half-step martial spirit realm? Who? At this moment, Xiao Yuanqi narrowed his eyes and looked somewhere, and then all the more than 30 people from the hidden Xiao family were alert, and suddenly saw a person appear not far away. 10th elder, he is Yi Xian, the son-in-law of the Jinling Xiao family. Yeah. Xiao Yuanqi's eyes fell on Yi Xian, sensing his extraordinary aura. Boy, this is quite interesting. Swish. Then, another person appeared in the field, and this person was Luo Tianhe. What? When Xiao Pingchuan saw the person coming, his pupils suddenly shrank, and his face was full of horror. You are Luo Tianhe, the remnant of the Luo family. This is impossible. Chapter 99 I can't move, what is going on? Luo Tianhe. Looking at the person coming, Xiao Pingchuan's eyes were full of disbelief. 10 years ago, he saw with his own eyes that his father had seriously injured him and thrown him into the abyss. How could he still be alive? Ha, what a surprise! Luo Tianhe smiled coldly, looking at his former enemy. He could recognize Xiao Pingchuan's face even if it turned into ashes, the revenge of exterminating the whole family, the hatred that is overwhelming. Xiao Pingchuan, die! With a sneer, Luo Tianhe attacked Xiao Pingchuan, his eyes red and his body filled with murderous intent. Snort! I'm not afraid of you. Xiao Pingchuan was not an ordinary person after all. After calming down, he sneered contemptuously, it's good that you're not dead. I will kill you with my own hands today. Bang! In an instant, the two men's fists and palms collided, but Xiao Pingchuan was knocked back 5 or 6 meters by one palm. You. Xiao Pingchuan looked at Luo Tianhao opposite him, his eyes filled with disbelief again. He is in the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster, and one step away from the late stage. Obviously, Luo Tianhao's strength had a great impact on him. After all, he had been seriously injured by his father. Even if he survived, he should not be able to make any progress according to common sense. Boy, you are the son-in-law of Jinling Xiao's family. The 10th elder, Xiao Yuanqi, looked at Yi Xian like a cat playing with a mouse, and said with contempt and ridicule, "Come, let this elder see what is so extraordinary about you." Swish! Without holding back at all, Xiao Yuanqi, a martial arts grandmaster with a surging aura, permeated with such momentum that the reclusive masters of the Xiao family were forced to retreat again and again. So strong. As expected of the 10th elder of the Xiao clan. Everyone looked at Xiao Yuanqi, their eyes filled with passion. If they had such strength, they would not be afraid of anyone. That kid is dead. The reclusive Xiao family master looked at Yi Xian with mockery in his eyes. If a great martial arts master took action, there would be no way for that kid to survive. However, under everyone's attention, Yi Xian stretched out his index finger and pointed. "You are such a fool." Xiao Yuanqi saw that the boy opposite him actually used one finger to meet his martial arts grandmaster's perfect attack. He smiled coldly and increased the strength in his hand. "President, be careful." Seeing Xiao Yuanqi's fierceness, Luo Tianhao's expression changed. He naturally realized that Xiao Yuanqi had already reached the perfection of a martial arts grandmaster. Boom! However, with this finger, Xiao Yuanqi's face changed drastically. The terrifying energy instantly blasted him away more than 10 meters, and blood spurted out. He couldn't believe it. "You, a martial spirit expert, it's impossible." His head tilted and he fell to the ground like a corpse. At that moment, the ground seemed to have an earthquake. A crackling sound as if he could not bear the weight came from under his body, and spiderweb-like cracks spread out. There was dead silence in the field. What? Luo Tianhao was completely dumbfounded, and even forgot to attack. He stared at the scene with wide eyes, killing a martial arts grandmaster with one finger. The guild master's strength is so terrifying. He swallowed his saliva. The scene before him was really too shocking. How could a martial arts grandmaster be killed so easily? Even ordinary martial spirit masters probably can't do it. Thinking of this, Luo Tianhao looked at Xiao Pingchuan again, his murderous intent growing stronger. "Xiao Pingchuan, give me your life." Boom! At this moment, Luo Tianhao's aura suddenly became stronger under the terrifying hatred, which made Xiao Pingchuan's expression change again. Late stage of martial arts grandmaster. Xiao Pingchuan's face was gloomy. He was no match for this guy in the first place, and the consequences of a breakthrough now would be disastrous. Sizzle. Before everyone could come to their senses, Luo Tianhao had already cut Xiao Pingchuan's neck with a knife, which made Xiao Pingchuan's pupils shrink suddenly. I won't accept this." With a thud, Xiao Pingchuan's body fell heavily to the ground, and a pool of blood emerged from under his body. Escape! The people from the reclusive Xiao family didn't even think twice and turned around to leave the field. What a joke! A great martial arts grandmaster and a powerful warrior were killed with just one finger. Their strength was nothing. However, just as they were about to leave, they were shocked to find that they could not move at all. I can't move, what's going on? A strong sense of uneasiness emerged from everyone's heart. When Yi Xian saw this scene, a smile appeared on his face. Since they had taken action, he would not let them go. President Luo, kill them all, leaving no one alive. After hearing this, Luo Tianhao was stunned for a moment. Seeing that more than a dozen people seemed to be frozen in place, he realized something and nodded heavily. "Yes, President." Swish! The figure flashed, and the next moment, more than 30 blood flowers splattered, and then many masters of the hidden Xiao family died on the spot, including several martial arts grandmasters. Thump! Dozens of corpses hit the ground, and Luo Tianhao felt like he was dreaming. Just now he had killed his enemy Xiao Pingchuan with his own hands, and killed more than 30 masters of the Xiao family. Happy. It feels so good. After 10 years, he finally got his revenge and collected some interest, feeling unprecedentedly happy. Thump! Luo Tianhao knelt on one knee. "President, I will never forget your kindness." Get up. Yi Xian smiled slightly. This was just a matter of convenience and nothing to worry about, at least in his opinion. That's right. Then Yi Xian thought of something and took out a bank card. "President Luo, there are 50 billion in this card, 30 billion of which will be used for the operation of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce branch, and the remaining 20 billion will be used to cooperate with the Xiao Group branch to develop 1 million acres of land in the suburbs of Shanghai. This, 50 billion. Luo Tianhe looked at the bank card in his hand in shock. For a moment he felt as if a huge mountain was weighing on him. He was sure that he was not hallucinating. 50 billion, the president gave it as he said, this operation is comparable to his strength. Wrong. Soon, Luo Tianhe thought of something and looked at his own president in surprise. President, what did you just say? 1 million acres of land in the suburbs of Shanghai was bought by you. As the president of the Shanghai Martial Arts Association, he naturally knew that 1 million acres of land in the suburbs of Shanghai was controlled by a big shot, but he did not expect that it would be bought by his own president. Yi Xian nodded slightly and didn't care about it. After all, buying millions of acres of land was just a way to make money from the beginning. Bastard, you must die today. At this moment, a loud shout was heard, and then a man covered in blood fell not far away, and then dozens of figures surrounded him. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't save you. With a cold smile, the leader was none other than Lin Xiye, the second master of the Lin family's mistress's lineage. As for the man covered in blood, he was obviously their target this time. Looking for the location, when he saw the figure of a man covered in blood, Yi Xian's eyes were shocked, because that man was his uncle Lin Sunhai, whom he had not seen for many days. Kill him. Lin Xiye smiled coldly, and a dozen people from the imperial capital's Lin family rushed forward. The weakest of them were all half-step martial arts masters. Bang! Just when Lin Zhanghai was about to fight to the death, a figure appeared beside him and slapped the attacking martial arts master into a bloody mist with one palm. Lin Zhanghai subconsciously looked at the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. When he saw the face, his pupils shrank. Xiao Xian, it's you. Chapter 100, Xiao Xian, you really have the strength to defeat the martial arts grandmaster. Xiao Xian, go. Thinking of the identities of Lin Xiye and others, Lin Zhanghai's face became solemn. They are from the Lin family, one of the 4 major families in the imperial capital. Oh. Seeing the rare change in the expression of the bastard Lin Sunhai, Lin Xiye looked at Yi Xian with interest. Interesting, it seems that this kid is very important to you. Uncle, leave it to me next. Yi Xian's eyes fell on Lin Xiye opposite him, and he narrowed his eyes. It was you who hurt my uncle so badly? Presumptuous. At this moment, a martial arts master from the imperial capital Lin family shouted, Who the hell are you? How dare you speak to my second master like that? Bang! Before Yi Xian could make a move, Luo Tianhe's face darkened. Asshole, who are you to disrespect my guildmaster? With one palm strike, the martial arts grandmaster of the Lin family in the imperial capital was severely injured on the spot, blood spurting out. He looked at Luo Tianhe beside Yi Xian with disbelief in his eyes. You, martial arts grandmaster in the late stage. What? Hearing the words of the Lin family master, Lin Xiye's face became solemn. That kid has a martial arts master in the late stage by his side. President, how do we deal with these people? Luo Tianhe bowed respectfully without even looking at Lin Xiye and the others. After all, the Lin family in the imperial capital could not pose any threat to his own president. Joke? Didn't you see that the president just killed a martial arts grandmaster with just one finger? As for the 4 major families in the imperial capital, the strongest is no more than a martial arts grandmaster. Kill. Yi Xian helped Lin Zhanghai up, and Luo Tianhe smiled. Yes, President. After the voice fell, Luo Tianhe did not dare to delay for a moment. In an instant, his figure flashed, and then dozens of masters of the Lin family in the imperial capital were killed. Only Lin Xiye was staring at the scene with fear in his eyes. You dare to touch anyone from my imperial capital Lin family? You are so bold. My imperial capital Lin family will not let you go. Sniff. The blade flashed, blood spurted from Lin Xiye's neck, and he became a corpse in disbelief. Xiao Xian, what are you doing? Lin Sunhai looked at his nephew with horror in his eyes, especially when his gaze fell on Luo Tianhe, who could even kill a martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, it seems that he is still his nephew's subordinate. Hey! With a long sigh, Lin Zhanghai smiled bitterly and continued, Xiao Xian, to be honest, I am actually the illegitimate son of the Lin family in the imperial capital. More than 20 years ago. Listening to his uncle's words, Yi Xian understood. It turned out that his uncle and his mother were kicked out of the Lin family by the lineage of the mistress of the Lin family in the imperial capital. The reason why they suddenly attacked his uncle was because the lineage of the mistress of the imperial capital knew that Lin Zhanghai had the strength to reach the level of a martial arts master. To put it bluntly, the second master of the Lin family took action just because he wanted to make his mother happy, but he didn't expect that he would lose his life because of it.
Uncle, do you want to completely eliminate the threat?
This. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Zhanghai clenched his fists, but then relaxed. I dream about it, but the Lin family in the imperial capital. When he thought of the powerful Lin family in the imperial capital, Lin Zhanghai felt so depressed that he couldn't breathe.
That is fine.
Yi Xian waved his hand without caring, then smiled and dialed a phone. Shenwu, send me to the imperial capital as quickly as possible.
Yes, master.
After hanging up the phone, while Lin Zhanghai was still in doubt, the sound of a helicopter was heard in the air.
This is?
Lin Zhanghai thought about the phone call his nephew had just made and vaguely guessed something.
Could it be? Let's go, uncle.
I will personally go with you to the Lin family in the imperial capital to see what kind of monsters this Lin family in the imperial capital is. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Lin Zhanghai's mind suddenly buzzed.
Going to the Lin family in the imperial capital is absolutely not allowed.
Gulping his saliva, Lin Zhanghai looked more serious than ever before. Xiao Shen, you don't know how powerful the Lin family in the imperial capital is as one of the 4 major families.
Yeah.
Luo Tianhe didn't take it seriously after hearing this, and said with a smile, don't worry, sir, even a martial arts grandmaster is not a match for the president. Unless there is a powerful martial spirit master in the imperial capital Lin family, otherwise, the president will be safe.
Wu Ling is in charge.
Lin Zhanghai looked at Yi Xian in surprise, his eyes full of excitement. Xiao Shen, you really have the strength to defeat the martial arts grandmaster.
Good.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Lin Zhanghai couldn't help but gasp when he learned about it. At the age of 23, he has the strength comparable to that of a half-step martial spirit.
This. Gulping his saliva, Lin Zhanghai then thought of something. So, what is the realm of your master, Xiao Xian? Above the martial spirit, I don't know what it is specifically.
Yi Xian spoke vaguely, but these words made Luo Tianhe's mind buzz.
What? Mr. President, there is also a master. And
his strength is at least above that of a martial spirit.
Should that mean he is at the level of a martial king? It's hard to imagine. You know, a martial king is an ancestor-level existence even in a secluded family.
At that level, living 200 or 300 years is no problem.
Ha! Lin Zhanghai took a deep breath and looked towards the imperial capital. His eyes became firm at some point. Okay. I will go crazy with you just for once. If you succeed this time, I will listen to you from now on.
Undoubtedly, his identity as a bastard of the Lin family in the imperial capital was a pain in his life. He originally wanted to stay away from the imperial capital, a place of right and wrong, but he did not expect that even if he had been hiding his identity for more than 20 years, the Lin family in the imperial capital would not let him go. Looking at Lin Qia's body on the ground, Lin Zhanghai's eyes flashed coldly. Since the imperial capital Lin family is like this, don't blame me.
This is all your own fault. It was late at night at the Lin family in the imperial capital. Huff.
A helicopter landed in front of the Lin family in the imperial capital, and then 3 people got off the helicopter.
They were Yi Xian, Luo Tianhe, and Lin Zhanghai. Swish. Figures appeared in the field. Subordinates, meet the master.
With a thud, more than 10 people, led by Shen, knelt on one knee, which shocked Luo Tianhe. Wow, these are 3 martial arts grandmasters and more than 10 martial arts masters. Under the chairman's command, there is actually such a powerful expert.
This. Lin Zhanghai swallowed his saliva.
Although he was already in the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster, he felt that each of the dozen or so people who appeared was stronger than him.
To be precise, each of them could kill him in seconds. Follow me into the Lin family in the imperial capital. Anyone who resists will be killed.
Yi Xian took a step forward, and the terrifying aura turned into a vast ocean of energy that instantly blasted the gate of the Lin family manor in the imperial capital into pieces. Seeing this, Luo Tianhe gasped.
My goodness, Mr. President.
What kind of strength is this? It's too terrifying.
What will happen next is really exciting.
Chapter 101, Sweeping the Lin family in the imperial capital, the powerful martial arts masters are vulnerable.
Presumptuous.
The shocking commotion at the Lin family manor in the imperial capital attracted no less than hundreds of people, led by none other than Lin Xingtian, the patriarch of the Lin family in the imperial capital.
Lin Zhanghai.
Lin Qingtian's eyes fell on Lin Zhanghai, his face full of disbelief. How could you be alive with 7 nights of pursuit?
Xiao Xian, he is the current head of the Lin family. Feeling Lin Qingtian's strength, the strength of a mid-stage martial arts grandmaster is not bad, but that's all. So I found help.
Lin Qingtian's eyes fell on Yi Xian, and he immediately joked, but do you really think this hairy boy can save you?
Noisy.
Yi Xian took a step forward, and the super strong pressure instantly forced Lin Qingtian back. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned as pale as paper.
This is the case for a mid-stage martial arts grandmaster, let alone others. This aura. How is it possible?
Lin Qingtian calmed his mind and looked at Yi Xian opposite him with a completely changed look in his eyes. His aura alone was enough to severely injure him. His strength must have been that of a half-step martial spirit. But, that boy is clearly in his early 20s, how could he be so powerful?
What an arrogant boy.
But at this moment, a figure appeared on the scene. This person was somewhat similar to Lin Qingtian. He was the current head of the Lin family in the imperial capital, Lin Poyan.
Evil creature.
His eyes fell on Lin Zhanghai. Lin Poyan was full of disdain. You were as useless as your mother back then. If I had known that you would collude with outsiders today, I should have killed you.
It can be said that Lin Zhanghai's existence was regarded as a stain on his life. Lin Poyan. I really want to kill you with my own hands. Lin Songhai's eyes were bloodshot.
He still remembered vividly how he and his mother had been humiliated. He also remembered the cold-blooded and heartless scene of that old bastard.
Snort. Lin Poyan smiled coldly. It's good now. Now that you are here, you don't have to leave.
In this case, we can also consider you as a gift to the hidden Lin family. As the voice fell, Lin Poyan's aura surged, and he had surprisingly surpassed the martial arts grandmaster and became a powerful martial arts master.
Boy.
Lin Poyan narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Xian. You were so young and yet you have such strength. It will be a great achievement if I send you to the hidden Lin family.
Sniff.
As the voice fell, Lin Poyan took decisive action. He appeared in front of Yi Xian at an extremely fast speed and reached out to attack his neck.
Xiao Xian, be careful.
Lin Songhai's face changed drastically. Although he didn't know how powerful this ethical father was, he was definitely far beyond the perfection of a martial arts grandmaster. The reason for this was that he had hooked up with that bitch from the mistress's lineage.
Boom.
The energy was overflowing, and Lin Poyan's clothes were rustling, but he stopped 10 centimeters in front of Yi Xian and could not move forward at all.
What?
Lin Poyan was shocked by the sudden scene.
He couldn't even break the opponent's protective energy. How could it be possible? You know. He has already entered the realm of Wuling.
That guy's chi is so strong, could it be that his strength is even higher than his? Thinking of this, Lin Poyan's face turned cold. The Lin family in the imperial capital is the strongest, but that's all. Yi Xian's calm eyes fell on Lin Poyan. Uncle, I'll leave these people from the Lin family to you to deal with.
Including this Lin Poyan.
You? Lin Poyan was about to say something, but was horrified to find that he couldn't move at all. Impossible. What kind of magic did you use?
Fear.
Boundless fear surged in his heart, and Lin Poyan was really scared. That guy is extremely powerful, and even seems to be stronger than the head of the secluded Lin family, his eldest brother-in-law. You know, his eldest brother-in-law has reached the peak of martial spirit.
I can't move.
Lin Qingtian looked at Yi Xian in horror. All the people from the mistress lineage around him were in the same mood, as if they were under a spell of immobilization.
The power of the seal was once again evident at this moment. Gulp. Luo Tianhe took a deep breath. My goodness, how strong is the president? Is he really just a martial spirit? Xiao Xian, thank you.
Although he was extremely shocked, Lin Zhanghai knew that this was a great opportunity for him to take revenge, so he walked towards Lin Patian with a dagger in his hand.
Evil creature, what are you doing?
Lin Patian naturally knew how deep Lin Songhai's hatred for him was, and his eyelids were twitching wildly, but Lin Songhai turned a deaf ear to it. Although I can't kill my father, but your strength is wasted. The dagger in his hand stabbed towards Lin Potian's dantian, and then his strength was lost at a very fast speed.
Lin Zhanghai, you bastard.
Lin Patian was extremely anxious. He never expected that the beast would actually cripple him, which was more cruel than killing him.
As for you, Lin Qingtian, just go and die.
With a hiss, Lin Qingtian was hit in the heart by a punch before he could come to his senses. His heart, which had never been protected at all, exploded in an instant. Poof! Lin Qingtian vomited blood, his eyes widened, and he ended his life with a strong sense of unwillingness. Pa! With a crisp snap of fingers, dozens of the sealed loyal followers of the mistress's lineage were completely wiped out and turned into ashes. Luo Tianhe's mouth twitched, and Shen Er and others had scorching eyes. The master was so strong. From now on, my uncle is the head of the Lin family in the imperial capital. Are you dissatisfied? As far as Yi Xian could see, the surviving Lin family masters were silent and knelt on the ground. We dare not. I'm waiting, meet the head of the family. Hundreds of Lin family masters knelt down in front of Lin Zhanghai without thinking. Just kidding, it doesn't matter to them whether they are born out of wedlock or not. What matters is that it seems better for them to follow Lin Zhanghai than the previous head of the family. Ha! Seeing the dramatic change, Lin Zhanghai raised his hand slightly and said, "Get up. You beast." Lin Potion's face was ashen. He knew it was all over. Without his strength he was no better than a dog. At that moment, his hair turned white and he seemed to have aged 20 years in an instant. Snort! Lin Zhanghai's face was icy, and he glanced at Lin Padian, the cold-blooded father. Throw him out of the Lin family manor, and beat him up every time you see him in the future. Ahem, yes, patriarch. With a dry cough, the Lin family masters naturally did not dare to delay. They carried Lin Padian and dragged him out of the manor. How could they miss such a good opportunity to show their value? As for what will happen to Lin Padian in the future, it has nothing to do with them. Inside the Lin family villa, in a room. Uncle, the Lin family is just beginning to settle down, and it will take quite some time to get on track. As he spoke, Yi Xian took out a physical enhancement liquid. This liquid medicine may be able to help you. Okay, I won't be polite. Seeing his nephew's various methods, Lin Zhanghai said nothing and then took the medicine. I don't know how much time has passed. Buzz. A breath of air centered on Lin Zhanghai spread to the four poles. Luo Tianhe's eyes lit up. He was naturally familiar with this method. This is... At a certain moment, Lin Zhanghai opened his eyes, clenched his fists with incredible excitement. Master of martial arts, Xiao Xian, whoever dares to target your uncle in the future will be crippled. Chapter 102. Who kissed me secretly? You are my man, so what if I kiss you? Imperial capital, Ji family manor. What did you say? Ji Haoyue frowned when he heard the news from the other party. The Lin family has undergone a drastic change. Lin Songhai, who was expelled from the Lin family more than 20 years ago, has taken control of the Lin family. Lin Poyan was abandoned. In the villa study, after hanging up the phone, Ji Haoyue's eyes were full of astonishment. It seems that old guy Lin Poyan has suffered retribution. Ding dong. Just then Ji Haotian received a message, and when he saw the message, he was stunned. How could it be him? Seeing his second brother, who was always wise and calm, like this, Ji Haoyue asked suspiciously, Haotian, what's wrong? Ahem, brother, you may not believe it if I tell you that Lin Zhanghai is the uncle of Yi Xian I told you. Yi Xian. Hearing what his second brother said, Ji Haoyue naturally realized something and looked towards the direction of the imperial capital Lin family. You mean, the person behind the subversion of the imperial capital Lin family is Yi Xian? Good. Ji Haotian nodded seriously and continued, Brother, you don't know that Uncle Lei saw with his own eyes that Yi Xian beat the martial arts grandmaster into a bloody mist with one move. Such strength is enough to destroy Lin Padian. Moreover, Lin Zhanghai has always been mediocre. His sudden rise is too coincidental. After listening to his second brother's words, Ji Haoyue already believed it about 70%. Moreover, since he turned the martial arts grandmaster into a bloody mist with one move, his strength was probably at least half a step to the level of a martial spirit, or even a martial spirit. After pondering for a moment, Ji Haoyue said meaningfully, Haotian, it seems that it is time for us to contact this Lin Songhai. If we can help him a little, we may gain something unexpected in the future. In the room of Dun Villa. Swish. At a certain moment, a figure appeared in the room as if out of thin air. If an outsider saw it, he would be shocked, because even a powerful martial king could not do this. With the beauty in his arms, looking at the beautiful woman so close to him, smelling the calming fragrance on her body, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. Boo! She lowered her head and kissed him on his red lips. Xiao Bingning moved her body, found a comfortable position, and continued to sleep while hugging her man. Ding! The host spent 50 billion renminbi and gained 50 trillion renminbi in wealth. Hearing the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was stunned, and then the corners of his mouth curled up.
I almost forgot about this.
After getting 50 trillion in wealth, I thought about the martial arts masters that the Lin family in the imperial capital encountered. I estimated that it wouldn't be long before they would face the hidden family.
It is better to improve your strength first.
Anyway, your wealth is already over 10 trillion.
Tonzi, help me improve my realm.
Yi Xian sent out a thought, and the system quickly responded. The host's realm has been upgraded to the middle stage of the martial emperor, consuming 20 trillion renminbi. The host's realm has been upgraded to the Empress Wu stage, consuming 30 trillion renminbi. The host's realm has been upgraded to the peak of the martial emperor, consuming 40 trillion renminbi. With 3 consecutive voices, terrifying energy surged in Yi Xian's body, forcibly raising his realm to the peak level of martial emperor. It can be said that Yi Xian is now more than 10 times stronger than before.
Peak of martial emperor?
Feeling the surging energy, he was afraid that the hidden families were just ants in front of him, although he didn't know what realm those old monsters in the hidden families were at now. Then, bring up the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Realm, martial emperor peak.
Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical prodigy, forbidden power. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 1000 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, God-killing needle X99, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopter.
Wealth, 25.45 trillion renminbi, level of advancement, unlimited.
Looking at the sharp drop in his wealth, Yi Xian smacked his lips. For the first time, he felt that being a trillionaire was not so attractive. If he continued to increase his wealth, the next time would probably be as high as 50 trillion.
Joke? With such a huge amount of money, not to mention people, even a house would probably be destroyed.
A little. Holding the 2 bears in his hands, he fell asleep with the beauty in his arms.
The next day, early morning.
The golden sunlight poured onto a beautiful face, and then the beautiful girl struggled for a moment before waking up, and what she saw was a handsome man.
Oof.
Seeing a guy soundly sleeping, Xiao Bingning gave him a charming look, thinking about what happened last night.
You worked so hard, you must be sleepy now.
Xiao Bingning's beautiful face looked coquettish, so beautiful, and her handsome cheeks were bathed in the golden sunlight at an angle. At a certain moment, Xiao Bingning bent down and kissed him as if possessed by a ghost. Then, her face flushed as she looked at the man in front of her, her heart going crazy. Xiao Bingning, what are you doing?
You actually kissed that guy secretly. But that guy is really handsome. How about another kiss? Xiao Bingning's beautiful eyes fell on Yi Xian's cheek, and her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate.
Besides, this guy was her man, so it was okay for her to give him a kiss secretly. That's right, that guy kissed me secretly, and I was just returning the kiss. She pursed her lips while muttering, and then kissed her man on the lips.
This feeling was quite exciting.
No wonder that guy liked to kiss her secretly, hee hee.
Just skim the water and take a sip.
I kissed my man on the lips like this, and the feeling was very wonderful, completely different from normal kissing.
Nizi, what are you doing?
Just when Xiao Bingning's red lips were a few centimeters away, Yi Xian woke up from his sleep.
Ah, you were asleep. Why are you awake?
Xiao Bingning moved away as if she had been electrocuted, her face flushed and the red spread to her neck. At this moment, she wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. After all, she was not as shameless as that guy.
Just now, you were?
Yi Xian pursed his lips, feeling the familiar taste, and looked at the beautiful lady in disbelief. Wife Bingning, you are not kissing your husband secretly, are you?
You? Humph, who kissed you secretly? You are my man, so what's wrong with me kissing you?
Xiao Bingning gritted her teeth and glared at someone, but she was panicking. Yi Xian looked at the beautiful woman in front of him strangely.
This girl is really getting better and better at playing. Chapter 103, The Lu family, the first family in Zhonghai, was destroyed by you. 2 days later, in front of Qianjun restaurant.
Huff. A helicopter came roaring in and stopped in front of the restaurant. This helicopter belongs to Master.
Meng Qianqiu looked at the thunder attack helicopter. Its appearance alone was worth a lot of money.
Of course.
Senior sister Xiao, Daddy is super awesome. Xinxin and Tongtong were chirping on the side, saying that this was a chance for Daddy to show off, so how could he miss it? Master, you are so rich. Blinking her eyes, Meng Xianxiu sighed. In her opinion, only super rich people have private jets, although that is indeed the case. Master Yi, walk slowly. Mu Hanxue, along with the employees of Qianjun liquor store branch, bowed and saw them off until the helicopter disappeared from sight and then stood up. Boss, you even bought a helicopter. The employee's eyes were sparkling with stars. This configuration was really too extravagant. I like it so much. It would be great if this was their future husband. Oh. Dad, are we going to Grandpa's house? In the helicopter, the two little ones looked around curiously, while Meng Qianxiu was a little reserved. After all, this was her first time riding in a helicopter. He rubbed the heads of the two little guys lovingly. The matter of the secluded Xiao family was no trivial matter, so naturally he had to communicate with his father-in-law so that he could be prepared. How was it? Did you enjoy your trip? After hearing what their father said, the two little ones pecked at the rice and nodded their heads. Of course they were extremely happy. Xianxiu, don't be nervous. Xiao Bingning held Meng Qianxiu's hand and said, your master and grandmother are very nice people. Besides, you are so beautiful, they must like you very much. Really, master's wife? Meng Qianxiu stared at Xiao Bingning with her pure eyes, which made Xiao Bingning feel distressed. This girl was obviously worried that she would not do well enough and cause trouble for her master. Silly girl, just treat it as your own home. Xiao Bingning comforted Meng Qianxiu, and Meng Qianxiu felt much more relaxed after hearing what his master's wife said, nodding heavily. Chiaki. Seeing Meng Qianxiu looking at her master and two younger sisters with envy, Xiao Bingning took her into her arms and said, from now on, you are the daughter of your master and the wife of your master. Aha! Meng Qianqiumo was in the arms of her master's wife, her eyes were full of ripples and a happy smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. Is this the feeling of maternal love? So comfortable. Soon, the Xiao family manor in Jinling was in sight. That's a helicopter. Quick, tell the master and the mistress that the young lady and the uncle are back. The sharp-eyed maids recognized the helicopter at the first moment and walked into the villa. Soon Xiao Guofeng and Xiao's mother arrived outside the villa. Coincidentally, the helicopter also landed on the ground. Grandpa, Grandma. As soon as they got off the helicopter, Xinxin and Tongtong ran towards Mr. and Mrs. Xia, and the maids smiled at them when they saw this. Xiao, you're back. When Xiao's mother saw her son-in-law, she guessed that the two little guys had been having fun these days. Yi Xian smiled slightly and then introduced Xianxiu, this is your master's grandfather and grandmother. Hello, master. Hello, grandma. Meng Qianxiu's pleasant voice was heard, and Xia Guofeng and Xiao's mother were stunned. Mom and Dad, this is the disciple Yi Xian accepted in Zhanghai. Apprentice? After hearing their daughter's words, father and mother Xiao looked at each other and understood. Okay. Come on, Xianxiu, right? Follow grandma inside. Mother Xia naturally noticed that Meng Qianxiu was a little reserved, so she took her little hand and led her into the villa, with a smile on her face that she didn't hide at all, as she said, she now had a granddaughter. Gurgle. Just then, the two little ones' stomachs growled in protest, and Father Xiao smiled. Dad, we are hungry. The two little guys pouted and pointed at their bellies and talked cutely. Really? Daddy will make delicious food for you today. After saying that, Yi Xian came to the kitchen of the villa with ease. As for the maids, they looked at their son-in-law with full admiration and adoration. His son-in-law doted on them very much. Not long. The tempting aroma wafted from the kitchen, filling every corner of the villa. The maids couldn't help swallowing their saliva as they brought each dish to the table. Indeed, my brother-in-law is such a great cook that he is totally out of control. Wow. When the dishes were laid out on the table, Meng Qianxiu's eyes widened. Master, are your cooking skills much better than I thought? Smelling the fragrance, Meng Qianxiu felt like he was dreaming. Come. Mother Xia smiled slightly, picked up the cup, and looked at Meng Qianxiu. Let's raise our glasses together and welcome Qianxiu to join our big family. Cheers. With a bang, everyone raised their glasses. Meng Qianxiu was in tears and said, we have joined the big family. Grandmaster and Grandma are so nice. Qianxiu, eat it while it's hot.
Xiao Guofeng also liked Meng Qianqiu very much and kept picking food for him. Xiao's mother did the same, fearing that he would be restrained and embarrassed.
Thank you, master. Thank you, grandma. Meng Qianqiu thanked with a red face.
Fortunately, her master and his wife did not join in, otherwise she would not be able to finish the meal.
So envious.
In the villa, the maids watched the harmonious atmosphere, especially Meng Qianqiu, the apprentice accepted by their brother-in-law, who was so beautiful and sensible. Hiccup. At a certain moment, Meng Qianqiu and the two little guys were burping, feeling very satisfied.
Uncle, I have something to tell you. Oh.
Seeing the happy atmosphere, Xiao Guofeng's expression became much more serious. Since his son-in-law said this, it must be a big deal.
Could it be related to the Zhenghai Lu family?
Soon, I arrived at the study.
Fu, close the door. Xiao Guofeng gave instructions to Uncle Fu, and as the door closed, there were only 3 people in the study. Xiao Xian, I wonder, what's going on?
After pondering for a moment, Xiao Guofeng couldn't help but ask, and Uncle Fu's eyes fell on his own son-in-law. Yi Xian then gave a brief account of his trip to Zhenghai, but Xiao Guofeng and Uncle Fu were all incredulous after hearing it.
What? The father-in-law looked at his son-in-law in shock and said in amazement, the Lu family, the first family in Zhenghai, was destroyed by you.
Hiss. Uncle Fu sucked in a breath of cold air, gulped his saliva, and looked at his brother-in-law with a changed look in his eyes. What a wretched Lu family of Zhenghai, such a powerful existence, was actually destroyed by his brother-in-law. The impact of this information is really too great.
Yeah, but that's not important.
Yi Xian waved his hand and said, besides, I found out who was behind the Zhenghai Lu family this time.
Who?
When Xiao Guofeng heard this, he couldn't help but feel nervous.
This matter concerned the safety of their Xiao family and he had to take it seriously.
The Xiao family's ancestors belonged to a family that is the Hermit Xiao family ancestor, that is. After a pause, Yi Xian did not hide the truth and said, the family of the person who cursed the jade pendant to the ancestor of the Xiao family, and the reason why they took action this time was also instructed by that person.
Uncle Fu.
Hearing what his uncle said, Uncle Fu's eyes widened, and then his face was full of shock. Uncle, you mean, the big shot who cursed the jade pendant to the ancestors of the Xiao family, is still alive now?
Chapter 104 Xiao Xian, your uncle owes you a huge favor again.
Good. Yi Xian nodded. Although it was hard to accept, it was indeed the fact.
The hidden Xiao family.
Xiao Guofeng's face was solemn. He never expected that his ancestor was actually from the reclusive Xiao family, and the hatred for his ancestor being treated like this by him must be extremely great. Son-in-law, he has survived for hundreds of years, so his strength. Although Uncle Fu didn't finish his words, his meaning was already very clear. Even a pig could become a strong man after living for hundreds of years.
Strength?
Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then continued, above the martial arts master is the martial arts grandmaster, you should know this, and above the martial arts grandmaster is the martial spirit, and above the martial spirit is the martial king and the martial emperor. According to the information, the person who gave the Xiao family's ancestor the cursed jade pendant should be at the level of martial king.
What?
After hearing this, Xiao Guofeng felt suffocated. The martial king was 2 realms above him. In this case, in the eyes of such a being, their Xiao family was no different from ants.
No wonder that person has never taken action.
Xiao Guofeng smiled bitterly. Only then did he understand the reason why the enemy who gave his ancestors the cursed jade pendant no longer targeted their Xiao family. It was probably because the Xiao family was too weak and was unwilling to take action. Seeing his father-in-law's bitter and sad face, Yi Xian took out 10 doses of physical enhancement liquid with his right hand. Uncle, these liquid medicines can help the Xiao family protect themselves more in the future.
This, thank you, Xiao Xian. Xiao Guofeng hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted it.
Although he didn't want to accept it, it was too important for the Xiao family today. We are family, no need to be polite. Yi Xian waved his hand without caring. After all, this medicine was inexhaustible for him. After a little while. Buzz. The father-in-law's aura became stronger, and he opened his eyes to feel the surging energy. This is the perfection of a martial arts master.
Xiao Xian, uncle owes you another huge favor.
Looking at his son-in-law in front of him, Xiao Guofeng was extremely grateful that he had accepted him in the first place, otherwise the Xiao family would still be living in confusion now.
Even in the future, when we are destroyed, we won't even know who the enemy is.
On the other hand, Uncle Fu has also changed, and his strength has directly increased to a half-step martial arts grandmaster.
It is undeniable that he is the strongest person in the Xiao family now. Half step to becoming a martial arts grandmaster. Uncle Fu was deeply moved and bowed. Sir, I will remember your kindness. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand slightly. After all, the stronger Uncle Fu was, the more the Xiao family could protect themselves in the face of future changes. But if the enemy in the near future becomes a hidden family, I am afraid that the strength of my subordinates will be quite insufficient. I have detected that the host despises his subordinates for being weak, so I will give him unlimited top-grade marrow cleansing pills and 72 black iron swords. Top-grade marrow cleansing pill? Black iron sword? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Wow! This operation is worthy of the title of super rich. With these two things, the strength of the divine guards will surely increase significantly. A little. Xia Guofeng and the other two came out of the study, and Xia's mother looked at her son-in-law in amazement. Xiao Yi, you bought the Zhanghai Chuangrong building for 8.8 billion as a branch of the Xia Group. Xia Guofeng and Fu Bo were stunned again when they heard this. They bought the building for 8.8 billion as a branch. Xiao Shen, this is too expensive. For a moment, even the father-in-law couldn't stand it anymore. Wouldn't he owe his son-in-law a favor? Hee, Grandpa. Seeing her grandfather's surprised look, Xing Tongtong said with a smile, Dad also bought 1 million acres of land in the suburbs of Zhanghai for 35 billion. Cough. Xia Guofeng, who had just taken a sip of water to calm down, was choked by the sudden words of his two granddaughters and spat out all the tea. Uncle, are you serious? Uncle Fu was obviously also greatly shocked. After all, 35 billion was an astronomical figure even for the Xiao family today, and it was the first time he heard of such a large sum of land. This guy. Seeing the astonishment in the room, Xia Bingning knew that the guy had been pretending again. What? The maids nearby were stunned. 35 billion? Make sure you're not dreaming. Son-in-law, this is too generous. Son-in-law's happiness is obviously not something that ordinary people like them can understand. After dinner, Yi Xian took his family for a stroll in the manor, with his apprentice Meng Qianqiu by his side. To be honest, he had not taken a close look at the manor since his father-in-law's family moved there. You just know how to show off. Xia Bingning glared at the guy next to her and said unhappily. Boom! Just as she finished speaking, Yi Xian hit her on the head, causing the beautiful lady to let out a hum in pain. To be in the limelight, husband, I didn't do anything? Under the warm yellow streetlights, the beautiful woman next to him was even more charming, especially with her frowning and slightly painful expression. If anyone saw it, she would surely fascinate many people. Ha! After strolling for a while, Yi Xian sensed an extremely strong aura emerging from the Xiao family manor in the distance. The middle stage of Wuling. Detect the host's perception of a mid-stage Wuling enemy, and grant a god's perspective. Note, the system will present the enemy's status from a god's perspective. Goddess perspective? After hearing Tongzi's words, Yi Xian the next moment seemed to have traveled through time and space and arrived at the Xiao family manor where the middle stage of martial spirit was located, just like God watching over his people. It felt very strange, and the other party obviously didn't notice anything. What an amazing goddess perspective! Even though he was a Tongzi, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh that this ability was too incredible. If those boys knew about this ability, they would probably faint from happiness. So, if you peek at someone taking a bath from a goddess perspective, the scene, it's exciting just to think about it. Grand Elder. With a swish, a figure appeared next to an old man. That man was at the mid-stage of a martial arts grandmaster, and his strength was extremely strong. The Xiao family that our ancestors asked us to pay attention to is ahead of us. Yi Shen, who was involved in the disappearance of Master Pingchuan and young Master Xiaoyu, is also here. Oh. After hearing what his men said, Xiao Wanguo narrowed his eyes and looked towards the direction of the Xiao family manor. I want to see what is so special about Yi Shen and the Xiao family. If there are any rebels in Xiao family manor this time, kill them. Yes, great elder. All the followers of the reclusive Xiao family bowed respectfully. This time the great elder came in person. That kid would definitely die. However, what Xiao Wanguo didn't know was that their whereabouts had already been exposed to someone in the eyes of a god's perspective. If he knew that Yi Xian was now at the peak of the martial emperor, it was unknown how he would react. Chapter 105, Master's Strength. Could it be that he has surpassed Wu Ling? What's wrong? Xiao Bingning saw her man stop and couldn't help but ask curiously. You guys go first, I'm going to the bathroom. Bathroom? Hearing what someone said, Xiao Bingning subconsciously looked over and her face turned red. She glared at him unhappily. Didn't someone say that he had a large inventory? Boom! Yi Xian knocked on the beautiful lady's head and said, "My husband's inventory is full, and my wife Bingning seems very happy." Spit! What are you talking about, you big-headed ghost? After joking around for a while, he rubbed the two little guys' heads lovingly and walked towards the toilet. A few minutes later. The Xiao family manor is somewhere far away, in the hidden place where the Xiao family is located. Who? At a certain moment, Xiao Wanguo's gaze fell on a certain place, and more than 10 figures were on alert. When they saw Yi Xian appearing not far away, they were all shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Because they don't even know when it appeared. Who are you? When Xiao Wanguo saw the person coming, his heart sank. Although this person was young, he gave him an unfathomable feeling. Interesting. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Wanguo. From Xiao Xiaoyu's memory, he naturally knew that the person in front of him was the reclusive elder of the Xiao family, his grandfather Xiao Wanguo. You are looking for me, who am I? Xiao Wanguo's eyes narrowed when the calm voice sounded in his ears. You are the son-in-law of the Xiao family in Jinling. Yi Xian. Yi Xian? When these words were spoken, everyone in the secluded Xiao family was shocked. Isn't this the purpose of their coming here this time? Xiao Wanguo, right? Looking at the old man in front of him, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The great elder of the reclusive Xiao family, a mid-stage martial spirit master, come if you want revenge. I was the one who killed Xiao Xiaoyu and Xiao Pingchuan. What? Hearing Yi Xian's words, the reclusive Xiao family master's face changed drastically. Is this kid crazy? Does he know what he is saying? No. Soon they realized something and looked at Yi Xian. How did that guy know the name of the great elder, and also the names of Yu Xiao and Deacon Xiao Pingchuan? Could it be that? Impossible. The kid in front of me is only in his early 20s, how can he have such strength? Boy! Xiao Wanguo narrowed his eyes, and a fierce light flashed. No matter whether it is true or not, you will die today. And... At this point, Xiao Wanguo looked towards the Xiao family manor in the distance. I will let the entire Jinling Xiao family be buried with you. Yeah. Yi Xian smiled slightly, but Xiao Wanguo was very unhappy with this scene. Destroy him. Xiao Wanguo gave the order directly, and then said with a cruel and cold expression on his face, I will break his bones one by one, so that he won't even be able to hope to die. Yes, great elder. Looking at Yi Xian in front of them, dozens of people surrounded him. It was obvious that they did not dare to slack off in the slightest according to the orders of the great elder, even though the boy in front of them was just a young boy. Boy, are you crazy? But, the more arrogant a person is, the faster he will die. The strongest person who surrounded him, the hidden Xiao family martial arts grandmaster, smiled coldly. In your next life, be careful and be a good person. Remember that there are some people you cannot offend. Oh. Yeah? Hearing the words of the reclusive Xiao family master, Yi Xian's mouth curled up in an intriguing arc. Could it be that you are the ones who are crazy? Pa! With a light wave of his hand, the great martial arts master was turned into a bloody mist by Yi Xian. Xiao Wanguo looked at the powerful warrior from Zone High who was beaten into a bloody mist, and his face became solemn. Such strength already explained everything. What? The hidden masters of the Xiao family who were about to step forward stopped abruptly with expressions of horror. What did they see? The great martial arts master was actually killed instantly by that guy, and was beaten into a bloody mist. Escape! This was the unanimous thought of everyone, because even a half-step martial spirit or even a martial spirit powerhouse might not be able to do so. It's too late. With a snap of fingers, the hidden master of the Xiao family who originally wanted to escape was mysteriously turned into ashes in front of Xiao Wanguo's incredulous gaze, and the power of the ban was revealed again. Even the masters of the Xiao family's great elders' lineage who lived in seclusion didn't have time to utter a scream. The smell of blood accompanied by the cold wind blew over, and Xiao Wanguo shuddered all over. What kind of sorcery is this? Indeed, Xiao Wanguo was shocked. With such means and strength, not only him, but even the reclusive head of the Xiao family who was at the peak of martial spirit could not do it, let alone those half-step martial king and the supreme elders at the martial king level. Could it be a powerful martial arts master? Xiao Wanguo stared at Yi Xian intently. Perhaps only an ancestor of the secluded Xiao family, at least a powerful ancestor in the late martial king stage, could do such a thing. Only. How old is that kid?
He is in his early 20s and has the combat power comparable to that of a late-stage martial king.
What does that mean?
Scared. At this moment, Xiao Wanguo was really scared.
Clatter.
At this moment, Yi Xian took a step towards Xiao Wanguo, which made the face of the reclusive Xiao family elder, who was in the middle stage of wuling, change drastically. What are you going to do?
I'm warning you.
I'm the great elder of the hidden Xiao family. My hidden Xiao family has a peak martial king, and even a half-step martial emperor.
If you dare to touch me. Sniff.
With a flick of his finger, a beam of bright energy instantly pierced through Xiao Wanguo's brows and crushed his consciousness in an instant.
You.
On duty before death, Xiao Wanguo's pupils widened and he stared at Yi Xian in disbelief, then his body fell to the ground with a dull sound.
Swish.
At this moment, figures appeared on the scene.
Meet the master.
With a thud, dozens of figures knelt down respectfully, and the one leading them was Shanair, and the others were all divine guards.
However, when he saw the heart-pounding waves emanating from Xiao Wanguo's body, he was shocked. That fluctuation. Could it be a powerful martial spirit?
Feeling Xiao Wanguo's corpse, the eyes of the Shanair people changed when they looked at their master. When they arrived, they just saw their master kill the man instantly with one move. The master can kill a powerful martial spirit in seconds.
Could it be that his master's strength has surpassed that of a martial spirit? Get up.
Yi Xian raised his hand slightly, and an irresistible energy lifted them up, which shocked the second-class gods again. Afterwards, with a snap of his fingers, Xiao Wanguo was turned into ashes on the spot under the erosion of the sealing power.
This effect was much more convenient than the bone-eating powder.
Gulp. Looking at their master's actions, Shanair and others swallowed their saliva again.
Such means, how on earth did the master do it? It's incredible.
However, they did not know that the scene before them was just the tip of the iceberg of their master. Who knows how they would react if they knew that Yi Xian had reached the peak of martial emperor. Chapter 106, Tongzi's Generous Gift, the world-destroying magic weapon and the secret of the supreme swordsmanship.
Yes, master.
Shanair and the others responded respectfully, and then they came back to their senses from their daze. However, the scenes of their master killing the powerful martial arts master in seconds emerged in their minds.
That's right.
Yi Xian thought of something, and with a flip of his right hand, 72 top-grade marrow cleansing pills suddenly appeared. One for each of you, take this pill.
Yes, sir.
Shanair took out more than 10 top-grade marrow cleansing pills, put away the remaining pills, and then swallowed them.
Buzz.
A force that enhances talent more thoroughly than the physical enhancement liquid, transforming the second-level divine qualities, and its effect is completely different from the physical enhancement liquid that transforms the body. As his talent transformed, Shanair's strength increased at a visible speed.
Late stage of martial arts grandmaster. The pinnacle of martial arts grandmaster.
Finally, Shanair's strength reached the level of half-step martial spirit, and at this time Shanair opened his eyes.
This is a half-step martial spirit.
Feeling the surging energy, Shanair was extremely excited, because at this moment he could defeat Shani Boss with one move, or even kill him. After all, Shani Boss was only in the late stage of martial arts grandmaster.
So strong.
The surge of energy made the faces of the surrounding divine guards shocked, and then they all swallowed the top-grade marrow cleansing pills in their hands.
That's it.
After a while, the strength of more than 10 divine guards all increased greatly. The weakest one had reached the peak of martial arts grandmaster, and his combat power was comparable to that of a great god.
If Boss Shani used this pill, he might be able to directly enter the realm of Wuling. Thank you for the gift, master.
With a thud, Shanair led more than a dozen divine guards to kneel down, while Yi Xian waved his hand slightly. Then he waved his right hand, and 72 black iron swords suddenly appeared. These weapons can help you improve your combat power a lot. Shanair took one of the black iron swords and waved it casually. The air became a little distorted. This is such a sharp sword.
Besides.
After thinking for a moment, Yi Xian frantically took out thousands of doses of physical fitness enhancement liquid. Shanair, go back and tell Shani to let the Shenwei consume these 1,000 doses of liquid medicine in the shortest possible time.
3 months later, I want all the divine guards to enter the realm of martial spirits. Ha!
As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the second god widened, and the corners of the mouths of more than 10 god guards twitched.
Oh my god, is the master crazy? Thousands of magical medicines, such treatment, how did the master do it?
It seems like the divine fluid will never run dry, it's incredible.
It's just entering the realm of martial spirit after 3 months, isn't this a bit too much?
Yes, master. Xiao solemnly put away thousands of doses of physical fitness enhancement liquid, and the scene of 3 months later seemed to emerge in his mind. 72 martial spirit masters, that scene.
I dare not imagine it.
I'm afraid that by then they will be able to defeat all the major hidden families' open forces with just their divine guards. Detect the host's arrogance and improve the strength of his subordinates, and give them the god-level world-destroying sword and the supreme sword secret.
Note, the sword secret can turn all things into swords.
The specific magical effect can be experienced by the host himself.
A god-level world-destroying sword? The secret of the supreme sword?
Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the voice next to his ear. He could understand the sword of destruction, but what on earth was the secret of the supreme sword?
Moreover, it can turn everything into swords, sounds very powerful.
With a flick of his fingers, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes.
The energy turns into sword.
The next moment, a terrifying sword light surged out, and even the second divine master who had broken through to the half-step martial spirit was forced to retreat again and again. More than a dozen divine guards felt the sharp sword intent and swallowed their saliva. Such a strong sword intent! With a hissing sound, and at this moment with a bang, a small hill not far away was blown up, and a terrifying energy force rushed towards him. Hiss! The terrifying energy caused Xiao and his party to gasp, and Yi Xian himself was shocked. Such a powerful force, is this the secret of swordsmanship?
You know.
Just now, he just casually flicked his weapon, but it had such power. Although we don't know how strong he is, I'm afraid that an ordinary martial king at the peak of his power would be strangled to death.
Such strength should be enough.
Then, bring up the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Martial Emperor Peak.
Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical master, forbidden power, supreme swordsmanship. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 1000 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, 99 god-killing needles, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopters, unlimited top-grade marrow cleansing pills, and god-level world-destroying sword. Wealth, 25.45 trillion renminbi, level of advancement, unlimited. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian was filled with emotion. He was in a very unhappy mood for the moment. To be honest, he couldn't wait to see what was so special about the hidden family.
Back off.
When Yi Xian waved his hand, Xiao bowed and then flew to the villa on the outskirts of Jinling. It was obvious that he wanted to share this good thing with Xin Yi and other divine guards as soon as possible. I'll take my leave. After a while, Yi Xian was the only one left in the field. He then flipped his right hand and took out a top-grade marrow cleansing pill. I don't know if it will be effective if I use it myself? Yi Xian murmured. After all, he was baptized once when he obtained the ability of a martial arts master. Ha! After taking the top-grade marrow cleansing pill, Yi Xian was surprised to find that it actually worked. Although his realm did not break through, it was obviously improved a little, although only a little. But it doesn't matter, after all, he has unlimited top-grade marrow cleansing pills.
10. 20.
30. Like eating candy beans, Yi Xian swallowed hundreds of top-grade marrow cleansing pills one after another. The host has taken 100 top-grade marrow cleansing pills and has broken through to the early stage of martial arts. Listening to the voice ringing in his ears again, Yi Xian's mouth curled up. Is it true that he can break through? It seems that he has saved another 50 trillion wealth in the early stage of Wuzong. He feels very happy. If this scene were known to the outside world, I wonder what kind of sensation it would cause. In particular, the insane operation of taking 100 top-grade marrow cleansing pills in a row will definitely make countless old immortal beings chase him and kill him. Damn, have you ever considered their feelings when you are such a spendthrift? You know. One pill can change their qualifications and break through the shackles, let alone the hundreds of them now. Of course, if they knew that Yi Xian had countless of these top-grade marrow cleansing pills, I wonder if they would put aside all their dignity and kneel down to lick his ass. As for dignity? Just kidding, it's nothing compared to strength. Chapter 107 Husband, what you just did, that wasn't juice. Xiao family manor, in the field. Dad, why did you come so late? When Xinxin and Tongtong saw their daddy, they puffed up their faces and looked like they were trying to coax me. They were super cute.
Ahem, Daddy, please be more careful next time, okay? Puff.
Seeing a guy being looked down upon by two little girls, Xiao Bingning laughed consciencelessly.
Bingning, my wife, how dare you laugh at your man for being so bold? She paused and jokingly said, You are so happy, aren't you afraid that your husband will give you all the inventory when he gets home? You, what are you talking about?
Someone's words caused Xiao Bingning's face to turn red, and the redness spread to her neck, making her look particularly charming under the warm yellow light. Certain images involuntarily emerged in his mind.
He knew what inventory meant, but how could he do this? Hateful. That bastard is so bad, I really want to bite him to death, what should I do?
This guy is really crazy, he tells everything.
Meng Qianqiu was extremely envious of the joke.
The master's wife and master had such a good relationship, and the master was really good at doting on people. Thinking about the scenes of their encounters with his master, he couldn't help but feel a sense of happiness.
That's right.
After a while, Yi Xian thought of something and took out 10 pills. Qianqiu, these are the medicine candies that your master specially prepared for you.
Just eat if you have nothing to do. Jelly beans?
After hearing what his master said, Meng Qianqiu looked at his master's wife and two younger sisters playing not far away.
Could it be that his master did this specially for him? Thinking of this, Meng Qianqiu was deeply moved. Aha! Thank you, master.
Meng Qianqiu nodded his head like a little chicken pecking at rice, looking at his master's back, and he was very happy in his heart.
Have no idea.
After a pause, Meng Qianqiu looked at the 10 pills on sale. He didn't know that these were top-grade marrow cleansing pills.
How do they taste?
Swallowing his saliva, Meng Qianqiu weighed the matter for a moment, then picked up a pill and swallowed it.
Oh. Smells so good. The taste was excellent and the aftertaste was endless. Meng Qianqiu's eyes sparkled.
These were the most delicious candy beans she had ever eaten.
Eat another one.
Seeing that there were still a lot of candy beans, Meng Qianqiu ate another one, and that was it. In less than half a minute, all 10 candy beans were eaten.
Buzz.
At this moment, Meng Qianqiu's forbidden body seemed to be touched. When he came to his senses, his strength soared to the late stage of martial arts grandmaster. A 7 or 8-year-old martial arts master in the late stage, can you believe this? If the outside world knew about this, it would cause a huge stir.
Is this really a jelly bean?
After taking a deep breath for a long time, Meng Qianqiu finally came to his senses. No wonder master said that he prepared it specially for me, the candy beans must be very precious.
Certainly.
If the old monster at the level of king of martial arts or even emperor of martial arts knew about this, she would probably be dismembered and refined without hesitation, and she had no idea what kind of opportunity she was experiencing at the moment.
Many years later, Meng Qianqiu was extremely moved when he found out what he had eaten.
Of course, this is all a story for later.
At night, in the boudoir of the villa. Patter.
Listening to the sound of water coming from the bathroom, Yi Xian involuntarily turned on the god's perspective, and then a scene that made his blood boil suddenly appeared, and he quickly withdrew it.
Hiss.
He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the scenes just now appeared in his mind. Although it is not illegal to look at your own wife, but if he keeps looking at her like this, he must have a quirk.
Take a deep breath and calm your mind. That's right.
Yi Xian thought of something and murmured as he looked towards the bathroom, I wonder what effect this girl will get from using the top-grade marrow cleansing pill. With a flip of his right hand, 20 top-grade marrow cleansing pills suddenly appeared. Then with a slight squeeze, they turned into powder and fell into the water, and then became liquid medicine.
Not long after completing a series of actions, the bathroom door opened with a crash. Come on, wife, have a glass of juice.
Picking up the cup of medicine, Yi Xian said with a smile.
Juice? Listening to her man's words, Xiao Bingning looked at the pleasant smell in the cup and said, You are so attentive today.
As she spoke, Xiao Bingning drank the medicine.
This tastes pretty good. If this scene were known to the outside world, I wonder if they would explode with envy. Buzz.
As soon as she drank the medicine, Xiao Bingning felt something strange. An indescribable energy surged from deep within her heart, and then this energy was on the verge of running wild. Yi Xian was well prepared. He flipped his right hand and dozens of golden needles appeared. It was obvious that the beautiful lady could not absorb them all. After all, her physique was not as powerful as the forbidden body. With the guidance of dozens of golden needles, this energy was completely absorbed, and his realm was finally stabilized at the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster. The host has used 20 top-grade marrow cleansing pills on his wife, and her physique has been upgraded to the ancient ice mark bloodline. At the same time, the ice in Xiao Bingning's body turned into blood power along a miraculous trajectory. At this moment, she completely controlled the cold air in her body, and its quality and strength were at least 10 times stronger than before. When Xiao Bingning came back to her senses, she saw that someone had already put away dozens of golden needles. Mid-stage martial arts grandmaster.
Honey, what you just did, that wasn't juice. Obviously, Xiao Bingning realized something.
No wonder she felt strange when she drank it just now.
Certainly.
Yi Xian smiled slightly and said, "What your husband gave you just now was 20 top-grade marrow cleansing pills, which is what you understand as cleansing the essence in marrow."
Puff.
Xiao Bingning drank some water to calm down, her beautiful eyes widened. "What did you say?"
You actually used 20 pills of that kind of elixir to cleanse the essence in marrow.
In fact, Xiao Bingning was shocked by her man's squandering. After experiencing the miraculous effect of the juice just now, she knew too well that even one pill would probably be sold at a sky-high price. And this guy actually used 20 pills on her.
Such a waste.
Of course, if she knew that her man had used 100 of them himself, I wonder how Xiao Bingning would react. Such a generous gesture, precisely because she knew it was extremely precious, Xiao Bingning's heart was moved.
Even if that guy doted on her, he couldn't do this. She was so angry. What a pity to use it on yourself. Why, is my gorgeous wife touched?
Holding the beauty in his arms, Yi Xian laughed and joked, but Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes. "Pa. You're so touched, you loser. My beautiful wife is so angry that her teeth itch, but she is still moved."
How can she be moved by such a spendthrift? That's all money. I feel so sad. Chapter 108. It's like this every time. One tea, he get tired of it? Boom.
Just as Xiao Bingning finished speaking, she was hit on the smooth and white forehead, causing the beautiful lady to grimace in pain.
You are such a heartless person. Your man is so good to you that he becomes a loser.
I don't know how much time has passed. The beautiful lady leaned in Yi Xian's arms and fell asleep peacefully, with a satisfied smile on her pretty face. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, who looked particularly charming under the dim light, Yi Xian couldn't help but take a sip of wine on her delicate face, feeling very good.
Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone rang. I saw the caller ID and answered it. Hey, Master Yi.
After answering the phone, Mu Hanshue's respectful voice came from the other end. "It's so late, I hope I didn't disturb you and the young lady to rest."
One could tell Mu Hanshue's uneasiness just from her voice. After all, it would be bad if she disturbed young Master Yi and young Madam's enjoyment at this time.
Without
holding the beauty in his arms, he felt quite good. What's the matter? That's right, Master Yi. The supporting facilities of Kunping Financial City have been completed. Then, he talked about the affairs of the financial city.
Yi Xian was stunned after hearing it.
Good job.
Yi Xian smiled slightly, looking at the sleeping beauty in his arms. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Thinking about the Kunping Financial City, which had invested a lot of money, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows after hanging up the phone.
Obviously, this was a great opportunity to make money. Ding.
The host spent 50 billion renminbi and gained 50 trillion renminbi in wealth. As soon as I transferred the money, I heard the sound of system rewards. Just like before, I won 50 trillion yuan with a 1,000-fold rebate.
I couldn't help but smile.
But on the other side, at Mu Hanshue's villa. After hanging up the phone, Mu Hanshue was just feeling sleepy and about to go to bed when she heard a ding-dong sound from her cell phone and looked over. Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 3258 received 50 billion renminbi on May 10, 2024. Please check it.
CCB. What? Looking at the message coming from her phone, Mu Hanshue's eyes widened. This is 50 billion. Master Yi, he actually transferred another 50 billion to himself. This is too cruel. Mu Hanshue swallowed her saliva. She was truly shocked by the generosity of young Master Yi. 50 billion was not a small amount. Adding the previous investment, it was probably nearly 100 billion. Then, the phone received a message from Yi Xian. Hanshue, 30 billion of the 50 billion will be used as the development cost of Jinling No. 1 land, and the remaining 20 billion will be used to build a subway with Kunping Financial City as the center.
Looking at the message sent by Xiao, Mu Hanxue and her colleagues paused suddenly.
What? Master Yi is planning to build a subway.
Watching these operations, Mu Hanxue seemed to have already glimpsed the future of Kunping Financial City, which would probably become the new center of Jinling.
And it costs about 500 million to build 1 kilometer of subway. 20 billion is enough to build 40 kilometers. Of course, this is just Yixiao's investment. With the cooperation of Kunping Financial City and Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, she can also attract a lot of sponsorship. But after Mu Hanxue came back to her senses, she looked towards the direction of Diyuan Villa and said, "How much money does young Master Yi have?"
Even the 4 great families in the imperial capital can't match his wealth.
The next day, early morning.
The golden morning sun poured through the window onto a beautiful face. After struggling with her sleepiness, Xiao Bingning opened her eyes and saw a handsome profile in front of her. Bathed in the sunshine, from Xiao Bingning's perspective, the guy looked so handsome.
Come to think of it, I'm not at a disadvantage. Xiao Bingning watched in a daze.
If outsiders knew about this, she wondered how many people would be envious to death. After being together for more than half an hour, they finally left the room.
Dad, Mom, you guys are finally awake.
When I came to the living room, I found that the 2 little guys had been up for a long time and even had breakfast a while ago.
He.
Dad, Mom, you got up late again, shame on you.
Boom. Boom.
As soon as the 2 little guys finished speaking, they were hit on the head by Mother Xia. What nonsense are you talking about?
Whom?
The 2 little guys, feeling the pain, looked at their grandmother unconvincingly. Grandma, why are you hitting us?
Knock you?
Mother Xia rolled her eyes and continued to say something shocking. You have no vision.
Don't you know that your parents are giving birth to little brothers and sisters for you? Tug.
When Xiao Bingning heard what her mother said, her face turned red.
Is she crazy? What does it mean to give birth to a little brother or sister for 2 little ones? Mom, what are you talking about? Although what my mother said is right, is it really okay to say it like this? Don't you have any face for yourself? It's too abominable. Really?
The 2 little guys took it seriously, staring at their grandmother with curiosity. We will have a little brother and sister soon, that's great. Xinxin and Tongtong clapped their hands and jumped for a while. Seeing the 2 little girls like this, Yixian rubbed their heads and said, So, how many little brothers and sisters do you want?
Whom? After hearing what their father said, the 2 little guys pointed their slender little fingers seriously, and after a long while they said seriously, 10, no. Daddy, we only need 20. Pft, cough cough. Hearing what the 2 little guys said, Xiao Bingning almost choked on her saliva and glared at the 2 little ancestors. Are you 20 crazy?
What kind of lewd words are these?
Chapter 109, Encountering a Genius with Innate Thunder Body, Digging a Hole to Recruit a Disciple. 20.
This is going to cost her her life.
Xiao Bingning glared at the 2 little ancestors.
Even if she was very powerful, it would take her 20 years to give birth to 1 child a year.
That scene. It's scary to think about it. It's all your fault.
She pinched someone's soft spot with her slender hand and said coquettishly, What are you talking about? You want to have a little brother or sister?
Obviously, Xiao Bingning blamed everything on her man. How can you blame me?
Yi Xian looked innocently at the beautiful woman in front of him.
Snort. Xiao Bingning breathed a sigh of relief and glared at a certain guy imperceptibly.
Damn it, it was him who made her embarrassed again.
So mean, so annoying, I don't know what I like about this guy. Grandpa, Grandma, goodbye.
Xinxin Tongtong waved her little hands, and Meng Qianxiu said goodbye to her master and master with a slightly blushing face, and then the group headed towards Jinling Amusement Park.
Dad, let's really go to the amusement park. Long live Daddy.
When the 2 little guys heard that the destination was the amusement park, they became extremely excited.
Amusement park. Meng Qianxiu's eyes also sparkled.
She had never been to that kind of place before, but she heard that it was super fun.
You.
Seeing the 3 little ones happy, Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at someone and said, Just spoil them.
Sooner or later, they will be spoiled by you. Soon, the playground came into view. Wow. What's that tall thing? Meng Qianxiu stared at the dreamy castle-like amusement park in the distance with curiosity. Senior sister Qianxiu. That's a Ferris wheel, it's super fun. The 2 little guys patiently explained with relish, Can we play together later? Aha!
Meng Xianqiu had a beautiful smile on her face. Although she was only 7 or 8 years old, she already had the potential to be a beauty. Entering the playground, the smiles on the 3 little guys' faces became even brighter. Ha! Soon, Xinxin ran to a stall. This jade pendant is so beautiful.
Tong Tong was smiling like a flower, and it was obvious that she liked it very much too. I want this jade pendant.
At this moment, a 14-year-old boy snatched the jade pendant away, thinking that Lana would be very happy if she got the jade pendant.
Swish! But before the young man could react, the jade pendant in his hand flew out, and then a girl of 7 or 8 years old appeared not far away, holding the jade pendant he had just snatched in her hand. The person who took action was none other than Meng Xianqiu. Here, junior sister will give it to you. Meng Xianqiu ignored the young man and approached the 2 little guys with doting eyes. Wow! Senior sister Qianqiu, you are amazing!
Xinxin and Tongtong clapped excitedly, but the young man who was listening to the music had a frown on his forehead.
Are you kidding?
He was a genius who had been hidden by his grandfather for more than a decade. He had never been treated like this. Yi Shen looked at the young man in front of him and was stunned. Is this
innate thunder body?
According to what his medical master knows, this innate thunder body is extremely powerful, and it is born with an extraordinary affinity for thunder. Although this physique is not as good as the forbidden body, it is also a thunder genius that is rare in 1,000 years.
Quite interesting.
I didn't expect that I would meet such a genius when I brought my apprentice and 2 little ones to the amusement park.
Steal something from me.
Xiao Wushuang looked at the jade pendant that he liked and his eyes fell on Xin Tongtong, who exuded the aura of a half-step martial arts master. Obviously, having such strength at the age of 14 or 15 was enough to show that she was extraordinary.
I'll give you a chance. Just hand it over to me with both hands.
I'll pretend that what just happened didn't happen.
Oh? Hearing Xiao Wushuang's words, Yi Xian smiled meaningfully. Really? It's not impossible for me to give you this jade pendant. How about we make a bet?
Bet. It was the first time for Xiao Wushuang to run away from home alone.
She was curious about everything. How are you going to bet? A bet?
Yi Xian smiled slightly. If you win, not only will I give you the jade pendant, but I will also agree to one condition for you.
Of course, if you lose you will be my apprentice.
If such a good potential stock is not cultivated, it would be a waste of his qualifications.
Yeah. Then tell me first. I'll decide what to bet on.
Xiao Wushuang stroked his chin cautiously. After all, his lack of experience did not mean he was a fool.
It's very simple.
Yi Xian examined Meng Xianqiu beside him and said, well, if you can defeat her, you win.
Otherwise, you will become my disciple. She?
After hearing this, Xiao Wushuang glanced at Meng Xianqiu who had just snatched his things. He thought that he was just careless before and really thought that this little girl was his opponent.
Good.
Thinking of this, Xiao Wushuang agreed without a second thought. Only a fool would disagree with the condition that he could get the jade pendant for free.
Chiaki.
Be polite to your future junior brother. After hearing this, Xiao Wushuang rolled his eyes and thought, future junior brother, does this guy know who he is?
Yes, master.
Meng Xianqiu responded respectfully. This was the first task given to him by his master, and he would do his best to complete it. Tisk. Xiao Wushuang curled his lips and glanced at Meng Xianqiu. Come here, little girl, let me take a look at you.
Boom.
Before he could finish his words, he felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. The next moment, Meng Xianqiu punched him and sent him flying, attracting the attention of the crowd around him.
Good job.
The little girl was so strong that she punched the guy who was older than her and sent him flying 5 or 6 meters away.
You. Xiao Wu's eyes widened, and he even forgot about the severe pain in his abdomen.
Instead, he stared at Meng Xianqiu in disbelief. Late stage of martial arts grandmaster.
How is it possible? Feeling Meng Xianqiu's power, Xiao Wushuang doubted his life.
His dignity was being rubbed on the ground. A late stage martial arts grandmaster at the age of 7 or 8, damn, was he sure he was not dreaming? Chapter 110 compared with senior sister Qianqiu, I am just a waste.
Sniff. While Xiao Wushuang was stunned, a pink fist rapidly enlarged in front of his eyes, and he swallowed his saliva in fear.
I give up. Scared. Xiao Wushuang was really scared. My goodness, that little girl was too cruel. If she punched him, his handsome looks would be ruined.
As the saying goes, the head can be cut and blood can be shed, but the appearance cannot be ruined. Otherwise, if there is no such a handsome guy like him in the world, those cute girls will be heartbroken. Plop. Kneeling down neatly, Xiao Wuxuang said in a commanding tone, "Master, please accept my disciple's greetings." This guy. Xiao Bingning couldn't help but sigh when she saw what was happening. Is it really okay for this guy to cheat a teenager like this? Wouldn't he be considered abducted? Get up. Yi Xian raised his hand slightly, and an irresistible force lifted him up, which shocked Xiao Wuxuang. Blanche. Even my grandfather has never possessed this strength. Oh my goodness, could it be that Master is a supreme elder at the level of Martial King, or even an ancestor? Oh my god, but the Master looks only a few years older than me. Wuxuan, meet the Master's wife. Meet senior sister. He. Xiao Wuxuan looked at his 7 or 8-year-old senior sister. For a moment, he felt like it was just a joke, but the severe pain in his abdomen kept reminding him of a cruel fact, that is, he was indeed no match for his 7 or 8-year-old senior sister in one move. Hello, 2 junior sisters. Xiao Wuxuang knew that the 2 little girls were his master's twin daughters, and he couldn't help but feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Would his master make things difficult for him in the future? Well. After getting familiar with each other, Xiao Wuxuan looked at his senior sister, Xiao. Ahem, senior sister, you are really a late-stage martial arts grandmaster? Yes. Meng Xianqiu blinked his eyes and said truthfully, in a month at most, I will be able to break through to the perfection of a martial arts master. Xiao Wuxuang. I lost. To Xiao Wuxuang, these words were like a bolt from the blue. What a monster! Compared to senior sister Qianqiu, I am just a piece of trash. That's right. Yi Xian smiled slightly, as if he saw what Xiao Wuxuang was thinking. He flipped his right hand and 10 top-grade marrow-cleansing pills appeared. Here, these 10 candies are my apprenticeship gift to you. Jelly beans? Hearing this word, a smile appeared on Meng Qianqiu's lips. She knew exactly what this was. Ahem, thank you, master. Xiao Wuxuang coughed dryly and took the 10 top-grade marrow-cleansing pills with a little embarrassment. Others received resources and treasures when they became disciples, but for him, they became candy beans. Looking at the departure of his master and his family, Xiao Wuxuang was disheveled in the wind. Junior brother, this candy bean is not simple. Meng Qianqiu looked at the confused junior brother, said something meaningful and then left with the master. Compared to talking to the junior brother, she wanted to ride the Ferris wheel with her junior sister more. Jelly beans? Not simple? After pondering for a while, Xiao Wuxuang picked up a candy bean and ate it with a tried attitude. This tastes pretty good. After finishing one candy bean, Xiao Wuxuang ate all the remaining candy beans in one go. It was not satisfying to eat them one by one. Boom! At a certain moment, Xiao Wu's eyes widened and his face flushed. What is this? It's so scary. I don't know how much time has passed. Xiao Wuxuang came back to his senses, feeling the power in his body increase countless times. Martial arts grandmaster, mid-stage. Good fellow. Xiao Wuxuang was really shocked by his own realm. He swallowed his saliva and said, "What on earth are those candy beans?" For a moment, Xiao Wuxuang looked at his master again with a changed look in his eyes. The effect of this was more than 10 times better than that of the deli pill. Ahem, no wonder. Senior sister is already one step away from becoming a martial arts master at such a young age. At this moment, he had a vague premonition of something. At this rate, he would be able to crush the old man or even the grandfather to the ground in 3 years at most, no, 1 year. Hey. Thinking of that scene, Xiao Wuxuang couldn't help but smile. By then, he would blind the eyes of the clan's supreme elders and ancestors. Detect the host and accept the innate thunder body as your apprentice, and give him the Thunder Emperor's magic. Note, this magic is the highest thunder secret. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. Thunder Emperor's magic? The supreme thunder mystery? Tonzi's action, is he afraid that he will be weaker than his superior? Then, bring up the properties panel. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Early Wuzong. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast control, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical master, forbidden power, supreme swordsmanship, Thunder Emperor's treasure.
Items: Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 1000 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, 99 god-killing needles, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopters, unlimited top-grade marrow cleansing pills, and god-level world-destroying sword. Wealth: 75.45 trillion renminbi, level of advancement, unlimited. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian smiled bitterly. Tonzi was making himself more and more awesome. The power of the forbidden, the secret of the supreme sword, and the magic of the Thunder Emperor, in addition to the god-level world-destroying sword. Invincible. Besides being invincible, it is still invincible. Yi Xian could already foresee his strength in the near future. He was afraid that even if he was a martial arts grandmaster, it would not be a problem for him to kill a martial spirit or even a martial king in seconds. As for now, it is no exaggeration to say that no one in the Wuzong realm can be his opponent. In addition, the martial saints who are above the martial sect are unknown. This feels not bad. At this moment, Yi Xian felt that it would not be surprising for him to have the strength to destroy a city, and a smile appeared on his face. What are you laughing at for no reason? Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes at someone in annoyance. Every time this guy smiled like that, something bad was bound to happen. Laugh, are you? Yi Xian looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, and he was afraid that he was the luckiest person in the world. Maybe, my wife is too beautiful, and the husband is thinking about how to sleep with her at night. Put. Sleep with me, you big-head ghost. Xiao Bingning spat softly, her expression was extremely beautiful, and everyone around her gulped down their saliva. My god, if such a stunning beauty was their wife, it would be worth it even if they died. Chapter 111, Third Uncle, was blasted away by Master's finger? In front of Dun Villa. Welcome home, Master and Madam. The beautiful maid spoke sweetly, and Xiao Wu's eyes lit up. Wow, so many beautiful sisters. Being looked at like this by Xiao Wushuang, the maids' faces turned slightly red, and this made Xiao Wushuang extremely envious. My god. Master, this is too much of a way of enjoying yourself. Oh my god. If you knew that the master had so many beauties around him, I would have become his disciple long ago. What a loss. Seeing Xiao Wushuang's appearance, Xiao Bingning frowned and couldn't help but glared at a certain guy. What kind of apprentice did this bastard accept? A little hooligan? As for why, that expression says it all. Boom. Before Xiao Wushuang had time to think about it, Yi Xian slapped him on the head. You dare to yell at the maids, I will break your legs. Ahem, master, am I that kind of person? He. Xiao Wushuang, covering his head, didn't care at all. He didn't know where his master found so many girls. Wow, he would have a feast for his eyes in the future. These maids are a pleasure to watch. Wow. Entering the villa, Meng Qianqiu looked at the place where he would live in the future, his eyes full of amazement. Is this where master lives? It's so luxurious. Huh? Xin Tong Tong introduced proudly, Senior Sister Qianqiu, this villa is worth 1 billion. Visit the villa room and the study on the other side. Master, I think there is something I should tell you. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Wushuang finally made up his mind. Perhaps his master felt guilty for giving him 10 pills. Oh? Yi Xian was slightly stunned when he heard this. Xiao Wushuang's voice came out at this time. Actually, I come from the hidden Xia family. Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. The hidden Xia family? He killed many people. Besides, I have another identity. The reclusive head of the Xia family is my grandfather, and he has been hidden by my grandfather since he was a child. As for the reason. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Wushuang raised his palms upwards, and then arcs of lightning surged with a crackling sound, which was extremely strange. Controlling thunder? I know. Ha! After hearing this, Xiao Wushuang was completely confused. Ahem, master, you know. Certainly. Yi Xian glanced at Xiao Wushuang and said calmly, otherwise, why do you think I accepted you as my apprentice? Afterwards, Xiao Wushuang told Yi Xian the specific reason why his grandfather had hidden him, which made Yi Xian narrow his eyes slightly. This kid's grandfather is a big shot, and even the secluded Xia family doesn't even know of his existence. The reclusive Xia family is divided into factions? Yes. Xiao Wushuang sighed and continued, Master, you don't know that the Great Elder has always ignored my grandfather because he has the support of the ancestor. My grandfather wanted to get rid of him a long time ago, but the old ancestors party has many close friends, including at least 10 supreme elders.
I see.
Yi Xuanqing finally let go after hearing Xiao Wuxuan's words.
If this kid's grandfather was involved in the extermination of Luo Tianhe's entire family, he didn't know how to deal with it.
After all, he had killed the reclusive elder of the Xiao family before.
Eh?
At this moment, Yi Xian sensed an extremely strong aura approaching, and from a god's perspective he saw a face, and this face was the one Yi Xian knew from Xiao Xiaoyu's memory.
Xiao Qianshan.
That is right, the Xiao family's supreme elder is very powerful, and is only one step away from the late stage of martial king. However, this person doesn't seem to get along well with the great elderess lineage.
Thinking of this, Yi Xian asked the disciple beside him, Wushuang, do you know Xiao Qianshan?
Well.
Hearing what his master said, Xiao Wu's eyes widened. Master, do you know my third uncle?
Indeed, Xiao Wushuang was shocked by his master's words. You know, his third uncle hasn't shown up for nearly 10 years. After some explanation, Yi Xian finally understood that Xiao Qianshan was the third uncle of Xiao Wushuang's grandfather.
He's near the villa. He must be looking for you. Ha!
Xiao Wushuang was immediately paralyzed when he heard this. Third uncle arrested me and grandpa knew about it so quickly. However, he had no idea that his grandfather, as his precious child, was about to turn the secluded Xiao family upside down.
Come on, follow me to meet him.
Without waiting for Xiao Wushuang to speak, Yi Xian took him and disappeared in the villa at a terrifying speed.
Soon, inside the dense forest. Xiao Qianshan, who was searching, seemed to have a feeling. Who? His eyes looked somewhere, and then two figures appeared in the field without him noticing. They were Yi Xian and Xiao Wushuang. Third uncle.
When Xiao Wushuang saw the person coming, she smiled widely and spoke with a hint of coquettishness.
Unparalleled.
Xiao Qianshan was startled when he saw the person coming.
He didn't expect to meet that brat here. Who are you?
Then Xiao Qianshan's gaze fell on Yi Xian, his eyes full of vigilance. After all, Xiao Wushuang was too important to them. Third uncle, this is my master.
As he spoke, Xiao Wushuang said excitedly, you don't know, my master is really amazing. Yeah?
Hearing Xiao Wushuang's words, Xiao Qianshan narrowed his eyes and suddenly attacked without warning. Boy, let me see what you are capable of being a Wushuang master.
What?
Xiao Wushuang was terrified. When he saw his third uncle coming up to attack his master, he said, Master, please get out of the way.
My third uncle is the martial king. Sizzle.
At this moment, Yi Xian stretched out a finger, which was surrounded by a dangerous aura of thunder.
This. Xiao Wushuang was completely confused. What the hell, master, could actually control thunder? Boom.
Before he could think about it, Xiao Qianshan was blasted more than 10 meters away by the terrifying energy, crashing into several large trees along the way, and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Fuck.
Seeing this scene, Xiao Wushuang was dumbfounded, his mouth opened wide. Third uncle, he was actually blasted away more than 10 meters by master's finger.
Oh my god, are you sure I'm not dreaming?
He rubbed his eyes and confirmed it several times, and a huge wave of shock surged in his heart.
Pft, cough cough.
Xiao Qianshan stood up in a panic, also extremely shocked. If his men had not shown mercy just now, he would have become a corpse by now.
But, how is it possible? Very meow.
He was only one step away from the late stage of martial king, but he was defeated by that young man in just one move, and the power of that finger he just used was extremely terrifying.
Too strong. Could this guy be a half-step martial emperor?
Thinking of this, Xiao Qianshan's eyes completely changed when he looked at Yi Xian.
Is this guy still human? Chapter 112, The enemy of my father-in-law's ancestors appears, the hidden ancestor of the Xiao family Xiao Tianxiu.
There was dead silence in the jungle.
Master Wushuang, am I qualified?
The plain voice rang in Xiao Qianshan's ears, but it made him wish he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Damn it, with such strength, not to mention a master, even his grandmaster could do it.
Ahem, your excellency is joking.
Xiao Qianshan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, bowed and apologized. I'm sorry for offending you just now, I hope you will forgive me.
Oh my god. Xiao Wushuang looked at the field and continued to make a shocking statement. Third uncle, are you so weak? Puff.
The sudden words almost hit Xiao Qianshan's old waist, and hit Xiao Wushuang's head mercilessly.
If you can't speak, shut up. This brat really deserves a beating. What do you mean I'm weak? It's obviously your master who is too strong. Hey, what? Xiao Qianshan smiled and said, Sir, may I ask if you have reached the level of a half-step martial emperor? Hiss. Xiao Wushuang, who originally wanted to confront his third uncle, took a deep breath and stared at his master. That's about right. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Xiao Qianshan thought to himself, as expected, the feeling of being on the verge of death just now was not wrong. Master, can you also control thunder? Xiao Wushuang looked at his master curiously. The terrifying thunder just now seemed to be much more powerful than his. Well, it was a coincidence. He nodded slightly, and I wonder how he would feel if he knew that he controlled the supreme secret of thunder. This. Xiao Qianshan took a deep breath. With the strength of a half-step martial emperor and the ability to control thunder, his combat power was comparable to that of a martial emperor. Oh my god. Thinking of this, he looked at Xiao Wushuang with envy. If possible, he would like to worship him as his master. He was a martial emperor. The strongest in their secluded Xiao family was only half a step away from being a martial emperor, and that was still uncertain. Because that old immortal thing has been in seclusion for a long time. Until one moment, his eyes fell on Xiao Wushuang, and Xiao Qianshan was shocked. Wushuang, you are, in the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster. Shock. Stunned. Excited. All kinds of emotions emerged and then turned into a strong sense of disbelief. You know. He remembered correctly, this brat should have been a half-step martial arts master. How come he suddenly became a mid-stage martial arts master? This improvement was too big. Hey, you discovered my third uncle. When Xiao Wushuang heard about his strength, he said proudly, I am a man of great talent and power. Sooner or later, I will be able to crush my third uncle to the ground. Xiao Qianshan had a frown on his face. He really wanted to slap this brat. That's right. Yi Xian glanced at his uneasy disciple, then flipped his right hand and a top-grade marrow cleansing pill and a physical strengthening liquid appeared. These can help you recover from your injuries. When Xiao Wushuang saw the familiar pills, he reminded her meaningfully, Third uncle, it was those candies that helped me make great progress. Hearing this, Xiao Qianshan's heart paused, and then he bowed solemnly, Thank you, sir. Although he didn't know what was in front of him, Xiao Wushuang's improved strength already explained everything. When the liquid medicine and the pill are taken together, they work at the same time, and the effect is more than just 1 + 1. Buzz. Soon, an extremely powerful aura surged around Xiao Qianshan, which stunned Xiao Wushuang. Third uncle, this is. I feel like I've become much stronger. I don't know how much time has passed. Ha! Xiao Qianshan took a deep breath and opened his eyes, then felt his strength, martial king, the pinnacle. Shock. Xiao Qianshan was shaking with excitement, and the scene before him seemed unreal like a dream. What? Third uncle, you have reached the peak of martial arts. Others may not know what this realm represents, but he knows it very clearly. Now his third uncle is the supreme elder of the secluded Xiao family, and being at the peak of the martial king is already a top ancestor. In this way, Grandpa will feel more confident. Xiao Qianshan will always remember your kindness. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qianshan continued, From now on, if you have anything to ask, just tell me. Xiao Qianshan, right? Yi Xian nodded slightly, then thought of the ancestors of the Jinling Xiao family and asked, hundreds of years ago, was anyone from the secluded Xiao family expelled? When Xiao Qianshan heard this, his expression became serious. Sir, how do you know this? So, you know? Yi Xian's heart sank. This was a top priority for his father-in-law's ancestors. Good. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Qianshan continued, and this matter is closely related to one of the strongest ancestors of my hidden Xiao family, ancestor Tianqiu. About 300 years ago, the younger brother of the then Hermit Xiao family's patriarch was extremely talented and reached the realm of martial king at the age of 20. However, he made a big mistake. In order not to bring trouble to the family, the ancestor finally died to apologize. In the end, the ancestor Tianqiu gave his descendants a jade pendant, saying that they could use it to recognize their ancestors in the future. However, the patriarch later learned that the ancestor was wronged, and died in anger and hatred. Xia Tianqiu? Upon hearing this name, Yi Xian obviously understood the culprit of the cursed jade pendant, but now that old bastard seemed to have become one of the strongest ancestors of the secluded Xiao family. Ahem, exactly. Xiao Qianshan coughed dryly and continued, To be honest, sir, the Tianqiu patriarch is the biggest obstacle to the reform of the hidden Xiao family, and he is also the representative of the pedantic faction. Yeah. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Qianshan. Then do you know that the jade pendant given to the ancestor of the Xiao family was cursed, and it is a vicious spell that can make people lose their yang energy and end their offspring? My lord, what did you say? Hearing this, Xiao Qianshan's face changed drastically. You said that 300 years ago, the ancestor Tianqiu gave the descendants of our ancestors a cursed jade pendant, not a token of ancestry. Hiss. Hearing this, Xiao Wushuang took a breath and said, what a cruel method. I knew that old Xiao Tianqiu was not a good person. Sir, do you have any evidence? This matter is of great importance, Xiao Qianshan asked. Such vicious means of attacking one's own people are outrageous to both humans and gods. The Jinling Xiao family is the descendant of that ancestor, and is also the family my father-in-law belongs to. Listening to Yi Xian's explanation, Xiao Qianshan's expression became increasingly gloomy, because he knew that with Yi Xian's current strength, there was no need for him to lie, and he also had the ability to dispel spells. Xia Tianqiu. A strong murderous intent filled the air. That old bastard had been controlling the hidden Xiao family overtly and covertly for the past 300 years, intending to use them for his own purposes. If it weren't for the strongest ancestor holding them back, I'm afraid the entire hidden Xiao family would have become his puppets. To behave like this, to harm one's own kind, is worse than being an animal. Xiao Wushuang understood something when he heard this. What a vicious old man. No wonder we have been unable to find the other branch of the patriarch's lineage. It turns out, it was all that old beast who was causing trouble. Moreover, he always pays attention to his ancestors and descendants. How perverted. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the secluded Xiao family. Now that he knew the mastermind behind the incident that had been happening in his father-in-law's family for hundreds of years, he could go and receive his death. It was also from this moment on that the life of Xiao Tianqiu, the strongest ancestor of the hidden Xiao family, entered the countdown. The only thing that was certain was that the old beast would die miserably. Chapter 113. How much good fortune did your man have to be able to hold my baby Bing Ning in his arms to sleep every day? Grown-ups. What do you think we should do next? Xiao Qianshan bowed and asked. After all, Xiao Tianqiu was also an enemy of the big shot in front of him. It's very simple. Yi Xian smiled slightly and looked towards the direction of the hidden Xiao family. Destroy Xiao Tianqiu and his followers in one fell swoop. So, when we get back, spread the news about Wushuang, and then the enemy will naturally come looking for us. When Xiao Qianshan heard this, he couldn't help but gasp. Good job. Is this using Wushuang as bait to get Xiao Tianqiu and his followers to take action? His first reaction was to worry about Xiao Wushuang, but his eyelids twitched wildly when he thought of Yi Xian's terrifying strength. Xiao Tianqiu was in trouble. Good. After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Qianshan nodded seriously. After all, Wushuang had his master by his side. Let alone one Xiao Tianqiu, even 10 of them would not pose any threat to Wushuang. The more skilled one is, the more courageous one is. That's what it means. I'll arrange it after I get back. Xiao Qianshan was also a decisive person. He knew that this was probably the only chance. If the Xiao family were to eliminate Xiao Tianqiu on their own, it would be harder than climbing to the sky. That's right. Yi Xian thought of something, and continued with his right hand. Here are 100 pills and 1,000 doses of physical enhancement liquid, which can help the main vein of the Xiao family. What? Hearing this, Xiao Qianshan looked in front of him and his eyes suddenly shrank. This is Mr. Xie. Xiao Qianshan swallowed his saliva and his eyelids twitched wildly. He would not have been like this before, but he just experienced the miraculous effects of the two things himself. Such an opportunity will definitely transform the main vein. Even with these two, their main branch can catch all of Xiao Tianqiu's followers, but there will be a lot more variables. Hiss. When Xiao Wushuang saw his master, he couldn't help but gasp. He would be lying if he said he wasn't moved. You must know. If these things were known to the outside world, there's no telling what a sensation they would cause. Ha! After a while, Xiao Qianshan took a deep breath and bowed to say goodbye. Sir, I will take my leave first. Xiao Qianshan, who is at the peak of martial king, does not dare to be arrogant at all, because even with his current strength, he still feels that Yi Xian is unfathomable. He can't help but wonder, is Master Wushuang really just a half-step martial emperor? Go ahead. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Xiao Qianshan disappeared in a flash. Plop. As soon as Xiao Qianshan left, Xiao Wushuang knelt on the ground, his face full of gratitude. He was convinced by his master, and he knew too well what this great favor meant. He was afraid that he would never be able to repay it in this lifetime. Master, I will never forget your kindness. Get up.
Yi Xian smiled slightly, but at this moment, with a swish, dozens of figures appeared on the scene. They were none other than members of the Fuso Beigong family.
Among them was a man named Beigong Inchuan. He was none other than Beigong Musashi's father.
Beside him were 2 late-stage martial arts grandmasters from the Beigong family, and no less than 10 martial arts grandmasters. As for the reason for coming here, it was to investigate the disappearance of Beigong Wushang. It turned out that he had a conflict with Yi Xian at the end, and then he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Therefore, Yi Xian in front of us is the most suspicious.
Ha!
At this moment, a martial arts master of the Beigong family saw Yi Xian and was shocked. Master Inchan, it's him. He is Yi Xian from the Diyuan mansion, the one who had the last conflict with Master Musashi.
What?
As soon as these words were spoken, dozens of eyes fell on Yi Xian, and they were all stunned.
Wasn't it that kid? God is really helping me.
Beigong Inchuan narrowed his eyes, and the next moment, a dozen people from the Beigong family surrounded Yi Xian and his companions, blocking all their escape routes. Of course, if they knew that even the powerful king of martial arts was not Yi Xian's match in one move, it would be unknown whether they would still do the same.
Master, they.
Xiao Wuxuan was startled when he saw the Japanese man who suddenly appeared. Judging from his unfriendly look, it seemed that he was here for his master, but his strength was too weak.
You are from the Beigong family, right?
Seeing the person coming, Yi Xian thought of something and smiled slightly. I killed Beigong Wuzong.
Baka. After hearing this, Beigong Runchuan flew into a rage. Boy, it's you. Give me your life.
At Beigong Inchuan's command, all the strong men of the Beigong family rushed forward, because the fact that he could make young Master Musashi disappear silently was enough to show that this person was extraordinary.
Yeah.
Looking at the dozen or so people who came to surround and kill him, Yi Xian paid no attention to them at all, because the threat posed by these people to him could be completely ignored.
Watch out, Wushuang. Today I will teach you a trick.
Thunder sword appears.
Sizzle.
As the voice fell, heart-pounding thunder surged around Yi Xian, and there was not the slightest fluctuation in his strength, which was entirely caused by the power of thunder. The terrifying sword intent and thunder mysteries filled the air, shocking Xiao Wushuang. Oh my god, master, is so strong.
Not good, act quickly.
Beigong Inchuan's face changed drastically because he felt extreme danger in it. But at this moment, the rich sword intent turned into sword light, with arcs of lightning surging on it. Before the dozen people could react, they were pierced through the center of their eyebrows by the sword turned into lightning in an instant.
Bang! Dozens of people were pierced into nothingness by the terrifying thunder and sword intent, without even a trace left.
It can be seen that this move is even more powerful than the power of sealing.
What?
The only remaining Beigong Inchuan's eyes widened with shock. You can actually control thunder. Besides, what kind of method is that? Indeed, the scene before his eyes was too shocking for Beigong Inchuan. He had never seen such a scene before, with sword light and thunder turning into swords. It could be said that it was completely beyond his cognition.
Certainly.
In particular, there was no trace of aura emanating from that guy, but he was able to blast more than a dozen Beigong family masters into pieces with just this.
Oh my goodness.
Xiao Wushuang's eyes lit up when he saw this. Wow, master's operation is invincible.
So strong.
If he was sincerely convinced just now Xiao Wushuang completely worshipped his master and had become a fanboy.
If he had this ability, not to mention the secluded Xiao family, even the many ancient martial arts families would dare to make his grandfather angry. Not good.
Feeling Yi Xian's gaze on him, Beigong Inchuan swallowed his saliva. At that moment, he felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death, and the air around him almost froze and suffocated.
Asshole.
Beigong Runchuan suddenly felt a cramp in his calf, and his heart became ruthless, with a fierce light in his eyes. Good opportunity. Seeing Yi Xian distracted, Beigong Inchuan flashed and rushed towards Xiao Wushuang, obviously intending to kidnap him and threaten Yi Xian.
Pa!
Just when Beigong Inchuan thought he had succeeded, a snap of fingers was heard, and the next moment Beigong Inchuan was forcibly imprisoned by the power of confinement less than half a meter away from Xiao Wushuang.
Ah!
Xiao Wushuang was startled when he saw the figure suddenly appear, but when he noticed that the other party had almost stopped moving and his master had just snapped his fingers.
Ahem, this ability can actually freeze people.
Looking at the apprentice in front of him who was shocked, Yi Xian smiled slightly, and a dagger appeared in his right hand. Wushuang, kill him.
Well. Xiao Wushuang's pretty face turned pale when he heard this.
He had always been hidden by his grandfather and had never killed anyone, not even a chicken.
But, thinking of the scene where the master just killed the enemy with a flick of his finger, he took a deep breath and took the dagger. Okay.
Taking a step forward, Xiao Wuxuan looked at Bei Gongyanshuan, who was right in front of him. Xiao Wuxuan, you are master's disciple, you must not bring shame to master.
Sniff.
With a ruthless heart, arcs of lightning appeared on the blade in his hand, and then blood splattered.
That feeling made Xiao Wuxuan's stomach churn.
Seeing this, Yi Xian nodded slightly.
Kill. This is undoubtedly something that one must go through to become a strong person. Just imagine, if you don't even dare to kill others, how can you talk about becoming someone that people around you can rely on? Ha!
Taking a deep breath, Xiao Wuxuan then saw Bei Gongyanshuan in front of him turned into ashes and fell to the ground.
He was stunned for a moment. Did I just kill someone, and the other person was a martial arts grandmaster? Well done.
He patted his apprentice's shoulder soothingly and said meaningfully, if you want to become a strong man, you will have to kill more people in the future.
Yes, master. Xiao Wuxuan took a deep breath, and it was obvious that his state of mind had changed a lot at this moment.
He secretly decided that he must become a powerful person like his master in the future.
It's exciting to think about defeating your enemy in seconds. After a while, return to the study. Are you back?
Xiao Wuxuan looked around the study in a daze, feeling as if he had just dreamed, but he had a vague understanding of his master's strength.
It is no exaggeration to say that the master alone is enough to defeat the secluded Xiao family.
I don't know if it was his illusion, but he felt that all the hidden families together were no match for his master.
Squeak.
After a while, the door was pushed open and Meng Qianqiu came in with a cup of tea. The aroma of tea wafted through the air and was refreshing. It was obvious that this was specially brewed by her for her master. It must be said that the love she gave to her disciple was not in vain. But he saw his senior sister coming in. Xiao Wuxuan felt her aura and said, this is. Senior sister, have you reached the peak of martial arts, master?
Indeed, Xiao Wuxuan was a little shocked.
It has only been such a short time and senior sister has already made a breakthrough.
Isn't this too incredible?
For a moment, Xiao Wuxuan felt inexplicably pressured.
Yes. Meng Qianqiu looked at his junior brother's shocked expression and smiled. Well, isn't senior sister awesome? Xiao Wuxuan,
After hearing what senior sister said, Xiao Wuxuan suddenly felt that his fragile heart had been hurt by a ton of damage.
Is it necessary to hit people like this? Master. Meng Qianqiu obviously didn't care. After all, he was only 7 or 8 years old. Is the tea made by Qianqiu okay? Yeah, not bad.
Sipping the fragrant tea, Yi Xian nodded slightly.
He didn't expect that this girl had a talent for making tea. It seemed that he would have good fortune in the future. Really?
When Meng Qianqiu heard the praise from her master, she was so happy that she was even 100 times happier than when she had just broken through to the peak of martial arts grandmaster.
In her opinion, the master's praise is undoubtedly the best gift.
The host is satisfied with the apprentice's tea-making skills, and is presented with 10,000 kilograms of top-grade spiritual tea.
Note, this spiritual tea has the magical effect of refreshing the mind and calming the heart, and greatly replenishing vitality. The best spiritual tea? Great tonic?
Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the system voice. Moreover, he was given 10,000 kilograms at one time.
How long would it take to finish it?
However, he felt that this spiritual tea seemed very good. If you have time, you can let Qianqiu try it.
At night, in the room.
Patter. Listening to the shower sounds coming from the bathroom, Yi Xian admired his wife's proud figure from a god's perspective.
Just kidding, it's okay for her to see this.
Obviously, you get used to it after seeing it many times.
After all,
even if we take a step back, there is nothing wrong with letting your wife appreciate it. The beautiful lady has skin as white as snow, a face like a jade sculpture exuding charming glow, and a graceful figure that is truly pleasing to the eye.
Squeak.
I don't know how long it was before the bathroom door opened, and a gorgeous lady appeared in the room. If she knew what someone had just seen from a god's perspective, I wonder whether she would pounce on him and fight him for 300 rounds to establish her status as the wife.
This is too bullying. God's perspective is amazing. Certainly.
It is estimated that Xia Bingning will never know this scene in her lifetime.
What are you laughing at?
Feeling the burning gaze of someone, Xia Bingning's face flushed a little. She looked as if she was not wrapped in a bath towel, and she was worried that her twin bears had grown bigger after just taking a shower. However, she didn't know that the entire scene was seen by someone, and even her every frown and smile was clearly visible, with no blind spots in sight. So angry. It's all that guy's fault, otherwise the twin bears wouldn't have grown so fast, hee hee. Thinking of this, certain images emerged in Xiao Bingning's mind, and her face turned redder uncontrollably. That coquettish look was particularly charming under the warm yellow light. Gulp. Thinking about the scene from the perspective of God, Yixian swallowed his saliva. What else can I laugh at? As he spoke, he took the beautiful woman into his arms. Of course I'm laughing. How blessed is your man to be able to hold my baby Bingning in his arms while sleeping every day, and to be able to talk business with him. Put. Nonsense, what are you talking about? After hearing what someone said, Xiao Bingning lowered her head. That guy was becoming more and more out of control. Really? What kind of lewd words are these? Hugging yourself to sleep? And talking about business? Bah! I don't want to talk business with him. Wife, it's late. As he was talking, someone used his big hands to do something naughty to the two bears, wrapping his tiger's mouth around the bear's nose and said, "Your husband will serve you, take a rest." Yixian, listen to me, As expected, before the beautiful lady could finish her words, her red lips were blocked. As for the bath towel wrapped around her, it seemed as if it did not exist in her eyes. To put it bluntly, it's just a piece of cloth. It will fall off if you pull it. As for the things inside, they all belong to someone. It's a pity that only Yixian and the readers can see such a beautiful picture. If other people knew about it, they would be so envious. Chapter 114, The Most Powerful Ancestor of the Hidden Xiao Family, Martial Emperor Xiaoxingqian. In the secluded Xiao family, in a deep room. Swish. A figure appeared in the room, and on the table in the room, an old man with a very strong aura was handling family affairs. Third uncle. Seeing the newcomer, Xiao Jianyun, the head of the reclusive Xiao family, stood up hastily and asked, "How is Wu Shuang?" Found it. Looking at the nervous Xiao Jianyun in front of him, Xiao Qianshan was not surprised at all that Xiao Wushuang appeared. After all, the existence of Xiao Wushuang was crucial to the family head's lineage. But things have changed. After a pause, Xiao Jianyun continued, "Wu Shuang has a master." Hearing this, Xiao Jianyun frowned, but when he learned that Xiao Jianyun had seen Yixian passing by, his initial confusion turned into shock. "Uncle San, you said that Wu Shuang's master defeated you with just one finger, and he was only in his early 20s. Wu Shuang's strength has now broken through to the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster." Good. Xiao Jianyun nodded seriously, recalling the scene of meeting Yixian. That gentleman is truly a god. Even my current breakthrough is thanks to him. As he spoke, the aura around Xiao Qianshan surged, and after sensing the aura of his third uncle, Xiao Jianyun's pupils suddenly shrank. "Third uncle, this is the peak of the martial king." That's right. Thinking of something, Xiao Jianyun then took out 100 pills and 1,000 doses of physical enhancement liquid. "Jianyun, take 1 pill and 1 dose of liquid and try. This is a supreme opportunity." Chance? Hearing this, Xiao Jianyun was not stupid and his eyes were shining. "Third uncle, you mean that it was this thing that made you break through the peak of the martial king?" Xiao Qianshan didn't say anything, but nodded silently. As expected. Xiao Jianyun took a breath of cold air. At this moment he finally understood why his third uncle came here in person so solemnly. Good. He nodded heavily and took a top-grade marrow cleansing pill and a dose of physical fitness enhancing liquid. Not long. Ha! Xiao Jianyun opened his eyes and felt the surging energy in his body. "I am one step away from the middle stage of martial king." Feeling his own realm in astonishment, Xiao Jianyun was really shocked. You know, he was only at the peak of martial spirit before, but he broke through all the way to the level that was only one step away from the middle stage of hopelessness. This improvement would save him at least 10 years. This thing is amazing. Xiao Jianyun was shocked inside, and his eyes changed completely when he looked at the top-grade marrow cleansing pills and medicinal liquids on the field again. To this, Xiao Qianshan was not surprised at all. After all, he was not much better than when he first found out about it. Such a great favor, how can we repay it? Looking at the great opportunity in front of him, Xiao Jianyun smiled bitterly. He knew very well what this meant. With this item, the hidden Xiao family would surely soar in strength. What are you talking about? You are so happy. At this moment, a powerful voice came from a distance, and then an old man with a very strong aura appeared on the scene.
Star ancestor. Seeing the person coming, Xiao Jianyun and Xiao Qianshan bowed and saluted. This person was none other than Xiao Xingqian, the strongest ancestor of the hidden Xiao family's patriarch lineage. It was because of his existence that Xiao Tianqiu did not dare to act rashly. After all, the ancestor of the Jinling Xiao family was Xiao Xingqian's second uncle. Eh? Xiao Xingqian sensed Xiao Jianyun's aura and was stunned. Jianyun, you are one step away from the middle stage of martial king? How could it be? Xiao Qianshan smiled slightly, and then recounted what had just happened, which made Xiao Xingqian stunned. This thing can actually increase one's strength dramatically. Yes, ancestor. Xiao Jianyun thought of something and said expectantly, Ancestor Jianyun, you are only one step away from becoming a half-step martial emperor. Why don't you try using these? Maybe you can become a half-step martial emperor. Oh. After hearing what Xiao Jianyun said, Xiao Xingqian was moved. Okay. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Xingqian made a decision and took both of them. The next moment, a powerful energy exploded in his body and his face turned red. Xingqian ancestor, why not take some more? About a quarter of an hour later, after taking 3 top-grade marrow-cleansing pills and 5 portions of medicinal liquid, Xiao Xingqian's aura suddenly stepped into the realm of martial emperor, and he took a big step forward. He was confident that he would reach the mid-stage martial emperor in at most half a year. Hiss. Xiao Xingqian opened his eyes, took a deep breath, and felt the strength in his body. So strong. They swallowed their saliva, and when they learned that the star ancestor had entered the martial emperor realm, they were extremely shocked and excited at the same time. Just like that, Xiao Qianshan told Ji Xian about his plan. An hour later, they arrived at the secluded Xiao family's retreat. Buzz. An extremely powerful aura spread out, the strength of which was already half-step to martial emperor, and this old man was none other than Xiao Tianqiu, one of the 3 strongest ancestors of the Xiao family. He is also the culprit behind the curse of the jade pendant by Yi Xian's father-in-law's ancestors, an extremely sinister old fellow. Half-step martial emperor. Old man, have I finally reached this realm? Thinking of this, Xiao Tianqiu's mouth curled up grimly. Xiao family's sky, it seems, it's time to change. Boom. At this moment, a figure appeared in the field and knelt on one knee. Congratulations to Ancestor Tianqiu for coming out of seclusion. Oh. Seeing the person coming, Xiao Tianqiu narrowed his eyes and said, Why are you in such a hurry? Ancestor, the 3 generations of Wanguo's grandfather and grandson were killed. Hearing his men's words, Xiao Tianqiu frowned. Xiao Wanguo was his man, and everyone in the Xiao family knew that. Moreover, not long ago, Xiao Qianshan came back from outside. Xiao Qianshan. Hearing this name, Xiao Tianqiu narrowed his eyes, because that was a die-hard supporter of the patriarch's lineage, and it could be said that he was his enemy. Could it be that Xiao Qianshan did it? But before he could think about it, Xiao Tianqiu's cell phone rang with a message. He opened it and his eyes lit up, because it was from the confidant of the master's lineage that he had planted. Xiao Wushuang, a genius hidden by Jianyun for more than 10 years, can control thunder since birth. A 14 or 15-year-old martial arts master. Narrowing his eyes, Xiao Tianqiu looked into the depths of the hidden Xiao family. Xiao Xingqian, it must be him who did it. Your father and uncle are no match for me, and neither are you. Thinking of this, Xiao Tianqiu smiled coldly. Hope of rectifying the Xiao family? Then I will extinguish this hope. By the way, completely eliminate the family head's lineage. However, Xiao Tianqiu will never know that from this moment on he fell into Yi Xian's trap, and his followers were also caught in one fell swoop soon after. Of course, this is all a story for later. Chapter 115, as the massacre continues, the show begins. 2 days later, the dense forests of Jinling were empty. Master, is Xiao Tianqiu really going to take action today? Xiao Wushuang was really a little unsure. At this moment, Meng Qianqiu was also there, and was obviously brought by Yi Xian to see the world. Well, let's get started. Looking at the 2 disciples in front of him, Yi Xian smiled. Junior brother, be careful. Meng Qianqiu smiled playfully, revealing 2 cute canine teeth. Senior sister, I. Bang! Before Xiao Wushuang could finish his words, Meng Qianqiu punched him in the face and knocked him back several steps, almost causing him to fall to the ground. Forbidden sword. Before Xiao Wushuang could react, he was stunned to see the forbidden power surging from the forbidden body of Meng Qianqiu opposite him turned into swordlight and whizzed towards him. Ah! Xiao Wushuang held a dagger in his hand, and blocked the swordlight with a thunderous roar, but the huge force made his palm hurt. Wu, senior sister, you are too bullying.
For a moment, Xiao Wuxuan, who was a genius, felt like crying but had no tears.
What should he do with the pressure of having such a monster senior sister? Come again.
Then Meng Qianqiu put her two little hands together, and then the forbidden power turned into a giant sword, slashing down at Xiao Wuxuan.
Fuck. Master, help. Xiao Wuxuan ran away. Are you kidding me? How can we fight this? Eh?
While the two were chasing each other, Yi Xian, from his god's perspective, suddenly discovered that hundreds of figures were surrounding this place several miles away.
Miss, rest assured. Today, the Xia family's little genius will be destroyed. The hidden Xia family will eventually become our Lin family.
The leader was a woman who looked quite similar to Lin Qingtian. She was none other than Lin Yaji, the mistress of the Lin family, one of the four major families in the imperial capital.
Also,
the younger sister of Lin Tianxiao, the head of the reclusive Lin family, is the apple of the eye. Her strength is also very strong, reaching the middle stage of Wuling. If the four major families in the imperial capital knew about this, they would be shocked.
After we resolve the Xia family's issue, I want to see how powerful that little bastard Lin Songhai is now. Those who killed my father and brother, I will grind their bones to dust.
Thinking of this, Lin Yaji's face was grim, and she wished she could rush to the imperial capital immediately to kill all the 18 clans related to Lin Songhai.
This woman? Seeing Lin Yaji and their conversation, Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned. It can't be such a coincidence. Could it be possible that Xia Tianxiu, that old bastard, has colluded with the hidden Lin family?
Thinking of this, Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an intriguing arc. It's true that enemies don't meet each other.
This seems to be more interesting than expected. Lin Yaji didn't know that her identity had been exposed to the enemy.
Soon, Lin Yaji came closer.
Swish. One after another figures appeared on the scene and surrounded Yi Xian and the other two. 14 or 15?
Lin Yaji's eyes fell on Xiao Wuxuan. This kid should be the little genius who has been hidden for more than 10 years in the lineage of the reclusive Xiao family master.
Miss, I'm going to kill him.
A middle-stage Wuling elder volunteered, then flashed and attacked Xiao Wuxuan, obviously wanting to show off in front of Lin Yaji.
Xiao Wuxuan, right? Die. Sniff.
The middle-stage Wuling elder of the hidden Lin family attacked as a black light, but before he could get close, a voice came from not far away. You dare to touch my grandson?
Bang.
A dull sound was heard, and then the reclusive Xiao family elder who was in the middle stage of Wuling was slapped to death by a palm strike, and fell to the ground like a corpse. The reclusive elder of the Lin family was killed in one move, which made Lin Yaji so angry that her lungs exploded.
Xia Jianyun. Seeing the person coming, Lin Yaji clenched her fists. She didn't expect that the old man would be there too. Snort. That's fine.
With a cold smile, Lin Yaji said to the two elders beside her, two great elders, kill Lin Jianyun and that kid.
No problem.
The two half-step martial king supreme elders of the hidden Lin family looked at Lin Jianyun and said with a smile, it seems that God wants to destroy the hidden Xia family.
Die.
The two men attacked at the same time, obviously knowing that Lin Jianyun was very powerful. Although he was only at the peak of martial spirit, his combat power was comparable to that of a half-step martial king.
Bang.
With one punch, one of the reclusive Lin family's supreme elders was severely injured on the spot, and the other was kicked away. Then a blade flashed past and pierced directly through Lin Yaji's heart at an unprecedented speed.
You dot buffed.
Before Lin Yaji could finish her words, blood gushed out of her mouth. How is this possible? Lin Jianyun did not hesitate at all, because he had just found out that Lin Yaji seemed to be Yi Xian's enemy, so this could be regarded as eliminating a hidden danger for her.
Yaji. With a swish, a figure appeared beside Lin Yaji.
It was none other than Lin Tianxiao, the patriarch of the reclusive Lin family.
Xia Jianyun. Lin Tianxiao's eyes were full of ferocity.
He had been dependent on his sister since childhood and loved her very much. This was also the reason why he allowed his sister to marry into the Lin family in the imperial capital. Now that his sister, with whom he had depended on each other for everything, had died in front of him, how could he not be angry?
If you don't die, I, Lin Tianxiao, will not be a human being. Kill everyone. Swish.
Then, figures appeared again in the dark, and without exception, there were 3 martial kings and no less than 10 half-step martial kings.
Snort.
Xiao Jianyun smiled coldly, and then the aura around him surged, immediately shocking everyone.
What? Xiao Jianyun, actually, stepped into the realm of martial king. Bang 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 bang.
For a while, Xia Jianyun fought with the secluded Lin family.
Die.
At the same time, a powerful aura came out from the darkness and killed towards Xiao Wuxuang. Its strength was enough to be that of a martial king, but it was the hidden martial king of the Xiao family, and one of Xia Tianqiu's followers.
Phew.
However, just when everyone thought that the man had succeeded, a sword beam pierced through his heart and then nailed his body to the ground. A peak martial king aura surged out, and the person who came was Xia Qianshan.
Third uncle.
When Xiao Wuxuang saw his third great uncle, his face was filled with excitement. That great uncle was a powerful martial arts master, yet his third great uncle killed him instantly.
How amazing! Xia Qianshan.
Lin Tianxiao's face was filled with disbelief, his eyes fell on Xia Qianshan. How is it possible? Xia Qianshan's strength is actually at the peak of the martial king.
Isn't he the Xiao family's grand elder? How could he be so powerful? The lineage of the Xiao family's patriarch is so well hidden.
Taking a deep breath, Lin Tianxiao was stunned for only a moment. His eyes were full of determination. No matter what, Xia Jianyun, you must die today.
Since Xia Qianshan has shown up, let's all stay here. With a cold smile, Lin Tianxiao looked somewhere and said, Ancestor Tianqiu, are you just going to watch the fun? Haha, it's really unexpected.
At this moment, Xia Tianqiu appeared on the scene. His eyes fell on Xia Qianshan. Qianshan, Jianyun, you are really surprising.
Snort.
Lin Tianxiao's face was icy cold, and his eyes fell on Xia Jianyun. Xia Jianyun, I want to see who else can save you. Chapter 116. A sudden change occurred, and Xia Tian's strength and blood refining technique increased dramatically.
Summer revenge.
When Xiao Wuxuang saw the people coming, his expression changed drastically.
That old bastard actually came. Master was going to kill him all at once.
Hey. You old bastard, I'll see how you die later. You are so bold, Xia Tianqiu, for colluding with foreign races. Xia Qianshan's face was icy cold, and Lin Tianqiao smiled coldly. Today, the Xia family must be destroyed no matter what.
Xia Xingqian. Xia Tianqiu ignored Xia Qianshan at all.
Even though Xia Qianshan had reached the peak of martial king, he was still not good enough in front of the half-step martial emperor. Now that you are here, show yourself. A calm voice sounded, and then figures appeared in the field, numbering about several hundred people. Leading the group was none other than Xia Xingqian, whose strength was unfathomable. Xia Tianqiu, you actually colluded with the hidden Lin family.
Poof.
Xia Tianqiu didn't care about it, his eyes were full of sarcasm. The winner is the king, the loser is the bandit, the Xia family can only belong to me. Brother Lin, please show yourself. He glanced at Xia Xingqian, and then thousands of figures appeared on the scene, and the two leading them were the two half-step martial emperor-level ancestors of the secluded Lin family.
Two half-step martial emperors?
Xia Xingqian took a deep breath, then looked at Xia Tianqiu. Since you have chosen to take action, you must have reached the level of a half-step martial emperor during your retreat.
Good.
Xia Tianqiu smiled coldly, and then the aura of a half-step martial emperor surged around his body.
The strong pressure made hundreds of people from the reclusive Xiao family's patriarch turn pale.
3 half-step martial emperors. Feeling the powerful strength of the 3 people, they never expected that the secluded Lin family actually had 2 half-step martial emperors, and that ancestor Tianqiu had also entered the half-step martial emperor stage.
The situation is quite unfavorable for them. You too, help me kill Xia Xingqian.
Looking at Xia Xingqian opposite him, Xia Tianqiu narrowed his eyes. Over the years, he had used many methods, both overtly and covertly, but all ended in failure.
Now, Xia Xingqian must die no matter what. Good. The 2 half-step martial emperor ancestors of the secluded Lin family nodded solemnly.
They naturally knew that once Xia Xingqian was dealt with, the rest would not be able to cause any waves.
Sniff.
3 figures rushed towards Xia Xingqian simultaneously, and all of them attacked with all their strength. Even a half-step martial emperor would suffer such a defeat.
Xia Xingqian, die.
There was a flash of jealousy in Xia Tianqiu's eyes. This kid was obviously his junior, but his strength had always been one level stronger than his.
How could he not hate him? Dead, huh?
Facing the attack from 3 people, Xia Xingqian slapped his face without any panic. After all, although the attack from 3 people was strong, it was not enough in his eyes as he had already reached the level of martial emperor. With a bang, the next moment, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, Xia Tianqiu and the other 2 were slapped away. All 3 of them spat out blood and suffered serious injuries.
Pft, cough cough.
After they steadied themselves, the 2 half-step martial emperors of the hidden Lin family looked towards the field several meters away in disbelief. their faces filled with astonishment.
The realm of the martial emperor.
Xiao Tianqiu sensed the strong pressure and was full of disbelief. How is it possible?
Xiao Xingqian, you actually have entered the martial emperor stage. He looked horrified, unable to believe it.
The scene before him was far beyond his expectations.
How could that guy already be the martial emperor? Oh my gosh.
Xiao Wuxuan looked at Xingqian Patriarch with shock in his eyes. Wow, Xingqian Patriarch has actually reached the realm of martial emperor.
However, I'm afraid it's all thanks to Master's pills and medicine. Puff. Puff.
There were 2 consecutive sounds, and before the 2 half-step martial emperors of the hidden Lin family could react, they were knocked away by Xiao Xingqian's punch, and blood was spit out.
Their combat power was reduced to only 1/10.
Defeated instantly by the half-step martial emperor, Xiao Tianqiu's face turned pale, and the jealousy in his heart became even stronger. Then, his eyes fell on Xiao Tianqiu.
Xiao Tianqiu.
Xiao Xingqian, who had already learned the truth, no longer concealed it, and was filled with murderous intent. Hundreds of years ago, he forced my second uncle to death, causing my father to die with hatred, and even forced my second uncle's lineage to leave the Xiao family.
Today, no one can save you. Oh?
Hearing Xiao Xingqian's words, Xiao Tianqiu's eyes flashed with surprise. Do you know what happened back then?
But it doesn't matter. Martial Emperor. Do you really think I don't have any trump card?
With a cold smile, Xiao Tianqiu made hand seals, and then red blood surged around his body, but Xiao Tianqiu's body became a little dry, and an aura far beyond that of a half-step martial emperor emerged from his body.
What? Xiao Wuxuan looked at the scene in bewilderment, and was shocked when he saw Xiao Tianqiu. Wu Emperor realm, that old beast actually also entered the Wu Emperor realm. No.
Xiao Jianyun narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath. Xiao Tianqiu did not enter the martial emperor, but used some kind of evil magic.
Blood alchemy.
Xiao Qianshan looked at the scene in front of him, thinking of something and looking at Xiao Tianqiu in disbelief. I didn't expect that he actually learned such evil magic.
Force to increase strength. It's a completely suicidal method to use your own blood and energy as a sacrifice.
However, when Xiao Tianqiu opened his eyes, the 2 half-step martial emperor warriors of the hidden Lin family were also shocked.
That boy hid very well. If such magic was used on their hidden Lin family, the consequences would be disastrous. It's terrifying when you think about it.
Originally they wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to swallow up the Xiao family, but now it seems that the situation is not as simple as they thought.
It's just an external force enhancement. Do you really think you are a martial emperor?
Xiao Xingqian smiled coldly and exchanged a palm strike with Xiao Tianqiu, but Xiao Tianqiu retreated dozens of steps while Xiao Xingqian only retreated 1 step, and the winner was immediately apparent. Xiao Tianqiu, who was performing the blood refining technique, looked across, his eyes filled with madness and red.
Isn't that enough?
After mumbling for a while, Xiao Tianqiu's eyes were filled with determination. If that's the case, then let's break through again.
Buzz.
As the seal changed again, Xiao Tianqiu spat out a mouthful of blood on the ground. His face turned pale and he looked like he had aged 10 years in an instant. At the same time, Xiao Tian's aura came over like a devastating force.
Xiao Tianqiu.
Feeling Xiao Tianqiu's breath, Xiao Xingqian's face turned cold. Middle stage of martial emperor, you are crazy. This guy is willing to sacrifice his life to improve his strength.
Bang!
With 1 punch, Xiao Xingqian was knocked away directly. After all, there was quite a distance between the 2 of them.
Ha ha ha.
Seeing Xiao Xingqian in such a state of disgrace across from him, Xiao Tianqiu smiled heartily. Great.
Is this the strength of a mid-stage martial emperor?
You're so proud of yourself for forcing me to use the blood refining technique. With a bang, Xiao Xingqian was knocked away by a punch.
The strength of a mid-stage martial emperor was obviously not something he could deal with.
Xiao Xingqian staggered and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Die.
Xiao Tianqiu did not attack Xiao Xingqian directly, but went to Xiao Wuxuan himself. I will kill the snowy monster first, and then torture you slowly. With a flash of his figure, Xiao Tianqiu came in front of Xiao Wuxuan as if traveling through space. He raised his hand to slap him into a bloody mist, and at this moment Yi Xian moved. Chapter 117 Xiao Xian, you, kill the ancestor who gave the cursed jade pendant to Xiao family as ancestors.
Wuxuan, be careful.
When Xiao Jianyun saw his son being suddenly attacked, his face changed drastically and he reminded him quickly. Although he knew that Yi Xian was very powerful, Xiao Tianqiu's current combat power was comparable to that of a mid-stage martial emperor.
Bang!
At this moment, a figure appeared in front of Xiao Wushuang, raised his hand and slapped him, and Xiao Tianqiu, who was in the middle stage of martial emperor, was directly knocked to the side.
Look around.
However, they saw that Xiao Tianqiu, who was in the middle stage of martial emperor, had a scarlet slap mark on his face.
This scene shocked everyone. What?
When the two half-step martial emperor warriors of the secluded Lin family saw this scene, they gulped and immediately started to doubt their lives. That guy is just a young boy, how could he be so powerful?
Impossible.
Xiao Tianqiu jumped up, his eyes widened on his ferocious, dry face. Who are you? Blood turns into sword, strangle. Yi Xian ignored him. Under the profound meaning of swordsmanship, Xiao Tianqiu's blood and energy turned into swordlight, and then, under everyone's horrified gazes, Xiao Tianqiu, who was using blood refining technique at almost the speed of light, pierced through them indiscriminately, and finally a red glow lit up, and then bang turned into a blood mist.
What? Escape!
The two half-step martial emperor ancestors of the secluded Lin family turned around and fled without a second thought.
Are you kidding me? That guy is a devil.
Xiao Tianqiu used the self-harming blood refining technique to advance to the middle stage of martial emperor, but was still strangled into a bloody mist.
With their limited strength, they will probably die a more miserable death. It's too late to escape now.
Under everyone's attention, they saw Yi Xian snap his fingers and the power of sealing turned the two people into ashes. The strange method made even Xia Xingqian feel scared.
Oh shit. What did they see?
The two most powerful ancestors of the secluded Lin family who were half-step martial emperor were actually killed by that guy with just a snap of his fingers.
Master, you are invincible. Meng Qianqiu and Xiao Wushuang were shocked.
To kill such a powerful being with just a snap of fingers, his strength was too strong.
Kill them all, leaving no one alive.
Xia Xingqian looked at the field, then waved his hand, and at some point in the darkness, figures reappeared. As expected, each figure exuded a strong aura, and there were no less than 30 masters at the level of Martial King.
What?
How could the main branch of the Xia family have so many powerful martial kings?
Escape!
Indeed, the sudden scene was like the last straw that broke the camel's back.
Joke? What a fight!
Xiao Tianqiu and the two half-step martial emperor ancestors of the secluded Lin family were all killed.
Ah! No, I don't want to die.
With figures flashing, the group of powerful martial kings of the hidden Xiao family were like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, and began a unilateral slaughter mode. After all, after Xiao Tianqiu and the other two were killed, they no longer had the slightest desire to fight. 3 minutes later, the field was littered with dead bodies, and the hidden Lin family and Xiao Tianqiu's lineage were completely wiped out.
Ha!
Taking a deep breath, Xiao Xingqian came back to his senses and bowed 90 degrees. Your Excellency's kindness, the Xiao family will never forget it. Upon seeing this, Xiao Qianshan and others all bowed down. They knew very well what this place meant to the secluded Xiao family. This would lead the Xiao family to prosperity.
No problem.
Yi Xian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, Wushuang is my disciple, it is only natural for me to help him. That being said, your kindness to our Xiao family is too great. Xiao Xingqian said solemnly, with a look of determination, from now on, if you have any orders, my entire Xiao family will go through fire and water without hesitation.
Master, so handsome.
Looking at it from this angle, Xiao Wushuang thought that his master was extremely handsome. He was able to destroy two enemies that the Xiao family was extremely afraid of with just a flick of his fingers. This method was invincible.
That's right. After a brief conversation, Xiao Xingqian bowed to show his respect and said, Sir, could you please take me to meet my second uncle's descendant?
Of course. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Although the Xiao family in Jinling is very powerful now, their safety is still not guaranteed.
If they can return to the secluded Xiao family, it will undoubtedly be a good choice. Half an hour later, at the Xiao family manor in Jinling. In the study. Xiao Yi, why are you here?
Xiao Guofeng saw Yi Xian put down the work in his hands, but then his eyes fell on the three figures who followed Yi Xian.
Uncle, let me introduce a few people to you.
He paused for a moment and continued, these people are from the secluded Xiao family.
Boom!
When these words came out, Xiao Guofeng's pupils widened and his eyeballs almost fell to the ground. He was so shocked that he could not say anything.
The hidden Xiao family.
He had heard from Yi Xian that that was the clan from which the Xiao family's ancestors came, and it was also what the successive patriarchs of the Jinling Xiao family had been striving to pursue.
Meet some seniors. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Guofeng bowed and saluted. Xiao Xingqian coughed and hurriedly stopped him. Patriarch Xia, there is no need to do this.
Uncle, this is Xiao Xingqian, the reclusive ancestor of the Xiao family.
Your ancestor is his second uncle.
As soon as these words came out, Xiao Guofeng's mouth twitched. His ancestor was his second uncle, which meant that this person was at least hundreds of years old.
His strength could be imagined.
After getting acquainted with them for a while, Xiao Guofeng finally understood the purpose of their visit, but his face was full of shock.
Xiao Xian, you. Did you really kill the ancestor who gave the Xiao family's ancestors the cursed jade pendant?
Even after hearing what his son-in-law said, Xiao Guofeng still felt incredible that his son-in-law actually had the ability to kill an old monster that had lived for hundreds of years.
Good. Xiao Xingqian nodded and explained, Your Excellency is so powerful that we cannot match him. Ahem, is that so? The corners of Xiao Guofeng's mouth twitched when he heard this.
It must be said that it was an honor to make a centuries-old monster feel inferior.
That's right.
Soon, Xiao Guofeng realized something extremely serious.
He suppressed his anxiety and asked, Xiao Xian, what is your current strength?
Before, Xiao Guofeng guessed that he was a martial arts grandmaster, but now that he is able to kill the old monster, it means that his realm has far exceeded this level. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone, including Xiao Xingqian, pricked up their ears and listened, extremely curious.
After all,
before, they had witnessed with their own eyes that Xiao Tianqiu, who was in the middle stage of martial emperor, could not escape a single move from him, and died without even moving a finger.
Strength?
Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then smiled and said, The martial emperor is invincible, right?
Although he said this conservatively, this sentence shocked Xiao Xingqian and the others. Martial emperor?
Hearing his son-in-law's words, Xiao Guofeng's face was full of suspicion. It was obvious that he had never heard of this term. Seeing this, Xiao Qinshan smiled and patiently explained, Master Xia, you don't know that above the martial arts master is the martial arts grandmaster, and above that are the martial arts spirit and the martial arts king, and above the martial arts king is the martial arts emperor.
What? Xiao Guofeng's face was filled with shock. He was extremely horrified and unbelievable.
My God, he is only in the late stage of martial arts grandmaster now, but his son-in-law is in the invincible realm of martial arts emperor.
What a huge gap there is between them. I am afraid I am not even an ant in front of him.
For a moment, Xiao Guofeng felt extremely bitter. It turned out that his son-in-law was so awesome. Chapter 118, Cleansing My Brother-in-Law's Essence and Marrow, and Getting a 10,000 times consumption rebate.
Emperor Wu is invincible. Xiao Guofeng felt that the scene before his eyes was as unreal as a dream.
This was definitely the person he had not wanted his daughter to marry before.
Ha! Xiao Xingqian took a deep breath, then looked at Xiao Guofeng and said, Master Xia, since you are the descendants of my second uncle, why don't you follow me back to the secluded Xiao family from now on? In this way, it can be considered as returning to one's roots. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guofeng was obviously hesitant.
It was his ancestors' wish for him to return to his roots, but he was reluctant to leave suddenly after living in Jinling for decades.
Certainly.
As if seeing Xiao Guofeng's worry, Xiao Xingqian continued, If Master Xiao doesn't like being bound, you can return to Jinling at any time. In this way, not only can his second uncle's lineage return to the Xiao family, but he can also have a closer relationship with this adult. He has no reason not to do this.
Good.
After weighing the pros and cons, Xiao Guofeng agreed, which made Xiao Xingqian and the other two happy. Xianshan, from now on you will protect the Xiao family in Jinling. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Xingqian gave the order.
Isn't this bad? Xiao Guofeng was flattered to hear this, while Xiao Qianshan nodded seriously without any dissatisfaction.
Although this was only a small Jinling, the most important thing was that this was the family of that famous woman.
No problem.
Xiao Xingqian smiled slightly and continued, This is what we should do. The Xiao family, which has been in seclusion for hundreds of years, feels ashamed of you.
What happened back then has been investigated. It was all Xiao Tianqiu's conspiracy. After listening to Xiao Xingqian's story, Xiao Guofeng finally understood and his heart was relieved. The death of the owner of the cursed jade pendant also meant that the hidden enemy of their Xiao family had been eliminated. That's right, Xiao Ye. Xiao Guofeng's eyes fell on Xiao Qianshan. I wonder what realm this gentleman is in.
Peak of Martial King. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Xiao Qianshan nodded and smiled.
However, Xiao Guofeng was shocked when he heard it.
He obviously did not expect that the secluded Xiao family would actually send such a powerful master to protect them.
I'll trouble you from now on. Knowing Xiao Qianshan's strength, Xiao Guofeng dared not to be negligent. Master Xia, you're too polite.
Xiao Qianshan smiled slightly, and of course he didn't dare to be arrogant. After a short conversation, Yi Xian thought of something and flipped his right hand. A liquid medicine containing 10 top-grade cleansing marrow pills appeared.
Uncle, this liquid medicine is my first gift to my unborn brother-in-law. Auntie, drinking this will have a good effect on my brother-in-law.
Oh? Hearing his son-in-law's words, Xiao Guofeng's eyes lit up. His son-in-law was so powerful, so the things he gave must be extraordinary. Xiao Yi, you are thoughtful. It turns out that the wife of the Xiao family is pregnant.
Congratulations.
After hearing this, Xiao Xingchen congratulated him. After all, this was the descendant of his second uncle, so it was a double blessing.
You're welcome, sir.
After some greetings, Yi Xian, Xiao Xingchen and Xiao Jianyun left the Xiao family manor, while Xiao Qianshan stayed at the Xiao family. Soon, Xiao's mother came into the room and saw Xiao Guofeng in a daze. Xiao Yi, where are they? Xiao's mother, who was holding a fruit plate, originally wanted to entertain everyone, but she never expected to see only Xiao Guofeng himself.
Xiao Yi has something urgent to do, so I'm leaving first. Xiao Guofeng just said something to get the matter over with.
After all, there are some things that the fewer people who know about them the better. He is naturally aware of the principle that an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure.
How can you let Xiao Ye and the others go? Mother Xiao glared at Xiao Guofeng.
Of course she didn't know what had just happened. You have to know that her father-in-law Xiao Guofeng hadn't digested the information just now.
All right.
Xiao Guofeng changed the subject and handed the liquid medicine in his hand to Xiao's mother. Here, this is a gift from Xiao Ye for you. She said it will have good benefits for the unborn child.
Oh?
After hearing this, Mother Xiao's eyes fell on the medicine in her hand. She naturally knew that her son-in-law was no ordinary person. After all, Yi Xian had made an indispensable contribution to the present status of their Jinling Xiao family.
Yeah.
Mother Xiao pondered for a moment, then drank the liquid medicine made from 10 top-grade marrow cleansing pills. Then a wonderful energy emerged from her body and spread to her limbs and bones.
Buzz.
Not long after drinking the medicine, Xiao's mother clearly felt a warm current flowing in her abdomen. Under Xiao Guofeng's shocked gaze, Xiao's mother, who was originally only a first-rate master, improved her strength at a visible speed. After a short while, he was promoted all the way to the level of martial arts master.
Is this a martial arts master already?
Mother Xiao was a little bit unbelievable.
Wasn't it said to be a gift for the unborn child? How come she herself had become a martial arts master? This gift was too expensive. This effect. Xiao Guofeng was also stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. If the side effects on adults were like this, then one can imagine the benefits to children.
On the other side, on the way back to Dun Villa, the host has been tested for cleansing the essence and marrow of my brother-in-law, and I will give him a 10,000-fold permanent consumption rebate in 200 billion renminbi. Hearing the system sound ringing in his ears, Yi Xian was slightly stunned.
10,000 times consumption rebate.
Indeed, Tonzi's operation made his eyes light up, and it seemed that making money would feel more satisfying. But, speaking of it, my realm improvement has been a bit slow recently.
Ding. The host is not satisfied with the system. The system is automatically upgrading. Ding. System upgrade successful, giving the host a random realm breakthrough card X1.
Note, this card can randomly allow the host to break through realms, with no upper limit.
Random breakthrough? Is there any upper limit?
In fact, after thinking about it, Yi Xian was a little confused.
Was this Tonzi being too nice to him?
Detecting that the host has a random realm breakthrough card, would you like to use it?
Use.
Yi Xian didn't think much about it and chose to use it directly. Just kidding, he is not a fool. What he holds in his hand is his.
Buzz.
As the random realm breakthrough card was used, terrifying energy like an ocean surged deep within Yi Xian's body, breaking through the shackles with ease.
The middle stage of Wuzong. Late Wuzong period.
After a dozen breaths, the aura around his body stabilized and finally stopped at the peak of the martial sect. An incomparably powerful aura centered on Yi Xian, like a hurricane sweeping towards the four poles.
Ha!
Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian opened his eyes and felt the energy surging to the extreme in his body. Is this the peak of martial arts?
Good job.
In fact, Yi Xian was frightened by his own realm.
The effect of that realm random breakthrough card was terrifyingly good. Produced by Tonzi, it's as awesome as always.
Yi Xian even felt that if he had a few more cards like this, he would be invincible. But then again, this card could be worth at least 200 trillion in wealth. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's mouth curved up, and he smiled so happily. If outsiders knew about Yi Xian's opportunity, I wonder if he would be chopped to death by someone with a machete.
Chapter 119, My wife Bing Ning is getting more and more beautiful. The terrifying pressure swept the entire place. Yi Xian exerted a little force with his feet, and there was a loud bang as if an 8-magnitude earthquake had occurred on the ground. Cracks appeared under his feet and then spread out as if there was no end. This is... Looking at the cracked ground beneath his feet, Yi Xian was shocked. Has his strength become so strong now?
Then, bring up the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Peak of Martial Sect. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to Tomato Reader.
Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast control, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical master, forbidden power, supreme swordsmanship, Thunder Emperor's treasure. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10,000 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, 99 god-killing needles, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopters, unlimited top-grade marrow cleansing pills, and god-level world-destroying sword. Wealth, 75.65 trillion renminbi, level of advancement, unlimited. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian was quite moved. Not to mention the peak strength of Wuzong, he could get a 10,000 times rebate on his consumption. That will definitely play a huge role in realm breakthrough for a long period of time in the future.
When he came back to his senses, Di Yuan's villa was already nearby. Daddy! Daddy!
Two sweet voices came from in front of the villa, and then two little guys came running over with their little feet.
If outsiders noticed them, they would be scared out of their wits.
Because Xinxin and Tongtong are now as powerful as a half-step martial arts master, and they are just about 4 years old. A 4-year-old half-step martial arts master, this news will definitely shock all parties.
He. Dad, where have you been?
The two little guys were chirping and pouting on the left and right.
Their cute looks made people laugh.
They were so adorable. Meng Qianqiu and Xiao Wushuan looked at each other and smiled without saying anything.
Where did you go? The master naturally did something huge.
Because, during the time when Master was away, all the immortal martial emperors were killed by Master, and the secluded Lin family was tragically wiped out because of Master. I wonder how the two junior sisters would react if they knew this.
How?
He rubbed the two little guys' heads lovingly and said with a smile, "Why, do you miss Daddy?"
We didn't.
Xinxin and Tongtong held their little hands, looking like a baby who was unhappy, and asked me to coax her. That look said it all, as if she was saying that she missed her daddy very much.
Yeah.
Yi Xian carried the two little guys into the villa, and said with a smile, "Come, let Daddy see if it's true or not."
It was late at night in the room. My wife Bingning, you are becoming more and more beautiful.
Looking at the absolutely beautiful woman in front of him, Yi Xian sighed.
Tisk. Xiao Bingning naturally didn't know what someone was doing.
If she knew, she wouldn't know if she would fight with him for 300 rounds.
But now she was obviously immune to someone's gaze and words.
You say it. Xiao Bingning was arrogant, but this scene could only be shown in front of Yi Xian. I don't know how much time has passed. Xiao Bingning leaned in her man's arms, enjoying the rare time alone together. But it seems that she is becoming more and more obsessed with the man next to her, or rather, she is becoming more and more dependent on him. Because once they were apart for a while, she couldn't help but think of him. That feeling was as sweet as first love, but shouldn't they have passed the sweetness stage long ago?
Ding dong.
At a certain moment, Xiao Bingning received a message on her mobile phone. Dear CCB user, your account number ending in 3568 received 10 billion renminbi on June 18, 2024. Please check it.
CCB. Xiao Bingning,
Seeing the sound of money arriving on the phone, Xiao Bingning was stunned and looked at the guy who was fiddling with the phone. Husband, you are crazy. Why would you transfer 10 billion to me for no reason?
In fact, Xiao Bingning was stunned.
She didn't know how much money that guy had spent on her, or maybe she was a little numb at the moment. Of course it's to give pocket money to my wife Bing Ning. He doted on the beautiful lady's face and said jokingly, "Even so, consider it as a reward for my baby's hard work just now."
Xia Bingning. Put. Reward you big head.
Listening to someone's shameless words, Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes. "You are such a bad guy."
Yeah.
Yi Xin didn't care. "I won't say it anymore, women don't love bad men."
Flirting and quarreling, the relationship heats up.
This feeling of eating her own dog food made Xiao Bingning unable to stop. She did not accept the rebuttal from the tomato reader and the signal had been blocked.
So sweet. Moreover, it is very sweet. Buy whatever you want, no need to save money for your man.
Yi Xian was in a good mood when he spoke, but Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes. This guy is a prodigal son, and he wants to make him a spendthrift.
How infuriating. But, is it really good for him to pamper me like this? What if he pushes me to the sky?
Hubby, I love you. Xiao Bingning spoke emotionally, with ripples in her eyes. To be honest, meeting this guy was definitely the best thing in her life. She felt as if she was hopelessly in love with him. She really couldn't imagine life without this guy.
That would have to be the worst thing.
Chapter 120, A Strange Situation. The Zhang family in the imperial capital is dying.
The next day, early morning.
The golden morning light poured into the room from the window and fell on a beautiful face, and next to the beautiful person was an incredibly handsome man. The handsome boy woke up after struggling with his sleepy eyes. What he saw was an extremely beautiful face bathed in golden sunlight. Her face was like that of a fairy, and the light around her was dimmed. Unfortunately, at this moment, this beautiful scene can only be enjoyed by Yi Xian.
Ding! The host spends 10 billion renminbi and gets 100 trillion renminbi.
While admiring the absolutely beautiful lady, a system voice rang in my ears, and it turned out that the 10,000 times consumption rebate was triggered for the first time. I have to say, the 10,000-fold consumption rebate is very attractive.
Ding-a-ling.
As Yi Xian was sighing, his cell phone rang.
"Hey, President."
As soon as the call was connected, Feng Zhou's respectful voice came from the other end. "Well, I hope I didn't disturb your rest so early." Thinking of the beautiful face of his president's wife, Feng Zhou asked nervously.
Although everyone should be up at this time, what if the president and his wife are discussing business? Wouldn't it be a bit abrupt? No, what's going on?
Holding the beautiful woman's two bears in his hands, Yi Xian smiled slightly.
If Feng Zhou knew the scene, he would explode with envy. Ahem, that's good. Feng Zhou coughed dryly, and then got to the point. "President, my father asked if Wanjin Chamber of Commerce has any plans to open a branch in the imperial capital.
At that time, my father and the Feng family will do their best to help. Of course, the imperial capital will hold a martial arts exchange conference in 2 days. The presidents of martial arts associations from all countries will be present.
If we open an auction at this time, we will definitely reap a lot."
Oh? Hearing Feng Zhou's words, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly.
The Imperial Capital Martial Arts Exchange Conference, an auction?
Okay. Yi Xian agreed without much thought. After all, if a branch of Wanjin Chamber of Commerce could be opened in the imperial capital, it would be a vital benefit to future development.
Real.
Feng Zhou was delighted when he heard this. After all, the imperial capital was their Feng family's home turf, and the president had shown great favor to their Feng family. If the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce could open a branch in the imperial capital, it would definitely be a good opportunity for their Feng family to repay their gratitude. Thinking of this, Feng Zhou said excitedly, "Then President, I will inform my father immediately and let him make the arrangements." Not long after hanging up the phone, the beautiful woman woke up in his arms.
Hiss. Sensing the feeling of the two bears, Xiao Bingning couldn't help but take a breath.
That guy is not afraid of getting hurt.
Let's see if he will regret it later.
Really, he has no mercy on me at all. It's not like I don't want him to touch me. Ugh. At a certain moment, Xiao Bingning realized that something was wrong and a black line appeared on her forehead.
She was furious and said, "Xiao Bingning, what are you thinking about? Bah, throw this thought out right away."
Eh? Before Xiao Bingning could think further, she heard a light exclamation in her ear.
"Wife, you're awake."
The doting voice rang in her ears, and Xiao Bingning's heart tightened. Her face turned red, and her heart was beating fast with guilt, as if her little secret had been discovered. Xiao Bingning responded in a voice as soft as a mosquito's. Yi Xian obviously did not notice the girl's reaction.
"Nizi, would you like your husband to take you to travel to the imperial capital?"
Thinking about the imperial capital Wanjin Chamber of Commerce branch and the auction, Yi Xian moved his hands dishonestly, which caused the beautiful woman to roll her eyes, but she did not stop him. After all, I have experienced this scene countless times and have become accustomed to it. If the tomato readers knew about it, they would definitely kill someone in a minute. No such thing. My God, they are showing off their affection with such a lot of love. Have they ever considered the feelings of single people? The imperial capital? After hearing what her man said, Xiao Bingning did not think much about it. Instead, she thought of a very prosperous place. It was said that the competition there was 10 times more intense than in Jinling. You know what? I've never been there. Xiao Bingning murmured. After all, she became pregnant with some guy's child shortly after graduation, so she had no time to travel in these years. Ha! At a certain moment, Yi Xian felt the change of the beautiful lady and said with two bears in his hands, "Wife, it seems that you want to talk business with your husband again." Snort! Xiao Bingning listened to someone's words, and her face turned red all the way to the back of her ears. Business, you big shot. Others may not know what it means to talk about business, but how could she not understand it? After all, she had talked about business with that guy at least 80 times, if not 100. I don't understand what you are saying. Xiao Bingning rolled her eyes and turned her proud face away, thinking about the scenes that might happen during the business negotiations. The more she didn't want to think about it, the clearer the scenes became. It's over. How could this happen? I actually think about those things. Am I sick? 3 poles in the sun. Xiao Bingning came out of the room with a guy with a red face, but she rolled her eyes at him without leaving a trace. Really? Are we going to travel to the imperial capital? Long live Dad. Meng Qianqiu and Xiao Wushuang were also quite looking forward to it after hearing it, especially Xiao Wushuang, who hadn't had enough fun since running away from home. These ones? Xiao Bingning looked at the 2 little guys and the 2 apprentices, and couldn't help feeling bitter. She really didn't know whether that guy would accept apprentices in the future. And if she knew Xiao Wushuang's identity, she didn't know how he would react. Huff. Soon, the Shenzhou V helicopter landed in front of the villa. TSK, Master actually has a helicopter. Looking at the cool helicopter, Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled, and it was obvious that he liked it very much. Master, this plane is so cool. Xiao Wushuang was excited. Even though he was the grandson of the head of the reclusive Xiao family, he had never seen anything like this before. Hee, of course. Brother Wushuang, you don't know that daddy's plane. Listening to the words of the 2 junior sisters, Xiao Wushuang's pupils shrank. Wow, this helicopter is actually worth 300 million. At the same time, in the imperial capital, Zhang family. What did you say? Zhang Taishu, the head of the Zhang family, had a cold expression on his face and looked towards the Feng family. The Feng family in the imperial capital is going to hold an auction under their family name, a grand auction. Feng Qiankuan, are you declaring war on my Zhang family? Everyone in the entire imperial capital knows that the Zhang family in their imperial capital is number 1 in the auction world. What kind of person is the Feng family? They are just a first-rate family, yet they dare to compete with them. Poof. However, after learning the specific information, Zhang Taishu was no longer calm. The mysterious pill can improve the qualifications of a warrior, and can even allow a martial arts grandmaster to successfully enter the half-step martial arts spirit. Feng Qiankuan, you are courting death. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Taishu narrowed his eyes and showed a ferocious look. I failed to kill you last time, this time I will definitely wipe out your entire Feng family. Someone come. Zhang Taishu smiled coldly. Follow me to the Feng family, I want to see where Feng Qiankuan gets his confidence from. Yes, Patriarch. A confidant responded respectfully, looking towards the direction of the Feng family in the imperial capital, with a cold look on his face. Is the head of the family finally going to take action against the Feng family? However, they did not know that the countdown to the end of the Zhang family in the imperial capital had begun from this moment on. Half a day later. In the imperial capital, before the Feng family auction. Huff. A helicopter landed slowly, and then Yi Xian and his party appeared on the ground, and Feng Qiankuan had been waiting here for a long time. President Yi, you are here. Feng Qiankuan bowed respectfully, and then said, You've been tired all the way, I've arranged a place for you to stay. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then looked at Xiao Bingning. You go first, I'll be there in a while. Good. Xiao Bingning nodded. She knew her man had something to do and didn't ask any more questions. Soon, they arrived at a room.
My lord, I am glad that you can come to the imperial capital. After arriving in the room, Feng Qiankuan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "The Feng family is willing to join the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and serve you, my lord." "That's right." Feng Zhouyo thought of something and frowned. "President, if the auction goes smoothly, there may be a lot of trouble. The Jiang family in the imperial capital attacked my father because of the conflict between our two businesses." Then, Feng Qiankuan explained the current situation in the imperial capital, meaning that the Jiang family in the imperial capital was very likely to sabotage the auction. No problem. Yi Xian obviously didn't care about this. After all, he had destroyed the Lin family in the imperial capital before, so having more Jiang families now was nothing. Since the Feng family has joined the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, these lunchboxes can be considered as joining gifts. With a flip of his right hand, 10 top-grade marrow cleansing pills and 100 portions of physical fitness enhancing liquid suddenly appeared. Looking at the extremely familiar medicinal liquid, Feng Qiankuan was shocked, because it was this thing that not only recovered from his injuries, but also greatly increased his strength. But, at this moment, there are exactly 100 of them in front of me. He knew exactly what this meant. "Sir, this gift is too valuable." Feng Qiankuan was shocked and really astounded by Yi Xian's move. Originally, he joined the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to repay his gratitude, not for these benefits. "Take it. Only when the Feng family becomes stronger can they do more for me." After weighing the pros and cons, Feng Qiankuan took a deep breath and said, "Well, okay." Soon, Feng Qiankuan suppressed his excitement and took a marrow cleansing pill and a portion of medicine. Buzz. Not long after, Feng Qiankuan's aura suddenly soared, and his strength increased significantly. This is... Opening his eyes, Feng Qiankuan felt the extremely rich aura in his body, his eyes full of disbelief, far beyond the martial arts grandmaster, half a step to martial arts spirit. What? When Feng Zhouyo heard this, his heart was shocked. He wondered what he had heard. "Father, you have achieved a breakthrough to the half-step martial spirit." Indeed, this information had a great impact on him. After all, possessing a half-step martial spirit meant that their Feng family had the capital to compete head-on with the four major families in the imperial capital. Good. Feng Qiankuan nodded heavily, and then Feng Zhouyo also took the elixir in physical fitness enhancing liquid. A few minutes later, Feng Zhouyo had also entered the realm of martial arts grandmaster, and was only one step away from the middle stage. The father and son looked at each other. Boom! They all knelt on the ground, their eyes full of gratitude. "Master, we will definitely live up to your expectations." Opportunity. They knew very well what such an opportunity meant. With these resources, the strength of their Feng family could be increased at least tenfold. By then, even the four major families in the imperial capital would not be their match. Get up. Yi Xian didn't care about it. After all, he had an inexhaustible supply of both the top-grade marrow cleansing pills and the physical fitness enhancing liquid. Eh? Just as Feng Qiankuan and his son were shocked, Yi Xian's eyes frowned, because he felt an extremely strong aura coming from a distance, the strength of which was that of a half-step martial spirit. "My lord, what is wrong?" Feng Qiankuan saw Yi Xian frowning slightly and asked suspiciously. "It's okay. A half-step martial spirit master brought a lot of people to the auction." What? Feng Zhouyo was stunned when he heard this. There are still many people who are half-step martial spirits. Father, could they be from the Jiang family in the imperial capital? That person is most likely Jiang Taishu, the strongest person in the Jiang family. Hearing Feng Qiankuan's words, Yi Xian smiled slightly. The Jiang family in the imperial capital? Let's go meet them. As soon as the voice fell, Feng Qiankuan and his son were shocked to find that they had already left the auction. The speed made them even more shocked. "My lord, you are so strong." From a god's perspective, Yi Xian suddenly knew the other party's identity. It was the Jiang family of the imperial capital mentioned by Feng Qiankuan, and there were many masters of the Jiang family. Who? Not long after, Jiang Taishu, who was on the road, raised his right hand to ask his men to stop, while looking into the distance with vigilance. Then, three figures appeared in front. Seal the universe. When Jiang Taishu saw one of them, his face was shocked, because he didn't notice when the three people appeared. "Jiang Taishu, it's you." Feng Qiankuan looked at Jiang Taishu coldly, and Jiang Taishu waved his hand, causing dozens of Jiang family masters to surround the field. Snort! With a cold smile, Jiang Taishu's body was filled with the aura of a half-step martial spirit. "Feng Qiankuan, I didn't expect you to be so alert." But this place is sparsely populated, and it's a good place to die. Master, I'm here to destroy him.
At this time, a late-stage grandmaster of Jiang family martial arts attacked Feng Qiankuan at high speed. His methods were so brutal that if someone was hit by him, he would be seriously injured if not killed. However, just when this late-stage grandmaster of Jiang family martial arts thought he was about to succeed, Feng Qiankuan slapped him in the face without him noticing.
Bang!
With a crisp sound, the late-stage grandmaster of Jiang family martial arts was instantly blown away more than 10 meters, and he had already become a corpse before he even hit the ground.
Kill a martial arts grandmaster in the late stage instantly. What?
The sudden scene really shocked everyone.
Feng Joyo looked at his domineering father and swallowed his saliva in his heart. What a guy!
He was a late-stage martial arts grandmaster, and he was beaten to death by his father.
Half-step martial spirit. Zhang Taishu sensed the aura of Feng Qiankuan and was filled with disbelief. How is it possible?
You actually have reached the half-step of martial spirit.
A loud bang.
In an instant, the eyes of the Jiang family masters in the imperial capital looking at Feng Qiankuan changed.
What did they hear? Feng Qiankuan from the Feng family has entered the half-step martial spirit realm. How could this be possible?
A strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart.
Something must be wrong when things are abnormal. Feng Qiankuan looked at Zhang Taishu in front of him and said, "Since Zhang Taishu has taken action, you will stay here today."
The air was filled with murderous intent. Previously, the Jiang family in the imperial capital almost sealed off their family and wiped them out. Today, even if the King of Heaven came, he could not save the Jiang family. Chapter 121 Mr. Feng, from now on, I think the Feng family will be the one to rule the four great families.
Leave me?
Hearing Feng Qiankuan's arrogant words, Zhang Taishu laughed in anger, and then his eyes flashed with murderous light. I want to see how you can keep me here. Leave Feng Qiankuan to me, and kill those two. Zhang Taishu smiled coldly.
Even though Feng Qiankuan had entered the stage of half-step martial spirit, so what?
As long as those two guys were dealt with, Feng Qiankuan would be dead even if he was half-step martial spirit.
Yes, Patriarch. The Jiang family's experts took a deep breath.
Although they were afraid of Feng Qiankuan, the remaining two guys were no trouble at all.
Bang!
One of the figures attacked Feng Joyo, but they both retreated. Zhang Mingtai looked at the other side in disbelief. Feng Joyo, you actually entered the martial arts grandmaster. Father, the Feng family must have incredible resources, otherwise the father and son would not be able to do this. After a pause, Zhang Mingtai's eyes were full of passion. If I can get the opportunity from the Feng family, my father might be able to enter the realm of martial spirit. Zhang Taishu nodded slightly, his eyes fell on Feng Joyo, then let him live and torture him out slowly.
Yes, father.
Zhang Mingtai's eyes lit up with joy after hearing this. He was already in the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster, and perhaps with this opportunity he could enter the late stage of martial arts grandmaster, or even reach perfection.
Boy, die.
At this moment, a martial arts master in the late stage of the Jiang family rushed towards Yi Xian and stabbed him in the heart with a dagger. If he was hit, he would surely die.
Zheng.
However, the next moment, under the horrified gaze of everyone in the field, Yi Xian firmly grasped the dagger with 2 fingers, and the attack of the late-stage martial arts grandmaster could no longer advance an inch. His 2 fingers trembled slightly, and the martial arts grandmaster in the late stage didn't even have time to scream before he turned into ashes, and even the specially made dagger did the same. Disappeared. A martial arts master in the late stage of grandmaster status just disappeared in such a mysterious way and turned into ashes. Hiss. Feng Joyo took a breath of cold air. My god, is the president still human? This is too scary.
What? Zhang Taishu was dumbfounded.
Although he could easily kill a martial arts grandmaster in the late stage, he couldn't do what he saw before him even if he was 10 times stronger.
A powerful martial spirit.
Zhang Taishu's pupils widened as he looked at Yi Xian in the field, his eyes filled with shock. You are a martial arts expert? How is it possible that he is so young? As soon as these words came out, all the Jiang family masters were dumbfounded.
A powerful martial spirit master.
For a moment, everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Xian. What a joke, this kid is only in his early 20s, how could he have such powerful strength? However, if they knew that Yi Xian is no longer a martial spirit, nor a martial king or martial emperor, but is at the peak of martial sect, I wonder how they would react. How dare you be distracted during a battle? With a bang, Feng Qiankuan punched Zhang Taishu in the heart. The terrifying energy instantly severely damaged his internal organs, and he spat out a mouthful of blood.
Asshole.
Jiang Taishu's face was icy cold, and without thinking, he glared at Yi Xian angrily. Retreat.
Yes, Patriarch.
The Jiang family's experts responded respectfully, and just as they were about to slip away, a voice rang in their ears.
Thunder turns into sword and falls. Sizzle.
At a certain moment, thunder surged around Yi Xian's body, and the mystery of thunder spread and then turned into dozens of thunder sword beams, which fell from the sky in an instant and pierced through the masters of the Jiang family and then nailed them to the ground. Then, a strange scene appeared. All the members of the Jiang family, including Jiang Mingtai, turned into nothingness, leaving not even ashes.
Oh my god. Feng Zhuoyou was stunned as he looked at the scene. Is the president really just a martial spirit?
His strength is no different from that of a god.
You can actually control thunder. Jiang Taishu's eyes widened.
The scene before him was beyond his expectations.
How could the thunder that represented destruction be controlled by someone? Who on earth are you?
Just as Jiang Taishu finished speaking, a dagger had already pierced his heart, and the powerful energy instantly crushed his heart.
The person who did it was Feng Qiankuan.
Jiang Taishu, remember not to talk so much nonsense in your next life.
Plop.
With a strong sense of reluctance, Jiang Taishu, who had dominated the imperial capital for decades, fell to the ground like this.
Ha!
Heaving a deep sigh, Feng Qiankuan looked at the corpses on the field, as if he were dreaming. Did I just kill Jiang Taishu?
Jiang Taishu is dead, the Jiang family is finished. Feng Zhuoyou's face lit up with joy.
He didn't expect that his father would kill that old bastard Jiang Taishu so quickly.
Jiang family?
Yi Xian looked towards the Jiang family manor and said, since the Jiang family has taken action, then let's destroy them. Mr. Feng, from now on, I think the Feng family will be the one to rule the four great families.
Pft, cough cough. Feng Zhuoyou almost choked to death when he heard this.
The four major families in the imperial capital, this was originally a height that their Feng family could not reach.
Sir, you.
Feng Qiankuan swallowed his saliva, his whole body trembling with excitement. You want my Feng family to be the four major families?
Why, you don't want to?
Seeing Feng Qiankuan's appearance, Yi Xian said with a smile.
Thump.
Feng Qiankuan knelt on the ground, and Feng Zhuoyou beside him did the same. Your Excellency's kindness, the Feng family will never forget it.
Get up.
Yi Xian raised his hand slightly and continued, I think you should go to the Jiang family manor now and destroy the Jiang family in one fell swoop.
To be on the safe side, I will send someone there secretly.
He paused for a moment and continued, but if there are any obstacles, just one word, kill.
Yes, sir. Feng Qiankuan took a deep breath and responded respectfully, while Feng Zhuoyou's eyelids were twitching.
The president was really decisive and efficient.
Could it be that, after today, their Feng family would be the new one of the four major families in the imperial capital? A little. Watching Feng Qiankuan and his son leave, Yi Xian looked in the direction of the Jiang family manor in the imperial capital.
He had just used the soul-searching technique to learn a piece of information that someone from the reclusive Jiang family was visiting the Jiang family manor. As for who that person was, probably only Jiang Taishu knew.
Of course, that was not important.
After all, even if the secluded Jiang family gathered together, they would still be as weak as ants in front of Yi Xian.
An hour later, they were not far from the Jiang family manor.
Swish. Figures appeared in the field. There were hundreds of them, led by Feng Qiankuan and the masters of the Feng family.
Father, shall we discuss a plan?
Looking at the Jiang family manor, Feng Zhuoyou said with some fear that although Jiang Taishu was dead, the Jiang family was one of the four major families in the imperial capital after all.
Need not. Feng Qiankuan looked at the heavily guarded Jiang family manor and said, speed is of the essence in war.
We must destroy all the people in the Jiang family as quickly as possible.
Yes, Patriarch.
The masters of the Feng family responded solemnly.
With so many resources, the Feng family now has 3 martial arts grand masters, except Feng Qiankuan, who is half a step away from being a martial spirit. Everyone looked towards the Jiang family manor not far away.
A massacre was inevitable. Chapter 122 God made a move and instantly killed the half-step martial king grand elder.
Get started. Feng Qiankuan looked at the Jiang family manor not far away with a burning gaze.
He had been waiting for this day for who knows how long, and now that it was right in front of him, it would be a lie to say he was not excited.
Sniff.
Figures rushed towards the Jiang family manor. Their mission this time was to destroy the Jiang family in the imperial capital as quickly as possible, and taking them by surprise was undoubtedly the best way.
Not good. Enemy attack, sound the alarm.
Someone at Jiang family manor soon discovered the enemy invasion, but by this point in time, no less than 100 masters had been killed.
After all, the battle between masters all happens overnight. Poof.
Feng Qianquan killed a martial arts master who was guarding the Jiang family manor with one palm. Before the master died, his face was filled with disbelief. Feng Qianquan, you are half a step away from being a martial arts spirit. Looking at the masters who turned into corpses on the ground, Feng Qianquan took a deep breath, but he was not merciful. You know, if the Jiang family in the imperial capital destroyed them, it would probably be at least several times more thorough than here. Swish. At this moment, two figures appeared on the scene. One was a middle-aged man and the other was an old man, but both of them were extremely powerful. The middle-aged man was in the late stage of martial arts grandmaster, only one step away from perfection, and as for the old man, he was even half a step away from being a martial king. The two were exactly the people from the secluded Jiang family who came to visit the Jiang family in the imperial capital. As for the old man, he was the supreme elder of the secluded Jiang family. Jiang Banchang looked at Feng Qianquan, who was slaughtering unilaterally, and narrowed his eyes. Half-step martial spirit, quite interesting.
No wonder they dared to openly attack the Jiang family in the imperial capital?
The half-step martial king old man looked at Feng Qianquan and his party meaningfully. These people are all very powerful. It seems that this force in front of us has a good opportunity.
If it can be used by my hidden Jiang family, it will definitely greatly enhance the strength of my hidden Jiang family.
Yeah. Jiang Bancheng narrowed his eyes and said, then catch them and torture them severely. Maybe I can use this to reach the perfection of a martial arts grandmaster.
Okay.
The old man, who was half a step away from being a martial king, nodded, and then a half a step martial king aura surged from his body, and he struck Feng Qianquan with a lightning palm.
Not good. The sudden attack caught Feng Qianquan off guard.
He was knocked 7 or 8 meters away, blood spurted out and his face was as pale as paper.
Father. Feng Joyo was startled and hurriedly came over with the Feng family masters to ask with concern, "Are you okay?" "Ahem, no problem." Feng Qianquan gritted his teeth. "Strong, that man is too strong."
The half-step martial king old man looked at Feng Qianquan and his group with disdain. I didn't expect that in this small imperial capital, besides the 4 major families, there is such a powerful force.
Hand over the opportunities in your possession, and I will leave you with your whole body.
Seeing this, Jiang Bancheng smiled sarcastically. Even if a half-step martial king takes action, even the god of heaven can't save you.
You.
Feng Qianquan didn't expect that the other party could actually guess that they had obtained the opportunity, and he couldn't help but avoid his eyes, but he happened to be seen by the old man, who was half a step away from being a martial king.
Really? These people must have good opportunities.
Who are you, sir?
This is a matter between us and the Jiang family of the imperial capital. Feng Qianquan clenched his fists and spoke with gritted teeth.
After all, the other party's strength was far beyond his imagination.
How?
The half-step martial king old man narrowed his eyes, as if he saw through Feng Qianquan's intention. Delaying time, it seems that there is someone behind you.
That's interesting. Feng Joyo took a deep breath and looked at the half-step martial king old man. Do you really think you are in control of the overall situation?
I advise you to leave early, otherwise you won't be able to leave later.
Oh ha ha ha.
Hearing Feng Joyo's words, the half-step martial king old man laughed angrily. I can't leave.
Do you know what realm I am in?
He's right. As soon as the half-step martial king elder finished speaking, a figure came from a distance and then flashed into the scene. It was none other than Shani, and beside him were dozens of divine guards.
I'm afraid you can't leave now.
The half-step martial king old man narrowed his eyes, feeling the aura of Shani, and couldn't help but be shocked. You are a half-step martial king. Such a young half-step martial king. After a pause, the old man, who was half a step away from being a martial king, looked solemn, because he discovered that all the other divine guards were at the realm of martial spirits, and such strength was not simple.
What?
Jiang Bancheng was shocked when he heard this, because he found that the god was about the same age as him, but his strength was comparable to that of the half-step martial king grand elder. Such an opportunity, if he can use it for his own benefit, perhaps he can soar into the sky and become a half-step martial king, or even a martial king. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and the old man, who was half a step away from being a martial king, had obviously thought of this as well. If he gets the chance, perhaps he will be able to reach the realm of martial king.
And,
although he is only a half-step martial king, he is not afraid of anyone at the same level.
As long as he can severely injure him, the remaining martial spirits will not be a concern.
That's interesting. I want to see if you are just his show. With a cold smile, the old man who was half a step away from being a martial king had already attacked at an extremely fast speed. His speed was unprecedentedly fast, but facing the attack of the old man who was half a step away from being a martial king, his expression remained calm. Holding the black iron sword, the figure drew an arc, and the next moment the two people passed each other. Phew! Blood splattered, the old man who was half a step away from being a martial king, his eyes widened, blood spurted from his neck, he turned his head stiffly and looked at Shani. You, how can you be so strong? Thump! Then, the corpse fell to the ground with a look of reluctance, and his face still had an expression of unwillingness. What, at? Zhang Bancheng was completely stunned by the sudden scene. How could this happen? The half-step martial king Grand Elder was unexpectedly killed instantly by a half-step martial king of the same realm in one move. Could it be that the guy's fighting power was already comparable to that of a martial king? Hiss. Feng Qiankuan and his son were also shocked. As for the Feng family, their jaws dropped. My god, the secret assistance that the family head mentioned could actually kill a half-step martial king in seconds. But who are these people? The strength is too scary. Then, Shani took a step towards Zhang Bancheng, undoubtedly attracting everyone's attention. Gulp. Zhang Bancheng came back to his senses, his face was pale as a sheet of paper, and there was no trace of the arrogance he had just shown. What are you going to do? I'm warning you. I'm from the hidden Zhang family. My father is the head of the hidden Zhang family, and my family has an ancestor who was half a step away from being a martial emperor. Put. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Bancheng's head had been chopped off by the Shani black iron sword. With this sword in hand, his strength increased tremendously and it was extremely sharp. Blood spurted out, and his consciousness collapsed before he died. He even saw the blood gushing out of his neck, but Shani did not feel the slightest bit emotional about this. After all, his master had the terrifying power to kill a mid-stage martial emperor in seconds. It took Feng Qiankuan a long time to come back to his senses, and then his eyes fell on the surroundings. Kill all the people in the Zhang family, don't spare a single one. Chapter 123, Encountering a Broken Forbidden Sword and Being Gifted with the Supreme Weapon Refining Technique. As night falls, the Jubao Pavilion in the imperial capital. In a private room. This Feng family is really high profile. A middle-aged man looked around and said, they just wiped out the Zhang family and still dared to make such a big fuss. It seems that they are going to announce their promotion to one of the four major families. Ding dong. At this moment, a cell phone rang from the side. The man who looked somewhat similar to the middle-aged man saw the message and couldn't help but gasp, sure enough, it's related to him. Oh. Hearing his second brother's words, Ji Haoyu looked over curiously. What's wrong, Haotian? Ahem, brother, I think I know who destroyed the Zhang family. Ji Haotian coughed dryly and Yi Xian's figure appeared in his mind. He felt that he was not simple at first sight, but he didn't expect that he was even more powerful than he thought. Isn't it the Feng family who destroyed the Zhang family? Ji Haoyu was stunned. Obviously there were many things he didn't know. How could that be? Ji Haotian's wise eyes flashed, and he took a deep breath. Brother, you don't know that Jiling recently established a Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. The vice president is Feng Jiuyo, and the president is Yi Xian. Yi Xian? Obviously, Ji Haoyu became even more suspicious and didn't understand what his brother was trying to say. However, as Ji Haotian continued to narrate, Ji Haoyu completely lost his composure and looked at his second brother in disbelief. He saved Feng Qiankuan from death, and also destroyed the Zhang Lu family, and killed the martial arts grandmaster with one palm. After listening to every single thing, Ji Haoyu already believed it about 70% of the time. Brother, there is more than that. Ji Haotian thought of something, and then said, the drastic changes that happened to the Lin family in the imperial capital before are also inextricably linked to him, because Lin Songhai, the current head of the Lin family, is Yi Xian's uncle. Pft, cough cough. After hearing what his second brother said, Ji Haoyu thought of the Lin family's plan to kill the illegitimate son Lin Songhai, and almost choked on his tea. That is to say, Yi Xian has already taken control of two of the four major families in the imperial capital. It's terrifying when you think about it. Ji Haoyu couldn't help but worry. After all, the Zhang family and the Lin family were both backed by hidden families, and they were all destroyed. Not to mention that the Ji family had no background at all. After seeing that his elder brother understood the seriousness of the matter, Ji Haotian continued, and I also got news that Yi Xian also came to the auction this time. He should be opening a branch of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in the imperial capital. I think. After a pause, Ji Haotian continued, this is a great opportunity for my Ji family to show goodwill. It would be best if the Ji family joins the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce unconditionally. Jinling Feng Zhouyo is the best example, and I heard that Feng Zhouyo seems to have entered the realm of a martial arts grandmaster. Another box. President, please take a seat. Feng Zhouyo led Yi Xian to sit down. Accompanying him were the two little ones, Xiao and two disciples. He did not dare to slack off at all, because just when he arrived, Yi Xian gave him a top-grade marrow-cleansing pill and a physical enhancement liquid for auction. By then, it will definitely be sold at a sky-high price. At the same time, this plays a vital role in the Feng family's influence, especially at this time when they have just destroyed the Jiang family. This way they can suppress the villains from all sides. Good. At this moment, the auction began. A powerful martial arts grandmaster appeared on the auction stage. His extremely strong aura spread out, shocking all parties. Good job. The Feng family of the imperial capital actually let the martial arts grandmaster Yuan Man be the auctioneer. No wonder they have the ability to destroy the Jiang family of the imperial capital. It seems that the Feng family is bound to become one of the four major families of the new imperial capital. Next, the first lot is the unknown broken sword. As the red silk cloth was pulled aside, a broken sword covered with cracks appeared before everyone's eyes. It looked as if it would shatter with the slightest touch. But although this is a broken sword and looks vulnerable, after testing it, a martial arts master can attack with it without any problems. Wow! As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in uproar. How could this broken sword block the perfect attack of a martial arts grandmaster? The reserve price for this sword is 1 billion renminbi, and each bid must be no less than 500 million renminbi. As a great start, it is naturally not an ordinary thing. As for those who complained about it, they were not their target from the beginning. After all, insiders could tell at a glance that this thing was extraordinary. Actually, if it wasn't very important for the Feng family to establish their prestige, this item would not have been put up for auction. But it makes sense, after all, this item originally came from the Jiang family's treasure house. Detecting that the host has encountered a broken forbidden sword, I will give you the supreme weapon refining technique. Note, this technique can be used to restore and upgrade the weapon with the supreme method. Supreme weapon refining technique? Repair and upgrade weapon level? However, this forbidden sword seems to have a special connection with the eldest disciple, so why not buy it as a weapon for him and try out this supreme weapon refining technique at the same time? 1 billion, I want it. At this moment, a voice came from the box, and many people retreated when the voice came out, thinking that they recognized that the person was not an ordinary person, but the young master of the Chen family, one of the four major families in the imperial capital, Chen Koan. Although he is a playboy, he has the support of the Chen family, one of the four major families. 2 billion. Before everyone could react, another voice came out. It was Yi Xian. A young man in the box where the Chen family was in the imperial capital had a fierce look in his eyes. Interesting, you dare to snatch things from me in this part of the imperial capital. This is Yi Xian. Ji Haotian was surprised when he heard the familiar voice. I didn't expect that he would really come, and he was offended by that loser from the Chen family right away. Hey, now it's time to watch something interesting. Thinking about the generations of feud between the Ji family and the Chen family in the imperial capital, Ji Haotian showed a meaningful expression. Haotian, do you mean to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Ji Haoyu was not stupid either, and he looked at his wise and resourceful second brother. Good. Ji Haotian nodded slightly, and then said, but big brother, remember not to let the Ji family interfere at all, let everything take its course. Otherwise, it would be more trouble than it's worth to upset Yi Xian. Rest assured. Ji Haoyu nodded heavily, although my brother's brain is not as good as yours, I still know this. 5 billion. Chen Koan quoted a price again, which really made the whole audience excited. Wow, he is worthy of being the most dissolute young man in the capital. This money is like no money. 10 billion. A voice then rang out from the box where Yi Xian was, which made Feng Zhouyo confused. President, what are you saying? Could it be that this long sword is not simple? Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Feng Zhouyo's heart sank. If I had known this, I would have let the president take a look at the things hidden by the Jiang family. No problem.
He waved his hand slightly, looked at the stage, and continued, "Just buy it with this little money." Feng Zhouyo's eyes fell on the box not far away. The person in that box should be Chen Koan, the eldest son of the Chen family in the imperial capital. Should he tell the president about this little thing? Chapter 124, Can you believe a 7 or 8-year-old martial arts master? Crack. Chen Koan was in the box. He was really angry when he learned that the other party was bidding. That guy was really ungrateful. He was going to give this item to his father for his birthday. "Master, don't worry." A mid-level martial arts grandmaster next to Chen Koan smiled slightly. "In this part of the imperial capital, it's not easy for my Chen family to make someone disappear." "Oh." Hearing this, Chen Koan's expression eased a lot, but he still snorted coldly. Later, he would make sure that kid knew how much it would cost to steal his things. Ha! The auctioneer breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Xian was the great benefactor of their Feng family. If he had displeased him, he would have been a sinner of the Feng family for all eternity. But fortunately, the item was bought by his benefactor. But is that kid from the Chen family crazy? He knows what kind of person that adult is. Given his temper, the Chen family will probably fall into decline or even be wiped out because of him. Soon, the auction staff brought the broken sword into the box. "President, there is no need to spend this money." "No problem." Yi Xian would not give Feng Zhouyo time, and immediately transferred 10 billion to him. "This little money is insignificant. Compared to this, I am more curious about this sword. You know, this sword is extraordinary. Who could damage it like this?" Under the soundproofing technique, Yi Xian grasped the hilt of the sword and a mysterious energy poured into the sword. Under the astonishing gaze of Feng Zhouyo and others, the shocking crack actually recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. This. Then the terrifying sword power spread. Meng Qianqiu's body shook, and he stared at the sword in a daze. "Is this sword calling me?" If it weren't for the soundproofing at this moment, the entire box would probably have been pierced by the sword energy. "Nice sword." Looking at the long sword in front of him, Yi Xian sighed with emotion, and even the sword of destruction felt something. Whoosh! At this moment, the forbidden sword flew out of his hand and went straight towards Meng Qianqiu, with a spiritual figure flying beside him. Hiss! Xiao Wushuang took a deep breath when he saw this, a sword with spiritual intelligence. According to the ancient books of the Xiao family, any sword with spiritual intelligence must be a treasure. Qianqiu, drop a drop of blood on the sword. Okay, master. After listening to his master's words, Meng Qianqiu came back to his senses and quickly dripped a drop of blood on the sword. The next moment, with a humming sound, the forbidden sword sank into Meng Qianqiu's forehead. Then, a very beautiful sword light appeared at his forehead and then disappeared. Gulp! Feng Zhouyo was stunned. The scene before him was far beyond his expectations. The president's ability was too terrifying, and he gave such a magical weapon to his apprentice. That Meng Qianqiu was only 7 or 8 years old. How could he use such a powerful weapon? Soon, Feng Zhouyo noticed something. Meng Qianqiu's aura had become much stronger. When he felt Meng Qianqiu's power, his eyes almost popped out. Is this a breakthrough? After obtaining the forbidden sword, it was obvious that Meng Qianqiu's forbidden body resonated with it, and this state of mind was naturally broken through. He continued for a few breaths, and only stopped when Meng Qianqiu reached the realm of martial arts grandmaster. Another breakthrough. Xiao Wushuang was shocked, looking at Meng Qianqiu in disbelief. I originally thought that if I worked hard, I could become the senior brother, but now that my senior sister has such a long sword, there is no hope for me to turn things around. Ahem. On the side, Feng Zhouyo's eyes shattered to the ground, a great master of martial arts. A 7 or 8-year-old martial arts master. Shock. Unprecedented shock surged in Feng Zhouyo's heart, and with that sword, the fighting power of this little girl was absolutely amazing. No wonder the president took a photo of her in the first place. It seems that this little girl is not simple. Even now, he may not be a match for the president's apprentice. That sword turns out to be so extraordinary. The corner of Feng Zhouyo's mouth twitched. Fortunately, the president came, otherwise it would be a shame to sell such a good thing. Forbidden sword? Feeling the long sword appearing in his mind, Meng Qianqiu felt as if they had known each other for many years. Thank you, master. That feeling is like family. Get up. Yi Xian raised his hand slightly and lifted it up with a force. This sword is destined to be with you, it is your destiny. Wow! Daddy is so awesome. Xinxin and Tongtong's eyes were full of love. Although they didn't quite understand what was going on, they were sure that Daddy was showing off again. Meng Xianqiu clenched her fists. Master, from the very beginning, did the auction have this purpose just to buy this sword for her? At a certain moment, I secretly decided that I would work harder to protect my master and his family in the future. Ding! The host spent 10 billion renminbi and gained 100 trillion renminbi in wealth. As soon as the soundproofing was removed, the sound of system rewards came to my ears. As expected, I made a small profit of 100 trillion again. If the outside world knew about this speed of making money, I wonder what a sensation it would cause. Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Peak of Martial Sect. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to Tomato Reader. Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical master, forbidden power, supreme swordsmanship, Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, supreme weapon refining technique. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10,000 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, 99 god-killing needles, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopters, unlimited top-grade marrow cleansing pills, and god-level world-destroying sword. Wealth, 275.65 trillion renminbi, level of advancement, unlimited. Looking at the soaring wealth, Yi Xian was in a good mood for a while, because this was the basis for him to become stronger. Certainly. With his various abilities, Yi Xian can kill King Marshal or even Emperor Marshal in seconds. I have detected that the host's apprentice Xiao Wuxuang is too weak, so I give him the Thunder God Sword. Note, this sword is a growth-type weapon. The stronger the strength, the greater the power. Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the system voice ringing in his ears. Is this someone trying to stand up for his second disciple by finding different ways to give him things? Giving things to yourself is fine, but now he even gives things to his apprentice. This is too much. Chapter 125, the Ji family joins the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, and the Chen family is on the eve of its doomsday. The auction ended and Feng Zhouyo received the news. President, someone would like to invite you to come over for a chat. Feng Zhouyo said solemnly. Yi Xian was naturally very clear about this from a god's perspective. The Ji family was quite sensible. No wonder Ji Haotian could own millions of acres of land in the suburbs of Shanghai. It turned out that he was from the Ji family in the imperial capital. Good. He rubbed the two little guys' heads lovingly and said, I'll be back soon. Dad, you have to come back soon. Xinxin and Tongtong held their father's big hands and spoke obediently. On the other side, Xiao Wuxuan looked at his senior sister beside him and suddenly felt a lot of pressure. He was unaware that an opportunity was waiting for him. Soon, they arrived at a room. Squeak! When the door was opened, there were three figures inside. One of them was Feng Qiankuan, and the other two were the two brothers of the Ji family, Ji Haoyu and Ji Haotian. Friend Yi, long time no see. After seeing Yi Xian, Ji Haotian smiled slightly, thinking about their first meeting, and felt a lot of emotions for a moment. After some pleasantries, Ji Haoyu got down to business. President Yi, the Ji family of the imperial capital is willing to join the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. I hope you will help us. He bowed respectfully, and Ji Haotian beside him did the same. The two brothers had already made up their minds, so naturally they would not hesitate. Oh! Feng Zhouyo was stunned after hearing this, obviously not expecting the two brothers of the Ji family to be so decisive. Are you sure? After all, the Ji family in the imperial capital is a considerable force. A little training will definitely be a great help. Moreover, he has a good impression of Ji Haotian, and he will need such talents under his command in the future. Sure. The two looked at each other, and they both knew that if they wanted to break the current situation, joining the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce would undoubtedly be the best decision. The Ji family of the imperial capital can join the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, but I have to say this first. After a pause, Yi Xian continued, if the Ji family betrays me in the future, I will destroy you with my own hands. I don't dare. Ji Haotian was swallowing his saliva. This invisible aura made it hard for him to breathe. Yi Xian's strength was unfathomable.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then he flipped his right hand and 10 top-grade marrow cleansing pills and 100 doses of physical fitness enhancement liquid suddenly appeared. These are the gifts for the Ji family to join the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce.
What, this is that kind of pill and liquid medicine?
The finale item at the auction that just ended was exactly these two items, but they were successfully bought by a martial arts grandmaster, who eventually took them and forcibly elevated himself to the realm of martial spirit.
How could they not recognize them?
Hiss. Ji Haotian thought of something and swallowed his saliva. President, it turns out that the finale item was provided by you.
Plop.
Thinking of this, both of them knelt on the ground. Thank you, sir.
The Ji family will not let you down. I give up. At this moment, the two brothers of the Ji family were convinced.
Such a move would definitely make the Ji family soar. Now their father was already one step away from becoming a half-step martial spirit. If he used these two things, he would be able to enter the realm of martial spirit. This kind of kindness is like rebirth.
Get up.
Yi Xian raised his hand slightly and helped the two of them up. From now on, we are all family, no need to be polite.
That's right.
At a certain moment, Ji Haotian thought of something and said worriedly, President, I received information before I came here that many people from the Chun family in the imperial capital are flocking to the auction.
I think Chen Koan wants to harm you. Chen Koan?
Hearing this name, Feng Zhouyo was stunned. That dandy boy from the Chun family, I will handle this little matter.
After all,
the president of this place has done such a great favor to the Feng family, and there is just no chance to repay him.
Ji Haotian smiled slightly and said, count me in. The enemy of the president is naturally the enemy of my Ji family.
If it had been before, Ji Haotian would naturally not have acted so blatantly, but now that he has joined the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and become one of them, he naturally does not have to worry so much.
Okay. Feng Qiankuan nodded. He had heard a lot about Ji Haotian's think tank.
The Ji family's ability to occupy a position among the four major families in the imperial capital in a weak position was closely related to Ji Haotian.
To be on the safe side, I'll go with you.
Ji Haoyu breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart finally settled down.
Things went more smoothly than he had expected. Farewell, Mr. President.
After a while, Feng Qiankuan and others saw Yi Xian off and did not stand up until he disappeared from their sight.
There is no time to lose. Feng Qiankuan looked outside the Jubao pavilion and said, the kid from the Chen family is related to the president. Leave immediately. Ji Haotian nodded slightly.
After taking the top-grade marrow cleansing pill and medicinal liquid, his strength has already broken through to the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster, and his elder brother has even broken through to the perfection of martial arts grandmaster. With such magical effects, he was even more glad to join the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, he was full of energy.
Not to mention killing Chen Koan, the playboy of the Chen family, he was not afraid even if the Chen family was destroyed. Half a quarter of an hour later, outside the Jubao pavilion, a stretched supercar drove towards the Qianjun Tavern in the imperial capital. Chen Koan grinned in the dark. Is the hunt about to begin?
Boy, if you try to steal something from me, you'll pay with your life. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. What if he took the sword? He would only be making things difficult for himself.
Hunting?
But at this moment, a voice sounded. The Chen family is on the verge of death and still doesn't know it.
Second master of the Ji family. Seeing the person coming, Chen Koan's face turned cold. Ji Haotian, you are in the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster, how is it possible? Swish.
Then, Feng Qiankuan and his son appeared on the scene and looked at Chen Koan and his party coldly.
Anyone who is harmful to the president will be killed. Puff puff puff. As the two families took action, only a few of the more than 20 people around Chen Koan were left in an instant. Master, I'll cover your rear. Walk.
A martial arts master in the late stage of grandmaster status had a determined look in his eyes and was ready to fight to the death, but Feng Qiankuan appeared and blew up his heart with a palm, killing him on the spot.
Kill.
All the masters of the Chen family were wiped out, and Chen Koan fell to the ground with a plop.
Ji Haotian stepped forward and said, Chen Koan, your Chen family in the imperial capital has always been arrogant and domineering. You have offended the president and you deserve it. You. Ji Haotian, what are you going to do?
I warn you, my grandfather is the patriarch of the Chun family in the imperial capital, and he has already entered the half-step martial spirit. If you dare to touch me, my grandfather will not let you go.
Gotcha.
Before he finished speaking, Ji Haotian killed Chen Koan with his own hands, and then sneered in his heart, "The president is a half-step martial spirit, with great strength." The Jiang family and the Lin family, who are backed by hidden families, are not his opponents. What can the Chen family do to you who are helpless? Block this information, no one is allowed to leak it. Feng Qiankuan took a deep breath and glanced at Chen Koan's body. The most urgent task is to set up the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. The matter of the Chen family in the imperial capital will be put aside for the time being. Okay. Ji Haotian nodded. He naturally knew the priorities, but this matter should not be concealed for too long. After all, Chen Koan had an accident in Jubao Pavilion, and with the domineering attitude of the Chen family, he would inevitably be held accountable. However, the only thing that is certain is that it is only a matter of time before the Chen family in the imperial capital is destroyed. Chapter 126. A girl of 7 or 8 years old killed a martial arts master with one punch. Imperial capital, Qianjun Tavern. Master. Xiao Wushuang came into the room and bowed, but one could see that he was quite shocked. Ball. Yi Xian smiled slightly and took out the Thunder God sword. "This sword is for you." Sizzle. As he spoke, lightning was still surging on the Thunder God's sword, which looked very extraordinary. Then, with a whoosh, it began to spin around Xiao Wushuang. Ah, this. Such a familiar scene, it is exactly the same as the sword that my senior sister used to use. Acknowledge the Lord. Yi Xian nodded slightly. A drop of Xiao Wushuang's blood fell on the Thunder God's sword, and then terrifying thunder filled the air. He immediately used the sound insulation technique, otherwise the entire Qianjun Tavern would be blown up. Buzz. At a certain moment, the Thunder God's sword successfully recognized its master and was imprinted on his forehead like a dream. Then the aura of a mid-stage martial arts master began to grow stronger. Finally, he stopped at the perfection of martial arts master, just one step away from martial arts grandmaster. Hiss. Opening his eyes, Xiao Wushuang couldn't help but be stunned by his own strength. "I am a perfect martial arts master." "Oh my god. Master, you are so kind to me." Xiao Wushuang was filled with gratitude. He certainly knew what he was going through. He had originally been disillusioned with the position of the eldest senior brother, but now he felt that he could still give it a try. Joke? Senior sister has a peerless sword, and Xiao Wushuang also has one, and it has a thunder attribute that suits his. "Master, I love you so much." Xiao Wushuang's mood changed from cloudy to sunny, and he was full of energy for a while. Ha! At this moment, Yi Xian sensed the approaching of undisguised murderous intent. From a god's perspective, he saw more than 100 Fuso masters rushing towards Qianjun Tavern. Bei Gong Yadeishu, president of the Fuso Martial Arts Association. When Yi Xian saw the leader, he understood that he was probably here for revenge. In that case, he might as well practice on these people. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at Xiao Wushuang beside him. "Let's go. I'll take you to kill someone." As the voice fell, Xiao Wushuang had already appeared outside Qianjun Tavern, with his senior sister Meng Qianqiu beside him. When did this happen? Master is so fast. Xiao Wushuang was extremely shocked. You know, he had no idea when his senior sister appeared beside him. Such a method was too incredible. If I had such means, I would be able to walk through a sea of flowers without getting a single leaf on me. It's exciting just to think about it. On the other side, the Fuso group. President, the Qianjun Tavern is not far ahead. A martial arts master in the late stage of the Grand Master's stage said with a fierce look in his eyes that Yi Xian is also among them. Yeah. Bei Gong Yadeishu looked into the distance, filled with murderous intent. Even if he was not responsible for the death of Ping Chuan and his son, he must be responsible for it. So, this Yi Xian is the perfect breakthrough point. Once I know the truth, I will crush him to ashes. The group of 100 people were the people from Fuso who came to participate in the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Conference and to settle their personal grudges at the same time. Who? At this moment, Bei Gong Yadeishu looked somewhere as if he sensed something, and then 3 figures appeared out of nowhere. They were Yi Xian and the other 2. Fuso people? Xiao Wushuang was stunned. He didn't expect that the person his master was practicing with was from Fuso. Yi Xian. The martial arts master who had spoken earlier, after his eyes fell on Yi Xian, was filled with shock. President, is that Yi Xian? What? As soon as these words came out, more than 100 Fuso masters were shocked. Was this the guy who killed the son and grandson of their president? How could he be a young boy? You are Yi Xian. When Beigong Yadaishu saw his enemies, his eyes were bloodshot and he immediately waved his hand. Kill them.
That Yi Xian, leave me some breath. Yes, President.
More than 100 Fuso masters immediately surrounded the three people and cut off all their escape routes. Kill. The hundreds of Fuso masters will naturally not show mercy. After all, they are all people who live on the edge of a knife.
Practice? Master, I'll go first.
Xiao Wuxuang flashed onto the scene, flipped the Thunder God sword in his right hand, and with a single slash of the sword, he killed the leading martial arts master who was a mid-stage master.
Ha! Meng Qianqiu looked at the sudden scene and said, Master, did you give that sword to junior brother Wuxuang?
Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, this is what creates pressure, isn't it?
Pressure?
Meng Qianqiu felt her own realm.
Now she was already in the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster. It was indeed, a little bit. What?
But Fuso and his group were all dumbfounded.
What did they see? Impossible.
That young man actually killed a mid-stage martial arts grandmaster in seconds.
And how did the sword in his hand appear?
He just called. At this moment, everyone realized something and looked at Xiao Wuxuang in disbelief. This kid is Yi Xian's apprentice.
How could it be?
A boy of 14 or 15 years old killed a martial arts master in the middle stage, and he was just the disciple of Yi Xian.
It's terrifying when you think about it. Really?
Beigong Yadaishu narrowed his eyes, and his captivating gaze fell on Yi Xian. It seems that you are the one who killed my son and grandson.
Kill him at all costs.
Killing intent filled the air, and Xiao Wuxuang's mouth curved up. I'll show you my strength.
No.
Xiao Wuxuang raised his sword and slashed at a half-step martial arts grandmaster, and immediately threw his head out. Before he died, the Fuso half-step martial arts grandmaster couldn't believe that he would die at the hands of a boy of 14 or 15 years old.
Court death.
At this time, a martial arts grandmaster took action and smashed the Thunder God's sword with a punch. With just one blow, Xiao Wuxuang was knocked away. After all, he had just obtained the Thunder God's sword and was not yet proficient in controlling it, and he had just entered the perfection of a martial arts grandmaster.
Chiaki.
Seeing Xiao Wuxuang's powerful strength, Meng Qianqiu's figure flashed, and she punched forward with her fist, and the forbidden power emerged on her fist.
Court death.
The martial arts grandmaster had a gloomy look on his face. How could a little girl of 7 or 8 years old dare to fight him? However, his pupils soon widened.
Poof.
A mouthful of blood spurted out as the martial arts grandmaster was killed by a punch from Meng Qianqiu. The forbidden power even shattered his heart.
How is it possible?
Before his death, the martial arts grandmaster couldn't believe that the seemingly harmless little girl could be so terrifyingly powerful.
Thump.
The corpse fell heavily to the ground. At this moment Beigong Yadaishu was completely uncalm. No, to be precise, an extremely bad feeling surged in his heart.
How could this happen?
A girl of 7 or 8 years old killed a martial arts master with one punch.
Damn it, this little girl is at least in the late stage of martial arts grandmaster.
Afterwards, the looks they gave Meng Qianqiu changed, and Beigong Yadaishu's face was even more determined and ferocious. Kill.
Come on, all of you. Chapter 127 An Unexpected Gain, a breakthrough to the martial saint realm?
Kill. Hundreds of thugs surrounded and killed a little girl of 7 or 8 years old. If outsiders saw this, they would definitely be shocked.
However, Meng Qianqiu raised the corners of his mouth. Absolutely, we must not let the master down.
Swish. With the forbidden sword in hand, forbidden power poured into it, and the aura of a mid-stage martial arts grandmaster was fully activated. In an instant, dozens of people were killed. Not good. That girl also has a sword in her hand.
Damn, she is actually so strong.
Xiao Wuxuang's confidence, which had just risen for a short while, felt that he was being ruthlessly crushed again, and he stared at the field in a daze.
Oh my god, senior sister is, in the middle stage of martial arts grandmaster? Puff puff puff.
After a dozen breaths, only Beigong Yadaishu and more than a dozen Fuso Martial Arts Association masters were left on the field. As expected, the weakest ones were all martial arts masters. However, when they looked at the 7 or 8-year-old girl in the field, they saw something terrifying.
Damn it, just now.
They saw with their own eyes that the girl killed a martial arts master who was in the late stage of the Grandmaster.
What a surprise!
At this moment, Beigong Yadao could no longer sit still, a bunch of rubbish. In fact, he had to stand up. After all, if he continued like this, everyone would be killed by the girl.
Nice weapon, I want it. Sniff. Beigon Yadaisha flashed in front of Meng Qianxiu and was about to kill him with one blow.
Just as Meng Qianxiu was about to raise his sword to meet him, a figure appeared in front of him. A strong sword light surged, and Yi Xian casually picked a leaf from the air and then turned it into a sword leaf to meet Beigon Yadaisha's samurai sword.
Snap.
Without any hesitation, the samurai sword in Beigon Yadaishu's hand shattered, finally breaking into the handle.
Not good.
Beigon Yadaishu's face was cold and he decisively dropped the hilt of the samurai sword, otherwise his entire hand would be crippled.
Even so, the terrifying sword energy would throw him away.
Then, the sword light from Yi Xian's fingertips flew out of his hand, turned into a stream of light, pierced through Beigon Yadaishu's body, and exploded into nothingness with a bang.
This.
When Xiao Wushuang saw the scene, although he knew that his master was very powerful, this method was too strong.
His master only used sword energy and did not use his realm at all. Pa!
But at this moment, a snap of fingers was heard in his ears, and then dozens of martial arts grandmasters around him were all turned into ashes.
Master, you are so strong.
Meng Qianxiu looked at his master in the field, his eyes full of admiration. He wondered how great it would be if he could be as strong as his master in the future.
Xianjun Hotel, in the room. Crash.
Not long after arriving in the room, the beautiful woman came out of the bathroom and looked at her man not far away. Under the warm yellow light, he looked super handsome, especially from her angle. The beautiful woman leans in her man's arms, enjoying the rare moment.
The feeling is super comfortable. If time can stop at this moment, it will be the most beautiful thing in the world.
Speaking of which, my disciples all have good weapons, but my woman doesn't yet, so... Before Yi Xian's murmurs ended, the system had already arrived. The host is dissatisfied with his wife's lack of weapons, so I give her the extreme ice sword.
Note, this sword cannot be held by anyone other than an extremely cold body, otherwise it will backfire. Extremely icy sword?
With a flip of his right hand, a mini version of the cold sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Even though Yi Xian was already at the peak of the martial sect, he could hardly bear it. The world-destroying sword was shaking violently, even more violently than when it was promoted to the forbidden sword. Could it be that this sword is more powerful than the forbidden sword? Wife. Putting the extreme ice sword in Xiaobingning's slender hand, she continued, "My husband is giving you a gift."
Gift? Xiaobingning looked at her hand suspiciously, and then landed on the cool ice sword. This pendant is so delicate, and it's as cool as ice.
It seems that due to her physical condition, Xiaobingning likes this feeling very much.
Boom.
Seeing the beautiful lady in front of him who didn't know the value of the item, Yi Xian asked directly, "What pendant?" "This is the weapon your husband gave you.
Put a drop of blood on it."
Seeing that his daughter did not look uncomfortable at all, he realized that this extremely icy sword could only be wielded by someone with an extremely cold body.
Is this a sword?
Although she was suspicious, Xiaobingning still dripped a drop of blood on it. After all, she knew that her man would not lie to her.
As expected.
As a drop of Xiaobingning's blood sank into the ice sword, the next moment, the ice sword turned into a bright light and sank into her forehead, followed by an extremely cold breath surging.
This cold air is so terrifying.
Yi Xian absorbed the terrifying cold air at the first moment, and Xiaobingning's aura also increased accordingly, and soon she reached the perfection of a martial arts grandmaster. If the outside world knew about this scene, they would be shocked. This shows how extraordinary the extremely icy sword that Xiaobingning obtained is. Maybe, the system also knows that Xiaobingning is the hostess.
Ha!
As the cold air dissipated and the resonance ended, Yi Xian was surprised to find that his strength had actually broken through. He clenched his hands, feeling the much stronger power. This is the realm of martial saint.
Ha!
At this time, Xiaobingning also woke up.
The extremely ice sword. That pendant is really a sword. Xiaobingning felt the ice sword that she could summon at any time.
Although she didn't know what it was, the fact that it could allow her to resonate with it and elevate herself to the perfect state of a martial arts grandmaster was enough to prove that this sword was in no way weaker than the one at the auction. Although, I don't know how that guy got it. Wife, you are so beautiful. Looking at the absolutely beautiful lady with the mark of ice sword between her eyebrows, especially her temperament as cold as ice, which is in perfect harmony with her charming body, it can be said that the lady in front of you is extremely beautiful.
Chapter 128. Wow, now, how strong am I? The next day, early morning.
The golden morning sun poured into the room, shining on a beautiful face, which looked particularly charming under the sun.
Thinking about the scenes of last night, I couldn't help but recall the past. However, this strength, martial saint?
After mumbling, Yi Xian's eyes sparkled. It should be able to become more powerful.
Tonzi, I want to upgrade.
Yi Xian went straight to the point and summoned the system.
Ding.
The host's realm is upgraded to the middle stage of martial saint, consuming 50 trillion renminbi.
Ding.
The host's realm has been upgraded to the late stage of martial saint, consuming 60 trillion renminbi.
Ding.
The host's realm has been upgraded to the peak of martial saint, consuming 70 trillion renminbi.
3 voices rang in his ears one after another.
At that moment, Yi Xian felt as if he had ascended to heaven, and his strength soared by an unknown amount.
This is. With a little force, Yi Xian actually felt a stream of air surging from his palm. My goodness, now, how strong am I?
Then, bring up the properties panel.
Name, Yi Xian. Realm, Peak of Martial Saint. Age, 23. Appearance, max second only to tomato reader.
Abilities, God-level driving skills, God-level cooking skills, God-level massage, God-level treasure appraisal, immersive sound, God-level beast taming, permanent experience of Kato's finger, all-round music, medical master, forbidden power, supreme swordsmanship, Thunder Emperor's treasure technique, supreme weapon refining technique. Items, Emperor Yuan No. 1 Villa X1, 30 million extended Bugatti Veyron X1, 10,000 times consumption rebate permanent, Lamborghini Devil's Son, unlimited physical enhancement fluid, 99 god-killing needles, 100% shares of Emperor Lin Group, 300 million thunder and lightning armed helicopters, unlimited top-grade marrow cleansing pills, and god-level world-destroying sword. Wealth, 95.65 trillion renminbi, level of advancement, unlimited. Looking at the attribute panel, Yi Xian felt much better. This state of mind would be enough for a long time in the future. Although the cost was not small, it was all worth it.
I am afraid.
The next time I use my wealth to upgrade, it's estimated to soar to 80 trillion.
It seems I'll have to think about making money. Yi Xian, what are you thinking about?
After calling out several times, Xiao finally woke the guy up from his trance. She heaved a sigh of relief. I thought you were possessed.
Boom.
Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Yi Xian knocked her head and said, "What nonsense are you talking about?"
Ding-a-ling. Just then, a cell phone ring interrupted their flirting. Hey, President.
When the call was connected, Feng Joyo's respectful voice came from the other end, followed by a dry cough and said, "Well, I hope I didn't disturb you and the president's wife from sleeping."
Xiao, what do you mean by not disturbing you?
How can a phone call this early in the morning not disturb you?
Ugh, what nonsense are you talking about? It clearly means I didn't disturb you. Without.
The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curved up. President, the Imperial Capital branch of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce will be held in 2 hours.
If you have time, would you like to come? Oh.
After hearing Feng Joyo's words, Yi Xian remembered that today was the day when the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce branch was established.
Okay, I'll be there on time. 3 poles in the sun.
2.5 hours later, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce banquet arrived at the venue.
Look. It's all your fault. Xiao looked at the time and found that she was half an hour late. She couldn't help but glare at someone.
If it weren't for him making a fuss, she could at least put on more makeup. But even so, she was already beautiful enough.
President, you are here. Hello, Madam President. Feng Joyo greeted them warmly and welcomed the group into the venue.
Naturally, he did not dare to be the slightest bit slack in his words. After all, only in this way could he express his gratitude to the president. Entering the venue, the branch creation process was underway, and it was obvious that Yi Xian would not attend.
Xiao Xian.
At this moment, a familiar voice came from not far away. Looking around, it was his uncle Lin Zhanghai. However, now Lin Zhanghai has become a martial arts grandmaster.
Uncle. Hello, uncle.
When Xiao saw Lin Zhanghai, her face turned red, but she was also quite surprised to see Yi Xian's uncle here.
Bingning, I didn't expect you to come too.
Lin Zhanghai also knew the identity of his nephew from the conversation just now, but he did not expect that he, Yi Xian, was actually the boss behind the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, and the person he was talking to was Ji Haotian, the second master of the Ji family.
Meet the president. After the family exchanged greetings, Ji Haotian finally greeted them. This made Lin Zhanghai astonished. He wondered how his nephew could make the second master of the Ji family in the imperial capital be like this. Go play. After rubbing the two little guys' heads lovingly, Xiaobingning took Xin and Tongtong to the side with great insight. Soon, only Yixian, his two disciples, Lin Sanhai and Ji Haotian were left on the field. Come on, introduce yourself. These are my two disciples, the eldest disciple Meng Qianqiu and the second disciple Xiao Wushuang. Yi Xian introduced with a smile, and Lin Zhanghai was stunned when he heard it. Meet my great aunt. Meng Qianqiu and the other naturally did not dare to be careless and bowed in unison. Seeing this scene, Ji Haotian's mouth twitched, because he knew that these two disciples of his president were very powerful. That's right. Lin Sanhai thought of something and continued, Xiao Xian, you are treating your uncle as an outsider. Your uncle will also join the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Ha, of course. Yi Xian smiled slightly and didn't take it to heart. Instead, he took out a portion of liquid medicine made from 10 top-grade marrow cleansing pills. Although his uncle's strength was good now, it was still quite insufficient. If Lin Zhanghai knew what this was, he wondered how he would react. Chapter 129, The Power of Supreme Alchemy is Revealed, the Holy Marrow Cleansing Pill. This is? Looking at the medicine in front of him, Lin Zhanghai frowned suspiciously. After all, he knew very well how extraordinary his nephew was. Ha, nothing, just a gift for my uncle. You kid. Lin Sanhai did not hesitate and drank the medicine. He naturally knew that the medicine was extraordinary. After all, his nephew could not harm him. Buzz. Soon, to Ji Haotian's shock, Lin Zhanghai's strength soared to the point where he was only one step away from becoming a martial arts grandmaster, which made him gasp. However, they are family members and there is no point in being envious. Me. After Lin Zhanghai came back to his senses, he felt the change in his strength, one step away from becoming a martial arts grandmaster? How is that possible? Xiao Xian, what on earth did you just do that? Undoubtedly, it was at this moment that Lin Zhanghai realized that the thing was much more precious than he had imagined. Nothing. Yi Xian waved his hand and said nonchalantly, it's the same pill that my uncle took before, 10 pills of the essence version. Pft, cough cough. Hearing his nephew's words, Lin Zhanghai couldn't help but think of the pills he had been given when he first took control of the Lin family in the imperial capital. This time, it turned out to be 10 essence pills, which was too wasteful. Hey! What can your uncle say about you? Although he knew that his nephew was extraordinary, this move was really beyond his expectations. It doesn't matter. Yi Xian then changed the subject and looked at the branch venue. From now on, the imperial capital Wanjin Chamber of Commerce will need my uncle to help me take care of it. Lin Sanhai was stunned when he heard this. The imperial capital Wanjin Chamber of Commerce asked him to take care of it. What did this mean? When Ji Haotian heard this, the corners of his mouth curled up in an intriguing arc. It seems, a candidate for the branch president of the imperial capital Wanjin Chamber of Commerce has been found, but if it is Lin Sanhai, then it would be the most suitable one. Boom! At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the room, and then several figures came in from outside. The leader was Feng Qiankuan, and next to Feng Qiankuan was a very powerful man, who was also pushing an octogenarian. President, the person next to Patriarch Feng is none other than Wang Qianjue, the president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association. Hearing Ji Haotian's words, Yi Xian's gaze fell on Wang Qianjue. The president of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association did not expect him to come, and judging from the situation, he was looking for him. Grown-ups. Feng Qiankuan came to the room and bowed respectfully, then said, This is President Wang Qianjue. He came here to ask you to treat his father's illness. Half-step martial spirit? His gaze fell on the octogenarian. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes, but he still looked like he could break into the realm of martial spirit at any time. What a pity, it's already a tragedy. Wang Qianjue heard this and smiled bitterly. To be honest with President Yi, my father is indeed facing the 5 sorrows of heaven and earth. I wonder, does President Yi have a way to prolong his life? Detect that the host is suffering from the 5 sorrows of heaven and man, and give him the supreme alchemy technique. Note, this technique can refine any elixir, and can increase the level of the elixir at will. Supreme alchemy? Increase the level of elixirs at will? What the hell? Tonzi, this is going to heaven. However, how could he do it so easily? After all, that would only lower his status. There is indeed a way to prolong life, but... At this point, Yi Xian's eyes fell on Wang Qianjue. Why should I help you? This. Wang Qianjue was stunned for a moment after hearing this.
After weighing the pros and cons, he said with determination, President Yi, to be honest, my father is actually the leader of the 5 elders of China. If you can cure my father, no matter what happens in China in the future, the 5 elders of China will always stand by your side.
In addition,
after a pause, Wang Qianjue continued, the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association will also join the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in the future.
Hiss. After hearing this, Feng Qiankuan couldn't help but gasp, President Wang, are you crazy? Master Feng doesn't know.
Wang Qianjue smiled bitterly, the situation in China is turbulent now and may collapse at any time.
There are also hidden families profiting from it. If something happens to my father, China will be in chaos.
Oh?
After listening to Wang Qianjue's words, Yi Xian couldn't help but say that he was moved.
If he had the help of the 5 elders of China, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future.
Good.
After thinking for a while, Yi Xian had already made a decision, the old man is sick, I will cure him.
Real. Wang Qianjue was delighted when he heard this.
If Feng Qiankuan hadn't told him about Yi Xian's many extraordinary qualities, he wouldn't have brought the old man here with him. Thank you, President Yi.
No problem.
Yi Xian waved his hand, and then 10 top-grade marrow cleansing pills suddenly appeared in his right hand. Seeing this, Feng Qiankuan's pupils shrank. These are 10 of those pills.
Buzz.
But before Feng Qiankuan could think further, he saw that the 10 top-grade marrow cleansing pills in Yi Xian's hand turned into a pill with a fragrance several times stronger, and the quality was even better than before.
Holy marrow cleansing pill.
That is right, this is the first elixir that Yi Xian refined with the supreme alchemy technique. Of course, while curing the 5 sorrows of heaven and man, he also wanted to see how effective it is. Old man, if you take this elixir and apply acupuncture, the 5 sorrows of heaven and man will be relieved.
Ahem, thank you, Mr. Yi.
Old Wang's weak voice sounded, and it was hard to imagine that this was a master who could enter the martial spirit realm at any time. After taking the pill, Yi Xian flipped his right hand and dozens of golden needles penetrated into the major acupuncture points on Old Wang's body, helping him absorb the medicinal power of the holy marrow cleansing pill more quickly.
Buzz.
The moment the pill entered his body, energy surged out like a tide, and the pale face of Mr. Wang immediately flushed, which made Wang Qianjue look incredible.
But from then on, I knew how extraordinary the elixir was.
At a certain moment, a surge of energy surged out of Old Wang's body, forcing even Wang Qianjue beside him to retreat repeatedly.
This aura.
Wang Qianjue was filled with shock, and vaguely realized something. Could it be that the old man is going to break through to the martial spirit?
Boom. As soon as the voice fell, Old Wang's aura became stronger again, which made Feng Qiankuan uneasy.
The elixir seemed to be more powerful than he had imagined. I don't know how much time has passed.
Ha!
Wang Lao's hand took a deep breath and opened his eyes, feeling the terrifying strength. This is the middle stage of Wu Ling.
What? As soon as these words came out, Wang Qianjue was shocked. The middle stage of Wu Ling. I am sure. I heard it right. My father has broken through to the middle stage of Wu Ling, not just Wu Ling? Oh shit.
Xiao Wuxuan was stunned.
The master's operation was too amazing. With just one pill, a dying man of the 5 sorrows of heaven and man could enter the middle stage of Wu Ling in one fell swoop. With a master like this, even if he was a pig, he could become a peerless genius. Chapter 130, The Mysterious Qin Family in the Imperial Capital, the complete version of blood alchemy? Call.
Wang Changsheng sat up from his wheelchair and bowed respectfully at 90 degrees. I cannot thank you enough for your kindness.
From now on, your enemy will be my Wang Changsheng's enemy. The middle stage of Wu Ling, this gave Wang Changsheng hope.
Although China was famous in various countries, he knew very well that it was only prosperous on the surface.
In fact, any hidden family could subvert China, not to mention.
In addition to the secluded families, there are some other forces. Yi Xian, at such a young age, possesses such means, so his master must be extraordinary.
You're welcome, old man.
Yi Xian waved his hand slightly. This matter was just a piece of cake for him.
That's right.
Then Yi Xian thought of something and took out a bank card. Uncle, there is 30 billion in this card, which will be used as working capital for the Imperial Capital Wanjin Chamber of Commerce branch.
This.
Lin Songhai was really shocked to hear that his nephew was going to spend 30 billion.
However, thinking about his miraculous performance just now, he nodded without refusing. After all, this amount of money was not much with his ability. Wang Qianjue also looked at Lin Sanhai meaningfully. It was obvious from this scene that he was the branch president of the imperial capital Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Lin Sanhai really had a good nephew. Ding dong. Just then, Feng Qiankuan received a message and couldn't help but exclaim after seeing it. Is there any unusual movement in the Chen family of the imperial capital? Frowning in deep thought, Feng Qiankuan continued, President, the Chen family of the imperial capital has come to the venue, and they seem to know that Chen Kuan's accident is related to you. Oh? Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. The Chen family in the imperial capital was quite quick in gathering information. At this time, they sensed a group of people with extremely strong auras approaching from a distance, and their murderous intent was not concealed at all. Being so unscrupulous in the imperial capital, could it be that? From a god's perspective, Yi Xian suddenly saw a group of people discussing, and the topic of discussion was the plan to subvert China. They are already here. Yi Xian looked into the distance, his lips curled up meaningfully. Let's go and meet the Chen family. Then, the group disappeared into the room. My friend, I have had people investigate the Chen family in the imperial capital over the years and found that there is something strange about the Chen family. After thinking for a while, Wang Changsheng expressed his concerns. Weird? After hearing this, Feng Qiankuan looked at Wang Changsheng suspiciously. What Mr. Wang means? Call. Wang Changsheng breathed a sigh of relief and continued, this is a secret. Although I am not completely sure, it is at least 80 to 90% likely that there is a mysterious existence behind the Chen family in the imperial capital. However, what is certain is that the mysterious existence is not a hidden family. Father, there is such a thing. Wang Qianjue was stunned when he heard this. He had been in control of the Imperial Capital Martial Arts Association for many years and didn't know much about the affairs of the major families. Good. Wang Changsheng glanced at Ji Haotian and continued, the most mysterious of the four great families in the imperial capital is the Chen family. Its background is even greater than that of the hidden families. Tisk. Xiao Wushuang waved his hand without caring, what's the big deal? No matter how weird it is, I am no match for master. Yeah. Listening to Wang Changsheng's reminder, Yi Xian also became interested. It seems that the imperial capital is much more interesting than I thought. Ahem. After hearing this, Ji Haotian couldn't help but cough dryly. In other words, among the four major families before, their Ji family was totally not good enough. Joke? Previously, there were four major families in the imperial capital, Zhang, Ji, Chen and Lin. Among them, the Zhang family and the Lin family were hidden families, and the Chen family was supported by a mysterious force. If chaos really broke out, I'm afraid that the Ji family would most likely be the first to be destroyed. For a moment, Ji Haotian felt extremely fortunate that they had joined the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, otherwise the consequences would have been absolutely terrible. Soon, everyone came to the depths of the dense forest. Swish! As he dodged, he saw hundreds of figures appearing on the opposite side, and the weakest of them were all masters of martial arts. What? Feng Zhouyo looked at the scene and couldn't believe it. The Chen family in the imperial capital actually has so many martial arts masters who have reached perfection. Moreover, there are no less than 30 martial arts grandmasters. The leader on the opposite side was Chen Tianyi, the patriarch of the Chen family, a great master of martial arts, and his strength was the same as Wang Qianjue. Wang Qianjue. Chen Tianyi was also stunned when he saw Wang Qianjue. You are here too? You just happen to be on my Chen family's must-kill list. Then his eyes fell on Feng Qiankuan and Ji Haotian. I didn't expect that there were so many big fish coming. Tisk tsk. In that case, let's all stay here today. Court death. After hearing this, Wang Qianjue's eyes flashed with anger and he raised his hand and punched Chen Tianyi. Snort. With a cold snort, Chen Tianyi lightly slapped him. Bang. A dull sound spread out, and the next moment Wang Qianjue was forced back by a palm strike, while Feng Zhouyo looked at Chen Tianyi opposite him with a look of disbelief. What, this Chen Tianyi is a half-step martial spirit. However, at this moment, there was a strong blood energy lingering around Chen Tianyi, which was very strange. Oh. Feeling the changes in Chen Tianyi, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly because he had seen this situation before, and Xiao Wushuang and Meng Qianqiu had also seen it. It was exactly the blood refining technique used by Xiao family's ancestor Xia Tianqiu. Is this blood alchemy? After a pause, Yi Xian continued, but it seems to be much more advanced than what Xia Tianqiu has, and it only stimulates the blood and qi, and the side effects will only cause exhaustion for a few days at most. It seems that the Chen family in the imperial capital is indeed mysterious.
Oof. At this time, Chen Tianyi smiled coldly. See, this is the true strength of my Chen family in the imperial capital. Poof. Wang Qianjue spat out a mouthful of blood that gushed out, and it was obvious that he had just suffered a serious injury.
Come again.
Narrowing his eyes, Wang Qianjue attacked again, and Chen Tianyi smiled cruelly. How foolish. The next moment, Wang Qianjue was thrown out again, and Chen Tianyi's strength increased again, and he was even not far from the realm of martial spirit.
How is it possible? At this time, Wang Changsheng in the dark suddenly made a move. The Chen family in the imperial capital is indeed the most hidden. I will be your opponent. Boom. With one punch, he hit Chen Tianyi in the heart before Chen Tianyi could react.
He turned into a stream of light and flew backwards for more than 10 meters. His face was as pale as paper. You. Chen Tianyi's body was filled with blood and energy, and he quickly recovered from his injuries.
He looked at the opposite side in disbelief. Wang Changshan. You have hurt me so badly. You are in the middle stage of Wuling. Damn it. Chen Tianyi never expected that Chen Tianyi was already in the middle stage of Wuling.
This level was far beyond his ability to deal with.
Interesting. At this moment, a figure appeared on the scene, and an extremely extraordinary aura was surging around him. This person was a middle-aged man. Middle stage of martial spirit?
When Wang Changsheng saw the person coming, his face became solemn, because this person was obviously much younger than him.
In other words, this person was extremely talented. Come, take my palm.
The middle-aged man smiled coldly and slapped Wang Changsheng, knocking him away with one palm. Your strength has skyrocketed, you are in the late stage of Wuling, and that strange blood energy. Hiss. Seeing this, Feng Qiankuan and others took a deep breath.
What was going on with the Chun family in the imperial capital?
Now they could fight against opponents of higher levels. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes.
Things seemed to be more interesting than he had imagined.